I was reborn, returning to an era of universal summoning, yet the Chinese civilization had been severed, a world of utter despair. In my past life, I was burned by Western demon gods. This time, I rejected the genius school beauty's advances right from the start, and everyone called me trash. But when I stepped onto the summoning platform, they finally understood I had awakened a unique SSS-tier talent, the River of History. The first emperor arrived riding a 9-dragon imperial chariot that tore through the skies, while Lu Zhu descended as a true immortal atop his sword. I alone summoned the phantom forms of 10 legendary sages from Huaxia, their ranks so high the instruments couldn't even measure them. The entire venue was shocked, the mentors driven wild with excitement. But this is only the beginning. My spiritual power grows infinitely with the recognition of ancient sages, and there are still more invincible beings in the River of History awaiting summoning. When I truly control this eternal river, what are those so-called gods worth? Chapter 1, Reborn, choosing to directly reject the school bell. I'm still alive? Zhang Yu opened his eyes, a sharp pain piercing through his mind, nearly causing him to collapse. I actually didn't die? Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings, countless overlapping light clusters creating a dreamlike scene. This was the universal summoning trial space, the hope for nations to endure. Each country summons its own combatants to participate in the war, thereby continuing their respective civilizations. Responding to the summons, one could be a legendary deity, a historical monarch or general, or merely an ordinary commoner. In an instant, the entire world was set ablaze with excitement. Thunder rumbled as the legendary Mount Olympus responded to the summoning call. King Arthur leads the Knights of the Round Table, once more witnessing the glory of the empire on which the sun never sets. Countless angels lowered their gaze as they once again established the 10 divine covenants between gods and mortals, while Yahweh's holy light illuminated the celestial mountain. A pall of gloom hung over the entire nation of Huagua, as the ravages of war and the tides of time had left its mythological legends incomplete, with even its history suffering severe fractures. Facing nations with complete continuity, Huagua suffered successive defeats and had reached a point where it could no longer wage war. Until the river of history flows anew, the many heroes of the East have already exhausted their blood, left only to watch helplessly as the Western world rises in glory, while the land beneath their feet turns to scorched earth. The first emperor, in his grief, roared to the heavens, and the sky wept bloody tears that stained his robes. Even the overlord, with his strength to lift a cauldron, found himself powerless to act. All could only watch in despair, and Lu Yen, in his fury, even broke his sword and erected a tomb. Zhang Yu was the Satan summoned in response, burned to death with purgatorial flames. Zhang Yu, what are you doing here? What a worthless piece of trash, still clinging to Ji Qingqing after all these years. A toad lusting after a swan's flesh, Lu Qingqing is truly heaven's favored daughter in every sense. Everyone who saw Zhang Yu showed looks of disgust on their faces. The Lu Qingqing they spoke of had already reached the rank of a third-tier summoner at a young age while also being the campus Belle, a goddess revered by all. Yet, it was precisely such a goddess who happened to grow unusually close to the worthless Zhang Yu. Facing the mockery from the crowd, Zhang Yu paid no attention. Zhang Yu felt a bitterness in his heart. Just hearing the name Lu Qingqing now sent a chill down his spine. It's not about showing off. Maybe it sounds a bit pretentious. In truth, it's Lu Qingqing who keeps clinging to me. Heaven knows, I, Zhang Yu, have no interest in women, they simply don't appeal to me. Zhang Yu sighed, there was no reasoning with these bootlickers. Seeing Zhang Yu's disdainful gaze, the crowd was practically seething with rage. In their eyes, Zhang Yu relentlessly clung to Lu Qingqing, leveraging their childhood relationship. Zhang Yu calmed his emotions and turned to look toward the door, where Lu Qingqing stood. The blue pleated skirt swayed as she stood silhouetted in the doorway, her ivory white legs gleaming brilliantly, her beauty utterly breathtaking. Damn it, that woman is here again. On the first day of rebirth, the beautiful school babe came to offer comfort. Zhang Yu incidentally figured out the situation, for some reason, even after rebirth, he still couldn't escape her. Lu Qingqing, Baobin City's top genius and youngest 3-star summoner. Before Zhang Yu could speak, Lu Qingqing spoke up directly. Zhang Yu, will you agree or not? Just nod your head, and these 100,000 soul coins are yours. My Lu family will also devote all our resources to nurture you. I, Lu Qingqing, don't care about your poor talent, and neither does my dad. Lu Qingqing blocked the school gate, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Zhang Yu. My god, the campus Belle Lu Qingqing must be blind. What's so great about Zhang Yu anyway? Damn, why don't I have such good luck? Countless people's eyes were practically spitting fire. Lu Qingqing not only had exceptional talent, but the Lu family's influence was also formidable. In other words, as long as Zhang Yu gave the slightest nod, he could gorge himself on the benefits of a cushy life. Aha, how is this fair? 3 years, do you know how I've suffered these 3 years, watching Zhang Yu's strength stagnate while Lu Qingqing remained unwavering? I've nearly ground my molars to dust. Why would the school Belle Lu fall for such trash? Zhang Yu, if you agree, we can register tomorrow and consummate the marriage tonight. I guarantee my dad won't have any objections. Lu Qingqing patted her chest, her face slightly flushed. I can satisfy all your needs. Lu Qingqing was determined even if Zhang Yu preferred men, she'd dress as one and win him back. Some guys clutched their chests, their hearts audibly shattering. His own goddess ended up being defiled by a swine. And it was the goddess who volunteered. No, snowflakes drift, the north wind howls. Qingqing, look at me, how can I live without you? Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on Jiang Yu, as if they wished to pierce him with 10,000 transparent holes. Jiang Yu scanned his surroundings and murmured softly, really? Just by nodding my head. Under the despairing eyes of everyone, Jiang Yu whispered like a demon. Yes, as long as you nod, any wish can be fulfilled. Lu Qingqing bobbed her head like a pecking chick. Everyone pricked up their long ears. But, I refuse. Jiang Yu raised his head, his face brimming with righteousness. Quiet, everyone, attention, look at me, I have an announcement to make. Jiang Yu shouted loudly. Everyone must remember, at our age, we should focus on studying diligently instead of engaging in puppy love, summoning for the revitalization of Huagua. Tomorrow is the summoning trial, we should work even harder. The land beneath our feet has endured countless wars and is now riddled with scars. With this heavy responsibility upon my shoulders, I must strive with even greater determination for myself, for my family, and for Huagua to summon my utmost efforts. And to be honest with everyone, I've been reborn. Believe in me and send me 50, I'll make you a vanguard in the future. Besides, I've already filled out my application and enrolled in Tiandu Academy. The moment these words were spoken, everyone felt like they were hearing things. Is this kid's brain broken? He actually turned down the pursuit of the campus belle? What a joke, his soul power hasn't increased at all these years, yet he's still diligently summoning. Idiot? Lu Qingqing froze in place, and the entire venue erupted in an uproar, with everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Jiang Yu, Lu Qingqing was also stunned. What's going on? What's the situation? Did this kid really reject it? Did Jiang Yu really reject it? Jiang Yu was quite satisfied with his performance this way, he could focus on developing without worries. Lu Qingqing felt that Jiang Yu had somehow changed. No matter what, she was determined to have him, not even Jesus could stop her, that was what Lu Qingqing declared. Humph, anyone can boast, but with less than 1 star of soul power, can you even become a summoner? The guy with dyed yellow hair sneered arrogantly. Jiang Yu had seen this guy before, one of Lu Qingqing's simps. Unfortunately, simps never meet a good end. The summoner system follows a strict hierarchy, divided into 1 to 9 stars, with each star further split into 10 levels. Jiang Yu smirked, his mouth curving into a perfect checkmark shape. Plugins may be late, but they'll never be absent. Chapter 2. He must have his profound reasons for doing this. Before Jiang Yu's eyes, countless pages of books stacked up, eventually forming a long scroll, and these scrolls gathered together, finally transforming into a long river. The river of history flows endlessly. Among them are sages of antiquity, countless deities, peerless and magnificent empresses, poets who cared deeply for their nation and people. Any one of them, if brought forth, could stand alone in brilliance. In short, we are far ahead. We are far ahead. Jiang Yu fixed his gaze on a man with a reddish face and black beard, his eyes gleaming with shifting light. Jiang Yu, you still haven't realized it. If it weren't for Qingqing, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here. Let me tell you, my soul power has already reached 2 stars. Even with my eyes closed, I could pass the Yuanqi Academy entrance exams. Xiao Liang's face was full of arrogance as he continued mocking Jiang Yu. Your spiritual power probably only reached 1 star, right? Trash like you should be cleared out. I really don't understand why Qingqing would take a liking to you. Faced with Xiao Liang's mockery, Jiang Yu remained calm. Xiao Liang, dare to make a bet with me. Let's bet on whether I can make it onto the Tiandu rankings. At these words, Xiao Liang was shocked, and the people around exchanged bewildered glances. The originally bustling scene suddenly fell into complete silence. Known as the Monster Training Camp, these are Tiandu Academy, Renjie Academy, Hangyu Academy, and Nirvana Academy. Collectively called the 4 great academies, the students admitted cannot merely be described as geniuses, they're outright monsters. This guy must be out of his mind, he's not even qualified to clean toilets at Tiandu Academy. This is the biggest joke I've heard since I was born, a talentless waste dreaming of applying to the highest tier academy. It's hilarious, this kid doesn't even know his own worth? What overconfidence, I've got a lifetime's worth of entertainment now. Lu Qingqing's mouth also hung wide open. Jiang Yu, are you serious? You're applying to Tiandu Academy? Ha ha ha, this kid has gone nuts. That kid's lost his mind. Baobin City's in for some entertainment. With less than 1 star's worth of soul power, he actually dares to apply to the monster-packed Tiandu Academy. The crowd snickered, all reveling in schadenfreude. It's absolutely because this guy has a lousy character, and it has nothing to do with Lu Qingqing pursuing him. Looking at the gloating faces around him, Xiao Liang remained silent but pondered in his heart. Should I shout 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river right about now? Ha ha, Xiao Liang's laughter was choked with emotion. Kid, you won't give up until you hit the wall. Fine, let's crush your hopes. With your worthless talent, you dare to apply for Tiandu Academy? Speak up, how do you want to bet? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a lopsided smirk. Let's bet on whether I can make it onto the list. If I do, you'll kneel down and obediently call me daddy. Xiao Liang was overjoyed. How could he let such a perfect opportunity slip by, one that would thoroughly humiliate Jiang Yu while not offending Lu Qingqing? Great, I agree to it. Under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, no one can renege on their word. Although Lu Qingqing was puzzled, seeing Jiang Yu's confident gaze dispelled the worries in her heart. Jiang Yu could tell something was different from yesterday. Jiang Yu must have his own profound reasons for acting this way. Time flowed, and the pale light of dawn broke on the horizon. On the vast square stood a massive stone stele. Oh, isn't that Jiang Yu, the guy who rejected the campus bell? Rejecting the campus bell is nothing. This kid actually applied to Tiandu Academy with just 1-star soul power. Seriously cracking me up. Our Baobin city might not have produced geniuses, but there was no need to spawn an idiot either. At the same moment, a majestic phantom appeared in the sky above the square, making the nearby skyscrapers seem as tiny as toys. The phantom showed no intention of stopping. Instead, accompanied by thunderous drumbeats, it continued to rage violently in the sky. Above the vast sky, the winds and clouds shifted unpredictably, as an ancient ancestor, answering the summons, manifested into reality. The aura it emitted was primal and desolate, resembling a raging beast, and this terrifying phenomenon shook the entire square. Everyone turned their gaze in unison, each face filled with utter astonishment. With such a powerful phenomenon, the ancient beings summoned must at least be at the warrior level. Summoners are ranked from 1 to 9 stars, and the power of the beings they summon is classified as soldier, captain, warrior, general, marquis, prime, king, emperor, or sovereign. Reaching the warrior tier already places one among the elite. Aside from the 4 major academies, other colleges would welcome them with open arms. It's Xiao Liang. I never expected him to summon a warrior class. This is going to be quite a show. A playful smirk appeared on Xiao Liang's face as the others gathered around, eager to watch Jiang Yu make a fool of himself. Xiao Liang took out his admission letter and waved it carelessly, showing off with full intent. Now, kneel down obediently and call me Daddy. The results aren't out yet, and you're already this confident? Once Jiang Yu said this, the surrounding laughter grew even louder. Although Lu Qingqing was puzzled, she chose to trust Jiang Yu. He must have had his own profound reasons for doing so. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Let me make you admit defeat with utter conviction. In Jiang Yu's eyes, the river of history surged and nearly overwhelmed him. Throughout the river of history, the number of great sages that can be summoned is countless. As long as Jiang Yu's spiritual power is sufficient, summoning several of them would be no problem. By qi, such intense killing intent. Never mind. It wouldn't be good to scare them. Lier, there's no way I could summon him even if I were drained completely dry, right? Jiang Yu was hesitating over whom to summon, but to the crowd's eyes, he simply stood in the square with a silly grin, making everyone sigh in unison. Lu Qingqing's eyes darkened. Ha ha, I know exactly what this kid is capable of. I'll listen carefully when he calls me dad later. Ahem, Jiang Yu, don't be disheartened. Lu Qingqing, will take care of you. The others looked on with gloomy expressions, their varied gazes fixed on Jiang Yu. The boys' lowest point was, for them, the pinnacle of their own success. Damn, I'm grinding my back teeth to dust. When the hell is this guy gonna kick the bucket? The moment Lu Qingqing spoke, the venue erupted in collective wails. Ha! The Tiandu Academy teacher's face fell with disappointment. Amidst the crowd's jeers and taunts, not only did he remain unperturbed, but he actually seemed brimming with confidence. He genuinely believed this kid had extraordinary talent. At the same time, the sound of war drums echoed through the sky. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned toward Jiang Yu. Xiao Liang's half-spoken words came to an abrupt halt. With this kid's talent, at best he could only summon a warrior-class skeleton, just on par with himself. He kept comforting himself, but unease churned in his heart. At that very moment, boom, the 9 dragons' agarwood gilded carriage burst through history, its imposing imperial majesty causing everyone's knees to buckle. A majestic man was seen, clad in a dark robe adorned with ancient and grand gilded dragon patterns. Underfoot rode the 9 dragons' agarwood gilded carriage, atop his head a crimson gold mysterious crown. Rolling thunder, rising flames. Who dares summon us? Throughout the entire realm, there is no land that does not belong to the emperor. All people under heaven are subjects of the emperor. Chapter 3, Genius? Just 99% talent. The Emperor's majesty swept down like the waters of the Milky Way. All hearts trembled. The Emperor rode his dragon chariot, his majestic form obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. The unworthy descendant Jiang Yu pays homage to the ancestral dragon, pays homage to the old ancestor. The imperial majesty that met them caused the entire world to tremble, even the great sun overhead dimmed in its presence. Such overwhelming presence could belong to none other than the first emperor himself. Descendants? Sheen heir sure perished. Where would I have descendants? Thundered the first emperor from above. All descendants speak of me as a tyrant. How then could I be called the ancestral dragon? No. Though dynasties may fall, the bloodline endures. Standardized script and unified rail gauges laid the foundation for China's timeless legacy. The Great Wall's construction gave birth to the vibrant vitality of the Central Plains today. Though your achievements may not be seen in this generation, they will endure for 10,000 years. The people of China, the bloodline of China, they are all your descendants. At Jiang Yu's words, everyone grew restless. The legacy had been severed. People knew only the Great Wall, not the first emperor. Who is this? Looks like an ancient emperor? I know about the Great Wall, but unified script and standardized wheel tracks? What's going on? How come there's no trace of these things? They're not even in the books? Is this kid just making it up? Oomph. I say it's all made up by this kid. He does tell it well though. Xiao Liang sneered dismissively. China's historical continuity had fractured. Almost no one knew of the first emperor, and even those who did possessed only sparse fragments of knowledge. No. The fact that he can be summoned proves he truly existed in history. I once read in an ancient text that in the primordial era, an emperor unified the 6 realms, laying the foundation for Huagua. He was also the first to claim the title of emperor. The speaker was none other than the Grand Mentor of Tendu Academy, and his words carried no hint of contradiction. The crowd fell into an unusual silence. Your humble descendant, Wen Boyang, pays homage to our venerable ancestor. From this day forward, your achievements shall be recorded in the annals of history. Temples shall be built to honor your majesty. Wen Boyang cried out passionately. He could sense the overwhelming might of this first emperor. The descent of every ancient sage would only strengthen Huagua further. The first emperor nodded, his gaze piercing. To him, enshrinement in temples was but empty honor. Now that his descendants faced peril, he would once more protect the common people. Roar! The 9-dragon chariot roared with a deafening dragon's cry, its black robes fluttering fiercely. Xu Guan laughed heartily, bathed in radiant golden light and surrounded by auspicious omens. Every gesture radiated the majestic authority of an emperor. His gaze toward Jiang Yu grew increasingly satisfied. Jiang Yu's response struck a chord deep within the first emperor's heart. With a sweeping gesture, the first emperor enveloped Jiang Yu in a surge of dragon energy. Boy, we meet again. Before Jiang Yu could ponder further, another sword light shot skyward from the river of history. This terrifying spectacle was clearly visible throughout Baobin City, drawing the gaze of every person present toward Jiang Yu. The camera feed instantly appeared on every phone screen. We actually have such an ancient ancestor. We've completely forgotten. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Liang's face wore an expression of utter disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Look, he hasn't stopped yet. Could he still be summoning more? No sooner had the words left his mouth. What stunned them even more was another phantom figure, enveloped in a torrent of countless sword lights, emerging from the void. Wherever the sword light touched, it defied all logic. Even space itself rippled in concentric waves. The sword light blazed like divine wrath, radiating as intensely as the sun itself, unbearably bright to behold. Having endured 3,000 calamities in heaven and 500 years on earth. Purple lightning flashes from the blade at my waist, while crimson smoke rises from the furnace's alchemical flame. Having just ridden a white deer across the sea, I mount a blue ox to enter the celestial realm. These petty tricks are mere trifles, yet none recognize my true immortal nature. A Taoist, sword slung at his back, approached with effortless grace. Rays of rosy light stretched for miles, his sword aura unmatched in the world. Holy crap! Who the hell is this ancient ancestor? Holy crap, 2 ancient masters, not even in the textbooks. Young friend, I am Taoist Lu Yen. I bow to you. The crowd erupted in uproar. Jiang Yu's heart pounded wildly. The moment the first emperor acknowledged him, his soul power surged like a rising tide. Answering the call was none other than the legendary true immortal, the pure Yan Lu Zhu. Immediately after, a third sage descended, followed by a fourth. Holy! He hasn't stopped yet. How many can this guy summon? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yu showed no sign of stopping. The 6th, the 7th. 7 in total. The 8th one. This is truly god tier, terrifying. When Boyang's expression shifted dramatically. Countless illusory figures materialized in the void, all peerless powerhouses. These mighty beings gathered around Jiang Yu like stars clustering around the moon. Ultimately, a full 10 ancient sages answered the summons, each radiating boundless, overwhelming presence. Though merely illusions, even exhausting Jiang Yu's soul power to its limit could not fully summon these figures into the mortal realm. However, once Jiang Yu fully matured, she would be able to summon them completely into the mortal realm. From the heavens above, countless beams of golden light cascaded down. Auspicious clouds spontaneously formed, golden lotus blossoms unfurled, and streaks of rosy light intertwined. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence, so profound one could hear a pin drop. When Boyang's eyes flickered as he was the first to react, letting out a long breath. Test passed. Jiang Yu has summoned 10 spectral forms of ancient sages. The staggering figure left the crowd frozen in awe. Those who had mocked and ridiculed Jiang Yu moments before now exchanged stunned glances, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb. Holy crap! Is this guy a demon or something? I thought his soul power was only at the 1-star level. How could he summon 10 at once? Xiao Liang's face turned ashen. After the initial uproar, the scene fell into a deathly silence once more. Jiang Yu remained composed outwardly, but inwardly, he was chewing over Qin Shi Huang's words. The 10 sages hadn't been summoned by Xiao Liang, they'd manifested of their own accord. Moreover, their gazes brimmed with satisfaction and wistful emotion. A university staff member approached Wen Boyang and whispered, "Professor Wen, I need to report that the instruments can't detect the rank of the sages summoned by Jiang Yu." Wen Boyang's pupils contracted sharply. Undetectable. That means they're at least phase level 10 phase level sages. This kid. He's even more terrifying than those prodigies. After the initial shock, Wen Boyang spoke. "Keep this under wraps for now." The media were the first to react, instantly swarming around Jiang Yu so densely that no one could get through. "Excuse me, sir, could you please step aside? You're blocking Ms. Jiang Yu." "Ha? Jiang, we heard your soul power is only 1 star. How did you summon 10 sages?" "Of course it's because I work hard. I spend 2 hours every day cultivating my soul power." "Jiang Yu, I heard Lu Qingqing is your girlfriend. Is that true?" "False. I'm not interested in women at all. I heard you made a bet with Xiao Liang. Are you absolutely certain you'll get into Tiandu Academy?" "Of course. Standard procedure. Nothing more to say." "Jiang Yu, do you consider yourself a genius?" "Genius? Just 99% talent and 1% hard work." Chapter 4, The Beautiful Director's Warning Shot. Everyone's expressions turned utterly fawning. Jiang Yu had become the pride of Baobin City, the quintessential other people's child parents raved about. A realm of vibrant vitality, where all things flourished in competition. Amidst this harmonious scene, Xiao Liang looked as if he'd swallowed a fly. He carefully maneuvered his body, squeezing his way out of the crowd. Jiang Yu paused, her gaze lingering on Xiao Liang with amusement as she whistled. "Xiao Liang, where are you headed?" Xiao Liang's face bore none of his former arrogance, replaced by a forced smile. "Jiang Yu, no. Brother Jiang Yu. Congratulations on getting into Tiandu Academy, ha." Xiao Liang laughed awkwardly, trying to gloss over the awkwardness. All eyes were fixed on Xiao Liang, their gazes speaking volumes. Xiao Liang wished he could find a crack in the ground and crawl right into it. Xiao Liang is a second-generation rich kid, but in this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Jiang Yu is a universally recognized prodigy across all of Huagua, and as a freshman at Tiandu Academy, his future is limitless. Xiao Liang, despite his immense talent, had only achieved minor success in the provincial capital. Compared to Jiang Yu, he was like a flickering candle flame trying to outshine the bright moon, utterly insignificant. "Oh, right. Xiao Liang, do you still remember our bet?" Xiao Liang's expression darkened further. "Oh my. Brother Jiang Yu. Why are you? We're classmates, no need to be so serious. Kneel." Jiang Yu paid no heed. An enemy left unpunished is a night's sleep lost. The ancient sages said, repay hatred with virtue, but how can one repay straightforwardness? Jiang Yu loomed like a mountain, crushing Xiao Liang's spirit until cold sweat drenched his brow. Thud. Xiao Liang knelt nonetheless. Gritting his teeth, his face flushed crimson, he seethed inwardly at Jiang Yu yet dared not vent his fury. He was afraid. He was terrified. Jiang Yu was now a high-ranking official, while he was nothing but an insignificant ant. From the moment Jiang Yu made the list, he became a high-ranking official. Even the leaders of Baobin City would come to inquire warmly about his difficulties. "Dad! Father!" Xiao Liang cried out, his spirit gone, his entire being drained of life. "Good. Full of spirit. But I cannot acknowledge you as my son." Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. The humiliation was unbearable. Xiao Liang felt a sharp pain in his knees, but he dared not make a move. "Brother Jiang, congratulations. We're classmates, please look out for me in the future." "I knew it. Brother Jiang Yu is no ordinary man. Sooner or later, he'll rise to greatness. Among all heroes under heaven, Jiang Yu stands alone." These were the very faces that had mocked Jiang Yu moments before. Now, their previously taunting expressions were plastered with fawning smiles. Jiang Yu wore a gentle smile, appearing harmless as a lamb. At the same time, he buttoned his collar, guarding against any inadvertent slip that might invite trouble. Standing against the light, the scene froze. That tall, upright figure would become legend. Jiang Yu. Lu Qingqing clenched her delicate fist, her beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions. "Jiang Yu. You won't escape my grasp." Lu Qingqing lifted her head, standing directly into the light, a flame rising within her heart. Jiang Yu lived in an old neighborhood. Orphaned at a young age, his only family was his younger sister. Under the setting sun. Along the street, Jiang Junyu scanned the area, spotted Jiang Yu, and hurried over. "Big bro? You really got into Tiandu Academy? No need for words. Just your big brother's usual routine. I heard you summon 10 ancient sage seals at once. That first emperor history books don't even mention him? Didn't you see it? All heroes under heaven, they're all here for yours truly. You're such a show-off." Jiang Junyu rolled his eyes, speaking with obvious annoyance. "Hey, isn't that Jiang Yu? Did this kid actually get into Tiandu Academy? Is that the Tiandu Academy uniform? Damn, it looks sharp. My brother sure is handsome. I remember this guy. He used to peek at my daughter bathing when he was little. Now look at him, all grown up and successful? Jiang Yu instantly lost his cool, choking on his pride, while Jiang Junyu burst into laughter. Jiang Yu, after all, was a prodigy who'd always been in the spotlight. He still had his pride. Aunt Lu. You're my own aunt. Please, I'm begging you, just forget about what happened when we were kids. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the evening sky. The old alleyways looked beautiful everywhere. Big brother, you're so amazing. Let's have a proper feast today. The siblings walked down the street as a gentle breeze swept by. They spoke not of parting, yet after this day, though bound by blood, they would be worlds apart. What a thrill! What a thrill! Jiang Yu sat on the sofa, clutching a beer can, and let out a loud cheer. Jiang Junyu's cheeks flushed slightly, but her mind remained clear. This Jiang Yu was such a loser. Seeing Jiang Yu had already fallen asleep, Jiang Junyu rose, sat by the doorway, raised her cup to the bright moon, and gazed at the twin shadows cast by the moonlight. You got into Tiandu Academy. I can't keep being such a failure. Otherwise, Mom and Dad. Her bright eyes dimmed, a rare shadow crossing them. Terrifying. A genius has emerged in this small city. Shocking. A prodigy born once in a millennium, and the white-headed eagle is sweating buckets? Legends of ancient emperors? Fact or fiction? Genius? 99% talent, 1% hard work. Repeatedly rejecting the school beauty's advances, is it confidence or arrogance? Let us delve into the genius, into Jiang Yu. Now, please welcome Professor Chen to speak. The holographic screen was filled with Jiang Yu's face, his mouth spewing one golden line after another. Mr. Jiang, we meet again. Wen Boyang said. Wen Boyang was a mentor at Tiandu Academy. Class 2-1, Jiang Yu's assigned class. ID card and facial recognition. The familiar process saw Jiang Yu smoothly enroll. Tiandu Academy was an imposing sight, flanked by majestic dragons and elephants, guarded by crouching tigers above and below. The mere glance was awe-inspiring. Jiang Yu, are you feeling unwell? Wen Boyang asked suggestively. Jiang Yu blinked, feeling a slight dryness in her eyes. Reporting to Mentor Wen, my eyes feel a bit dry. Ordinary summoners encountering the four sacred guardians for the first time were often overwhelmed by the killing intent radiating from them, and many made a complete spectacle of themselves. Wen Boyang was speechless. Right, he'd overthought it. Time flew by, and another night passed. Early the next morning, Jiang Yu gathered with the entire school community at the plaza to attend the annual freshman ceremony. 36 ceremonial cannon blasts echoed as swift-winged beasts, trailing colorful streamers, formed precise formations and swept through the sky in orderly formation. Wherever they passed, the spectacle was breathtaking. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. Following this, the Dean of Education took the stage, a smile on his face. Welcome to Tiandu Academy. Before we officially begin, I'd like to share a few words. Promise they'll be better than the last ones. Half an hour later, Xiao Liang felt dazed, clapping along with the crowd in a collective resonance. Next, please welcome the first-year director. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mature, elegant woman arrived riding a griffin. Flames danced around the griffin, and space itself seemed to warp slightly wherever she spoke. Director Lu has arrived. Truly the nation's most beautiful principal. She's stunning. More importantly, I heard Principal Lu is only in her 20s, meaning she's not much older than us. Chapter 5, Heroes of the World, Only You. Who couldn't hear the subtext in their words? And she's a 7-star summoner too, a true heroine among women. Sister, give her a chance. Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the griffin, and the vast river of history unfolded before her eyes. The griffin radiated overwhelming dominance, towering 3 stories high, its entire body enveloped in flames. Even rarer were its pair of purple wings, glistening like lapis lazuli. Purple Crystal Griffin King. A legendary magical beast that can reach the Xianting realm when fully grown. Jiang Yu murmured to herself. The river of history recorded far more than just the Huaxia kingdom. The summoner of the Purple Crystal Griffin King was a mature woman, black hair cascading over her shoulders, striking features, and an icy demeanor. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, regretting his lack of interest in women. The woman was a 7-star summoner with formidable soul power. Her talent could likely summon 4 beasts, quite impressive. Jiang Yu silently nodded in approval. Congratulations, students, on entering Tiandu Academy. This academy keeps no idle hands. Whether you're a legitimate heir from a noble house or born into poverty, you must abide by Tiandu Academy's rules. The rest you can read for yourselves. I'll emphasize one thing: if you take issue with someone, the academy encourages competition. You may challenge them in the Soul Tower. The loser must surrender 30% of their exchange points. Exchange points are currency, but far more valuable than gold. Each of you starts with 300 points on the 10th day of the month. Jiang Yu nodded. This was familiar in the novels she'd read in her past life. Such plot devices were utterly cliché. Lu Yan kept her composure outwardly, though her legs trembled slightly. This was her first time teaching, and she had to speak on stage. When the awkward silence dragged on, Lu Yan quickly recalled the advice imparted by her former supervisor. These kids are all geniuses, so they're bound to be a bit arrogant. You need to knock some of that cockiness off them. The old leader's voice and expression still rang in her ears. If we're going to temper their spirit, then we need to find the most gifted one. Lu Yan scanned the room. You. That's right, the one yawning. You must be Jiang Yu, right? I hear you've awakened 10 summoning marks? Talent is one thing, but paying attention is another. You lot are the worst class I've ever taught. How about you come up and lecture? Though I've only taught one class. Lu Yan adopted the authority of a department head, though the last remark was obviously meant for her own ears. The veteran instructor nodded. All eyes immediately turned to Jiang Yu. The older women watched with schadenfreude, while the newcomers looked on with sympathy. Man, this guy's got some bad luck, got picked as the one to establish authority on. Heard this kid summon 10 sage marks at once. Each one's at least at the successive stage, if not him, then who else would they target? Fine. Since the mentor asked me to say a few words, I'll say a few words. And these 2 words will definitely be better than the mentor's 2 words. Jiang Yu shrugged indifferently and walked straight onto the podium under everyone's gaze. Everyone stared in disbelief, even the senior mentor exchanged bewildered glances. In all his years of teaching, he'd never encountered anything like this. Professor Lu, could I have the microphone? Jiang Yu reached out. When Boyang's mouth twitched as he covered his face with his hand. He had a feeling this kid wouldn't stay put. Holy crap. This guy actually went up there. Ha ha. Look at the faces on the podium, they're practically twisted with rage. Jiang Yu stood on the podium, his lips curling into a signature cocky grin. Today, the finest talents of Huagua have gathered here. Each of you is a dragon, poised to soar. But in my opinion, none of you present are worth mentioning. The hero of the world, that title belongs to me alone. What does that mean? Before the others could react, only when Boyang's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What I mean is, everyone here is a worthless piece of trash. The only hero in this world is me. The hero of the world. Only me. The words fell like a thunderclap, silencing the entire venue. Every pair of eyes turned to Jiang Yu on the podium, fury burning in their gazes. You have some nerve. Calling us all useless? Dare you face me in a duel, you brat? How insolent. Every single one of us here is a dragon among men, a phoenix among women. How dare you speak such nonsense? In just a few sentences, Jiang Yu had incensed the crowd. Everyone present seethed with hatred, wishing they could crush the figure on the podium beneath their feet. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Ahem. I'm not targeting anyone specifically. I'm just stating the facts. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to challenge me in the Soul Tower. Jiang Yu spoke with utter nonchalance, his tone light and dismissive. At that moment, the fury within everyone was ignited to its fullest. I'll slice this brat, chop him to pieces. You deserve to die. Ahem. A powerful surge of soul energy swept through the air, instantly silencing the crowd. Lu Yan's mind was in turmoil. She had intended to dampen their spirits and establish authority, but who would have thought she'd run into Jiang Yu, such a thorn in her side? Quiet, everyone. Any grievances with Jiang Yu, you may settle privately. Now, let me introduce an exchange student. As soon as Lu Yan finished speaking, a girl in a short skirt leapt down from the back of the purple crystal Griffin King. Her snow-white thighs glistened brilliantly in the sunlight. All eyes were drawn to her. Had she moved just a bit more, they might have seen, ahem. Safety shorts? Damn it. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our exchange student, Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing's looks were undeniable. She radiated youthful charm, especially those jade-like legs encased in stockings, the short skirt creating an absolute domain. Ah. Mom. I'm in love. What a gorgeous freshman. He. Such a beautiful junior. Just as stunning as senior Lu Yuguling. Senior Yu Gulong was the national top scholar back in the day. Wait a minute, just like this guy. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Why couldn't he escape this girl even at Tiandu Academy? Lu Qingqing stared blankly, utterly bewildered, until her gaze landed on Jiang Yu at the podium. With quick steps, she dashed forward and took Jiang Yu's hand. Jiang Yu. We're classmates again. This time you can't refuse my advances. Lu Qingqing's large eyes seemed to speak volumes, sparkling with clear light. The girl's profile, bathed in sunlight, now shone brilliantly. Aha! What does this kid think he's doing? No. My romance ended before it even began. I'll chop this guy into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Everyone clutched their chests, feeling that long-forgotten tightness in their hearts. Some blared at Jiang Yu, grinding their back teeth so hard they creaked, their eyes practically shooting flames. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Jiang Yu took a step back. So annoying, always clinging to me. These fools would never understand this kind of frustration, Jiang Yu remarked. Her voice, amplified through the microphone in her hand, reached every ear with crystal clarity. Aorg. You're dead meat. I'll settle this in a duel. Head to the dueling soul tower now. Oomph. I'll bet everything I own to teach this brat a lesson. Jiang Yu? What did you do to make them hate you so much? Lu Qingqing asked, puzzled. Nothing much, just telling it like it is. The world's heroes are all about me, it's lonely, you wouldn't understand. Chapter 6, I only memorized a semester's worth of material. Shocking. National top scholar drops another golden quote, campus beauty pursues him across thousands of miles. Zhang Yu is stealing the spotlight. Is genius truly this dazzling? Is this a collapse of morality or a loss of humanity? Step into Zhang Yu's world, let us enter the realm of genius. Major media outlets used wildly exaggerated tactics, thrusting Zhang Yu back into the public eye across Huaghua. The entire Tiandu Academy gradually became sleepless. Just recalling that kid's speech on the podium sent everyone's blood boiling, all yearning to teach Zhang Yu a harsh lesson. Then, upon further reflection, the thought that Lu Qingqing, a stunning beauty, had willingly thrown herself at him. Everyone's blood boiled once more, intensifying their desire to teach Zhang Yu a harsh lesson. Does anyone know when that brat Zhang Yu will accept a duel? I'll pay 3,000 exchange points, I absolutely must teach that kid a lesson. I'll put up 3,000 too. We'll beat him so badly he won't be able to get out of bed. Boss is tough. Boss is strong. Boss is both tough and strong. On the Academy forum, Zhang Yu became the target of a witch hunt. Zhang Yu, they're all plotting against you. What are you going to do? Zhang Yu's lips curled into a smirk as he pulled out his phone and scrolled through it. Just as Lu Qingqing had said. He leaned closer to Lu Qingqing, meeting her clear yet foolish gaze. Lu Qingqing's face flushed, her heart racing, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Want to make some money? Zhang Yu turned his head, staring at his phone, his voice filled with delight. Lu Qingqing felt inexplicably disappointed. You need to set up a separate forum. First do this. Then do that. Get the betting platform up and running today. Then watch me work my magic. Oh, right. Do you have any exchange points? Zhang Yu asked. Lu Qingqing nodded eagerly. He cares about me. He has me in his heart. I can ask Director Lu for some. She's my aunt, she'd have to give them to me. Typical Zhang Yu, he must have his reasons for doing this. The next day, a mysterious post appeared on the Academy forum, betting on whether Zhang Yu could win, with odds as high as 115. This post drew considerable attention. No one favored Zhang Yu. While he showed great potential, potential didn't equate to actual strength. Thus, only a handful placed bets on him. Thinking this, Zhang Yu smiled. Everything was under control. Being invincible was just too lonely. Summoning is a money pit, but what can you do? Ha ha ha. Watching Zhang Yu let out a strange chuckle, Lu Qingqing scratched her head, wondering if she should join in with a few eerie laughs of her own. Back at her seat, the first day of formal classes began. When faced with problems, Zhang Yu simply needed to leaf through the pages of history, so she propped her head on her desk, basking in the rare sunlight. Sleeping? It had to be in class. Lu Yan could no longer tolerate it. A chalk piece flew onto the desk. Lu Yan summoned her principal's authority. You truly are the worst class I've ever taught. Lu Qingqing, among the ancient sages, who was referred to as master. Lu Qingqing stammered for a long while. It expresses the author's feelings of loneliness. The entire class burst into laughter. Lu Yan slammed her hand on the lectern. That girl had her mind completely set on Zhang Yu. What on earth was so great about that boy? Face the wall and reflect. Do you think this is a reading comprehension exercise? Loneliness indeed. Glancing at Zhang Yu, Lu Yan intended to reassert her authority. Zhang Yu, you were sleeping in class. You know you did it. Get up and answer. It's Confucius, one of the ancient sages. His given name was Qiu, courtesy name Zhongni, a native of the state of Lu. Lu Yan froze. Zhang Yu's answer was correct. But Confucius's exact state of origin and full name are now lost to history. How did this kid know? Who gave you permission to sit down? How did you know that? Zhang Yu shrugged, looking utterly unconcerned. Of course the sages told me. Lu Yan's expression stiffened, then she pressed on. What should one do if they encounter a demon lord? Zhang Yu was nonchalant. Take out your ID card, then take off your clothes. Place the ID card and clothes together. Lie down on one side. Lu Yan frowned. What kind of answers is this kid giving? If we encounter a demon lord, with our strength, we're just delivering vegetables. Taking off your clothes is so the police can identify the body. Putting your ID inside your clothes is so they can identify you, in case the demon lord burns you to ashes and no one recognizes anyone. The words fell, and the entire classroom fell silent. Every pair of eyes turned toward the podium. Lu Yan's mouth twitched, feeling utterly helpless. Excellent answer. Full marks. Zhang Yu, knowledge about the demon lords isn't covered until the final exam. That you've previewed it ahead of time. I'm very pleased. Thank you for the praise, teacher, but you've got one thing wrong. I didn't preview. Zhang Yu said flatly. Then why did you? I just spent about 10 minutes memorizing everything we'll cover this semester. The classroom fell silent at her words, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What? Lu Yan gasped in shock. Holy crap! This is insane. Is this kid some kind of human printer? 10 minutes? He memorized an entire semester's worth of material? That's terrifying. Jiang Yu. Is this the same Jiang Yu? The one who says the world is full of useless people, only I am a hero? Holy. So it was this guy. No wonder it's Jiang Yu. He must have his reasons for doing this. Lu Qingqing stood by the wall, a smile spreading across her face. The dueling soul tower, situated at the academy center, was an imposing tower-shaped structure. Inside, it was lavishly decorated, reminiscent of an ancient palace. The pillars were adorned with intricate decorations and embedded with numerous screens. Ancient elegance blended with modern technology, every inch of the floor radiating an air of nobility. Jiang Yu arrived at the dueling soul tower. His face had been etched into the system's DNA database, making him instantly recognizable wherever he went. It's Jiang Yu. Is this kid actually going to start a duel? Good heavens! Does he really dare? You're Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu looked up to see a man dressed in luxurious attire, his demeanor arrogant and overbearing, surrounded by a group of henchmen. Excuse me? And who might you be? Jiang Yu remained unmoved, while the others stood frozen in place. The moment those words left his mouth, the air inside the dueling soul tower froze, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Oomph. All you need to know is that you've crossed me. Li Baoying declared. Each year, the most outstanding freshman received a special prize from the academy, a hidden perk not publicly announced. Li Baoying had assumed the prize was his for the taking, thanks to his father's position as department head. But then Jiang Yu had appeared out of nowhere. Li Baoying, accustomed to arrogance and tyranny, couldn't tolerate this. Young Master Li. This brat doesn't know his place. Let me teach him a lesson. A sycophantic underling beside him said with a fawning expression, striding arrogantly toward Jiang Yu. You're Jiang Yu, huh? Jiang Yu remained silent, not bothering to engage with this lowlife. Still playing dumb? Who do you think you are? You know who young Master Li is? It cost a whopping 3,000 exchange points. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. So this was the sucker. Hey, buddy, now's not the time to play the hero. This guy's got a deputy director for a dad. A short-haired girl tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve. So he's got a deputy director for a dad. No wonder he's so arrogant. Classmate, you don't have any connections. It's best not to provoke him. Even though you're highly talented. I've changed my mind. You must kneel and apologize. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to kick you out of the academy. Li Baoying declared arrogantly. Chapter 7, This much action is your limit. Li Baoying was the type who couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning his dad, all because his father was a deputy director. For someone like Jiang Yu, a poor student with no money or connections, he had plenty of ways to make him pack his bags and leave. By virtue of my father, Li Jiang. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Jiang Yu suddenly swung his leg, delivering a direct kick to Li Baoying's groin. Originally, Jiang Yu had intended to go easy on him for the sake of those 3,000 exchange points. But Li Baoying had brought this punishment upon himself. I hate it when people show off in front of me. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the entire dueling soul tower. Ah! That was brutal. Now he's ruined himself. The onlookers all sucked in a cold breath, feeling a chill run down their spines. Director Lu, Jiang Yu's in trouble. He got into a fight with Li Baoying over at the dueling soul tower. Jiang Yu? You mean that Jiang Yu? Why would he fight Li Baoying? Doesn't he fear Director Li will make his life miserable? Come on, let's go. Quick, let's go see the show. That kid's so hated, and Li Baoying's no saint either. Either way, it'll be entertaining. Lu Yen sighed. He's only been here 2 days and already caused her such trouble. In the dueling soul tower, Li Baoying clutched his groin, his face contorted in agony. Attack! All of you, attack! Break that brat's legs! Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a cold voice cut through the air. Fighting within the academy. You don't hold us in any regard. The director's here. Besides Lu Yen, there was Wen Boyang and several other esteemed instructors. Seeing Jiang Yu, Lu Yen instantly felt her head spin. She believed that old fart Wen Boyang's words, truly thinking this kid was a pushover. Under Lu Yen's glare, Wen Boyang turned his head. As Director Li's son, you should set an example and follow the school rules. Instead, you're brawling here. What kind of example is that? Li Jiang frowned, his tone tinged with displeasure. Director Lu, that's not right. Jiang Yu has no respect for anyone. He provoked widespread anger the moment he enrolled. If he isn't disciplined now, he'll cause major trouble sooner or later. Why not just expel him? Li was filled with malice, as if he wanted to skin Jiang Yu alive. Li words piled all the blame squarely on Jiang Yu, revealing his malicious intent. Glancing at Li Lu Yen said calmly, regardless, both violated school rules and must be punished. Oomph. Impossible. Not just anyone is worthy of speaking to me. Li Baoying suddenly shouted. Whose dog is this, making such a racket? It's driving me crazy. Li Baoying was furious. Jiang Yu. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Jiang Yu smiled indifferently, raising an eyebrow defiantly. The one who's so eager to take offense is the one I'm talking about. Jiang Yu. You're asking for it. Got the guts to duel me? At this, everyone's eyes lit up. Whoa! Li Baoying's soul power has reached 4 stars, and the bimbo beast he summoned is incredibly powerful. I don't think Jiang Yu stands a chance. True. Jiang Yu's talent is impressive, but that doesn't mean he's strong. Everyone, check the forum. The odds for Jiang Yu versus Li Baoying are 17:1. In an instant, Jiang Yu shot back to the top of the campus forum's trending list. Geniuses can't stand the silence, the untold secrets of Jiang Yu and Li Baoying. Mysterious bet, is the boss getting ripped off? The speed of the news spreading was off the charts. Everyone gathered to watch, popcorn in hand. Lu Yan nodded. This kid was too full of himself, a little setback might do him good. But as his supervisor, she wasn't jealous. Even if Jiang Yu lost, Li Erjian wouldn't dare act recklessly. Patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder, when Boyang spoke earnestly. Jiang Yu. You're still young, with immense potential. If you lose, don't be discouraged, it's only natural. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Director Wen, why do you think I'll lose? What do you mean, kid? You're only at a 2-star soul power level. Those ancient sage imprints might be powerful, but you can't possibly summon them. Well then, watch closely. In the next 3 minutes, I'll win this duel. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smirk. You're stubborn as a mule. Geniuses are always misunderstood. Sigh. Jiang Yu sighed. These days, even telling the truth gets you nowhere. Even though I want to. Jiang Yu is destined to lose. That brat Jiang Yu may be annoying, but I still hope he wins. That Li Baoying is no good. It's tough. Word is his old man spent a fortune and pulled plenty of strings to get him that soul crystal. Among 3-star summoners, his soul ranks among the absolute elite. Before the duel began, everyone was buzzing with talk. Compared to the already unpopular Jiang Yu, Li Baoying was clearly even more disliked. So relatively speaking, quite a few people were rooting for Jiang Yu. But when it came to predicting the outcome, everyone favored Li Baoying. The dueling soul tower simulated actual combat strength, so even if defeated, no one would be injured. Guided by the principle of friendship first, competition second, the two were about to shake hands. As their hands clasped, Li Baoying's voice rang out with venom. Jiang Yu, you're finished. Once I win, I'll obliterate your entire soul sea and reduce you to a complete waste of space. Arrogance filled Li Baoying's face, showing no regard for Jiang Yu whatsoever. Jiang Yu smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Shoo! Still hurting? Jiang Yu whistled sharply. Li Baoying's expression changed instantly, a dull ache surging in his groin. Those who knew the story behind it all couldn't help but sigh in disbelief. Jiang Yu. You're asking for trouble. Li Baoying. If something's wrong, get it treated early. You don't want to end up like a leaky faucet. Li Baoying felt a surge of pent-up anger choking his throat. One more word and he'd explode. Sigh. A little push, and that's your limit. Jiang Yu shook his head. The others gritted their teeth so hard they could hear the grinding. That kid's mouth was still as infuriating as ever. Li Baoying's face darkened as he activated his glowing seal. Roar! 2 colossal beasts materialized from the void, bronze-hued, fangs-bared, towering 3 or 4 stories high. The beasts roared, making everyone's blood boil and hearts race. Is this the behemoth? Terrifying. Completely impervious to blades and arrows, with immense strength. Not to mention Li Baoying's soul power is 1 tier higher than Jiang Yu's. From what I see, Jiang Yu is at a complete disadvantage in this duel. It'll be hard for her to win. Before Jiang Yu's eyes, the river of history flowed. Here, I sever golden chains, there, I break jade locks. As tides surge on Xiantang River, I suddenly realize, today, I am truly myself. A monk, living life with reckless abandon, disregarding morality and virtue, dedicated solely to murder, arson, and plunder. 10 beings are merely the limit of your perception, not the limit of my summoning. From the void, a monk emerged, his body radiating murderous intent, yet his face bearing compassion. Wielding the Sun Moon Zen staff, he advanced step by step. Every face froze in horror and astonishment. Even the esteemed mentors were stunned. The 11th sage? How could this be? All rise. A mere gesture, and that is your limit. Chapter 8, Basic Operations. Good heavens! Which sage is this now? Everyone's faces betrayed astonishment. Though merely a phantom, the terrifying aura was palpable. The crowd erupted in a roar, gasps of awe filling the air as the temperature within the dueling soul tower plummeted. Good heavens! This kid is a prodigy. How many ancestors can he possibly summon? Jiang Yu really did hold something back. Look at this sage's rank, he's already at the general level just stepping onto the stage. At this revelation, every face paled. General level upon debut. That's beside the point. Look at Li Baoying, his face is paler than if he'd swallowed a few big ones. When the half-naked monk wielding the crescent moonstaff appeared on the scene, Li Baoying was so shocked his face nearly turned green. Damn it! How did he pull this off? When Boyang was even more stunned. Back in Baobin City, he had witnessed Jiang Yu summon 10 sages with his own eyes. Yet now, he had summoned another one. Jiang Yu, you little, what kind of surprise are you going to bring me next? Summoning yet another sage in just a few days left when Boyang stunned, yet also somewhat numb, nothing more than the result of being desensitized by repeated astonishment. The 11th sage. This kid is no ordinary talent. Lu Yan, watching from the elevated platform, exhaled deeply. She couldn't help but regard Jiang Yu with newfound respect. Lu Yan rarely gave such high praise to a student. So what if you summon more? The gap in strength isn't determined by how many you summon. Behemoth Baimon. Earthshaker Strike. Earthshaker was the behemoth's signature move, possessing the power to shake the very foundations of the earth. Director Wen, do you think Jiang Yu can win? Lu Qingqing asked cautiously. Glancing at Jiang Yu, when Boyang sighed. His meaning couldn't be clearer. The implication couldn't be clearer. Lu Qingqing's heart tightened. Li Baoying's henchman, meanwhile, swept the crowd with defiant glances. The colossal beast Baimong nodded. Tremendous power gathered in its arms, radiating a heavy golden blow. Then it leaped high into the air, charging directly at Jiang Yu. The giant beast behemoth, a legendary demon beast. Possessing the might to slaughter an entire nation with a single blow, even a dragon could be struck down. Go ahead and laugh all you want. Jiang Yu has no chance of winning. Why did you have to shatter their illusions? Li Baoying's henchman sneered, winking and nodding. Suddenly, a colossal explosion erupted, its immense force thickening the surrounding air before expanding outward in all directions. Jiang Yu's robe flapped wildly, his black hair flying. Everyone's eyes widened, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a lamp. The crescent-shaped Zen staff blocked the behemoth's fist before him. Judging by their positions, it was the behemoth renowned for its strength that had been knocked back. This outcome stunned everyone. To shake the behemoth in strength was utterly unimaginable. What? A behemoth bested in a direct confrontation? Impossible. This must be an illusion. Oomph. Don't get cocky. It's obvious young Master Li deliberately held back. Jiang Yu. Don't think your talent can bridge the gap in raw power. Daydreaming. Behemoth. The entire school gathered to watch this duel, along with numerous media outlets. Losing would be an absolute disgrace. The son of a vice principal losing to an insignificant nobody with no power or connections? The behemoth launched another attack. Its entire body glowed bronze, intricate patterns rising across its hide. The primal aura it unleashed sent hearts pounding wildly among the crowd. The behemoth, with a presence that seemed to shake the heavens, lunged toward Jiang Yu. The behemoth is incredibly powerful. I wonder if Jiang Yu can handle it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if this sage possesses the courage of 1,000 men, the behemoth isn't human. Young brother Jiang, we won't have to pay for breaking this thing, right? Asked Manhwa cautiously. Beat the crap out of it. Jiang Yu declared bluntly. Right on. Hua the monk turned around, facing away from the behemoth. What's with this monk? Why is he turning his back on the behemoth? He must be scared out of his wits. Just as everyone was puzzled, Lu Zhishan wrapped his arms tightly around the behemoth's torso. His spine flexed like a mighty dragon as he twisted his hips. The behemoth's fist struck the flower monk like a mayfly shaking a tree. So this is the legendary demon beast? Can't even land a proper punch. Try a little harder. To the horrified crowd, the behemoth towering several stories high was lifted off the ground like a toy, leaving everyone speechless. This sage. Truly a god among men. On the spectator platform, every pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Has this kid's soul power broken through? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that be? Behemoth. Attack him. Use your bloodline talent. Boom. The behemoth let out an agonized howl while Li Baoying shouted frantically. Jiang Yu remained impassive. He actually broke through? Yesterday he was a 2-star soul power and today he's already 3-star? This is ridiculous. This isn't some fantasy novel. Everyone exchanged stunned glances. This is beyond absurd, beyond the door of absurdity, utterly absurd. As for Li Baoying, who had just been mocking Jiang Yu moments ago, now not only had Jiang Yu broken through, but he had also crushed him beneath his feet. It was utterly silent and utterly devastating. Jiang Yu only has a 3-star soul power, yet the sage he summoned could threaten a behemoth with its blade. Even a 4-star summoner probably couldn't do that. None of that matters. And who knows how many more sages this kid can summon. Everyone gasped in shock once more. Tiandu Academy had welcomed a prodigy among prodigies. Behemoth. Li Baoying, constantly on the defensive, was growing desperate. In a contest of raw power, he was no match for Jiang Yu. The behemoth retreated step by step, its face bruised and swollen, teetering on the edge of falling off the stage. Quick, use your bloodline talent. Li Baoying screamed, summoning every ounce of strength. The behemoth's eyes filled with bitterness. Its limbs were locked by the flower monk, leaving it utterly immobilized, forced to endure the beating. You want to try? The behemoth monster was at a loss for words. Roar! Before the eyes of all, a fist as large as a clay pot slammed heavily onto the behemoth's head. A violent gale erupted as the behemoth was hurled off the stage. Its eyes dilated into mosquito coil-shaped circles, foam spewed from its mouth, and its limbs twitched uncontrollably. Once again, the crowd fell silent. Instructor, shouldn't you announce the outcome of the duel now? Only then did the supervising mentor snap out of it. Jiang Yu spoke up, and the mentor hurried forward, raising Jiang Yu's hand. Whoosh! The winner of this duel. The winner is Jiang Yu. After a moment of silence, deafening cheers erupted. The entire dueling Soul Tower erupted in a cacophony of voices, drums pounding, and firecrackers exploding. Jiang Yu remained utterly unfazed, hands tucked in his pockets, his expression saying, "Basic move, don't mess with me." Chapter 9, Masterful Performance. Li Baoying knelt on the ground, looking utterly devastated. Li Baoying, according to school regulations, you must apologize to Jiang Yu and surrender 30% of your exchange points. Lu Yan's voice rang out. Li Baoying glanced around, feeling utterly humiliated. Jiang Yu flashed a gentle smile, standing directly before Li Baoying. In that instant, a wave of intense humiliation washed over Li Baoying. The crowd's mockery and sighs, the disdain from the leadership. Li Baoying's face contorted, finally turning crimson with suppressed emotion. I'm sorry. What? I didn't hear you. Snap out of it, will you? That's too quiet. You want to be a summoner? Jiang Yu poked her ears. Ha ha. This kid sure talks a lot, but I like it. Li Baoying, speak up a bit, show some spirit. You want to be a summoner with a voice this quiet? Sorry. Jiang Yu. Li Baoying's face flushed as he shouted into the wind, using every ounce of strength. Though it was just a simple apology, it left Li Baoying utterly humiliated. The mocking laughter of the crowd felt like footsteps trampling his face. After this incident, Li Baoying became the biggest laughingstock in the entire school, a true clown. He was constantly the subject of classmates' jokes, providing endless amusement. Very good. That's the spirit. Jiang Yu nodded. A fierce sense of rejection surged through him. Li Baoying's vision darkened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mr. Li, such a narrow-minded spirit will never amount to anything. Alas, heaven be merciful, I truly didn't hear you clearly. Jiang Yu stuffed his hands into his pockets, his expression one of lofty detachment. The crowd's mouths twitched. This kid is still so annoying. Ah! My exchange points. Those were saved up through years of scrimping and saving. At this outburst, most faces paled instantly. They scrambled to pull out their phones, their expressions mirroring Li Baoying's. Alas! Heroes of the world, only I remain. Jiang Yu spoke again, his expression as lonely as snow. He was as hateful as he could possibly be. Li Baoying is a genius, but when he faced me, I told Director Wen beforehand that victory would be mine within 3 minutes. Little did I expect to win in under 2.5. I prepared to face a prodigy from Tiandu Academy, but now it seems he has nothing special. The wind picked up, making Jiang Yu's robes billow and his black hair dance wildly. His expression remained unchanged, not an act, but a statement of fact. Damn it! That brat's putting on airs again. I'm gonna teach him a lesson. Nothing special. Don't think beating one Li Baoying means you can look down on us. He's alone. We're all against him. The advantage is ours. His words ignited the crowd's fury, yet Jiang Yu's lips curved into a smug smile of triumph. Look, everyone. The odds on Jiang Yu have skyrocketed to 20 to 1. Someone suddenly piped up, and before the others could react, Jiang Yu seized the moment. Looks like you're all doubting me. Here's your chance, come challenge me. Jiang Yu shoved his hands into his pockets, not even turning his head as he faced away from the crowd. Everyone seethed with fury. These were prodigies, accustomed to being the center of attention since childhood. When had they ever endured such indignity? Come on. Who's first? Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled. Everything was under her control. I'll go. A bald, muscular man pushed his way through the crowd. His body was like steel, yet he wore an ill-fitting suit. It's Wu Ku. The top tier among 3-star summoners, almost reaching 4-star. Good. Good. Teach that brat a lesson. Especially that mouth of his, it's downright infuriating. In the ensuing battle, Jiang Yu wanted to finish off his opponent quickly to show off his skills. But for the exchange points. For exchange points, for harvesting, no. Safeguarding everyone's exchange points. He had to put on a show. Pretend to be a 50-50 split. From this moment on, this plaza shall be known as the 50-50 split plaza. Only then can my odds go up and I can make a killing off that bastard. Ha ha ha. As for me losing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What can I say? I'm scared of being poor. Watching the two shake hands, Wen Boyang shot a puzzled glance at Jiang Yu. He couldn't shake the feeling this kid was up to no good. Wu Ku struck first, summoning a massive hammer. Hoisting it overhead, he swung it down toward Jiang Yu. Boom! The flower monk reappeared. Two figures flickered in and out of sight, clashing over 100 times in the blink of an eye. Evenly matched. Jiang Yu was thoroughly satisfied, judging the timing to be just right. Boom! The giant hammer struck Jiang Yu, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Only two blurred figures remained visible. Jiang Yu lost. Excellent, excellent. Not only will I make a tidy profit, but I'll teach this kid a lesson he won't forget. Everyone was thrilled, and even several mentors couldn't help but glance over. Too strong. Summoning a weapon truly brings all manner of surprises. Jiang Yu declared, pinching the massive hammer between his two fingers. He casually blocked the attack, then declared it was too powerful. Whether genuine or not, the sarcasm was off the charts. From the outside, only two shadowy figures could be seen amidst the shockwaves. Would you mind taking a little nap, please? A fist as big as a sandbag smacked Wuko on the head, and he collapsed instantly, fast asleep. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, looking utterly exhausted. He then squeezed out a few tears, making others mistakenly believe he'd just endured a brutal battle. The shockwaves dispersed. One stood. One lay. The outcome was clear. Ah! I'm only slightly stronger than you, Jiang Yu murmured, his fingertips brushing the cosmos. It's like the distance between Earth and the Moon. After all, in the vastness of the cosmos, that gap is utterly negligible. Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from his brow, his face pale as if he might collapse at any moment. This kid's heart is absolutely black. He's injured. Press the advantage now. If we let him off the hook, those exchange points will be wasted. More importantly, Jiang Yu is already at 125. Hearing this, Jiang Yu silently gave a thumbs up. Lu Qingqing had truly mastered the art. For the long haul, to safeguard everyone's exchange points, she must endure hardship and bide her time. Then, when the time came, she'd deploy the accumulated exchange points. Ha ha ha! You lot are too much trouble. Come at me all together. Being invincible is such a lonely business. She had to keep up the act. How dare this brat act so cocky? Let me see what you're really made of. Instructor. Activate faction combat. I'm taking on 100, he declared to the instructor overseeing the dueling soul tower. The moment he spoke, everyone was stunned. Even the mentors on the spectator platform stood up, exchanging bewildered glances. What is this kid playing at? When Boyang felt his head spinning. He's got some nerve, thinking we're mere weeds. I'll be the first to face him. One after another, over 100 duelists stepped forward to face Jiang Yu, their soul powers surging. They summoned weapons, magical beasts, and battle generals. Jiang Yu, I promise I'll only hit that filthy mouth of yours. Everyone, let's go together. Jiang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, his expression unchanged. One move. Just one move. Chapter 10, The Principal's Talk. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone was furious. They were all prodigies. Who did he think he was looking down on? And only one sword strike? Jiang Yu. I swear, I'll make you beg for mercy. Jiang Yu, I swear I'll beat that mouth of yours to a pulp. Fine. Hope you don't regret it later. Everyone held their breath as surging soul power erupted, summoning blinding divine light. Ha ha ha. This is a huge win. My accumulated credit points have surpassed 100,000. The cost, though, is that these folks are now completely drained, utterly broke. Jiang Yu thought to himself. Her hands never paused. A resounding sword cry erupted from the void. The long sword shone like the great sun, radiating an aura of supreme strength and yang energy. Master Lu, Patriarch Lu, may I borrow your sword? Jiang Yu naturally couldn't summon the legendary patriarch himself, but conjuring a wisp of sword energy was well within his power. As the sword energy erupted, it felt like a great sun crashing to earth, radiating countless beams of light, its sword intent peerless. Even this single thread of sword energy made later generations feel as if they were gazing directly at the sun. Ah! In these times, speaking truth is itself a transgression. Jiang Yu stood with hands behind his back, striking an invincible pose. That single thread of sword energy radiated like the majestic might of heaven itself, like the sun crashing to earth. Neither force could be resisted. Damn it! Stop charging! We've fallen for the trap. This kid is bluffing. Over 100 faces paled simultaneously. This strike could obliterate even a 4-star summoner, let alone these first-year rookies. Jiang Yu. You'll pay for this. Beneath the heaven's might, all are equal. One sword fell, and chaos erupted. Fortunately, the dueling soul tower simulated combat based on actual strength. Otherwise, the school infirmary would have been swamped. On the spectator platform, when Boyang rose to his feet, his eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. The surprise Jiang Yu delivered was simply immense. Even the usually aloof Lu Yen gaped in astonishment, while the other instructors exchanged bewildered glances. As the sword energy dissipated, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Terrifying. Such terrifying talent. To summon that strike with the soul power of a mere 3-star summoner, just imagine what he'll be capable of once he develops. At these words, everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Yen pondered for a moment. I'll report this to the principal. Looks like I need to find this kid and have a serious talk with him. Everyone's faces turned ashen, their expressions dejected. The so-called prodigies, when facing Jiang Yu, weren't even a match for him. The faction battle has ended. The losing side will have 30% of their exchange points deducted, which will be awarded to the winning side as a reward. Exchange points flowed like the Yangtze River eastward, gathering into Jiang Yu's account. This is it, I've lost my entire nest egg. Someone lamented, on the verge of tears. Lu Qingqing jogged along. Jiang Yu, we're rich, a whopping 102,042 exchange points. Lu Qingqing's face glowed with excitement. Following Jiang Yu's advice had definitely paid off. Jiang Yu had her reasons. Everyone froze in shock. Hardened. The fists clenched. Right. I knew it was too coincidental. After Jiang Yu finished showing off, someone opened the betting pool. Turns out it was all this kid's doing. This kid's heart is pure black. My exchange points. Among the incoming freshmen were many sons of wealthy families who started out well off. But after Jiang Yu got his hands on them, they were left penniless, losing everything down to their underwear. None of that matters now. Who's got any spare exchange points? Lend me some, I don't even have money for food. Most exchanged glances, looking from one to another. Not a single exchange point remained. They were utterly dejected, disoriented, and like walking corpses, their souls seemingly leaving their bodies. Jiang Yu's joy was something they couldn't comprehend, for human emotions rarely resonate across divides. To them, Jiang Yu's happiness felt nothing but an unbearable cacophony. Lu Qingqing, remember this, gamblers aren't worth pitying. Jiang Yu sighed, speaking with a tone of world-weary compassion. And what about you? As long as you're absolutely certain it's not gambling. Jiang Yu added. If you're bad at it, practice more. If you can't handle the stakes, don't play. Got it, sweethearts? Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Ah. Too bad I'm just too kind-hearted to stand by and watch my classmates suffer. Ahem. Everyone, look at me, I have an announcement. Jiang Yu flashed another smile. Lu Qingqing understood. She looked at everyone with pity, someone was about to get in trouble. Is everyone fretting over exchange points? Suffering huge losses from a momentary slip-up? Do you still have money to buy learning resources? Do you still have money to buy soul crystals? Since I'm kind-hearted, anyone can borrow exchange codes from me. Interest is only 0.2%. Everyone gritted their teeth in frustration. Don't you have any idea how we lost our exchange points? Put. Jiang Yu. Lu Qingqing. What interest rate is that? How dare you openly run a loan operation on campus? Do you have any respect for me as the director? Follow me to the office. Jiang Yu hadn't finished speaking when she saw Lu Yan's darkening expression and immediately shut her mouth. Turning to Lu Qingqing, Lu Yan felt utterly defeated. No wonder Lu Qingqing asked for exchange points the moment she opened her mouth. It was all for this kid, so he could start his operation. Before anything even began, she was already turning her back on us. I hope the director will give Jiang Yu a proper scolding. It'd be best if he got fired. He's infuriating, utterly despicable. Exactly. And that Lu Qingqing, she looks so innocent and fair-skinned, but her heart is so dark. Jiang Yu trailed behind Lu Yan, slipping out of sight. Big news. Major news. Jiang Yu's in for it this time. Running an operation right on campus? Getting expelled would be letting him off easy. Li Baoying seethed in the crowd, digging his nails into his flesh. The humiliation Jiang Yu had inflicted burned like a scar branded across his face. Jiang Yu. I'll make you pay dearly. The humiliation I suffered today, I'll make you repay 100-fold. Muttering to himself, he turned and squeezed through the crowd, slinking away. In the office, Lu Yan gestured for Jiang Yu to sit down. Though it was an office, the luxurious decor made it feel like a villa. Jiang Yu barely sat down on the sofa before grabbing some dried fruit nearby and popping it into his mouth. Not very tasty. Lu Yan's eyelid twitched uncontrollably, her chest rising and falling unevenly. Director Lu, are you alright? Is it chest pain from overwork? Shall I give you a massage? Lu Yan froze, and Lu Qingqing froze. You stay right there. Don't move. This thing, the principal told me to give it to you. A ring, entirely silver white in color, with an ancient yet elegant design. This is a spatial ring. Jiang Yu's expression turned stunned. A spatial ring was an item crafted from rare materials, exorbitantly priced. Even if Jiang Yu sold herself, she couldn't afford it. You didn't know? Know what? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. Lu Yan sighed inwardly. Li Baoying had made such a scene just to prove the existence of the spatial ring. Yet here she was, completely unaware. Even if she had known, she wouldn't have cared. Stop overthinking it. The principal gave this to you. The freshman ranking tournament is in 3 days, and the principal has high hopes for you. Thanks, Director Lu. Don't you have faith in me? Get lost. Got it. Chapter 11, you can't do anything, but I can. Lu Yan's eyes flickered as she looked at Jiang Yu. The supernova competition is just days away. I'm curious to see what kind of results you'll achieve. The Supernova Tournament, an annual competition hosted by the 4 major academies, targeting freshmen who've just enrolled. This year, over 1,000 freshmen entered Tiandu Academy. Li Baoying was merely average in talent. His arrogance stemmed solely from his powerful father. The truly gifted monsters all come from Beastmaster families. Last year's New Star Tournament champion was Yu Gulong, like the moon goddess incarnate. With a single move, she froze 10 miles. Lu Yen held a form in her hand, detailing the information of these freshmen. This is interesting. There are quite a few formidable figures among this year's freshmen. I'm already looking forward to it. Stepping out of the office, Zhang Yu strolled along with her hands clasped behind her head, her pace unsteady. The silver, antique-looking ring on her finger glinted brilliantly in the sunlight. Everyone gritted their teeth in frustration. Jiang Yu. Wait for me. Lu Qingqing's voice called out from behind. The young girl skipped up beside Jiang Yu, her face beaming with youthful enthusiasm. Jiang Yu, wait for me. It's lunchtime, let's grab something to eat? The cafeteria food isn't great. Should we go somewhere else? I know a place that makes great braised chicken rice, and there's another spot with amazing lancao noodles. How about hot pot instead? One in front, one behind, the girls chattered away. Jiang Yu never spoke under the midday sun. Everyone watched Jiang Yu, feeling their teeth itch, their molars creaking with the sensation. After eating, Jiang Yu strolled along the road. She wore the robes of Tiandu Academy. Passers-by turned to stare. Tiandu Academy, only the most gifted entered its halls. Heaven have mercy. Jiang Yu hadn't intended to pretend, but he simply had no suitable clothes. That kid must be a new student at Tiandu Academy, right? No doubt about it. I remember that outfit. I recall the news a few days ago about a genius who summoned 10 sages at once. Your news is outdated, he can already summon 11 now. Jiang Yu, awesome. Jiang Yu stopped in his tracks. Before him stood a soul master shop. The strength of one's soul power determines the power of the summoned entities, giving rise to the profession of soul master. My soul power isn't strong enough. At the New Star Tournament, I only have a 90% chance of success. I never take risks, improving my strength is the priority. Jiang Yu stepped into the shop. The proprietor was a young woman with a voluptuous figure and elegant demeanor, her purple robe exuding grace. What can I get for you, handsome? Students from the 4 great academies get a 20% discount. Shirsan Yang spoke, exhaling a smoke ring as her chest rose and fell. Jiang Yu nodded silently to himself. The ancients truly did not deceive me. A sea of waves indeed. Inside the shop, a woman sat in a rocking chair, quietly sipping hot tea. The teacup was too hot, and her slender white fingers were slightly reddened. Instinctively, she slipped her fingers into the jade-like mouthpiece. In an instant, the temperature within the shop plummeted. Frost formed on the floor, and even the counter bore traces of ice. The other customers, seeing this, scattered in panic. Oh my goodness. Please stop that magic right now. I still need to run my business. Jiang Yu recognized the beauty before him, Yu Gulong. A true heiress and a genuine genius, she owned several blocks of property in the prime real estate of Longdu alone. Her family boasted countless powerful members, and in terms of overall strength, only a handful of families could rival theirs. Jiang Yu glanced at the 6-star emblem hanging from her chest, the symbol of a 6-star summoner. The river of history flowed before her eyes, the moon's radiance spilling down from the heavens. Jiang Yu frowned. Moonlight, sealed. Grade, imperial. Attribute, ice. Moon goddess descends, moonlight frost descends, freezing time and space. Yu Guling's innate power had been sealed away. Jiang Yu murmured to herself. 13th sister, you saw it too. I can't control the moon goddess at all. The moment my focus wavers, she runs wild. I need the fire spirit herb. Young lady, why didn't you say so sooner? Why didn't you say so sooner? 13th sister rummaged through drawers and cabinets, pulling out a large bundle of fire spirit grass. Each fire spirit herb sold for 20,000 credits. This pile contained at least 10 stems, a staggering 200,000 credits. To Jiang Yu, this sum was astronomical. For Yu Gulong, it was mere pocket change. In that moment, Jiang Yu understood the meaning of being a wealthy woman. Jiang Yu sighed silently to herself. Yu Guling's problem wasn't something fire spirit grass could cure at its root. The issue lay with the sealed moon goddess. Senior, your problem isn't something the fire spirit herb can cure. The fire element can only be temporarily suppressed. It treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Yu Guling turned her head, her gaze as luminous as the moon. Only then did Shirsan Yang recall there was another person in the shop. And you are? Sis, hello, I'm Jiang Yu, a freshman at Tiandu Academy. Shirsan Yang froze for a moment before suddenly realizing. She twirled the pipe in her hand. I knew you looked familiar. You're the one who summoned 10 sages at once, aren't you? Jiang Yu scratched his head. Well, yeah, except it wasn't 10, I could only summon 10. Shirsan Yang. Yu Gulong. You said the fire spirit grass only treats the symptoms, not the root cause? You're a soul master? You have a solution? Yu Guling spoke up. Jianya shook her head, a confident smile spreading across her face. I'm not a soul master, but no one understands soul masters better than I do. Sister's problem. I doubt an ordinary soul master could solve it. From what we saw earlier, the moon goddess is uncontrollable and requires constant suppression. Otherwise, casualties will occur. Suppressing it isn't hard, it's like doing Kegel exercises. But doing Kegel exercises non-stop? That's tough. And as her power grows, suppressing the moon goddess will only become harder. Her lips twitched. The kid's analogy was refreshingly unique. Yu Guolong gave a slight nod. You're absolutely right. Clearing her throat, she turned to look at Shisan Yang. Sister Shisan is one of us. Continue. The problem with sister lies in her innate abilities. The moon goddess is sealed within her. To address the root cause, we must lift the seal. At these words, both fell silent. Jiang Yu extended 2 fingers, pulling them apart like an accordion, neither fast nor slow. You can do nothing. But I can. Handsome boy, don't talk nonsense. This moon god nonsense is utter rubbish. Young lady, don't listen to this brat. Kid, this is the Yu family's eldest daughter. If you say the wrong thing, you'll be in big trouble. Shisan Yang leaned close to Jiang Yu and whispered in her ear. Jiang Yu smiled without a word, everything under control. Yu Guolong looked at Jiang Yu and asked, do you really have a way? Jiang Yu nodded. Very well, I'll trust you this once. Proceed. Yu Guolong trusted Jiang Yu because of the moon goddess's guidance. Moreover, the sealing of the moon goddess was known only to a handful within the clan. That this young man could speak so plainly about it suggested there might truly be a turning point. Jiang Yu nodded. The river of history unfolded before them. Before the dawn of agriculture, a lunar radiance descended upon the world, and primordial chaos began to stir. Chapter 12, One More Sister. Sis, I'm starting now. The river of history unfolded, countless pages piled high, stretching from the azure heavens to the depths of the underworld. All that met the eye was boundless expanse, the river flowing endlessly, its source and mouth lost to sight. In Yu Guoling's eyes, only one thing remained visible, an unceasingly flowing river. Each droplet of water represented an era, a dynasty. Though Shisan Yang could not see it, she sensed something materializing in the void, causing the entire world to fall silent. This kid is no ordinary child. The two exchanged glances, their hearts filled with astonishment. Moon goddess. Found. The words had barely left their lips. A full moon materialized from the void, bathing the entire dragon capital in its cool, luminous glow. For a moment, the extraordinary sight of sun and moon sharing the sky left countless onlookers speechless. The phenomenon lasted a full quarter of an hour. The icy aura emanating from Yu Guolong grew increasingly pronounced. Thanks to Jiang Yu's treatment, she no longer needed to constantly suppress it. Yu Guolong nodded, her expression as serene and distant as the moon on the horizon. 13 maidens stared in utter disbelief. Did that kid really cure Yu Guolong? You little. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No need for words. Just a minor trick. As for the seal binding Yu Guolong, it was beyond Jiang Yu's current ability to resolve. It had become deeply intertwined with Yu Guolong herself. Yu Guolong smiled, a sense of relief evident in her expression. Thanks, little brother. Little brother? Jiang Yu froze. I am like a colossal dragon crashing through the heavens, a pillar supporting the sky. How dare you call me small? Of course, she meant my height. Yes, since you called me sister, I'll consider you my little brother. Is that not to your liking? I'm willing, absolutely willing. From now on, we're half-siblings with different fathers and mothers. Your Highness, the sister. Your Highness? 13 lady rolled her eyes. Jiang Yu possessed extraordinary talent. Investing in him now would certainly pay off. And that river, it was truly terrifying. Yu Guoling's eyes flickered with thought before she spoke. Here's the 500,000. Consider it payment for your help. Sis, this isn't right. Jiang Yu's words were polite, but her hands moved faster than anyone's. Yu Guolong smiled. You're my brother. What's inappropriate about that? Oh, you came here to buy star elixirs, right? These 5 additional star elixirs are my personal gift to you. Jiang Yu's massive frame trembled. Star elixirs enhanced soul power, each costing 100,000 credits. Even if he emptied his pockets, he couldn't afford to. Oh, and once you're back at the academy, come by my dorm. Jiang Yu's body trembled. Ahem, you brat, now that you're my niece's brother, does that mean I should call you my nephew-in-law? 13 sister said, speechless. Jiang Yu's expression turned solemn as he nodded. Yes. My fists are clenched. How had she never noticed before that this kid had such a sharp tongue? Jiang Yu, I bought this milk tea, it's delicious. You absolutely must. Lu Qingqing froze, staring at Yu Guolong beside Jiang Yu, sparks of unexplained tension flashing in her eyes. Who are you? She shoved her hands in her pockets and strode toward Jiang Yu, staking her claim. Yu Guolong smiled faintly. From the Lu family? Jiang Yu nodded. Lu Qingqing? Picked her up on the way. The crowd was speechless. Ding. Bro, do you know Yu Gulong? All the women in the Yu family are rotten to the core. Don't talk to them. Don't even get to know them. And definitely don't date any of them. Jiang Yu pulled out his phone. It was a message from Jiang Junyu that left him utterly baffled. What the hell are you talking about? This lady is my sister, my half-sister from the same mother but different fathers. We're blood relatives. That beauty is Yu Gulong? Who's that guy beside her? Not just Yu Gulong. Look, there's another stunning beauty beside that guy. Damn it. That guy's still on his phone. What does he think he's got going for him? And there's Shersan Yang too, still got it. Why are they all swarming around this guy? The onlookers felt their hearts tighten, grinding their back teeth to dust. Jiang Yu put away his phone and glanced at the unmasked, complex expressions around him. A pang of guilt washed over him, as if he truly were some villain juggling multiple relationships. Ah! Flowers aren't inherently flirtatious, yet the breeze teases them relentlessly. Being too outstanding is itself a kind of fault. Jiang Yu sighed. Life should be as lonely as snow. Jiang Yu, what are you talking about? Jiang Yu shook her head. You'll understand when you're my age. Stepping out of the shop, Jiang Yu felt refreshed and invigorated, as if she'd just had a full body massage. Jiang Yu, come find me as soon as you get back to the academy. I need to talk to you about something. Lu Yan sent a message. In the office. Lu Yan held 3-star elixirs in her hand, though their grade couldn't compare to the one Yu Gulong had given her. Lu Yan sighed. That kid always had such luck he'd actually gotten her to shell out her own money for star elixirs. Oh well, she'd consider it an investment for the superstar tournament. The moment Jiang Yu stepped back onto campus, a crowd swarmed around him. Jiang Yu. Spill it, what's your relationship with Senior Yu Gulong? Jiang Yu, I'll kill you 1,000 times. He was grinding his molars to dust. Who could understand? The moment he arrived, he saw his goddess standing with Jiang Yu, laughing and chatting. It wasn't just heartbreak, it felt like my heart had shattered into glass shards. Jiang Yu curled her lip. Heaven have mercy. He truly wasn't one to chase after women, but alas, the breeze only teased the flowers. Forget it, there's no explaining this to these people. Excuse me, classmate. Could you please step aside? Senior Yu Gulong has invited me to her dorm. The words hung heavy in the air, freezing the entire atmosphere. Outwardly calm, their hearts were already churning with turmoil. You're lying. Don't make such outrageous accusations. A penniless nobody like you with no power or wealth could never possibly catch Senior Yu's eye. Jiang Yu must be bragging. A crowd surrounded Jiang Yu, including several upperclassmen. Their expressions were hostile. Judging by the badges on their chests, most had already broken through to the 4-star level in soul power, and they looked ready to fight at the slightest provocation. The situation was tense. Jiang Yu shook his head and pulled out his phone. Ha! Begging for mercy now won't save you, Jiang Yu. You can't possibly call Senior Yu, can you? If you can actually get Senior Yu on the line, I'll eat my hat. The two men taunted her openly. Everyone knew Jiang Yu came from a small town, had only a younger sister who hadn't awakened summoner talent, and was completely alone without parents. Jiang Yu dialed the number. Sis, your crazy fans are cornering me. I'm scared. Yu Gulong, hold on. You sure put on a good act. If you really manage to summon Senior Yu, I'll do just like that guy, go live and eat a big one. Ha ha. As far as I know, Senior Yu Gulong doesn't have a younger brother. What's going on? A cool, detached voice echoed in everyone's ears. A golden threaded skirt, a cross-collared inner robe, and a snow-white hairpin securing jet-black tresses, she resembled a moon goddess descended from the heavens. Who? Senior Yu Gulong. The crowd sucked in a collective gasp, exchanging stunned glances. Publicly gathering to fight? I will report this to Director Lu. You all should consider the consequences. After speaking, Yu Gulong turned to Jiang Yu and said, come with me to the dormitory. Chapter 13, Academy Ranking Tournament. Snap. It sounded like something shattering a heart, to be precise. Good heavens, what on earth is so great about that Jiang Yu? I'm so jealous. I want to chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Senior. My Yu Gulong Senior. My white moonlight. Wah! This night was destined to be sleepless. Lu Yan frowned. It was already evening, yet that Jiang Yu brat still hadn't shown up. She picked up 3-star elixirs and stepped out of the office. Oh my god, Senior Yu Gulong took that kid Jiang Yu back to the dorms. They seemed really close. Really? I saw it with my own eyes, no way it's fake. Holy crap, what exactly is going on between Jiang Yu and Senior Yu Gulong? Could they be a couple? Who knows? But I heard Jiang Yu call Yu Gulong's sister. Wah? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Lu Yan's expression instantly sharpened, and everyone felt the surrounding atmosphere plummet to freezing point. Despite the May night, a bone-chilling cold settled over them. Lu Yan gave a cold laugh. That Jiang Yu making her wait this long, only to hook up with the Yu family's heiress. She glanced at the stardust potion in her hand. The clown turned out to be herself. What's with Director Lu's terrifying expression? Women the most terrifying creatures. In the dormitory, a serene and unassuming aura lingered, carrying the subtle fragrance of orchids. Tea. Taking the teacup, Jiang Yu sipped it before getting straight to the point. Sis, I doubt you called me over just for tea. Yu Gulong nodded. Have you heard of the superstar competition? I want you to achieve an outstanding result and bring glory to Tiandu Academy. The Superstar Tournament is a major competition jointly hosted by the 4 great academies. All participants are gifted prodigies from each academy, and they are all freshmen. Each academy sends 3 representatives to compete. Jiang Yu, I hope you win. And the Supreme Commander will be present at the event. Yu Gulong spoke, a faint shadow of disappointment flickering in her eyes. She had possessed the potential to claim victory, yet her inability to control the moon goddess had cost her the championship. Sis. Rest assured, the Superstar Tournament in a month's time will not disappoint you. Jiang Yu had long heard of this tournament, a true clash of prodigies. At Tiandu Academy, where talent was peerless, everyone aspired to be like senior Yu Gulang. Yet in that tournament, Yu Guling's performance fell short. Jiang Yu wanted to challenge herself. Sis. Don't worry. Yu Gulang smiled faintly. But others are talking big. With a month left until the Superstar Tournament, following tradition, the Academy will hold ranking matches to determine the top 3. Don't end up failing to make the top 3 then. Li Baoying lay on her bed with a mournful expression, her face burning hot as if the humiliation from days past were unfolding all over again. Squeak! The door swung open, and a man in his 50s stepped inside. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his entire demeanor radiated scholarly refinement. Yet the wickedness in his eyes shattered that aura completely. Dad? You have to stand up for me. Shut up. You good-for-nothing waste of space, bringing nothing but shame. Li Baoying shut his mouth, tears of grievance welling in his eyes, yet he dared not utter another word. Li Erjiang pushed his glasses up his nose, his expression hardening with cruelty. You are a descendant of the Li family, yet you lost to some greenhorn. That kid has no money, no connections, it's utterly disgraceful. You've disgraced me, disgraced the Li family. Li Baoying could bear it no longer. He began to break down, sobbing uncontrollably as snot and tears streamed down his face. Dad. I was wrong. That Jiang Yu isn't without talent. He deliberately set a trap. Enough. Li Erjiang sighed heavily. I know that kid's talent too well. He'll be a major threat sooner or later. We need to eliminate him now. Li Erjiang knew his son's limitations well. Dad. That Jiang Yu has deep ties with Yu Gulong. It might be tricky to take him down. Li Erjiang gave a cold laugh, his face turning icy. The Yu family? We certainly can't afford to provoke them. But if Jiang Yu meets an accidental end during the ranking tournament, then it won't be anyone else's fault, right? Father, you're truly brilliant. Li Baoying paused, then his eyes darkened with malice. The Academy Ranking Tournament, a competition to select students, was set to take place at Fengyan Mountain. The event was scheduled for tomorrow morning. Jiang Yu. Come with me. Jiang Yu, who had been with the group, was called away by Lu Yin. Jiang Yu, you've been called away by the director. What's going on? Heard it's about senior Yu Gulong. Director Lu waited for this kid all afternoon, but he ended up hanging out with senior Yu Gulong instead and stood Director Lu up. No wonder Director Lu looks so grim. Whoa! This guy is seriously terrifying. A true role model for us all. Lu Yin heard none of it, nor did it trouble her. The Superstar Competition. I trust Yu Gulong has already briefed you, so I won't repeat myself. I hope you achieve excellent results. Lu Yin sighed inwardly. Yu Gulong should have won the championship. Here are these 3-star elixirs. I meant to give them to you yesterday, but... Lu Yin's gaze held a hint of reproach as Jiang Yu scratched her cheek. Did you see that? Director Lu actually made that face. Holy crap. She's milking it for all it's worth. It's over. I don't stand a chance. That kid's only been here a few days, and he's already surrounded by pretty ladies. Ah. The chatter died down abruptly as Lu Yin turned to look their way. Following her was a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Deputy Director Li Er. Li Baoying shot Jiang Yu a dark look before his face broke into a smile. Li Erjiang did the same. Jiang Yu. I'll make you understand the consequences of opposing me. I hear you have a younger sister. I can't wait to see her expression when she learns of your death. Ha ha ha. Li Baoying's eyes blazed with fury, as if he could incinerate Jiang Yu with his gaze alone. Ahem. I'll keep this brief. Within Fengyan Mountain dwells a multitude of demonic beasts. Slaying them earns you points, and these points constitute your assessment scores. The top 3 in the trial will receive generous rewards, including star elixirs. On the podium sat 3 boxes, each lavishly adorned to the point of ostentation. It was certain that the contents inside were all priceless treasures. At my level, just not getting expelled would be a win. Top 3? Not even on my radar. 60 points seems just right, any more would be exhausting, any less and I'd get expelled. Remember when senior Yu Gulong scored 800 points? If I could just get 200, I'd be perfectly satisfied. On the podium, when Boyang stood beside Liu Yan. Liu Yan spoke up, Old One, what do you think of Jiang Yu's talent? Terrifying. He rivals the 4 great families. If he came from one of them, it would make sense. But this kid has no power or influence, yet his talent is terrifying. Complex emotions flickered in both their eyes, mingled with a hint of expectation. Indeed, we need true geniuses. Chapter 14, The Prodigy Girl. Shocking. The first trial of the geniuses. How did Jiang Yu perform? This is a trial where talent teaches humility. How many will pass? The broadcast began, with all media outlets present. This trial would be broadcast across the entire network. Tiandu Academy, one of China's 4 prestigious universities and a pinnacle of higher education, sees its freshmen as symbols of the nation's future, hence the nationwide attention. Another nationwide broadcast? I'd better make a good impression. Oh no! If I mess up, it'll be so embarrassing with all these eyes watching. Everyone silently adjusted their attire. Jiang Yu stood with hands behind her back, wearing an innocent smile. Ms. Jiang Yu, may we interview you now? A beautiful reporter pushed through the crowd, microphone in hand. Of course. Jiang Yu nodded. Everyone says this is a trial of strength and humility. What's your take on humility, Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu froze, glancing around with a blank expression. Humility. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yu slowly replied, humility means using absolute strength to make your opponent feel humble and inferior. At this remark, everyone froze. Even the professionally trained reporters exchanged bewildered glances. Making the enemy humble and inferior. So that's what humility means. I get it. Ha ha ha. So that's what it means. The nation's genius delivers another gem. Is this confidence or arrogance? The genius has revealed the true meaning of humility to me, making opponents both humble and inferior. Studying journalism, it's all about this. The crowd murmured in astonishment. The crowd from Tiandu Academy glared at Jiang Yu with gritted teeth. If looks could kill, Jiang Yu would have died 1,000 times over. After about a quarter of an hour, nearly 100 freshmen arrived at Fengyan Mountain. Looking out, white mist swirled and cranes soared, their cries echoing through the air. Look, that's Senior Yu Gulong. Why is she here? Doesn't she have to participate in the freshman rankings? Why? The moment the words left his lips, all eyes turned to Yu Gulong. Yu Guling's expression was cool and composed, her form as graceful as a startled swan, as elegant as a gliding dragon. Her shoulders were sculpted like carved jade, her waist slender as a silk cord. Ignoring the stares, she walked directly to Jiang Yu's side. Her crimson lips parted softly. So, are you confident? Yu Guling's tone held a hint of curiosity. My goodness. This kid really has something going on with Senior Yu Gulong. She even came to see him off. Everyone felt as though an invisible hand had clenched their hearts, causing their pulses to skip a beat. Their eyes blazed with intense fire. Jiang Yu casually cradled his hands behind his head, his posture relaxed and carefree, showing no sign of taking this trial seriously. What results we achieve don't depend on me at all, they depend on it. It depends on how fast they can run for their lives. He. Lu Qingqing stared at Jiang Yu, letting out a silly chuckle. Liu Yan sighed, about to step forward to give a few words of advice, but decided against it upon second thought. The creaking of teeth echoed through the room, making everyone's ears ache. That kid really deserves to die. What on earth does he think he's done to deserve this? Yu Gulong, the cool and aloof older sister type Lu Qingqing, the energetic young girl. This scene played out before Li Baoying's eyes. His fists clenched so tightly his nails dug into his flesh, a savage expression twisting his face. Ha. Jiang Yu, gloat all you want. Fengyan Mountain will be your grave. Li Baoying's grin grew wider, as if he could already see the headline, Nation's top genius dies in tragic accident. On the square, several senior summoners summoned massive griffins to transport everyone into Fengyan Mountain. Are you sure this is safe? Fengyan Mountain isn't exactly a safe place. What if something happens to these newcomers? When Boyang voiced his concerns. In the past, they hadn't been so reckless. When fighting beasts, casualties were commonplace. Relax. This is the principal's decision. Greenhouse flowers only grow strong through hardship. Don't you want to see just how far these prodigies can go? Liu Yan said nonchalantly. Jiang Yu dismounted the griffin. The forest stretched endlessly before them. Once the freshman ranking tournament concluded, each of them would stand atop the food chain. Jiang Yu scratched his face, muttering complaints under his breath. Upon Fengyan Mountain, hundreds of cranes were summoned. Cameras hung from their beaks, tasked with filming every single freshman. The livestream screen switched, revealing the freshmen in all their awkward glory. Most scrambled frantically, though thankfully no casualties occurred. An hour passed and hundreds of freshmen had made their kills. Wow! So cool! He killed 10 beasts in such a short time. Hua Cheng did great too, taking down 9. Shu Qianqin is too strong. She's already killed 50 monsters in just 1 hour. On the screen appeared a white-haired girl with a high ponytail, as delicate as a doll, a faint smile always playing at the corners of her lips. In that instant, everyone's heart sank. Aha! Young master is so handsome. Please give us a kiss. My young master is just too handsome, he doesn't even need to stick to a gender. The comments section erupted as everyone went wild. Shu Qianqin is a girl, but so what? Hurry up with the action, or else you'll end up with a whole new bunch of wives. Behind Shu Qianqin, a girl with brown twin ponytails and a baseball cap spoke impatiently. Shu Qianqin nodded, and the monster met its demise without hesitation. The two worked together seamlessly, their black and white figures intertwining. Holy crap! I don't know why, but this is kinda satisfying to watch. You're absolutely right, sis. He. Sis, you smell so good. The two figures exchanged little dialogue, nearly harvesting the beasts with practiced ease. Yet somehow, an undeniable hint of intimacy lingered in the air. Ahem. This is a bit weird, we shouldn't be getting so into it. The live stream focused on Jiang Yu. At that moment, all the viewers could see was a massive white tiger charging at full speed. Wherever it passed, whirlwinds erupted. What? Just as everyone was puzzled, more demonic beasts appeared behind it, running in packs as if fleeing for their lives? Jiang Yu summoned a monk, who wielded a blade in one hand with the strength to slay tigers. Running? Let's see how far you can run. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu roared with laughter, sending the beasts trembling in fear. Good heavens! He's already slain 60 beasts, even a few white-eyed tiger demons. Does anyone recognize the ancient sage he summoned? Even the mighty tigers seem insignificant beside him. Of course. I told you to read more books. This is the legendary tiger slayer from ancient times. So this is what true humility means, using overwhelming power to make your foes feel small and insignificant. None of that matters. Haven't you noticed he summoned another sage? At this remark, the crowd fell silent. Humility. Chapter 15, the sixth one. Wait, something's off. Look at Jiang Yu's direction, he's driving this horde of beasts toward Shu Qianqin? What's that kid up to? Amidst the confusion. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed through the forest, causing the hearts of the locals to tighten as they simultaneously turned toward the source. Several wide-eyed, golden-bled tigers burst out of the woods. Shu Qianqin's heart instantly leapt into her throat. Even she had no confidence in defeating so many beasts. As it stood, besides these wide-eyed golden-eyed tigers, there were over 20 other beasts. The two exchanged glances, feeling the earth tremble beneath their feet. What the hell is going on? This is insane. Attack! Both sucked in a sharp breath, their hands never stopping as they summoned flames and frost. Beside Shu Qianqin, a bat formed from flames materialized. The bat spread its wings, and flames shot forth like shooting stars, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Elemental spirit beasts possessed innate immunity to physical attacks. As long as the flames burned, they could regenerate endlessly. Hu Yeye summoned a white specter that could unleash a roar, directly assaulting the mind. The white-haired youth who had been watching the rankings nodded with satisfaction. Tall and slender, his striking white hair made others hesitate to approach him. It seems the top spot this time is undoubtedly mine. A faint smile flickered across his stern face. Evidently, the seemingly cold and ruthless white-haired youth was actually a sister-obsessed brother. Well, I'm afraid you're in for a disappointment. Yu Guoling's eyes flashed. Several wide-eyed, bulging-eyed tigers were cornered at the cliff's edge by the two of them working together. The other beasts were also severely wounded. How peculiar. Why are there so many beasts? Could this be the school's deliberate arrangement? Don't let your guard down. Some of them are natural enemies. The fact that they're together means they must have encountered an even greater danger. What's going on here? At the cliff's edge, the gravely wounded white-eyed tiger let out a beastly roar, instantly stirring up a fierce gale. As everyone stood in confusion, a dark shadow flashed past. Kill! The blade drew from its sheath. The blade flashed. Clang! In an instant, several wide-eyed, bulging-eyed tigers bore a conspicuous blade scar. Splatter! Blood gushed from the wounds like a fountain. The tigers let out feeble cries of agony before collapsing to the ground, their eyes wide open in death. Shu Qianqin looked over to see Jiang Yu smiling as he appeared at the cliff's edge. Both had just endured a grueling battle, their energy depleted. They could only watch as Jiang Yu reaped the rewards, his points soaring rapidly. Ah! You two are so reckless. With so many beasts here, it would be such a waste if something happened. You're both pillars of the nation. I suppose I'll have to take care of this myself. Though Jiang Yu spoke thus, his hands never paused. The points on the screen rose steadily. The white-haired youth's lips twitched downward involuntarily, his expression freezing completely. Someone surpassed my sister? Jiang Yu? The live stream viewers were speechless. How could this kid come up with such a scheme? Driving the monsters right onto someone else's face, waiting until they'd done most of the damage before stepping in to reap the rewards. What a jerk! Though it was a bit harsh, no one dared to question it. After all, herding so many beasts like ducks to another location without sufficient strength, one would only end up as their fodder. Shu, no need to thank me. Shu Qianqin's expression was icy as she fixed Jiang Yu with a piercing stare. Jiang Yu, dare you spar with me? You'll regret it once we're outside. Hu Yeye challenged. Ha! We'll deal with that later. I need to help some other students now. Jiang Yu turned and walked away without a second glance. The two girls seethed with frustration. All their effort and scheming had gone to this kid instead. Damn it! Old Six. That kid is a genius. On the podium, Yu Guling's mouth twitched. Watching Jiang Yu pull the same trick again, a whole bunch of beasts suffered an undeserved fate. Along with them, so did the students. During the live stream. Mom! Facing the giant python, he collapsed onto the ground, his pants soaked through in a large patch. This student seems a bit nervous. We'll blur out the crotch area to preserve some dignity. Lui Yan's expression was grim and stern on the live stream. This is the worst class I've ever taught. Jiang Yu appeared, his tone dripping with provocation. He leapt down from the treetops, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Jiang Yu. What are you doing? We're classmates. Li Baoying made me target you before. Duan Peng felt fear. Duan. Let me set you straight, am I the petty type? I just saved your ass. Don't you owe me a little something? Duan Peng dared not speak. He'd be a fool to believe her. I don't have any money. He stammered, truthfully. Every last exchange point he owned had been swindled away by Jiang Yu. Who needs your exchange points? Hand over your bank card and the pin too. Jiang Yu demanded. This? Fine, fine. The password is 114,514. Jiang Yu nodded. Was it just her imagination, or did that password smell a bit off? Thud. I already gave you the password. Why did you hit me? Duan Peng protested, looking aggrieved. Shoo. Jiang Yu whistled, looking away, and casually remarked, nothing, just a slip of the hand. You lot, hand over your bank cards too. Write the pin on the back. A life saved deserves a wellspring of gratitude, right? The others nodded hastily. Right. Right. They gritted their teeth inwardly, never expecting this kid to hold such a grudge. If only they hadn't listened to Li Baoying and provoked this nemesis. They felt like crying but couldn't. Oh, right. Does Li Baoying have any next moves planned? Like getting his old man to target me? Jiang Yu asked again. I don't know. Duan Peng replied cautiously. You really don't know? Jiang Yu shot him a look and Duan Peng fell silent. Still not being honest? I remember there's a pack of beasts to the east. What if one of our classmates accidentally wanders in? That would be incredibly dangerous, right? Jiang Yu sighed. Ah. Duan Peng let out a shriek, his face turning deathly pale. Looking at Jiang Yu's harmless smile, he felt a chill run down his spine. I only heard him mention that the host plans to target you during this freshman ranking tournament. Beyond that, I truly know nothing else. Jiang Yu placed the group's bank cards into her storage ring. Nice watch. Simultaneously, he yanked the watch off Duan Peng's wrist. Duan Peng's eyes widened. Scraping the ground clean. Scraping the ground clean. He's practically a robber. Duan Peng felt like crying. The crowd watching the livestream exchanged bewildered glances. Where did this kid find bandits? Professional. That's what you call professional. Squeezing fat from a mosquito's belly, carving lean meat from a heron's leg, these are skills. But this guy doesn't rob just anyone. Shu Qianqin and Hu Yeye didn't have their bank cards stolen. Time flies. Chapter 16, Taking Action. On the podium, Li Erjiang's gaze darkened. Just you wait. Let you cocky brat gloat a little longer. No matter what kind of genius you are, you're going to die. And that damned Lui Yan I toiled my entire life just to become deputy director. How dare she become director the moment she graduated? Just because she's from the Lu family? But all this will end soon. Very soon. They're about to make their move over there. A demonic aura flickered incessantly in Li Erjiang's eyes. Jiang Yu. You just wait. A crowd wailed in anguish, but Jiang Yu paid them no heed. If looks could kill, Jiang Yu would have died 10,000 times over. Bang! By now, everyone's soul power was nearly depleted, so the rankings wouldn't change much. Jiang Yu summoned his illusory form, punching a tiger to death with 2 blows and slicing a giant python with a single stroke, his name soaring to the top of the leaderboard. First place, Jiang Yu, 2,400 points. Second place, Shu Qianqin, 2,300 points. Third place, Hu Yeye, 1,800 points. Everyone was puzzled. Hu Yeye wasn't lacking in talent, so how could she only have 800 points? I know. She transferred her points to Shu Qianqin. Can points be transferred? It wasn't just Hu Yeye, others did it too. At this revelation, a large crowd fixed their hateful stares on Jiang Yu. Shu, you must surpass that Jiang Yu brat. Outdo that brat. That kid is despicable. The crowd was boiling with rage, as if Jiang Yu had truly committed some unforgivable act. Shocking. What kind of peerless genius could possibly draw the collective ire of a group of geniuses? Points converging on one person? Our last hope. The media wasn't idle either. Jiang Yu once again made national headlines in an unexpected way. But, can trial points be transferred? All eyes turned to Lu Yan. Lu Yan cleared her throat and spoke slowly. It was never permitted before, not even with consent. But now, we're making an exception. By the waterfall, atop a massive boulder, Jiang Yu stood. Behind her, a formidable aura shook the world. A single glance was enough to strike fear into anyone. Shu, it's just a trial. Do you really need to take it so seriously? Shu Qianqin remained silent, only glaring at Jiang Yu with a look of resentment. Oh my, ladies, I've switched sides. This pairing seems pretty satisfying to ship too. You'll get hurt if you ship everything. Shipping everything? That'll just give me balanced nutrition. Jiang Yu appeared harmless, with a handsome face and a smile that was remarkably restrained. Shu Qianqin, with her snow-white hair, carried a weight of sorrow like a solitary orchid in a desolate valley. Whoa! They're clearly at each other's throats, yet there's this strange chemistry. Is it just me? Not. Perched atop a boulder, Jiang Yu revealed a gentle smile. Who would have thought you two would team up? I'm no demon king. Fine then, time to get serious and stretch my legs. At these words, everyone frowned. What did Jiang Yu mean by that? Had she not been giving it her all just now? Both pairs of eyes turned toward the dense forest. Deep within the thicket, a group of fire lizards trembled in fear. Trouble came out of nowhere, striking them while they were at home. Shu Qianqin made the first move. My Qianqin's in action now. That kid Jiang Yu doesn't stand a chance. Hu Yeye stood tall, hands on her hips. Even so, her chest remained perfectly still. The others all sighed inwardly. How can one level the world when one's own chest is uneven? Shu Qianqin's bat let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings as flames rained down from the sky. Heavenly Spirit Fire Rain. Shu Qianqin commanded. Flames streaked like shooting stars, engulfing the surroundings like a torrential downpour. Heavenly Spirit Fire Rain once touched, one would be burned to ashes unless it extinguished itself. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu remained calm and composed, steady as an old dog. Why isn't Jiang Yu doing anything? Once the rain falls completely, it'll be too late. Hasn't that kid lost already? A faint smile touched Shu Qianqin's lips. The fiery rain descended, its intense heat warping the surrounding air. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Jiang Yu, looks like I'm the champion of this ranking tournament. A faint curve formed on Shu Qianqin's lips. Not necessarily. Jiang Yu retorted. As the dust settled, red crystals appeared on the fire lizard's skin, significantly reducing the damage from the fiery rain. What's going on? Shu Qianqin was stunned. This isn't an ordinary fire lizard, Jiang Yu explained slowly. It's a mutated variant with traces of crimson dragon blood. It can form crystals on its skin, granting 40% immunity to fire damage. Did you know this all along? Shu Qianqin fumed. My apologies. This is second semester material, it's not even in the current textbooks. I only learned it by memorizing a year's worth of lessons ahead of time, Jiang Yu smiled, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Judges' seats. Several figures stared intently at the screen, their mouths twitching. How can this kid be so certain it's a fire lizard variant? Doesn't he fear misjudging and handing over first place? Fire lizard variants and ordinary fire lizards are indistinguishable. Only an experienced summoner could recognize the difference. Jiang Yu. This kid hasn't disappointed me. At that moment, the phantom Jiang Yu summoned moved. The ring knife in its hand slashed out, and the entire world fell silent. The crimson blade light, like a demon from the inferno, carried a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. As the blade struck out, all felt the heavens dim and the sun and moon lose their luster. Only a crimson blade of light, filled with terrifying killing intent, seemed poised to cleave the heavens and earth in two. Holy! That strike, it's terrifying. I swear I saw a field of desolate graves. And this is merely a summoned phantom. If the true form were to appear, this strike would leave no living soul within 1,000 miles, bones scattered across the fields. First place, Jiang Yu, 2,600 points. Second place, Shu Qianqin, 2,400 points. Third place, Hu Yeye, 800 points. The crowd erupted, hearts skipping a beat. Jiang Yu has shattered the record set by senior Yu Gulong. The Academy Rankings tournament has concluded, and Jiang Yu took first place. On the judges' platform, Wen Boyang and the others nodded in agreement. They had assumed Yu Guling's record would stand for at least a century, yet within just 1 year, another prodigy had shattered it. Picking up the fire lizard's beast crystal core, Jiang Yu's face broke into a radiant smile. But everyone else felt a chill in their hearts. Shu, thank you for your help. If you hadn't exhausted the fire lizard's stamina earlier, my strike might not have yielded such a great reward. To say I broke senior Yu Guling's record alone wouldn't be accurate. It's partly yours, and equally part of everyone's. The words that made everyone grind their teeth in frustration, how could they sound so infuriating coming from this kid's mouth? Shu Qianqin glared at Jiang Yu in fury, her anger flaring up once more. The last time she'd felt this furious was, last time. Chapter 17, Collaborating with the Enemy. General Yu strikes. The might of the nine heavens thunder god sends demons fleeing. 1 star wanted notice, Millie and Felix. Jiang Yu claims victory once more, reigning supreme. No surprises here, Jiang Yu claimed the championship without a hitch. From a small frontier city, she defeated countless prodigies, proving in real life, never underestimate the young and poor. The headlines were updated once more, with Jiang Yu now in the spotlight. First place, Jiang Yu, with a total score of 2,600 points. Second place. This 200-point gap was provided by the fire lizard. In the old apartment, Jiang Junyu sat up, dark brown wings emerging from his body. But my brother's bloodline hasn't awakened yet. Logically, he shouldn't be able to become a summoner. Jiang Junyu stared at the television screen. Jiang Yu's face appeared. Jiang Junyu propped her chin on one hand, lost in thought. Thank you all. Thank you all. I feel unworthy of this first place. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a smile, her expression humble. Jiang Yu. Old sixth brother. The crowd erupted in righteous indignation. Bang! Amidst the crowd's fury, an unexpected turn occurred. Black-brown flames, no thicker than a thumb, yet radiating a bone-chilling aura. The dark brown flames continuously sliced through the air, eventually forming a profane and blasphemous array. The ground beneath cracked open crimson fissures, from which countless screams of agony erupted. Countless demons and twisted, filthy creatures crawled out from within. Jiang Yu's expression darkened, revealing a rare coldness. This aura, even if she died again, she could never forget it. The scent of hell. The flames of hell. Jiang Yu instantly assumed a combat stance, and the others followed suit. The incident erupted suddenly, yet the live stream continued. Everyone held their breath as the blasphemous, filthy hellish formation remained clearly visible even from several kilometers away. Enemy detected. This is Longdu City. How could demons have infiltrated? Who's in charge here? Activate emergency protocols immediately. Panic gripped the crowd. These were the prized possessions of major clans. The consequences of any mishap were unimaginable. What's happening? Do you know anything, Jiang Yu? Shu Qianqin forced down her unease and asked Jiang Yu. She sensed Jiang Yu might know something, a conviction she couldn't even explain to herself. Everyone, we're in trouble. The strongest fortresses are often breached from within. This aura, it's hell. The group froze, then realized this was Dragon City. Without an insider, even a 9-star summoner from the enemy camp couldn't summon a projection of hell right under their noses. Which meant there was a mole within the academy. As for who it was, Jiang Yu already had her suspicions. Can we still get out? Lu Qingqing's voice trembled. I don't know. Jiang Yu sighed, the agony of being scorched by hellfire still seared into her memory. Damn it. Fight to break even, fight to gain. And we still have Jiang Yu. Right. Escape if we can. If not, we fight to the death. Jiang Yu, what do you say we do? Everyone turned to Jiang Yu. Unconsciously, she had become their anchor. Hellfire swept across the land like a hurricane, devastating everything in its path. Judges stand. No one could remain composed. I must save my students. Jiang Yu and Shu Qianqin are both talents of Tiandu Academy. As their mentor, I cannot allow them to come to harm. When Boyang rose to his feet, Yu Gulong also sprang into action. A moonlit radiance descended like a lunar deity, freezing Ten Li in an ethereal display of cosmic power. The white-haired youth, Shu Qianshu, revealed a look of urgency. His jade scroll unfurled, each character like a pearl, radiating countless rays of rosy light. The two advanced, one before the other. First, hold our ground. Eliminate the hellish creatures climbing up, then slowly retreat toward the perimeter. Trust that the academy has already organized a rescue. The crowd nodded in agreement. Amidst the crowd, Li Baoying gritted his teeth. What a load of crap about genius. What nonsense about not underestimating the young and poor. He's still going to die, and you'll all go down with him. Li Baoying grinned savagely. Collaborating with foreign enemies and betraying his own people once exposed, he'd have no place left to stand in all of Huagua. But Li Erjiang had already planned his escape route. 1,000-mile dike collapses from an ant's hole. A colossal demon, engulfed in flames, bore 3 twisted heads, each mouth spewing an endless torrent of words. Damn it! A lord-level demon. Why would a lord-class demon appear here? To confront a lord-class demon, one would need at least a 5-star summoner. Jiang Yu and the others were only 4-star at best. Even with the strongest talent, they couldn't bridge such a vast level gap. Damn it! A single roar alone sent them reeling. The gap in power was an unbridgeable chasm. No amount of talent, bloodline, or skill could bridge it. Though it was merely a minor demon lord, it was far beyond what Jiang Yu and his companions could handle. Damn it, are we going to die here? When men die, they turn their balls to the sky. This beast dared to tread upon our domain, let it witness our fiery spirit. Kill. Fight. Jiang Yu, Shu Qianqin, Hu Yeya. Hold it off while we distract it. You 3 run. Your talents are the sharpest. If I die here, who will avenge us? Right. Even though Jiang Yu never has a kind word to say. Duan Pang and the others whispered in hushed tones. Jiang Yu and the others froze. He hadn't interacted much with Duan Pang's group, many couldn't even recall their names. But in shared peril, one must sacrifice one's blood for Xian Yuan. Ha ha. Sounds spirited, doesn't it? But I refuse. Jiang Yu lifted his head. Abandoning his kin would sever his bloodline. The sages of history would surely rise to slap him across the face. You. Jiang Yu, has your filthy mouth suddenly grown teeth? Ha! Besides, I never said we'd die. Jiang Yu produced the stellar elixir, downing it in one gulp. His soul power surged wildly, leaving his mind reeling. The sword art is complete, now wield it. Where dragons dwell, slay the dragons. May the spirit of Lu Zhu aid me in slaying demons. The river of history flowed onward. A Taoist priest, sword strapped to his back, sat atop a mountain peak. His gaze burned like torches, and the sacred blade in his hand trembled violently. Boom! The entire world fell silent as a Taoist master descended upon the clouds. His aura pierced the heavens, radiating 10,000 beams of brilliant light. Though merely a phantom, it shone like the sun itself, pure and radiant. Young friends. Taoist Hui, we bow to you here. We beseech Master Lu to slay the demon. Jiang Yu bowed. Please, Master Lu, slay the demon. The others followed suit. The sword shot forth, its pure yang energy raining down like a storm, piercing the heavens above and plunging into the underworld below. One sword's frost chill chilled 14 states. Ah! The demon let out an agonized roar. Its 3 heads and more than a dozen eyes revealed a look of terror. How could a demonic entity from hell dare face the pure yang? In one corner of the formation, the hellfire extinguished, revealing the outside world. Jiang Yu's soul power depleted, he downed another starlight potion. Chapter 18, Who is the devil? Hurry! Go get help! The hellfire was regenerating. Within seconds, it would seal this place once more. Outside, Lu Qingqing rushed toward Jiang Yu, while Shu Qianqin reached out, attempting to pull her out. But she missed her grasp. Jiang Yu vanished, leaving only the blaze of countless hellish flames ahead. Both women stared blankly, their hearts aching. Lu Qingqing's eyes reddened, tears welling up in her sockets. Her delicate nose twitched as she lifted her head, stubbornly refusing to let the tears fall. Jiang Yu is dead? Is Jiang Yu really dead? Nonsense! How could that scourge Jiang Yu be dead? A scourge lives for 1,000 years, he'd last at least 10,000. Hua Nation news, that day. Longdu has been invaded by foreign enemies. The hell projection has appeared at the academy. The entire military is enraged, the entire nation is enraged, demanding severe punishment without mercy. The prodigy summoner of Tendu Academy is trapped alone in hell, his fate unknown. Military issues warrant for Nightmare Miley and Felix, wounded by General Yu and now fleeing north. The supreme commander of the armed forces was beyond furious. That a hell projection had been summoned within the capital of Hua Nation itself was not merely a slap in the face, it was like someone was rubbing salt into the wound. A torrential downpour fell as everyone stood in the rain. Lu Yan's expression was more serious than ever. It's raining. Let the children go back first. Deep within the forest, a group of students remained drenched. They were all freshmen, waiting for Jiang Yu to return. Shu Qianqin and Lu Qingqing stood together, wanting to help but unable to do anything. All they could do was pray. Heaven above, please keep Jiang Yu safe and sound. Heaven, if Jiang Yu can just come back safely, I'll gladly live in a big villa. In an instant, torrential rain poured down. Everyone stood in the rain, the cold wind biting through them, the rain beating down relentlessly. Their faces were young and green, their expressions disheveled, yet they carried the pride of prodigies. At this moment, however, no one mocked them. Lu Yan nodded silently. This kid had only been enrolled for a short while, yet he'd thrown the entire academy into chaos and unrest, while also stirring the hearts of countless people. Shu Qianqin stood dazed, her white hair matted with mud, raindrops dripping down like a discarded porcelain doll. The rain fell relentlessly, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed. Shu Qianqin was lost in thought, her mind filled only with Jiang Yu. Is Jiang Yu really dead? Jiang Yu can't be dead. Turning dire situations around is what he does best. Lu Qingqing's voice trembled. They're all gone. Good riddance. Now I have no reservations. Jiang Yu spoke as he felt his soul power return, the pure yang sword energy materializing around him. Hell projections can't appear in Longdu unless someone communicates with the outside. To influence the Tiandu Academy rankings tournament, it must be someone high up in the academy. Lu Yan and I have no quarrel. That leaves only Li Zhang. Jiang Yu briefly reviewed the situation. Even a paramecium could figure it out, the one secretly sabotaging him must be the Li family father and son. But a petty demon lord thinks he can take my life? He's underestimating me. At the very least, Satan himself would have to step in. Jiang Yu's eyes blazed like torches, his aura surging rapidly, radiating like a sun. Roar! The demon roared and charged at Jiang Yu. With a flick of her wrist, hundreds of pure yang sword chi shot forth. Before the demon could react, a blade of energy sliced through it, leaving a wound that exposed bone, molten lava flowing freely. The demon was now utterly bewildered. Seeing this, Jiang Yu unleashed another sword chi strike. Ha! A lord-level demon possesses remarkable intelligence. I know you understand me. Jiang Yu flashed an innocent smile. The hellfire burning upon the demon's body trembled in the presence of Jiang Yu, revealing a distinctly human-like fear. Another sword strike followed. Don't misunderstand. I just want to beat you up. I'm telling you this so you don't get the wrong idea. All three heads of the demon showed terror, and its four hooves charged forward. The demon felt like crying. Facing a human-shaped sun wielding a sword? Even Satan himself would tremble before this. Scared already? I gave you a chance, but you're useless, aren't you? The demon's three heads all showed terror, its four hooves pounding forward in a mad dash. Scared? Run your heart out. You're next. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu roared with laughter. Lu Zhu. The demon was at a loss for words. Who was the real demon here? Had anyone witnessed the scene, they would have been left speechless, a lord-level demon sprinting at breakneck speed in an utterly undignified posture. Jiang Yu strolled leisurely, even pausing to pluck flowers and leaves, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Little darling. Devil, don't let me catch you. Run faster. The demon was drenched in sweat. I'm done running. Ha! Jiang Yu cornered the demon, leaving Lu Zhu utterly speechless. It looked like a bully tormenting an innocent maiden. Except this maiden bore a striking resemblance to the demon himself. The demon now bitterly cursed the hellfire formation. Jiang Yu couldn't escape, and neither could he. Come out. Your demon isn't much use, is it? Jiang Yu said indifferently. Handsome boy, you actually spotted me. How delightful. A graceful silhouette emerged from the flames. Curvy figure, wheat-colored skin, and a pair of small red horns atop her head. Ooh, a strapping young lad. Just my type. Her voluptuous figure was barely concealed by flimsy animal hides covering her vital areas. Two long tails swayed from her tailbone, crimson throughout and studded with rows of bone spines. A succubus? Jiang Yu frowned in confusion. A nightmare demon. A nightmare. Human, I was interested in playing with you, but now I have no choice but to kill you. The woman sighed, her body surrounded by pink specks of light. A lord-level demon stood obediently behind the nightmare demon, like a small dog. The pink specks sent warning bells ringing in Jiang Yu's mind. No match. A gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Name, nightmare, mythical species. Rank, legendary. Interests. Status, severely injured. Jiang Yu frowned. A legendary tiered demon possessed world-shattering power, and this one was a mythical species to boot. To face off against a demon of this caliber equivalent to a king-tier opponent in Huagua would require at least a 7-star summoner, and that was assuming it was already gravely wounded. Put. Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood as the nightmare clamped one hand around her throat. Her vision blurred. Her throat constricted, triggering violent coughing fits as her lips turned purple. A critical moment. Stop. Kill me. Only I can cure you. Can you really bring yourself to do this? Jiang Yu's face bore a look of resignation to death. The nightmare's pupils dilated in disbelief. Human, do you know what you're saying? Jiang Yu sensed the nightmare's killing intent waning and seized the moment. Of course. Succubus. You were struck by the purple gold lightning. It damaged your very foundation. It won't be long before you meet Satan. Put. The incubus coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 19, The Nightmare Seizes the Future. The nightmare's face was filled with shock as it released Jiang Yu. You human. He scrutinized Jiang Yu from head to toe, his gaze finally settling on the 3-star badge pinned to her chest. A 3-star summoner? Jiang Yu nodded. The nightmare sneered coldly, its murderous intent flaring anew. A 3-star summoner like you claiming to heal me? Utterly presumptuous. Jiang Yu felt as if struck by a heavy blow, a metallic taste rising in her throat as her face drained of color. A cold smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. Cough. Why would I lie to you? I'm right here. You can kill me, but don't forget my life is worthless. Having you join me wouldn't be a loss. Of course, you can choose to believe me. Jiang Yu's words cut like knives. Gazing at Jiang Yu, who seemed ready to face death without flinching, the nightmare's expression turned icy. You really aren't afraid of death, are you? Who knows? Maybe after dying once, you stop fearing it. I'm the only one who can save you. Are you sure you still want to kill me? After a moment of silence, the nightmare spoke first. You really have a way? Jiang Yu nodded confidently. The injuries on your body should have killed you a dozen times over, but you're lucky you ran into me. Jiang Yu stated simply, utterly certain of his words. The nightmare's eyes flickered. After a moment of contemplation, it commanded, Human, I can trust you. If you can heal me, I'll spare your life. Jiang Yu sneered in disdain. What are you laughing at? Ha! You still don't get it. You think I'll work for free just because you say so? What if I cure you, and you turn around and bleed me dry? That'd make me a total sucker. What do you mean? Simple. Sign a summoner contract with me. We rise and fall together. The nightmare froze instantly, as if struck by lightning. After a long moment, it let out a cold, furious laugh. You want me to sign a contract with you? Not a chance. You might want to reconsider, Jiang Yu said. The nightmare clamped its hands around Jiang Yu's throat once more, its face twisted with icy murderous intent. Jiang Yu didn't move, only gazing back at the nightmare with a cold stare. You could kill me with a flick of your wrist, but after you do, you'll die too. China has countless masters. I'm confident the Hellfire formation will be broken soon. Even if someone can heal your wounds, do you really think you'll be able to walk out of here? Miss Most Wanted? The two remained locked in a standoff. As a legendary creature, a noble mythical being, how could it tolerate the threat of a mere 4-star summoner? A struggle raged within her. She had intended to crush Jiang Yu to death. Yet for some reason, it never struck. Cough cough. If you want to live, do as I say. At that moment, the ground began to tremble as the hellish projection faded away. Have you made up your mind? You. Cough cough. The nightmare demon was already in its final throes, its hellish array on the verge of collapse. A look of struggle flashed across the nightmare demon's face as it kept stroking its crimson horns. Finally, it bit its lip lightly, as if making some kind of decision. All right. I agree. Jiang Yu rose and used her soul power to draw a magic circle on the ground. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. The nightmare wanted to live. As long as it wanted to live, it had no choice but to humble itself before humans. Sit on it. Move yourself. Jiang Yu pointed at the magic circle on the ground. Moments later, a new mark appeared within the nightmare demon's soul, radiating Jiang Yu's essence. The summoner's contract was successfully sealed. This meant the nightmare was now Jiang Yu's summoned creature. Jiang Yu raised her hand and gently touched the nightmare's twin horns. Ah! Human, don't touch there. You should call me master. Kid, don't push your luck. Do you or don't you? You. Master. Good boy. Jiang Yu reached out again and the nightmare dodged. Do you still want me to save you? Come here. The nightmare froze, a faint blush spreading across her face. She shielded her ample chest with both hands, her eyes filled with wariness. What are you doing? We're different species. Jiang Yu was speechless. I'm not interested in women. Thunder roared, lightning flashing across the sky. Above the heavens, a deity wielded a colossal hammer in one hand and a drill in the other. Each strike of the hammer unleashed a thunderous roar. Jiang Yu's soul power drained frantically as a miniature hammer drill hovered in midair, within arm's reach. The nightmare froze. What are you staring at? Grab it now. This is your future. Jiang Yu snapped impatiently. Oh. Grasp it gently. Tilting her head back and standing on tiptoes, she wrapped all 10 fingers around it. A gentle force slowly flowed into the nightmare demon's body. The future. This time, she had grasped the future with her own hands. Milian was overjoyed. The artifact wielded by the deity who commands thunder dispelling a mere purple gold lightning bolt was utterly effortless. The nightmare trembled, sweat pouring down its body. Its chest heaved violently, and its complexion gradually flushed with color. 5 minutes later. The nightmare collapsed onto the ground, clutching her chest with both hands, her slender legs tangled together, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Jiang Yu slumped to the ground, pale and gaunt. The nightmare stared at Jiang Yu with an unusual gaze. Who the hell are you? That thunder god you summoned, why hasn't he ever manifested? There aren't even any records of him. How many more secrets do you have? Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. That's none of your concern. All you need to know is that I am now your master. Do you have a name? Milian Felix. That's too long. I'll just call you Little Millie. Mireille Felix frowned. No way. We're not that close yet. Is that so? If I touch your horns, I won't call you that anymore. Miriam paused for a moment. Fine, you can call me Little Myri. Jiang Yu smiled. It wasn't just Chinese people who knew how to compromise. She didn't want to be called Little Millie, but if he touched her horns, she'd agree to it. Little Millie, everyone thought you'd fled to the north. Who'd have guessed you were right here in Longdu? What a masterstroke of deception. I don't believe you managed it alone. Jiang Yu's eyes twinkled with amusement. Glancing at Jiang Yu, Milian spoke slowly. Do you want me to? No need. I already know who it is. Instantly, Jiang Yu's expression darkened completely, his tone turning icy cold. I'll make that bastard pay for what he's done. Colluding with outsiders, betraying one's own people. Even 1,000 deaths wouldn't be enough. Li Baoying and his father, Li Erjiang, both scum, deserve to die. But Li Erjiang is a 6-star summoner. Are you sure you can handle him? Ha! Why the sudden worry? Jiang Yu teased. The moment the words left her mouth, Milian regretted them. Why was she worrying about a human? If this brat got himself killed, it would be the best thing ever. Oomph. Not at all. I'm actually hoping you'll screw yourself over sooner, so I can finally leave China. Milian turned her head away. Jiang Yu chuckled. So she was just playing hard to get. He stroked Milian's twin horns. Millie clenched her teeth in frustration. Oh no, she's been trained by this kid. Chapter 20, Return. Jiang Yu frowned. Milian still couldn't go out openly after all, the wanted notice hadn't been lifted yet. If she were discovered, it would only lead to more trouble. Ugh. Having signed the Summoner's Pact, their minds were nearly in sync. Both pairs of eyes instantly locked onto the trembling demon lord beside them. The demon lord was drenched in sweat. Don't be afraid. I'm not some kind of devil, Jiang Yu smiled. Little Millie, go ahead. Milian moved, flicking her finger lightly. The demon let out a wail. Truly worthy of a mythical being. Jiang Yu marveled inwardly. Jiang Yu felt darkness engulf her vision, utterly drained, her soul power depleted. Milian extended her hand, offering Jiang Yu a crimson crystal. This was a lord-level demon, the essence of its entire being. It would fetch a hefty price. Torrential rain poured down, pelting the grass and leaves. Jiang Yu's vision darkened and she collapsed to the ground. Milian's lips curled upward. Oh dear, my master is so weak. I'm not satisfied yet. Her fists clenched. Every move Milian made drained Jiang Yu's soul power. Even among peers of the same rank, Jiang Yu's soul power was considered a prodigious talent. But faced with Milian's insatiable, unrestrained demands, it could only last for a short while. Milian was a mythical being. Even a casual move could drain Jiang Yu dry. Looks like I'll have to properly train little Milian. Jiang Yu's final thought before fainting. Jiang Yu's eyes closed and he collapsed into Milian's arms. Ah! Wake up! Jiang Yu, you bastard, wake the hell up for me. Jiang Yu was completely out cold, his expression serene, drool still trickling from his mouth. Milian felt the dampness on her chest. Millie clenched her teeth, speechless for a long moment. Youth has its perch just collapsing into sleep. Milian could swear this kid did it on purpose. Jiang Yu had been continuously taking the star elixir and his soul power was nearly depleted. Anyone else would have passed out long ago. The fact that he had held on this long only proved that human constitutions varied greatly. Milian was at a loss. They had signed a summoner contract. Jiang Yu couldn't come to harm. Kid, wake up. Master. Nightmare? A cold voice echoed from behind. Who's there? Milian was a mythical being, equivalent to at least the Xian level. Yet before she could react, a jade-like hand pressed her down. Master? That sounds awfully familiar. The girl's tone was as calm as still water. Yet Milian could detect a hint of bitterness lurking beneath the surface. Thud. Milian slammed into a tree trunk, stars dancing before her eyes. Focusing her eyes, she saw a girl floating in the air. The girl bore a resemblance to Jiang Yu, with 4 pairs of jet-black wings sprouting from her back. A nightmare. What kind of luck did my brother have to stumble upon one? The power of a demon god. As far as I know, the only ones possessing such power are. Jiang Junyu's face turned as cold as frost. Milian clamped her mouth shut. Milian felt her heart nearly stop. The power of the demon god emanating from Jiang Junyu was like a towering mountain. Who are you? You call him brother Jiang Yu? Are you Jiang Yu's sister? Nonsense. Jiang Junyu released her grip and floated silently in midair. Milian dared not make a move. You don't need to know my identity right now. Just understand that your big brother is now your summoner. Milian nodded hastily. Now that you've met your big brother, I should be going. Keep your mouth shut. If you dare say another word, I'll skin you alive and make boots out of your demon hide. Rest assured, I'm tight-lipped. Oomph. Aren't demons the masters of deception? That's just a stereotype. It doesn't hold any weight. Before Jiang Junyu, Milian showed not a shred of arrogance, meek as a kitten. Bloodline suppression. Bare-knuckle bloodline suppression. Millie sighed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Jiang Yu, filled with nothing but curiosity. I wonder what secrets you hold, boy. The power of a demon god, a 9-winged fallen angel. Not even the Dark Church could find one like you. Milian murmured softly as she traced Jiang Yu's cheek. They've found me. Now is not the time for me to appear. Setting Jiang Yu down, Milian vanished. The hellish formation shattered, the hellish projection dissipated. Lu Qingqing was the first to react, lifting Jiang Yu and cradling his head on her shoulder. Yu Gulong looked anxious but restrained herself, standing to the side. Shu Qianqin took 2 steps forward, her clenched fist slowly unclenching. Even she hadn't realized why she felt so concerned for Jiang Yu. Lu Yen dispersed the crowd, her eyes reflecting deep thought. After a long silence, she extended her delicate, jade-like hand to gently smooth Jiang Yu's disheveled hair. To the hospital. From the shadows, Milian watched the flurry of women surrounding Jiang Yu and sneered in disdain. Jiang Yu opened her eyes. A strange ceiling. When Boyang and Lu Yen stood in the hallway, Lu Qingqing sat by the bedside, her eyes reddened. The genius who fell off a cliff makes a mysterious return. Did he gain a cheat code? A novel trope unfolding in reality, a genius returning from the brink of death. Major media outlets, having received the news immediately, swarmed to the hospital. The patient's injuries are not severe. He has strong recovery abilities and is not in any life-threatening condition. He should drink plenty of water, reduce phone usage, avoid staying up late, and get ample rest. The doctor finished his instructions and left. Lu Yan entered the hospital room. Jiang Yu tried to sit up. Stay in bed. Jiang Yu gave a simple, honest smile. Don't worry about that. I'm lying down just fine. If God makes me get up, I'd rather go fight God. Everyone was speechless. Yu Gulong was the last to enter the ward. She picked an apple from the fruit platter, peeled it, and handed it to Jiang Yu. Then, extending her delicate hand, she gently smoothed the stray strands of hair from Jiang Yu's forehead. This scene was captured by the media, instantly igniting envy in everyone present. Yu Gulong was nothing short of a national goddess. She possessed extraordinary talent and was exceptionally beautiful. Lu Yan was equally so. And then there was Lu Qingqing, a vibrant young woman who held her own against Yu Gulong. Everyone wished it was them lying there instead. Watching the nation stir with turmoil, hearing hearts shatter everywhere. It's gotta be that kid. Duan Pang finally managed to choke out after a long pause. Xu Qianqin had intended to visit too, but Xu Qianxu had forcibly taken her away. Now, seeing Jiang Yu unharmed on TV, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Little sis? Seeing Xu Qianqin's sudden change in mood, Xu Qianxu hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. Scratching his head, Xu Qianxu mused inwardly, why did my sister suddenly cheer up? It must be because of that joke about Jiang Yu. Looks like I need to learn how to tell jokes. Xu Qianxu picked up his phone and held it in front of Xu Qianqin, clearing his throat. Xu Qianqin frowned as the TV was blocked. Sis, you know why you should drink extra water on Sundays? Because it's Water Wednesday. Xu Qianqin, idiot. Chapter 21, The Medicine King. These supplements, take them whenever you can. They speed up recovery. They're great stuff. Director Lu bought them especially for you, Wen Boyang said with a smile. Thank you, Director 1. Thank you, Director Lu. Lu Yan paused for a moment before suddenly asking, that's a Lord-level demon. Its corpse is right near you, less than 20 meters away. Jiang Yu, who had been eating an apple, immediately grew serious and waved his hand. That was me. Me? That Lord-level demon? Lu Yan's mouth twitched, her face clouding over. That's right. I did it. Lu Yan felt a headache coming on. This kid never told the truth. She didn't believe he could take down a Lord-level demon. Clearly, there was more to the story. Forget it. As long as you're okay. Lu Yan remained silent for over 10 seconds before speaking slowly. Sigh. Jiang Yu sighed. These days, no one believes the truth anymore. Alright, everyone, please leave. Don't disturb Jiang Yu's rest. The two stepped out of the ward and fell into an unusual silence. Standing in the hallway, their expressions were somber. Director Wen, how do you think that Lord Demon died? Well, I'd love to say Jiang Yu took it down, but she's only a 4-star summoner, it's unlikely. Maybe. The atmosphere between the two fell silent once more. Director, this is clearly someone targeting us on purpose. What accident? Ha! Oomph. You don't need a genius to figure out who's behind this. So what do we do? Trying to frame my students? Think I'm some pushover you can push around? Oomph. In the hospital room, only Jiang Yu remained. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a hazy glow over the space. The Li family, father and son. They won't let me off the hook. They'll come after me again when I return. Ha! Who lets who off? That's far from certain. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. These two had colluded with outsiders, nearly destroying a generation of young talents. Keeping them alive would only breed endless trouble. They had long been marked for elimination. Jiang Yu's current base of operations was Million. However, revealing Million now was ill-advised, and Jiang Yu's own strength was too weak to fully utilize her potential. Looks like this money is going down the drain. A phantom river reappeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. This is the one. The Medicine King. An elderly man with a kind appearance appeared beside Jiang Yu. His hair and beard were entirely white, and he carried a leather pouch filled with medicinal herbs. Jiang Yu's current soul power was far too weak to fully summon the Medicine King. Yet, by straining her abilities, she could still conjure a faint, shadowy figure from the river of history. If anyone had witnessed this, they would have been utterly astonished. Was this the 12th one? Summoning even one such sage would make an ordinary person famous, yet Jiang Yu seemed to have no limits. Mystic Soul Pill. Requires soul spirit flower, mystic leaf grass, ginseng, rootless water, dragon tiger tonic, and half an hour to complete the pill. The pill will be a deep blue-green color with dragon tiger patterns. Taking one pill will increase soul power tenfold for half an hour. Jiang Yu grinned. With her current soul power nearing 6 stars, a tenfold increase would reach 7 stars. A 7-star summoner's soul power would be enough to unleash Million's ultimate attack. The only drawback was the exorbitant cost of the ingredients. Though expensive wasn't a flaw, it was Jiang Yu's flaw. The more extraordinary the herbs, the greater the side effects. Once the potency wore off, Jiang Yu would suffer backlash, leaving him unable even to move. In other words, if she couldn't defeat her enemy within 15 minutes, she'd be at their mercy. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then reached between her legs, gradually feeling her way down. From her pants pocket, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Yu Gulang. Hey sis, how's your night going? Moonlight's hazy, and the moon makes us three. Shu Qianqin, get to the point. I need some money. Shu Qianqin transferred 500,000 yuan. Jiang Yu, rich lady, you're the best. Living off someone else's money is sweet. Li family residence. Li Erjiang's face darkened to an extreme degree. He couldn't fathom why Mylene hadn't killed Jiang Yu, especially since he couldn't even reach Mylene now. Million was wanted by the authorities. Without someone to help her, how could she have slipped through the cracks right under their noses? Dad. Something's wrong. Li Baoying pushed open the door, panic etched across his face. Dad, that bastard Jiang Yu didn't die. He's in the hospital right now. What are we going to do? Shouting like that, what kind of behavior is this? Li Er glanced at the flustered Li Baoying, sighed, and spoke with a tone tinged with disappointment. Is there really such cause for panic? Dad, we didn't finish off Jiang Yu last time. He'll definitely seek revenge. He's gotten pretty close with the Lu family and the Shu family. Li Baoying was on the verge of tears. That accident has nothing to do with us. Those two families wouldn't just start targeting us out of nowhere. Li Er snorted coldly. But, enough. Even if they suspect us, they have no proof. We can't let Jiang Yu off the hook. Sooner or later, he'll become a major disaster. Li Erjiang's face darkened. Then what do we do? If you don't kill the snake, it will only cause trouble later. Once you start, you might as well finish it. If we can't take him down in one go, we'll try again. I refuse to believe the kid has that kind of luck. After the freshman ranking tournament, there will be arranged matches. I'll use my influence to pair you with Jiang Yu. As he spoke, Li Erjiang opened a drawer and retrieved a blood crystal stone. Feed this to the behemoth. It will send the beast into a berserk rage, driving it mad and multiplying its strength several times over. The cost? The behemoth will be ruined forever. Li Baoying didn't take the blood crystal stone, instead looking utterly defeated. Dad, I'm no match for Jiang Yu and the behemoth. You fool! A rampaging behemoth gains several times its strength. What is there to fear? It's just a behemoth. Once the dust settles, I'll find you a better one. Li Erjiang was frustrated beyond belief. But, Dad, blood crystals are banned items. Those who achieve great things are magnanimous. They don't get bogged down in trivialities. How could they be bound by rules? This is the perfect opportunity to finish off Jiang Yu. Li Baoying took the blood crystal stone and nodded. Father and son exchanged glances, their expressions hardening into sinister grins. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu has returned once more. The dazzling prodigy has not fallen. What is the truth? A hellish projection has appeared in Longdu. The nightmare slain by General Yu, Million Felix, extremely dangerous individual. Citizens are urged to report sightings immediately. Reward, 30 billion. Jiang Yu pocketed the money and casually flipped through her phone. Little Millie, you're worth quite a pretty penny, aren't you? Mirai's figure materialized, clad in a black gown. Without her demonic features, she resembled a mature older sister. What? Think I'm trouble? Hand me over now and you can collect the 30 billion reward. Miriam looked up, meeting Jiang Yu's resolute gaze. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Little Millie, you're my beloved sister, my blood relative. A warm wave surged through Million's heart. You'll have to pay more. Jiang Yu declared with unwavering seriousness. Oof. Chapter 22, Are you picking on me on purpose? Time passed and the golden sun rose in the east. Academy ranking tournament. First place, Jiang Yu. Second place, Shu Qianqin. Third place, Hu Yeye. The annual freshman tournament began preparations at 8 a.m. Central Plaza was packed with spectators, the atmosphere boisterous with gongs, drums, and crackling firecrackers. A massive stage stood tall in the square, its dark brown hue exuding an ancient grandeur. At the very top, the judges' seats held 3 academy leaders. They were Lu Yan, Li Erjiang, and Wen Boyang. Ahem. What does the principal mean? The freshman tournament hasn't been rescheduled? Isn't that too hasty? At the very least, we should root out the mole first. Wen Boyang murmured. Rest assured, it's orders from above. I trust Jiang Yu won't let us down. Li Erjiang, heh. You mean give Jiang Yu a chance for revenge? But Jiang Yu. Trust me. The two men nodded. Li Erjiang felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Holy crap, if I can get a good ranking in the freshman tournament, I'd gladly give up my virginity. Great, you're taking advantage of the situation? Those dark circles under your eyes, did you pull an all-nighter? Are you some kind of traditional crafts enthusiast? Bull. Can summoner stuff be called traditional craftsmanship? Do you even know how many forms the crimson striped python has? 3. The freshman ranking tournament was like a diagnostic exam, the first real test of combat. The freshman trial is a process to reassess the innate talents of new students. Top-ranked students receive focused cultivation from the academy, while those at the bottom of the rankings are no longer prioritized. Even after graduation, they receive minimal resources. Moreover, top students gain access to the academy's finest resources. Group 1. The instructor bellowed. A man with an arrogant demeanor and a dark, brooding gaze stepped onto the stage. This man was none other than Li Baoying, who had long been at odds with Jiang Yu. The crowd froze, then erupted in a roar of laughter and jeers. Isn't this Mr. Li himself? Wasn't the last time embarrassing enough? He got beaten so badly by Jiang Yu he couldn't even fight back. Typical of young Master Li, he healed in no time? What good is healing? He's just gone from a showerhead to a watering can. Ha ha ha. Hearing the crowd's whispers, Li Baoying clenched his fists tightly. His eyes narrowed with venom as he glared at Jiang Yu, his nails digging into his flesh. Jiang Yu. Every bit of shame you've brought me, I'll repay in full today. I'll make you pay with your life. Jiang Yu froze. Her name was clearly listed at the top of the first group. Just what you needed. Lu Qingqing refused to believe there was no trickery involved. Jiang Yu wasn't about to let him off the hook. First round. Jiang Yu versus Li Baoying. Please welcome the contestants to the stage. The entire venue fell silent once more, then erupted in an uproar. Whoa! Did I hear that right? What a coincidence! Yeah! What a coincidence! Go Jiang Yu! Beat that bastard, it's just a rematch against Li Baoying. I know Jiang Yu can still crush him. Lu Qingqing clenched her fist, her small face radiating confidence. The murmurs grew louder and louder. The history between these two wasn't just known throughout the school, it was known across the entire internet. With the exchange points dwindling, it was impossible to remain unaware. Li Er, sitting at the judges' table, pushed his glasses up. Li Baoying gritted his teeth. Jiang Yu. You're dead. On this stage, I'll break every bone in your body and destroy your soul sea. The soul sea is the lifeblood of a summoner. Summoning consumes soul energy, and the Sea of Souls is the very cradle where soul energy resides. Damage to the Sea of Souls causes soul energy to leak out. At best, one becomes an idiot, at worst, death occurs instantly. The battle begins. Please shake hands, both contestants. Adhering to the principle of friendship first, competition second. The two stepped forward to shake hands. Ha! Jiang Yu won't be so lucky this time. I'll make you wish you were dead. Shoo! Jiang Yu whistled. Jiang Yu. Are you looking for death? Li Baoying's face darkened. Shoo! Jiang Yu whistled, and Li Baoying felt a sharp pain in his groin. Are you a tape recorder? Can you even speak? Shoo! Everyone couldn't help but grin with schadenfreude. Ha ha ha! That Jiang Yu kid, I knew he'd pull some stunt. Did you see that? Li Baoying's face was twisted with rage. Now I've seen it truly, a dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Ha ha ha! Jiang Yu must have deep reasons for doing this, Lu Qingqing nodded. At the judges' table, Lu Yan's eyes lit up, and a smile touched her lips. Ha! This year's freshmen are quite promising. There are a few we should focus on cultivating. What do you think, Director Li? Indeed. All thanks to Director Lu's excellent guidance, Li Erjiang replied instinctively. Speaking of which, how's the investigation into the incident during the freshman ranking competition progressing, Director Li? Li Erjiang stiffened, a flicker of tension crossing his face before he quickly masked it. The investigation is still ongoing. This matter must be pursued to the end. Headquarters has made it clear, if we don't provide a satisfactory response, they will intervene personally. Understood? Li Erjiang nodded frantically. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Not only had they targeted Jiang Yu, but they'd also projected hell itself, summoning it directly to Tiandu Academy. At best, it was slapping the academy in the face. At worst, it was undermining the very foundations of Huagua. Let the old man squirm for a couple more days. The higher-ups have already decided. Everything will be given the green light. Jiang Yu. Beat the crap out of him. Go, Jiang Yu. Lu Qingqing shouted. Even Lu Yan in the judges' seats turned her gaze this way. Shu Qianqin watched intently. A faint smile played at the corner of Yu Guling's lips. Jiang Yu paid no heed. As everyone knew, he, Jiang Yu, had never been one for women. Yet the breeze only teases the flowers. Wow! Who'd have thought, kid? You're quite popular with the ladies. Looking at your girls, there are at least 4 of them. Million's voice echoed in his mind. Sigh. Being too perfect is its own kind of curse. Millie rolled her eyes. You should know this person. Millie nodded. You wanted to know who helped me, right? It was them father and son? The vice principal of Tendu Academy certainly has that capability. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. His father, can he handle it? Who do you think you're looking down on? A mere 6-star summoner. As long as you can last, one strike is enough to take him down. Jiang Yu nodded with satisfaction. No one gave Li Baoying a chance. After all, it had been less than a month since their last duel. Even with relentless training, a month was far too short for any significant leap in strength unless he was cheating. Li Baoying gritted his teeth inwardly. Everyone underestimated him. Just wait until he defeated Jiang Yu, then he'd see the expressions on their faces. At this very moment. Just like that moment back then. Chapter 23, Battle, Pure Thrills. Battle, exhilarating. Thousands rose to their feet. From this moment on, this square shall be known as Jiang Yu Square. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge. Watermelon and happy soda. Li Baoying roared, summoning the behemoth once more. Compared to last time, this time the behemoth's gaze held a hint of crimson, and its aura was even more ferocious. A behemoth. A legendary tier magical beast. Possessing immense strength and impenetrable armor, it's undeniably formidable. But there's no such thing as the strongest magical beast, only stronger summoners. The Baimong beast's power ultimately depends on the summoner's skill. These words carry a deeper meaning. Li Baoying was furious. Who are you implying that? The behemoth showed tremendous potential, but as its summoner, Li Baoying was sorely lacking. Jiang Yu has made his move. Will he summon an ancient sage, or a new one? Everyone held their breath in tense anticipation. After all these days, they had come to one conclusion: Jiang Yu defied conventional logic. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar shook the heavens, causing the entire arena to tremble. Summoning those big shots would be too much of an advantage for you. I'll just summon someone casually. A golden dragon emerged from the void. Soaring through the heavens, it surveyed the world with disdain. Its golden scales shimmered with regal splendor under the sunlight. At that moment, all fell silent. The creature before them existed only in legend. Every soul felt awe welling up from the depths of their being. A dragon! It's a dragon! Every Chinese person felt their blood boil at that moment. A dragon! The judges' seats fell silent. Only those of the dragon lineage can summon a dragon. This boy. When Boying's eyes flickered, as if he saw that peerless genius of the dragon family from decades ago. What a pity! That prodigy had become a forbidden topic among Huaguo's highest echelons. This kid? His soul power is about to break through? When Boying sighed again. The data never lies. Jiang Yu's soul power was indeed at the 4-star level. My brother is deliberately suppressing his soul power, like clenching his buttocks. He's been holding it in all this time, Yu Gulong stated, causing everyone's vision to darken. Meaning that once Jiang Yu relaxes, his soul power will surge like a torrent, instantly achieving the breakthrough and advancement. Shu Qianqin suddenly understood. Like a great bird riding the wind, soaring straight to the heavens. It won't be long before Tiandu Academy, this humble temple, can no longer contain this great Buddha. Roar! The dragon battles in the wild. Its blood is crimson and yellow. The behemoth soared into the air, opening its gaping maw, its long fangs gleaming coldly. The golden dragon's claws strike down. They collided fiercely. The behemoth possessed boundless strength, yet the dragon's form soared with the heavens above and danced with the seas below. In their clash, the two stood evenly matched. Both colossal beasts roared, causing the arena to tremble as spiderweb-like cracks spread outward in all directions. Alas! My power remains too weak. I can only summon a dragon. Had I summoned a true divine dragon, I wouldn't need to lift a finger. Merely standing there, it would suppress all evil. The divine dragon, a symbol of auspiciousness in the totem of Huaguo's legends, commands clouds and rain. It embodies the ultimate in strength and yang energy, bringing great fortune to those who behold it. For a bimbo beast like this, it's nothing short of a natural enemy. Ah! The outcome is already decided. This is a dragon, after all. The behemoth is, after all, merely a demonic creature. How could it compare to a divine beast? Jiang Yu's thoughts stirred, and the golden dragon soared into the air. Then, with its 4 dragon claws, it pinned the behemoth to the ground and raised its head to roar. Roar! The dragon's claws dug into the behemoth's flesh, leaving bloody, mangled gashes across its body. With agonized screams, it struggled desperately. A dragon battling in the wild today. I've witnessed it. Legend says only those of dragon bloodline can summon divine dragons. How did Jiang Yu manage it? None of that matters. What matters is this is a dragon. Telling people about this will make us look incredibly impressive. The crowd erupted in a wave of astonished shouts, each crest louder than the last. Ha ha ha! Look at that! The behemoth looks so dumb. One eye bigger than the other, crooked teeth. Doesn't look too bright. What kind of person summons what kind of beast? My take is, don't even bother treating this beast. It'll just drool all over the place even if it gets cured. Ha ha ha! The mockery cut deep, each word like a knife. Li Baoying was furious beyond words. Jiang Yu, do you really think I'd fall into the same trap twice? Now, the real battle begins. Li Baoying roared. The last glimmer of clarity vanished from the behemoth's eyes, replaced by boundless fury. The power of the blood crystal stone surged through every vein. The behemoth's bronze-colored hide now glowed crimson. Veins bulged prominently, twisted tendons snaking like spiderwebs. Snap! Crack! Bone spurs erupted, transforming the behemoth in an instant into a monstrous creature radiating savage fury, utterly devoid of reason. Sharp bone spines erupted from its spine, limbs, and ribs. Roar! The behemoth roared. In an instant, a frenzied aura engulfed the entire arena. Heh, you've really gone all out. To defeat me, you've even resorted to using forbidden items. Poor behemoth. Once activated, the blood crystal stone would drive the summoned beast into a complete frenzy, burning its blood to gain power until death. Jiang Yu. I'll make you wish you were dead. Behemoth. Kill. The behemoth roared to the heavens, its four massive arms gripping the dragon's body as it exerted terrifying force. The dragon lost its footing and was hurled backward. Earthshaker hammer strike. Cloud crushing strike. Earth pulse. Li Baoying barked the commands, and the behemoth unleashed a storm of attacks. In an instant, the dragon absorbed every single blow. Golden scales screeched with deafening friction. Radiant light flared across the dragon's body. Polarity reversed. A look of utter shock spread across every face. What's going on? How did the cute beast suddenly become so powerful? It just tossed aside the dragon that had been beating it moments ago. That kind of power can't be underestimated. This is bad. If this keeps up, Jiang Yu will lose. Ha 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 ha. Now you'll see my true power. Li Baoying gloated smugly. A faint smile also appeared at the corner of Li Er's mouth. Ha! Jiang Yu's talent seems rather ordinary. My son is no less than him. He possesses the potential of a 9-star summoner. Yu Gulong remains silent. How utterly foolish. This is truly disastrous. Could Jiang Yu actually lose? If this keeps up, it might leave lasting damage? This is over. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Lu Qingqing clenched her fists. Have you finished talking? Poof. Jiang Yu gave a cold laugh. Dragon breath. Lotus fire. Chapter 24, Breaking Through the Rank. Roar. In an instant, the resounding dragon's roar echoed across the heavens. The divine dragon sword, flinging the behemoth giant beast aside as golden divine light poured down from its body. Li Baoying was utterly stunned, unable to react in time. The divine dragon seized the behemoth in its jaws as if grasping a pearl, then soared straight toward the heavens. Golden light surged from its throat, radiating terrifying heat. Dozens of seconds later, a terrifying dragon's breath erupted, blooming like a lotus flower 1,000 meters above, unfurling in the void. The golden dragon's breath unfurled, its terrifying heat searing the ground thousands of meters below. Wen Boyang gasped in shock. A fire attribute skill. Lotus fire breath? Lu Yan's beautiful eyes also flashed with light. Everyone stared in disbelief. Is it really dragon breath lotus fire? Is this kid even human? What kind of creature is this kid? A colossal golden lotus of fire floated in the void above. As the lotus blossomed, golden flames scattered in all directions like a golden meteor shower. Beneath the lotus, a dragon soared through the air with graceful poise. Holy crap! To unleash this technique, one must be at least a 5-star advanced summoner. Otherwise, their soul power simply wouldn't be sufficient. Am I seeing things? That kid's only a 4-star novice summoner. Terrifying. He's not human. What kind of creature is he? At a 4-star summoner level, he possesses soul power comparable to a 5-star advanced summoner, even surpassing most 5-star advanced summoners. He's already infinitely close to the 6th rank. Everyone's eyes widened so wide their mouths could fit a light bulb. This kid's talent is too terrifying. He's only a 4-star summoner, yet his soul power rivals a 6-star. It's true he summoned countless sages. Yes, countless, that was the consensus among everyone. This kid's talent might even surpass senior Yu Guling's. Is it the summoner who's stronger, or the summoned spirit? Duan Peng couldn't help but ask. Wen Boyang pondered for a moment. A summoner's talent determines the summoned spirit's potential ceiling. Let me give you an example. Do you know General Yu? I know. The army general, the legendary figure said to surpass even 9-star summoners, who recently defeated the nightmare Mirian Felix. When Boyang nodded, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Indeed. General Yu is one of the few in Huagua who transcends the rank of a 9-star summoner. His summoned being is merely at the minister rank. By conventional standards, reaching minister rank is the ultimate limit, yet General Yu broke through that constraint. Understand? This is the true strength of a summoner. Rank alone doesn't determine everything. Speaking of which, could Jiang Yu one day become a summoner as powerful as General Yu? When Boyang smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on the figure atop the stage. That I couldn't say. He definitely will. I believe in him. Lu Qingqing declared with unwavering conviction. Watching Jiang Yu's figure, in Wen Boyang's eyes, Jiang Yu and that background gradually merged into one. He looks just like him. So much like him. Perhaps this kid's talent truly mirrors his. After a long while, the figures faded away, and the temperature plummeted. A gaping hole appeared in the clouds overhead, while distant white clouds formed a ring-shaped pattern. Golden dragon breath still swirled across the arena, refusing to die down. Jiang Yu stood in the center of the arena, hands tucked into his pockets, his expression serene. Her entire being was as still as a deep well. The behemoth had long since been reduced to a charred corpse, lying in the opposite corner of the arena. Li Baoying sat slumped in a corner, eyes vacant, trembling uncontrollably, a damp patch spreading beneath him. Shoo! Jiang Yu whistled again. In the deafening silence, the sound rang out distinctly. Ha! Claiming it was cured? Pure bull. Look at it now, leaking like a broken showerhead. Put. That kid's mouth is still as sharp as ever. The winner. Jiang Yu. Results announced. The entire venue erupted in cheers. A roar like a mountain. Gongs and drums resound. Firecrackers crackle. Deafening noise. Jiang Yu actually won? This kid is a monster. Did anyone notice Jiang Yu's gaze? As if Li Baoying were already dead. Terrifying. Terrifying indeed. This kid has the potential of a 9-star summoner. Look, everyone. Jiang Yu's soul power isn't just increasing, it's erupting like a geyser. The crowd was stunned. Terrifying soul power surged outward like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions. In the sea of souls, the 5th star coalesced into existence. Check the readings. It's updated. Jiang Yu has broken through. That kid is now a 4-star summoner. His soul power has even reached the level of a 5-star. All eyes turned to the large screen. The most prominent feature displayed was Jiang Yu's close-up portrait. Jiang Yu, 4-star summoner. Soul strength, 5-star advanced. Cultivating soul power is like doing Kegel exercises, easy to do once, but difficult to sustain for a lifetime. Everyone sucked in another breath of cold air. First time on the stage, absolutely unbelievable. This kid just set a new record for Tiandu Academy. Seems Senior Yu was right, he was deliberately holding back, just to make a breakthrough in the training match. The crowd stared in disbelief. Was this really the summoner they knew? Comparing people? Forget it, it's pointless. Before this, during the freshman ranking tournament, Jiang Yu had slain over 100 beasts. He'd drained his soul power multiple times, only to recover with star elixirs. Through this cycle, he'd long met the criteria for a breakthrough, having even faced near-death experiences. If he hadn't deliberately held back, he would have broken through days ago. Impressive. No wonder the headmaster holds such high hopes for this kid. Li Er's face darkened completely from the judge's stand. Hearing everyone's praise for Jiang Yu, he gritted his teeth so hard his molars nearly shattered. He glanced at Li Baoying, who lay limp on the stage, tears and snot streaming down his face, filled with frustration. Useless piece of trash. Headline news. Shocking. Jiang Yu breaks records again, real-life version of The Dragon's Regret. The secret behind Jiang Yu's breakthrough on the stage, the genius within. Brother Jiang Yu, how did you manage to do it? Was that breakthrough on the stage an impromptu move? A reporter thrust a microphone in front of Jiang Yu. Achieved what? The breakthrough? Just a casual feat. Under the camera's gaze, Jiang Yu wore a broad smile. Well then, Mr. Jiang Yu, what are your thoughts on this victory? Just having hands is enough. Brother Jiang Yu, your soul power far surpasses that of ordinary people. What are your thoughts on this? Simple. It's just natural talent. I haven't deliberately trained it. Besides, soul power is like, well, you know. The crowd fell silent. Shocking. The secrets of soul power are connected to Kegel exercises? Master Jiang Yu himself reveals the truth. Jiang Yu had no idea that his offhand remark would lead to a significant lull in business for China's colorectal hospitals in the years to come. Chapter 25, Fatherly Kindness, Filial Piety. Ah! Li Baoying cried out in pain. The death of the summoned being also affected the summoner. The behemoth is dead? The entire crowd erupted in commotion. Whispers spread through the crowd, this effectively crippled Li Baoying. Did we go too far? That's a bit excessive. Li Erjiang's eyes flashed with a hint of cold cruelty. That Jiang Yu is ruthless, he doesn't hold back in matches and dares to strike with lethal force. He's ruthless at heart, disregarding school rules and betraying fellow disciples. No matter how talented he is, he's a potential danger. In my opinion, he should be expelled immediately. At these words, some nodded in agreement. Li Erjiang did have some connections. Director Li is absolutely right. Jiang Yu may be a genius, but his heart is dark and cruel. He'll cause trouble sooner or later. That kid's character is too flawed, better to nip it in the bud. Lu Yan raised her delicate eyebrows. Heh. If I deserve dismissal, then Li Baoying should be dismissed too. Using blood crystals in the competition, as far as I know, blood crystals are prohibited items, right? At these words, Li Erjiang's face turned pale. You're making things up. Whether I'm making things up or not, we'll know after testing. Test the liver of the behemoth. Lu Yan nodded. Several figures in white coats swiftly began dissecting the behemoth. The chaotic scene lasted several minutes. Reporting to Director Lu. The results are in. It's exactly as Jiang Yu said. Blood crystal stone was used. Blood crystals. The moment the doctor announced the test results, the entire room fell silent in shock, everyone staring in disbelief. Blood crystal. That's a banned substance. Once used, the summoned creature plunges into a frenzied rage until death. How could he bring himself to do it? Li Baoying is utterly despicable. Not only did he violate school rules, but he also used a banned substance. He has no humanity. As his scheme was exposed, Li Baoying's face twisted with terror. His eyes darted nervously as he glanced toward the judge's table where Li Erjiang sat. You're lying. You're making baseless accusations. The doctor ignored Li Erjiang entirely, handing the test results directly to Lu Yen. Doesn't this prove everything? I'm sure Director Li won't let us down. He'll do the right thing and cut ties with his own kin. Right? Right? Jiang Yu's expression was a mix of mockery and amusement. Li Erjiang's face darkened. Director Lu, I can confirm it's definitely the blood crystal stone. At this point, the truth was crystal clear. Li Baoying. The evidence is irrefutable. What more can you say? Lu Yen's face was cold as ice. Li Baoying trembled violently, burying his head in his chest like a frightened quail. His final gaze fell upon Li Erjiang at the judge's table, like a drowning man clutching at a lifeline. Dad. He framed me. It's all lies. Director Lu. Director Li, mind your position. Lu Yen said coldly, her expression utterly icy. Li Erjiang struggled, then clenched his teeth, a resolute expression hardening on his face. Li Baoying, you used banned substances, violated school regulations, and caused the death of the beaming beast. According to school regulations, expulsion. Li Baoying stood rooted to the spot, struck as if by lightning. He couldn't believe his own father would utter such words. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins, like a bullied infant, and he began to shed tiny pearls of tears. Why? Dad. Why? It was clearly you. Li Erjiang growled. Security. Drag this treacherous scoundrel out of here. Li Baoying, like a stray dog, was grabbed by several burly security guards and tossed out the school gates. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a surge of relief, yet a chill crept up their spines. It was like the relief after suffering from bloating and constipation caused by spicy food, only to find instant relief with a chilled enema. By evening, after fierce competition on the arena, hundreds of freshmen had narrowed down to the final 8. The final 8 were listed in no particular order. Amidst this vibrant atmosphere of burgeoning vitality and fierce competition, only Li Baoying had his results annulled. He was even deemed non-existent. Li Erjiang felt no desire to linger either, finding the place unbearably noisy. Jiang Yu. Congratulations on your win. We've ordered food at my place, make sure to come over later. Shu Qianqin sent the message, sprawled on the sofa, dangling her white feet with an air of leisurely contentment. Sis? What's got you so excited? Shu Qianxu asked, puzzled. Oh. Jiang Yu won, so we're all in the top 8 now. We're planning a celebration at our place. I've already ordered the food. Shu Qianxu nodded. With Jiang Yu coming over, no wonder Shu Qianqin was so thrilled. After all, that kid really knew how to crack jokes. This was perfect, a chance to learn from Jiang Yu how to tell jokes well. The Tiandu 1-year family. Jiang Yu pulled out his phone. At the same time. Yu Gulong, Jiang Yu, hurry over here. I've got a great gig for you. Lu Yen, where are you? Don't move from there, I'm coming to find you. Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat. Jiang Yu split into 3 equal parts. Ugh. Jiang Yu sighed, his face clouded with worry. Jiang Yu? What's wrong? You made it to the quarterfinals, you should be happy. Why the long face? A passing classmate asked curiously. Sigh. You wouldn't understand. Don't bother me, I'm thinking. That kid. Seeing Jiang Yu's phone screen, everyone gritted their teeth. I'm not jealous at all. The idea of Jiang Yu split into 3 parts is just too amusing. Why. I really don't get you suck-ups. Sis, Shu Qianqin and the others have already ordered dinner. I need to head over now. Plus, Director Lu is looking for me too. Yu Gulong, I'll treat you to something delicious. Are you in? Jiang Yu, count me in. Leaving the others behind, gritting their teeth, feeling a lump in their throats. Where's Jiang Yu? Lu Yen rushed out of the office and found everyone staring at each other in silence. Director Lu, did Jiang Yu go to meet someone? Someone asked cautiously. It could be Senior Yu Gulong, or perhaps Shu Qianqin's place, or maybe Lu Qingqing. A dangerous smile spread across Lu Yen's face. What does Director Lu want with Jiang Yu? Whoa. Could it be she likes Jiang Yu? You know, Director Lu is only 5 or 6 years older than us. Lu Yen's smile grew even more sinister. Who's spreading rumors? Half a year's exchange points docked. No. Snowflakes drifted down. The north wind howled. A quarter of an hour later, everyone gathered Shu Qianqin, Wu Yaya, and Lu Qingqing. Where is Jiang Yu? Shu Qianqin pulled out her phone. Should I send her a message? The moment she pulled out her phone, Shu Qianqin's smile froze, and the room's temperature plummeted. What's going on? Is it too cold in here? None of your business. Shu Qianqiu. Hey sis? You know why cows can't use phones? Because they only have hooves, not hands. From Run. Shu Qianqin. Chapter 26. No one understands soul masters better than me. Longdu Restaurant, a famously luxurious establishment where patrons are either wealthy or noble. Even the sculptures displayed in the lobby were masterpieces of art, towering 4 or 5 stories high. Jiang Yu looked around wide-eyed, clearly overwhelmed by the unfamiliar surroundings. Young man, first time here? Yeah, I'm a broke guy, where'd I get the money to eat here? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. The sweeter the smile, the darker the truth beneath. Yu Gulong was definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Sitting across from him on the expensive sofa, Jiang Yu tried his best not to scratch it. Perched on the top floor, the open-air dining area offered a panoramic view of the entire city below. Standing atop the highest peak, all other mountains seemed small. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Jiang Yu grabbed the menu, unaware that photos of her and Yu Gulong had already gone viral across the internet. At the same moment, Shu Qianqin pulled out her phone, and the room temperature dropped sharply. Sis. You're just too kind to me, Jiang Yu sighed. You're my little brother. What's wrong with treating you well? Yu Gulong replied. Or, you didn't know? Jiang Yu looked puzzled. No? No what? You really don't know? Looks like Uncle Xiaotian didn't tell you. Oh well, never mind then. We'll talk about it after you win the Superstar Tournament Championship. Yu Gulong felt a surge of satisfaction. Riddle solvers, get the hell out of China. The dishes arrived, and Jiang Yu wolfed them down, devouring them voraciously. ING jumped onto the table. Eat. 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 I silently vowed. Once I make some money, I'll definitely bring my little sister here for a meal. And Lu Qingqing too, though that girl, the Lu family's heiress, probably eats so much she's sick of it all. Sis, you're a member of the Wind Spirit Guild, right? The Wind Spirit Guild was founded by the Yu family. For summoners seeking rapid advancement, joining a guild was the most direct path. Every expense required vast amounts of gold coins, nothing came cheap. Costs ranged from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Sis, can I join your guild? Jiang Yu pondered. You're only a 5-star summoner now. The guild's minimum requirement is 6 stars. Yu Gulong shook her head. This was a form of protection. Most greenhorns were still immature in both mind and strength, ill-equipped to handle crises. Jiang Yu shook her head. Who said I want to be a summoner for the guild? I want to be the guild's soul master. No one understands soul power better than me. Yu Gulong froze, setting down her drink as she propped her face in her hands. That's certainly possible. With your talent, you're more than capable of being a soul master. Summoners faced all sorts of problems, and so the profession of soul master was born. Soul masters don't need to venture onto the battlefield, so there are no strength requirements. Yu Gulong looked him up and down. With your skills, you're definitely qualified. Yu Gulong was utterly convinced of this. She had consulted countless soul masters and tried countless medicines for her moon goddess's ailment, yet nothing had worked. It wasn't until Jiang Yu appeared and pinpointed the root cause in a single sentence. Setting aside our sibling bond, your innate talent alone makes you more than qualified to be a soul master. Jiang Yu grinned. No one understood soul power better than she did. Alright, come with me later. You'll get paid, and there's even a commission. Jiang Yu felt a surge of secret delight. Lu Yan stormed into the restaurant, ignoring the waitstaff. Where's Jiang Yu? Where's Yu Gulong? The waiter was sweating profusely. You mean Miss Yu Gulong, right? She and that gentleman went to the Fengling Guild. Lu Yan. Wind Spirit Guild headquarters. A sky blue barrier enveloped the entire region. Above, wind attribute summoned beasts let out loud cries as they spread their wings and soared skyward. Countless structures were lifted into the heavens, glowing like torches, forming a city of stars. Quite the spectacle. Damn the rich. Major guilds all possess their own landmark structures, and this celestial city served as the Wind Spirit Guild's emblem. Looking up, beneath the semicircular dome, buildings floated in the air. Countless blue birds flitted through the structures. Good day, young lady. At the guild entrance, countless summoners offered polite greetings. The Wind and Cloud Guild was vast. Even after walking for nearly an hour, they hadn't explored a single corner. No wonder it's the Yu family, one of the 5 great families of Dragon City. Even their subordinate guild is this lavish. Jiang Yu was utterly speechless. I had intended to introduce you to the guildmaster, but unfortunately, he's away on business. The guildmaster Yu Gulong referred to was none other than Yu Tiancheng, the head of the entire Fengling Guild, the core figure of the Yu family, and a preeminent figure in all of Huagua, a 9-star summoner. Every citizen of Huagua knew this name. Jiang Yu, handsome young man, long time no see? A cool, feminine voice sounded from behind. The woman before him was in her 30s or 40s, with a beautiful face and skin as smooth as silk. It's only been a few days. Little handsome Jiang Yu has forgotten me already? How heartbroken I am. The woman feigned hurt. How could that be, Sister Shirsan? It was none other than the shop owner, Luo Shirsan. You're such a sweet talker, Jiang Yu. Calling me sister like that, it warms my heart. Tell me what's on your mind. Luo Shirsan giggled coquettishly, patting her chest, a gesture that sent waves rippling across her ample bosom. Oof. Men are all scoundrels. Million's voice echoed coldly within the soul sea. Is that so? Little Millie, if you think I'm tormenting you, you're free to leave. But it seems you're rather enjoying it too. Who's enjoying this? Million gritted her teeth. We signed a contract, a summoner's contract. It's like a marriage certificate. What's yours is mine. What's the big deal? Who said I wanted to marry you? Their daily bickering was like that of newlyweds. After bickering with Million, the two arrived at a room. This is the medical room. It's equipped with the most advanced technology and a complete inventory of medicinal supplies. The room was spacious and entirely white. Technology blended with ancient methods. Master. I have a friend who accidentally sat on a light bulb. Is there anything you can do? Truly by accident? Master, my spiritual energy has been feeling low lately. Cut back on traditional crafts, watch your diet, and get plenty of rest. Aren't you trying to become a soul master? Solving their problems makes you a qualified one, Yu Gulan remarked. She felt a bit helpless. The problems summoners encountered were all over the place, causing headaches for every soul master. From minor issues like suturing hemorrhoids to major ones like unstable souls, even to redrawing summoning spells, all required soul master's involvement. Jiang Yu's eyes flickered with light. Green-eyed beast, foreign object in the anus. Gale rabbit, in heat. Treatment recommendation, prey. Scarlet flame wolf, forbidden love. Treatment recommendation, severance for eternal cure. Jiang Yu smirked. She extended her index fingers from both hands, joined them together, and pulled them apart like an accordion, neither too fast nor too slow. Simultaneously, she pursed her lips, her voice melodious. I told you, no one understands souls better than me. Who is this kid? Whoever it is, hurry up and help me. Is he a soul master too? To be kept by the young miss, he can't be ordinary. Chapter 27, Fighting Fire with Fire. Ignoring the crowd, the two women led Jiang Yu straight toward the innermost part. One of the men stood imposing. His body was pierced with medical instruments. Pale-faced, his bare upper torso was covered in dark red marks. Hey, girl! Bringing someone to see me again? I told you before, don't bother. Those bastards said no one but them can lift this curse. His expression was fierce and menacing, yet the burly man forced a strained smile. Uncle Lei, don't talk. Yu Gulong fell silent for a moment. Jiang Yu, do you have a solution? The burly man sighed, his expression weary and defeated. A gruesome wound scarred his lower body, crusted over and reddish-brown. Dark red blood dripped continuously from the reddish-brown scabbed wound. The man's physical condition had deteriorated to the extreme, even his pupils appearing unfocused. Sis, look at this guy's condition. You saw it too, right? Uncle Lin Lei is a brother-in-arms who fought alongside my father through thick and thin. Is there anything you can do? Lin Lei was an 8-star summoner and a founding member of the Wind Spirit Guild. During the summoning trials, he had never flinched even when facing thousands of enemies. Yet such a formidable figure had been ambushed, his strength reduced to a fraction of what it once was, his very life now sustained by machines. Little Millie, can you help? Jiang Yu asked. It's a poison from Beelzebub's hell. This is tricky. Normally, this guy would be dead already. I can counteract the poison. But if I do, how will you reward me, master? You want a reward? Forget it then. I was just asking. This poison. I can cure it too. Millian, I may not be human, but you're definitely a dog. Covertly training Millie. At that moment, the burly man coughed violently, causing the instrument screen's readings to spike and tremble wildly. All the soul masters rushed forward in that instant. The man's face turned deathly pale. Damn it! The curse has spread to the soul sea. Where's the soul stone? Bring it quickly. It's useless. What do we do? Numerous soul masters stood helplessly at a loss. To resist the hellish curse with mortal strength and cling to life for this long already demonstrated their resolve. The curse has reached the soul sea. Replenishing soul power is useless now. Conventional methods simply won't work. What are you talking about, kid? What I mean is, to save this uncle, we need to use special methods. Jiang Yu spoke calmly, enunciating each word clearly. The curse has spread to the soul sea. In other words, the soul sea is shattered. Replenishing soul power is utterly impossible. Beelzebub's curse primarily corrodes and corrupts. Conventional healing methods are utterly useless. If this continues, his soul energy will deplete, his body will decay, and ultimately, his soul will be tormented into Beelzebub's hell. Yu Gulong observed discreetly, her eyes suddenly brightening. Jiang Yu spoke again. I have a way to expel the curse, though I wonder if you're willing to believe it, uncle. Ha ha ha. Kid, you've brought an interesting youngster this time. Kid, I'm willing to believe you. At worst, I die. But taking this old man's life won't be so easy. Lin Lei roared with laughter. With no other options left, he could only pin his hopes on Jiang Yu. 1 portion of demon blood. 1 vine spirit flower. The eyeball of a 2-headed lizard. Devil goat's beard. Also needed. Boil all the ingredients, refine them, and bring the result to me. Several soul masters exchanged glances, unable to contain their skepticism. Young master, the things you're asking for all possess dark and corrosive attributes. Isn't this like rubbing salt into the wound? Jiang Yu's expression turned icy. Hurry and prepare them. If we miss the optimal treatment window, the old man will truly be in grave danger. Get moving. Yu Gulong commanded. The group bustled about, hastily boiling the herbs and feeding them into the extraction machine. Minutes later, a crimson-red potion, bubbling like molten lava, appeared in Jiang Yu's hands. The concoction reeked of a foul stench, reminiscent of stinky tofu mixed with blue cheese, then soaked in rotten eggs. Jiang Yu took the potion. The crimson liquid writhed and twisted like a small snake. Ah! Intense agony made the burly man let out a heart-wrenching roar. It might hurt a bit. Hang in there, old man. Ow. Kid, next time give me a heads up. Lin Lei's pallid skin regained a faint flush of color. The other soul masters looked on in shock. How is that possible? Impossible. This is nothing short of a miracle. Look. The curse hasn't been completely removed, but it's been suppressed. Look at the wound. The rotten flesh is peeling away, and new flesh is growing underneath. A miracle. It's nothing short of a miracle. In less than a quarter of an hour, vast amounts of rotten flesh fell away from the wound, revealing fresh, regenerating flesh beneath. Ah! Lin Lei let out a long sigh, feeling light as a feather. It had been ages since he'd felt this good. Mine. Lin Lei, a burly tough guy, now had tears welling up in his eyes from overwhelming joy. The curse hasn't been completely removed. But it's been neutralized by the medication. At least there's no immediate danger to your life. To avoid any lasting effects, you must be careful with the subsequent recovery steps. I've written everything down. It should only take a few months to completely remove the curse. The sturdy paper note sent shockwaves through everyone present. Young man, you saved my life. This debt of gratitude, Lin Lei will never forget. What is your name? Should you ever need anything in the future, just give me a shout. I, Lin Lei, will not hesitate to lay down my life for you. For Lin Lei, survival had never been a consideration. Now, Jiang Yu had pulled him back from the brink of death, a debt of life itself. Jiang Yu. My name is Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. That name sounds familiar. Lin Lei murmured to himself. Alright, Uncle Lei's curse has just been suppressed. You should rest more. We'll be on our way now. We won't disturb you further. Master Jiang, my friend accidentally sat on a light bulb. Is there anything you can do? Truly an accident? Or was it deliberate? Jiang Yu smiled meaningfully. Master Jiang. Just give up traditional crafts. You'll see results in 3 days. This rabbit of mine, would you take a look? It's in heat. No cure. Castration is the only permanent solution. Luo Shisan's gaze grew deep. This kid is a rare talent. We can't let him slip away. His soul master talent alone would make him a prized guest at any major clan. And that dragon he summons. Luo Shisan made up his mind he absolutely couldn't let this kid slip away. Jiang Yu, handsome young man, would you be willing to join the Wind Spirit Guild? Chapter 28, Setting Out. Oh, let me introduce you Sister Luo Shisan, Vice President of the Wind Spirit Guild. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Hello, Vice President? In the Wind Spirit Guild's headquarters, within the conference room on the top floor. A contract lay on the table, a high-paying special employment contract. Sign this contract and you'll become a specially recruited soul master for our Wind Spirit Guild. As for the salary, you needn't worry. Jiang Yu picked up the contract and scanned it quickly, her eyes widening like copper bells. A monthly salary of 2 million yuan, plus a 15% commission. That's insane. Vice President? Jiang, handsome guy, why are you calling me president now? Or should I say sister? That sounds much nicer. Sis, 15% commission, 2 million yuan monthly salary, this deal is just 2. You're such a smooth talker, kid. Calling me sis hit the spot. This contract was specially prepared for you. Satisfied? Luo Shisan casually sat before Jiang Yu, his long legs crossed, radiating a unique charm. Satisfied. Jiang Yu nodded. A monthly salary of 2 million yuan meant that even if he just coasted through life, he could live happily ever after. A 15% commission. Just a little effort, and she'd pocket 15% of the commission. Given the scale of the Wind Spirit Guild, every commission came with a hefty price tag. I've hit a small goal without even trying. Jiang Yu muttered to herself. Back in the day, she was dirt poor. This amount of money was nothing short of astronomical. Oh right. Sis. I want to go out and gain some experience. Any commissions suitable for me? A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. With your skills as a 5-star summoner, handsome, we wouldn't normally assign you a mission. But exceptions happen. And actually, there is one mission that suits you perfectly. Why the sudden interest in quests? Didn't you say all heroes are mere weeds in this world and only I am the true hero? Yu Gulong asked curiously. Ahem. Gaining experience early and boosting my strength can't hurt, right? Jiang Yu nearly choked on his own saliva. Take this map. The locations for the quest are marked on it. Within a mountain range, collect the hair of the Wailing Witch. Ever since the emergence of summoners, mythical creatures began appearing on the land. Hundreds of years ago, it was like two separate worlds. Then came Arthur, the Olympian gods, the 7 lords of hell. Legendary beings descended fully into the mortal realm, plunging Huagui into imminent peril. Jiang Yu could never forget the summoning trial space, where Satan's hellfire scorched the entire land, turning the souls of all her bloodkin into playthings for the demon god. This time, it won't happen again. Jiang Yu resolved. Grow stronger. To stop this, I must become a 9-star summoner or even surpass that rank. Once one became a 9-star summoner, they would be specially recruited to represent Huagui in the summoning trial realm, engaging in mythical contests. A trial concerning existence and survival. The weak would not even be granted the right to survive. That old fox Li Erjiang wouldn't let me off. Within Tiandu Academy, he'd surely hold back, afraid to act rashly. But what about outside the academy? What about beyond Longdu City? Ha! A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Jiang Yu had taken the mission precisely to create a false front to lure the snake out of its hole. By the time she stepped out of the Wind Spirit Guild, it was already late at night. Jiang Yu hummed a tune, a bright smile lighting up her face. Luo Shisan, considering Jiang Yu's pockets were emptier than his face, had specially advanced him a month's salary, instantly putting 2 million in his pocket. His back straightened, and he walked with a spring in his step. Ah! As Jiang Yu walked down the street, a cool, detached voice echoed. Found Jiang Yu. Out alone on the street this late at night? Did Senior Yu Gulong kick you out? Ha! Jiang Yu sure is busy. We waited for hours, only to find you having a candlelit dinner with Senior Yu Gulong? Old 6. You little brat, Jiang Yu. Made me run all over town. Didn't I tell you? You little brat, Jiang Yu. Made me run all over town. Didn't I tell you? Stay put, don't move. Are your ears stuffed with cotton? First we went to the Grand Hotel with Yu Gulong, then to the Fengling Guild. What's next? Heading straight to the bedroom? Lu Yan's chest heaved violently. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Even Lu Qingqing's eyes were filled with resentment. Oh no! A warning bell rang loudly in Jiang Yu's mind. Don't try to reason with an angry woman. It's over. Faced with their resentful, furious stares, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable pang of guilt, as if she'd committed some moral transgression. Jiang Yu has joined the Wind Spirit Guild, a genius in every sense of the word. And he's actually a soul master? The outcome is astonishing. Headlines once again featured Jiang Yu, something everyone had grown accustomed to. Where there was sorrow, there was also joy. Within the Li family residence, Li Baoying entered the study with a sullen expression. Li Erjiang sighed. You have the nerve to come back? Thud. Li Baoying knelt on the floor, tears welling in his eyes, a 170-pound son brimming with grievance. Father! You must save me. I got fired, and the behemoth died. Now I'm just a useless piece of trash. I can't accept this. It's all that Jiang Yu's fault. After all, he was his own son. While furious, Li Erjiang felt more heartbroken than anything else. Sigh, expelling you was truly a last resort. Dad, I know that. As the college director, there are certain things you have to do. That Jiang Yu. I hate him. Li Erjiang sighed, his expression complex. Jiang Yu is riding high right now. With his talent, he could very well win the Superstar tournament. Once that happens, he'll catch the military's attention. Trying to take him down, it'll be tough. Li Baoying lowered her head, biting her lip until blood seeped out. Sigh, I'll help you. Li Erjiang sighed. Jiang Yu has submitted a training application to the academy, requesting the Daxing Mountains as his location. As the academy director, I'm the only one who knows this information. I'll handle it personally when the time comes. Really? Li Baoying's eyes lit up. Last time I barely escaped with my life. This time, I won't be so lucky. Once we deal with Jiang Yu, we'll leave the country immediately. The higher-ups have already started suspecting me over that hell projection incident. The next day, the quarterfinals had been decided, with the semifinals still days away. Dozens of summoners stood atop the giant bird. The Great Prosperity Mountains were uninhabited, inaccessible even to monkeys. This was the only way to reach them. As the giant bird soared over the mountains, the furious roars of beasts echoed in waves. Some summoners with weaker nerves trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Yu reached his destination. A red iron boar? Looks like my luck's really bad, Jiang Yu grinned. Its entire body glowed crimson, bristling with spiked fur, and it was as large as a small truck. Chapter 29, Hooked. The red iron boar let out a strange snort at the intruder in its territory. Its thick legs stomped the ground violently, kicking up a whirlwind. Boom! Jian Yu flickered, summoning the monk. The monk's ceremonial knife flashed coldly as immense power erupted. With a fierce upward slash, it sliced through the boar's neck from bottom to top. Blood spattered everywhere. The boar's head, severed from its body, flew through the air. Its body, propelled by momentum, slid more than 10 meters across the ground, still twitching violently. Phew! Jian Yu exhaled deeply. The monk flicked his ritual knife, sending crimson droplets flying. After watching this long, aren't you going to show yourself? The mountain weather shifted abruptly. Dark clouds rolled overhead in an instant, sweeping winds howled, and icy rain lashed wildly against their faces. Ha! To have discovered me, your address truly surprises me. A man emerged from the dense forest, clad in a black robe and wearing a hat adorned with peculiar patterns. His voice was hoarse, each word he uttered grating like nails on a chalkboard. Jian Yu remained impassive, showing not a trace of fear. Aren't you curious who I am? The mysterious man spoke again. Ha! There's only one person who bears a grudge against me, and that's Li Baoying. That good-for-nothing Li Baoying doesn't have the capability for something this grand. It's obvious, isn't it, Director Li? Jian Yu's voice was as calm as still water, yet terrifyingly human. The mysterious man froze, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Ha ha ha! Jian Yu, you're not only exceptionally talented, but you're sharp as a tack too. What a pity! Li removed his hat, revealing his scholarly face. The look he gave Jian Yu held a hint of admiration. Look at you, and then at my good-for-nothing son. Sigh. Li sighed. Director Li, you've pursued me this far. Surely it wasn't just to say a few words? Jian Yu said coldly. Ha! Jian Yu, I truly can't figure you out. I don't know if it's foolishness or overconfidence. Knowing I intended to strike against you, you still dared to leave the academy. If I killed you here, no one would ever know. Li's eyes burned with murderous intent. Director Li, you truly intend to kill me? For the sake of your good-for-nothing son? My son may be worthless, but you are my son. Because you were expelled from the academy, because the Baimong beast died horribly, because you became a laughingstock nationwide because of this stain, he can never become a summoner. No organization will ever take him. He is my son, so of course I must stand up for him. Blame yourself for lacking a powerful background. Li gritted his teeth. Jian Yu kept her head bowed, rainwater trickling down her hair and across her cheeks. A chilling smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Director Li, are you so certain you can kill me? Li waved his hand, summoning a massive black bear to appear beside him. Oomph. I'm a 6-star summoner. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. What's the problem? Li flexed his limbs, his face radiating absolute confidence. The black bear stood beside Li like a human, clutching a massive iron club. Its body was clad in dark brown armor. With a roar, a savage aura swept over them. An orc. This was a general-grade orc. Its strength was at the rank of a 9-star general. It was but a single step away from shattering the rank barrier and ascending to the candidate level. With Li's soul power, a general-class summoned beast could unleash its full potential. As the black bear roared with terrifying force, a yellowish-brown aura swirled around its body. This yellowish-brown aura was the very symbol of the beastman, not only possessing formidable defensive power, but also amplifying its attacks. Goodbye, Jian Yu. Li addressed Jian Yu with a tone as cold as a corpse. After all, for a 6-star summoner, killing a 4-star summoner was as easy as crushing an ant. Ha! Director Li, you're in for a disappointment. What do you think made me send someone to the Great Prosperity Mountains? It was precisely to lure out you, old fox. You won't let me off? I'll let you off? Someone like you, colluding with foreign enemies, you deserve to die. You know everything? This truly surprises me. Li Zheng furrowed his brow, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Then you must be eliminated. The smile on Li Zheng's face grew more vicious. I know your talent is extraordinary. The sages you summon are at least minister level. But with your strength, how much of their power can you truly wield? When summoners call forth spirits, 2 scenarios typically arise. One is random summoning, where the summoned entity remains uncertain. The other involves forging a summoner's contract with a powerful entity. This could be with demons, angels, mighty beasts, or even deities. I've been preparing for this day for a long time. Director Li, prepare to witness something extraordinary. Emerge. Little Millie. Deep within the Daxing Mountains. Black flames billowed upward, ethereal light overlapping to form a dim, shadowy magic circle. That aura? Li Zheng's smile froze on his face, a chill running down his spine. From within the formation emerged a breathtakingly beautiful woman. She wore exotic attire, with dark red horns coiling atop her head, and purple hair cascading like a waterfall. Even more striking were the 2 bone-spiked tails emerging from her back, each shaped like a heart. Master, what brings you summoning little Millie? Milian yawned lazily, her every movement exuding an air of enchantment. Do you remember him? Jiang Yu pointed at Li Jiang. Director Li, it's been ages. Your servant has missed you terribly. Milian offered a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She arched her back, her curvaceous figure bust and hips accentuated on full display. And you are? Li Jiang, a seasoned 6-star summoner who'd seen it all, was now flustered and floundering. Mireille Felix? You're Mireille Felix? You're not dead? Heh. Of course I didn't die. All thanks to Director Li. Jiang Yu, you signed a contract with Milian Felix? Don't you know she's a wanted criminal? If this gets out. Li Jiang was abruptly cut off before he could finish. Nothing compares to Director Li's collusion with foreign forces, pulling off such a grand deception. Besides, Director Li, do you really think you can escape the Daxing Mountains? After all, in this world, only the dead know how to keep secrets. Mireille absolutely must not be exposed. Once summoned, no witness could be spared. Hellfire descended, incinerating the black giant bear without even a chance to resist. Boom! Lightning flashed, thunder roared. Amidst the blinding light, Jiang Yu's smile was chillingly cold. It held not a shred of warmth, like the grim reaper harvesting lives. Chapter 30, Resolution. A chill crept into Li Jiang's heart. This kid is terrifying beyond belief. He absolutely cannot be spared. He possesses the potential for a 9-star summoned being. Unfortunately, this kid is my enemy. The situation had completely reversed. Jiang Yu seemed to hold the upper hand, but victory was far from assured. The gap between summoners wasn't just about rank and soul power, it was also about battle experience. Li Jiang is a genuine 6-star summoner who has faced beast hordes, fought ghostly creatures in cherry blossom lands, and battled demons in hell. Barbaric warbear. Li Jiang swiftly summoned his second beast. A colossal warbear, as large as a building and clad in thick armor, stepped out of the void. Each step sent tremors rippling through the earth. Roar! The warbear roared, shaking heaven and earth. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu, let me teach you your first lesson. No matter how high your rank, you remain bound to your summoner. No matter how powerful Milian Felix may be, you are merely a 4-star summoner. With your meager soul power, you can't even make Milian Felix launch a single attack. Li Jiang proved himself a seasoned veteran, instantly analyzing Jiang Yu's weakness. Glaring at Jiang Yu with resentment, Milian seethed with frustration. Hey, kid, can't you last a little longer? Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. Woman! You're playing with fire. A confident smile spread across Li Jiang's face. Jiang Yu, I'll make you understand the gap between our ranks is like an unbridgeable chasm, impossible to overcome. Bloodline Inferno. Release. Li Jiang roared. Blood-red flies swarmed over the warbear's body, swirling like a cloud of blood-red flames. The swarm emitted a foul, putrid stench. Wherever they passed, vegetation withered and decayed, the earth itself corroded. In an instant, the entire mountain forest transformed into a hellish landscape. The blood flies triggered a physical discomfort in Jiang Yu, causing him to frown. Corruption, depravity, the power of Beelzebub's hell? Li Jiang's mouth stretched into a wide grin. Ha 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 ha. What keen insight. To actually recognize the power of Beelzebub. Hell's power often carried blasphemy and bloodlust, strictly forbidden in Huagua. For wherever they appeared, rivers of blood flowed and corpses littered the land. Jiang Yu snorted coldly. Uncle Lin Lei was ambushed and cursed by Beelzebub. Anyone stronger than Uncle Lin Lei wouldn't stoop to such tactics. Only a fly lurking in the shadows would resort to such underhanded methods. If I'm not mistaken, that fly hiding in the shadows is none other than you, Director Li, right? Li Jiang roared. That's right. It was me. That bastard Lin Lei has a hell of a luck. He's still alive. Since you've discovered me, you must die here. Boom! Lightning struck, thunder roared. In the flash of lightning, Jiang Yu saw a reversed cross covered in blood flies on Li Jiang's forehead. It was the mark of Beelzebub's hell. Li Jiang had already fallen into hell. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. How ironic, she thought. The deputy director of Tandu Academy has already fallen into hell and into the stinking depths of Beelzebub, no less. Li Jiang sneered contemptuously. Now that you've been exposed, I won't let you return alive. You were right about one thing in this world, only the dead keep secrets best. Attack! The battle bears swarming around the blood flies let out a series of roars. Their eyes blazed crimson, devoid of any trace of reason. They charged directly at Jiang Yu, leaving massive craters in the ground. Their claws swung like sharp blades, tearing through the rain curtain. What should I do? With your current soul power, I can't even unleash a single spell. Jiang Yu sighed. You want me to fight a battle I can't win? I'd rather take a bullet. Little Millie, you complained your master wasn't sturdy enough? Well, catch this burst of soul power. Milian froze, utterly baffled as to what hidden card Jiang Yu could possibly have left. Jiang Yu swallowed the pill hidden behind his molars in one gulp. The mystic soul pill, once ingested, could multiply her soul power tenfold for a quarter of an hour. As the potion took effect, Jiang Yu's body grew scorching hot and his previously sparse soul power began to surge rapidly. If before it was a cup of water, now it was a barrel. The difference between the two was as vast as the difference between the two. Ah! That's too much. Millian gasped in shock as the powerful surge of soul energy flooded her body, causing her to unconsciously clench her legs together. For Millian, even a tenfold increase in Jiang Yu's soul power wouldn't have warranted such an outcry. Her soul power was simply too meager to satisfy her hunger. It was like someone who had been abstaining for ages suddenly unleashed their desires, naturally becoming incredibly sensitive. Stop screaming! Get moving! Merlin flickered forward, appearing before the warbear. The warbear lashed out with a swipe, sending a wave of foul stench mixed with blood flies crashing down toward Mylene. The bear's paw descended like a storm, its force tearing through the air and sweeping a gale across the entire mountain range. Jiang Yu sighed deeply. Red moon! Millian let out a soft laugh as a crimson moon rose high above her head. Beneath the crimson moon, everything was frozen in icy stillness. Jiang Yu turned away, leaving only his back to Liu Zhang. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Put! The warbear let out a mournful howl as a crimson beam pierced its heart, stopping its beating. The crimson moon shrouded the sky as red beams rained down like drops of blood. The clouds were pierced by terrifying force, riddled like a sieve, revealing the original purple sky beneath. A phantom rose bloomed where it should never have been. The entire mountain range trembled, shrouded in a dreamlike haze as crimson arrows fell like rain. Beneath the crimson moon, all was still. Millian descended from the sky, breathtakingly beautiful, a sight only Jiang Yu could behold. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That kid. Liu Zhang coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. He simply couldn't fathom how Jiang Yu, a mere 4-star summoner, could possess such terrifying soul power. The battle was over. One move, one kill. Nothing more to say. This was a crushing blow of level disparity and an even more overwhelming cheat level advantage. Want to know why? Jiang Yu spoke, her back still turned to Liu Zhang. Why? He. You want to know? I won't tell you. Put. Liu Zhang couldn't suppress the pain from his wounds. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his head lolled to the side, dying with eyes wide open. Making the enemy die in frustration. Jiang Yu regarded it as an accomplishment. After confirming Liu Zhang was dead, Jiang Yu sat down on the ground, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Is this the side effect of taking the medicine? My whole body feels drained. It's so uncomfortable. Ha ha. Master, you satisfied me this time, but it wasn't lasting. Better skip the pills from now on, they don't prolong it and are bad for your health. Millian stood nearby, hands on her hips, giggling coquettishly. Hard. My fist's hard. Once he recovers, he'll properly train little Millie. What? Not happy? You can do anything to your adorable master now. Mind you, anything at all. Jiang Yu said. Chapter 31, Unconsciousness. Jiang Yu. Her eyes rolled back and she collapsed onto the floor. Millie rushed to catch her as Jiang Yu's eyes rolled back, leaning against Millie's soft curves. Millie clenched her teeth in frustration. Jiang Yu. Wake up, you brat. What kind of medicine did you take to last a mere quarter of an hour? Are you even capable of this? Young people are so resilient they just pass out. Jiang Yu hadn't lost consciousness, he was merely immobilized. Millian felt a headache coming on. The entire mountain range had been nearly flattened and the crimson moon still hung stubbornly in the sky. What happened here? Treat the wounded immediately. We've notified the authorities. Headquarters has ordered us to evacuate immediately. At that moment, the voices of the rescue team echoed from nearby. Millian exhaled. As Jiang Yu gently lowered her, the voice essence transformed into a streak of light, sinking into Jiang Yu's chest. A dark crimson magical array appeared on Jiang Yu's chest, faintly glowing before fading beneath her skin. There's an injured person here. Come quickly. That's Jiang Yu from Tiandu Academy. I've seen this kid on the news. Damn. That kid's got some bad luck. Ran into a hell projection during the academy rankings, then got caught in a beast-tide uprising during the Great Xing Mountain trials. Captain, hold your tongue for now. Check on the boy first. He's pale as a ghost, drenched in cold sweat. Must be hypoglycemia. Quick. Anyone with diabetes, step forward and shock him awake. Jiang Yu was merely immobilized, not unconscious. His eyes rolled wildly in protest. He's rolling his eyes. Everyone, let's zap him. Cough cough. Sir, I'm fine. No need to drop my pants just yet. In the moment of crisis, Jiang Yu opened her eyes. That familiar ceiling. Jiang Yu sighed. In the hospital ward, Jiang Yu lay in a hospital gown on a large bed. What the hell were you thinking? How did you end up covered in injuries again? People might think some guild is abusing minors. Luo Shisan stood by the bed, his expression filled with reproach. Yu Gulong crossed her arms over her chest, her expression tinged with concern. Seeing this, Jiang Yu felt a warm glow in her heart. Ahem. Sis. I need to tell you something. Don't worry. Since you called me sis, you're my little brother. Yu Guling bent down, extending her white jade-like hand to tidy the stray strands of hair at Jiang Yu's forehead. Li Erjiang, I killed him. And Li Erjiang was the one secretly cursing Uncle Lin Lei. A heavy silence fell over the three of them. Li Erjiang was a 6-star summoner and he defallen at Jiang Yu's hands. Unbelievable. If word got out, no one would believe it. It was simply too fantastical. You really killed Li Erjiang? Shan Yang stared at Jiang Yu in disbelief, her beautiful eyes scanning him up and down as if he were some rare treasure. You kid, you really are a freak. Jiang Yu, are you certain? This is no laughing matter. Yu Guling's face was grave. Jiang Yu prepared to rise. Lu Yan pressed down on Jiang Yu, pulling him back onto the bed. Stay put. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, knowing this was his stepsister's way of caring for him. I'm certain. I wouldn't mistake the aura of Beelzebub's hell. And there must still be Beelzebub's aura at the scene. Jiang Yu gave a cold chuckle. Alright, leave this to me. You don't need to worry about it. Remember to take these supplements. After the two left, Lu Yan and the others hurried to the hospital. They immediately grabbed hold of a doctor. Doctor, how is the patient? Lu Yan's face paled with anxiety. The patient's injuries aren't severe, and they have strong recovery abilities. There's no danger to their life. It's just that their soul power is depleted, so they need to rest more. The doctor explained. The group entered the hospital room. Meanwhile, on the front page of Huagua News, Director Li of Tendu Academy has been confirmed to have colluded with foreign enemies and is now under joint enforcement by special agencies. Li Erjiang, Deputy Director of Tendu Academy, colluded with foreign enemies, causing the recent Hell projection incident with extremely detrimental consequences. With conclusive evidence secured, he has been subjected to compulsory enforcement by the joint departments. Stay vigilant against foreign threats. Everyone bears responsibility. Report any suspicious activity immediately. We thank our informant Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, the youngest soul power master, capable of effortlessly curing legendary figures' intractable ailments with minimal effort. The newcomer to the Wind Spirit Guild, Lin Lei. Jiang Yu, more than just a prodigious summoner? Betrayal of comrades. The iron-blooded warrior weeps. He battled hellish demons and fought cherry blossom imps, yet fell victim to an internal traitor. What became of legendary summoner Lin Lei? Good heavens! The deputy director of Tiandu Academy is actually a walking 500,000. Who could have imagined? Such a prestigious institution, yet it harbors a 500,000 level monster. Li Erjiang deserves to die. He's not worth pitying. Whoever harmed Uncle Lin Lei? Such an iron-blooded warrior, yet he was ruined by this scum. Jiang Yu. Doesn't that name look familiar to you? That attention seeker again. Heroes emerge in youth. I'm reporting the 500,000 yuan. White Eagle's scheme backfired. 500k confirmed executed. Across the ocean, they're sweating buckets. Genius with an eagle eye. Within mere minutes, this shocking news flooded social media across the nation. The Fongling Guild stepped in, backed by the Yu family. Moreover, the hellish mark on Li Erjiang's body cannot be faked. The official announcement has sealed the deal. In an instant, the once illustrious Li family was utterly reduced to a pack of stray dogs, despised by all, shunned even by other dogs. Jiang Yu picked up her phone. Ha! They sure moved fast. Lightning fast, I'd say. What exactly do you have to do with this, kid? It's more than just a simple tip-off, isn't it? Lu Yan frowned, holding an apple in her hand. She peeled it with elegant speed before handing it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took the apple and bit into it. Ha ha ha. I'll tell you this, Li Erjiang, I'm the one who took care of it. Do you believe me, Director Lu? Lu Yan fell silent. She instinctively wanted to argue back, but this kid Jiang Yu couldn't be judged by ordinary standards. Tiandu Academy, Training Plaza. When Boyang stood with his hands behind his back, his expression grave. Everyone's soul power has made substantial breakthroughs. I hope you'll keep up the hard work and summon your second soul spirit soon. Since the start of the semester just 2 months ago, most had achieved significant breakthroughs in their soul power. Of course, Jiang Yu surpassed them all. When Boyang fixed his gaze on Jiang Yu, silently pondering just how many sages this youngster could possibly summon. Remember, in Baobin City, he could summon 10. During his duel with Li Baoying, he summoned 1. In the academy rankings, he summoned another. At the trial pass, he even summoned a dragon that makes 13 already. If Jiang Yu knew this, he would surely smile indifferently. What you know is only what I let you know. Chapter 32, Academy Compensation. I hope everyone avoids pride. Maintain humility. Director 1, does this humility mean, like Jiang Yu, using absolute strength to make opponents humble and inferior? The moment these words were spoken, the entire plaza erupted in a lively atmosphere. When Boyang's face darkened as his displeased gaze swept over Jiang Yu. The kid was great in every way except for his big mouth. Jiang Yu shrugged helplessly. You know me, I never pretend. Ah. Right. The trial matches were, after all, competitions designed to test the students. Once the top 8 had been decided, participants could choose to withdraw. Zhang Yu, having sustained an injury, was deemed to have withdrawn. First place, Xu Qianqin. Second place, Hu Ye. Third place, Xiao Yu. Fourth place, Feng Xuechen. Fifth place, Lu Chuang. Sixth place, Wang Chen. Seventh place, Mo Fan. Eighth place, Lin Yun. Alright. Dismissed. Zhang Yu, come with me for a moment. After the dismissal, when Boyang called Zhang Yu aside to a corner of the playground. Coach 1, calling me aside? What's this about? If it's to praise me, you can save it. You're something else, kid. Only 2 months into the semester and you've already made such a splash. Director Lu can't stop talking about you. Plus, the girls from both the Shu and Yu families have their eyes firmly fixed on you. Ha. Oh, and let's not forget Lu Qingqing. Director Wen, your remarks are a bit disrespectful to your elders. You'll corrupt the nation's blossoms. My relationship with them is purely platonic. You know I'm not interested in women. Sometimes being too outstanding is a flaw in itself. When Boyang rolled his eyes. The nation's blossoms? Who? You? More like a carnivorous plant. Alright, enough joking around. Tell me straight, how many can you actually summon? When Boyang patted Zhang Yu's shoulder, his eyes brimming with a teacher's pride and admiration. Zhang Yu held up one finger, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. 11? When Boyang asked. Zhang Yu shook his head. 12? Zhang Yu shook her head again. Then 13? Zhang Yu still shook her head. How many exactly? Zhang Yu's lips turned down at the corners, forming a perfect V shape. All summoned. When Boyang was speechless. With only 2 weeks left until the superstar competition, he had come to probe the situation precisely because he felt uneasy. Rest assured, Director 1. I'm determined to win this year's superstar tournament. I'll make sure to get revenge for my sister. Don't get too cocky, kid. Among the 4 academies, prodigies are a dime a dozen. Last year's champion was from Nirvana Academy. At the school gate, Zhang Yu leaned against a stone lion statue. She snatched a grilled sausage from a classmate nearby, wolfed it down in one gulp, then tossed the bamboo skewer back. Where is he? At the gate stood a tall, stunning beauty clad in black and purple leather impossible to look away from. It's Director Lu. Why is Director Lu dressed so beautifully today? Director Lu is actually this stunning. What a stunning lady. Hey, kid, can you act like a proper adult? Seeing Zhang Yu's lazy demeanor, Lu Yian's delicate brows furrowed. Director Lu, have you fallen into Zhang Yu's clutches again? My romance ended before it even began. Damn it. Don't stop me. I'll cut this brat into pieces, chop him up. I'll kill him 1,000 times, 1,000 times, 1,000 times. Even killing him 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Oomph. It wasn't even a date, why so formal? Zhang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Or wait. Director Lu, this is illegal. I'm not even an adult yet. Zhang Yu pulled out her student ID. She was still 2 months away from adulthood. Lu Yian's face flushed crimson. Her chest heaved violently as she clenched her pink fists tightly. She aimed them at Zhang Yu's head, ready to test them out. Thud. Ouch. What are you doing? To the onlookers, their actions looked like flirtatious banter. Everyone's eyes seemed to shoot flames, teeth grinding audibly. Envy is one of the 7 deadly sins. Learn to relax, Zhang Yu remarked. Damn it. That kid did it on purpose. 1,000 curses raced through everyone's minds. Get in the car with me. Lu Yan opened the car door. Zhang Yu climbed in, her eyes darting around like a country bumpkin. Director Lu. You asked me to wait for you after class, could it really be for a date? Zhang Yu smiled shyly, while Lu Yan shot her a reproachful look. It's the Academy's compensation for you, but I had something in mind too. Though you kept going on dates with Yu Guling instead of me. Seeing Lu Yan's reproachful gaze, Zhang Yu felt a rare pang of guilt. 3 words. What? Zhang Yu pulled out her phone. The headline screamed. Girlfriend mad? Stop apologizing. These 3 words guaranteed to warm her heart all day. Lu Yan. China's largest shopping mall. As evening fell, the setting sun cast a golden glow, with clouds of light drifting across the sky. The evening glow illuminated their faces, casting a unique blush upon them, as golden light enveloped both figures. 13's sister smiled cheerfully. By nightfall, business would only get better. Just then, a handsome man and a beautiful woman stepped into the store. Leading the group was a tall woman clad in a black and purple leather jacket and a large cloak, exuding an air of bold and dashing elegance. Following behind was a young man with a shy expression and a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corners of his mouth, clearly a gentle and humble soul. Miss Lu? What a rare visit. What brings you here today? Lu Yan was no stranger to wealth. The Lu family and the Fongling Guild had always maintained close ties. Miss Lu, what might you be looking for today? The new coats? Or perhaps some of our latest arrivals? Ahem. Miss Lu, this is my student. I'm not buying anything this time. Luo Shisan turned his head. Brother Jianyu, meeting so soon? You two know each other? Lu Yan asked in surprise. We're somewhat acquainted. Jianyu gave a shy smile, scratching his chin. Lu Yan was stunned. Sister Shisan, it's been a few days, but you've grown even more beautiful. Your skin looks smoother than ever. He. Little handsome guy, your sweet talk hasn't changed. Sister 13 covered her mouth and giggled coyly. He's practically a freak of nature? I've worked at the Wind Spirit Guild for 20 years and seen my share of prodigies. Jianyu clasped his hands behind his back, nodding solemnly. You're absolutely right. Both. The real treasures are all up there. Come with me. I'm really looking forward to seeing how you perform in the Superstar tournament. But you're absolutely the first. You know, those things? People would break their heads trying to catch even a glimpse. After a brief exchange, Lu Yan got down to business. The Superstar tournament is in 2 months. Jianyu may be exceptionally talented, but she comes from humble origins. Facing those powerful families with deep-rooted backgrounds, she'll inevitably struggle. Chapter 33, Director Lu puts up the money. Don't worry. You don't trust us to handle things? That item is in the back. Follow me. 13 Mother swayed gracefully in her cheongsam, its slit nearly reaching her hips. The 5-story mall stocked everything imaginable from daily necessities to bedding, even specialized items for summoners. These potions are excellent. They can significantly enhance a spirit beast's bloodline, aiding in breaking through ranks. And these meditation cushions, small ones, master crafted. Every straw is meticulously woven by the artisan, soaked in medicinal liquid fermented for a full 99 days. Sitting on them enhances spiritual power. And this bronze ancient sword replica crafted with soul energy infused into it, it emits a dazzling glow. Beyond looking cool, it's utterly useless. And this flashlight, crafted with soul power by a master artisan. It shines wherever the sun reaches, but remains utterly dark in shadow places. Its technology is incredibly advanced. It stands as tall as 3 or 4 stories. 13 Sisters' occupational habit kicked in. Ahem. Sister 13, I'm a soul master too. Maybe we shouldn't be recommending these things. Oh dear, occupational hazard. The higher they climbed, the more exorbitant the prices became, routinely exceeding tens of millions. Reaching the top floor, Sister 13 produced a key. The artifact, radiating a silvery glow, boasted an ancient yet majestic design resembling a divine dragon clutching a pearl. Lu Yan produced another key identical in design, but gilded in gold. Both inserted their keys into the lock and turned them simultaneously. The door vibrated as several indistinct beams of light swept over them before slowly opening. The interior was entirely silver white, blending antiquity with futuristic elements. 9 pedestals held various objects. He. Director Lu, you know I'm just a poor guy. I couldn't possibly afford that. Jianyu rubbed his fingers together, deliberately drawing out his words with a heavy undertone. Lu Yan and Shisan Yang both rolled their eyes simultaneously. Oh right. A penniless kid making 2 million a month. Enough with the nonsense. The academy covers it. If it's not enough, I'll make up the difference. Got it? Got it. Among the treasures, several had reached the SSS-grade items that would be fiercely contested anywhere else. Jianyu's expression, however, remained unsatisfied, his brow furrowed the entire time. What's wrong? Why the frown? Are none of these items worthy of your attention? The skin of the red-eyed pangolin. Exceptional defense, even imbuing soul power with additional attributes, a fine item, but it's incomplete. Blood tiger crystal core, it can help spirit beasts break through their ranks. Too bad the frenzied intent within is too strong. Using this to break through is hardly better than consuming blood essence stone. These items were all excellent, lacking nothing in any aspect. Even that bronze fragment, if used properly, could summon an ancient general. But Jianyu never lacked such things. If he wished, he could summon the entire divine court of Huagua. These treasures were priceless to ordinary people, but to Jianyu, they were nothing but useless trinkets. You've got a sharp eye, kid. Is there anything you want? I'll order it for you at headquarters, 13 Maiden said with a cheerful smile. She showed not a hint of impatience. Regardless of Jianyu's relationship with Yu Gulong, his innate talent alone was investment worthy. In a corner, within a transparent room, a blue-haired girl sat on the sofa, her expression timid and trembling, radiating a pitiful aura. Elemental spirit? Jianyu murmured to herself. That's right. It's an elemental spirit. But this one has a flaw: it can't communicate with the elemental plane and has almost no combat ability. Simply put, aside from its pleasing appearance, it's utterly useless. Elemental spirits are immune to physical attacks, inherently possess elemental attributes, and are renowned for their fair skin and striking beauty, truly priceless treasures. This particular elemental spirit was ordered by a wealthy client earlier. However, testing revealed it has a flaw: it can't communicate with the elemental plane at all. In short, it's useless. The original buyer decided not to take it. Sigh. That's just how it is, men are all good for nothings. Lu Yen shot Jiang Yu a meaningful glance as she spoke. Jiang Yu remained silent, a flicker of light dancing in her eyes. The elemental spirit clan were all as beautiful as flowers, fair-skinned, stunningly attractive, and possessed long legs. No wonder those with ill intent coveted their bodies. Elemental spirits were usually priceless, but this one couldn't communicate with the elemental plane. It offered no practical help whatsoever. Its only value lay in its beautiful appearance. Unable to connect with the elemental plane, its fate was sealed. It would simply fade away. No one was willing to waste money on something destined to vanish. The elemental spirit girl looked pale. Spotting Jiang Yu's gaze, she buried her head in her chest like an ostrich. The elemental spirit girl appeared as a faint, translucent figure. This was because, unable to communicate with the elemental plane, she would vanish completely within days at best, or half a year at worst. Race, elemental spirit. Attribute, holy light. Status, slowly dissipating. What a steal. Jiang Yu instantly grew excited. It was actually holy light aligned. When it came to healing and purification, only a handful could rival the holy light type, and it also possessed formidable combat prowess. Jiang Yu, you've been staring at it for ages. You're not actually going to buy this elemental spirit girl, are you? You don't have some kind of twisted fetish, do you? Jiang Yu shook her head. Not buying it? That's a relief. Shirsan Yang sighed. Jiang Yu extended a finger, pointing at the elemental spirit maiden. I'm not buying her. I'm going to sign a contract with her. Make her my summoned creature. Both of them froze. What? Jiang Yu, you've got some nerve. You have that kind of preference? Take my advice, choose someone else. Shirsan Yang pleaded earnestly. Lu Qingqing is fine, Yu Gulang is fine too. You're not short on girls. Don't go copying those perverts buying elemental spirits as maid pets. Besides, this one's about to vanish. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. Director Lu, Sister Shirsan, you've completely misunderstood. I intend to sign a contract with her to make her my summoned creature. It's absolutely not to satisfy some perverted desire. The moment those words left his mouth, the group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces blank with confusion. After the initial shock wore off. Jiang Yu? You're not joking? Without access to the elemental plane, the elemental spirit would dissipate completely in the material plane within a short time. This spirit is weaker than an ordinary person. Are you sure? And it won't last long before it vanishes. Think carefully. Jiang Yu smiled without responding. The elemental spirit within the room was already on the brink of dissipation, yet it was a rare holy light elemental. Holy light system. Mythical species. Jiang Yu snagged another bargain. Of course. Could Director Lu please handle the payment? Jiang Yu beamed with delight. Lu Yen gritted her teeth in fury. Chapter 34, The Girl's Moment. Lu Yen felt a persistent unease in her heart, yet she still swiped her card to pay. Jiang Yu. Are you absolutely sure about this? Lu Yen asked again. Jiang Yu nodded quickly. You really don't have that kind of peculiar fetish? Treating her like a maid pet, indulging in some so-called raising game? Is that what all young people are into these days? Jiang Yu shook her head. No. You know me, I'm not into women at all. Lu Yen's gaze turned mournful, like a young widow's, sending a chill down Jiang Yu's spine. Lu Yen turned away and pulled out her bank card. Jiang Yu rubbed his nose. Why did he feel this pang of guilt, like a married man caught cheating? After settling the bill, Jiang Yu walked toward the transparent room. Slowly, the elemental spirit girl approached, mere inches away. Her face was pale, her form slightly ethereal. Curled into a ball like a blue dumpling, her watery eyes brimmed with terror and unease. A light flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. Status, dissolving. Treatment, replenish elemental energy, establish connection with the elemental plane. Jiang Yu nodded. To heal this elemental spirit, she must connect with the elemental plane. Jiang Yu extended her hand, a faint smile touching her lips. The future lies before you. The choice is yours, to seize it or to let it slip away. Jiang Yu possessed the vastness of history. With sufficient power, she knew everything from ancient times to the present, across all cultures, a simplified version of omniscience. Seeing the blue-haired elemental spirit lower its head, hesitating to respond and avoiding Jiang Yu's gaze, she gently stroked the elemental spirit's head. Don't worry, I won't harm you. And I have a way to help you. Her soul power transmitted the words. The elemental spirit girl lifted her head, her eyes brimming with astonishment and confusion. I can help you return to the elemental plane, but you must sign a contract with me. Her body grew even more ethereal. Jiang Yu's words eased some of the elemental spirit girl's wariness. The panic faded from her face. Sure thing. We've sent others to communicate with her before, but she never responded. Handsome Jiang Yu, you really are captivating, especially to young maidens. Shirsan Yang covered her mouth and giggled coquettishly. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. From a rational standpoint, this situation troubles me greatly too. The elemental spirit girl bit her red lips lightly, as if making a firm decision, and nodded vigorously. The future. I will seize the future with my own hands. I refuse to be manipulated by others, and I refuse to simply fade away. It's settled. Jiang Yu smiled. One arm slipped under the elemental girl's armpit, lifting her up. The elemental spirit possessed no lack of intelligence. She understood clearly that without Jiang Yu, her only fate was to fade away. Jiang Yu? What are you doing? Could you prepare a room for me? I need to treat her. What? Treat her? Go ahead and treat her. Treat anything and everything. It'll only end up hurting you, kid. Lu Yan let out a piercing shriek that shattered the air, snorted coldly, and stormed out of the room. You're mistaken, Jiang Yu murmured softly, watching Lu Yan's furious retreating figure. Treating everything will only help my summoner go further. In the large bedchamber, the elemental spirit girl was lifted onto the bed as Jiang Yu sat down beside it. Jiang Yu reached out and gently stroked the elemental spirit girl's cheek. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she let out a trembling gasp. Sorry, it's my first time. I didn't know how to do it and hurt you. The elemental spirit girl shook her head. Only the two of them remained in the room, accompanied by the faint scent of incense burning to set the mood. Jiang Yu had specifically requested a private room for the tranquility it offered, allowing him to replenish the girl's elemental energy. With a thought, the formless river of history materialized in the void. Before the healing began, there was one crucial step. The girl's face was pale, a sight to stir pity, her blue hair cascading like a waterfall over the pristine white sheets, a vision of earthly beauty. Jiang Yu wore a solemn expression. Are you willing to enter a heaven-bound summoner contract with me? From this day forward, we shall share in each other's pain and glory. This is, of course, an equal contract. We are bound in a symbiotic relationship. The girl nodded immediately. In her heart, Jiang Yu was already her master. Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction, climbing onto the bed and pressing one hand against the girl's forehead. The girl squirmed slightly. Stay still. The magical array materialized, and the contract was sealed. A gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Elemental plane. Wind. Elemental plane. Fire. Found it. Elemental plane, light. This might hurt a bit. Blinding light flooded the entire room as potent elemental energy surged outward like a tidal wave. Lasting only a quarter of an hour, the elemental force was bound into a crystal core. The core radiated a dazzling light, composed entirely of pure elemental energy. The instant the crystal core appeared, the surging elemental force dissipated in an instant. Jiang Yu held the crystal core and brought it to the girl's lips. Open your mouth and swallow it. The elemental spirit girl opened her cherry red lips and struggled to swallow the crystal core. Cough, cough. Struggling to swallow, nearly choking, the elemental spirit girl's face contorted. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as her entire body began to burn with heat. Jiang Yu's eyes shone with a flickering light. Status, awakening. Affinity, 89. 3-dimensional. She nodded with satisfaction. Before long, a dazzling holy light erupted from the girl's body. It shot straight into the heavens, piercing the sun like a rainbow, resonating with a sacred mountain in the void. Countless petite angels with wings on their backs surrounded the girl, playing flutes and harps, filling the air with solemn hymns. A quarter of an hour later, all light vanished. At that moment, the girl's blue hair cascaded to the floor, crowned with a thorn-woven halo. Jiang Yu's lips curved upward, her face radiating excitement. Success! The sacred and beautiful maiden before her eyes was the once pitiful elemental spirit. It's time to give you a name. You were destined to vanish, but since you encountered me, I shall call you Shauna. The girl slowly descended before Jiang Yu. Her figure was flawless, her skin snow-white, and the thorn crown atop her head radiated an air of asceticism. Sacred, noble, pure. Shauna. From now on, we're companions. Jiang Yu reached out and gently stroked the maiden's cheek. The girl showed no resistance, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, brimming with possessiveness. Oof. Men. Millions snorted coldly in displeasure, unleashing the unique power of hell that surged through the entire room. A pure, holy light radiated from Shauna. One on the left, one on the right. Feeling Million's presence, Cha's gaze instantly turned dangerous. As he gazed at Jiang Yu, desire began to distort his expression. Who are you? My master is mine. Only mine. Satsuki cupped her face, her voice cold and clear, yet chilling to the bone. Jiang Yu felt a chill run down her spine. The spirit maiden I summoned turns out to be a Yandere. Chapter 35, Sleepless Night. Who am I? By relation, you should call me sister, little girl. Millian refused to be outdone. A magical array flickered, revealing her slender, curvaceous figure. Millie giggled softly, sitting beside Jiang Yu. She wrapped her arms around his neck and breathed warm air into his ear. You? A wanted criminal. You only bring trouble to your master. You should know your bounty has already reached 40 billion. Shatna declared. How do you know? Millian asked, surprise in her voice. I may not be free, but they haven't restricted me. Ha! Shauna pulled a phone from beneath her skirt. Jiang Yu opened the phone and glanced at the screen. Shocking. The fugitive remains at large. Nightmare Million Felix, with a total bounty of 4 billion. Furious. General Yu is truly furious this time. Jiang Yu clicked her tongue. Little Millie, you're worth a pretty penny, huh? In just a few days, your bounty jumped from 3 billion to 4 billion. The woman, with her voluptuous figure and stunning beauty, leaned directly against Jiang Yu. Her snow-white legs were crossed, creating an alluring curve, and her pink toes were slightly curled. Humph. What's the matter? Feeling tempted? Planning to call me out to claim that 4 billion reward? Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. Impossible. We signed a contract. Little Millie is family. Million froze. She'd assumed this kid was a smooth-talking liar, but he pulled off something like this. Millian stopped thinking. High attack paper defense. Is your injury acting up again? Jiang Yu asked with concern, since Mylene had been frowning since the beginning. Mireille nodded, then shook her head. The purple gold lightning has been expelled, but you've damaged your foundation. To fully heal you, 3 treasures are still needed. First, the power of holy light. She glanced at Shauna. Second, the black holy prayer. Third, the solar elixir. These 2 treasures are rare and priceless, virtually impossible to find on the market. As for the solar elixir, only the military possesses it. In other words, obtaining the sun elixir from the military is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. In comparison, the black holy prayer is no less difficult to obtain than the sun elixir. Only the dark church holds the black holy prayer. Little Millie, hang on a little longer. I will definitely cure you. Jiang Yu, why are you so kind to me? I'm a demon, your enemy. It doesn't matter. Didn't I tell you? From the moment we signed the contract, you became family to me. Jiang Yu reached out and gently stroked the twin horns atop Millie's head. Jiang Yu, you, humph. A wave of warmth washed over Millian, and she didn't resist Jiang Yu's touch. Meanwhile, a massive surge of negative energy sent a chill down Jiang Yu's spine. Satsuki is family too. You're all my wings. Satsuki hurried over and buried her head in Jiang Yu's embrace. Her curves were astonishing. Master. It's late. Time to rest. Jiang Yu nodded, secretly sighing in relief. She'd managed to bluff her way through. Women are too much trouble. I'd rather fight beasts or face hell's demons than deal with them. Women are nothing but trouble. Oomph. Shatana. Rest here. I'll take the other room. Jiang Yu stood up, but Shauna grabbed her arm and held her back. I want to stay with my master. Shauna lifted her head, shooting a defiant glance at Millian. Sparks seemed to fly between their eyes. Jiang Yu. I've been cooped up in the soul space for so long, I just want to get some fresh air. Will you come with me? Millian refused to be outdone. Ah, well. The scent emanating from both of them sent a rush of blood surging through Jiang Yu's veins, stimulating his nerves. Didn't you say I'm family? Jiang Yu was usually straightforward, sincere, kind to others, and humble in her demeanor. Yet now, she felt a touch of shyness. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars while crows flew south. 5 minutes later. Jiang Yu sat on the large bed, Jiang Yu slept in the middle, and Xia Xia lay on the left side, breathing evenly. Millian slept on the right, one arm draped around Jiang Yu's neck. I can't sleep. Not a wink. Jiang Yu was wide awake. Late at night, the biting cold wind swept through the neon-lit city. Lu Yan leaned alone against the railing. Her delicate brows furrowed as she glanced at the time past midnight. That kid Jiang Yu, why hasn't he come looking for me yet? The next morning, Jiang Yu arrived at the academy with dark circles under his eyes. Everyone was studying in the library. Before them lay stacks of thick textbooks, all materials for the next semester. Some were even frantically honing their soul power while performing Kegel exercises. Everyone was caught up in a frantic race to the top. Roll on. It's all good to compete. Oh right, it's the weekend today. Jiang Yu strode into the classroom with a stride that seemed to defy his parents, followed by Shauna dressed in a maid outfit. Everyone froze in shock. Jiang Yu? He actually showed up? That's not the point. Haven't you noticed? There's an incredibly beautiful girl following right behind him. You don't have to tell me. I'm in love again. Why does he look so utterly exhausted? I remember him getting into Director Lu's car yesterday. Wait a minute? The others snapped to attention, their eyes wide with shock and seething with jealousy. Wha? My first love ended before it even began. What does that guy even have going for him? I could bite my molars to dust. I'm going to challenge him to a duel. Their fantasies were brutally shattered. Before the romance even began, the goddess had already fallen for the punk's ghost fire. Good morning, everyone. Satsuki, say hello. Jiang Yu smiled, a particularly infuriating grin. Hello everyone, I'm Satsuki, my master's personal maid. The male beasts let out agonized cries. Unbelievable. Alas. You worthless scoundrel. Even a fool could figure out who the master was that Shauna spoke of. Who else could it be but Jiang Yu? Shatui naturally took a seat beside Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, who is she? Why does she call you master? Isn't it enough that I'm here? I can wear a maid outfit too. Lu Qingqing's big eyes brimmed with tears. Lu Qingqing had always been Jiang Yu's desk partner, but now there was also Shana. Originally a desk for two, now crammed with three. Jiang Yu found herself sandwiched between the two girls, caught in a pincer movement. Sparks seemed to fly from their glaring eyes. Ugh! This is such a headache. So annoying. Jiang Yu complained. Everyone was envious. If looks could kill, the flames of jealousy would have roasted Jiang Yu to a crispy exterior and tender interior. We should thank Director Lu, you know. If not for her, we wouldn't have met our master so suddenly. Chatna licked her red lips as she spoke, leaving Lu Qingqing teary-eyed and nearly overwhelmed. Wah! Jiang Yu. When Boyang entered the classroom and saw Jiang Yu sandwiched between two girls. Wen Boyang. 6. Chapter 36, Unexpected Harvest. Self-study time. Sit down immediately. Anyone unwilling to participate, get out. When Boyang cleared his throat sternly. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. We really don't have to study? She immediately stood up, hands clasped behind her head, and swayed her way out of the classroom. Lu Qingqing followed closely behind, staying glued to her side. The three of them practically exited the classroom together. For the first time in his decades-long teaching career, when Boyang felt a headache coming on. What are you staring at? If you're so smart, go ahead and recite next year's curriculum too. Get your books out this instant. You're the worst class I've ever taught. When Boyang slammed his fist on the desk, his tone stern. The class. 6. Little Millie, it's time to come clean. Why did General Yu issue a warrant for your arrest? I can tell the difference between genuine reasons and excuses. Outside the city, Jiang Yu wore a straw hat and held a blade of grass between her teeth. Shato followed behind. As for Lu Qingqing, Jiang Yu had sent her off. She was on the other side, controlling a kite with great delight, so engrossed she forgot everything else. Millie instinctively tried to dodge the question, but then met Jiang Yu's unwavering gaze. Tell me the truth. Jiang Yu's tone brooked no argument. This domineering CEO tactic worked exceptionally well on Million, whose defenses were paper thin. After all the effort Master went through to heal you, you still kept it from him? Sha added fuel to the fire from the side. After a moment's thought, Million shrugged. Fine. Since we've signed a contract anyway, hiding it from you wouldn't do me any good. The reason I fled to China was purely to evade the Dark Holy Court's pursuit. As she spoke, a tooth the length of a palm materialized in her hand. The tooth emitted a cold glow, its cursed power spreading outward. The reason they hunt me is because of this very thing in my hand. Jiang Yu stared intently. What is this? The fong of the first vampire? Cain? Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment, but Million was even more shocked. You're just a penniless nobody, how could you possibly know so much? You even recognize the tooth of the original vampire? Jiang Yu took the tooth and touched it. The cursed power within made him suck in a sharp breath. The Dark Church possesses 3 supreme treasures. The fong of the original vampire. The serpent that tempted Adam and Eve. And that apple. The serpent that tempted Adam and Eve once warped reality during battle, distorting the course of the fight. And that apple is the legendary forbidden fruit. As for the teeth of the original vampire, they can traverse hell and Mount Zion. Jiang Yu spoke slowly, enunciating each word. Millie's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an entire spiral-shaped energy-saving lightbulb. She found herself increasingly unable to understand Jiang Yu. How can someone so young know so many secrets? Not only can you communicate with the elemental plane, but you also know about the Dark Sanctum? Because I opened it? If it's not closed, then it's open? Ha! You wouldn't understand. Mind your own business about me from now on. Millie rolled her eyes. Who cares anyway? Jiang Yu held the primordial vampire's fong, her mind in turmoil. She felt a power stirring within her body, restless and eager. Great! Where did you get this treasure? The Dark Sanctuary isn't a place for the faint of heart, it's full of lunatics and madmen. Millian let out a breath. They wanted to use me, but I wanted to use them just as much. A faint blush spread across Millian's face as she exhaled slowly, her voice tight with determination. They wanted to use me to recreate Cain. So I just took Cain's tooth and ran, leaving them with nothing. Shatan's gaze trailed down from Millian's ample bosom, finally settling on her smooth, flat stomach. What are you looking at? Of course they didn't succeed. Millian's flustered anger was rather endearing. Jiang Yu remained impassive, slipping Cain's tooth into his spatial ring. A treasure like this was meant to be his. To think a mere nightmare could spawn the progenitor of vampires utterly preposterous. Jiang Yu remarked coldly. Millian's face darkened with resentment. Jiang Yu. Don't change the subject, give me back Cain's tooth. Don't be so formal, Millie. We slept in the same bed, we're practically husband and wife. Cain's tooth is marital property anyway, so it's fine with me holding on to it. Millie's cheeks flushed, but she still pouted. Who wants to be your spouse? If you hadn't deceived me. I never deceived you. If you think I'm tormenting you, little Millie, you're free to leave. But could you bear to? I see you're enjoying it too. Jiang Yu flashed a wicked grin. Oomph. With a cold snort, Million vanished. Evening fell, a gentle breeze rustling through the trees. Cicadas chirped in waves, birds chirping cheerfully. Due to Jiang Yu's soul power, Shauna returned to the elemental plane, awaiting Jiang Yu's next summoning. Since disappearing, Million had not reappeared. Lu Qingqing lowered her head. She wasn't foolish, she understood Jiang Yu was deliberately keeping her at arm's length. Jiang Yu, I understand everything. You're deliberately pushing me away. Your talent grows more dazzling by the day. Even if I give it my all, I can barely keep pace with you. But I refuse to give up. I just want to be by your side. You have many female friends, and I don't mind any of them, because I know you've never had those kinds of feelings for any of them. But I just can't give up. I know you've always seen me as a little sister, but I. The girl lowered her head, a rare expression on her face as crystal clear tears slid down her cheeks. Jiang Yu sighed, gently placing the straw hat back on her head. His gaze remained as pure as ever. Ah, the wind today is unusually noisy. Let's go back. Lu Qingqing fell silent for a moment. Alright. Some things cannot be forced. The superstar competition is drawing ever closer. There are 3 requirements for participating in the superstar competition. First, of course, participation is limited to the 4 major colleges. Second, only the top 3 freshmen, those recommended by their colleges, may enter. Third, candidates must pass a military assessment to receive a military recommendation. Jiang Yu now meets the first 2 requirements, leaving only the third to fulfill. Lying on the bed. Director Wen, who among this year's freshmen passed the assessment? Jiang Yu asked via her phone. You know these names, Shu Qianqin and Hu Yeye. Shu Qianqu wanted to go too, but he's a sophomore, so he doesn't meet the requirements. You're ready. You can take the assessment anytime. Each superstar competition was essentially a contest between the 4 major academies. Each college could only send 3 freshmen. Shu Qianqin and Hu Yeye had already secured 2 spots. The final spot was clearly reserved for Jiang Yu. Rest assured, Director Wen, I won't let you down. And one more thing, we don't have to win the championship, but we absolutely must give Nirvana Academy a good slap in the face. Jiang Yu, ? Chapter 37, The Livestream. Here's the deal. At last year's superstar competition, Yu Gulang underperformed, letting those kids save face. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. At last year's superstar tournament, Yu Gulang represented Tiandu Academy and ended up taking 2nd place. Nirvana Academy gloated relentlessly over it. Plus, the principal of Nirvana Academy and our Tiandu Academy principal have a serious beef with each other. Jiang Yu understood. This contest wasn't just about talent, it was a battle of grudges. It would determine not only supremacy, but also life and death. Jiang Yu's final assessment, an entry ticket to the Superstar Grand Prix. A high-profile genius? Or a lecherous scumbag? According to reliable sources, Jiang Yu was spotted in the mall purchasing an elemental spirit maiden from the elemental plane, one incapable of communication. Whoa! An elf maiden? An elemental elf maiden? Is it the one I'm thinking of? An elemental spirit from the elemental plane who can't communicate? She'll vanish sooner or later. I just don't get it. What use is she besides warming his bed? Isn't that a waste of money? Ha. You're dead right, bro. You unscrupulous media outlets, all you do is spread rumors about Jiang Yu. I believe him, he's absolutely not that kind of person. Pictures tell the truth. Jiang Yu is just a lecher. Elemental spirits are notoriously weaklings, good for nothing but looking pretty. I won't let you talk about Jiang Yu like that. The thread quickly devolved into a war of words between keyboard warriors on both sides. Lu Yen stared at the messages, her expression darkening to the extreme. To be honest, she had paid for this elemental spirit girl herself. What's worse? Jiang Yu had actually left her alone in the cold May night wind. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu got to spend the entire night alone with the elemental spirit girl in a room with a large bed. Lu Yen's mood plunged even lower. Oomph. Men really are pigs, even if they're not even adults yet. Before them lay a canyon, its perimeter encircled by barbed wire fences. Numerous military personnel patrolled the surrounding area. The trial ground. The military's sole designated venue for the superstar tournament. Currently, Jiang Yu had only secured the Academy's recommendation qualification. Only after fully exiting the trial grounds would she be formally recommended by the military. Only with recommendations from all 3 parties would she be officially registered for the superstar tournament. The mountains flanking the canyon soared skyward, their peaks piercing the clouds. One could even catch the earthy scent of the soil. Jiang Yu, your trial grounds have been activated. No need to worry. A scarred uncle in military uniform declared. Jiang Yu looked out across the valley, narrow, deep, and winding. The distance between the entrance and exit stretched endlessly, roughly 10 kilometers long. Entering, hunting several beasts, and emerging unscathed would be considered success. The real challenge, however, lay within the canyon itself, where wailing harpies lurked. These creatures typically hunted in packs, capable of emitting sonic waves from their mouths and wielding claws coated in potent venom. They were extremely difficult for a 4-star summoner to handle. Moreover, they possess an extremely strong territorial instinct. Once invaded by other species, they will attack en masse. A single wailing banshee isn't too troublesome, but a pack is another story. After all, there have been instances where a large pack of wailing harpies overwhelmed even 5-star summoners. Even if a typical 4-star summoner survives, they'll be left battered and bruised. Jiang Yu's expression turns serious. 1234. 5678. 2234. 5678. 3234. 5678. Jiang Yu stretched her arms, stepping in place as she opened and closed them. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Whoever came for the assessment was making it feel like a spring outing. Who wasn't nervous as hell? Jiang Yu. If you feel any discomfort, don't push yourself, just stop immediately. A red button was positioned on Jiang Yu's hand. Of course, pressing it would mean failing the assessment. Better safe than sorry. This assessment would be broadcast live nationwide. Jiang Yu pressed it. Everyone was watching. When Boyan, Lui Yin, and others all stared at the large screen. The screen showed Jiang Yu's figure. Ha! Director Liu, isn't this a bit much? The intensity of this assessment is approaching 5-star levels. Back-end data showed countless fiery red ants marching in vast numbers through the dense forest ahead. The ants were fiery red and could spew potent acid. Meanwhile, on the other side, over 20 wailing demons surrounded one of their own, a larger specimen. This banshee, crowned with a bone tiara, was far more intelligent than the others. Damn! This is way too hard. Even a 5-star summoner would fall if surrounded like this. This swarm of fire poison ants has 2 queens. Lui Yen gave a cold laugh, crossing her long legs and extending her snow-white jade-like hand to examine her freshly done manicure. What's the big deal? Director Wen, don't you want to see where this kid's limits lie? With the military here, safety isn't an issue. You can rest assured. And that brat had the nerve to ditch me alone, leaving me out in the freezing wind all night. He's going to pay for this. The memory of that night made Lui Yen grind her teeth in fury. Cold sweat beaded on Wen Boyang's forehead. Women never cross them. Continue the assessment. In the valley, Jiang Yu walked forward and suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she muttered under her breath, "Who's whispering about me behind my back?" Before her lay a dense forest of towering trees. Only a few patches of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns of green leaves and crimson vines. This dense forest was the only path forward. How beautiful. This forest is so peaceful, I'd love to live here. Ha ha. May your wish come true. Sensing an invasion of their territory, the red ants surged like a tidal wave. Dense and swarming, swarming and dense. Ah! Why didn't anyone warn me? A nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. I knew it. You guys up front, do you still want to live in the forest? Are these fire poison ants? Everything in their path gets broken down, packed up, and carried back to the nest to feed the eggs. In mere moments, the fire had already closed in around Jiang Yu. Each ant was as thick as a thumb and could spew corrosive acid from its abdomen. Even steel armor would be eaten away. Name, Fire Poison Ant Colony. Rank, Soldier, 9 stars. Status, Special Condition, Mass Production. Attributes, Fire Type, Poison Type. In the conference room, when Boyang and the others stared at the screen. These fire poison ants are troublesome, but as long as Jiang Yu stays cautious, he should be fine. That kid never plays by the rules. I'm curious to see what tricks he'll pull this time. Whoa! Didn't the news say it? Jiang Yu signed a summoner contract with an elemental spirit girl. From what I know, this kid isn't one to waste his efforts. As the group debated, Lui Yen's expression grew increasingly grim. Instant. Chapter 38, 1 move, 1 kill. Jiang Yu summoned, and Shatana materialized from the elemental plane. This time, it was not one of those overwhelmingly powerful sages, but a maiden crowned with a thorned halo, her cascading blue hair flowing like a waterfall. Holy light shone, and angelic hymns resounded. Amidst the void, the majestic Mount Zion stood. Beside Sishan, petite angels held various instruments, their sacred hymns echoing with divine solemnity. All were stunned. Those who witnessed this scene couldn't help but show their astonishment. Their mouths gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb inside. What is this? A holy light elemental spirit. Elemental spirits? And holy light type? That's priceless. Holy light type? This might be the first holy light elemental spirit in our country. Exactly. Before this, it was always those Western punks. Species, elemental spirit. Attribute, holy light. Shasha's basic stats instantly appeared on the screen, leaving everyone utterly stunned. This is unbelievable. The kid actually contracted an elemental spirit with potential reaching the Morningstar tier? This isn't some projection, it's a real, tangible spirit that can be summoned into reality. And, with this kid's talent, Star tier is definitely not his limit. How did he pull this off? Online reports say Jiang Yu went to the mall and bought a spirit, but experts confirmed it couldn't communicate with the elemental plane, right? At this revelation, everyone's expressions turned deeply meaningful. Especially Lu Yiyan. Impossible. There's never been a precedent for this. Besides, unable to communicate with the elemental plane. The crowd shook their heads. Spirits unable to communicate with the elemental plane are destined to vanish. Only wealthy individuals with peculiar tastes would purchase one or two to keep as servants. That's not necessarily true. Do you remember how many this kid actually summoned? When Boyang narrowed his eyes. That kid's a freak. Things impossible in our eyes become commonplace with him. Lu Yiyan pursed her lips, her gaze toward Shana growing intensely complex. Jiang Yu, and also, don't you think this kid bears a striking resemblance to that guy from over a decade ago? You mean Long? Ahem. Silence fell among them. Shatter, take them out. Use the sacred flame. Shatana nodded. Holy light shimmered as sacred flames flickered, descending upon the swarm of fire poison ants. Instantly, like a match thrown into boiling oil, the white holy flames ignited. Hordes of fire poison ants vaporized before they could even spit their acid. Damn, one move and they're all gone? Fire poison ants are notoriously tough to deal with. How come when Jiang Yu faces them, it's like cutting through butter? It's not that the fire poison ants are weak, it's that Jiang Yu is too strong. It's bloodline suppression. Elemental spirit. Her potential is at least at the Xian level, while the fire poison ants are merely at the Sure level. Despite being only at the soldier tier, level 1, she could instantly wipe out a swarm of fire poison ants at soldier tier, level 9. Though several tiers separated them, under the weight of absolute innate talent, this minor level difference was utterly negligible. Though this swarm was a variant among fire poison ants, possessing 2 queens. Their innate potential capped their ceiling. Shana's talent, however, surpassed even legendary tiers. In Huagua, it would be classified as at least Xia level. The gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. The terrifying sacred flame swept through everything in its path. Wherever the sacred flames touched, space warped and the earth cracked. Numerous fire poison ants raised their abdomens, beginning to spew acid. Yet Shana remained utterly unaffected. Truly worthy of an elemental spirit and a legendary mythical species, the poisonous fire ant's venom is utterly useless against it. Amidst their astonishment, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. This elemental spirit has boundless potential. So this kid was so calm and collected, turns out he had this trump card up his sleeve. This must be Jiang Yu's greatest trump card. The crowd nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu's talent was undeniably strong, that much everyone agreed on. But the sage he summoned wasn't the sage's true form, just a projection, with limited power. Shana, however, was different, a genuine entity capable of manifesting in reality. Shana's power would rise alongside Jiang Yu's, growing stronger as she did. Once Jiang Yu matured, she would become a myth incarnate, a legend stepping out of legend itself. In less than a few minutes, every fire toad lay dead, not a single one surviving. Even the queen ants, continuously laying eggs deep underground, were roasted into dried ant husks. Shatana lifted the hem of her maid's skirt, curtsied, then returned to Jiang Yu's side with grace and composure. Shana. Well done. Jiang Yu ruffled Shana's hair. Shana closed her eyes, a look of pure enjoyment on her face. Let's go. The dense forest lay silent, sunlight filtering through in dappled patches, leaves green and vines crimson. How long did it take? Director Lu, Jiang Yu only took 2.5 minutes. At this remark, the group fell silent once more. That kid finished way too fast. Barring any surprises, he's the fastest candidate in the history of these trials. For other summoners, the mutant fire poison ants might be a tough nut to crack, but they were no match for Jiang Yu. Whoa! I'm so jealous of Jiang Yu. And that maid sister by his side, she's gorgeous and badass too. Who wouldn't be? This kid's got quite a few pretty girls around him, doesn't he? I heard that even before this guy made a name for himself, there was a girl who kept pursuing Jiang Yu, apparently the Lu family's heiress. Now that he's shown his talent, he's got even more girls around him. From what I know, there's Lu Qingqing, Xu Qianqin, and Senior Yu Gulang. Oh, and someone saw Jiang Yu get into Lu Yiyan's car, that girl from the present. Please, stop talking. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The romance hadn't even begun before it was already over. Wah, this guy's a total womanizer, a real pig-footed bastard. Young master, you'd better keep your eyes peeled. I'm rooting for your Hu Ya. The young master everyone referred to was Xu Qianqin, a white-haired, emotionless girl. Though sweet-looking, she had a distinctly masculine air. She and Hu Ya were inseparable, the two girls, one dark, one light. Senior Yu Gulang is mine. I'll kill that brat 1,000 times over 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Killing him 1,000 times? So what? I'd chop him into pieces if I could, but I just can't beat him. Hearts shattered. The fire poison ants were merely an appetizer. The wailing siren chieftain coming next is the main course. What kind of performance will this kid deliver? Director 1, aren't you worried this kid might stumble at the last hurdle? Despite the words, everyone was filled with anticipation. They all wanted to see just how far Jiang Yu could go. Jiang Yu had always been as still as a well, putting on airs. I really want to see this kid get humiliated for once. Ha ha ha. Chapter 39, The Unexpected. The initial path was narrow. Barely wide enough for one person. After walking about 100 paces. At the end of the gorge, though the sky above was clear, the valley itself was filled with strange flowers and exotic plants. Trees blocked out the sky, casting the entire environment in a gloomy, dim light. Jiang Yu led the way, with Sha following close behind, scanning the surroundings. There's a foul stench in the air. Jiang Yu halted in his tracks. A faint stench permeated the air. Not far ahead lay a cliff face. Perched on its edge was a wooden platform, connected by a ladder. Hanging upside down along the vertical cliff face on the platform was a wailing female demon as large as a man. From their mouths came shrill, piercing cries. Human faces, yet fangs protruded. Eagle-like claws gripped the rock face, while bat-like wings enveloped their bodies. Scanning the scene, dozens could be seen scattered about. At the very center, a colossal wailing banshee, crowned with bone-like protrusions atop its head, emitted a beautiful, piercing song. Jiang Yu's expression grew solemn. The wailing banshee song possessed the power to bewitch the mind. The slightest lapse in attention could lead to falling victim, sinking into illusions until death. Ah! 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 The siren's wail suddenly rose to a piercing shriek. Foam opened his eyes, his crimson orbs flashing with a murderous intent. Damn it! I've been spotted. In a split second, a holy flame shot forth like a beam of light. Jiang Yu looked up to see a human-sized wailing banshee charging toward her from above. It bared its teeth, its blood-red eyes filled with savage fury. The holy flame struck, leaving mottled burn marks across the banshee's body. Witnessing this scene, everyone was astonished. Holy light magic actually has a counter-effect against this kind of demon beast. Not exactly. The wailing banshee song had no effect, didn't you notice? The crowd marveled. Truly legendary, the holy light system. Ah! The wailing sirens erupted into chaos, their once melodious, soaring songs transforming into wretched, piercing screams. Wailing wraiths exhibit gregarious behavior. Judging by the song, there must be at least 20 of them. We can't afford to be careless. Jiang Yu's thoughts flickered, and a dragon-shaped phantom appeared beside him. Dragon battles in the wild. Its blood is crimson and gold. Emerge! A golden dragon sword, its aura as majestic as a rainbow piercing the sun. Behind Jiang Yu, the colossal dragon stood firm, roaring toward the wailing sirens with its head thrown back. The sky echoed with incessant wails. A colossal wailing banshee, its entire body a sickly gray-green, bared fangs resembling human faces, and blood-red eyes scanning Jiang Yu up and down before letting out a shrill roar. Ring-shaped sound waves erupted from its maw. 27 wailing demons. And their leader is a general tier creature, only a 5-star summoner can handle it. Looks like a tough fight ahead. Holy cow! 27 wailing banshees plus a leader? We'll need at least a full squad to handle this. Exactly. I can tell you with certainty that at least a 5-star summoner leading the team is required to handle this with any confidence. Can Jiang Yu handle it alone? The crowd murmured in discussion. If he actually succeeded, what kind of person would Lin Yitian become? What will Jiang Yu do? Eyes lit up as they all pondered Jiang Yu's next move. You're all missing the point. The test requirement is simply to exit the valley, not to kill the beasts. Jiang Yu will likely choose to dash through and exit the valley swiftly, thus passing the test. Of course, if he's confident in his strength, he could also choose to fight one-on-one. At this, everyone nodded in agreement. It was true, soul power wasn't something to be squandered. Lingering in battle would only drain their reserves, trapping them in a desperate situation and leading to failure. Look! Jiang Yu's moving. Jiang Yu flashed a grin. A sacred flame shot forth, radiating a divine aura. Everyone froze. This kid isn't playing by the rules at all. When Boyang rubbed his forehead, a wry smile touching his lips. Ah! A piercing scream echoed as the wailing banshee, engulfed by the holy flame, let out a shrill cry before turning to ash. Witnessing their comrade's demise, the remaining wailing demons descended into frenzied rage. Sharp roars erupted, sending wave after wave of sonic rings crashing down toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu remained utterly composed. Dragon roar! A golden dragon roared toward the heavens, unleashing ring-shaped sound waves from its maw that spread in all directions. Roar! The dragon's roar lingered, growing ever louder. Finally, the entire canyon echoed with the piercing dragon's roar. Another dragon! Truly a divine beast so powerful. I have no idea how that kid summoned a dragon. His surname is Jiang, not Long. Compared to the trial matches, the dragon's power has doubled. In the training match, it subdued the rampaging behemoth with a single strike. At that very moment, the golden dragon's awe-inspiring presence reached its zenith. Now, with Jiang Yu's power enhanced, the dragon he summoned seemed divine. A single dragon's roar drowned out the wails of the banshees. Nearly 10 wailing demons were knocked down by the thunderous roar. Their fleshy wings torn apart, they crashed to the ground, their crimson eyes slowly fading of life. Dragon breath. Jiang Yu continued. Golden flames, like pillars of light, erupted from the dragon's mouth. The golden flames seemed to consume everything in their path. The dozen or so wailing female demons instinctively shielded themselves with their fleshy wings. Instantly ignited, they burst into flames and plummeted from the sky to the ground. In the blink of an eye, nearly 20 wailing demons were swiftly and decisively dealt with by Jiang Yu. Is that all it takes? One move and they're done. What's there to talk about? Jiang Yu sighed. This is utterly unbelievable. I wouldn't even be surprised if this kid took down that leader-level wailing banshee. Forget it, I won't even comment on this kid. Everyone was stunned. Ah! The wailing banshee leader let out a piercing shriek. The ground shook violently, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Massive boulders tumbled down the cliff face. The wailing banshee queen spread her fleshy wings, and from beneath her bluish-gray skin, a viscous green fluid oozed. What's happening? Jiang Yu frowned, looking up. He was absolutely certain this wailing harpy chieftain was seriously off. Species, wailing banshee chieftain. Status, enraged. Attributes. A flash of light darted through Jiang Yu's eyes. Ugh! What an ugly face! Why isn't it blurred out? I'm gonna throw up my dinner. The wailing banshee chieftain bore an even more horrifying visage. What the hell is going on? The wailing banshee leader has gone berserk. Should we halt this trial? Pass this message to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, an accident has occurred in the trial canyon. If you can't handle it, you may press the button to request assistance. Of course, this assessment won't count as a failure, just an accident. You may retake it on another day. The voice of the scarred man echoed overhead. Chapter 40, The Wreck. It's too difficult. The howling banshee chieftain in a berserk state isn't something an ordinary summoner can handle. Even a 5-star advanced summoner risks failure. Jiang Yu will probably give up. Talent doesn't mean she's brainless. Giving up is understandable. Jiang Yu giving up is expected. This assessment is way beyond the scope. When Boyang's voice echoed from above. That kid probably won't be so obedient. Lu Yan remarked, and the others nodded in agreement. Give up the assessment? Retake it? That's such a waste of time. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes. Though tempting, I refuse. A resolute gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. You stubborn mule. When Boyang scolded with a laugh. The golden divine dragon roared, its fiery breath echoing through the valley. In an instant, flames roared and howls echoed ceaselessly. In that instant, countless beams of holy light converged in his palm, forming a radiant sword. The thorn crown above his head emitted a glow, his expression filled with sorrow and compassion. Boom! A gale swept through as the wailing banshee opened her maw, spewing gray-green venom like an 8th-level gale. Where they collided, thick, choking smoke instantly billowed upward. The poison mist of the wailing banshee leader was at least twice as potent as that of ordinary wailing banshees. Fog billowed. Gale howled. Jiang Yu's expression was disheveled. The wailing banshee leader required a 5-star summoner to handle, especially after entering a berserk state. It demanded nearly a 6-star summoner, supported by a full squad, to have any chance of defeating it. Golden dragon breath erupted, carving a fissure through the toxic mist. Jiang Yu stood within the fissure, his expression grave. This toxic mist was hundreds of times more potent than sulfuric acid. Whether soil or rock wall, anything it touched immediately emitted billowing smoke and corroded at a visible pace. At that moment, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The wailing banshee chieftain has gone berserk? Get Jiang Yu back immediately. A beast in fury is like consuming a blood crystal stone. Everyone's expressions turned grim. With Jiang Yu's talent, he was destined to become a pillar of strength. If she perished during the trial, every person present would bear responsibility. Jiang Yu, press the button immediately to terminate this assessment. When Boyang's voice crackled through the headset once more, the scarred uncle's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration. He had seen too many so-called geniuses make a complete fool of themselves when faced with a real battlefield. He had never seen anyone as composed as Jiang Yu. Lu Yan remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. She wanted to see what choice Jiang Yu would make. The wailing siren queen was a true gold-tier demon beast. Having plunged into a berserk state, she now approached the threshold of epic tier power. The wailing siren chieftain's crimson eyes brimmed with complexity. It intended to make this bipedal creature pay for slaughtering its own kind. Director 1, I know you're worried, but I refuse. You kid, can't you be less stubborn? When Boyan looked utterly speechless. Jiang Yu actually refused? Did I hear that correctly? Does this kid have some hidden ace up his sleeve? The wailing banshee queen is in a berserk state, even a 5-star summoner leading the charge could fail. This isn't child's play, death is real. Why push so hard? That kid's just riding on his talent, acting like he's above everyone else. Trending online. Now. Move. Holy light enveloped him as wings formed behind his back, allowing him to glide just above the ground. Divine retribution. The holy attributed light sword in his hand swung out. Holy attributes held a natural advantage against this form. Boom! Holy light sliced through the void, followed by the sound of collision. Ah! The wailing banshee leader let out a piercing shriek. This strike only caused it some pain. Beyond that, it achieved nothing. The gap in power was starkly evident at that moment. The wailing banshee wasn't even scratched. The wailing banshee instantly flew into a rage. How dare this two-legged weakling dare to resist? The entire gorge, the entire rock wall, trembled violently. The wailing banshee's leader swung its eagle-like claws in an instant. The air ripped apart in an instant, several empty strikes descending like lightning. Divine protection. A shield of holy light instantly formed before her. Boom! The shield shattered instantly. Jiang Yu's thoughts raced. Dragon breath. Fire lotus. A golden dragon soared forth, its body twisting and spreading. Its golden scales shone brilliantly amidst the gloomy poisonous mist. The dragon seized the wailing succubus in its jaws, clutching it like a pearl, and swiftly ascended into the sky. Simultaneously, a golden light surged from its belly, rapidly moving toward its throat. Boom! A golden lotus of flames blossomed overhead, its fiery petals scattering like shooting stars in all directions. That move again. Even more breathtaking than before. Indeed. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Golden flames fell to the ground, still burning fiercely, while the surrounding clouds glowed with a dazzling golden hue. The light faded. The wailing siren leader let out a piercing howl. Seeing this, despair inevitably filled the hearts of the crowd. The wailing banshee chieftain bore only a conspicuous wound, looking somewhat disheveled, yet otherwise unharmed. Just one round. The wailing banshee had suffered only superficial wounds, while Jiang Yu had exhausted all her techniques. The wailing siren is still alive? Not only alive, but jumping around. Even such a powerful attack couldn't finish her? Millions' voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. With your current strength, it's impossible to kill the wailing siren leader. My advice is to press the button and abandon this assessment. Unless, of course, you summon me, but... Millian truly had Jiang Yu's best interests at heart. The wailing banshee queen hadn't gone berserk yet, so she still had a fighting chance. But once enraged, even seasoned summoners wouldn't dare confront her head-on. Little Millie, I want to see where my limits lie. Jiang Yu thought to herself. Don't worry, I wouldn't risk my own life for a joke. Everyone was on pins and needles. That kid is such a stubborn fool. Why won't he just press the button? Didn't they say we could reschedule the test? Why make such a mess of things? What are we going to do? Everyone sighed. No matter how you looked at it, Jiang Yu was at a disadvantage. I propose this, since the little guy's acting foolish, we can't just stand by. We should take forceful measures. If all else fails, give him a shot. Excellent idea. I agree. Agreed. Lu Yan's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yu. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Yu had something else up his sleeve. Jiang Yu must have his reasons for acting this way. The entire canyon was now filled with toxic mist. The dark attributed toxins, upon contact with the holy light power, erupted in a violent explosion. Jiang Yu twisted his mouth into a wildly arrogant grin. Ha! After spewing poison for so long, the amount is finally just right. Put. Come and get me. Jiang Yu spat out a glob of phlegm. Jiang Yu unleashed his taunt. The effect was outstanding. Chapter 41, Real Men Never Look Back at Explosions. Minutes later, the canyon's terrain had undergone drastic changes compared to before. Above, the scar-faced uncle stood ready for battle atop a giant flying serpent, poised to intervene at any moment. Jiang Yu stood at the canyon's center. Come and get me. The crowd was speechless. What is this kid doing? Why is he provoking the wailing banshee? Who knows? Maybe he wants to die quickly. A faint smile touched Jiang Yu's face. The elemental spirit could temporarily transform a person into an elemental form, rendering them immune to attacks. The cost, however, was that Jiang Yu would be drained of her soul, reduced to a lifeless husk. The wailing siren leader possessed above-average intelligence, at least sharper than her companions. She recognized the provocation and, feeling insulted, immediately intensified her assault. Poisonous mist rained down. Spewing from multiple glands on its body, it resembled a volley of arrows. A glow flared across Jiang Yu's body. Divine protection. In Jiang Yu's perception, these toxins leaned toward the dark attribute. Upon contact with holy light, the two would explode. Ugh, you stink. Are you a swamp gas producer? One creature spewing this much gas could power an entire town, couldn't it? Jiang Yu spoke again, gesturing wildly with a comical tone. The wailing banshee chieftain couldn't understand the words, but she grasped the insult. It really is like swamp gas, I'm not lying. The stench is unbearable. This kid's a real talent. Facing death, he still has the nerve to mock his enemy. He has divine protection that can remove poison attributes. But even that won't work against the wailing banshee queen, right? I just don't get this kid. What gives him the nerve to be so cocky? This kid is stubborn as hell. Wen Boyang sighed. A faint smile, barely perceptible to others, flickered in Lu Yan's eyes. Dark attribute poison mist, when it comes into contact with holy attributes, will explode if Jiang Yu doesn't suppress it. That kid deliberately provoked the wailing banshee, filling the entire canyon with toxic mist. Now all it takes is a spark of holy energy, just a tiny spark, and the entire canyon will be blown sky high. That kid is nothing but a gambler. Unbeknownst to them, the trial had already lasted an entire hour. Jiang Yu proved remarkably resilient. As long as his soul power didn't deplete, the holy attributes healing and regeneration allowed him to keep bouncing back. The wailing banshee, enraged and flustered, let out a series of incomprehensible shrieks, her tone filled with emotion and intense passion. It's panicking! It's panicking! It's panicking! Jiang Yu chuckled. After being taunted by an ant for over an hour, the wailing banshee leader could no longer contain herself. What utter humiliation! The crowd murmured in confusion. Jiang Yu, protected by divine grace, can only remain undefeated, but victory is utterly impossible. What's the point of this? Yeah. Soul energy can't last forever, right? Director Lu, what's your take? The camera focused on Lu Yan, who let a faint smile play at the corners of her mouth. Is Jiang Yu creating a work of art? A work of art? Everyone looked bewildered. Art is explosion. Lu Yan added. An explosion? The crowd was utterly baffled. Jiang Yu wants to blast the wailing harpy to death? But the wailing siren leader has extremely high defense. Dragon's breath fire lotus can't even scratch her. Lu Yan pointed toward the toxic mist swirling within the canyon. Look closely, everyone. The poison mist leans toward the dark attribute, and Jiang Yu happens to wield the holy attribute. The crowd sensed something unusual. Don't forget, Jiang Yu has been provoking the wailing sirens all along. It wasn't in vain. Over the past hour, the wailing sirens have spread poison throughout the entire canyon. At this revelation, the group experienced a moment of profound clarity. Director Lu, are you suggesting Jiang Yu intends to exploit elemental countering to directly detonate this valley's dark attribute poisonous mist? Lu Yan nodded, smiling without comment. Everyone exchanged stunned glances. That kid is nothing but a gambler. This is a hell of a gamble, my friend. We can gamble again, my friend. What's there to gamble on? If you lose your life. When Boyang's eyes lit up, Jiang Yu continuously cast shields upon herself. Divine protection. Jiang Yu sprinted like a mouse. The focus was on vibrant vitality, with all things bursting forth. 2 full hours had passed. The sun hung high in the sky. Within the gorge, fierce winds howled as Jiang Yu stood firm. Her face was grim, her soul power nearing depletion. Her lips were cracked and dry, her limbs weak and trembling. Her body was covered in bruises, likely including fractures. A thin trail of blood traced the corners of her mouth. The wailing banshee chieftain's bloodshot eyes held not only malice and fury, but also a hint of terror. Everyone was astonished. A demon beast that even a 5-star summoner found troublesome now felt fear and panic in the presence of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu straightened her back, the sharp pain shooting through her body causing her to suck in a sharp breath. Ha! The wailing siren chieftain actually retreated a step. After roughly 2.5 hours of battle, the wailing banshee chieftain was also severely drained. Shakuna. Sacred blade. Holy flame. Shatuan nodded. Blinding holy light radiated outward in all directions, and the spectral form of an 8-winged seraphim materialized in the void. Holy flame swept forth. The gloomy canyon was instantly illuminated as bright as day. The surrounding toxic mist boiled like a surging tide. Boom! A violent explosion radiated outward from Jiang Yu. A mushroom cloud rose within the canyon. The fire isn't big enough. Dragon's breath. Fire lotus. Jiang Yu summoned his last ounce of soul power. The dragon's breath from the divine dragon's mouth shot skyward like a pillar of light. Jiang Yu turned and strolled toward the canyon's edge, a wildly confident grin spreading across his face. Because real men never look back at explosions. Boom! The explosion echoed. In that instant, he embraced Jiang Yu. Divine protection activated, transforming Jiang Yu into an elemental form. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu's soul power drained completely. The golden dragon could no longer be sustained and instantly dissipated mid-air. The ground shook, rocks trembled, and the earth split apart. A mushroom cloud shot skyward, mingled with a trace of golden dragon's breath. Then, mid-air, a golden fire lotus blossomed. A shockwave radiated outward in a ring, spreading in all directions. Everyone stared at each other in disbelief. They remained frozen in shock for a long moment. Even some keyboard warriors forgot to type. The scar-faced uncle's mouth was wide enough to fit a light bulb. The explosion raged on for over 10 breaths. The blinding light finally faded. The entire canyon could now be called a basin. At the basin's bottom, glass formed by intense heat reflected blinding light. That kid. He actually did it? Is that even possible? When Boyang exhaled deeply, breaking the deathly silence among the crowd. Everyone rubbed their eyes, feeling a sense of unreality, while their hearts were churning with shock. Jiang Yu's figure reappeared in the canyon, blood mingling with sweat, his clothes torn and tattered. Shakana. Well done. Chapter 42, Passing the Trial. Jiang Yu flashed a smile, appearing harmless and humble. Everyone was astonished. Jiang Yu always managed to shatter limits and achieve the impossible. Unbelievable. Jiang Yu actually defeated the wailing sirens? Jiang Yu has set another record. Who else could defeat a pack of wailing sirens, including a berserk leader, while still a 4-star summoner? Jiang Yu. The first candidate to slay a wailing banshee leader during the assessment, a creature of this caliber. It's not just a miracle. It can only be called a divine feat, unprecedented and unmatched. When Boyang stared blankly for a moment before slowly uttering, "This kid has turned the impossible around once again." Lu Yan smiled, her face instantly radiant with light, brimming with pride for Jiang Yu. That kid did a fantastic job. The assessment was successful. It took 2.5 hours. As the military announcement spread, the entire nation erupted in excitement. This battle had left an indelible impression on the entire nation. From the very beginning, no one could have imagined that Jiang Yu would succeed in slaying the wailing banshee leader. Jiang Yu's boldness and meticulousness. Let's hear Professor Chen's analysis. This battle was nothing short of spectacular. Jiang Yu demonstrated to us the concept of elemental countering. Dark attributes and holy light attributes are incompatible. Contact between them causes explosions unless deliberately suppressed. This is common knowledge. To accomplish such an incredible feat with such a simple strategy is nothing short of a miracle. Rather than saying Jiang Yu defeated the wailing banshee, it's more accurate to say the wailing banshee defeated itself. This is why reading is so important. A middle-aged man in military uniform spoke eloquently to the camera. Rather than setting records, I'm more curious how Jiang Yu survived such a terrifying explosion. The moment he spoke, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Of course. Elemental skill, elementalization. At this revelation, eyes widened once more. Countless people were left speechless. Elementalization? That's even more powerful than Dragon's Breath Lotus. Is that kid Jiang Yu even human? This kid is hands down the most outrageous genius I've ever seen. At the mention of elemental transformation, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Only elemental spirits of the Morningstar rank or higher possess this unique skill. Unbelievable. A 4-star summoner unleashing a Morningstar tier skill? Not even a novel would dare write something like this. Unbelievable. Jiang Yu's talent is downright terrifying. Jiang Yu possesses the potential of a 9-star summoner. Eyes widened in astonishment as gasps filled the air. That's all you've got? And you call yourself a leader? Just 2.5 hours? I haven't even taken my medicine yet. With that stuff, I could last all day. The boastful tone was unmistakable, though the wailing banshee chieftain couldn't hear it. Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was trapped in a deep pit. Humans had their limits. Jiang Yu was covered in wounds, his soul power depleted. Yet he couldn't collapse. He had to escape this canyon, now a vast pit, before losing consciousness. Gah! Jiang Yu sucked in a sharp breath. His waist was injured. Hopefully there wouldn't be any lasting damage. As his soul power recovered slightly, he instantly appeared. Scrutinizing Jiang Yu from head to toe, he confirmed there was no immediate danger to his life and finally breathed a sigh of relief. After about a quarter of an hour, standing at the edge of the canyon, Jiang Yu's face was etched with anguish. Shana, let's talk about something. Put me down first. I'm the top genius of Hua Nation, an honor student at Tiandu Academy, and the victor of the tug of war. Being carried out like this by you is just so embarrassing. At the edge of the gorge, Jiang Yu was held in Shana's princess carry, his face twisted with frustration. I want a hug from the beautiful angel sister too. This kid doesn't know how lucky he is. What Jiang Yu didn't know was that the military and the academy had already redeployed forces to keep a tight watch on him, broadcasting the situation live. Shana's lips curled into a maniacal grin. Her master, as soft as a plush ball, offered not the slightest resistance. She longed to keep him forever, to possess him completely. How delightful. Jiang Yu wisely kept quiet, sensing that Shana was definitely thinking about something inappropriate. Stepping out of the gorge. Everyone welcomed Jiang Yu. The crowd erupted in applause. Congratulations! Jiang Yu, you've passed the assessment. Crossing the finish line, the scar-faced military-uniformed uncle patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. After this battle, Jiang Yu became famous once again. From the newborns of the summer solstice to the octogenarian grandmothers, men and women, young and old across Huagua knew Jiang Yu's name. It was as absurd as a novel's plot. A powerless, penniless student had single-handedly slain a pack of beasts, including a leader in a berserk rage. It was utterly mind-blowing, shattering all expectations. That familiar ceiling. In the same hospital, Jiang Yu opened his eyes. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars while crows flew south. Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes, feeling wide awake. How many days have I been asleep? She glanced at her phone and was startled by the date. Holy crap! Did time speed up? 3 whole days and nights have passed. It's already the dead of night on the 4th day. Jiang Yu decided to get up and walk around. Her hands were numb, her waist ached, and her back was stiff. She still wasn't used to controlling her new body. How are you feeling? Feeling better? Million appeared, dressed in a nightgown that accentuated her curves. No problem. I feel like I could take down a bull. Jiang Yu raised his arm in a show of strength, only to yelp in pain as he tugged at his wound. Millie rolled her eyes, quickly supporting Jiang Yu as she scolded playfully, "Stop showing off. Rest properly until your injuries heal. Lie down now." Jiang Yu grinned. What? Caring about me? We've even shared a bed. Millian turned her head away. Who cares about you? Master, the doctor said you can be discharged tomorrow. Shauna's voice came through. Jiang Yu's expression changed. Millie, hide quickly. Millie rolled her eyes and vanished. Jiang Yu sat on the bed, a faint smile touching her lips. Satsuki entered the room, followed closely by Lu Yen, Yu Gulong, and Lu Qingqing. Shatua's little nose twitched. Master, why is there another woman sent in the room? Jiang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. A pang of guilt washed over her, like the guilt of infidelity within marriage. This battle. Jiang Yu had made a name for himself. That kid Jiang Yu really surprised me. Shu Qianshu grumbled in front of the TV. Turning her head, Shu Qianqin beamed with delight, grabbing a bag of chips and dumping them into her mouth. Whoa sister, didn't you just say you weren't hungry? Shu Qianqin raised an eyebrow. Shu Qianqin remained silent. Just seeing Jiang Yu made me hungry. Could it be, could it be? Shu Qianshu frowned, then suddenly had an epiphany. I get it now, the power of jokes. When you're in a bad mood, you lose your appetite. Jokes cheer people up, and when you're happy, you want to eat. That Jiang Yu kid's got some skills. With this realization, Shu Qianshu felt enlightened. She resolved to memorize the entire joke collection. Chapter 43, The Entrance. As evening fell, a street lamp illuminated the roadside. A few people chatted and laughed as they walked past the corner. Moments later. Everyone, prepare. The train is about to arrive. The superstar trial takes place within the secret realm, so we must board a specially crafted train. Lu Yan led the group, followed by Shu Qianqin and Hu Yeye. Shu Qianshu, too young to participate in the superstar competition, could only watch from the platform with a look of reluctance. Oh my, our genius Jiang Yu has arrived? Shu Qianshu teased with a smile, no malice intended. Thanks to Shu Qianqin, Shu Qianshu had gained some initial understanding of Jiang Yu. Talent process. Knows how to tell jokes. Jiang Yu, you got lucky running away fast. Otherwise, you'd have gotten a taste of your own medicine in the Academy's quarterfinals. Shu Qianqin raised her fist, her delicate nose wrinkling. I happen to love getting my comeuppance, thanks for the opportunity, Shu classmate. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. This kid's got some nerve. Shu Qianqin rolled her eyes and tossed a card to Jiang Yu. Whoa! I know I'm exceptional, even peerless in this world, but Shu, isn't this a bit bold? Right here in broad daylight, in front of everyone. Shu Qianqin's face darkened. This is the quarter-final prize. What nonsense are you spouting? Shu Qianqin leapt up and punched Jiang Yu square in the chest. Shu Qianshu stared in disbelief, his eyes darkening. Was this really his own sister? He'd never seen her take things this seriously before. Ahem. Shu Qianshu cleared his throat, but Shu Qianqin paid him no mind. Ahem. Sis, do you know the story of the cobbler? A man bought a pair of shoes, but they were too small. So he came up with a plan. He took out a small knife and carefully shaved away bits of his own foot, trying to make it fit into the shoes. Later, he became an outstanding cobbler. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. The atmosphere froze. Ahem. Brother has this hobby too. Your brother's style is completely off. Jiang Yu twitched her lips. A cold-hearted, white-haired youth desperately trying to tell a bad joke, his style was falling apart fast. Shu Qianqin covered her face, utterly speechless. Brother! Sit down. Be good. Shu Qianshu beamed with delight. My sister spoke to me. Shu Qianshu stood on the platform, his eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. Ignore this idiot. Shu Qianshu, who had been grinning like an idiot, instantly clamped down on his frustration, glaring at Jiang Yu with a gloomy expression. Jiang Yu's attitude felt utterly unfamiliar to Shu Qianshu. Am I still her brother? My sister is actually chatting with Jiang Yu and deliberately ignoring me. Good heavens. Snowflakes drifting down. The north wind howling. Heaven above. Earth below. Entering the train. The sound of the train starting echoed in his ears. The Superstar Tournament is held in the Secret Realm, broadcast nationwide with the three armies marshal presiding and representatives from major clans in attendance. So this is what riding a train feels like. Not bad, huh? So many people on the train? The staff must serve all these passengers? Shu Qianqin sat in her seat, curiously surveying the carriage. My brother always handled everything before, either chartering entire trains or private jets, so I never got to travel with everyone else. Shu Qianqin chattered on, while Jiang Yu sat beside her listening, unable to resist rolling her eyes. So this is the rich person's problem. The world is fair, she gained wealth, but she also lost her troubles. If Shu Qianshu were to witness this scene, who knows how many pieces she'd shatter into. Alright, my lady, save your energy and focus on how to win the next match. Hu Yaya rolled her eyes. What young lady? By seniority, you should be calling me auntie. Oomph. Shu Qianqin retorted. Jiang Yu sucked in a sharp breath, her gaze sweeping up and down Shu Qianqin before shifting to Hu Yaya. You're this old? Your grandness is already in school? Everyone rolled their eyes. Well said. Don't mention it again next time. The Superstar Tournament determined matchups by lottery draw. Before the official start, several major academies conducted the draw. Tomorrow marks the first day of the tournament, featuring 2 college matchups. The victor advances our college to the next round, continuing the competition until a champion is crowned. The bullet train had already left the city behind, with dark clouds stretching endlessly and mountains beyond mountains. Jiang Yu gazed out the window, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. This is great. I can't wait. Oomph. Don't get too excited just yet. I admit you're exceptionally talented, but your opponents aren't pushovers either. They'll strategize based on your weaknesses. Shu Qianqin explained carefully. That's exactly why senior you missed out on the championship. Jiang Yu nodded. A person won't fall into the same pit twice. That kid from Nirvana Academy Phoenix Rebirth. He's practically indestructible. Lu Yiyan interjected. Jiang Yu understood, Yu Guliu, the moon goddess, couldn't remain descended for long. Otherwise, if she lost control, the consequences would be far more devastating than just freezing 1,000 miles. The kid from Nirvana Academy relied on his strong recovery and endurance to defeat Yu Guling. Don't underestimate him. Even if you're not his match, Hu Yaya and I are here. We'll still claim the championship. Hearing this, Shu Qianshu, thousands of miles away, felt a pang of pain in his heart. He couldn't fathom why his own sister would turn her back on him like this. Jiang Yu curled her lip. Do you look down on me so much that you're convinced I'm no match for them? Shu Qianqin rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The Superstar Tournament is one-on-one. It's a fair, just, and open duel. You can't steal monsters or transfer points. Oomph. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. This woman holds a grudge way too long. Shu Qianqin couldn't let it go. During the Fengyan Mountain Ranking Tournament, Jiang Yu had reaped the benefits while Lao Lu did all the heavy lifting. Regardless of past grudges or conflicts, they now stood united, representing Tiandu Academy in battle to defend its honor. At dawn, the group emerged from the station. The sky was overcast and the various buildings stood with their neat, orderly designs. Countless spirit beasts were summoned to carry out their assigned tasks. This was a secret realm under military control. The realm itself wasn't large and its resources had already been fully mined. It had become a military outpost, housing numerous summoners alongside the troops. At the heart of the realm stood a colossal stadium, guarded by the 4 sacred beasts. It was a majestic and awe-inspiring sight. As the largest stadium in Hua Nation, it remained closed to the public except during the Superstar Tournament. Even before the tournament began, the spectator stands were packed to capacity. A sea of people. A sea of heads surged and swirled. The air was filled with the clamor of gongs and drums. Firecrackers crackled in unison. Most people couldn't help but feel nervous. Imagine making your entrance here in front of hundreds of thousands of people. An elderly man in a long robe, his face kind and gentle, stood smiling at the podium. Honored by your support. This over-limit tournament will once again be presided over by this old man. Now, the 4 academies and their contestants shall enter. Chapter 44, The Imposter. First up, as expected. Renjie Academy. As the name implies, every student is exceptional. Constant Universe Academy, approved. And Hangyu Academy, also pass. Now approaching you all is the representative of Tendu Academy. Each student's entrance was usually met with cheers, for they represented the future of all China. Tiandu Academy entered last. Lu Yen, with her jet black hair, wore an unusual white-coated tailored jacket on top and form-fitting shorts below for ease of movement. Her black hair, like flames, swayed in the breeze, radiating a spirited and dashing presence. Behind Lu Yen stood Wen Boyang, clad in a summoner's robe, his expression gentle. Wen Boyang served as their coach for this event. Please follow Jiang Yu onto the stage, followed by Shu Qianqin and Hu Yaya. The 3 fought side by side. Shu Qianqin's snow-white hair stood out strikingly. Hu Yaya's dark brown hair nearly brushed the floor. One black, one white, a dazzling contrast. Jiang Yu stood between them like a nail, looking decidedly out of place. Ah! It's young master. Could Jiang Yu just stand aside? He's blocking my ship. That kid's doing it on purpose, I bet. Isn't that obvious? What underhanded thing hasn't this kid done? A chorus of discontented murmurs rose from the audience. Competitors from several major academies turned their gaze toward him. What had Jiang Yu done to provoke such universal outrage? Why was everyone so disgusted? Shu Qianqin and Hu Yaya, both easily embarrassed, flushed crimson. In contrast, Jiang Yu remained calm and composed, utterly unfazed. A faint smile even played at the corners of his mouth. If you used that kid's face as a shield, even the spear of Longinus couldn't pierce it, Shu Qianqin muttered, her lips twitching. Hu Ye nodded in agreement. That kid's got some serious luck. In the academy rankings, he runs into a hell projection. On his trial, he stumbles upon a monster uprising. I also heard that during his military assessment, he wiped out an entire family of wailing harpies, including their leader. Unbelievable. Beyond belief. Absurdity itself paving the way for absurdity. This takes the cake. Even before the competition began, whispers filled the air. Jiang Yu's exploits were known to nearly everyone. Jiang Yu came from humble origins, no connections, no power. Just an ordinary kid from a small town. Yet this ordinary lad had achieved the impossible. Oh my. Our Jiang the genius truly lives up to his name, so popular. Look at all those girls sending you secret glances. Shu Qianqin sneered. Chill. It's no big deal. You know I've never been one for putting on airs. Besides, they only know the tip of the iceberg about me. You've really got it going on, kid. The old host raised the microphone once more. All contestants have entered. According to the draw results, the afternoon competition will commence. The announcements sent the crowd into a roar. Director Lu, it's been ages. A dark-haired beauty approached Lu Yen. Her features were exquisitely refined, and every gesture radiated mature charm. It's been a while. Miss Lu Ran. Lu Ran, the team leader for Nirvana Academy this time, served as its vice dean. The two had known each other since childhood. Since joining the two prestigious academies, their annual rivalry had only intensified. Moreover, the relationship between their respective deans was far from amicable. This tension had only deepened after Yu Guling's defeat in the previous Superstar tournament. Lu Ran smiled, radiating charm. I'm terribly sorry our academy won last year. After all, Tiandu Academy hadn't claimed the championship in years. Who could have predicted Yu Guling would be so thoroughly outmatched? Clever tricks won't last long, Dean Lu. Better not get too cocky. Lu Yen smiled back. Is that so? Then I'll take my chances. We'll see. Lu Yen's gaze settled on Jiang Yu. She believed this boy, who had repeatedly brought about miracles, could pull off the impossible once more. On the large screen, the draw results were announced. As expected, Tiandu Academy versus Nirvana Academy. Renjie Academy versus Hengyu Academy. The moment the news broke, murmurs rippled through the crowd. In the stands, the expressions on many faces turned decidedly interesting. The rivalry between the two academies was no secret. In the last Superstar tournament, the two academies clashed in the finals, with Nirvana Academy emerging victorious. Who would have thought they'd clash again in the very first round this year? Ha! What's this? Enemies meeting by chance? Lu Ran sneered with disdain. Is that so? We'll see about that. Fiery glints flashed in the eyes of the two women. Roar! A piercing dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire secret realm. Dragon's roar! It's the Long family. A stern-faced man descended alongside the divine dragon. 9-star-shaped insignia on his chest revealed his identity. Simultaneously, a cold moon shone down, spreading frost wherever it touched. The temperature plummeted, and the moonlight glistened like frosty water. The Yu family has arrived too? From the moonlight emerged a woman, her bearing noble and elegant, as cool and serene as the moon itself. 9 stars also adorned her chest. It's Yu Guling's mother. Both of you have arrived. I truly feel my age now. A colossal tree sprouted from the ground, growing in the blink of an eye into a giant that obscured the sky. The heaven-piercing Jian Mu. The Lu clan. Following closely behind was a man. He had snow-white hair and wore the attire of a wandering swordsman, a long sword gripped in his hand. Shu Qianqin's father. 10 paces, one slain 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. With sleeves swept and robes fluttering, he hides his name and form. Leisurely, he drinks with Lord Xingling unsheathing his sword, he lays it across his knees. Who could write beneath him, the white-haired master of the great mystery classic? A figure of a knight-errant appeared in Jiang Yu's eyes. What are you talking about? Jiang Yu shook her head. The 4 great summoner clans had all gathered, Long, Yu, Lu, Shu. The battlefield brimmed with murderous intent. Armies stood arrayed, spears and blades gleaming. Within the central command tent, a man clad in black armor sat, his gaze piercing. A luminous glow flowed over the dark armor, a product of technology and summoner collaboration. Upon a mountain-sized tiger at the vanguard rode a man of imposing stature, his hair standing on end. Still as a mountain, swift as thunder, his movements echoed like a clap of lightning. Upon his chest, too, was a 9-star insignia. This must be General Yu. His summoned thunder tiger spews purple crystal lightning and moves with the speed of sound. Little Millie, how on earth did you survive under his command? As for the rear army, countless summoned formations stood in formation groups of several forming squads, creating a magnificent spectacle. Jiang Yu's heart surged with emotion. How many times in a lifetime could one witness such a scene? Especially witnessing it firsthand, it made her blood boil. Unrivaled. 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 The united cry of the three armies drowned out the sun and moon, dimming the heavens and earth. Jiang Yu's eyes shone with a gleam. Name, Thunder Tiger. Level? Talent? The gap was too vast. Chapter 45, Thrilling. The disparity in their strength was simply too vast. Little Millie, you're lucky you met me. Without me, you'd have died under Lei Hu's purple crystal thunder long ago. You should be thanking me properly. The might of the three armies sent shockwaves across the nation. Huagua has always been a warlike nation. If there were more figures like General Yu, how could the world not be at peace? Our nation's prodigies are as plentiful as fish crossing the river. It must be insufficient funding holding them back. Increase the military budget. This kid? He's rather interesting. The Yu family representative observed Jiang Yu discreetly, his expression unreadable. He bears such a striking resemblance. What a pity. He sighed. 10 steps, 1 kill 1,000 miles, no trace left behind. Who could match your skill, master of the white-haired Supreme Mystery Sutra? Excellent. The Shu family representative nodded with satisfaction. This youth truly resonates with my heart. The Long family representative's expression grew even more complex. Ah! He could only sigh deeply within. Should I tell this boy? About his father's matter. Better wait until after the Superstar tournament. Let him focus on the competition first. The Dragon family representative's gaze feels so familiar. As if I've seen it somewhere before. Jiang Yu murmured to herself, her keen senses detecting a subtle unease in the atmosphere among the group. General Yu, there are too many powerful individuals here. Unless it's urgent, don't summon me or speak to me. What if we're detected? Jiang Yu's thoughts drifted away when Boyang suddenly slapped her shoulder. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? You've been zoning out since we got here. Sorry, I just zoned out for a moment. Lu Yan extended a finger and gently tapped Jiang Yu's forehead. Director Lu, this sudden kindness feels rather unnatural to me. Lu Yan narrowed her eyes slightly and spoke softly. Jiang Yu? Your opponent is Lu Liang from Nirvana Academy. You should be aware of the long-standing rivalry between our two academies, right? I know. Jiang Yu nodded, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Good. If you dare lose, Jiang Yu, heh. Lu Yan smiled, a murderous aura enveloping Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu shuddered, goosebumps rising on her skin. Rest assured, Director. Over the years, the two academies had engaged in open and covert rivalries, each harboring deep animosity toward the other. Ironically, Yu Gulong, who should have been unrivaled, had stumbled upon the indestructible Old Six. Jiang Yu rubbed his nose. This plot felt strangely familiar. The conflict between the two academies escalated to its peak. By a twist of fate, the first round of the Superstar tournament pitted these two arch-rivals against each other. The event instantly reached peak attention and buzz. Especially with Jiang Yu competing. Before the match, when Boyang cautiously advised, we must respect our opponents tactically while strategically looking down on them. The Phoenix Rebirth bloodline is no pushover, don't underestimate them. Also, don't hold back. Show off your talents as much as possible. If the military takes notice, with all the resources they can throw at you, your future is limitless. The Superstar tournament wasn't merely a competition among the four academies, it was a stage for showcasing talent. The better one performed, the more resources they could secure. Jiang Yu's heart nearly stopped. She glanced at General Yu without betraying any emotion. If the military discovers that the nightmare they're hunting Millie and Felix is in my hands, I'd need more than 9 lives to survive. Jiang Yu shuddered and let out a long breath. Until we have sufficient strength, it's best not to summon Millie. Little Millie, we're not close. If we get caught, you'd better run on your own. Millie rolled her eyes. The great bell tolled. 1,000 salutes fired simultaneously. The great bell tolled twice. Competitors took the stage, equipment was calibrated, all eyes were on them. The great bell tolled 3 times. Raise praise for the glorious nation. 3 tolls of the great bell. The first round is about to begin. Jiang Yu steps onto the stage as everyone applauds in unison, and a volley of ceremonial cannons erupts. Jiang Yu wore the robes of Tiandu Academy, with a 4-star summoner's medal pinned to his chest. Student Jiang Yu, allow me to introduce you Tiandu Academy's dark horse, the one who redefined humility. A youth who emerged from a small county town, breaking numerous records and winning the hearts of Huagua parents. No connections, no influence, no money, just a boy who rose from a small county town. He is none other than Jiang Yu. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, the crowd surging with excitement, cheers and heated discussions mingling together. Ahem. Old man, if he has no money, we can simply omit that part. Jiang Yu's tone was leisurely. As per tradition, a pre-match interview. Jiang Yu, are you nervous? Your opponent is Nirvana Academy, after all? Nervous? Does Keyboard Academy eat people? No, they don't. If they don't eat people, then what's there to fear? The crowd froze. This kid really was one of a kind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, a man with a crew cut stepped forward. His features were delicate, though marred by the buzz cut. His expression was gentle, but unfortunately, he had a crew cut. He was polite and courteous, but unfortunately, he had a crew cut. The first contestant sent by Nirvana Academy, Lin Mo, the young master of the Bloodstained Guild. The Bloodstained Guild ranked among the nation's top 20 guilds. The guild leader himself is an esteemed 8-star summoner, renowned for his formidable reputation and distinguished battle achievements. The referee stepped forward. The two shook hands, friendship first, competition second. Bald brother, did you know your checkered shirt paired with your shaved head makes you look like you just stepped out of prison? Jiang Yu remarked with a critical eye. Lin Mo's face twitched. Cut the crap. Behind Lin Mo's body, a mirror appeared, its surface flowing like mercury. The mirror stood about 10 feet tall, its surface rippling like mercury. Ha! I've long heard you can summon countless sages. But you've met your match. No matter how many you summon, I can replicate them all. This is my mirror of time. Jiang Yu frowned. This is bad, we're being countered. The expressions of the others changed drastically. Can we switch? Let me take on Lin Mo? Wen Boyang shook his head. According to the rules, once a contestant takes the stage, no substitutions are allowed. Damn it! Nirvana Academies pulled another dirty trick. No matter how many Jiang Yu summons, they'll all be duplicated. Their spirits plummeted to rock bottom. The Mirror of Time can perfectly replicate an opponent's abilities. That means no matter how many Jiang Yu summons, or which one she summons, it's a 50-50 chance for Lin Mo. What an incredible ability! In the spectator stands, voices buzzed with discussion. The Mirror of Time's ability was downright unfair. Jiang Yu's in for a rough ride this round. Yeah, the Mirror of Time's era was all about being a pain in the neck. No matter if you summon spirit beasts, weapons, or sages, it can replicate them. Jiang Yu's soul power will eventually run dry. Nirvana Academy must have prepared countermeasures long ago. This time, Tiandu Academy is bound to lose again. Chapter 46, Summoning. The spectators in the stands murmured among themselves. Their voices carried a palpable lack of confidence in Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's expression turned solemn. Instant. Sacred Blade. The battle erupted as the blue-haired girl materialized. Crowned with a thorned holy crown, a sacred sword formed entirely of holy light materialized in her hand. The holy blade swung out. Judgment fell upon all directions. I told you, I can replicate. Another identical blue-clad girl stepped out from the mercury-like mirror, executing the same technique. In an instant, holy light surged forth, blindingly bright, forming two massive cross-shaped beams of sacred light across the entire arena. After the light faded, she instantly returned to Jiang Yu's side. She's tough to handle. Her blue hair was slightly disheveled, the holy sword in her hand pointing distantly at her opponent. Those closest witnessed the entire scene unfold before their eyes. Too bad she's completely outmatched. No matter how talented Jiang Yu is, she'll struggle to win. The two turned to look at Wen Boyang, who stood nearby with a furrowed brow. Director Wen, is there another option? Can we switch fighters? Wen Boyang shook his head. According to the rules, once they're on stage, substitutions aren't allowed. Plus, the Mirror of Time possesses replication capabilities. Jiang Yu's true adversary isn't Lin Mo, it's himself. On the stage, the battle between the two continued. Jiang Yu frowned. Her soul power was depleting. A Taoist priest materialized from the void. The Taoist held a long sword in his hand. Master Lu, may I borrow your sword? The spectral figure nodded, swinging his sword. The sword chi surged forth, towering like the sun. Useless. Useless. Utterly useless. My Mirror of Time can replicate anyone. Yours is now mine. I stand invincible. I am unmatched. Lin Mo laughed wildly. From within the mirror, another Taoist stepped forth, executing identical techniques in a scene eerily familiar. The two sword energies collided. Like the wrath of heaven itself, like a great star crashing to earth. Where holy light had once surged, now sword energy blazed like the sun, vast and majestic. We were taught by the same master, there's no way to break this move. Hu Ye's voice brimmed with reluctance. So Jiang Yu is bound to lose? Wen Boyang shook his head again. By all logic, yes. But that kid Jiang Yu? He defies logic. This kid is one of a kind. Wen Boyang's words left the two men in silence. The hellish projection of Fen Jianshan, the wailing banshee leader during the trial. Jiang Yu truly defied conventional expectations, consistently shattering preconceptions and staging miraculous comebacks against all odds. On the stage, Lin Mo wore a smug grin. Classmate Jiang Yu, your talent is my talent. You have no chance of winning. I'm already standing on unbeatable ground. Just thinking about humiliating Tiandu Academy again makes me feel so damn good. Surrender now, and I might show mercy. Jiang Yu gave a cold laugh. Seems we share the same type of talent after all. She began walking toward Lin Mo. Not only are you refusing to surrender, but you're actually coming closer to me? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. How else could I defeat you if I don't get close? Ha, then let's get even closer. He also advanced toward Jiang Yu. The battle has only just begun. I admit your mirror of time is a bit troublesome, but merely troublesome. Now I'll get serious. Though the battle was unfavorable for Jiang Yu, she had no intention of giving up. Facing a copycat monster on the stage, terrifyingly powerful like a demon, even giving it everything she had, victory seemed impossible. What could Jiang Yu possibly do? Who knows what Jiang Yu will do? Lin Mo is reputed to be able to replicate anything, after all? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their voices thick with anticipation. Wait! What is Jiang Yu doing? Jiang Yu swept his arm wide, unleashing a thunderous dragon's roar that echoed across the entire landscape. A golden dragon materialized from the void. Soaring through the heavens, its graceful flight was utterly mesmerizing. In the blink of an eye, the divine dragon dove downward. Dragon claw. Boom! His face paled. Lin Mo looked utterly disheveled, but Jiang Yu showed no mercy. Her attacks came like a storm, unleashing over a dozen strikes in mere seconds. Every single strike landed on Lin Mo. With no time to spare, he could only dodge relentlessly, darting across the vast arena like a tumbling flower rat. Ha! Is that all you've got? Jiang Yu tilted her head, her voice dripping with contempt. Lin Mo's blood boiled instantly. Provocation. This was pure provocation. Jiang Yu. I'll make you understand what a gap in skill truly means. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yu unleashed a storm of attacks, forcing Lin Mo to stay on guard. Realm of Time. Time Domain. With a thunderous roar, mercury-like mirrors flowed across the entire arena. Under the black and white hues, Jiang Yu felt his soul being voraciously drained. Even the power he summoned in that instant was suppressed. In an instant, the entire arena plunged into a monochrome world of black and white. It's the light and shadow domain. Within this domain, an opponent's power is suppressed. Suppressed power versus enhanced counterfeits. What a sneaky ability. The announcer explained. When Boyang's expression grew increasingly grave. The light and shadow domain suppresses opponents while amplifying allies. Jiang Yu will have a hard time winning. Shu Qianqin pressed her lips together, her tone heavy with concern. Jiang Yu, is this your limit? Are you about to lose? At that moment, on the vast arena, black and white colors swirled like mercury. A powerful oppressive force emanated from it, suppressing everyone except Lin Mo. The little angels surrounding Shana began to lose their vibrant colors. Sacred blade. A sword slashed through the air. Another identical strike. As one faded while the other grew, Shana's holy light dissipated first. Divine protection. The holy light trembled. Everyone held their breath, faces etched with worry, hearts pounding wildly. Though I hate to admit it, this battle seems to be nearing its end. Jiang Yu's attacks may be relentless as a downpour, but Lin Mo's abilities are just too stubbornly resilient. Even if another prodigy took her place, they couldn't surpass Jiang Yu's performance. Ha! Well then, how about it? Ready to admit defeat? I just love seeing you all like this, wanting to take me down but unable to. Lin Mo declared arrogantly. Jiang Yu frowned. He now understood why Lui Yan despised the Nirvana Academy so much. Hard. His fists were hard. Jiang Yu was eerily calm now. He glanced at the surrounding black and white hues and exhaled a long breath. The void trembled. Golden lotus blossoms bloomed across the sky. The 9-dragon sandalwood gilded palanquin radiated imperial majesty, the phantom of the first emperor. Like a radiant sun, the Taoist master, emanating pure yang energy, emerged once more from the void. A myriad of majestic scenes unfolded, bathed in countless rays of rosy light. A monk, bare-chested and clad in tattered robes, held a crescent-shaped staff, his gaze piercing as a torch. The lonely star of heaven. Following closely behind materialized a mendicant monk, wielding a precept knife, walking with one arm. The ancient tiger-slaying hero. Chapter 47, The Sage Has Spoken. Over a dozen ancient sages shattered the void and arrived. Though mere illusions, the aura of fierce and murderous energy they carried was undeniably real. Finally, within the void, a pair of immense eyes ignited, radiating a golden-yellow glow. Then, a colossal divine dragon phantom coiled across the entire sky. The golden dragon's form was elegant, its body radiating countless beams of rosy light. Roar! The dragon's roar cleared minds and dispelled evil thoughts, revealing boundless fortune. Though their hearts surged with emotion, doubts still lingered. What was the point of Jiang Yu summoning so many? They'd just be replicated by Lin Mo anyway, utterly pointless. Could it be she just wanted to bask in glory before defeat? With the situation turning unfavorable, we should conserve our soul power. Jiang Yu's reckless summoning only wastes resources. The host remarked. Hu Yeye frowned. What is that kid doing? I thought he had some trump card up his sleeve, but it turns out he's just flailing around? No, look closely, the replication speed of the mirror of time has slowed. Shu Qianqin's eyes lit up. Director Wen, what are you implying? Exactly. Lin Mo's time mirror is indeed stubborn, but this very stubbornness is also a form of constraint. Once the mirror's replication reaches its limit, that's when Jiang Yu will strike back. Above the gymnasium, the sky suddenly churned with storm clouds. Golden auspicious clouds gathered in clusters, framing countless golden fountains. What's Jiang Yu up to? No idea. Keep watching. Under the sunlight, Jiang Yu's shadow stretched long and thin. Jiang Yu, you're putting on such a grand show. Is this your last-ditch attempt to look impressive before losing? It won't work. Whether it's useless or not isn't up to you to decide. By the way, Lin Mo, with a face this thick, I wonder if it's sturdy enough? What do you mean by that? Jiang Yu walked toward him slowly. Lin Mo wanted to defend. But he discovered the mirror of time could not be recalled. Turning back, he saw that the sage Jiang Yu had summoned hadn't launched an attack, it just stood there. The counterfeit copy created by the mirror of time did the same. Is that how it's done? That's incredible. The mirror of time only possesses the ability to replicate. Jiang Yu summoned the sages, allowing the mirror of time to duplicate them. As long as the summoned sage doesn't attack first, the mirror of time won't attack either. What a brilliant strategy. Jiang Yu has broken the stalemate. She broke the stalemate with an incredible idea. The crowd cheered, moved to tears. Jiang Yu sounded the charge for the counterattack. All eyes were on Jiang Yu, hearts racing. Some recalled Jiang Yu's maneuvers, goosebumps rising on their skin. So young, yet so composed, truly a rising star. Indeed. In summoner battles, level alone doesn't decide everything. It's also about observing the fight and having combat experience. Jiang Yu's play was nothing short of a stunning comeback, the most thrilling moment the crowd had witnessed. Jiang Yu, don't come any closer. Don't come near me. I haven't lost yet. You've only controlled the mirror of time, you can't launch an attack. This is still a draw. Lin Mo? There's an ancient sage's saying, learning without thinking is meaningless, thinking without learning is dangerous. Do you know what it means? Jiang Yu said mysteriously. What does it mean? Jiang Yu raised his fist and delivered a straight punch straight at Lin Mo's face. If you learn my skills, you must learn them all. Learning my academic arts without mastering my physical techniques will only make you look foolish. Learning my physical techniques without mastering my academic arts will also make you look foolish. Only by mastering both scholarship and martial arts can you rise above the rest. Got it? Jiang Yu's fists whirled with the ferocity of a tiger, possessing the might to subdue beasts above and the skill to seize dragons below. Ancient martial arts. Tiger subduing fist. The ancient sages nodded in satisfaction. Invincible, huh? Innately unbeatable, huh? Never lost, huh? Let me tell you, this fist technique is called humility. My left fist is called thinking without learning, and my right fist is called learning without thinking. Ancient sages taught this. Under the relentless blows, Lin Mo felt utterly wronged. What kind of summoner personally charges into melee combat? What kind of sage taught this? Damn it! Lin Mo felt his face sting. In the stands, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Truly, learning without thinking is futile, and thinking without learning is dangerous. Lin Mo? This battle is over. Jiang Yu's gaze was sharp as he slapped Lin Mo on the head. Thud. The sound was crisp and clear. Like the sound? Good, then keep your head. Unbelievable. Jiang Yu won the match in a way no one could have imagined. Is this martial arts? I've lived decades and never witnessed such an outrageous match. The old man's voice, amplified through the microphone, spread like a wave, rapidly echoing throughout the arena. On the stage, Lin Mo's eyes were unfocused. Jiang Yu withdrew his hand and blew a breath. I gave you your chance, but you couldn't handle it. I barely lifted a finger, and that was already your limit. At these words, the crowd fell silent. Over at Wen Boyang's side, his aura surged even faster, erupting from the crown of his head. The entire stadium fell into a momentary silence. Jiang Yu stood with his back to the crowd, his aura radiating power. As the bell tolled, the winner of this match is Tiandu Academy. Jiang Yu. Lin Mo couldn't hold back any longer. Wah! You bully, Jiang Yu, you. Lin Mo wailed on the stage. The nationwide broadcast sent shockwaves across the internet. Jiang Yu had actually made Lin Mo cry. That kid's pretty clever, coming up with a trick like that. Well said. Learning without thinking is futile, thinking without learning is dangerous. If it were me, I would have surrendered long ago. High-level summoner battles often require the simplest methods. After the initial awe, thunderous applause erupted. The crowd's cheers and applause nearly shook the roof off. Jiang Yu had ascended to godhood in a single battle. It wasn't just her talent and strength that earned recognition, but also her instinct for battle. Summoner battles confront a myriad of scenarios. Their abilities were equally bizarre and diverse. Especially those like Lin Mo. Tricky abilities like his were far from uncommon. If it were anyone else, they'd likely have panicked long ago, succumbing to defeat within mere rounds. Jiang Yu never panicked. She calmly analyzed the situation, boldly improvised, and seized the opportunity to turn the tide. The members of Tiandu Academy exchanged relaxed smiles. Wow! This Jiang Yu has some serious skills. Representatives from other major academies rushed over to congratulate him. Of course she does, Lu Yan remarked. Jiang Yu is merely the academy's bottom-ranked student. Jiang Yu, as long as you're happy. Director Lu. Returning to her companions, Lu Yian's face broke into a rare smile. Jiang Yu. Well done. You should have seen the look on Nirvana Academy's face. They looked like they'd just swallowed a bitter pill. She wrapped her arms around Jiang Yu, the pleasant fragrance filling her nostrils. Ahem. Director Lu, men and women shouldn't touch each other. You brat. A dog's mouth can't spit out kindness. Lu Yan rolled her eyes. Inside the command tent. A list lay within reach. Chapter 48, just turned 18. Atop the list, the youth smiled innocently, his demeanor humble. This youth was Jiang Yu. Every record of his life, from childhood to adulthood, was contained within. Including climbing walls to peek at girls bathing, and setting off firecrackers to blow up latrines. Clean background. Worth cultivating. In the central command tent, a sharp gleam flashed in the man's eyes. Dragon. For a fleeting moment, a complex expression crossed the man's face. Complexity, regret, and disappointment all mingled together. The first match concluded, with Tiandu Academy securing the first point. Jiang Yu's stunning comeback. The humility trial unfolds once more. The sage's righteous cause. As the ancient sages said, learning without reflection is futile, reflection without learning is dangerous. My two fists are named futility and peril. A renowned prodigy wept bitterly on the stage when facing Jiang Yu. Is this the collapse of morality or the loss of humanity? Jiang Yu once again dominated the headlines. He became the talk of the town, the topic of conversation over meals and tea breaks. After all, Jiang Yu is the first to ever force an opponent to tears with his fists on the boxing stage. Wah! Principal, I'm sorry for disappointing you. Lin Mo was still crying. Lu Ran frowned, but for the sake of appearances, she couldn't make a scene now. Alright, stop crying. It's not your fault you lost fairly. Lu Ran tried to keep her voice gentle. Wah! Lin Mo continued to sob. Where did Lu Yan find that freak? But there's no corner of the world that can't be dug away. A dangerous smile flickered at the corner of Lu Ran's mouth. Jiang Yu was simply too exceptional. Any academy would make a move. Wah wah wah. Lin Mo kept crying. After a brief rest, the second match would commence tomorrow. Walking through the secret realm. Be careful. That scent, is it a ghost? Millian's voice echoed in his mind. Jiang Yu's expression darkened. Ghosts? This is the Hua Nation's secret realm, the trial ground for the Superstar Tournament. All the major clans are here. Have they lost their minds? Not necessarily. This scent is mixed with something else. Should we investigate? There's another familiar scent. You should recognize it. It's Lin Lei. It's up to you whether we go. Uncle Lin Lei? Jiang Yu recalled the man who had quietly devoted over a decade of his youth. Jiang Yu nodded. Let's go check it out. Reporting to Director Lu, nature calls. I need to use the restroom. Lu Yan's bubble tea cup trembled in her hand. You don't need to report going to the bathroom. Get out of here, kid. Women really are fickle creatures. Jiang Yu slipped away from the crowd. Within the secret realm, Wufang Street bustled with countless summoners coming and going. The streets were packed with people, all waiting as if anticipating some important figure. What's going on? Sir, could you lift it up? Jiang Yu pushed through the crowd. An iron-blooded military unit marched through the street. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, their formation unmatched. The bloodthirsty aura they radiated sent shivers down the spines of anyone harboring ill intent. The shabby man was in his 40s, ruggedly built with dark, weathered skin clearly hardened by years of desert life. Border garrison troops? Judging by their attire, they must be stationed in the Great Gobi. At the man's feet lay a massive scorpion, its body entirely crimson and covered in thick scales. An 8-star insignia hung from his chest. An 8-star summoner, a military general stationed in the Gobi. While Jiang Yu was still speculating wildly, General Yuan has been recalled. I wonder why. General Yuan garrisons the Gobi, suppressing all petty criminals. Truly a hero. Jiang Yu froze. General Yuan? The only one worthy of that title is Yuan Xiong, the one garrisoning the Gobi fortress, suppressing all petty criminals, and safeguarding the border's peace. Yuan Xiong? I recall tomorrow's opponent is Yuan Ying from Hanyu Academy. His father is indeed Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong, Supreme General of Huagua and 8-star summoner. He safeguards the frontier, repels invading bandits, and confronts the tide of demonic beasts. His service to the realm is profound. He labors for the people. Most of his life was devoted to the Gobi Desert. Beside Yuan Xiong stood another burly man. This burly man was familiar to Jiang Yu, none other than the 7-star summoner Lin Lei. It made sense. In their youth, they had been classmates. The ghostly aura emanates from Yuan Xiong. You decide what to do. Milian offered a timely reminder. Jiang Yu froze. Yuan Xiong is an 8-star summoner. There are countless experts in the army. I'm just a lowly 2-star summoner. Why would he listen to me? That's not my concern. Your sharp figures something out. Too many people here. Let's lay low. Little Million. The crowd cheered, forming a welcoming corridor. The Iron Blood Army formation stood like fierce tigers sniffing out prey. Brother Lin Lei, it's been so many years. I heard you were ambushed, but I was far away on the frontier helpless despite my best intentions. But heaven has eyes. Yuan Xiong gave him a bear hug, his eyes reddening. I'm lucky to be alive, and I know exactly who did it. That bastard isn't even left as ashes now. Lin Lei gave a hearty laugh. Enough about me. What about you, brother Yu? Trouble brewing again in Sakura? Yuan Xiong nodded. It's a flesh-eating parasite infecting soldiers. Not a major threat, but once it activates, the itching is unbearable, not fatal, but utterly disgusting. I've consulted the Soul Masters. Unless Sakura's faction chooses to release it, it can't be completely eradicated. Yuan Xiong raised his hand, revealing the wedge-shaped mouthparts of the flesh worm writhing beneath his skin. Disgusting. Fits my impression of little Sakura perfectly. Lin Lei added. Wonder if that kid can cure it, Lin Lei mused. You mean the Soul Master who cured you? Where is he? Surely he's not competing in the Superstar Tournament again? Yuan Xiong quipped. My son's competing in the Superstar Tournament too. I'll find time to watch him. If he dares embarrass me, I'll break his legs. Though he spoke harshly, a gentle expression clearly softened the man's face. You're absolutely right, old buddy. That master who healed you is still competing in the Superstar Tournament. Still competing, what? Yuan Xiong froze. The Superstar Tournament was only for students, meaning that person couldn't be very old. Brother? Don't pull my leg. How old is this master? Yuan Xiong's face was filled with disbelief. Ahem. Just turned 18. Jiang Yu stood by the roadside, speaking at just the right moment. And you are, young man? Jiang Yu? A rough, calloused hand slapped Jiang Yu's shoulder. His attire caught Yuan Xiong's attention, drawing an approving look. A student of Tiandu Academy? Jiang Yu nodded. Heroes emerge in youth. Interested in joining the border defense forces? Judging by your age, you're about the same as my son? My son also entered one of the 4 grade academies, Hangyu Academy, not Tiandu. Jiang Yu nodded. I'm actually scheduled to spar with your son tomorrow. Ha ha ha. You're quite the character, young man. Chapter 49, Instant Effect, Fatal Dose. Yuan Xiong roared with laughter, slapping Jiang Yu's shoulder. Truly heroes emerge in youth. So young, yet not only a student of Tiandu Academy, but also a soul master with exceptional soul techniques, a real talent. If Brother Lin hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have believed it. Jiang Yu exchanged a few pleasantries before seizing the moment. But General Yuan, your health seems to be giving you trouble? Yuan Xiong frowned. Upon seeing Lin Lei, he sighed. That's true. But how did you find out? Just now, Brother Lin and I were speaking in secret. Unless someone is stronger than us, they wouldn't have heard a word. It's simple. Because there's a ghostly aura on you. This kind of ghost isn't like the traditional ones we know, it's more like a flesh-eating demon. Jiang Yu pointed at his nose, his tone tinged with disgust. At these words, Yuan Xiong froze. Young in age, yet remarkably perceptive. Flattery aside, I'm merely a specially recruited soul summoner for the Wind Spirit Guild. Jiang Yu spoke humbly, simultaneously pulling a badge from his pocket. Yuan Xiong lifted his eyes again, re-examining the youth. Specially recruited by the Wind Spirit Guild? The Wind Spirit Guild was an enterprise of the Yu family, ranking among the major guilds in all of Huagua. The badge bore Jiang Yu's full-face portrait and was crafted using special techniques, making it impossible to forge. A guild of this caliber, backed by the Yu family, and featuring specially recruited soul masters from the Fengyun Guild, most are seasoned veterans with profound expertise, welcomed as honored guests wherever they go. The insignia can't be forged, but... Brother Yuan, why are you being so fussy? Heroes have always emerged from the young. Besides, don't you trust me? Lin Lei said impatiently, slapping Jiang Yu's shoulder. You little rascal. You just showed up for the Superstar Tournament without a word, didn't even tell me. If I hadn't run into you here, I'd still be in the dark. Ha ha. Next time for sure. Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. Well then, since you trust me so much, Lin, let's have our young friend treat him. Jiang Yu stepped closer, his eyes gleaming. Within the flesh and blood were worms varying in length and thickness, uniformly dark brown in color, each equipped with sharp mouthparts. Strange patterns adorned their bodies. It's definitely Sakura's doing. These things aren't insects at all, they're parasites. Parasitic species? Yuan Xiong's face clouded with confusion. Jiang Yu nodded, his expression unwavering. Parasites have a host body. The flesh and blood shed from that host becomes the parasite strain. As long as the host remains alive, these parasites are extremely difficult to deal with. They possess no combat strength or elemental potential, but they're exceptionally disgusting and persistent. You're stationed in the Gobi Desert. Shouldn't you be immune to encountering such things? Yuan Xiong narrowed his eyes. You seem quite familiar with them? Have you dealt with them through Xiaoyinghua? Jiang Yu shook his head. I've only read about them in books. Coincidentally, I also found the treatment method in those same texts. Under Yuan Xiong's astonished gaze, Jiang Yu continued, though not fatal, the parasite roams wildly within the body, causing unbearable itching and aching. One can neither eat nor rest, nor sleep tormented year after year. It's no wonder one might lose their mind. Yuan Xiong exhaled deeply. Jiang Yu had hit the nail on the head. Young man, do you have a cure? Jiang Yu nodded. Good. Good. Excellent. Follow me at once. Clear the way. A few minutes later, inside the military camp. A man like Yuan Xiong could easily afford a luxurious villa, yet his lifestyle was surprisingly simple. He ate and slept alongside his soldiers. His simple, unadorned tent served as his temporary lodging. Jiang Yu was brought into the tent. After removing her top, tree root-like protrusions covered her body, occasionally writhing beneath her skin. To be honest, young man, many in our ranks have fallen victim to this despicable trick. It's truly unbearable suffering. They can't eat properly, they can't sleep properly, and their condition just keeps getting worse. Such is the vile nature of the parasites. They pose no immediate threat to life, yet they torment their hosts day after day, making existence itself a living hell. Yuan Xiong pulled his shirt back on and sighed. Many soul masters are utterly helpless. Even if they manage to expel it, it recurs within 2 days. Yuan Xiong spoke cautiously, his voice tinged with hope. General Yuan, rest assured. This parasite, well, it's met its match with me. Jiang Yu pounded his chest, speaking with absolute confidence. I'm counting on you, young man. Age is no barrier to ambition. Without it, 100 years are wasted. Heroes have always emerged from youth. Yuan Xiong did not underestimate Jiang Yu because of his young age. As a seasoned general, he understood the importance of recognizing talent and assigning roles wisely. After all, spotting the crux of the problem at a glance was no ordinary feat. So that's how it is. I have a plan. General Yuan, I'll need some medicinal herbs. No problem at all. Just tell me what you need. We have every herb here. Yuan Xiong said generously. Jiang Yu, I knew you had something up your sleeve. Lin Lei's arm, thick as a thigh, slammed hard against Jiang Yu's back. Jiang Yu immediately wore a mask of pain. Datura flowers, serum powder, lotus seeds, and the comb from a 3-legged red-feathered chicken must be a virgin chicken. After preparing the base formula, Jiang Yu loaded it into the extraction apparatus. Within minutes, a vial of purple potion emerged. Haha, this is my specially formulated potion. It takes effect immediately after ingestion. Yuan Xiong glanced at it, then took the vial and downed it in one bold gulp. Trust those you employ, and do not employ those you doubt. Moreover, Yuan Xiong trusted this youth. The potion hit his stomach, and Yuan Xiong's complexion visibly flushed with a healthy glow. Quick, get a bucket. Brother Lin Lei, let's back off. Why? Before Lin Lei could finish speaking, Yuan Xiong bent over double as blood gushed from his mouth. 3 buckets of worms. The stream gushed forth like a torrent. Alright, I got it. The medicine took effect instantly. This medicine is truly miraculous. After vomiting for a full 2.5 minutes, Yuan Xiong wiped his mouth, feeling a long-forgotten lightness in his body. This medicine is truly miraculous. It's just... General Yuan, there's no need to worry. The parasitic species within you has been completely eradicated. It will never return. That agony of day and night, it's time for little Sakura to taste it too. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. The formula I concocted targets the connection between the parasite and its host, causing it to backfire on the host. Sakura's methods are typically shrouded in darkness. Under sunlight, it's more agonizing than death itself. Jiang Yu paused before adding. That's why I specifically added coxcomb to the potion. As the saying goes, the medicine strikes at the root of the problem. Instant results. Chapter 50. We each have our own arguments. Both men suddenly understood, their faces lighting up with approval. You're one hell of a peculiar flower, kid. Yuan Xiong was especially thrilled Jiang Yu had solved such a major problem with just one move. The parasite and its host cannot stray too far apart. If we hold out just a little longer and no one shows any unusual symptoms, I believe we'll be able to find them. It was best not to say too much. A man of Yuan Xiong's caliber naturally picked up on the unspoken meaning in Jiang Yu's words. Jiang Yu nodded, flexed his fingers, and had just made another valuable connection. Jiang Yu. What the hell are you doing? Did you fall into the outhouse? Did you know that after you left, I ran into Yuan Yu? That guy was infuriating. He actually had the nerve to say that Tiandu Academy lacks masculine spirit, and what achievements could a bunch of women possibly accomplish? He really made me furious. Jiang Yu pulled out his phone. It was a message from Shu Qianqin. Yuan Ying? General Yuan's eldest son? Don't worry, tomorrow I'll make him call you auntie. Got stuff to do now. Gotta go. Bye. Inside the room, Shu Qianqin looked puzzled, her white hair sticking up slightly, adding a touch of languid charm. Qianqin, what did Jiang Yu say? Several pairs of eyes turned to focus on Shu Qianqin. Jiang Yu said that tomorrow, she wants Yuan Ying to call us auntie. The group exchanged bewildered glances. What is that kid Jiang Yu up to? Young brother Jiang, since you're here, why not stay for a cup of tea? He wrapped an arm around Jiang Yu, his enthusiasm bordering on excessive. General Yuan, I'm still just a student, isn't this a bit awkward? Call me brother general sounds too formal. As for the academy, don't worry about it. Alright. Jiang Yu agreed promptly and decisively. Inside the hall, Yuan Xiong lifted a cup of hot tea. Ah. No alcohol in the barracks, but this tea has its own charm. It's top grade pour, give it a try. Gulp, 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 gulp. Jiang Yu gulped down a mouthful of tea. It was like drying underwear under the moon, burning a chin to boil a crane, a cow chewing a peony, or shouting under a pine tree, utterly fitting. Haha, brother Yuan, I'm just a country bumpkin from a small town. I know nothing about tea. Honestly, this stuff tastes a bit like rice water. Ha ha ha. We see eye to eye. Same here. I wonder if brother Jiang could prepare a few more doses of the medicine. Many of our soldiers are still suffering. If we could mass produce it, that would solve our most urgent need. Yuan Xiong's meaning was clear and straightforward. Of course, the reward won't be skimped on, brother Jiang. Just name your price. Jiang Yu swallowed the last sip of tea. You're being too formal, brother. Do I look like the type to be swayed by money? Serving the military is our duty. Here are the specific ingredients and precautions for the formula. Take good care of it, brother. Good. 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 I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Yuan Xiong laughed heartily, slapping Jiang Yu's shoulder hard. A mighty army, now honing its claws and fangs, yet concealed within. When the day of its rise arrives, it will surely strike fear into the hearts of petty villains. Let's drink tea instead of wine. Bottoms up. This money is a token of my appreciation, brother. You must take it, refusing would be a slight to my face. Yuan Xiong forcefully shoved the card into Jiang Yu's pocket. Jiang Yu sighed, feeling both amused and exasperated. I have no interest in money. At this moment, those words were truly sincere. A true man living under heaven should pursue wealth only as his heart desires. Dad. Are you drinking? Didn't you say alcohol and women are harmful to your health and you'd quit drinking from now on? A young man emerged from outside the military tent. His back was ramrod straight, commanding respect without a word. Every movement carried the discipline of a soldier. My dear son. Why the delay? This is my newly sworn brother. Quickly, call him uncle. Jiang Yu's face softened into the warm, benevolent smile befitting an elder. Yuan Ying froze. Father. I just ran into someone from Tiandu Academy and exchanged a few words, which delayed me slightly. Also. Yuan Ying's gaze fell upon Jiang Yu. Upon seeing the Tiandu Academy robes, the corners of his mouth twitched. What's the matter? Jiang Yu may be the youngest, but he and I share a deep bond. I've formally recognized him as my brother. Calling him uncle is only fitting. Or are you refusing to acknowledge me as your father? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed, his authority commanding without a hint of anger. Now, my dear nephew. Let's each stick to our roles. I'll call you nephew, and you call me uncle. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone softening into full-fledged benevolence, embodying the essence of an elder. Uncle Lin Lei. Uncle Jiang Yu, Yuan Ying reluctantly called out, deliberately emphasizing and dragging out the word little with extra emphasis. Brother Lin Lei, Xiaoying is truly a promising young talent. Jiang Yu sipped his tea slowly. Lin Lei's mouth twitched. That kid. The next morning. After washing up, Jiang Yu prepared to take her leave. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. My son is also competing in the Superstar tournament, and your teammates will be playing soon. Let's go watch the matches together. This. Alright. He pulled Jiang Yu along as they headed toward the gymnasium. Yuan Ying's face was dark as he walked ahead in silence. Jiang Yu, Yuan Xiong, and Lin Lei walked behind them, chatting and laughing. Yuan Xiong glanced at Jiang Yu, then looked again at Yuan Ying, who walked ahead in silence. He couldn't help but sigh. That kid still doesn't know any better. Kids who don't know any better usually just need a good spanking to straighten them out. Jiang Yu muttered under her breath. Yuan Ying, walking ahead, stumbled slightly, his face darkening. The second match of Tiandu Academy officially begins today. Now stepping onto the stage is the prodigious young talent from Tiandu Academy, the cherished daughter of the Shu family, the beloved young master Shu Qianqin. A young new host shouted from the stage. As Shu Qianqin stepped onto the stage, the entire arena erupted in excitement. That white-haired beauty is that Shu Qianqin? The Shu family's heiress? Of course. That snow white hair, those icy eyes, that carefree demeanor, who else could she be but the young master? The Shu family is one of the major summoner clans. The family head is a 9-star summoner and serves as the supreme general of Huagua. This girl? Old Shu's daughter, huh? Give her a spot. In the central command tent, the man nodded with satisfaction. And make sure to arrange one for Jiang Yu as well. Jiang Yu had only just entered the scene, completely unaware that her name had already been mentioned to the commander-in-chief. What's wrong? Why are you so distracted? Shu Qianqin exhaled deeply, scanning the crowd but finding no sign of Jiang Yu. You're finally back? Did you spend the whole night out carousing? Several people whispered pointedly upon seeing Jiang Yu. Seeing Jiang Yu return, a weight lifted from Shu Qianqin's heart. Jiang Yu waved, flashing a bright smile. Shu Qianqin, this is your eldest nephew, Yuanying. I'm honored to be as close as brothers with General Yuan. Come on. Nephew, call her auntie. Chapter 51, a draw? Because the stage was large and the stadium was vast, Jiang Yu could only shout loudly. All eyes turned toward her. Jiang Yu beamed with joy, while Yuanying beside him wore a deadpan expression. Yuan Xiong, meanwhile, was deep in conversation with Lin Lei. Isn't that kid Jiang Yu? And that seems to be General Yuan beside him. Of course I saw him. How did that kid even meet General Yuan? Didn't they say Jiang Yu was just a poor kid? Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. I knew that kid wouldn't stay put. When Boyang rubbed his forehead. But what he really wanted to know was how, in just one night, this kid had become so close to General Yuan that they were calling each other brother. After enduring a minor social embarrassment last night, Yuanying now faced a nationwide live-streamed humiliation on a grand scale. Yuanying's face darkened. What kind of market am I living in? Shu Qianqin was genuinely puzzled, her face brimming with disbelief. Ha! After the brief interruption, the two took the stage. Yuanying possessed handsome features, though his complexion was poor. A tear mole at the corner of his eye added to his beauty, rivaling that of a woman. He carried none of the petty cruelty of a villain, his movements embodying the discipline of a military man. As the descendant of Yuan Xiong, he possessed an aura that commanded respect and loyalty. My nephew truly lives up to his name. What a commanding presence. Ha! Shu Qianqin beamed with delight. Suddenly, Yuanying's imposing presence didn't seem quite so oppressive anymore. Yuanying's face darkened like a sooty pot bottom. This showdown was evenly matched. Yuanying is the ace of Hangyu Academy, a prodigy among prodigies. Shu Qianqin's talent was equally formidable. Both possessed formidable innate talent and were evenly matched in every other aspect. This battle would be too close to call for the time being. Both parties, please shake hands. The written exam begins. The referee bellowed. Shu Qianqin moved first. A bat, its wings ablaze with pale spirit fire, let out a shrill cry. The ghostly flames carried not a hint of warmth. Yuanying also summoned. An eye materialized behind his body. The eye loomed high above, surveying everything around it. The eye could create illusions and release silent arrows from its pupil, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The two clashed for dozens of rounds. Victory swung back and forth, yet neither could gain a decisive advantage. Spirit fire! Shu Qianqin cried out, and bats covered in pale flames flapped their bony wings. Flames rained down like a storm, engulfing the entire arena. Though lacking intense heat, the pale flames proved exceptionally difficult to handle. Once ignited, they reduced their victims to ashes, proving exceedingly troublesome. Yuanying remained composed, drawing a long breath. Dark Night Demon Eyes. My Flow Shadow. Triple. 3 beams of light shot forth from the enormous pupil, and Yuanying instantly multiplied into 3 figures. The 3 figures launched attacks in succession, darting and weaving across the stage. Damn it! This is too sneaky. How do I eliminate both the main body and the clones? Shu Qianqin may possess area of effect attacks, but her soul power can't sustain it. Hu Yeye exclaimed in panic, her concern evident. The 3 figures were utterly indistinguishable from the real one, matching both scent and demeanor. This is going to be tough. Shu Qianqin's eyebrows furrowed as she resorted to indiscriminate attacks. Each strike landed on every shadow, causing Yuanying's form to dissipate only for another shadow to take its place. Put. Put. Attack after attack, yet none proved effective. A stalemate. This won't do. If this continues, my soul will be drained dry. Shu Qianqin immediately withdrew her spirit fire, forming a barrier around her body. The pale spirit fire proved stubbornly persistent, and Yuanying dared not approach recklessly. Shu Qianqin couldn't locate his true form, and Yuanying dared not approach recklessly. For a moment, the vast arena fell into a standstill. Stop fighting. I get it now. It's like those masters in TV dramas, they appear frozen in place, yet they've already exchanged thousands of blows. Either one could collapse in the next second. The pale spirit flame, though impervious to heat, is also extremely troublesome. Yuanying dared not approach rashly. Likewise, Shu Qianqin couldn't pinpoint his location either. Under the Dark Night Demon Eyes, Yuanying remained shrouded in shadow. Now it's a test of endurance. Whoever loses their composure first will reveal a weakness and be defeated. The commentator's explanation brought sudden clarity to the audience. This battle has been a case of both sides killing 1,000 while losing 800. Neither has much soul power left, yet victory remains undecided. A draw is highly probable. Shu Qianqin's attacks were sharp, but they were useless if they couldn't land. The Dark Night Demon Eye, however, offered both offense and defense, even capable of creating illusions. Yet the pale spirit fire consumed all in its path, leaving Yuanying too afraid to venture close. Observing the battlefield, when Boyang remarked, barring surprises, once their soul power depletes, victory remains undecided. A draw is highly probable. Ooh yeah, prepare yourself. If it really ends in a draw, we'll have a tiebreaker match against Hangyu Academy, Louis Yen side. Both sides' soul power is nearly depleted. The stalemate persists. It appears this match has concluded in a draw, the announcer's voice slowly echoed. Everyone believed the match would end in a draw. Inside the command tent, a bearded man stood beneath the desk. Jiang Yu's newly recognized elder brother, Yuan Xiong, commander of the frontier garrison. You've worked tirelessly guarding the Gobi all these years. Take a few days off when you return this time. The man seated at the desk offered a faint smile. Serving the nation is no hardship, the bearded man replied with hearty sincerity. Yuan Ying shows promise. He maintains composure in battle. We should consider recruiting him. At these words, a look of delight spread across Yuan Xiong's face. This spot wasn't something just anyone could get. Only 3 had been confirmed so far: Jiang Yu, Xu Qianqin, and Yuan Ying. That girl from the Yu family is truly formidable. But my son isn't far behind her. Xu Qianqin's face was pale, her temples damp with sweat. My soul power is nearly depleted, and I believe Yuan Ying is in the same state. Does this mean we must settle for a draw? Her gaze instinctively drifted to the stands below. When Boyan was giving instructions, no wonder. But if the two ended in a draw, a tiebreaker match would be necessary. Jiang Yu juggled 3 apples like a circus performer, catching them, tossing them high, repeating the cycle endlessly. Spotting Xu Qianqin's gaze, she winked and tossed the apples with even greater enthusiasm. What on earth? That kid is up to his tricks again. Not a shred of seriousness in him, and he still has the nerve to play with apples. Xu Qianqin suddenly froze. Her gaze fixed on the apples in Jiang Yu's hands. Because no matter how fancy the tricks, 1 apple always remained in his hands. That's it. No matter how many shadows appear, no matter how they shift, there's always one. Xu Qianqin's face lit up with delight. She quickly grasped Jiang Yu's meaning. A fire ignited in her eyes. The battle had only just begun. My dear nephew. Chapter 52, Calling Auntie. The battle between the two continued. Yuan Ying's true form shifted constantly between the 3 shadows. My soul power is nearly depleted. It seems this battle will end in a stalemate. Yuan Ying felt a pang of reluctance. Then he realized with shock that every single fire arrow Xu Qianqin fired found its mark on him with pinpoint accuracy. Barring any surprises, this battle will end in a draw. Wait. Contestant Xu Qianqin has initiated an attack. First, the situation has changed. An unbelievable scene unfolds. Incredible. Contestant Xu Qianqin has actually located Yuan Ying's true form. The host paused in shock before shouting excitedly. The entire arena erupted in excitement, most spectators rising to their feet. Every pair of eyes followed that figure with dancing white hair. In an instant, Xu Qianqin manipulated the pale spirit fire into an arrow. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed as Yuan Ying, his face drained of color, clutched his chest and appeared on the stage. The earlier attack had caught Yuan Ying off guard. He hadn't had time to shift position. Unbelievable! The tide has turned. Contestant Xu Qianqin seems to have mastered the technique to pinpoint contestant Yuan Ying's location. Yuan Ying froze, staring at Xu Qianqin in disbelief. He never imagined his shadow secret art would be seen through. What just happened? How could this happen? Is she bluffing? Yuan Ying shifted position again, and an arrow formed from a pale flame streaked toward his true body. Did she really discover it? Yuan Ying's expression changed drastically. Found again. Contestant Xu Qianqin has detected it once more. Contestant Yuan Ying's shadow secret art has been exposed. When shadows can no longer offer shelter, exposure is all that awaits. Everyone couldn't help but show surprise. The shadow secret art harnessed the power of shadows to conceal itself within darkness, and could even swap places with the 3 clones on the field. Offense and defense shifted in an instant. To the onlookers, the shadow secret art appeared flawless, utterly impenetrable. How did Xu Qianqin manage this? Excellent. That's my sister up there. Did you know? She's my little sister after all. Ha 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 ha. In the audience, Xu Qianqiu excitedly grabbed the person beside him, gesturing wildly. Jiang Yu sighed. She picked up an apple and took a big bite. Hidden fortune lies within fame. Brother Yuan, your eldest son is in danger. That Shu girl has spotted the flaw in the shadow art. The man seated at the desk observed everything unfolding on the stage. Yuan Xiong sucked in a sharp breath, surprise flickering in his eyes. I truly underestimated that girl from the Shu family. To uncover the shadow art's weakness in such a short time, she's got something special. The man at the desk shook his head, his gaze not fixed on the arena but instead lingering suggestively toward the contestants' area. Dark Knight demon eyes manipulating the power of shadows, indistinguishable between real and fake, advancing and retreating with ease. Extremely difficult to deal with. Among the 3 clones on the field, one must be the real one. When shifting between clones, the true body must be exposed. That is the greatest vulnerability. If all 3 clones were fake, there'd be no need for transfer. Yuan Ying couldn't hide in the shadows forever. The moment Yuan Ying's clone shifted, a simultaneous attack could strike the real Yuan Ying. To devise such a strategy, that Shu girl has some skill after all, Yuan Xiong remarked with admiration. The man above shook his head. No. The flaw in the night demon's eye wasn't discovered by Shu Qianqin. This. Following the man's gaze, Yuan Xiong saw Jiang Yu, his face devoid of any spark of life. You mean, it was Brother Jiang who discovered it? The man said nothing more, but a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Jiang Yu's only been here a few days? How would he know Yuan Xiong? Ahem? Brother Jiang and I share a bond transcending age, we're as close as brothers. Moreover, he's a soul master. Oh, and the insects planted by little Sakura? Brother Jiang has already purged them. You mean, the parasite species? The man looked utterly astonished. Who knew Jiang Yu possessed such talent in the realm of soul techniques? The man knew about the parasite species infesting Yuan Xiong, utterly disgusting. While not fatal, it was unbearably irritating. He'd consulted numerous soul masters about it, but none had found a way to eradicate it. This match should come to an end now. Old buddy Yuan, your mighty son is likely to lose. Yuan Xiong grinned. I've told that brat countless times to learn more techniques and not rely so heavily on the night demon eye. Losing is his own doing. And another thing. The border's been restless lately. There's definitely at least one legendary tier force behind it. No matter what, the Gobi Desert cannot be lost. I'll be counting on you, brother Yuan. Rest assured. A resolute gleam flashed in Yuan Xiong's eyes. On the arena, the bat engulfed in pale flames let out a piercing shriek. Flap its wings, and soar upward in a spiral. Then, a torrent of flames poured down like a raging storm. Fire rain. Shu Qianqin's shrill command echoed as the pallid flames cascaded like a waterfall. Though no heat was felt, the spectators' hearts still trembled in terror. The cascading flames completely engulfed the entire arena, transforming it into a sea of pale fire. Shu Qianqin stood within the sea of fire, her white hair swaying gently, her exquisite face expressionless. With a flick of her hair, the pale flames danced along her strands. Flames swayed, white hair danced. A woman of extraordinary courage. The spirit of a female warrior. Truly the daughter of the Shu family. That aura is just like her father's. So handsome. Even though I'm a girl, I think Shu Qianqin is so handsome, and I really am not. Now I finally understand why you all call her young master. Handsome. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to flee. The dark night demon eye scanned left and right, only to find itself surrounded by pale flames. Under the sunlight, the pallid flames cascaded like a waterfall, engulfing all enemies. The pallid flames became coffins, burying all things. Yuan Ying's face turned ashen. Though unwilling, he conceded defeat decisively. I have lost. Shu Qianqin withdrew her attack, and the pale flames faded away. Yuan Ying slumped to the ground, weakened by the immense drain on his soul power. They were siblings, not enemies. There was no need for a life or death contest. Shu Qianqin upheld martial virtue, sparing Yuan Ying from injury. Classmate Shu Qianqin, I admit defeat. Congratulations on earning another point for the academy. But could you tell me how you discovered the flaw in the dark night demon eye? Shu Qianqin flashed a smile bright as sunshine, humble and gentle. It bore a certain resemblance to Jiang Yu's smile. Want to know? He. Call me auntie. Yuan Ying froze. Less than a day after his last social embarrassment, Yuan Ying found himself plunged into yet another, this time a truly sustainable one. Chapter 53, The Whereabouts of the Sun Elixir. Is it the loss of humanity or the collapse of morality? The young hero Yuan Ying suddenly gained a new uncle and aunt overnight. Generations have doubled in an instant, we'll each take care of our own. The nation's young master. Women are no less than men. The strongest ally, Shu Qianqin. What exactly is Jiang Yu's relationship to Yuan Xiong? Meanwhile, major news outlets across Huagua were flooded with reports once more. Photos showed Jiang Yu and Yuan Xiong acting like brothers. The accompanying link led to Jiang Yu's pre-match pep talk. It showed Jiang Yu waving his arms and loudly urging Yuan Ying to call Yuan Xiong uncle, while Yuan Xiong stood behind them looking utterly unfazed. On the stage, Yuan Ying wore an expression of utter exasperation. At the end, Shu Qianqin's radiant smile filled the screen. And there was that line about calling her aunt. Some people are alive, but they are already dead. Some die, yet they live on forever. Yuan Ying teetered between enduring a personal social death and facing a nationwide social disaster. Yuan Ying burned out. What kind of market is this? He jumped straight off. Kids, this isn't funny. Thank heavens, Shu Qianqin wasn't the type to take advantage of others, even if it was Yuan Ying she simply didn't want to lose to Jiang Yu. The entire venue erupted in thunderous applause. The day's competition drew to a close, with Tiandu Academy securing 2 points. Whether it was Jiang Yu, who redefined the ancient sage's words, or Shu Qianqin, whose spirit fire swept across 3,000 li, both left an indelible impression on everyone. Unbelievable. Tiandu Academy has some real monsters this year, huh? Fair to say, that's absolutely true. I can't help but feel Tiandu Academy has a real shot at winning this year's Superstar Tournament. That said, Renjie Academy shouldn't be underestimated either. Inside the private room, the group sat together. Nice work, already 2 points down. Can't wait to see the look on Lu Ran's face. Lu Yen downed a big gulp of her drink, her face beaming with satisfaction. Sis. Way to go. Teach that Yuaning brat a lesson. Shu Qianshu's voice chattered on the other end of the phone. Sis obsessed. Jiang Yu swallowed a bite of roast duck and muttered under her breath. Jiang Yu, don't think I can't hear you. Let me tell you, if you dare lay a finger on my sister, I swear I'll. Shu Qianqin rolled her eyes. That sister-obsessed Shu Qianshu called her on video chat every single day. Meanwhile, her beautiful eyes were fixed on Jiang Yu, who was stuffing his face. How did this guy discover the flaw in Yuan Ying's dark night demon eyes? Jiang Yu, I'm going to. Before Shu Qianqin could finish her sentence, Jiang Yu wrapped his arm around her fragrant shoulder. Didn't I tell you before that I'd make that kid Yuan Ying call you auntie? Happy now? This duck leg was slow roasted over low heat by the chef. Rich yet not greasy, its aroma is irresistible, you absolutely must try it. This duck leg is all yours. Be generous, greatness comes to those who are magnanimous. With arms linked, Jiang Yu tore off a duck leg and placed it on Shu Qianqin's plate. Shu Qianqin's gaze was strange, but she did not refuse Jiang Yu's kindness. On the other end of the video call, Shu Qianshu stopped thinking. That brat Jiang Yu was actually draping his arm around his own sister's shoulder, serving her extra food, and crucially, his own sister hadn't refused. No. My sister is heaven, my sister is earth, my sister is the only one in my world. Shu Qianshu stopped pondering, yet his mind raced. The thought of silencing her by force flashed through his mind. Ahem? Brother Qianshu, the murderous intent in your eyes is practically leaping out of the screen. Calm down, killing someone is illegal. Jiang Yu, if I kill you, I'll make it up to you immediately. Shu Qianqin's brow furrowed with exasperation. How had she never noticed these two troublemakers before? Shu Qianshu decided to do something? Little sis? What? Chocolate and tomatoes got into a fight and chocolate won. You know why? Because chocolate sticks. Everyone shuddered. The effect was brilliant. Big bro, be good. Sit down. Shu Qianqin sighed, gazing at Shu Qianshu with affection. What else could she do? He was her brother, after all. Well done, kids. We've secured 2 points and advanced directly. Next up is the college tournament. 3 students from each college will form teams and compete against each other. So, sorry, Hu girl, no chance for you to shine this time, Wen Boyang said with a smile. Great. You two get all the glory while I'm just the sidekick. Hu Yeya rolled her eyes. Nirvana Academy actually won. Also, our opponent tomorrow is Renjie Academy. Shu Qianqin picked up her phone. The superstar competition wasn't just an individual contest, it was a battle between academies. After advancing from the individual rounds, it's time for the academy competition. Nirvana Academy was Tiandu Academy's longtime rival. Anyway, let's just beat Renjie Academy tomorrow first. Jiang Yu wasn't overly concerned about the academy team competition. With Shana providing both healing and area damage, her teammates only needed to focus on dealing damage. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, 2 men in military uniforms, standing tall and straight, entered the private room. May we ask if you are Jiang Yu and Shu Qianqin? At this question, the group exchanged glances. Yes. Jiang Yu instinctively raised her voice, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence across from them. Students, please relax. First, congratulations on gaining the marshal's approval. This is your invitation to the special training camp. Special training camp? You mean the one organized by the military, taught by the marshal himself? Jiang Yu hadn't fully processed it yet. Shu Qianqin spoke up first. Awesome. You two really caught the military's eye. Hu Yeye's face lit up with envy. Jiang Yu, however, was puzzled. Director 1, what is this? You little rascal, this is a military training camp. The Supreme Commander personally teaches the classes, and top generals serve as instructors. People are practically fighting tooth and nail just to get in. Plus, this camp only recruits geniuses every 3 years. You're one lucky kid. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and answer. Shu Qianqin urged in his ear. Is General Yu there too? Jiang Yu, you know General Yu? Of course, he will be your instructor. Ha ha. Of course. Under his thunderous command, no evil can thrive. General Yu is my idol, Jiang Yu chuckled awkwardly. This training camp is run by the military. The generals serve as instructors. It offers better resources, but the problem is, the military has a warrant out for Million, and I've signed a contract with her. If we're discovered. Jiang Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Million Felix, a military fugitive with a bounty of 4 billion. With countless elite soldiers in the military, if she were detected, tomorrow's headlines would surely be hers. The nation's prodigy colluding with foreign enemies? There's no place left for her in Huagua. Not only that, but she's also supplying Sun Elixir. I'm starting to envy you lot. The man in military uniform wore an expression tinged with envy. Chapter 54, The Battle of Tianqing. Sun Elixir 2? Jiang Yu was stunned. Million's injuries required recovery, and she desperately needed the Sun Elixir. Great! Let's go! Jiang Yu accepted the invitation. Thank you for the military's appreciation and recognition of our Tiandu Academy's new students. You two have gone through a lot for this trip. Wen Boyang delivered the customary pleasantries, and the two departed amicably. Hey Jiang Yu, what were you spacing out about just now? I thought you didn't want it. This is an opportunity many people would kill for. Hu Yaya tapped Jiang Yu on the head, her tone complex. He. Sorry, I just zoned out for a second. Jiang Yu rubbed her head and gave a silly grin. Her eyes scanned the invitation. The event was scheduled for July, right in the middle of summer vacation, and the location was Longdu. The thought of mingling with the commander-in-chief of the armed forces and generals from all branches, such high-ranking figures, made Jiang Yu's heart sink. Hey, kid, YVE, you been looking so bloomy since you got that invitation? Not at all, Director Wen, you're mistaken. Here, let me fill you up. Jiang Yu picked up the beer and poured Wen Boyang a full glass. Stop flattering me, you two. Drink less, you've got a match tomorrow. This is ridiculous. How can a teacher drink in front of students? It's completely disrespectful. Though when Boyang scolded, his body betrayed him. He didn't stop Jiang Yu from pouring. Talk the talk, walk the walk. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. You little brat. When Boyang held his glass, torn between drinking and refusing. He. Coach 1, don't mind me. I was just speaking off the cuff. You go ahead and drink. For the first time, when Boyang sensed that this kid Jiang Yu seemed a bit troublesome. Well said. Just don't say it next time. The hotel room was luxurious. Tiandu Academy had plenty of funding. Jiang Yu lay sprawled on the large bed. Outside the window, the sky stretched a deep azure blue. Within the secret realm, a full moon dominated half the heavens, streaked by colorful shooting stars. Ah, moon, why are you so round? Big bed, why are you so soft? Jiang Yu's belly was utterly devoid of culture. As for the pretentious poetry he recited in public, all plagiarized. Since it was already lost to history, who wrote it and who recited it made no difference. Honored sages of old, please forgive me. Jiang Yu's daily madness. Ding ding ding. Her phone vibrated. Jiang Yu picked it up to check. Superstar Tournament Family, with a note to take down Nirvana Academy. The group owner is Liu Yen, and the administrator is Wen Boyang. Wen Boyang prepared a detailed strategy guide. It outlined the battle roles for the three members and the combat habits of their opponents. As expected of Director Wen, still able to produce such a guide after getting this drunk. Is this the power of the working class? Jiang Yu glanced over and remarked with admiration. Jiang Yu headed toward the bathroom. She began undressing. Late at night, when all was quiet, it was time to do something to release pent-up energy. Like taking a warm bath. Elsewhere, at the Nirvana Academy compound, it was 2:30 a.m. Even the dogs were asleep. Lu Ran couldn't sleep. Neither could several representatives from Nirvana Academy. Lu Ran, with her stunning figure, had a glass of chilled whiskey before her. The contestants dared not speak, forced to stay awake. Vice Principal, it's 2:30 a.m. now. Even the dogs are asleep. We've been standing here for an hour. Have you decided on tomorrow's tactical arrangements? High EQ, tactical planning. Low EQ, staying up late. The representative from Nirvana Academy exemplified high EQ. Lin Mo shrank his neck. Lu Ran kept his anger bottled up, but inside he was seething. Having lost the first match, he certainly didn't want to hand over another victory. You lost the first match and still want to sleep? Better start thinking about how to take on Hengyu Academy tomorrow. Yuaning won't be easy to deal with. Jiang Yu was too unpredictable. That kid's a freak. Yuaning is a bit easier to handle. Shu Qianqing's talent is formidable. One-on-one, I'm not confident we can take her down. As for Hu Yaya, I've never seen her fight. Compared to Tiandu Academy, Dark Knight Demon, I might be a pain, but they're not impossible to handle. The chatter grew louder as Lu Ran's brows knitted tightly together. Meanwhile, another invitation materialized out of thin air beside Jiang Yu's bed while she slept. A night of peaceful sleep. Jiang Yu opened her eyes, saw the invitation at her bedside, and stared blankly for a long moment before speaking. Little card, they went to such lengths to deliver it? She opened the invitation to find an image inside. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply upon recognizing it. The image depicted a young girl with 9 pitch-black wings, emanating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. And 9-winged fallen angel. But that's beside the point. This is Jiang Junyu. My little sister? What's going on? Behind the image, a line of small text read. Want more information? Come to the Long family. Is it her? Millie exclaimed in surprise. A curvaceous figure appeared in the room, sizing up Jiang Yu from head to toe. Jiang Yu hurriedly pulled the blanket over herself. Millie, give me some privacy, okay? I'm not wearing pants. After staring for a moment, Millie chuckled softly. So you're related to Long Xiaotian after all. I see. Are you his son? Jiang Yu froze, their eyes locking. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Yu stared intently for a moment, then abruptly stood up, flinging the quilt aside and slamming Millie against the wall. Little Millie, what do you know? Tell me now. What exactly is my connection to Long Xiaotian? I've treated you well. You can't keep this from me. You're not wearing pants. Million exhaled slowly before speaking. Jiang Yu. All I know is that over a decade ago, the Long family produced a genius who was then expelled? That's it? That's it. But come to think of it, you look exactly like him. That guy snatched the Dark Sanctuary's holy maiden. The Dark Sanctuary was furious. That's all I know. Then he got expelled. The previous holy maiden of the Dark Holy Court also vanished. Rumor has it the Long family secretly imprisoned her. All I know is it's connected to the Star War 200 years ago. But what does this have to do with my sister? Jiang Yu, are you playing dumb or what? Can't you see the nine-winged fallen angel backing him? Jiang Yu fell into an unusual silence. The Star War was a conflict that captured the world's attention. Major factions achieved a rare consensus. The enemy was annihilated. History books recorded it with only a few sparse lines. Oh, and there's another old woman who knows about this Lilith. You should know where she's being held, Million said simply. Jiang Yu fell silent. Lilith, the Witch of the Night, a morning star tier demon beast possessing intelligence rivaling that of humans. Captured by the military during the Celestial Star War and imprisoned within the volcanic prison. This was common knowledge. Not even a 4-star summoner could break through the volcanic prison, let alone a 9-star summoner. Attempting it meant certain death. Chapter 55, In the Lake. I don't know the specifics. But I'm certain the Long family knows something. Your father's disappearance is also connected to the Celestial Star War. Perhaps the Star War wasn't exactly as your history books describe it? Perhaps there are deeper secrets? Jiang Yu wouldn't let Million lead her by the nose. Million's words couldn't be taken at face value. Jiang Yu lifted her head, her gaze piercing. Little Millie, why are you going to such lengths, using all this persuasion to lure me into this Lilith trap? Spill the truth. Jiang Yu bent her arms, pressing her entire upper body forcefully against Million's, their faces nearly touching. It's simple, I want you to help me rescue Lilith. With that, Jiang Yu smiled faintly. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it? It's simple, really. Simple? Easier said than done. That's the volcano prison, guarded by thousands of summoner troops, with a 9-star summoner commanding them. Are you trying to get me killed? Jiang Yu's mouth twitched as she abruptly cut Million off. I want to know what happened in the Celestial Star War. That hidden history, what exactly went down? And my father's whereabouts, plus those wings on my little sister. But compared to my life, none of that matters. I won't go, and you shouldn't even think about it. Oh, and one more thing. You're not going without my permission either. Jiang Yu's tone was unyielding. A rare silence fell over the room as the two descended into a cold standoff. Once the Academy Team tournament concludes, it'll be time to pay the Long family a visit. Jiang Yu thought to herself. Knock knock knock. The knocking on the door echoed, and Million's voice faded away. Jiang Yu had important matters to attend to. Jiang Yu. Are you awake yet? Hurry up and come out for breakfast. The Academy tournament is at the summit mountain, and we still need to ride the flying beasts there. Outside the room, the knocking continued. The voice belonged to Lu Yen. Director Lu, please wait. Don't come in. I'm putting on my pants right now. Hurry up. After breakfast, there were still several hours before the Academy team competition began. These hours were spent formulating battle strategies and familiarizing themselves with the terrain. At 11:30 a.m., some people walked out of the hotel and arrived at the flat open space. The clearing was a mountain whose summit had been artificially shaved off, creating a man-made open space. Above the clearing, a diverse array of winged spirit beasts rose and fell. The backs of the aircraft beasts bore structures resembling passenger cabins, capable of carrying hundreds or even thousands of passengers. Tianjing Mountain, the very place where the Star War erupted. A trace of emotion flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. What are you standing around for, kid? Get inside already. Oh. Jiang Yu settled into his seat. The winged spirit beast slowly flapped its wings, and in the blink of an eye, they were soaring through the sky. Within the secret realm, storms could erupt at any moment. Technological contraptions weren't well suited to such environments. In the end, these winged spirit beasts proved far more reliable. During the flight, an endless sea of clouds stretched below. The sunlight was blinding, the sky a brilliant blue. Occasionally, two winged spirit beasts would dart swiftly through the clouds before vanishing from sight. A towering peak came into view, its summit piercing the clouds. Even from the sky, the summit piercing through the clouds was clearly visible. Upon its summit lay a lake. Its waters shimmered in a pale purple-pink hue, emanating an eerie, chilling aura. Hu Ye's expression darkened. This lake water feels so strange. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, her eyes flickering. Such a familiar aura, it's just like Xiao Meili's. When Boyang spoke up just in time. This lake is a remnant of the celestial Star War. Legend says that 300 years ago, beasts and summoners of the Morningstar rank fell like stars across the sky. Among them was a nightmare of the Morningstar rank that fell here. Its immense power blasted a massive crater into the mountain peak. Rainwater then pooled within, forming this lake. But it's just a legend. Centuries have passed since the celestial Star War, who knows if it's true or not. I mention this merely to give you context, for this Academy Team tournament will be held upon the lake itself. Look over there. The group followed when Boyang's gaze. Several rocks, barely large enough to stand on, floated in the lake. Barely enough to stand on, they would plunge into the lake at the slightest attack. The lake water would then pull the fallen into an illusionary realm. Breaking free from this illusion demanded an immense expenditure of soul energy. Whoa! That's brutal. Falling into the lake means burning massive soul power just to escape the illusion. One dip, and you're basically out of the running for the championship. Hu Yeye glanced around. Meanwhile, the teams from the major academies had arrived. Representing Renjie Academy were one woman and two men. The woman sported short hair, appearing sharp and capable. The two men were tall and well-mannered. From Tindu Academy, Jiang Yu stood with his hands in his pockets, looking anything but serious. A quick glance revealed only 3 or 4 spots on the stage where they could barely stand. The largest fragment of rock lay at the lake's center, barely large enough to accommodate both teams. With such limited space, the summoners were bound to be caught in the crossfire. The flying winged spirit beasts in the sky were already packed with people. The front rows were occupied by media reporters wielding various recording devices, while the back rows were filled with onlookers gathered to watch the spectacle. The annual Superstar tournament always drew massive attention. Individual strength doesn't guarantee team strength. Countless individuals with outstanding skills have faltered in team matches, eliminated one after another. Looking up, the winged spirit beasts circled the sky. The sun shone brightly, clouds stretched endlessly, and several competitors rubbed their hands together, eager to test their skills against the heavens. All competitors, prepare. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 2 iron chains shot forth. The chains connected stones in the lake to the winged spirit beasts. As the competition was about to begin, the coach started the warm-up and delivered final instructions. Kids, teamwork is key. No matter how outstanding an individual's skills may be, they all have weaknesses. Our opponents aren't from Nirvana Academy, so losing isn't a big deal, no pressure. When Boyang said, patting Jiang Yu's shoulder and ruffling the 2 girls' hair. Especially you, kid, don't get carried away. Just watch me. I've got this under control. Well, now I'm the one who doesn't have it figured out. When Boyang's mouth twitched. Alright, kids, take the stage. Shu Qianqin's pale spirit flames coiled around her legs. With a powerful push from her feet, her figure soared into the air, tracing an arc before landing steadily on the iron chain. Her graceful ascent through the clouds left a lasting impression on the crowd. Hu Yeye whistled softly. Her small hand twitched, then she pinched her nose firmly. She flicked her wrist toward the audience, and a translucent white spirit form materialized in her hand. Hu Yeye leapt onto the spirit form, riding it like a cowherd on an ox, and soared toward the stage. Cool. My young master is the coolest. This summoning method is a bit unconventional. Are summoners this competitive these days? Nobody told me you needed to know this move to be a summoner. Chapter 56, Manhwaresumen. Everyone watched Jiang Yu intently, their eyes filled with anticipation. Jiang Yu shrugged. Satsuki. Could you help me out? The tall, blue-haired Shana appeared beside Jiang Yu. A faint, unusual blush spread across Shana's stunningly beautiful face. One hand rested on Jiang Yu's back, the other on the crook of her knee. With a sudden burst of strength, Jiang Yu was lifted into a princess carry, her entire body held horizontally. Shana soared through the air, as graceful as a flower petal in the wind, as fleeting as foam on the sea. Who knew there was such a trick? Learn something new, learn something new. What a beautiful fairy sister. I'm seriously jealous of that kid Jiang Yu. You don't know yet, but this is just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Jiang Yu's charms. Upon learning of Jiang Yu's story, their admiration swiftly turned to envy. So many beautiful girls, and they all fancy Jiang Yu? Look at me. Damn it, it's like the dry die of thirst while the flooded drown. I'm gonna slice this guy, chop him up, kill him 1,000 times over. Both teams landed on the rocks in the lake. Jiang Yu reluctantly slipped out of Shana's embrace. Ouch. Shana, go back and eat more. That's giving me a headache. Everyone froze. The moment those words left her mouth, they sent shockwaves through the entire battlefield. Jiang Yu's single sentence managed to freeze the entire scene for several seconds. All the girls shot Jiang Yu hostile glances. Shattered stature towered over most present. By calling Shana small, wasn't Jiang Yu indirectly implying that most of the others present were also small? The men stared at Jiang Yu with even more complicated expressions. This kid is totally pulling a Versailles move. Men know men best. Ignoring the stares, Jiang Yu sighed deeply. Why can't you understand that bigger is better? When Boyong, perched atop his winged spirit beast, pressed his hand to his forehead and let out a wry smile. This kid? He's a genius. When it came to offending most people present with a single remark, no one was more suited than Zhang Yu. The three contestants from Renjie Academy stood atop another stone platform. Though the battle hadn't begun, the air was already thick with tension. The iron chains vanished, only to reappear once a victor was decided. Zhang Yu? Are you listening? There's a Morning Star-level nightmare legacy beneath the lake. Million's heart pounded like a war drum, nearly leaping out of her chest. She didn't know if Zhang Yu would agree. After all, they just had a fight that morning. Do you want it? Yes. I want it. Zhang Yu turned around, gazing at the lake, a gleam dancing in her eyes. In the lake was a cave, and within the cave was a pool of water. The water was a milky white. This stuff feels kinda gross. Let's call it nightmare essence milk. You into that, Millie? I want to seize the future too. Millian bit her lip lightly, her shapely legs rubbing together slightly, her face brimming with impatience. Alright, I'll figure something out. It seems the legend is true, a Morning Star-level nightmare has fallen here. Treasure lies in the lake. This news entered the ruler's ears and slipped from little Millie's lips, yet none knew, none understood. The competition's about to start. Zhang Yu, what are you spacing out for? You're such a pain in the neck. Shu Qianqin shouted loudly into Zhang Yu's ear. Sorry, I was lost in thought for a moment. Both teams were ready, poised and waiting for the starting signal. At Renjie Academy, several competitors whispered conspiratorially. Don't worry, I've watched Zhang Yu's match footage 50 times. We've got a strategy ready. Even the other two have watched it 30 times. We can beat Nirvana Academy, and we can beat Tiandu Academy too. We've got the upper hand. Well said, Captain. On your marks. Get set. Go. The massive bell boomed with a thunderous clang. Shatter. Holy light shone forth as countless little angels chanted hymns around his body. A holy blade of light materialized in his hand, enveloped in sacred flames. Blade in hand. Judgment falls upon all directions. Above the heavens, a bat shrouded in pale spirit flames let out a piercing shriek. Simultaneously, a Qilin surrounded by thunder appeared. This was Shu Qianqin's trump card. The summoned Thunder Qilin. Beyond her colossal specter, Hu Yeye commanded numerous undead minions, a simplified one-woman army. Perched atop the largest winged spirit beast, the host held the microphone aloft, her resonant voice drowning out all else. A rare necromantic practitioner. This young lady, an in-law of the Shu family, may be junior in generation but possesses extraordinary power. Average in stature, yet blessed with astonishing talent. Hu Yeye's face darkened. If you can't speak properly, just shut up. And now, Shu Qianqin's trump card, Thunderous Qilin. Wherever it strikes, thunder cracks and lightning explodes. Compared to the pale spirit fire, it carries a touch more dominance. The trio from Renjie Academy. They summoned immediately. The sole female student's hand conjured a picture frame. Within the frame, the figures of Zhang Yu and the others slowly took shape. A satisfied expression spread across the girl's delicate face. Then, she extended a finger and swiped it across the frame. Put. Before Hu Yeye could react, a wound appeared on the summoned undead's body. The corpse's arm fell off and sank into the lake. Divine protection. Watch out. Zhang Yu reacted fastest, enveloping the three in holy light. Whoa! What just happened? Is this Renjie Academy's downfall? Watch the replay. In slow motion, space seemed to split apart, followed instantly by the undead arm dropping to the ground. It all happened in the blink of an eye. It's a psychic ability, the power of the spatial frame. The girl tossed her hair, looking charmingly adorable. This was precisely the ability possessed by the frame summoned by Zhang Xiao. Splitting the frame, she had begun to grasp the power of space. Within a specific range, she could unleash spatial cuts on her enemies, an ability impossible to guard against. Hu Yeye's undead had just been sliced apart by this spatial cut. This little girl packs quite a punch. She's no pushover. Hu Yeye's expression darkened. Had Zhang Xiao targeted her true form just now, Tiandu Academy would have suffered casualties. Move. Proceed exactly as planned. The other two summoned giants engulfed in flames. One summoned a colossal tree whose vines whipped through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom like a helicopter. Flames and vines enveloped several stones. Their division of labor was highly efficient. The flame giant handled wide-area AoE attacks. The vine behemoth handled pursuit. The frame splitter delivered the finishing blow. Everyone, be careful. Moreover, the giant vine strung together several boulders, expanding the Humanity Academy's grounds several-fold. Focus fire on one target first. As the team leader, Kai Haobua issued the command. Zhang Xiao and Ma Quan seized the opportunity to attack Zhang Yu. Under the torrent of flames, the holy light protection began to falter. Watch out for the spatial slash. Shatian nodded, and a spatial blade materialized precisely before him. Satsuki swiftly retreated, narrowly evading the strike. We can't let ourselves be pushed back. Shauna, counterattack. Jiang Yu channeled her soul power and dazzling holy light materialized around Shauna's body. Blade in hand, sanctioning all directions. Two spatial blades descended. Chapter 57, Shockwaves. Holy light protection. Holy light judgment. In an instant, he raised the holy sword high, its pure white flames swirling around it. With a single strike, the holy light blazed forth. The first round lasted only a dozen seconds. Shatana was merely breathing a bit heavily, nothing more. Jiang Yu, are you okay? Though Shu Qianqin usually teased Jiang Yu relentlessly, concern flickered in her eyes at this moment. Nothing serious. Jiang Yu remained unflappable. The opponent's attack was indeed troublesome. The match between the two teams has concluded. Renjie Academy employed a concentrated fire strategy, aiming to eliminate Jiang Yu first. But Jiang Yu cleverly countered their formula. Renjie Academy's offensive fell flat. You don't need to tell me that. Even my 80-year-old grandmother could see that, okay? Ha 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 ha. Everyone could see it. Renjie Academy's strategy was straightforward: leverage their numerical advantage to eliminate one opponent first, creating a numerical superiority and securing the upper hand. Since they're targeting Jiang Yu, we absolutely can't let them succeed. Their tactic is to overwhelm with numbers? Then we'll surround and attack that Zhong Xiao. Hu Yeye spoke up first. Alright. Zhong Xiao poses the greatest threat. His spatial blades are impossible to guard against. Let's take him out first. Jiang Yu, hold on a little longer. Jiang Yu nodded. Got it. Bats circled overhead, swirling around the pale spirit flames that poured down like a torrential rain. The frigid flames clashed with the flame giant, two fires locked in fierce combat. Simultaneously, the thunder Qilin leapt into the air, unleashing bolts of lightning toward Zhong Xiao. Shakuna. Holy light shield. Divine protection. Shanka nodded. Elegant and sacred hymns, noble and holy chants, echoed in everyone's ears. They're counterattacking. Tiandu Academy is striking back. It's holy light-based protection. Healing and defense. The holy light discipline is truly unmatched. Pale spirit fire, thunder Qilin, both are powerful offensive moves. And they're targeting the young girl from Renjie Academy. How will Zhong Xiao handle this? Jiang Yu twisted her mouth into a classic smirk. The battle has only just begun. Hu Yeye pressed her palms together, murmuring incantations. Endless specters swept out like a raging storm. Ghosts ignore physical attacks. Divine protection, though ineffective against the spirits themselves, could shield Hu Yeye. Hu Yeye felt her soul power surge explosively, as if she could take on 10 opponents. Holy crap, is this the amplification of the holy light system? This is insane. Time to strike back. Ghost cry. Hu Yeye pinched her thumb and index finger into a circle, slipped it into her small mouth, and blew a sharp whistle. Behind her, thousands of ghosts howled in unison. The sound was bone-chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. Protect Zhong Xiao. Kai Haobo and Ma Quan had no choice but to abandon their current attacks. Under the Holy Light System's amplification, their ultimate attacks were unleashed as if they were free. Without the Holy Light System's protection, they would never have dared to waste soul power like this. Even more terrifying was the shield provided by the Holy Light System, capable of absorbing damage. Against the Flame Giant's wide-area AoE attacks, it proved incredibly useful. The Flame Giant roared. Flames trembled across its body as if confronting a formidable foe. The massive trees and vines whipping like rotor blades slowed their assault. This was the true power of the Holy Light System, a constant ebb and flow where attrition could wear down an opponent to the point of defeat. If Jiang Yu's power were just a bit stronger, and she could instantly evolve to the epic tier, it would be even more godlike. After all, Shauna's innate talent had reached the Morningstar tier. Shatana. One more time divine protection. Holy light shone, restoring the group's condition to peak form once more. Hymns of praise, sacred chants. The entire sky was bathed in holy light. Unbelievable. Another divine blessing. They're dominating the entire field. Under divine protection, the of the Tiandu Academy group is negligible. How will Renjie Academy respond? Everyone saw it. Under this divine light, even I feel moved. That Jiang Yu kid is terrifyingly powerful. Keep in mind, it was Shu Qianqin and Hu Yeye who had been attacking all along. Jiang Yu hadn't even made a move yet. Renjie Academy really has some tricks up their sleeves, huh? To get two of our teammates to step in like this, they're not to be underestimated. Jiang Yu maintained his elegant smile, speaking with an innocent, harmless tone. Simultaneously, he held up two fingers in a gesture of comparison. Yet in everyone's eyes, a cosmic map appeared at her fingertips. Jiang Yu, you really do deliver the most cutting remarks with the gentlest tone. But I'm used to it by now. The host quipped. The others nodded in agreement. Damn it, is this kid mocking us? Everyone, give it your all. Stick to the plan. I refuse to believe. Even a holy light user couldn't detect an attack of this magnitude, right? The three nodded. The flame giant roared. Flames erupted like pillars, shooting skyward. The vines of the colossal tree began whipping wildly, stirring up a fierce gale. The pillar of flame spun within the whirlwind, coiling into a fiery tornado. The fiery vortex sucked up the lake water, transforming it into a vast expanse of steam. Zhong Xiao drew a slash, cleaving the space. The attack instantly appeared before Jiang Yu and the other two. Instantly, the entire lake was shrouded in mist. This scene stunned everyone, whether watching live or via livestream. Fire fuels the wind fuels the fire. Zhong Xiao sliced through space, landing the attack directly on the faces of the Tendu Academy contestants. What a terrifying combo! My hair is practically on fire. The host screamed in alarm as the fire tornado forced the spirit beast carrying the camera to flee relentlessly into the distance. From everyone's perspective, the fire tornado grew ever more distant, yet its power only intensified. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Boom! An explosion erupted, sending shockwaves crashing through the air. The surrounding mist rippled in concentric waves. The camera footage shook violently, sending countless hearts racing like thunder. Some trembled unconsciously, their limbs shaking like drumbeats. With such terrifying power, how will Tiandu Academy respond? All eyes were fixed on the outcome. Good heavens! Tiandu Academy is completely unscathed. They survived such a terrifying combined assault without a scratch. How did they manage it? The host's voice trembled with astonishment, nearly causing him to tumble off the deck of the flying spirit beast. I'm sure you're all as curious as I am about how Jiang Yu pulled this off. Fortunately, our cameraman braved the danger to capture the spectacular moment. Now, let's take a look at the video. The screen revealed Jiang Yu's figure. The audience held their breath. Jiang Yu's humble voice came through the microphone. Instant. Elemental transformation. At Jiang Yu's command, a dazzling light enveloped the three. Their bodies transformed into pure light elements. Elementalization. He used elementalization. He actually used elementalization. The host gasped in shock, taking a moment to form a coherent sentence. Generally speaking, elemental transformation can only be used once within a certain period, but exceptions can't be ruled out. Ha! Chapter 58, Palm Techniques Falling from the Sky. All three figures were enveloped in blinding holy light. They appeared like heroes bathed in radiance. The crowd exchanged stunned glances, utterly astonished. Elementalization, that's the hallmark of the Morning Star. How could Jiang Yu, a mere 4-star summoner, have mastered it? Though Shana's talent was on par with Qinqing's, Jiang Yu was only a 4-star summoner. Talent doesn't equate to strength. Even with her power, Shana was only at the gold rank. At this realization, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Is this kid even human? It's elementalization, the hallmark of a Morning Star elemental spirit. Unbelievable. Jiang Yu's only a 4-star summoner. Elementalization can withstand all physical attacks and possesses extremely high resistance to other elemental attacks. An elderly professor explained on the screen. Kai Haobo and the others froze in place. Jiang Yu waved her hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Had enough? Time for us to fight back. Look behind you. Zhong Xiao was the first to react, whirling his head to see the Thunder Qilin behind them. Oh no! Caught off guard by the shock, they had overlooked the Thunder Qilin. This left them trapped in a pincer attack from both sides. Lightning flashed, and deafening thunder roared. The thunderbolt pierced straight through the flame giant, its power undiminished as it surged along the giant vine, rapidly spreading throughout the entire tree. A piercing, deafening sound erupted, like firecrackers igniting, while a distinct smell of burning filled the air. The thunderbolt flashed, leaving no time to dodge. Both men were severely injured, and the flickering flames on the flame giant's body began to fade. The canopy of the towering tree, which had once blocked out the sky, turned yellow, emitting the distinctive scent of charred wood. One strike, one victory. Both men were severely wounded. Kai Haobo clenched his fists, his confidence from before the match fading as his expression darkened considerably. The flame giant was gravely wounded, and his own soul power was greatly depleted. Even his prideful combo technique had been broken. Damn it, he's too strong. The flame giant kept dodging the Thunder Qilin, drawing ever closer to the edge of the arena. The tide has turned. Shu Qianqing's Thunder Qilin has made its mark. The flames on the flame giant are growing unstable. This is getting dangerous. If Manhwaresumen Academy can't find a way to break through, they'll be eliminated. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Qilin had cornered the flame giant against a stone wall. Less than half a step away, and the flame giant would plunge into the lake. If pushed off, landing on the rocks meant defeat. There's no choice. I was planning to summon it in the finals. Rock giant. Kai Haobo clapped his hands, and a multitude of rocks coalesced into a colossal figure. The giant possessed legs and arms, towering over 10 feet tall. A small yellow flower bloomed atop its head. A rock elemental giant? Jiang Yusen thought to herself. Elemental giants possessed only a single elemental attribute and possessed little intelligence. However, they excel in immense strength. Rock element giants, a variant of earth element giants, possess formidable defense. The rock element giant swung a fist toward the Thunder series. The Thunder Qilin transformed into a bolt of lightning to evade. Kai Haobua's face darkened. His trump card had been exposed. Whoever reveals their trump card first is most likely to lose the match. Elemental Crystal. Rock Plate Thrust. With a thunderous roar, the rock element giant slapped both hands toward Jiang Yu. Tons of rock surged from the ground. The terrifying force caused even the settled stones to tremble, and ripples began to spread across the lake. Earth shaking. Facing such a devastating blow, Jiang Yu neither dodged nor retreated. Before the eyes of all, another dazzling beam of holy light erupted. The earth shook violently, causing the live broadcast camera to wobble. Waves surged, stirring the crowd's hearts. As the mist cleared, all eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. A wall of light instantly enveloped her allies, countless spiked rocks erupting from the ground. They were pinned against the outer edge of the light barrier, unable to advance even an inch. Oh! That move again. Divine protection. One trick to rule them all. As expected of the Holy Light class, not only does it master elementalization, but it also wields sacred protection. Keep in mind, Jiang Yu has only summoned Shana so far. Unbelievable. The Holy Light Elemental Spirit is only level 4 golden rank, equivalent to general class. Meanwhile, that rock element giant is indeed a level 5 already epic tier. At this revelation, everyone's eyebrows shot up. Despite being a full tier below, it had blocked the opponent's assault. Was this the power of a morning star tier talent? Like stars in the heavens, earthly beings could only gaze upon its brilliance in awe utterly incomparable. Lu Yin's heart surged with emotion as Jiang Yu's figure overlapped with the man from her memories. They're absolutely identical. With the rock elemental giant joining the fray, Kai Haobua gained a moment to breathe. The flame giant roared, spewing countless streams of lava from its maw. Oh. Kai Haobua was launching his attack. This time he's changed tactics, creating terrain advantageous to himself. Jiang Yu stood with hands behind his back, watching silently, a harmless smile playing on his lips. Kai Haobua, do you know a certain palm technique that strikes from above? What do you mean? Kai Haobua froze, utterly baffled by Jiang Yu's cryptic question. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar echoed from 10,000 meters above. Oh no! Defend yourselves! Only then did Kai Haobua snap to attention. The dragon clan's combat style was extremely savage. Diving from 10,000 meters to crush their prey with a single claw strike was commonplace. The mere thought of a colossal dragon crashing down from 10,000 meters made Kai Haobua's scalp tingle. Rock elemental giants manifested pale yellow crystalline formations around their bodies, eventually solidifying into angular shields. Too late. The golden divine dragon plunged downward like a golden meteor. Intense heat made the dragon's scales glow crimson. Circles of sound waves formed behind the golden dragon's tail as it descended. The elemental giant, usually expressionless, now gaped wide-mouthed, looking utterly comical. Unbelievable. The elemental giant actually felt fear. Elemental giants are incredibly dull creatures. For them to feel fear is utterly unbelievable. Above their heads, it was as if stars had fallen from the heavens. The ring-shaped shockwaves sent towering waves crashing across the entire lake. Boom! Before the eyes of all, trees bent, gales howled, and earth and stones flew. The winged spirit beasts closest to the explosion tumbled through the air several times under the terrifying shockwave. Defying logic, the lake water flowed backward, droplets shooting skyward. The screen's image shook violently. Everyone's throats tightened, and the entire scene fell deathly silent. Unbelievable. The live feed zoomed out, revealing the entire lake imprinted with the shape of a dragon's claw. The water remained churned for an eternity, while the droplets flung skyward now fell as a torrential downpour. Kai Haobua lay at the center of the left claw, his eyes vacant, completely unconscious. Kai Haobua has fainted and is incapacitated. Chapter 59, The Blood-Boiling Combo. Kai Haobua of Renjie Academy is down for the count. The expressions on the other two's faces weren't much better. Fortunately, their timely defense and the fact that they weren't the target had saved them from disaster. What do we do? With Kai Haobua out, we're no match for Jiang Yu on our own. Zhong Xiao bit her lip, her adorable face now clouded with despair. Ma Quan was drenched in cold sweat. Only now did he grasp the true meaning of that phrase, palm technique falling from the heavens. It truly had come down from the heavens. This kid sure knows how to put on a show. When the enemy unleashed their ultimate move, he just asked, "Have you ever seen a palm technique descending from the heavens?" It was just so cool, wow. Yeah. When it comes to putting on a show, I'd crown Jiang Yu the king. From that day onward, a new catchphrase spread among the people of Huagua. I refuse to believe Jiang Yu's soul power is limitless. First elemental transformation, then holy light protection, now palm techniques falling from the heavens. His soul power must be nearly depleted. We still have a chance. Ma Quan adjusted his mindset and spoke up. Zhong Xiao nodded. They'd come this far. What was the worst that could happen? The battle isn't over yet. Renjie Academy hasn't given up. They're reworking their strategy and preparing a counterattack. The host's witty remarks flowed effortlessly, but no one was listening. Those selected were the strongest among the younger generation, the pride of heaven itself. Not one of them had a fragile mindset. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare. At worst, we'll regroup and start over. Renjie Academy's mindset is something we all should learn from. But judging by the current situation, Tiandu Academy is essentially handing over their troops. Renjie Academy doesn't have much time left. Their soul power won't last much longer either. Ma Quan used the practice combo. Zhongzhao's face was flushed crimson, her temples damp with sweat, her chest heaving heavily. Ma Quan nodded. A massive tree trunk connected several stones together. He too was panting heavily, his soul power nearly depleted. Zhongzhao's petite figure darted and shifted along the vines. The frame in her hands outlined the entire battlefield. Facing formidable foes, the group did not retreat but chose to fight to the end. Such swift decisions, truly an extraordinary match. Regardless of the outcome, these contestants are all pillars of talent. The host's words came in rapid succession like a Gatling gun. Jiang Yu, their soul power is running low. They'll likely give it their all for one final desperate struggle? Shu Qianqin descended, pale spirit flames trailing like a cloak. Still not giving up? Well then, we won't hold back either. Jiang Yu, Qianqin, unleash our ultimate moves. Alright. Let them witness our fiery combo move. Shu Qianqin felt inexplicably excited. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Are we really going to do this? Isn't it too cruel? The moment those words left her mouth, both women shot her a look of utter contempt. Jiang Yu was the last person qualified to say that. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Jiang Yu scratched her nose. Oh. Everyone look, Tiandu Academy is about to unleash their ultimate move. Don't blink. Will Tiandu Academy emerge victorious, or will Renjie Academy stage a dramatic comeback? This is truly thrilling. Oh. I haven't felt this pumped in ages. This sensation is amazing, even the lividity on my body has faded considerably. Zhongzhao let out a fierce shout, shattering the picture frame in her hands into pieces. Ma Quan roared simultaneously. Towering sacred tree. Forest world. A colossal tree grew at a visible pace, its countless branches and vines intertwining several stones to form a gigantic figure. The giant towered skyward, as tall as a skyscraper. There were over a dozen such giants. Long vines sprouted from the giant's limbs. They encircled the boulder where Jiang Yu stood, leaving no room to escape. Jiang Yu and the others were trapped within, forced to remain vigilant against the vines that launched surprise attacks from time to time. Simultaneously, a shattering sound echoed around them. Invisible spatial blades whizzed past Jiang Yu, slicing off a lock of hair from his temple. Renjie Academy unleashed their ultimate move. Ma Quan is holding down Tiandu Academy students while Zhongzhao attacks. Those spatial blades bypass defenses utterly underhanded. The two had exhausted every ounce of their soul power. If this move failed to work, defeat was their only fate. Having already lost one member, Renjie Academy was at a disadvantage. Yet even so, they refused to give up. They would give everything they had, fighting with all their might. Jiang Yu and the others knew that against such opponents, their only response was to give it their absolute all. Jiang Yu touched his temple, his expression radiating the graceful composure of an old-school artist. The Tiandu Academy contestants show no sign of panic, they've moved too. Shu Qianqu's snow-white hair stood on end, his delicate ears quivering as he swept his hand through the air. The pale spirit fire bats emitted a piercing shriek. Pale spirit flames spread out, while thunderous qilin surged through the void. At every point of contact, thunder manifested, ultimately weaving a dense net of lightning across the void. Where the pale spirit fire met the thunder, a deafening roar erupted. Heavenly thunder, earthly fire. Its might was overwhelming. Hu-ya-ya whistled. Eerie green ghostly flames began to blaze fiercely, instantly filling the air with wails and howls. The underworld passes. Jiang Yu sighed. What kind of underworld lineup is this? Instant. Holy flame. Divine protection. Holy light's blessing. To the onlookers, a transparent sphere enveloped the center of the lake. Within, flames roared, thunder flashed, endless ghosts howled, countless undead screamed, and a white holy flame flickered. It showed no signs of stopping, growing larger and larger, reaching hundreds of meters in size. Shu Qianqin and Hu Yeye coordinated their efforts. The pale spirit fire was imbued with psychic damage, while the thunderous power pierced through defenses. The holy light attribute of the sacred flame acted as a catalyst for both. From the live feed, it looked as if a giant bubble had been blown from the summit of the mountain. This was the trio's blood-pumping combo move. Boom! The giant bubble burst. A violent explosion engulfed most of the lake. The blockade formed by the giant trees vanished instantly, like a target hit by a bullet. Simultaneously, a strangely colored mushroom cloud rose slowly into the sky. The immense force caused the lake water to boil violently, forming towering waves. It felt like a meteorite had struck, transporting them back to the battlefield of Tianqing. Everyone's mouths twitched. This was terrifying. The nearby winged spirit beasts and the spectators on the deck were drenched by the churning lake water, soaked to the bone. Ma Quan sat on the ground, clutching his chest and gasping for breath. Zhongzhao knelt on the ground, still radiating the same heroic spirit and peculiar charm as before. Seeing this, some hearts nearly shattered. Jiang Yu and his group remained calm and composed. Victory was decided. The battle was over. The crowd remained in a daze for a long time, still savoring the earlier moments. Whether it was the fiery tornado or the impenetrable spatial blades, especially the final combo move by Jiang Yu and his two companions, it was nothing short of thrilling. Chapter 60, Who's pulling down my pants? Jiang Yu, that guy. Why did he hit so hard? Zhong Xiao looked so pitiful, like a discarded doll. Come to mommy's arms. No male mommy. No male mommy. You upstairs, don't be ridiculous. I want a male mom. The internet was ablaze with excitement, and the crowd at the scene was equally stirred, unable to calm down for a long time. This scene persisted for over 10 minutes. Until a loud, resonant bell rang out. The great bell tolled. The battle is over. Renjia Academy has lost its combat capability. Victory goes to Tiandu Academy. As soon as the words were spoken, hundreds of celebratory cannons roared in unison. And ribbons filled the sky. A crimson phoenix soared from the horizon, its flight accompanied by the chorus of 100 birds. All cameras focused on the three figures. Jiang Yu smiled with an innocent charm. Hu Yeye burst into hearty laughter, clearly overjoyed. Qianqin, we won. Overcome with excitement, Hu Yeye wrapped her arms around Shu Qianqin's waist and spun her around in joy. Hugging each other, both wore relaxed smiles on their faces. Joy and sorrow don't resonate between people. Jiang Yu only found their commotion annoying. The live stream camera captured this very moment. Ah! Oh my god. This is my favorite episode ever. Make out. Go for it. First off, I'm not a white pufferfish. Second, I don't ship any Aunt Nee stuff, and I'm not into forbidden love either. It'd be even better if they kissed. Hey, upstairs? Your Yen Kingdom map is way too long. Kiss already, for crying out loud. Why aren't they doing it? Didn't you notice Jiang Yu's expression? Seeing that kid get his comeuppance makes me happier than making money. Same here. This kid finally got his comeuppance. Ah ha 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 ha. When Boyan grinned broadly, patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Way to go. Jiang Yu looked up, his eyes filled with reproach. Director 1? Should we get a hug too? When Boyang, ? Don't be ridiculous. Everyone's mouths twitched. When Boyang's face darkened completely. A grown man hugging another grown man and twirling him around? That's a bit hard on the eyes. You brat, act normal. Stop acting crazy. Lu Yan walked over, visibly in a good mood. Her complexion was a bit pale, though. Unusually, she wasn't wearing a crop top but a fitted shirt instead. The whiskey in her hand had been replaced with warm black tea. Jiang Yu, you're doing great. Lu Yan's tone softened unusually. Jiang Yu was utterly stunned. What's wrong with this world? The sun must be rising in the west. Lu Yan can't possibly be this gentle. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. After a long moment, she stammered, Director Lu, did you take the wrong medicine? Get lost. You're the one who's lost your mind. I'm just feeling a bit under the weather. Now that's the Director Lu I know. Glad you didn't take the wrong pills. You really scared me. Let me pat my chest to calm down. As Jiang Yu spoke, he reached out to pat Lu Yan's chest. Lu Yan's face darkened with exasperation. Jiang Yu. You little brat, are you itching for a beating? Jiang Yu gave an awkward smile and silently withdrew her hand. Ha ha. Where does Director Lu feel unwell? I'm a specially appointed soul master from the Wind Spirit Guild. Would you like me to examine your wound? The moment those words left his mouth, Director Lu's face darkened like storm clouds gathering. When Boyang could feel the air pressure around them plummet. Jiang Yu. You just wait. Today's not the day for a fight, but mark my words, I'm keeping track of this. With that, she extended her slender jade-like hand and pinched Jiang Yu's waist before storming off in anger. Lu Yan's smile was forced, while Jiang Yu sucked in a sharp breath. What did I do to upset her now? When Boyang's gaze was like that of someone pitying a mentally challenged person. Director Wen, what kind of look is that? Look, I really am a specially hired soul master for the Fengling Guild. Shu Qianqin and Hu Yeye rolled their eyes in unison, then placed their hands on either side of Jiang Yu's waist and squeezed hard. Ouch. Jiang Yu winced in pain. Take back what I said earlier. This kid is clearly trying to unlock the Crystal Palace. Is this kid genuinely clueless, or is he just playing dumb? He's always got an ice-cold whiskey in hand, but now he's switched to warm black tea. Doesn't he get what that means? Oh. I get it now. He wasn't beaten to death because Director Lu showed mercy. Ha 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 ha. This kid is something else, in every sense. Director Lu's on her period, and he wants to inspect the wound. I can't take it. Let me laugh for a moment. I can't laugh at all. Not even a little bit. The match ended, and both contestants returned to the Winged Spirit Beast deck. Jiang Yu. You're such a freak, you know that? We admit defeat wholeheartedly. The Renjie Academy members were good sports about losing. Sitting on the deck, they chattered away non-stop. Jiang Yu, I'll remember you. You're the first person who could block my spatial slash. Zhong shot out a gulp of beer, slung his arm around Jiang Yu's shoulder with a hearty grin, practically ready to sacrifice a chicken, burn yellow paper, and kowtow to seal their sworn brotherhood. Jiang Yu, if I can't beat you in a fight, I'll beat you in a drinking contest. Today, I'm going to drink you under the table. Ma Quan suddenly stood up. Alright, Zhong Xiao, take it easy. Same goes for you, Ma Quan. Kai Haobo rolled his eyes, already experiencing the joys of parenthood before his time. Director Lu, congratulations. Who would have thought it'd come down to a showdown between our two colleges again? I never imagined it either. Our two universities truly share a special bond, Vice President Lu. The two approached each other, their faces plastered with polite smiles. Yet when their eyes met, sparks flew. The two colleges had long harbored resentment, but out of respect for appearances, neither had dared to openly sever ties. Don't get too cocky, Director Lu. Your victory this time is entirely thanks to that Jiang Yu. Lu Ran leaned close and murmured softly into Lu Yian's ear. Yes, I have Jiang Yu. So what? Jealous? Lu Yian's tone carried a rare hint of petulance. I am envious, but people climb upward while water flows downward. You want to poach my talent? Lu Yian instantly understood. Who can say for sure? Jiang Yu started out as one of the commoners, right? After all, I'm the vice principal of Nirvana Academy. The resources at my disposal are greater than Director Lu's, aren't they? Lu Ran licked her lips and chuckled softly. Perhaps next time, Jiang Yu will be representing our Nirvana Academy. Her face beaming, Lu Ran appeared every bit the close friend to Lu Yian. What a hypocritical woman. Put yourself in her shoes with the terms Lu Ran offered, how could Jiang Yu not be tempted? Lu Yian made up her mind, even if she had to break Jiang Yu's legs, she would keep her at Tiandu Academy. 2:30 a.m. Jiang Yu stumbled back to her room, dazed and reeking of alcohol. She collapsed onto the bed, breathing evenly. Youth is wonderful, she falls asleep instantly. Doesn't she see me here? Wake up, you brat. I've got something to tell you. Lu Yian rolled her eyes, reaching out to grab Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, who's pulling down my pants? Chapter 61, Late Night Ambiguity. Lu Yian froze mid-motion, then her face darkened with exasperation. Who's pulling down your pants? Jiang Yu, wake the hell up. Smack. She shoved Jiang Yu to the floor with a sharp thud. Ouch. What the hell are you doing? Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes. Director Lu? How did you end up in my room? Why am I on the floor? My back hurts so bad. Jiang Yu began wailing like a ghost. Lu Yian sighed, her gaze heavy as she looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. The ground is cold, get up first. I need to talk to you. He. Director Lu cares about me? The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere between them grew peculiar. In the dead of night, a man and a woman alone in a room. It was hard not to think the worst. Who cares about you? Jiang Yu, mark my words, stay away from that sly fox Lu Ran. She's up to no good. Lu Yian's cheeks flushed crimson. Is Director Lu worried I'll be poached by Lu Ran? Jiang Yu's eyes darted, guessing her intentions. Oomph. That woman Lu Ran? She's no pushover. She plays dirty open competition, underhanded tricks, she's got plenty of tricks up her sleeve. I'm worried you're too green to see through that scheming woman. Jiang Yu immediately pounded his chest. Rest assured, even if I die here today, I'd never defect to the enemy. But given my talent, Lu Ran must have offered a hefty price. If I can turn down such generous terms, shouldn't Director Lu show some appreciation? At this remark, Lu Yian fixed Jiang Yu with a wary stare, one hand shielding her chest. What are you doing? You pushed me off the bed and hurt my back. I can't move now, I need a hug to get up. Lu Yian stared at Jiang Yu, who wore a shameless grin. Recalling the boy's words from earlier that day, her anger flared. Get lost. She pulled a handkerchief from her bosom and flung it straight onto Jiang Yu's face. Go to bed early. And wipe your face, there's wine stains on it. Don't let anyone see you like this and embarrass the academy. Without another word, she strode out the door. What a fickle woman. If you don't want to be held, then don't be held. He then took the handkerchief and roughly wiped his face with it. It still carried a lingering warmth. Sigh. I truly am a man of deep sin. Millie rolled her eyes inwardly. Little Millie, are you watching? I know you are. I want you to pick me up. Jiang Yu writhed on the floor like a maggot. Millian's curvaceous figure appeared in the room. She wore a silk nightgown, sheer yet not transparent, light and graceful. The nightgown was long, yet it barely covered the crucial areas. Under the lamplight, her astonishingly proportioned figure was clearly visible. Millian crossed her arms over her chest, leaning against the window, silently observing Jiang Yu on the floor. Her thighs were smooth and rounded like jade. Ah, safety pants. What a failed invention. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. Jiang Yu, you're something else. Having a stunning beauty waiting for you in your room and she's your teacher, no less. You really are a sinner. Millie extended a finger, poking Jiang Yu's forehead with a teasing tone. Hey, Millie, cut it out. There really is dream demon essence milk in the lake. I confirmed it specially for today's competition. Jiang Yu's eyes were unfocused, reeking of alcohol. As for how to get it, I already have a plan. The real issue now, Millie, is your injury. If we don't heal your wound, getting the nightmare essence milk won't do us any good. Sun Elixir is controlled by the military. You can't buy it on the market at all, unless it's from the training camp. But the training camp doesn't start until July, and by then it'll be too late. Jiang Yu's face clouded with worry again. Millie watched quietly as Jiang Yu swayed drunkenly, looking somewhat foolish. A flicker of tenderness crossed Million's face. So, I have an idea. Let's go steal the sun potion. At this suggestion, Million's eyes widened in shock, his eyelids twitching violently. Jiang Yu, do you know what you're saying? Stealing the sun elixir? How incredibly audacious. The sun elixir was strictly controlled. Aside from the military, only forces affiliated with the military could obtain it. The military was teeming with elite fighters, even a 9-star summoner might not escape unscathed. And military-affiliated factions? They're no pushovers either. Compared to robbing the sun elixir, the volcano prison is practically a beginner's dungeon. Do you know what you're saying? Forget the generals within the military, there's the supreme commander overseeing all 3 armies. That's a powerhouse surpassing even a 9-star summoner. Just the 2 of us? That's no different from suicide. Jiang Yu, I think you're really drunk. No? Little Millie, I'm not drunk. The military's sun potion is strictly controlled, but what about the missing potions? Missing sun potions? Their control is ironclad. Unless the military intended it, how could any go missing? Million frowned in confusion. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. He pulled out his phone. The contact was Lin Lei, and the message was from yesterday. Brother Yuan Xiong really went all out this time. He put up 3 vials of sun elixir. I don't believe the thieves won't take the bait. Little Millie, do you think I treated Yuan Xiong out of respect alone? Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Yuan Xiong's unit being recalled must mean something major is happening. Parasite seeds require physical contact to be successfully implanted. Their Sakura's closely guarded secret, no one else could possibly learn this technique. The fact that someone could implant the parasite into General Yuan Xiong proves there's a mole within. Before the troops depart, we must purge the traitor with decisive action. Jiang Yu's gaze grew intense. What does that even mean? Even if Yuan Xiong offers the sun potion, the other side might not take the bait. Million was filled with doubt. This brings us to the potion I concocted. The one suffering from the parasite now is the mole colluding with little Sakura. Parasites fear sunlight. And the sun potion, guess why it's called sun? Jiang Yu's lips stretched into a grin nearly reaching his ears. At this moment, Jiang Yu's eyes held not a trace of haze or murkiness, only a deep, dark intensity. You had this planned all along? Jiang Yu remained silent for a long moment. Million slowly crouched down, studying Jiang Yu's sharply defined features. Bathed in moonlight, Jiang Yu appeared utterly intoxicated. Million extended her delicate hand, gently caressing her. She stood up, bent over, and gently lifted Jiang Yu into her arms. After tucking the blanket around him, she smiled. What a little rascal, impossible to figure out. She leaned down and placed a tender kiss on Jiang Yu's forehead. Sweet dreams tonight, my master. Jiang Yu's plan was simple. He would wait for the mole to lose control and attempt to seize the sun elixir, then strike like a sparrow from behind. The parasite strain, while not fatal, would make death seem preferable. A truly living hell. As for the target not taking the bait? Absolutely impossible. Someone who would betray their own kind for personal gain, how could such a person possess the fortitude to endure the torment of the parasite strain? Chapter 62, Visiting the Long Family. 2 days prior, Jiang Yu had sought out Yuan Xiong again and learned of this plan. These vials of sun elixir were considered compensation beyond the agreed payment. However, this is contingent on Jiang Yu being able to catch the mole. In the Academy team competition, the victors were Tiandu Academy and their old rivals, Nirvana Academy. Yuan Ying narrowly missed out. The finals would commence in 1 week. The next morning, Jiang Yu yawned as she stepped out of her room. Shu Qianxin's gaze scrutinized Jiang Yu as her delicate, jade-like nose twitched up and down. Jiang Yu, why do you smell like a girl? What were you doing last night? Jiang Yu sniffed herself. No way. I don't smell anything. I read online that when your genes choose your life partner, you can smell a fragrance. Do you like me? Jiang Yu said with a smug look. Shu Qianxin froze, while Hu Yeye jumped up and punched Jiang Yu hard. Jiang Yu, are you looking for trouble? The group bickered and jostled their way to the cafeteria for lunch. Jiang Yu? Aren't we supposed to be looking for you, Yuan Xiong? Jiang Yu swallowed a bite of bun. Little Millie, you're still too young. Do you even know what an alibi is? Besides, the competition's on hold for now. I plan to pay the Long family a visit. A sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Some things were better clarified sooner rather than later. Within the secret realm lay the Long family stronghold. A golden dragon danced across the massive banner. The entire structure resembled a divine dragon guarding its domain. The entrance lay at the massive dragon's head, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Jiang Yu looked around. A dragon-like aura swirled overhead. Most people, intimidated by this aura, would tremble in fear and instinctively shrink back. It's similar to the 4 sacred guardians at the academy. Jiang Yu stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. Before Jiang Yu could move, a man approached with purposeful strides. He stood tall and straight, clad in a flying fish robe and wielding a dragon-scale curved blade. He appraised Jiang Yu from head to toe before breaking into a gentle smile. "May I ask what brings you here?" Jiang Yu offered an innocent smile. "You must be Jiang Yu? The acting head instructed me to escort you directly to him. Please follow me." The man led the way, and Jiang Yu followed closely behind. Broad-shouldered and sturdy, the dragon-scale curved blade in his hand emitted a faint dragon's roar. At least a 7-star summoner. Truly befitting a great summoner clan so formidable. After all, a 7-star summoner was capable of standing alone. They walked straight through to the main hall. The main hall was spacious and imposing. Behind the hardwood seats hung a painting depicting a divine dragon churning the river. Acting head of the family. Jiang Yu has been brought. Jiang Yu lifted her head. The man seated at the head of the hall wore an unusually softened expression. His temples were streaked with gray, betraying an air of efficiency, yet his gaze now fixed on Jiang Yu was complex. Jiang Yu's features bore a certain resemblance to the man's. "So you're Xiaotian's child? You've grown so much already?" Jiang Yu froze, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. "This gentleman." Jiang Yu momentarily didn't know how to address the man before her. "Call me uncle. I'm your father's brother. How much do you remember about your father?" The man's tone held a hint of hope. Jiang Yu shook her head. Ever since she could remember, she and her little sister had been relying on each other for survival. "Is that so? It seems he never told you. Your father was hailed as the greatest prodigy in the Long family, as brilliant as you are. Unfortunately. Could you tell me a little more about my father?" The man nodded and gestured to the seat beside him. "Let's sit down and talk. All I know about your father's disappearance is that it's connected to the Star War. He never spoke of it to us. After your mother gave birth to you 2 siblings, he sent you both to Baobin City. To avoid implicating the family, he even severed ties with them. Ridiculous. What kind of great summoner clan can't even protect a woman and his own children?" The man gave a self-mocking laugh, his face clouding with desolation. "Truthfully, we didn't even know where you 2 siblings were. If it weren't for your acceptance into Tiandu Academy. And your mother, I'm sure you've already guessed." Jiang Yu nodded and pulled out the photograph of the 9-winged fallen angel. The girl in the picture wore an icy expression, as cold as a deity. Black thorns encircled her body, 2 enormous spikes piercing her palms, blood dripping down the dark thorns. "I'm ashamed before you 2 siblings. Your mother is in the Long family. Do you wish to see her?" "I don't know." Jiang Yu's vision blurred, a rare occurrence. In the memories of 2 lifetimes, there was no mother. "Ah. Come with me." To protect her, we had no choice but to claim she was imprisoned. The man rose, his gaze fixed on the divine dragon stirring the river scroll. With a sweeping gesture, the sword at his waist drew from its scabbard. His palm slid along the blade, instantly coating it in blood. "Go!" Blood splattered onto the divine dragon stirring the river painting. The blood was absorbed, and the divine dragon within the painting seemed to come alive. The world depicted in the painting appeared to materialize before their eyes. "This is the Long family's secret realm. Only those of the Long bloodline may enter." The 2 stepped into the secret realm, one ahead, the other behind. The architecture of the secret realm closely resembled that of the ancient Ministry of Justice. Level after level. Each level held prisoners. Winged angels. A writhing mass of flesh. At the base of the spiral staircase, a simple room brims with the warmth of daily life. A kettle steamed, surrounded by 4 teacups. Sunlight streamed through the window, stretching the kettle's reflection into a long shadow. A woman in a black dress, serene and gentle. From the front, she bore a 70% resemblance to Jiang Junyu. The difference was that Jiang Junyu possessed a youthful liveliness, while the woman in black radiated a gentler, more reserved grace. She also bore a 70% resemblance to Jiang Yu. "Little Yu?" The woman looked at Jiang Yu and spoke slowly. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before entering the room, appearing somewhat awkward and hesitant. "You've grown up, haven't you? And taller too. When I left you siblings back then, you were still like a little kitten." The woman seemed genuinely delighted, her words brimming with affectionate chatter. But it was affectionate, and Jiang Yu didn't mind. "You really do resemble him. Don't blame your father, he had his reasons. You're the older brother now. You must take good care of." Jiang Yu listened silently. The sunlight held no warmth within the secret realm, it was artificial. The woman slept, tears glistening in her eyes. Her condition is dire. That she's held on this long is nothing short of miraculous. We've consulted numerous soul masters, but... The man entered the room and sighed. Jiang Yu's eyes shimmered with light. The woman's soul bore a massive wound. Xiao Tian, did he leave this thing for you? Well, that's fine. What this thing is, I cannot say. But this thing brought disaster upon your father. The battle of the heavenly star was fought over this very thing. Jiang Yu merely touched his forehead. Chapter 63, The Potion in Hand. Is this what he left for me? What truly happened? Only the old men who fought in the celestial Star War know. And Lilith, the Witch of the Night. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed instantly. A night of pitch-black darkness and howling winds perfect for murder. Jiang Yu wore a black cloak, deliberately layering 2 extra garments to appear more rounded. She slipped a bronze mask over her face and flexed her limbs. Little Millie, it's time to go. Millie sighed, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Are you serious? Of course. Marian froze in disbelief before asking, how confident are you? About 80%. Once we get the sun potion, it'll heal your injuries. As for the dark holy prayer, I've got a plan for that too. Millie opened her mouth, then finally let out a faint smile. Fine. I'll go along with your madness today. Dark clouds blanketed the sky as torrential rain poured down. Like a waterfall, it poured down upon the entire secret realm. Jiang Yu bent low, clad in a waterproof black robe, weaving through the dense forest. Before long, she reached the summit of Tianjing Mountain. What are we doing here? Millian's puzzled voice echoed. Jiang Yu glanced at her phone. The mole has already made their move. We're lying in wait here. I trust Uncle Lin Lei's side is on full alert by now. Flashback to 2 days earlier. Yuan Xiong and Lin Lei looked at Jiang Yu with concern. Brother Jiang, are you truly fine on your own? Are you absolutely certain you don't need me to send reinforcements? Jiang Yu shook his head. Rest assured, brothers. I'll make sure the mole doesn't come back alive. I need you to corner the mole near Tianshishan Mountain, then hold your position. Under no circumstances should you ascend the mountain. I'll set up an ambush there. Alright. We'll do as you say. But you must stay safe. If you're outmatched, come back immediately. I'll personally lead the troops. Though puzzled, Yuan Xiong didn't dwell on it. Jiang Yu felt a warm surge in his heart and nodded firmly. The reason for choosing Tianding Mountain was because a Morningstar-level nightmare had once fallen into the lake there. Thus, the presence of a nightmare spirit on the mountaintop would not arouse suspicion. Moreover, Jiang Yu was merely a lowly 4-star summoner. The traitor would surely underestimate her. If they launched a large-scale manhunt within the secret realm, desperate enemies cornered would inevitably cause unnecessary casualties. Breaking news! The mole strikes again, this time targeting the sun potion. The mole, lurking for years, has finally shown its hand. Special thanks to informant Jiang Yu. Breaking news dominated every online platform. The entire network was stunned not by the mole's capture, but by Jiang Yu. Isn't that kid competing in the Superstar tournament? How did he find time to report the mole? No idea. But remember last time? Lier Jiang was also exposed by Jiang Yu. This kid is practically the mole's nemesis. As national opinion turned overwhelmingly against him, Jiang Yu sat down calmly. Moments later, a man clad in a long robe appeared, panting heavily, near the perimeter of Tiandingshan. His expression was as changeable as the weather, and his robe bore the emblem of the Special Recruitment Division. A specially recruited Soul Master from the military. Jiang Yu nodded silently to herself. The Soul Master could get close to Yuan Xiong. Placing the parasitic species onto Yuan Xiong's body wouldn't be overly complicated. Beneath the man's skin, something writhed incessantly. He clawed furiously at his skin, tearing it off until blood poured freely. Damn it! Jiang Yu, where did you come from? Always ruining my plans. Is that so? My apologies, then. From the shadows of the forest, a figure clad in a black coat and wearing a bizarre mask emerged. The man's pupils contracted. Who are you? Could it be Jiang Yu? Well, this was easier than I expected. The man stood up, his face twisted into a vicious grimace. As expected of someone close to Brother Yuan, even this disguise couldn't fool you. Jiang Yu removed the bronze mask, revealing his harmless-looking face. Don't mention him to me. I've followed him for decades, can't I even enjoy myself? He showed no mercy. Don't blame me for showing no loyalty. The mission may have failed. But as long as I kill you, it won't be a complete failure. The prodigy of the Superstar tournament, the future pillar of Hua Nation. Killing you will surely make for some spectacular expressions on those high-ranking officials' faces. 6 stars adorned the man's robe. Jiang Yu. What can I say about you? A mere 4-star summoner killing you is like slaughtering a chicken. Killing you will be a fitting pledge of loyalty. The man ranted on and on. Jiang Yu picked at his ear. Do all villains talk this much? Don't you know they all die because they talk too much? Xiao Mili. Move. In an instant, a crimson moon enveloped the two. The pink moon resembled an eye, coldly observing everything below. Lu Wendy's expression turned grim. What is this? Crimson domain? How could you possibly? The figure of Millian flashed before Lu Wendy's eyes. Millian Felix. How is this possible? Lu Wendy was utterly shocked. He recognized this military fugitive, especially one with a bounty as high as 4 billion. Jiang Yu, don't you fear exposure? If word gets out, there won't be a place for you anywhere in China. Enough nonsense. Leave no trace of Mylene. Lu Wendy pressed his palms together. A massive blue bird materialized before him. Lu Wendy leapt onto its back. The bird flapped its wings, stirring up a whirlwind around them. Only a fool would fight you. I'm taking the serum and getting out of here. The gale swept through as the azure giant bird soared skyward like a shooting star. In an instant, beneath the crimson moon, crimson beams of light formed. Mid-air, within the crimson domain. The light arrows bounced off each other relentlessly, eventually forming a dense hail of light arrows. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as a blue giant bird was pierced by a beam of light, its blood splattering across the sky. Lu Wendy wasn't much better off, riddled with holes like a sieve. Pour a bottle of water down his throat, and he'd become a human showerhead. One bird, one man, two bodies plummeted heavily from the sky. Jiang Yu stepped forward, kicking aside the clothes to reveal the iron box clutched in his arms. It had been intact moments ago, containing 3 golden yellow potions. They pulsed like flames, radiating intense heat. Found them. 3 sun potions. Good work, little Millie. Let's head down the mountain now. Next time I'll get you some nightmare essence milk. Millian rolled her eyes as the crimson moon vanished from the sky. What's with the nightmare essence lotion? Stop giving it weird names. It's an inheritance. Do you even understand what that means? Got it, nightmare essence lotion. Got it, Millie, it's nightmare essence lotion. The two bickered like a young couple. Millie was filled with confusion. Jiang Yu was shrouded in mystery, making him utterly unpredictable. I wonder what secrets these people are hiding. Little Millie, after all this hard work, you'd better reward me well. A gentle smile touched Millian's lips. What a little man he is. All right. What reward would my master like? Chapter 64, Lilith. What's going on? A flicker of confusion crossed Yuan Xion's eyes. Moments ago, he had sensed a faintly familiar aura. His brow furrowed slightly. Brother Yuan? What's wrong? Lin Lei asked from the side. Yuan Xiong shook his head. Probably just my imagination. Brother Jiang should be done with his business by now. At the foot of the Tianjing Mountains, Jiang Yu's figure appeared. How did it go? The two men looked at him expectantly. Mission accomplished. Jiang Yu gave a rough account of the events, naturally leaving out Millian. Ah. It was him after all. I had my suspicions before, but never dared to confirm it. He was the first brother to follow me. Never imagined. Gazing at Lu Wendy's corpse, a self-mocking expression flickered in Yuan Xion's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan Xiong clenched his fist, producing a crisp cracking sound. Right. Discipline has been restored. Things have been unsettled lately, with some causing trouble over there. The higher-ups have made their decision we're conducting a military exercise. Ha! A fiery intensity burned in Yuan Xiong's eyes. Then I wish you victory in your first battle, Brother Yuan. You're absolutely right. Hit them hard, those bastards. Lin Lei spoke bluntly, voicing his thoughts without reservation. None of them mentioned the matter of the sun elixir. Back at the hotel, Jiang Yuchen sprawled out on the bed. The reason for returning to the hotel so early was that there was important business to attend to. The sun elixir, known in ancient times as the essence of sun and moon, contained immense energy. Whether for boosting soul power or healing injuries, it was an unparalleled sacred elixir. He lay there for half an hour. Silence enveloped the vast hotel, broken only by the flickering lights. It's time. Come out, little Millie. Millian rolled her eyes. Next time you call me out, could you please not shout? Ihia. What the hell is ha supposed to mean? Her fists clenched. Millian felt a sharp pain in her chest from the anger. I never imagined you'd actually get your hands on the sun potion. Millian said with a sigh. Inside the exquisite box, 3 vials radiating scorching heat lay quietly. I told you, I'll heal your wounds and then get the nightmare essence milk. Jiang Yu took out a vial of sun elixir and tossed it directly to Millian. You're just handing me such a precious potion? I really have no idea what secrets you're hiding, kid. Millian licked her lips. Jiang Yu sat up abruptly, his gaze intense as he fixed it on her. He raised a finger and placed it gently on her lips. Within the room, Jiang Yu's eyes shone brightly as he spoke calmly. Shoo. It's enough that you know I'm your master. The rest you don't need to know. Millian froze. Jiang Yu radiated an irresistible allure, like honey in a trap, sweet and deadly. Millian was intensely curious about the secrets Jiang Yu held. In an instant, a torrential downpour erupted. Raindrops formed lines merged into sheets, and the rain fell like a waterfall, pouring down relentlessly. Little Millie, tend to your wounds first. I've already figured out a way to handle the dark holy prayer. Millian pondered for a moment, her voice tinged with doubt. You really have a solution? The dark holy prayer is the dark holy court's closely guarded secret. Of course. Once you're mostly recovered, we'll go find Lilith. At these words, Millie froze. Lilith is imprisoned in the volcanic dungeon, guarded by a high-ranking military commander. Miriam's face twisted in disbelief, as if she'd misheard. She pinched the demonic horn on her head. Are you serious? Absolutely. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Because, little Million, you're family to me. Of course I'll help you. Jiangyu looked utterly sincere. Millie felt a warm glow in her heart. Her fondness for Jiangyu grew. But you have to tell me, how do you know Lilith? The moment Jiangyu spoke, the warmth in Millie's heart vanished instantly. Her fondness for Jiangyu diminished. Whether it was her stepfather's disappearance or the Star War of years past, Lilith was always at the center of it all. Helping Million was merely a passing gesture. As for what Million hadn't considered, Jiangyu retorted, I haven't been inside her head to see, so how would I know? There are only two ways to see Lilith, either force your way in, or get dragged in. Those dragged in have their soul seas shattered, left dazed and confused all day. Not even worth considering. That leaves only one path, charging in headfirst. Forcing entry inevitably meant clashing with the military's elite fighters. Currently, Million, the legendary tier, is injured. Forcing entry into the volcanic prison is still a bit unrealistic. Little Millie, here are all 3 sun potions. How long can you sustain full power with these? Jiangyu asked thoughtfully. If you give me all 3 potions, half an hour should be enough. I just worry you won't be able to hold out that long. Alright. Take these 3 potions for now. You're really going to storm the volcano prison? Are you serious? Million sounded incredulous. Jiangyu suddenly fell silent. Little Millie, I have reasons I can't ignore. It's not just for you. Do you think I'm overreaching? Jiangyu's face betrayed a look of hesitation. Jiangyu, didn't you say you'd been reborn? Didn't you get the script for the future? What are you afraid of now? Jiangyu froze, the vision of hellfire scorching the earth flashing through her mind. She never imagined she'd end up needing Millie's comfort. Jiangyu gave a self-deprecating smile before gathering her resolve. She grabbed a sun potion and, under Million's puzzled gaze, shoved it roughly into her hands. The moment it touched her lips, Million's eyes widened, and she gagged involuntarily. Ugh! There! Little Millie, this is a precious thing. Drink it all. Not a single drop left. Millie's face flushed crimson with annoyance. She swore this brat was doing it on purpose. She wanted to kick him hard in the butt with her black leather high heels. Cough cough. You bastard. There's a weird taste in my mouth. The scalding liquid slid down her throat, seeping into every fiber of her being. Millie knelt on the ground, a thin thread of silver-white saliva stretching from the corner of her mouth. Hang in there, Millie, the potion's working. Jiangyu sat on the bed, looking down at her. For a moment, the two stared each other down. My body feels so hot. Millie frowned, a muffled groan escaping her throat. The power of the sun potion slowly seeped deep into her flesh and blood. The entire process was utterly uncomfortable. The 2 tails on her back thrashed wildly. Oomph. Little Millie, hang in there a little longer, it might sting just a tiny bit. After a full 10 minutes, a glimmer of clarity returned to Million's eyes. Torrential rain poured down as dark clouds hung low over the city. At that moment, Million resembled a tiny sun, radiating heat outward. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. 2.5 hours. Chapter 65, Alone. Could it be a failure? Jiangyu stood up, sat beside Million, and examined her from head to toe. Her skin looks even better, and her bust has grown, no wonder it's the sun potion. Jiangyu pointed and remarked, inwardly marveling. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. This saying proved true indeed. Jiangyu. Have you seen enough? Do you like it? It's beautiful. Jiangyu's thoughts were now entirely dominated by her little brother. Nice, huh? Heh. I'll bite you to death. Do you have any idea how much I suffered these past few hours? Million opened her eyes, pounced on Jiangyu, and sank her teeth into his neck, leaving a conspicuous red mark. Don't bite. Don't scratch. I just tamed these boxers. Millie sat on the bed while Jiangyu stood beside her, a scratch now marring his handsome face. Ouch. You really went for it. Serves you right. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? Swallowing that sun elixir without dying is pure luck. Mylene rolled her eyes. Ha ha. Next time I'll make sure you're prepared. Jiangyu gave an awkward smile. Million's face darkened. That kid truly, you can't expect pearls from swine. Jiangyu rubbed his neck where a plum pit-sized red mark throbbed painfully. Ouch. Million leaned down, gently stroking the red mark on Jiangyu's neck. Serves you right. Does it hurt? Let me see. Little Millie feels sorry for me? Millie rolled her eyes. Alright, let's get down to business. I plan to break into the volcano prison after the Superstar tournament ends. With the Superstar tournament underway, I'm under everyone's watchful eye. Disappearing now would only spark suspicion. If the volcano prison gets stormed at the same time, anyone with half a brain will connect it to me. Jiangyu analyzed seriously. This guy, he actually looks kinda handsome when he's serious? Million leaned against the wall. For some reason, having Jiang Yu nearby made her feel at ease. No one else had ever made her feel this way. Moreover, Jiang Yu was shrouded in an air of mystery that was impossible to ignore. Not even the Pope of the Dark Holy Heaven or the Archangel Michael had ever evoked such a sense of mystery in her. Little Millie, why are you staring at me like that? Oh, nothing. She turned her head away, avoiding Jiang Yu's gaze. But, let me get this out of the way. We only have one chance. We must plan meticulously. If things go south midway, we'll immediately prioritize our own safety and just run. Jiang Yu's tone was unprecedentedly serious, even bordering on command. High risk, high reward, but that doesn't mean we should risk our lives. The next morning, the sky began to lighten. Jiang Yu lay sprawled on the bed, not having slept a wink. Ah! That was the most comfortable sleep ever. Jiang Yu opened her eyes. Jiang Yu, are you awake yet? Director Lu is treating us today, he's taking us out for a feast. Alright. I'll be right there. Jiang Yu finished washing up. The group gathered in the hotel lobby. Jiang Yu, how confident are you about the finals in a few days? When Boyan walked beside her and asked quietly. Don't worry. Of course I'm confident. I watched Nirvana Academy's matches. Their strength is weaker than Renjie Academy's, not to mention that Lin Mo just focus your attacks on his main body. Hu Yeye jumped up beside them, slapped Jiang Yu on the back, then spun around to stand before the group. With her hands behind her back, she stepped back while speaking. Exactly. The advantage is ours. Even if we're not up to the task, we've still got Jiang Yu. Director Lu has high hopes for you. If you lose, think about the consequences yourself. Shu Qianqi nodded, a faint smile touching her lips. Hey, you guys can't just stand by and watch me get beaten up. Opening champagne at halftime isn't exactly proper etiquette, Jiang Yu complained. Jiang Yu, what happened to your neck? How did you get that injury? What were you doing last night? Everyone's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu's neck. When Boyang frowned. Jiang Yu, if I recall correctly, you just turned 18. You need to know your limits. Youth isn't a license to squander. Though the adult world is all filthy. I got bitten by a mosquito while sleeping last night. Everyone rolled their eyes. A mosquito bite? You're pulling our leg. Where on earth would mosquitoes come from in this grand hotel? TSK. Men. Shenqin, let's keep our distance from this filthy man. Let him go on his own. Lu Yin's gaze, too, was filled with displeasure as she looked at Jiang Yu. I'm so disappointed in you. Jiang Yu. It really is a mosquito bite. Do you believe me or not? The ancient-style building stood 6 stories tall. A massive sign weathered by time. This is the place. Fulai Ju. What a splurge. We might end up eating more than we should later. When Boyong chuckled heartily. The grilled meats at Fulai Ju are truly exceptional. They use the finest ingredients, offering tremendous nourishment for the soul. The group took their seats. Jiang Yu devoured chunks of meat while downing beer alongside Wen Boyong. The other girls chattered away together. Never underestimate those from Nirvana Academy. Though their apparent strength might even fall short of Renjie Academy, their ability to defeat Hangyu Academy speaks volumes. Among them, there's this guy named Chen Anji. His strength is no joke. And he's got serious connections. His dad holds a high-ranking position, a real big shot. His father. Jiang Yu paused mid-bite. If I recall correctly, the volcanic prison is under his father's jurisdiction, right? 8-star summoner Zhan Anzhong. After facing his son, we'll have to take on the old man himself. Lost in thought, Jiang Yu's chopsticks slowed, allowing Hu Yeye to snatch the last piece of grilled meat. And you know what? Shenanji will probably get specially recruited once he hits 9-star summoner. Hu Yeye said as she chewed. None of that matters. No matter who this Shenanji is, we won't lose. That superstar tournament trophy belongs in their academy's hall. Well said. Is Director Lu joining us for dinner? A familiar voice drifted in from outside the door. A woman carrying an elegant clutch bag, with a figure that was a bit too much, smiled warmly at Jiang Yu. Lu Ran? What brings you here? Lu Yen frowned. Director Lu, you're being too formal. Everyone is welcome at Fulaju. Naturally, I'm here to properly reward the contestants. Lu Ran blew a smoke ring as she stepped into the private room. Young Mr. Jiang Yu, would you care to join your sister for a little gathering? You never know, I might just have something you're looking for. Ha ha. Though I'm tempted, I'll pass. After all, Tiandu Academy is my home. I can't very well run away from home, can I? Chapter 66, just to help you. When Boyang's gaze softened. A satisfied smile touched Lu Yan's lips. Lu Ran looked at Jiang Yu, seeing a resolute glint in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she broke into a smile. I see. Well then, I shan't keep you any longer. Enjoy yourselves. After all, the next time we meet will be on the competition field. Lu Ran turned and walked out of the private room. Jiang Yu. Well said. It's been ages since we saw that woman Lu Ran get put in her place. Whatever you want, just ask. Lu Yen beamed with delight, wrapping her arms around Jiang Yu while wildly ruffling her hair with the other hand. Director Lu, I'm an adult now. Mind your manners, no inappropriate physical contact between men and women. Oh, so you've finally grown a pair, little brat? Jiang Yu. I'll endure it. A true man dwells between heaven and earth. Naturally capable of bending and stretching. Instantly, Jiang Yu's face was plastered with a fawning smile. Director Lu, big sister Lu, I heard there's an auction nearby. What's that about? I need several rare medicinal herbs, but they're too expensive for me to afford. Fine. Since I'm in a good mood these days and to make up for the humiliation with Lu Ran, I'll buy them for you. Wen Boyang swallowed the drink in his mouth with some difficulty. Is this even possible? This guy sure has a way with the ladies, huh? Jiang Yu stood Lu Yen up multiple times, leaving Lu Yen waiting for hours in the freezing wind. Honestly, it was a miracle that Lu Yen hadn't chopped him up and fed him to the dogs. TSK TSK TSK. Facing the gossipy stares of the others, Lu Yen's face flushed with a rare mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Jiang Yu is just like my little brother. It's only natural for an older sister to spend money on her little brother, right? Wen Boyang rolled his eyes. After finishing their meal, the group. They arrived at a vast plaza already crowded with people. Many were summoners, all waiting for something. What are we doing here? Hu Yaya was full of questions. To attend the auction, of course. The auction within the secret realm is held periodically, and the venue is right above us. You'll see when we get there. As they spoke, a distant, piercing cry echoed from the heavens. Everyone looked up. A colossal whale gently flapped its fins, its immense form shrouding the entire sky. Winds roared and clouds churned, obscuring the sun and sky. Have you heard of the Kunpeng? A mythical beast from ancient legends, of immense size. Shu Qianqin's voice trembled with awe. Correct, your foundation is solid. This is the sky whale, possessing a trace of Kunpeng bloodline. The auction will be held on its back, everyone, take your positions. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a fierce gale erupted. Beneath the sunlight, a vast swarm of bubbles surged toward the crowd. Enveloping the crowd, they drifted steadily upward toward the sky. Look at that cloud. It looks just like a hamburger. How fascinating. Hu Yaya exclaimed excitedly. Shu Qianqin also looked around curiously, like a kitten discovering something fascinating. They're students from Tiandu Academy. The clothes they wore were the standard Tiandu Academy uniforms. Jiang Yu led the way. Countless bubbles enveloped everyone. The surfaces of the bubbles shimmered with shifting light, obscuring the figures within. At the very center, atop a massive bubble, stood a young girl. She wore a short skirt, her smile radiant and sunny. Jiang Yu halted in her tracks. Looks like I won't have to pay after all. Someone's more than happy to foot the bill for you, Lu Yen remarked pointedly. Lu Qingqing. What is she doing here? Jiang Yu exclaimed in astonishment. After all this time, you still don't know Lu Qingqing's background? The Lu family merchants guild, you must have heard of them? Lu Yen looked utterly astonished. What on earth was going on in this kid's head? Jiang Yu nodded blankly, confusion etched across his face. Wasn't she just some dumb girl? The daughter of a minor merchant from Baobin City, what kind of background or status could she possibly have? Lu Yen rolled her eyes, poking Jiang Yu's forehead with her index finger. Don't call me silly niece. The Lu family merchants guild. Lu Qingqing. Got it now? Jiang Yu sucked in a sharp breath. The rich woman is right beside me. How terrifying. The girl I'd always despised as a simpleton turned out to be the princess of a top merchant guild. It's straight out of a fantasy novel. Jiang Yu, oh Jiang Yu, I don't even know what to say to you. Did you really think a small-town school could possibly exchange students with Tiandu Academy? The principal originally refused, but Lu Qingqing offered far too much. Jiang Yu. Spotting Jiang Yu from afar, Lu Qingqing waved and jogged over. Hello, Teacher 1. Who would have thought? Jiang Yu's little sidekick turns out to be the heiress of the Lu family trading company. You've got some nerve, kid. TSK. Jiang Yu, do you realize you're practically becoming a scumbag? Jiang Yu instantly felt his head spin. The group walked and chatted. Lu Yen led the way. She glanced at Lu Qingqing inside. She could tell Jiang Yu wasn't truly invested in their relationship, they were destined to be torn apart. Moreover, though Jiang Yu appeared carefree, he bore immense pressure. What on earth was this kid carrying? What secrets did he hold? Lu Qingqing followed behind Jiang Yu, chattering incessantly. Lu Qingqing, giving me these herbs like this, won't you get into trouble? Lu Qingqing nodded, standing beside Jiang Yu with an unusually docile air, like a dutiful young wife. It's just this little bit. What trouble could it possibly cause? Jiang Yu was speechless. Alright, I admit my perspective is narrow. To the Lu family's heiress, the value of these herbs was less than that of an intricately shaped stone. Jiang Yu, what are you buying all these herbs for? Lu Qingqing was a bit curious. Buying all these herbs was for concocting a potion that could rapidly enhance one's soul power. Jiang Yu had no intention of revealing this secret. I'm a specially appointed soul master for the Wind Spirit Association. I plan to develop some potions. At this, Lu Qingqing's eyes lit up. Once you've developed them, could you give them to me? I'll see if I can sell them, and you'll get all the money. Jiang Yu sighed. She reached out and ruffled the girl's hair. You really don't have to do this. You didn't have to do that afternoon either, Lu Qingqing retorted. Jiang Yu looked helpless. In that situation, how could I just stand by and do nothing? If I'd known you'd be such a handful, I shouldn't have gotten involved that day. Ha ha. The girl covered her mouth, letting out a series of silver bell-like laughs. I just wanted to help you. The last words remained buried in her heart. Lu Qingqing noticed something had changed in Jiang Yu. Beneath her carefree exterior lay immense pressure, like a volcano poised to erupt. Jiang Yu never mentioned it. Lu Qingqing wouldn't pry. She only knew that when Jiang Yu needed help, she had to be worthy of standing by her side. Lu Qingqing possessed no extraordinary talent in the path of summoning. Therefore, she must seize control of the Lu family merchants guild. Even if it meant enduring countless hardships. All for the sake of being able to help you. Chapter 67, Water of Life. Skillfully refining mystic pills. Jiang Yu's Shendan, crafted using methods vastly different from modern potions, yet sharing a similar effect in its purpose. He stowed away the mystic pills, while several vials of potions floated nearby. The substances were reddish-brown in color and emitted an unusual odor. The leftover scraps were sufficient to concoct several more potions. Spirit Melting Potion. This should turn a profit. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a frenzied grin. The Soul Melting Potion could significantly purify one's soul power. While using the potion could rapidly increase soul power. It also causes the soul power to become impure. This requires arduous meditation to purify the soul power of its impurities. The Soul Melting Potion, however, spares practitioners this arduous meditation period. Others who take drugs to enhance their soul power still have to pause to purify the impurities. With the Soul Melting Potion, the impurity cleansing step is eliminated, allowing continuous potion consumption for uninterrupted enhancement. Of course, such a potent potion comes with limitations. It only proves effective for 6-star summoners. For 5-star summoners, its utility is negligible. For 6-star summoners, while it offers some benefit, it remains less efficient than meditation. Jiang Yu, are you sure this is okay? Lu Qingqing walked ahead, her long black hair swaying as she occasionally glanced back at Jiang Yu. Relax. Don't you trust me? Lu Qingqing nodded and led Jiang Yu into the main hall. One of the men in the group stroked his chin, looking puzzled. That kid behind Miss Lu looks familiar. Did you just come out of the mountains? That kid is Jiang Yu. Not only is he exceptionally talented, but he's got a 1.1 charm factor with the ladies. Stop sighing. We can't envy that. At the counter stood an old man. Frail and aged, yet his eyes were sharp and shrewd. Second uncle. Lu Qingqing called out obediently. All right, you little rascal. You never come to see me without some trouble. What do you want this time? He. Uncle still cares about me. I brought a friend to meet you. His gaze fell on Jiang Yu, and the old man's expression softened. Jiang Yu, your name is well known. This is our second meeting, right? Young man, what do you wish to consign for auction? Or perhaps you're looking to buy something? This old man can assist you with either. If I recall correctly, this lad is also a soul master. Not many people leave a lasting impression on old Master Lu. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Jiang Yu needed no introduction. The elder behind the counter was a heavyweight figure. One of the pillars of the Lu Family Merchants Guild, a rare top-tier human soul master, and a key contributor to the development of both the Stellar Elixir and the Solar Elixir. Jiang Yu made no attempt to conceal her identity as a specially appointed soul master of the Wind Spirit Guild. Her credentials were readily available online. This is the second time. Jiang Yu nodded. The first time was at the opening ceremony of the Superstar Tournament. That towering Jianmu tree had left an indelible impression on him. Old master, take a look at this first. Jiang Yu casually tossed the potion. The elder caught it and examined it closely. A hint of astonishment flickered beneath his eyes. This. May I ask who developed this potion? I developed it. What do you think? Does it meet your standards, old Lu? Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. This is terrifying. Would you be interested in signing a contract to license this potion to our Lu family? As for compensation, rest assured, we won't shortchange you. At these words, everyone looked at each other in astonishment. That old Lu would propose such terms was simply unbelievable. May I ask, old Master Lu, what exactly is the medicine Jiang Yu has developed? After a moment of silence, one member of the group cautiously inquired. It would be presumptuous of me to explain it myself. Let the developer of the formula tell you. All eyes turned back to Jiang Yu. Ahem. Jiang Yu cleared his throat. It's nothing particularly remarkable, merely a method to purge the impurities that accumulate in one's soul power after consuming potions. At these words, everyone's hearts trembled. The elders savored the meaning of her statement. Then, expressions of utter astonishment spread across their faces. Removing impurities from soul power enhanced by potions. And you call that a minor effect? Everyone screamed inwardly. This meant that with sufficient potions, one could rapidly enhance soul power without side effects. In other words, with sufficient resources, anyone could become a genius. Then, how high a rank of summoner could benefit from this? Everyone perked up their ears, listening intently. About 6 stars, I suppose. The shock that washed over them was beyond words. They couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Terrifying. Only 6 stars? This kid is totally trolling. 6-star summoners aren't exactly commonplace, they're the backbone of any force. He can mass-produce 6-star summoners. This kid is going to defy the heavens. This kid is going to defy the heavens. Not only is his summoner talent off the charts, but he's also a top-tier soul master. Is he trying to make us all obsolete? It's a shame that while it works on 6-star summoners, the effect is too weak. Old Lu's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Precisely because its utility for 6-star summoners was so limited, its value wasn't particularly high. If it truly offered significant benefits to 6-star summoners, Jiang Yu would instantly become the honored guest of every major clan. Second uncle. Are you satisfied this time? Lu Qingqing tilted her head back, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Like a child showing off candy. Old Master Lu's mouth twitched. This little brat, why is she siding with outsiders? Jiang Yu, you came here for the water of life too. Then I'm afraid I must disappoint you, it's merely a byproduct of the elixir of life. The water of life? That legendary treasure said to regrow severed limbs and men's souls? Of course. Is there a second elixir of life? At these words, Jiang Yu's mind buzzed and his footsteps halted. His thoughts lingered on that gentle woman. Her soul had been brutally torn in two. Unconsciously, Jiang Yu's fists clenched tight. The water of life, you say? It can regrow not just severed limbs, but even half a body. And even if the soul is damaged, it still possesses remarkable healing properties. But this stuff is practically priceless. It's made from the heart of the Water Dragon King, a demon beast of the Morning Star. How many Water Dragon Kings are there in the entire world? Though not the genuine elixir of life, it still possesses remarkable efficacy. A star-tier demon beast possesses the power to destroy small nations. Even for official forces, hunting one down is an immense challenge. Even if it's not the genuine elixir of life, it'll still attract immense attention. At least around 10 billion, I'd say. Jiang Yu's heart pounded violently. Thinking of the loving gaze in the room. She clenched her fists tightly. No matter what. I must obtain the water of life. Master Lu, where does the Water Dragon King typically dwell? The Windless Sea. Chapter 68, The Rich Brothers' Rivalry. Jiang Yu's heart plunged into utter despair. The Windless Sea, a forbidden zone for humans. Time passed. The auction commenced swiftly. Jiang Yu settled into her seat. The host was Lu Qingqing. Fine. A pretty girl is always easier on the eyes than some old geezer. Roar. The call of the giant whale. Loud and piercing. Everyone's bodies were covered in multicolored bubbles. The colossal whale beneath their feet had been summoned by the elderly man known as Second Uncle. Hundreds of bubbles surrounded them. I'll be presiding over the auction below. Seeing this kind of scene for the first time still gets me a little excited. Lu Qingqing's face broke into a radiant smile. Ha ha. Who dares underestimate our Miss Lu? Your second uncle is right behind us. If I were to give you a hard time, I'd be barred from the Lu Family Merchants Guild for 100 years. Ah ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted in good-natured laughter. Now, onto the first item up for auction. The mist dispersed, revealing a bronze-hued weapon before the crowd. A weapon from the ancient era. Used correctly, it can summon an ancient warrior general. In a short span, numerous items were auctioned off. Next up is a potion. As you all know, whether it's the Star Potion or the Sun Potion, excessive consumption can introduce impurities into one's soul power. Removing these impurities requires considerable effort. The potion we're about to auction can eliminate impurities caused by consuming potions that enhance soul power. Effective only for summoners below 6 stars. Jiang Yu rubbed his hands together. My turn. Most attendees were intrigued. Even though it only worked for 6-star summoners, who didn't have a few juniors, there are 15 vials in total. Starting bid, 8 million. Each bid increment must be no less than 500,000. A brief silence fell over the crowd before someone shouted out. 9 million. I bid 10 million. My niece's birthday is coming up perfect as a gift. I'll go 12 million. Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Yu's creations never disappoint. Still, quite a few people were interested. Most people see no hope for their own advancement, so they pin their hopes on their children succeeding. So this drug is still in high demand. 15 million. I'll go 20 million. At that moment, a domineering voice rang out. All eyes turned to the source of the bid, a sudden increase of 5 million. I'll give 25 million. The previous bidder spoke again. This potion is crucial to me. I hope you won't compete with the Fire Scorpion Guild for it. The bidder was a man with crimson skin and a sinister expression. Kneeling beside him were several young girls in their late teens, their expressions filled with despair, moving with mechanical precision. Your Highness, please have some tea. The man's brow immediately furrowed. Smack! 5 crimson fingerprints appeared on the girl's pale, delicate face. How many times have I told you? Your tone must be gentle, like the melody of music. The man was furious, his tone oddly strained. The girl seemed oblivious to the pain, repeating mechanically. Your Highness, please have some tea. Your Highness, please have some tea. I'll offer 35 million. Jiang Yu was overjoyed. Has this earth-shattering fortune finally come my way? Both wealthy individuals showed keen interest in the potion. All eyes in the room turned toward the bidding spot. A blue bubble appeared, revealing a slender, petite figure within. A sudden jump of 10 million? Is this the world of Brother Fu? And she dares to go head-to-head with the Fire Scorpion Guild? This girl must have some serious connections. The Fire Scorpion Guild wasn't exactly renowned, it was more like a mess. They preyed on the weak and bullied the strong, pulling dirty tricks behind people's backs. They were despised by all, even dogs turned their noses up at them. But given their considerable strength and stealthy operations, the authorities turn a blind eye. Who is she? Daring to challenge me? A sickly grin spread across the man's lips. I'll pay 50 million. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. 50 million, even most small guilds didn't have that kind of money. No wonder they're the top-tier second-rate guild, the Scorpion Guild. They can cough up that much cash in one go. The girl shook her head. 35 million was her absolute limit. She blurted out the figure to intimidate them, hoping they'd back down. Normally, this amount wouldn't be a big deal, but they'd bought quite a few things before departure, and their pocket money just wasn't enough. The man snorted coldly. He'd thought she was capable, but it turned out to be nothing but bluffing. In their standoff, Jiang Yu gained the upper hand. Lu Qingqing's wide eyes sparkled like sunlight. 50 million. That's a full 50 million. Any other bids? Someone rolled their eyes, muttering under their breath. It's already at 50 million. Who'd want to fight over it? Even if you had the money, that's not how you'd spend it. And risking the Scorpion Guild's wrath over a single potion? Not worth it at all. In the end, the 15 potions were acquired by the living Scorpion Guild. The girl sighed. The potion could purify impurities and spirit beast power, infuse soul power. She desperately needed it. What a pity. Next up is the grand finale of this auction. As you've all likely heard, it's a byproduct of the water of life. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats, only to plunge back down again upon hearing the latter part. Hey, Miss Lu, could you please stop with the mystery act? Just say what you mean. Exactly. Ahem. Lu Qingqing stuck out her tiny tongue, her bright eyes blinking. Adorably innocent. Everyone's hearts were instantly charmed. Though it's a byproduct of the water of life, it still possesses remarkable effects. It can even regrow severed limbs, though it cannot heal wounds to the soul. The entire scene fell into silence. Limb regeneration. Summoners were physically fragile and easily caught in the crossfire. With this, it was like gaining an extra life. Jiang Yu had no intention of bidding. It wasn't genuine life water, merely a byproduct, incapable of mending soul wounds. And besides, the price was simply too steep. I'll offer 1.1 billion. You dare bid with such a pittance? The Fire Scorpion Guild offers 1.5 billion. In the end, the byproduct of the elixir of life sold for 3.5 billion. Final item up for auction. Its value won't be any less than the water of life. Note this isn't a byproduct, but the complete water of life itself. Jiang Yu's curiosity was piqued as well. The water of life was priceless, no one would ever put it up for auction. A treasure more precious than the water of life, how could such a thing ever be lost to the world? What Jiang Yu could think of, everyone else could too. Each wore a look of bewilderment, their eyes fixed on Lu Qingqing with intense curiosity. Lu Qingqing spoke slowly. The legendary seed of life. Chapter 69, The Freak Turns Out to Be Me. The moment those words left her lips, the room fell silent. Jiang Yu was also taken aback. Seeds of life? How could it appear here? Everyone's gaze was drawn to the life seed. Even their breathing grew slightly ragged. The man from the Fire Scorpion Guild wore an expression of confusion. All eyes turned toward Lu Qingqing in unison. Miss Lu? Are you serious? It really is a life seed? How could something like this end up at an auction? One middle-aged man asked incredulously. Most present were full-fledged guild members, well aware of the life seed's significance. A life seed. With careful cultivation, once sprouted, it would become a morning star-grade spiritual herb. Even more precious were the dewdrops secreted by the medicinal plant, whose effects rivaled those of the water of life. A life seed represents the foundation of a family, even a nation. I know your doubts. This is indeed a life seed, but the biggest problem is that this particular seed has withered and died. It simply cannot sprout. Dead? If it can't sprout, what use is it? Exactly. Why buy a seed that can't sprout? Just to display it as an ornament? The crowd murmured in disbelief, their gazes shifting away from Lu Qingqing. In truth, Lu Qingqing was correct. It was indeed a seed of life, but sadly, it was dead. It held no value whatsoever. No one would spend money on a dead seed of life. The Fire Scorpion Guild declined to handle it. The girl also lost interest. Dead life seed. Starting bid, 600,000. Bids must be in increments of 50,000. The room fell silent, with no one bidding. Jiang Yu's gaze settled on the seed of life. A gleam flashed in her eyes. Jiang Yu sat up abruptly. This seed of life isn't dead, it's merely in a state of suspended animation. No matter what, she had to buy this seed. Otherwise, such a golden opportunity might never come again. No one bid. Lu Qingqing shook her head, preparing to step down when 650,000 yuan, and no one wants it? Might as well buy it back to make a bracelet. Everyone turned in unison, staring at the voice's source bubble. So someone actually wants to buy it? Maybe they just want to take it home and make a bracelet. The man from the Fire Scorpion Guild furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Knowing full well the life seed was dead, yet still wanting to buy it back. There were only two possibilities. 1. This person has a way to make the dead seed sprout. Or, this person genuinely wants to make a bracelet. At this thought, a narrow smile curved his lips. Lu Qingqing felt puzzled, but she didn't dwell on it. Jiang Yu must have his own reasons for doing this. The seed of life was in hand. At the same time, the man from the Fire Scorpion Guild stared at the screen before him. So this kid is Jiang Yu. This is going to be tricky. The man took a sip of tea, lost in thought. Back in his room, Jiang Yu repeatedly examined the pea-sized, dark green seed of life in his hand. His soul power swept over it, encountering resistance like a solid stone. This is a seed of life. No one would believe me if I told them. Jiang Yu murmured with a sigh. To others, it was just an unremarkable seed. But in Jiang Yu's eyes, it was far from ordinary. 9 transformation soul body flower seed, in stasis. Cultivation method, water of life, soul soil, bodily fluids of a Morningstar-grade demon beast. The seed's information appeared in her mind. Jiang Yu's smile froze instantly. What the hell is this? Life water? And the bodily fluids of a Morningstar-level demon beast? Not to mention soul soil, that stuff boosts soul power just by carrying it. Truly worthy of being called a life seed, just getting it to sprout requires this much effort. Once successfully cultivated, this single life seed would yield an endless supply of life water. The 9 transformation soul body flower, a sacred elixir that heals the soul. No matter what, I must cultivate this flower. The dewdrops of the 9 transformation soul body flower can heal soul wounds. It seems a trip to the windless sea is necessary. Jiang Yu had compelling reasons to cultivate the 9 transformation soul body flower. The elixir of life is utterly unattainable at present. As for the bodily fluids of a Morningstar-grade demon beast, that might be worth pursuing. With that thought, Jiang Yu summoned her. Millian's curvaceous figure materialized within the room. Millian, adorned with twin horns, stood barefoot on the floor, radiating an air of languid laziness. What is it now? Millian's demeanor had softened considerably, shedding her previous icy coldness for a newlywed wife's sweet innocence. Little Millie. Come sit down. You've been working hard lately. Let me give you a shoulder massage. Her hands gripped Millian's shoulders as a broad smile spread across her face. Just massage my shoulders. Why are you patting my chest? What is it anyway? Millie turned her upper body, hands braced on the sofa back, eyes fixed on Jiang Yu with wary suspicion. Young men with blood rushing to their heads do tend to act impulsively, but our species are different, there's reproductive isolation. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. He extended a finger and gave Millian's forehead a sharp flick. What are you thinking? I told you I'm not into women. Then why is your phone full of? Enough. Little Millie, stop talking. Jiang Yu quickly covered her mouth. A fleeting, almost imperceptible disappointment flickered in Millian's eyes. I called you out this late because I need a favor. What is it? Since you're pretty good at needing, go ahead and tell me. Jiang Yu gave an awkward smile, grabbed Millie's wrist, and pinned her hand behind her back against the sofa. Seeing Jiang Yu's face mere inches away, Millian's heartbeat quickened, and her ears flushed slightly. Jiang Yu's eyes were sharp and intense. So, Millie, do you nightmare folk have bodily fluids? Could you give me some? Millie, ? What the hell is wrong with you? Get lost. Millian vanished. Her tone dripped with disgust. Jiang Yu felt both amused and exasperated. It's just some bodily fluids, right? I didn't do anything to her. Besides, she's not even a Morningstar level. Little Millie, don't get the wrong idea, I'm really not a pervert. No matter how Jiang Yu summoned her, Millian refused to appear. If little Millie doesn't want to, fine. Should we ask Shauna? But Shauna's strength isn't at the Morningstar level yet. He summoned Shauna once more. Shauna's figure did not materialize. Pervert. Jiang Yu glanced at the message, amused, and touched her face. Was she being rejected by Shauna? The freak is actually me? Even Yandere girls think I'm a pervert. I really am not a pervert. Millie, Shauna, I need SSS-grade bodily fluids for legitimate purposes. No matter how Jiang Yu explained, neither of them would listen. They unanimously agreed Jiang Yu was a pervert. That legitimate purpose involves using a young girl's bodily fluids? That kind of thing. And you claim you're not a pervert? Chapter 70, Blazing Squad. Ding. Early in the morning, a series of ringtones echoed from the phone. Jiang Yu opened her eyes to see. Summoner Guild official website. Anyone who reaches 4 stars can join with real name verification. Team recruiting. Great pay, low requirements. Join now for $1,000,000 monthly salary. Looking for female members, preferably skilled in healing. Countless guild teams posted recruitment notices across the official website. Jiang Yu casually scanned through them. One post caught his eye. Blazing Squad hiring. Location, remote wilderness. Details to be discussed in person. Jiang Yu's gaze lingered on the accompanying image. The main subject of the image was a pangolin the size of a small car, its entire body covered in scales. Beneath the pangolin's nest lay a fist-sized clump of dark brown soil. Jiang Yu's heart pounded violently. Could such unimaginable fortune truly come her way? This is soul soil. The egg fluid can be used to cultivate life seeds. This egg shows no signs of life, it's clearly a stillborn. Jiang Yu immediately contacted. Meanwhile, at the Fire Scorpion Guild, a man sat upright on his bed. He wore a thin bathrobe. Vice President? I have news about Jiang Yu, the one you asked me to keep an eye on. The man lifted his head, a trace of contemplation flickering in his eyes. What is he doing? He's contacting the Blazing Fire Squad, preparing to launch a raid. Though outwardly rugged, the man possessed a keenly observant mind. The Superstar Tournament finals are just days away. Why launch a raid now, of all times? Earlier, that kid bought a life seed. Did he discover something? The man couldn't shake the feeling that Jiang Yu wasn't as straightforward as he appeared. You search high and low in vain, yet when it comes effortlessly. We should move too. Years of living on the edge had honed his senses to an extraordinary sharpness. Ha! A penniless kid with no connections suddenly becomes a national prodigy? There's definitely something fishy about him. A look of greed flashed in the man's eyes. Jiang Yu picked up her phone. She dialed Wen Boyang's number. Director Wen, the weather is splendid, with gentle breezes and bright sunshine. Wen Boyang's brow furrowed. Spit it out, kid. Got something to say? Just get it over with. He. Director Wen really gets me. I'd like to take a few days off. No way. The Superstar Tournament finals are about to start. You need to step up your training these days. And don't tell Nirvana Academy. Wen Boyang flatly refused. Director Wen, if you won't let me take leave, I'll be in a bad mood. When I'm in a bad mood, my performance suffers. And if my performance suffers, I won't be able to represent our academy and defeat Nirvana Academy. Wen Boyang's face darkened. You brat. He couldn't resist Jiang Yu's persistent nagging. Fine. I'll give you 3 days. 3 days off. If you're not back after 3 days, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Jiang Yu's face lit up with a smile. Don't worry, Director Wen, love you. Get lost. You little rascal, save your sickening sweet talk for that little girl. Got it, bye. Beep. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Wen Boyang's mouth twitched. Director Wen, are we still rehearsing today? Jiang Yu took the day off? Let's go have fun too. We haven't properly explored yet. Sure. Wen Boyang didn't even get a chance to interject. In the empty gymnasium, only the cold wind blew through. Wen Boyang glared helplessly. Jiang Yu changed into a different outfit and combed her hair in an adult-like style. She arrived at the underground bar, where a group of burly men were chugging beer. When Jiang Yu entered, surprise flickered across every face. Hey kid, did you get the wrong place? This is a tavern, you know. No. I'm not. Bring me a plate of peanuts. Warm up a jug of liquor. The entire tavern buzzed with a lively atmosphere. So you're Jiang Yu? Heroes come in all ages. A burly man with a bare chest and thigh-thick arms slapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Never imagined our teammate would be you. I thought the boss had overindulged last night and was hallucinating. Ha. Jiang Yu. Your talent is impressive, but let me be clear, this mission isn't child's play or a stage show. One wrong move could cost you your life. You need to adapt quickly and not hold us back. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to kick you out of the squad. The bare-chested man spoke with grave seriousness. Got it, Brother Chen. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. Centuries ago, a global catastrophe reduced humanity's habitable space to a mere fraction of what it once was. Until the awakening of the summoner class. Only then could humanity forge contracts, summoning beasts of magic to fight for their cause. or communicate with ancient sages. After centuries of struggle, the human race as we know it today emerged. Every summoner squad lives on the edge of a knife. Adding a liability to the team could have devastating consequences. You understand? That puts my mind at ease. Every year, many students choose to join squads for training. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Jiang Yu felt a warm glow in her heart. The leader is the captain. He can summon gargoyles, which are immune to most status ailments. As for this one, just call him number 2. He summons earth spirits that create a gravitational field most enemies can't escape it. As for me, I handle intelligence gathering and scouting weaknesses. After all, I summon the heavenly eye. The slender man patted Jiang Yu on the back. You're in better shape than I expected. Just call me a Jia. Jiang Yu gave an awkward smile, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Rest up. We're heading to the wilderness. We'll discuss the rest along the way. Several figures stood on the deck of the winged spirit beast. Below them stretched an endless forest. Jiang Yu gazed down below. The catastrophe that struck hundreds of years ago was known as the Great Cataclysm. All manner of unimaginable creatures suddenly appeared on Earth. As human civilization teetered on the brink of extinction, a select few awoke to the summoner profession, staking humanity's fate on a desperate counterattack. After the Great Cataclysm, only a handful of nations survived by summoning various deities. Mount Olympus stood sacred. King Arthur led his Knights of the Round Table, the holy light enveloped Mount Vera, and the colossal form of Kukulkan dominated the skies over all of South America. Yet China faced a catastrophic break in its lineage: no ancient sages to summon, no deities to appear. Ultimately, within the universal summoning trial space, with no room left to lose or retreat, they became nourishment for the dark god, as Satan's flames scorched the earth. By the clock, the national summoning trial space has materialized. Only a few short years remain until the confrontation with Satan. Satan's flames seem to blaze before their very eyes. This time, the demon god shall not be permitted to set foot upon this land. Jiang Yu felt as though she couldn't breathe. She clenched her fists tightly, then slowly released them. The national summoning trial space. Poof. Nothing more than the gods' conspiracy. Chapter 71, Destiny's Blueprint. The Huagui nation boasted 6 base cities, each surrounded by countless prefecture-level cities like Cowhair. Baobin City was one such prefecture-level city. As for other regions, they are a haven for beasts. As for the border fortresses, these strategic strongholds are commanded by 8-star summoners, with tens of thousands of ordinary summoners forming their armies. They stand like nails firmly driven into the map. Most people have never ventured beyond Earth-tier cities. The wilderness serves as a buffer zone for cities, requiring periodic clearing of surrounding beasts. Typically handled by guild squads. A fully armed squad appeared in the wilderness. The Blazing Fire Squad? They're a veteran guild squad, after all. Why bring along a wet behind the ears kid this time? Aren't they afraid of being dragged down? Oh, right, I forgot. After all, your team's consumptive member is dead now. A bald man emerged from the crowd. A fire scorpion emblem was pinned to his chest. Fire Scorpion Guild? Ignore him. Let's hurry to our destination. The burly leader barked, and the others gritted their teeth as they pressed deeper into the wilderness. Fire Scorpion Guild. Jiang Yu pondered silently. He recalled this guild. Its reputation wasn't exactly stellar. Hope they don't come looking for trouble. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. After Jiang Yu and his group had walked far away, a fierce glint flashed in the bald man's eyes. That's the kid? He looks pretty ordinary. You dare question the boss? When has the boss's destiny ever gone wrong? We owe everything we have today to him. You're right. I wonder what secrets this kid holds. The group whispered among themselves. In the desolate wilderness, the road lay in tatters. Weeds grew wildly and unchecked. One could even make out patches of bloodstains, darkened by years of exposure. Let's go. Under the setting sun, the shadows of several figures stretched long behind them. Roar. The constant roars of beasts echoed relentlessly, rising and falling in waves. None dared to let their guard down. There's a demon beast up ahead. It's not too powerful, let's take care of it right now. A Jia declared. No sooner had the words left his mouth than rhombic earth crystals began swirling around Chen Er's side. Gravity field. Chen Lao roared, summoning a colossal gargoyle wielding twin greatswords. Like spinning axes, the weapons crashed down with thunderous force. Boom! The earth trembled, earth and rocks scattering everywhere. Jiang Yu focused his gaze and saw a colossal python. Working in perfect coordination, the group struck before the serpent could react, sending it straight to the resurrection match. It's getting late. We'll take turns keeping watch. Nighttime isn't safe for moving. The next day. It's just ahead, not far now. This time, it's a lord-level beast. Take it down, and we'll have peace for months. Brother Chen narrowed his eyes. Lord-level beasts aren't a rank. It refers to a mutant within a species, possessing far greater strength than ordinary beasts. Just as a colony of ants might produce a mutant, so too might a dragon's brood. Such anomalies within a species are termed lords. The wailing banshee leader Jiang Yu had slain during the assessment could also be called a lord. Jiang Yu nodded. What puzzled him, however, was how soul soil could appear on a lord-level magical beast. Unless this beast originated from the Deep Mountain Forbidden Zone. But beasts from the Deep Mountain Forbidden Zone don't migrate, unless... Jiang Yu had a terrifying suspicion. I hope it's not true. The leader beast was not only immensely powerful, but even more troublesome. It could command its companions. Therefore, they must aim for a single, decisive strike. Following a narrow path, the group advanced cautiously. It's just ahead. Everyone, keep quiet. A Jia, leading the way, suddenly whispered. Ahead lay a group of pangolin armored beasts. Their scales reflected a metallic sheen. A pack of beasts surrounded a wild boar, gaping mouths wide open as they lowered their heads to devour the flesh. 2 others patrolled the perimeter. There are 13 of them. Should we move in? Let's go. The group slowed their pace, positioning Jiang Yu between them. One of the beasts, sensing their presence, let out a low growl, filling the air with a foul, blood-curdling stench. The 2 in front. Their movements were identical, their coordination flawless. Gravity field. Heavy strike. The beast staggered, and Jiang Yu struck. Whoosh. The summoned phantom swiftly slashed with its ring knife. The massive head crashed to the ground like a basketball, blood spurting like a fountain. Don't stop. The gravity field expanded, enveloping over a dozen armadillo-like beasts within its grasp. Heavy strike cyclone. The stone statue summoned by Chen Lao whirled its twin greatswords like helicopter blades. A storm of blood and gore erupted as chunks of flesh were hurled high into the air before crashing back down. Jiang Yu delivered finishing blows intermittently. In the blink of an eye, 12 ordinary beasts were disposed of. The disparity in strength was simply too great. Especially against a seasoned squad. On another hillside. About 600 meters away, a man stood deeply engrossed, his hands waving through the air as if conducting something. Hear that? That's the melody of destiny. The man licked his lips, speaking with an air of certainty. The blazing squad that kid Jiang Yu really has some skill. Jiang Yu's performance is pretty solid, on par with a seasoned summoner. Watch out. The Lord has gone berserk. Xin Lao roared, his figure swiftly retreating. The massive beast's eyes glowed crimson as it charged headlong at every human in sight. Don't get hit, its war stomp packs more punch than a truck. Crash. A deafening crash echoed as dozens of trees, thick enough to require 2 arms to embrace, snapped clean in 2. The ground rumbled beneath the impact. If you get hit by that, you'll be sent straight to the afterlife, Jiang Yu muttered sarcastically. Her movements never faltered as she controlled the blade to slash. Bang! Bang! A metallic clang echoed from the scales. The chief beast merely paused in its movement, suffering no substantial injury. At the same moment, the gargoyle's massive sword came crashing down in rapid succession. Chen Air wasn't idle either, as yellowish-brown crystalline fragments began to appear around his body. Earth Spirit. Gravity Field. Boom! 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 3 powerful strikes echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu quietly slipped the soul soil from the nest into her storage ring. Jiang Yu's lips curled upward. It was hers. Jiang Yu didn't pause her movements. A terrifying aura of malevolence gathered relentlessly upon the blade. A single strike unleashed the 1,000-mile pagoda. Damn, that kid's trying to defy the heavens. That strike sent a chill down my spine. He's only a 4-star summoned creature, right? Several people who witnessed the strike couldn't help but show their shock. Truly worthy of being an ancient tiger-slaying hero. Though the sage Jiang Yu summoned was merely a phantom, the group recognized him. After all, he was the legendary tiger slayer passed down through oral tradition, one of the few heroes whose fame had endured to the present day. This mission is complete. Jiang Yu did a fine job. I never expected it to go so smoothly. Brother Chen chuckled, patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Chapter 72, Playing the Third Party. Chairman, the Blazing Squad has completed the hunt. What should we do now? Should we make our move? A fair-skinned youth with delicate features spoke respectfully. The man's chest was exposed, his entire body a deep crimson. On his skin, it seemed as though characters were emerging. I was right after all. Jiang Yu has a way to cultivate the life seed. In his eyes, Jiang Yu discreetly slipped the soul soil into his storage ring. Soul soil is essential for cultivating life seeds. The life seed was worth taking the risk. It's time to act. You take the bird's startling bow. Aim for 2 members of the Blazing Fire Squad. Don't kill them, just wound them severely. We're positioned at a distance, and these beasts possess little intelligence. Once they smell blood, they'll attack the Blazing Fire Squad. The man smiled coldly. With the surrounding beasts all attacking the Blazing Fire Squad, then, we'll take them down without lifting a finger. Understanding dawned on both men's faces. As for Leader Chen and that skinny bastard, send them to reunite with their kin in the underworld, the man added. Your Highness speaks wisely. The girl's voice was melodious, and the man nodded with satisfaction. The girl stepped forward, a pitch-black longbow materializing in her pale hand. The bowstring drew taut like a full moon. The man waved his hand. He released the bowstring. 2 arrows shot forth like shooting stars. A dull thud echoed around them. The arrows tore through the sky, swiftly streaking toward the 2 figures hundreds of meters away. The crowd heard the whistling sound, and then the arrows arrived. Jiang Yu's heart pounded violently. Her eyes widened in shock. Under the power of her formidable soul force, she could see the 2 arrows. The air trembled, followed by the piercing whistle. Quick! Too fast! Jiang Yu had no time to react. The attack had been planned long ago. Ajie's heavenly eye instantly detected the assault. Thud! The arrow pierced deep into Ajie's shoulder, blood spattering instantly as the immense force shattered bone and muscle into powder. Blood gushed like water. Damn it! It's the bird's startling bow. The fire scorpion guild again. Brother Chen commanded the gargoyle to strike the arrow with a sword blow. Sparks flew as the arrow veered off course, whistling past his ear. Fire scorpion guild. It's you bastards again. Facing mortal peril, everyone's rage boiled over. Ha 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 ha. What a coincidence. Running into you again. Guess your luck ran out since we couldn't let your little squad off the hook. Zhang Scorpion? It's you again. Anger flashed across Chen Laoda's face. Be careful. Zhang Scorpion may be eccentric, but his strength shouldn't be underestimated, Jiang Yu explained. Captain Chen, Boss Chen, we meet again. Good afternoon, sirs. Zhang Scorpion's tone was affected. The crimson-skinned man led his squad forward, encircling the group. Jiang Yu frowned. The members of the Blazing Fire Squad weren't significant enough to warrant the Fire Scorpion leader's personal intervention. Their target was obvious. They were coming for her, and they were well prepared. Jiang Yu studied the man. Poof. The Fire Scorpion Guild? I've heard of you. How did you get your sights set on me? At these words, a hint of surprise flashed across the man's face. So you are Jiang Yu. I truly admire talent. You're far more composed than those greenhorns. If it weren't for the life seed, I'd genuinely consider taking you under my wing. The man licked his lips, revealing a sickly expression. Life seed. It's just a withered seed. You'll be disappointed. Jiang Yu shook his head. I wouldn't mistake it. My instincts are usually spot on. If it's dead, why go to such lengths to collect soul soil? Forgot to mention my destiny imprint lets me see the past 5 minutes. Jiang Yu. Once we split up, I'll hold him off. Every person who escapes counts. Brother Chen's voice rang in his ears. Lian Shang's expression hardened with resolve. The Fire Scorpion Guild killed my brother. How could a leader not seek revenge? When the fight breaks out, you and second brother Ajie split up and run. Don't worry about me. Boss. We live or die together, the two shouted in unison. I'm the strongest. Even if we fight, I'll have a chance to escape. You staying behind will only complicate things. But Brother Chen is right. Staying here will only complicate things. Brother Chen and I will stay behind. Jiang Yu lifted his head, his gaze unwavering. Stop dithering. Have you forgotten what Brother Lin Daichuan entrusted to you? Chen Laoda's expression hardened. Jiang Yu speculated. Lin Dayton was the 4th member of the Blazing Fire Squad. During the last operation, he was ambushed by the Fire Scorpion Guild and tragically lost his life. Judging by Zhang Scorpion's reaction, this kind of backstabbing wasn't a one-off incident. Why did the Fire Scorpion Guild repeatedly resort to such despicable tactics? It likely had something to do with the so-called fate manuscript he mentioned. Jiang Yu, you needn't trouble yourself, Boss Chen sighed, about to say more before Jiang Yu abruptly cut him off. I couldn't possibly abandon my teammates and escape alone. Besides, Boss Chen, you heard it too, they're after me. If I hadn't joined your squad, maybe you wouldn't have suffered this undeserved calamity. You're one stubborn little bastard. Thanks for the compliment, my mentor says that all the time. Jiang Yu shrugged indifferently. Attack! Jiang Yu summoned the monk. Chen Laoda's gargoyle also delivered a powerful blow. Ajie, let's go. Chen Air clenched his teeth. The 1.8-meter tall man now had red-rimmed eyes. Ajie's body trembled. Both knew full well that staying behind would only be a liability. Chairman, 2 of them got away. Should we pursue them? No rush. Those little rats won't get far. We'll deal with them after we finish off these 2. Heh, such a big mouth, aren't you afraid of getting it cut off? If you want to be the Golden Oriole, you'd better have the skills to pull it off. Their attacks. The clamor was deafening. A man with delicate features crouched on the ground. The earth around him shattered as a massive boulder rose from the earth. The dome-shaped boulder blocked both attacks. 3 6-star summoners, and the red-skinned man leading them is a 7-star summoner. Jiang Yu frowned. Without summoning Million, escape seemed unlikely. But Million was a wanted criminal, hardly someone to be seen in public. Moreover, Chen Laoda, the captain of the Blazing Fire Squad, would surely recognize the military's most wanted criminal, Million. Boom! Jiang Yu summoned in an instant. In an instant, holy light enveloped her. Divine protection. Divine protection. In an instant, Shana's graceful form stood before Jiang Yu, two holy swords in hand, pointing at the Fire Scorpion Guild. The setting sun melted into gold, casting its glow across the horizon. Elemental spirits, how beautiful! The red-skinned man spoke with evident delight. Chapter 73, Million Strikes. Ready and poised, the black-haired girl's longbow unleashed arrow after arrow. Several whistling sounds sliced through the air. Simultaneously, the fair-featured youth clasped his hands together. The surrounding earth, rocks, and trees began to stir. Finally, a colossal demonic statue materialized. Bang! Bang! Boom! Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, causing Jiang Yu's brow to furrow slightly. Massive boulders rained down like hailstones, pelting the area relentlessly. The sacred light shield surged to its fullest, rippling outward in concentric waves. Simultaneously, the roars of beasts echoed around them, rising and falling in waves. Jiang Yu glanced back to see a massive horde of beasts closing in. Brother Chen stood atop the gargoyle's shoulder, commanding it to attack with twin greatswords that swung like heavy hammers. The slender figure of the girl with the longbow darted through the air, dodging the onslaught. Several strikes proved ineffective. Both members of the Fire Scorpion Guild were 6-star summoners, and their leader, Red Skin Basket, was even a 7-star summoner. Under normal circumstances, I'm no match for them. Little Millie, are you confident about taking these 3? Don't worry, I'll take them out in one shot. Million's voice rang out. Brother Chen. You go first. I've got a way out. Jiang Yu's tone was unwavering. Otherwise, if we wait any longer, these beasts will surround us. Caught between them, we'll be in serious trouble. A look of hesitation flashed across Chen Laoda's face. No, if I leave, what about you? Brother Chen knew full well that Jiang Yu was no match for Zhang Scorpion. Escaping separately might still offer a chance. And Zhang Scorpion was a genuine 7-star summoner. Even the two of them together might not stand a chance against him. Don't worry. Not one of you will get away, Zhang Xia declared with certainty. Come on, you've seen my talent. I can transform myself into an elemental and vanish for miles. You don't need to worry about me. Jiang Yu lowered her head, licking her lips, her dark hair obscuring her eyes. In Zhang Scorpion's eyes, Jiang Yu radiated an aura of the unknown. For some reason, the sense of danger he felt from Jiang Yu far surpassed that of Chen Laoda. Fine. Chen Lao sighed. He surmised that Jiang Yu's composure must stem from some hidden ace up her sleeve. At the very least, she could extricate herself without issue. Staying behind would only slow him down. Take care, Brother Jiang. Even if we can't take down Scorpion Zhang, we'll peel off a layer of his skin. Blow him up. Brother Chen licked his lips, a ruthless gleam flashing in his eyes. The gargoyle's massive form glowed crimson, emanating a terrifying aura from within. Boom! A violent explosion erupted. A dark brown mushroom cloud shot skyward. It unleashed a terrifying hurricane. Jiang Yu's clothes fluttered wildly. Using the explosion as cover, Chen Laoda's figure had already vanished several kilometers away. Cough. I couldn't stop him. The girl lowered her longbow, her clothes torn and tattered, her face deathly pale. He was determined to leave. It's only natural you couldn't stop him. Zhang Scorpion's lips curled into a maniacal grin. His gaze toward Jiang Yu resembled a pie chart. If forced to describe it, it held 3 parts ruthlessness, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts utter nonchalance. I'm a 7-star summoner, backed by 2 6-star summoners. Killing you lot is like crushing ants. Tomorrow's headlines will likely read, Contemporary Genius Straight into Wilderness, Left Not Even Bones Behind. As for the Blazing Fire Squad? Let them linger a while longer. Ha! Jiang Yu gave a cold laugh. Are you so certain you can kill me? Don't you have that destiny transcription? Why not see what happens next? You think I ordered the Blazing Fire Squad to retreat purely out of self-sacrifice? Little Millie, now that no one else is here, it's your turn to perform. Jiang Yu's gaze held 3 parts ruthlessness, 3 parts indifference, and 4 parts utter nonchalance. In an instant, the earth shook and mountains trembled. What terrifying aura! Zhang Scorpion's smile froze, and he instinctively took a step back. Beside Jiang Yu appeared a stunningly beautiful woman. Yet atop her head grew twin horns, and behind her swayed 2 tails covered in bone spines. It's been ages since I last stepped out for some fresh air. Million yawned. It's this guy. I don't like the look in his eyes. Merlin's expression betrayed not a flicker of emotion. Take care of him. Million nodded, unleashing a terrifying aura. Zhang Scorpion sensed danger. Kill. Zhang Scorpion barked the order. 2 figures launched their assault simultaneously. Arrows flew relentlessly from the maiden's bow. The fair-faced youth commanded the golem, and boulders the size of houses rained down like hail. Millian stood utterly still, her previously languid gaze suddenly sharpening. A crimson glow flickered within her eyes. Red moon. 2 crimson beams of light pierced through both of their chests. Before they could react, excruciating pain erupted in their chests. Thud. 2 bodies fell to the ground. In a single exchange, 2 6-star summoners were decisively eliminated. Zhang Scorpion, usually composed, was now flustered. You? Who are you? He sucked in a sharp breath, his pupils shrinking to pinpricks. A crimson glow flared in Million's eyes. Million smiled wickedly. Nightmare? You're the nightmare the military's hunting? Mireille Felix. Merlin's wanted posters plastered every corner of Hua Nation, with major media outlets reporting on her daily. Not just summoners, but ordinary people from 80-year-old grandmothers to toothless infants all knew Merlin. Jiang Yu? You actually signed a summoning contract with a nationally wanted criminal? If this ever gets out, you won't have a place to stand in all of Huagua. Zhang Scorpion now understood why Jiang Yu had dismissed the Blazing Squad. Before Zhang Scorpion could finish his sentence, Jiang Yu cut him off. You villains really have no original lines? Why is it always this one? Or do you think I'll let you live to tell the tale? Having summoned Million, Jiang Yu intended to spare none of those present. After all, in this world, only the dead keep their mouths shut. Million was Jiang Yu's strongest asset, yet also her deepest secret. Under the sunlight, shadows veiled Jiang Yu's eyes. The smile on Jiang Yu's face sent a chill down the spine. Zhang Scorpion felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, a faint streak of dawn light began to appear on the horizon. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge. Watermelon, cola, mineral water. The massive stadium, seating nearly hundreds of thousands, was filled to capacity. The crowd buzzed with excitement, murmurs filling the air. The stadium was divided half blue, half red. Representing Tiandu Academy and Nirvana Academy. The showdown between these two prestigious academies felt like a clash of destiny. Everyone was incredibly excited, eagerly anticipating which academy would claim the championship. As the match drew nearer, cameras from major media outlets focused on the field. Chapter 74, Resolved. Has Jiang Yu returned yet? The two men nodded. Wen Boyang sighed. Where the hell is that kid? Zhang Scorpion quickly composed himself, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Truly astonishing. But the gap in summoner ranks isn't something easily bridged. Zhang Scorpion, a 7-star summoner and leader of the top-tier 2nd-rate guild Fire Scorpion, had weathered countless battles and quickly regained his composure. Rock strike. Zhang Scorpion swept his hand, causing countless stones to erupt from the ground. No matter how powerful Million is, she can't change the fact that you're only a 4-star summoner. With your meager soul power, you're nowhere near capable of making Million unleash a single move. But I am a genuine 7-star summoner with formidable soul power. You are no match for me. Zhang Scorpion spoke slowly, his tone neither hurried nor rushed. True to his reputation as a seasoned veteran, his psychological warfare was indeed formidable. Under such immense psychological pressure, most people would have shown cracks by now. Jiang Yu remained unmoved. You're too weak. Need a pick-me-up? Million licked her lips, her face brimming with anticipation. Jiang Yu, I'll make you understand the gap between levels isn't something you can just talk your way through. Scarlet Flame Scorpion. Flame Armor. Fusion. Zhang Scorpion swung his massive hand, and a colossal scorpion roared. It landed on the Fire Scorpion's back. Countless flames swirled around its body, radiating terrifying heat. Finally converging, it formed a set of dark crimson armor. Now, Zhang Scorpion appeared as a colossal humanoid scorpion-like creature. Its upper body was bare, with massive clawed pincers replacing its arms. Boom! The colossal scorpion roared toward the heavens, its terrifying heat wave causing the surrounding earth to crack and crumble inch by inch. The second one. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes. A powerful summoner could call forth several such creatures. Zhang Scorpion's grin stretched to his ears. Ha 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 ha. Don't blame me, you're simply too weak. But I'm more interested in the secrets you hold. A greenhorn with no background or power suddenly leaps to become a nationally renowned prodigy. I can't wait to see what secrets you hold. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a maniacal grin. Then you'd better watch closely. Jiang Yu retrieved a pill from between his molars, crushed it between his teeth, and swallowed it. The cool liquid slid down his throat, swiftly permeating every fiber of his being. Jiang Yu's soul power surged wildly. Mystic Soul Pill. It could amplify her soul power tenfold for a quarter of an hour. Rest assured, I'll give you a quick death. After all, once the charge of murdering a genius sticks, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for me. In your own words, dead men tell no tales. The Fire Scorpion let out a shrill roar, flames swirling around its body. Boy! Go die like a good boy. Zhang Scorpion's eyes blazed crimson. Fire Scorpion roared once more, closing in on Jiang Yu with blinding speed. Its movement was lightning fast. Wherever it passed, intense heat surged. Time to take more drugs again. Though I can hold out for half an hour, it's bad for my body. My master. Little Millie giggled, her words carrying a hint of implication. Jiang Yu's entire body grew hot as his soul power surged rapidly. The scorpion's massive claw, enveloped in a terrifying heatwave, smashed down toward Jiang Yu with devastating force. The immense force caused the air to thud, the heatwave bearing down on him. Jiang Yu showed no fear. Oomph. Even the most venomous tongue tastes sweet. Little Millie, move. Million flashed forward, appearing before Jiang Yu. Her eyes flashed with a dazzling crimson glow. Crimson moon. Crimson moonlight. Jiang Yu uttered the words coldly. A colossal crimson moon materialized overhead. Countless crimson beams of light poured down with the moonlight. Red light flashed as the beams sliced through the air. Thud. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed in Jiang Yu's ears. The giant fire scorpion halted its clawed legs, standing motionless in place. Jiang Yu flicked her hair and slowly turned around. Exposing one's back in battle was a grave mistake. But Jiang Yu wasn't afraid. Because real men never look back at explosions. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted from behind her. The hurricane force blast rippled outward in all directions. Jiang Yu's clothes flapped wildly. Step by step, he moved away from the epicenter of the blast. His demeanor remained calm and composed. With the composure of a seasoned veteran artist. Half the wilderness lay shrouded beneath the crimson moon, plunged into a profound stillness that seemed breathtakingly beautiful. Zhang Scorpion died with eyes wide open. After looking cool for 3 seconds, Jiang Yu collapsed onto the ground. Her entire body ached and sweat drenched her back. This is the price of getting high. Putting on airs always comes with a price. But it felt damn good. Next time, I'll do it again. It wasn't as painful as last time, was it, little Millie? Are you satisfied with your master's big treasure? Jiang Yu smiled. Millie rolled her eyes. Not even 15 minutes? That's way too short. Oomph. Jiang Yu gave a coy snort. Even a venomous tongue tastes sweet. Spanking is affection, scolding is love. Little Millie cares about me. Her voice faded as Jiang Yu slipped into unconsciousness. Gazing at Jiang Yu's sleeping face, Million carefully wiped away the stains on her cheek. Dirt just won't do. This looks much better. This guy looks kinda handsome when he's asleep. Even from a sharp tongue, it tastes sweet. Million touched her lips, recalling Jiang Yu's words before he lost consciousness. Million leaned down gently, her lips brushing his like a dragonfly skimming water. I'm quite satisfied, my little master. Where the hell is Jiang Yu? I should never have agreed to give him time off. He has absolutely no sense of time. When Boyang was utterly exasperated. Have you reached him yet? Lu Yan's voice came through. The others shook their heads. Sigh. You guys go ahead. We can't just bail now. The two nodded. Shu Qianqin felt restless and even her white hair seemed somewhat withered. Jiang Yu? Where have you been? A bell tolled within the vast gymnasium. The highly anticipated Superstar Tournament. The Superstar Tournament Finals. The finals have begun. Ladies and gentlemen, whether you just turned on your TV or stepped out of the elevator, all eyes are on this match. With 10 minutes remaining until the match, all contestants are requested to enter the arena. The massive stadium is packed to capacity. The air is filled with the clamor of gongs and drums. Firecrackers crackle in unison. A sea of people. The air was thick with the roar of the crowd. The live audience numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Nirvana Academy. Lin Mo. Ruan Fan. Zhao Xiaoxiao. The competition began and it was time to take the stage. Jiang Yu still hadn't appeared. What a blissful sleep. Jiang Yu felt the softness against the back of her head while a subtle fragrance lingered around her nose. Millie sat beneath the tree, her lap cradling Jiang Yu's head. Sunlight filtered through the trees, dappling their bodies. Dappled and mottled. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and lifted her eyes. Only half the sky was visible. Is it comfortable? It is. If only I could rest my head a little longer. Chapter 75, the finals begin. You can rest as long as you like, but today is already the third day. The Superstar Tournament finals have surely begun. Million's face broke into a mischievous grin. Jiang Yu froze instantly. The thought of missing the finals made Jiang Yu dread how Lu Yan would punish her. Little Millie, fly at full speed to the nearest winged spirit beast station. It should only take half an hour. Yeah, but you can't fly. Carry me. If I don't make it to the finals, I'll be in big trouble. That woman Lu Yan. Millie sighed, looking at the pitiful Jiang Yu. What could she do? He was her summoner after all. She had no choice but to indulge him. She bent down and scooped Jiang Yu into a princess carry. The announcement began. In the preparation zone, 3 faces wore solemn expressions. Following protocol, the 2 teams engaged in pre-battle exchanges. 5 individuals faced off, each ready for battle. Shu Qianqin? We meet again. A crisp voice rang out. The speaker was a young girl. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and an orchid adorned her clothing. Zhao Xiaoxiao? A rare hint of surprise flickered in Shu Qianqin's tone. This girl and Shu Qianqin were collectively known as the twin jewels of Longdu. Yet one incident had reduced her to a laughingstock. Surprised? Why me? Yeah. That thing from when we were kids. Sorry, me. It's water under the bridge now, but on the field, I won't show you any mercy. As the young woman spoke, her eyes betrayed a hidden ferocity and ruthlessness. She hid it well to outsiders, she appeared nothing more than a sweet, innocent girl. The two passed each other. Out of Shu Qianqin's sight. Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a twisted smile. The competition's about to start. Where's your Jiangyu? Hope she didn't chicken out at the last minute. Lu Ran exhaled a smoke ring, her words carrying a hint of implication. None of your concern. Lu Yen felt anxious inside, but her expression betrayed nothing. The bell tolled. All contestants took the stage. The three from Nirvana Academy stepped onto the stage one after another. It was Lin Mo, Wan Fan, and Zhao Xiaoxiao. At the same time, Shu Qianqin and Hu Ye also stepped onto the stage side by side. Salute cannons roared. The online viewership had long surpassed 10 million. The entire venue was packed to capacity. Strange? Where's Jiangyu? Maybe it's a surprise tactic. Could be Tiandu Academy's strategy. The crowd buzzed with speculation. No one dared to consider the possibility of Jiangyu's absence. This is the superstar tournament. The whole nation is watching. To skip it would be utterly foolish. Ah! Zhao Xiaoxiao is so adorable. If I could marry a wife like her, I'd gladly accept any punishment driving a Bentley or living in a villa. You're making wishes here, aren't you? I hereby declare, Sweetie rules the entire world. I declare your declaration valid. I declare that your declaration is valid. I declare. No nesting dolls allowed here. Zhao Xiaoxiao tilted her head and flashed a sweet smile. Everyone clutched their hearts. As everyone knows, appearances can be deceiving. The brain and the gut may look alike, but what they hold must never be the same. Next up, representing Tiandu Academy. Where is Jiangyu? The two girls stepped onto the stage. Aha! Young master is so handsome. Without Jiangyu getting in the way, Hu Ye and young master, they're so perfect together. Aunt and niece, huh? He. No time to mourn Jiangyu. Because next up is? A heavyweight figure in Hua Nation. The host's tone carried a mix of admiration and awe. The judge for this competition is the Marshal of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. The entire audience rose to their feet. The peace and stability of Huagua. All depended on this man. The entire nation holds this marshal in the highest esteem. Strategic assignments are being made. The first match is about to begin. Director Lu, you're one man short. Should we bring in a substitute? The staff member inquired. Logically, this was the moment to bring in a substitute. But for some reason, Lu Yen chose to trust Jiangyu. This is our strategic plan. Just start the match on time. The staff member nodded, looking skeptical. The match has begun. The rules are simple, it's an offensive-defensive battle. Whoever completely dominates the stage wins. The finals format was straightforward, a pure contest of strength. Thunder Qilin raced through the void. Each landing spot was enveloped in thunderous energy. Hu Ye summoned a stone archway, and countless ghostly spirits poured out like water. It's happening. Their blood-pumping combo move. A sky-spanning thunder net, a river of the underworld beneath their feet. How will Nirvana Academy possibly counter this? Before the eyes of all. I've already won. A handsome man stood there, a faint smile playing on his lips. As the crowd stood bewildered. A colossal celestial warrior clad in golden armor dominated half the sky. The celestial warrior held a long spear, his form as imposing as a mountain. Its weapon, raised at an angle, plunged into the clouds. Golden thunder shrouded the celestial warrior. Holy crap! Ruan Fan, he's a monster too. I heard he's got a spot in the training camp as well. Ruan Fan joined the military at a young age and remains the most enigmatic figure. The military's enigmatic prodigy. Dubbed the young general, the host exclaimed excitedly. Hundreds of thousands in attendance and millions watching online all focused their attention on the golden-armored heavenly soldier. His divine might was awe-inspiring. A spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Damn, he's so hot. Honestly, he's a total hottie. Though it was merely a glimpse, it still left everyone in awe. With a sharp whistle, the heavenly spear descended. Its momentum pierced the sky, slicing through the air with a thunderous roar. Ears rang in the crowd. Bang! The two men's expressions changed instantly. What immense power! Neither of them specialized in brute strength, and facing the golden-armored celestial soldiers, they inevitably found themselves hamstrung. We can't just sit here and wait for death. The pale spirit flame burned, attempting to attack Ruan Fan. Boom! The same flames. Lin Mo. A stalemate. This is bad. If we don't find a way to break this, Tiandu Academy will lose. Where's Jiangyu? What's Tiandu Academy's plan? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Why hasn't Jiangyu shown up yet? Could she be scared and running away? Bang! Bang! The attacks from the golden-armored celestial soldiers, though not swift, carry terrifying force. With each strike landing, the entire ground trembled. Meanwhile, the other two from Nirvana Academy weren't idle either. Zhao Xiaoxiao summoned a wind core. Gale force winds swept like steel blades, making it difficult for the ghostly spirits to approach. Behind Lin Mo, the mirror. It replicated a thunder Qilin and a swarm of ghostly souls, making the situation extremely unfavorable for the two. Where's Jiang Yu? Did you mistreat her? Shu Qianqin, it was you who humiliated me in front of everyone, shaming me completely. A savage, ruthless glint flared in Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes. Chapter 76, Timely. The battle raged on. The crowd roared with noise, every pair of eyes fixed on the scene. The tension reached a breaking point. Another mirror of time. As for how to deal with it, Jiang Yu has already shown us. But the real question is, will they give us the chance? The host gripped the microphone, speaking with eloquent fluency. Most nodded in agreement. As long as we summon enough, we can overwhelm the mirror of time's replication capacity. But those with abilities as extraordinary as Jiang Yu's are always few and far between. Human constitutions vary greatly, one cannot generalize. Bang! The two paled, struggling to keep up. Ha! Already giving up? Without Jiang Yu, you're all useless. Lin Mo sneered. The two clenched their teeth, unable to retort. Below the stage, when Boyang's expression also grew increasingly somber. Where the hell is Jiang Yu? Why can't we reach her? Lu Yan's brows furrowed. Though her face betrayed no emotion, her slightly trembling body revealed that her inner turmoil was far from the calm exterior she projected. Thud! The thunder Qilin plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the stage. In an instant, lightning flared and dust swirled. The crowd's expressions shifted. Even the pale blue lightning swirling around Zhou Shen dimmed in comparison to the thunder Qilin's radiance. Every spectator's heart leapt into their throat. The thunder Kirin has been severely injured. It can no longer sustain flight. It must be said, losing one member has had a devastating impact on the entire team. The host's words cut straight to the heart of the matter. What? Does that mean young master is doomed to lose? Sigh, it's not the young master who's losing, but the team composition. Jiang Yu is taking too long to arrive. Fighting 2 against 3 is just too disadvantageous. You're right. The 3 from Nirvana Academy aren't pushovers either. Thud. Ooh crashed to the ground. On one hand, she had to guard against the wind blades, while keeping a wary eye on Lin Mo. Her soul power drained rapidly. It's just a match. Friendship comes first, competition second. Stop when you've had enough. If you can't hold on, you can concede defeat. A faint curve touched Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips. In the stands, several spectators rolled their eyes. They could tell this was nothing but sarcastic snark. Damn it! Could I really lose? Shu Qianqin wasn't reckless, she wouldn't lose her composure over a few words. Looks like you're not ready to give up yet. Glorious heavenly might. Slash. Ruan Fan shook his head. He pressed his index and middle fingers together like a sword, pointing them at the two. Fall. The golden armored celestial soldiers swung their weapons like meteors from the heavens, descending upon the two. The immense force caused the entire arena to rumble. At that moment, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Are we about to lose? Can we win? The disparity in strength was simply too great. Shu Qianqin murmured to herself, a bitter smile curling her lips. For some reason, Jiang Yu's silhouette flashed through her mind. Bang! Everyone's throats involuntarily tightened. Powerful. The power was overwhelming. Truly like a great star crashing to earth. From an angle invisible to all, flesh and blood writhed and churned within Zhao Xiaoxiao's palm, revealing a mouth. Shu Qianqin, your pale spirit flame will soon be mine. Just as the attack was about to strike the two, a barrier of holy light suddenly appeared before them, instantly blocking the deadly blow. Divine protection. The group gasped in shock, turning to see a tall figure slowly descending from above. Finally, the face of the youth emerged harmless and innocent. Jiang Yu? Seeing the suddenly appearing youth, the weight on both their hearts finally lifted. Where the hell have you been? You didn't answer your phone. You didn't reply to messages. Jiang Yu gave an awkward smile and scratched the back of his head. I'm back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yu. It's Jiang Yu. Like a hero from a novel, always arriving at the crucial moment. Tiandu Academy's savior, let's see what happens next. The host was also incredibly excited. The atmosphere in the venue surged to another climax. Didn't you just say that without me, they're useless? Jiang Yu paused, then declared firmly. Let me tell you something. Bull. They're the best teammates I've ever had. Even when we were way behind, they never wavered. Unlike you, who just whines and barks. Now. Jiang Yu rejoins the Team Tiandu Academy, reporting for duty. Jiang Yu pointed toward the sky, where colossal golden armored celestial soldiers stood arrayed, her voice unwavering. Well said. Well said. Born into poverty is no disgrace, the true hero bends but never breaks. Even when you know you're outmatched, you must fight with all your might. Well said. Whether among the spectators present or the millions watching online, were stirred to their very souls. The man on the judge's platform nodded with satisfaction. A pair of eyes fixed on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu instinctively turned her head. The next second, amidst the sea of people, the clamor of gongs and drums, and the chaotic atmosphere, everything in Jiang Yu's eyes faded into a monochrome canvas. Their eyes met, as if transcending time. In Jiang Yu's mind, countless soldiers appeared, wielding weapons as they charged time and again toward the demonic beasts. Generals die in 100 battles. A warrior returns after 10 years. Jiang Yu's heart pounded violently. This was the scene of the Great Cataclysm. It surpassed even the flames of Satan scorching the earth years later. In Jiang Yu's eyes, the marshal's shoulders seemed to slump slightly. What is this? Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, touching her cheek. It felt damp. His name is Jiang Yu, right? The man spoke slowly. Correct. The invitation to the training camp has already been sent to him. The man fell silent. His physique was no longer as towering and imposing as it had been during the Star War. Sigh. I hope he can hold on a little longer. The man thought to himself, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. Countless light spheres were piling up there. Lin Mo looked at Jiang Yu with lingering fear. Ruan Fan, however, was filled with curiosity. Zhao Xiaoxiao's gaze was complex, casting a dark look at Shu Qianqin. Jiang Yu, with her keen senses, detected something amiss. Qianqin, do you have some history with this woman? She doesn't seem like someone to mess with. Shu Qianqin was taken aback. You noticed? After all, just moments ago, Zhao Xiaoxiao had attempted to strip Shu Qianqin of her pale spirit flame. It's something from when we were kids. Then I have no burden? Jiang Yu smiled, speaking with ease. What burden? The burden of beating her up. Ruan Fan was also quite surprised. He had heard of the youth before. Ha! I've heard your name before, Jiang Yu, right? Fame doesn't mean everything. Jiang Yu nodded. You're right. But having a reputation is better than having none. The two locked eyes, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Swish. 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 All eyes converged on the two, hearts racing with excitement. One was a prodigy known as the young general. Another, a prodigy who rose from humble beginnings. Their clash. It was bound to be a spectacle. Every pair of eyes was drawn to them. Bang! Chapter 77, I'll take them all on. The colossal golden celestial warrior radiated blinding light, its golden glow staining the horizon gold. The surrounding air trembled incessantly. Everyone felt a sharp pang in their eardrums. They're locked in a fierce standoff. The host shouted, the entire venue erupting in excitement. Jiang Yu? Wei? Both of them had expended enormous amounts of soul power. Can we still fight? Jiang Yu asked with concern. Shu Qianqin attempted to summon the Thunder Qilin, but her face instantly paled. Her soul power was severely depleted. Shu Qianqin shook her head. Hu Yeye's face twisted with frustration. Is that so? You two rest first. Leave the rest to me. Shana, protect them. Shatuan nodded. Jiang Yu took out 2 vials and slipped them unobtrusively into Shu Qianqin's hands. This potion will rapidly restore your soul power. Leave these ones to me. Jiang Yu, you're no match for them alone. Shu Qianqin looked at the potions, her expression clouding with confusion. There were plenty of potions for restoring soul power, but the ones Jiang Yu had given her were unfamiliar. The second round began. Both teams stood on opposite sides of the arena. Both teams had suffered immense exhaustion from the previous clash. The Tiandu Academy side suffered more severe soul energy depletion, with 2 members nearly losing their combat capabilities. However, the rule of the Superstar Tournament Finals is that there are no rules. Thus, the match continues until one side is utterly incapacitated. Summoning a golden dragon, its colossal form spanned the entire sky. Its presence matched the golden armored celestial soldiers in sheer might. Things are looking even worse. Only Jiang Yu remains capable of fighting. Unless Jiang Yu takes on 3 opponents alone, Tiandu Academy is still going to lose. The crowd murmured in dismay. Their voices held no hope for Tiandu Academy. Filled with regret. Damn it! If it weren't for Jiang Yu suddenly appearing, I would have already. Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes burned with resentment. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, now tinged with hatred. Even with your extraordinary talent, this match was destined for defeat. To everyone else, Zhao Xiaoxiao was the picture of a sweet, well-behaved girl. Beneath that pretty exterior, however, lay a heart of pure malice. Though there have been changes, the plan is still unfolding exactly as I envisioned. Zhao Xiaoxiao's lips curved upward slightly, the flesh in her palm writhing for a moment. That look again. Jiang Yu remained impassive. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? The golden armored celestial soldiers roared. Their voices boomed like bells. Jiang Yu remained impassive. The dragon behind him let out a piercing dragon's roar. The dragon's cry pierced the soul. Ruan Fan instinctively took a step back, his usually composed face now etched with terror and astonishment. The might of the dragon was evident. Could a single celestial soldier even compare? Jiang Yu flashed a wildly arrogant grin. Next, I will defeat every last one of you in one fell swoop. This isn't personal, it's just business. To me, you're no different from bones in a tomb. I will fight every single one of you. At these words, everyone froze for a few seconds. That kid's mouth is still as sharp as ever? He hasn't changed a bit. To call the few from Nirvana Academy dry bones in a tomb, what audacity! To provoke Nirvana Academy like this. If he wins, I can't even imagine what happens next. Regardless, this kid has cemented his legend with this one battle. Comparing Nirvana Academy's geniuses to dried up bones in a tomb isn't just arrogance, it's downright contemptuous. Oomph. He dares to look down on us? Teach him a lesson, hold nothing back. Of course. Lin Mo stomped his foot, channeling immense soul power into the mirror of time. Time domain. Zhao Xiaoxiao refused to be outdone. Holding the wind core in both hands, bone-chilling gale winds whipped out from within. Xu Qianqin understood that the key to this battle lay with Jiang Yu. She absolutely couldn't let these two interfere with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Hold on. We'll come help you once we've restored our soul power. Boom. The golden-armored celestial soldier radiated blinding light from head to toe, like a human-shaped sun. The light pierced through the clouds, and the weapons in their hands crashed down toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's expression remained serene as he tapped his right hand to his brow. Dragon Claw. The Dragon Claw, carrying terrifying power, fiercely collided with the golden-armored celestial soldier. A dragon's roar, as if from ancient times, resounded. Ruan Fan's expression changed. He hadn't expected Jiang Yu's soul power to be so formidable. Stealing his resolve, the golden-armored celestial soldier's weapon surged with overwhelming might, its radiance intensifying dramatically. Boom! The thunderous collision shook the heavens like a bolt from the blue, causing the entire sky to tremble. To everyone's astonishment, tiny cracks began to appear on the weapons held by the golden-armored giants. Crack! Before the astonished eyes of all, the colossal golden-armored celestial warrior began to shatter piece by piece, like a mirror being smashed. Celestial soldiers? Nothing special. Jiang Yu's calm voice echoed slowly. Across the entire scene, the only sounds were the cracking of shattering armor and Jiang Yu's composed voice. Hundreds of thousands of spectators at the scene and millions watching online all heard Jiang Yu's words clearly. Celestial soldiers? Nothing special. Ruan Fan's face darkened, his aura visibly weakened. We must confront Jiang Yu together. One-on-one, none of us can match her. Ruan Fan roared. Zhao Xiaoxiao understood the urgency of the situation and could only toss the wind core skyward. Instantly, countless tornadoes formed on the stage. Withered tornado. A cold voice echoed from Zhao Xiaoxiao's mouth. A look of astonishment flashed across Wen Boyang's face. How peculiar. This kid's aura has grown stronger compared to just a few days ago. Faced with attacks from multiple opponents, a novice summoner would have been flustered and overwhelmed. Jiang Yu was different, however. He moved like a young master artist. Her movements were confident and composed. Facing Nirvana Academy, he showed not a trace of nervousness, appearing almost overly relaxed. At his age, Jiang Yu should have been nervous. Yet her fighting style carried a certain ease. If one were removed, it would seem more age-appropriate. What exactly happened these past few days? When Boyang couldn't make heads or tails of it. Why does this kid act so old and grumpy? Investigate his background again. Where has he been these past few days? Yes, sir. Looks like the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. The man in the judge's booth remarked indifferently. Everyone's faces betrayed astonishment. After all, no one had ever elicited such high praise from the commander-in-chief before. Unbelievable. Ladies and gentlemen, with just one move, he shattered the golden armor celestial soldier. The three contestants from Nirvana Academy are formidable foes. How will the situation unfold next? I can't wait to find out. The host's expression was exaggerated as he clutched his temple with his index finger, his voice filled with astonishment. The three contestants from Nirvana Academy are giving it their all. How will Jiang Yu counter this? Eyes glued to the screen. Chapter 78, Who is this newcomer? Ha 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 ha. Truly the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Who would have thought even Ruan Fan couldn't stand up to him? One of the elders, robed and his face obscured, stroked his beard and chuckled. The old man held a position of great prestige, a member of the Huaxia cabinet. Ruan Fan was one of the many gifted youths he had nurtured. Not just Ruan Fan, the elder had nurtured a whole cohort of gifted youths. Ruan Fan, Zhao Xiaoxiao. Though the old man wore a cheerful expression, his thoughts were far from light-hearted. He had long harbored dissatisfaction toward Jiang Yu and now harbored intentions to suppress him. The commander-in-chief of the three armies nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu's talent surpassed his expectations. Not only in summoning, but also in combat. The three unleashed their ultimate moves. The entire arena groaned under relentless assault, creaking under the strain. Withered tornado. Imbued with corrosive properties, it left nothing but dust for those caught in its path. Jiang Yu darted and weaved across the stage. Two golden flashes erupted from Jiang Yu's eyes. Her tone was calm, her expression as cold as frost. Dragon breath, lotus fire. The words fell. That move again. That familiar feeling. Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. The destructive power of dragon breath lotus fire was all too clear to them. The crowd cheered in unison, their voices hoarse. Just for this moment, it was worth every penny of the ticket price. I've been holding it in all day, my bladder's about to burst. Seeing this scene? Totally worth it. Your bladder hasn't exploded yet? Mine already did. I knew it, no wonder my feet were soaking wet. You're ruthless, bro. The temperature inside the arena began to soar dramatically. Golden dragon breath cascaded like a waterfall, engulfing the tiny stage below. The terrifying dragon's breath compressed into a piercing beam of light. In an instant, a blinding golden light flashed. Before the crowd could react, all was still. Boom! Then came the deafening roar of an explosion. Golden dragon whiskers blazed, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat. A colossal fire lotus blossomed within the stadium. Its petals were formed of flames, layered upon layers, breathtakingly beautiful. The crowd froze in shock. Then the crowd erupted into frenzy. This is the most spectacular sight I've ever witnessed. Even if I die, it's worth every penny of the ticket price. Nirvana Academy is the diva, isn't it? Everyone's heart surged with excitement. Had it not been for the protective measures activated within the stadium, the entire stadium, spanning several miles, would have been leveled to the ground. Unbelievable. Is this truly within human capability? As the flames of the lotus petals drifted downward, the crowd finally caught sight of the scene at the center of the stage. A collective gasp of awe filled the air. Golden armored celestial soldiers stood guard behind several figures. Their bodies had undergone tremendous changes, now clad in imposing, majestic armor. Before the first gasp of shock had fully escaped their lips, another wave of astonishment washed over them. The temperature within the entire stadium surged alarmingly. Golden armored celestial generals. Another master? Unbelievable. So the golden armored heavenly soldier was merely the initial form. There's also the golden armored heavenly general form. Ruan Fan truly lives up to his title as the young general. Amidst the crowd's gasps, the golden armored heavenly general's form unfolded. His towering figure pierced the clouds, radiating an awe-inspiring, majestic presence. Divine might like a prison. Divine grace flowed boundlessly. The entire crowd fell silent, utterly stunned by the golden armored heavenly general. Ruan Fan grinned. Jianyu, is this your limit? Even if you summon anyone, it won't make a difference. Divine might descends. Slay. The golden armored celestial warrior's weapon glowed with a blinding light. Slicing through the sky, it crashed heavily onto Jianyu. An explosion echoed. Dust flew everywhere. The entire gymnasium trembled incessantly. The golden armored celestial warrior paused slightly with his weapon. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring Jianyu's figure. Is it over? Could Jianyu really be stopped here? I don't know. The dust cleared, revealing Jianyu standing firm. The golden armored celestial warrior's descending weapon was blocked by a sword. Golden armored heavenly general, is that all you've got? Jianyu lifted her head, her gaze calm as still water. What just happened? Ruan Fan felt utterly bewildered, instinctively taking a step back. I mean, is the golden armored heavenly general really that formidable? Junior pays respects to the primordial dragon. Jianyu performed a bow with clasped hands. What? The overwhelming imperial aura sent a chill through everyone's hearts. Before the colossal golden armored divine general stood a figure clad in black robes, crowned with an imperial diadem. The first emperor. So it's true? Legend says Jianyu once summoned. The shock reverberated through every heart, the overwhelming imperial presence causing their souls to tremble. Who dares challenge me? The emperor spoke, as if the entire heavens and earth were compelled to bow before him. In an instant, thunderclouds gathered across the sky. The emperor's wrath could lay waste to 1,000,000 corpses, staining 1,000 miles with blood. Unbelievable. A figure straight from ancient myths. Jianyu actually summoned him? That terrifying aura rivals even the gods. The judges' panel. Their expressions were nothing short of astonishing. Only they could truly grasp the overwhelming might of this ancestral dragon. Not inferior to the gods. This was their unanimous conclusion. That kid Jianyu might just bring about a turning point. The majesty of an emperor stunned the entire crowd. Zulong swung his long sword. Imperial aura surged forth with boundless sword intent, threatening to cleave the heavens and earth apart. Under the stunned gazes of all present, the sword energy pierced the clouds, then slashed down at an angle. The golden armored divine general actually showed a look of fear. Who dares to offend the emperor? Such insolence must be punished. The sword energy sliced through the golden armored divine general like a knife through tofu. His imposing armor proved utterly useless. Like shattered glass, it crumbled into countless fragments. The news mentioned earlier that in ancient times, a sage laid the foundation for all generations. His deeds may be of this moment, but his legacy endures for eternity. Everyone recalled the figure from the news reports. Their blood surged with fervor. Their emotions were beyond words. Jiang Yu never played by the rules. The elder statesman of the cabinet fell into an unusual silence. For he knew this showdown held no chance of victory for Ruan Fan. And it wasn't just Ruan Fan without a chance. Xiao Xiaoxiao faced the same fate. I lost? Ruan Fan touched his face. After being recognized by the cabinet, his talents had been cultivated. He possessed courage unmatched among the armies, earning the title of Young General. The Golden Armor Divine General was truly invincible in battle. Yet against Zhu Long, that legendary emperor, he proved no match even for a single exchange. His arm trembled, blood staining his clothes crimson. He tasted defeat for the first time. Unbelievable. Jiang Yu won. To witness the legendary ancestor in person, even death would be worth the price of admission. I acknowledge your strength, but I have allies. How will you handle that? Jiang Yu didn't even glance back. Thunder Qilin materialized behind him. Simultaneously, a pallid spirit flame burned without heat, coalescing into a colossal skeletal bat. Watch this. Hu Yeye summoned a stone gatehouse. Unlike the previous illusory forms, this one now seems solid. Engraved upon it were two ancient characters. Ghost Gate. Teammate? Like I've ever had one. Chapter 79, Live Long Enough. Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. Countless specters emerged simultaneously, filling the air with wails and howls in an instant. On this sweltering day, a chill crept over the crowd. Bang! A thunderclap shook the ground, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Under everyone's stunned gaze, the Thunder Qilin and the Ghost Gate hung across the void, precisely blocking the path before Jiang Yu. A deafening roar erupted, followed by an endless surge of shockwaves that swept out in all directions. Everyone's clothes flapped wildly in the force, their eyes narrowed, and their hairlines receded. Ruan Fan, Lin Mo, and Zhao Xiaoxiao all wore expressions of utter disbelief. How is this possible? Have their soul powers been completely depleted? Shu Qianqin's eyes flickered. What secrets does this Jiang Yu guy possess? The potion he took restored 70% of his soul power in such a short time, utterly unbelievable. Damn it! I never expected him to have something up his sleeve. We need to finish this quickly. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Those two attacks had nearly shattered the time domain. I truly underestimated her. Give it your all, Zhao Xiaoxiao, no more holding back. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone froze in surprise. Could it be? Another master? Zhao Xiaoxiao sighed. I never intended to use this move. Devouring Demon Flame. 6 arms. Behind Zhao Xiaoxiao, a pale blue formation glowed. From within the formation, 2 massive arms formed of blue flames materialized, each palm bearing a gaping maw at its center. Unbelievable. The tide has turned again. There's another master here? Devouring Demon Flame can absorb damage and return it to the attacker. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the 2 attackers' assaults were swallowed whole by the enormous maws. Unbelievable. Who would have thought Nirvana Academy had this up their sleeve? This match's intensity defies description. The crowd in the stands. Their expressions were filled with awe. What a monstrous ability. The Thunder Qilin and Pale Spirit Fire have actually been devoured. I get it now. Zhao Xiaoxiao is the true trump card of Nirvana Academy. The scene on the stage ignited heated discussion among the crowd, sending ripples of astonishment through the venue. Devouring Demon Flame? What on earth is that? Call me ignorant, but I've never seen anything like it. Though its entire body is made of flames, it has 2 hands and mouths on its palms, looks kinda creepy. Well, I've seen it all now. Everyone was dumbfounded. Devouring Demon Flame, no one had ever seen such a thing. On the screen, the data updated once more. Devouring Demon Flame, a unique energy lifeform that feeds on desire. Characteristics: can devour attacks and harness them for its own use. Assessment: extremely dangerous energy lifeform. Report immediately upon encounter. The panel's information was limited, yet even so, it sparked gasps of astonishment from everyone. It can devour attacks and use them for itself? Holy, that's insane. Zhao Xiaoxiao is seriously deep. I thought Ruan Fan was Nirvana Academy's ace, but turns out it's Zhao Xiaoxiao. She looks sweet on the outside, but she's definitely rotten to the core. Devouring Demon Flames, extremely dangerous energy creatures. Possessing devouring properties. It only emerges in the most desolate wastelands. Rarely seen within Huagua's borders. I wonder where Zhao Xiaoxiao found it. The massive hand beside Zhao Xiaoxiao rose high, sustaining the black vortex. Is this the extent of your power? Useless. Not just the 3 of you, even if 3 more came, I could devour them all. As Zhao Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she flashed a sweet smile. Boom! A pale blue magic array flared around her body. 4 more arms materialized. Behind Zhao Xiaoxiao's petite frame, 6 colossal arms radiated a terrifying aura. Each arm was entirely composed of flames. Each palm held a gaping maw. Everyone felt physically ill, their skin breaking out in goosebumps. None had anticipated that Zhao Xiaoxiao was the final trump card of Nirvana Academy. Shu Qianqin's brows furrowed. Pale Spirit Rain. Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. Everyone's eyes widened. Shu Qianqin and Hu Yaya are launching the first attack. Everyone, don't blink. Pale flames blazed anew as colossal bats descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, countless specters roared in unison. The undead roar inflicted a mental assault. The stage cracked extensively, beginning to sway precariously. Boom! The deafening crash reverberated through the air. A massive shockwave swept outward. Everyone braced against the wind to watch. The gale whipped their hair wildly. Every pair of eyes was glued to the ring, not even blinking. Boom! The two collided, unleashing waves of air that swept outward. Invisible forces radiated out, and the shattered stage finally collapsed under the strain. Before the eyes of all. With a crash, it turned to ruins. The crowd watched, utterly transfixed. The crowd went wild. They banged their heads against the wall. The dust settled. Everyone saw the scene within the ruins. Everyone gasped in shock. 6 arms were raised high, black flames erupting from the mouths within their palms, forming a dark vortex. The attacks of the two combatants were completely absorbed by the black whirlpool. Unbelievable. Their attacks were devoured by the demonic flames, completely absorbed. That's just too sneaky. That's just too insane. 6-armed form. I get it now. Zhao Xiaoxiao is the ace of Nirvana Academy. She's been hiding her true strength all along. Yeah, she really kept it under wraps. Never would have guessed Zhao Xiaoxiao was Nirvana Academy's true ace. The demonic flames that devour all Tiandu Academy is in grave danger. The last wisp of smoke settled. In the gaze of everyone present, the 3 from Nirvana Academy stood frozen in place. Before anyone could react, Zhao Xiaoxiao snorted coldly, her face twisted with venomous hatred. From the black vortex, a pillar of light erupted. Its terrifying aura radiated a force that made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Crack! The attack was lightning fast, leaving everyone speechless and the host panicking. If the beam struck Shu Qianqin, it would inflict severe injuries. Even if she survived, she would be left with lifelong disabilities. Too fast. Beyond anyone's expectations. At the critical moment, the youth's upright figure appeared before Shu Qianqin. His expression was calm as still water, cold and terrifying. An imperial aura descended upon Jiang Yu. Boom! The pillar of light dissipated, and the dust settled. The stage lay shattered, and Jiang Yu's upright figure stood before the crowd. An aura of imperial authority hung around her body, radiating an innate, commanding presence without a trace of anger. The youth's imposing figure was etched into everyone's eyes. What's going on? According to the Superstar Tournament rules, life-threatening injuries aren't allowed. You corrupt referee! Did you take money from Nirvana Academy? A wave of public outrage erupted. Zhao Xiaoxiao rose to her feet, her eyes slightly reddened. I'm sorry. I just got too worked up. It's all my fault. Please don't blame the referee. Chapter 80, Devouring the Demon Flame. We're not blaming you, Zhao Xiaoxiao. Yeah, swords and blades have no eyes. It's all that damn referee's fault. He must have taken bribes. Zhao Xiaoxiao, dressed in white with a white skirt, looked pitifully vulnerable. The anger in everyone's hearts dissipated considerably. Shu Qianqin curled her lip in disdain. Shu Qianqin tried to stand but immediately swayed to one side. Hu Yaya, quick as lightning, grabbed her arm to steady her. Shu Qianqin clutched her calf, her brow furrowing slightly as blood trickled down. Must have happened earlier. Jiang Yu nodded. It's quite serious. Without proper treatment, it could leave lasting complications. You should go rest first. Hu Yaya, take good care of Qianqin. A wound the size of a baby's fist appeared on Shu Qianqin's calf. Blood gushed like a fountain. Within moments, it soaked through her pant leg. The pale bone of her leg was visible through the wound. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Had she not intervened in time, the injury would have been far more severe. Zhao Xiaoxiao, sweet and charming on the surface, but twisted and vicious at heart. That earlier strike had clearly been aimed to kill. Jiang Yu. Be careful yourself, Zhao Xiaoxiao is no pushover. Shu Qianqin tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve and warned him slowly. The injury on Shu Qianqin's calf was severe, the bone was visible. As for Hu Yaya, after 2 large-scale Ghostgate summons, her soul power was completely depleted. Both were reluctant to leave the battlefield, but staying would only hinder Jiang Yu. Moreover, the potion to restore soul power could only be taken once in a short period. Jiang Yu. You absolutely must teach Zhao Xiaoxiao a harsh lesson. Don't worry. I told you before, I'm going to teach Zhao Xiaoxiao a harsh lesson. The two stepped down with regret. Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Yu may not have many virtues, but she keeps her word. Jiang Yu stood alone on the Tiandu Academy side, facing the 3 from Nirvana Academy. The 2 sides formed a pincer formation. Upon the ruined arena, a look of astonishment spread across the host's face. The crowd's expressions grew tense, their fists clenching involuntarily. As you've all witnessed, this current duel may very well be the final match of the Superstar Tournament. Tiandu Academy has already eliminated 2 opponents, leaving only Jiang Yu remaining. In contrast, Nirvana Academy has lost 3 members but hasn't been eliminated. The odds of Tiandu Academy staging a comeback against such odds are minuscule. Neither side made the first move. Zhao Xiaoxiao's face betrayed regret and disappointment. Had Jiang Yu not intervened, that strike would have crippled Shu Qianqin. As for Hu Yeye, caught in the crossfire, she was never part of her calculations. Shu Qianqin was her sole target. At the same time, her gaze fell on Jiang Yu, tinged with displeasure. Even if Jiang Yu is powerful, facing all 3 of us at once, she'll have no choice but to kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Yu struck first. Holy light judgment. The other 3 dared not take it lightly. 6 arms raised high, the black flames of dominion swirled slowly. Under the light realm, the entire team gained enhancement. Ruan Fan channeled his soul power. The golden armored heavenly general manifested once more. Attack! Viewers following this match should now clearly see the situation. Tiandu Academy is fighting with their backs against the wall. Under Nirvana Academy's relentless assault, Shu Qianqin has been injured, while Hu Yeye has exhausted her soul power and lost her combat ability. This means the entire Tiandu Academy side has only Jiang Yu left. Can Jiang Yu take on 3 opponents alone? Can she pull off an improbable comeback? We'll see. Every voice was hoarse from shouting, every soul hysterical. All eyes were fixed on whether Jiang Yu could pull off a miracle. No mercy. Mirror of time. Devouring inferno. 3 attacks crashed down relentlessly. Everyone's hearts leapt to their throats at that moment. Will Jiang Yu win? Jiang Yu? The match is over. A smile spread across Ruan Fan's face as the golden armored divine general's weapon crashed down like a meteorite. This is the limit. Jiang Yu has nowhere left to hide. Is this how it ends? The realm of time was used to inflict weakness. Devouring demon flame consumed skills. Ruan Fan's golden armored heavenly general dealt devastating blows. Jiang Yu was utterly defeated. On the giant screen, attacks crashed down relentlessly. In an instant, earth and rocks flew everywhere. Everyone felt the ground beneath their feet violently tremble. At this sight, everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. The host couldn't help but sigh. What a shame. If it were one-on-one, Jiang Yu wouldn't fear any of them. Too bad it's a team match. No matter how strong Jiang Yu is, she can't take on 3 opponents alone. The match is over. Are we really going to lose? Just as everyone thought the match was over, Jiang Yu's voice finally echoed out, slow and deliberate. You really think you can control me? I'm going to take you all down. Ruan Fan's expression turned stunned. Everyone else wore equally stunned expressions. This sudden reversal caught them completely off guard. Everyone was dumbfounded. Missed? I don't get it. Unless Jiang Yu anticipated it from the start. As the others brainstormed, Jiang Yu's calm voice slowly echoed among the 3. Dragon breath lotus fire. The colossal lotus of fire bloomed once more. The surrounding air boiled, followed by successive thunderous roars. An earth-shattering explosion erupted from the void. A golden lotus of fire bloomed in layered splendor. So that's how it is. Jiang Yu is truly a genius. Seeing Tiandu Academy send out 2 players, the opponents would surely let their guard down, wanting to end the match quickly. Jiang Yu exploited this very point. Her position from the start was right behind them. Under extreme pressure, even the slightest misdirection can lead them to make completely opposite judgments. At these words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Jiang Yu is only 18 years old. Her combat intelligence is that off the charts? Jiang Yu's performance left everyone in awe. Look! The dragon's breath fire lotus has been devoured. Jiang Yu's move didn't work. Everyone suppressed their excitement, staring intently at the stage. 6 arms raised high, forming a black rock vortex that swallowed the dragon breath fire lotus. Though they gasped in astonishment once more. Jiang Yu's combat intelligence was off the charts. Yet she fell just short of victory. Under everyone's regretful gaze, the dragon breath lotus fire steadily shrank in size until it was completely absorbed by the black vortex. Unbelievable. The devouring demon flame has completely absorbed Jiang Yu's dragon breath lotus fire. It must be said, Jiang Yu fought this hard all by herself. That's truly remarkable. The spectator stands. The crowd shared the same sense of regret. If it weren't for the devouring demon flame, Jiang Yu might have succeeded. Yeah. The final burst of flame was also completely absorbed. This truly is the end. Jiang Yu's path of reversal will halt here. Chapter 81, The First Deity. Lu Yan really hit the jackpot this time. Lu Ran exhaled a smoke ring, musing thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoxiao's face had turned as cold as ice. Zhao Xiaoxiao, is it? I admit your devouring demonic flames are formidable, but surely there must be a limit? What do you mean? Zhao Xiaoxiao felt uneasy, as if Jiang Yu could see right through her, leaving no secrets hidden. Zhao Xiaoxiao, personally, I hold no deep grudge against you. Zhao Xiaoxiao still couldn't grasp what Jiang Yu was trying to say. But I promised Qianqin I'd teach you a proper lesson. Jiang Yu's tone shifted abruptly, her gaze sharpening with sudden cunning. You? What's your relationship with Shu Qianqin? Jiang Yu's lips curved upward. Facing Zhao Xiaoxiao's questioning, she flashed a wildly arrogant smile. Her eyes held a hint of coldness, a touch of ruthlessness, and a bold confidence born of certainty. Of course it's a pure romantic relationship. The crowd froze in shock. Jiang Yu. Stop bragging. Your soul power is running low, isn't it? If you want to defeat me, you'll have to beat Ruan Fan and Lin Mo first. I know, Jiang Yu said casually. What's so hard about defeating them? At these words, anger flared on both their faces. Jiang Yu. What are you bragging about? Your soul power is already depleted. Let's see how you plan to defeat me. Jiang Yu, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Jiang Yu smiled. How do you know my soul is depleted? All you know is what I let you know. Have you ever played chess? Pieces have no fixed positions, water has no fixed form. Jiang Yu chattered on. The three stood as if facing a formidable enemy, their hearts filled with dread and unease. What do you mean? Ruan Fan demanded coldly. A look of certainty flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. What I mean is, it's time to checkmate. The entire crowd was stunned. Has his soul power been depleted? Why is he still putting on this act? Who knows? Is he planning to stage another summoner melee? Winning under such unfavorable circumstances, putting on such a show even if he loses, it's still worth it. Ah. Sparrow Feast. When it comes to putting on a show, I'll gladly crown Jiang Yu the champion. Jiang Yu's lips curved upward, his eyes reflecting a fan-shaped bar graph. 3 parts confidence, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts overconfidence. Time to show off my real skills. With those words spoken, the overwhelming aura of an emperor poured forth, engulfing the entire world. The entire world fell silent, every heart gripped by an invisible hand. In that instant, atop the 9-dragon incense-scented gilded palanquin, a towering emperor clad in a dark robe rose to his feet. Rolling thunder and surging flames erupted. Under heaven, all is imperial domain. All people under heaven are subjects of the emperor. Witnessing this scene, everyone's brains froze, their minds nearly crashing. The host's tongue tied in knots, unable to utter a single word. It's the ancient ancestors again. Before they could utter a cry of astonishment, the heavens and earth cleared, the mountains and rivers roared. Sword light blazed like the great sun, pure yang purple chi swept in from the horizon. Master Lu. Everyone's minds were blown at that moment. Roar. A howl, part wolf, part dog, echoed across the entire sky. To the astonished gazes of the crowd, the sun that had hung high overhead was suddenly swallowed by the phantom of a colossal wolf. The sky darkened, dotted with scattered starlight. Amidst the dazzling expanse of the Milky Way, a towering figure clad in black armor strode forth across the celestial river. With sincere devotion, the divine spirit manifests, revealing the boundless might of Erlang. His countenance was noble and handsome, his ears reaching his shoulders, his eyes radiant with light. His divine might was as formidable as a prison. Everyone's eyelids twitched violently. China's first deity had descended upon the mortal realm. At the judge's table, a man leapt to his feet, slamming his hand on the table as ecstasy spread across his face. Divine might. Genuine divine might. Nothing like those fake deities worshipped by the masses. Jiang Yu had grown strong enough to fully summon this deity into the mortal realm. What fear could he have of mere lesser spirits and wild ghosts? Good heavens! Who are these ancient sages? They're not recorded in any texts. How is this possible? Didn't Jiang Yu's soul power exhaust itself? I recognize the first one. It's the legendary ancestral dragon, the first emperor who unified writing and standardized chariot tracks. The second is a sword immortal, and the third a divine general. I'm not sure about them. Everyone's hearts were pounding in shock, their hearts racing to their throats. Their chests pounded like drums, beating relentlessly. That familiar sensation coursing through their veins was undeniable. Jiang Yu struck again, shattering everyone's worldview. These 3 venerable sages. They're all emperor tier. Corresponding to the west, they're all sunrise tier. Hu Yeye clapped her chest excitedly, producing a crisp sound. Witnessing Jiang Yu's godlike display, every face at Tendu Academy glowed with pride. See that? That show-off up there? He's my student. Ahahaha. When Boyang roared with laughter, his pride soaring. Just how many can this kid summon? Could it be that thing is on him? The cabinet elder murmured in astonishment, a fleeting glint of greed flashing in his eyes before he skillfully concealed it. The man sitting upright on the judging panel revealed a rare look of admiration in his eyes. If that thing can serve him well, isn't that a fortunate turn of events? It's over. The 3 from Nirvana Academy had long since been left speechless. If it had been just one opponent, they might have managed to put up a fight. But Jiang Yu summoned 3 at once? It was like cheating. Hundreds of thousands in the county town watched with bated breath. Offline, millions more were watching. Even in the judges' seats, where the author, the 3 armies marshal, and the cabinet elders sat. Fall. Jiang Yu lifted her finger and tapped lightly. All eyes were fixed on her. The host was overcome with a rare surge of excitement. His voice was hoarse, yet brimming with passion. Zulong swung his sword, and the majesty of an emperor swept over them. All lands under heaven belonged to the sovereign. All subjects within the realm are the king's subjects. The mysterious sword immortal split off a thread of sword energy radiant as the sun. Pure yang, supremely fierce, utterly pure and pristine. The silver-armored divine general amidst the starry river, the vertical crease between his brows opened and closed, revealing a divine eye. Its gaze flashed like lightning, radiating majestic divine might. Jiang Yu has struck. The three sages attack from three angles, forming the Jiang clan's triangular kill. There is no escape, no refuge. Look, the faces of the Nirvana Academy contestants have turned pale. The host's tongue fluttered rapidly, nearly tripping over itself. Before the eyes of all, destructive energy radiated outward from the void, rippling like waves. Wherever the ripples touched, air roared, glass shattered, and floors collapsed. The entire stadium began to shake violently. Those in the front rows felt the earth-shattering force most acutely. Lin Mo. Can the mirror of time be replicated? Zhao Xiaoxiao asked. No. Jiang Yu summoned these ancient sages, they're too terrifying to replicate, Lin Mo replied, feeling utterly helpless. Zhao Xiaoxiao made one last desperate attempt. Jiang Yu, if you deliberately lose to us, I can recommend you to the cabinet. Both Yuan Fan and I were trained by the cabinet. Chapter 82, Claiming the Crown. A faint smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. The cabinet was a mysterious organization, known little to the outside world. Is Zhao Xiaoxiao trying to win me over? Zhao Xiaoxiao flashed a sweet smile, her voice soft and honeyed, striking straight at the heart. Yes. You've likely heard of the cabinet. If you're willing to lose to me, you'll receive their training. Compared to the cabinet, the four great academies are nothing. Zhao Xiaoxiao declared with confidence. She was utterly certain. As the ancient saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. She was certain such generous terms would sway Jiang Yu's heart. After all, the cabinet held an unparalleled status in Huagua. Anyone with a functioning brain would know which path to choose. Have you made up your mind, Jiang Yu? Zhao Xiaoxiao flicked her long hair. Jiang Yu lowered her head, casting a shadow over her face, her eyes hidden. I've made up my mind. And that is, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Jiang Yu's tone was calm, yet her voice carried an icy chill. Jiang Yu lifted her head, her gaze piercing through the soul. Zhao Xiaoxiao panicked, stumbling backward in disarray. She hadn't expected Jiang Yu to be so unyielding, neither swayed by soft words nor threats. Jiang Yu. Know when to back down. The certainty that had filled her eyes moments before vanished, replaced by fear and dread. Jiang Yu's voice thundered like a clap of lightning, echoing in her mind, each word shaking her soul to its core. An imperial aura enveloped Jiang Yu. Every movement carried the weight of supreme authority, and those harboring ulterior motives were instantly cowed by his presence. Teach her a lesson. Well done, Jiang Yu. Hu Ye roared. 3 attacks descended in a triangular formation, crashing down with overwhelming force. The immense power instantly filled the entire gymnasium, leaving everyone present utterly stunned. It felt as though an ancient warrior had descended into the present, commanding reverence with every gesture. And the source of all this was but one youth barely 18 years old. With this youth alive, the revival of Huagua holds hope. Everyone clenched their fists. The black flame vortex held up by the 6 arms couldn't withstand Jiang Yu's attack. It lasted less than a moment before dissipating into thin air. The realm of light and shadow trembled incessantly, then with a thunderous boom, it burst like a water-filled balloon. As for Yuan Fan's golden-armored heavenly general, it knelt in submission before the three-eyed war god who had stepped across the starry river. Too powerful. This was the shared thought of the three. Under everyone's gaze, the 3 attacks struck simultaneously. The shockwaves from the explosions swept across the entire stadium. Everyone felt the energy ripples wash over them, shock etched across every face. The moment the shockwave hit, the already ruined stage vanished completely, replaced by a crater stretching for miles. At this point, it had become an art form. The entire venue fell into a profound silence. Jiang Yu stood tall within the crater, his figure straight and imposing. The 3 ancestral figures stood silently behind him, while a golden divine dragon spanned the void, its majesty reaching the heavens. He won. Jiang Yu won. Hu Ye was overcome with excitement, jumping up and down on the spot. Shu Qianqin's face also broke into a radiant smile. As she gazed at the tall, upright figure, her smile grew even brighter. When Boyan unclenched his tightly balled fist. Good lad, I didn't misjudge you. From this moment onward, Jiang Yu's name would echo throughout the land. This youth of humble origins had swept through the superstar tournament, defeating all the prodigies. Zhao Xiaoxiao, Yuan Fan, and Lin Mo, their soul power depleted, sat on the ground in disarray. Deep astonishment flickered in their mutual gazes. What kind of monster is this? I concede. Yuan Fan let out a bitter laugh, his voice thick with sour resignation. Facing the three-eyed war god who had crossed the stars, his once proud golden armor heavenly general proved utterly powerless to resist. I concede too. Lin Mo rubbed his jaw, the bruised spot still throbbing. Better to admit defeat than endure further humiliation. His gaze fell upon Zhao Xiaoxiao. Her eyes shimmered, and Zhao Xiaoxiao felt a momentary daze. In Jiang Yu's eyes, she glimpsed countless celestial beings whose power pierced the heavens, the boundless river of blood flowing endlessly, and the 33 majestic, towering heavenly palaces. Purple chi swirled in myriad hues, rays of rosy light radiating in countless streams. The boundless river of blood, the 12 Yama kings. Amidst her shock, all gazes in the void seemed to span the river of time, converging upon her. Thud! Zhao Xiaoxiao plopped down onto the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face, sweat and saliva flying everywhere. She was utterly terrified. I surrender too. Wah huh! Zhao Xiaoxiao had actually been scared to tears. At the same time, everyone shouted in unison that Jiang Yu had performed exceptionally well. As for Zhao Xiaoxiao, who was she again? Let's not contact her anymore. I'm afraid Jiang Yu might misunderstand. Champion! 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 The crowd roared, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Millions of offline viewers were equally swept up in the excitement, unable to contain their emotions. The moment Zhao Xiaoxiao bowed her head in defeat, the massive bell tolled with a deafening clang. The Superstar Tournament has concluded successfully. Champion, Tiandu Academy. Champion, Jiang Yu. Let us cheer together, spare no praise. The entire stadium fell silent. Every face froze, eyes wide as copper bells. After a dozen breaths, the entire crowd rose to their feet, erupting in cheers. The entire stadium, like a boiling oil pot, had been doused with a drop of ice water. It erupted into a full-blown frenzy. Gongs and drums resounded. Firecrackers crackled in unison. When Boyang strode over the railing in one swift motion and slapped Jiang Yu's shoulder hard. You did great, kid. Well done, well done. Lu Yan clapped her hands, shooting a defiant glance at Lu Ran. Some rejoiced, others grieved. Lu Ran's expression was nothing short of grim. Though outwardly calm, she was seething with jealousy inside. Why did Lu Yan have such incredible luck? She could effortlessly obtain what she had longed for day and night. Back then too, why did he revolve around Lu Yan? Why had he never spared her a single glance? Why did Lu Yan always get what she longed for, yet what she could never have? Like Jiang Yu right now. The awards ceremony would commence in 15 minutes. Salutes boomed, streamers danced. The entire Tiandu Academy buzzed with festive cheer. Did you see that? That Jiang Yu boy even spied on my daughter bathing, and he still calls me Aunt Wang. A middle-aged woman pointed at Jiang Yu on the screen, telling everyone she met. Auntie Wang, you're telling old wives' tales again, a customer teased with a laugh. How is that an old story? What followed was a string of baffling remarks about how she was his aunt, and that kid thinking about his bare bottom. The entire street was filled with a lively atmosphere. Jiang Yu won the championship. Now I can finally use the restroom in peace. You haven't gone yet? I'm already done. Weren't you sitting right next to me the whole time? When did you go? Wait, what's with the plastic bag? This is a national broadcast, you know? Of course I know. The plastic bag is for covering my face. Chapter 83, The Award Ceremony. 15 minutes later, with their hair styled like adults, the group ascended the stage. Though the stage had been blown to bits, leaving a crater in its wake, the repairs were swift. Shu Qianqin sported a high ponytail and a mecha-inspired outfit, radiating an aura that said, "Keep your distance." In contrast, Hu Yeye looked more like a refined young lady. Her brown hair fell loosely over her shoulders, and her lightweight yet stylish combat skirt gave her a dashing, heroic look. In contrast, Jiang Yu looked rather lackluster, her hair reflecting a glossy black under the sun. Jiang Yu, how much hair oil did you slather on? What brand is it? Without hesitation, Jiang Yu blurted out, egg drop soup. Shu Qianqin, ? Hu Yeye, ? Both women's mouths twitched. At that moment, the military formation cleared the way, weapons gleaming like frost. Hundreds of ceremonial cannons boomed in unison, while a colossal phoenix danced, trailing ribbons of color. 1,000 hearts held reverence. 10,000 gazed in awe. At the judges' table, the marshal of the three armies took the medals and personally pinned them on the three individuals. The cheers at the scene reached their peak. The entire secret realm was filled with a joyous atmosphere. All media outlets scrambled to cover the event, with Jiang Yu's name surging back to the top of the charts. Jiang Yu gazed at the medal, her emotions complex. Recalling her past life, she had never even had the chance to step onto the stage of the Superstar Tournament. Her summoner talent had been the lowest of the low. The Supreme Commander raised his hand and patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. The pupil surpasses the master. I believe in you. Those few words once again elevated Jiang Yu to unprecedented heights. The entire nation knew the commander-in-chief had taken notice of Jiang Yu, a powerless, influence-less teenager from a remote border town, barely 18 years old. Ruan Fan witnessed it all, a bitter expression flickering across his face. Maple leaves drifted down behind him, creating a rather desolate scene. The crowd from Nirvana Academy hung their heads like ostriches. On the stage, Jiang Yu, wearing his medal and holding the trophy aloft, wore a radiant smile. Shu Qianqin and Hu Yeye flanked him on either side as the media snapped photos, freezing the moment. This championship poster would be displayed on the Academy's homepage. Statues of the victors would also be erected in Tiandu Academy's plaza, becoming iconic landmarks of the institution. A humble birth is no disgrace. The ability to bend and rise again is the mark of a true hero. Jiang Yu has shown us that youth should never be underestimated. This was a remarkable comeback, a true test of friendship and teamwork. Faced with despair, they chose trust over blame. This victory belongs to all of Tiandu Academy, to every youth who trusts their teammates. He defeated the young general, Ruan Fan. Defeated the humanoid clone monster Lin Mo. Defeated Zhao Xiao, the prodigy who harnessed energy life. He summoned the first emperor, summoned the undefeated sword immortal, summoned the three-eyed divine general who crossed the stars. More importantly, he possesses no background or influence. He is Jiang Yu, the prodigy hailing from a remote frontier town. As Jiang Yu said, humble origins are no disgrace. The true mark of a man is the ability to bend and rise. Let us cheer in unison, let us praise him. This is the reward he deserves. The host's voice trembled with emotion, his facial muscles quivering. The entire crowd echoed his call, 10,000 voices celebrating in unison. Jiang Yu! Jiang Yu! Jiang Yu! The cries pierced the heavens, echoing through the void. Everyone would remember this name. Jiang Yu held the trophy aloft, a gentle smile playing on his lips. In the prime of life. Unparalleled in her generation. Born into poverty is no disgrace. Ruan Fan murmured to himself, a fleeting look of melancholy crossing his face. Losing a single battle is not terrifying. Losing everything is what makes one a true loser. Ruan Fan quickly regained his composure. The man in the judge's seat nodded with satisfaction. That Jiang Yu's strength surpassed my expectations. Even if Ruan Fan had gone all out from the start, he wouldn't have stood a chance. The cabinet elder stated calmly. Zhao Xiao instinctively wanted to argue, but the words died on her lips. She knew the elder spoke the truth. Even given 100 more chances, they couldn't defeat Jiang Yu. The celebratory scene lasted a full half day. Jiang Yu trailed behind the two young ladies like a country bumpkin. No one mocked Jiang Yu for this. After all, reaching this stage meant that even if she lost, she'd put on a good face. It wouldn't hurt to curry favor. Mocking her, humiliating her, deliberately picking fights, only a fool would do that. Besides, Jiang Yu hadn't lost. He'd single-handedly torn through the entire Nirvana Academy, dominating 3 opponents at once. Ms. Jiang Yu, we're from the Yongyang Guild. Would you be interested in joining us? Our guild offers 6 insurances and 1 pension fund, generous benefits including double weekends off, and plenty of lovely ladies. Please consider joining us, Jiang Yu. Even if you're not into ladies, we have all sorts of Southern Liang delicacies. Jiang Yu, how about joining the Qilin Guild? All fair-skinned, beautiful older sisters here. Shu Qianqin instinctively shielded Jiang Yu behind her. Jiang Yu became legendary in every sense of the word. In this era, talent was the scarcest commodity. Though Jiang Yu's strength was still weak, anyone with eyes could see his boundless potential. Given time to grow, she would surely become a top-tier summoner. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow, the young man stood radiant with youthful vigor. Every gesture and step hinted at a future bright with promise. Jiang Yu. Those guilds are all top-tier in Huagua, right? Some are even on par with the Fengling Guild. You turned them all down? Jiang Yu shook the metal. The bite marks left on it pure gold. Jiang Yu flashed a money-hungry grin. Wow, it really is pure gold. Free stuff always tastes sweet. Wen Boyang sighed. I really don't get you, kid. If you just nodded your head, forget a solid gold medal. Even if they forged you a solid gold toilet, those guilds would fight tooth and nail for you. What if it had diamonds on the toilet seat? Wen Boyang's mouth twitched. What was this kid thinking? That's no problem either. Jiang Yu shook his head, his gaze unwavering. Forget it then. What if the diamond points upward? Wen Boyang was utterly speechless. Director 1, you know I'm a specially appointed soul master for the Fengling Guild. Plus, Senior Yu Gulan has been very kind to me. Jiang Yu had simply addressed her as senior. Yu Gulan genuinely treated Jiang Yu like her own younger brother. All good things must come to an end. The group returned to the hotel. The entire award stage, as the crowd dispersed, was left in utter disarray. Only Nirvana Academy remained, diligently cleaning up the surrounding area. Per the Superstar Tournament rules, the losing team must stay behind to clean the venue. I really don't know what Jiang Yu ate growing up. Is he even human? My face still hurts, Lin Mo grumbled. Enough. You asked for it by mocking him. Let's hurry up so we can still make it back for dinner. Then I want bubble tea. Lin Mo declared. Fine. Get me a large one. The two men shared a warm rapport, while Zhao Xiao felt like a third wheel. Me too. Chapter 84, Reward. In the hotel lobby, several people sat down, their smiles never fading. Jiang Yu frowned. Little Millie will be returning to the academy in a few days. We should hurry and get the nightmare essence lotion. You remember? I thought you'd forgotten, came Millie's displeased voice. How could I? Little Millie is my treasure. You've always lived in my heart. Jiang Yu spouted corny sweet talk. Millie rolled her eyes. Smooth talker. Though she said it, she felt a little pleased inside. Jiang Yu fell silent. We really are going to storm the volcano prison. Saying she wasn't afraid would be a lie. The commander guarding the volcanic prison. Jiang Yu knew him well, she'd even beaten his nephew soundly in a tournament. In any case, the superstar tournament has come to a successful conclusion. Fill the glasses for the kids. Lu Yan ordered. The waitstaff moved swiftly, pouring drinks for everyone. What school rules, they don't mean a damn thing today. I'm in a great mood tonight, so drink up. If you don't drink, it means you look down on me. When Boyang piped up timidly. Director Lu, Jiang Yu just turned 18, and these two are still young girls. It might not be wise for them to drink. What's wrong with that? I'm in the mood. Old one, this year's top. When Boyang's smile froze, sweat pouring down his back. Drink, liquor is the essence of grain, the more you drink, the younger you get. The three men's eyes were clear, yet their gazes betrayed a peculiar foolishness. Don't be so stiff. I called you here today so you could relax properly. You're all major contributors to the academy. You can each make one request, one per person. Lu Yan rose and sat beside Jiang Yu. Especially you. Jiang Yu, you can make a request. The pleasant fragrance wafted into her nostrils, snapping Jiang Yu back to her senses. Without hesitation, she replied. I was wondering if I put Director Lu's stockings over my head to rob a bank, would I be unrecognizable? Put. When Boyang spit tea several meters away. Xu Qianqin and Hu Yaya, meanwhile, stared at Jiang Yu as if she were an idiot. How incredibly bold. How utterly delusional. Lu Yan's face darkened, and Jiang Yu felt the tension in the air drop sharply. She hurriedly defended herself. Director Lu isn't what you think. Look at teacher when those gorgeous legs, wrapped in stockings, so shapely and long. No one could take their eyes off them. The more Jiang Yu tried to explain, the worse it got. When Boyang's mouth twitched. Get lost, kid. Stay away from me. I've got a few more years I'd like to live. Yeah. Qianqin. We're comrades who've been through life and death together. Say something for me. Who's Jiang Yu? Do you know him, Qianqin? Hu Yaya looked perplexed as she turned to ask Xu Qianqin. Not really. He's probably some lecher. Better call the cops. So he's a white-collar criminal after all. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted toward Wen Boyang. When Boyang turned his head away. I just remembered I left the gas on at home. I'll go turn it off. With that, when Boyang turned and walked away. Hey! We're teammates who've been through thick and thin together. Jiang Yu felt like crying. Regret. Deep regret. He shouldn't have spoken so rashly, though Director Lu's stockings were undeniably tempting. Ahem. But I didn't want Director Lu to think I was a pervert. Trying to liven up the mood, I accidentally blurted out my true feelings. What should I do now? Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat. Lu Yan slowly leaned in, her tempting red lips brushing against Jiang Yu's ear. You little rascal, you want my stockings, don't you? He. I was just joking, Director Lu. Don't take it seriously. Lu Yan lifted her skirt, revealing a pair of legs encased in stockings. Jiang Yu caught a glimpse and felt his blood rush to his lower body. Lu Yan was still young, her legs smooth and perfectly straight. Her voice was lazy and seductive. Young man, I can't give you my undergarments, but I can let you see my legs. Consider it your reward for winning the superstar competition. Lu Yan let her skirt fall back into place, leaving Jiang Yu feeling parched. Jiang Yu, you possess the greatest talent I've ever seen, no contest. Jiang Yu scratched his head. Thank you for the compliment, Director Lu. Lu Yan walked over, gazed at Jiang Yu on the sofa, and slowly bent down. But if you can meet my requirements before the end of this semester, I won't deny you those stockings. And besides the stockings, you can make one more request, any request at all. Lu Yan gazed at Jiang Yu's face as she spoke slowly. Her breath was sweet and fragrant. Jiang Yu could clearly smell the subtle fragrance emanating from her. Really? Any request at all? Jiang Yu instantly perked up with interest. Of course. Rest assured, Director Lu. I'll do my utmost to satisfy you. Please don't misunderstand, Director Lu. I simply enjoy challenging tasks. It's not that I'm interested in your legs or stockings. I aspire to be a man of integrity. Lu Yan smiled knowingly. Very well. Then let's see just how far our upright gentleman is willing to go for legs and stockings. The two shared a knowing smile. Only 3 months remained until the end of the semester. Jiang Yu still didn't know what Lu Yan's request was. She had agreed too quickly. Jiang Yu hadn't returned to her room yet. A woman of icy grace, like a moon goddess descended, stood silently in the corridor. Jiang Yu froze. Sis? When did you arrive? Yu Guling smiled gently, her tone teasing. When you resolved to become a righteous gentleman, I didn't want to disturb you, so I didn't come in. Jiang Yu felt utterly embarrassed. Alright, enough joking. Actually, my mother wishes to see you, so she sent me to fetch you. An image of an elegant, dignified woman flashed through Jiang Yu's mind, the same woman who had summoned a full moon during the opening ceremony of the Superstar tournament. The Yu family. Lui Yan gave Jiang Yu a light smack on the back of the head. This is an invitation from the Yu family. What are you waiting for? Jiang Yu got into the car, still feeling confused. The entire vehicle was exquisitely antique, resembling a chariot from ancient times. The journey took less than 2 hours, with ancient-style buildings lining the surroundings. Stepping out, Jiang Yu was stunned by the sight before her. Before her eyes stretched endless ancient structures, each palace towering skyward. Though numerous, the palaces were not opulent, but rather simple and elegant. At the very center stood a palace like a celestial moon palace, its entire structure resembling white jade, emitting a luminous moonlight. At the rear of the palace stood a laurel tree, as if cast from silver. Through its branches, one could glimpse the virtues of the mortal world. The entire palace complex was bathed in moonlight. Its grandeur was no less than that of the dragon family. Jiang Yu arrived at one palace. Compared to the others, it was not large, yet it exuded a sense of everyday life. Jiang Yu glanced around. On the bed beside the woman lay a rattle, a small tiger figurine, a dressing mirror, a horn comb. A large full-length mirror stood in the room, which felt crowded yet not cluttered. Call me auntie. Before Jiang Yu could speak, the woman commanded in a tone brooking no argument. Chapter 85, The Moon Toad of the Dark Moon. A scene eerily familiar, unfolding now as it had then. If Yuan Ying had known, his smile would have stretched from ear to ear. Auntie? Jiang Yu's eyes widened like copper bells. I swore a blood oath of brotherhood with your father. Calling me auntie is only fitting. The woman said indifferently. Yu Gulong covered her mouth to stifle a giggle. Jiang Yu's brain went blank. So she was waiting here all alone? No wonder she didn't object when Yu Gulong called her name. The second-generation summoner is actually me. Alright. What a bargain, huh? Do you know why I called you here alone? Jiang Yu shook her head. The woman smiled faintly, dignified and elegant, like the moon goddess herself. Your performance at the Superstar competition truly delighted me. You're every bit his son. To be honest, I almost wanted to snatch you away. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Late into the night. Only 3 people remained in the side hall. Suddenly, there was an unexpected aunt and then a great uncle. This is way too abrupt. It was just like something out of a novel. Jiang Yu silently complained. Jiang Yu, your identity must remain concealed for now. We ask for your patience, as the events of that year involve far too many people. Jiang Yu nodded. I understand. Even the Yuan Long families treated the matter concerning her father with extreme caution. With Jiang Yu's current abilities, she didn't even have the right to know the truth. A heavy silence descended. Auntie, if there's anything else, I'll be heading back now. After all, I'm still a student at Tiandu Academy. Jiang Yu felt distinctly uncomfortable. Wait a moment. The woman spoke slowly as Yu Gulong cradled a white rabbit in her arms. The toad's entire body glowed silver white, radiating a potent aura of lunar energy. What is this? A moon toad. Taiyin power? Taiyin moon toad, lunar radiance, time power unawakened. Jiang Yu examined it closely. Beyond its potent lunar energy, this moon toad contained the essence of time. The moon toad was a legendary divine beast, rarely seen in Huagua. Under its moonlight, 1,000 miles froze over and all life fell silent. Alongside dragons, phoenixes, and others, it stood among the pinnacle of legendary divine beasts. Only the dragon clan could summon the divine dragon. As for the moon toad, only the Yu family could summon it. This had nothing to do with innate talent. The moon toad is no larger than the palm of a hand, radiating a silvery white glow that shimmers like fireflies beneath the moonlight. It appears profoundly mysterious. Its striking appearance alone could captivate any summoner's heart. What shocked Jiang Yu even more was this. This Taiyin moon toad actually possessed the power of time. The time attribute was exceedingly rare, enough to drive countless summoners to fight tooth and nail. Similarly rare was the spatial attribute. However, judging by Yu Cici's expression, she was unaware that the Taiyin moon toad possessed the power of time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have offered it so generously. The Taiyin moon toad, besides its inherent moonlight attribute, also possesses the time attribute. It can refresh skills without cost, and if cultivated well, it can even reverse time. Jiang Yu felt profound shock within. Truly legendary, utterly mind-blowing. Quack. The Taiyin moon toad's large eyes twinkled. Do you like it? This? Honestly, across all of Huagua, across the entire world, no summoning can resist the moon toad's allure, Jiang Yu declared. Since you like it, it's yours. Jiang Yu stared in utter shock, convinced she'd misheard. The Taiyin moon toad, such a precious attribute. Even renowned summoners would pay a heavy price to obtain it. Yu Cici offered a faint smile. Her smile held profound meaning. I said it's yours, so it's yours. But, you have to help me complete a military bounty mission. It's not difficult, just an S rank. Jiang Yu's heart sank. She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Jiang Yu wasn't the type to bend over backwards for a few grains of rice. She had intended to refuse. But she'd given so much. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. An S-rank mission? She really thought highly of her. The military would open an additional bounty mission for every participant of the Superstar Tournament. All past Superstar Tournament participants were eligible. Yuaning, Ma Quan, Zhang Xiao, Zhao Xiaoxiao, Lin Imo. The bounties were divided into 5 tiers, with difficulty increasing sequentially. D, C, B, A, S. Most contestants will consider B-level bounties. Past champions have only tackled A-level bounties. In past bounty rankings, only a handful have completed S-level bounties. In 2 centuries, the number doesn't even reach double digits. The difficulty speaks for itself. Jiang Yu remains silent. Is it too difficult? No, I was just thinking if I complete an S-rank bounty, wouldn't it make those who failed look like complete failures? Jiang Yu said with a smile. Mark my words, I'm taking this S-rank bounty. No one can stop me. I said it. Yu Cici's face lit up with satisfaction. It's getting late. Let's head back tomorrow morning. I'll handle things with the academy. Yu Gulan led the way as Jiang Yu went to her room to rest. Inside the room, Jiang Yu lay on the large bed. Alone in the room, Yu Gulan offered a few parting words before retiring for the night. Deep into the night, the moon was hidden and the wind howled fiercely. Jiang Yu felt an unexpected surge of energy. It was time to engage in some unsavory business. She retrieved a fist-sized chunk of soul soil from her storage ring and carefully placed the withered life seed into it. Jiang Yu's eyes held none of the innocence befitting her age, replaced instead by the seasoned efficiency of an old hand. Moments later, a faint fragrance began to permeate the room. To cultivate the 9 transformation soul body flower, I still need the water of life and the bodily fluids of a grade being. Moonlight danced as Million's curvaceous figure appeared in the room. Jiang Yu, what exactly is going on in your head? Why must you involve yourself with both families? These great summoner clans don't care about family ties or blood, all they see is profit. Moreover, both families have placed bets on you. The gifts of fate have already been priced. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, Million's expression turned stern. Little Millie, I understand perfectly well. As they say, high risk, high reward. Only by leveraging the power of both families can we uncover the truth. Jiang Yu sat on the bed, gazing out the window at the sky, a sharp gleam flashing in her eyes. And facing certain death doesn't mean there's no chance of survival. You know so many influential figures, why did you single me out? Talent is only part of it. It's because I have no power or connections. The other part is that my father is Long Xiaotian. Understand? Jiang Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. They all think I'm just gifted, so they bet recklessly. Then I'll give them what they want. The more talent I display, the more they'll wager. All the while, I'll secretly build my strength until I swallow every last chip in one gulp. So the more talent I display, the safer I am. Million sighed. You're taking a risk. No. I'm gambling. When Boyan was right, you're nothing but a complete and utter gambler. Chapter 86, Taking the Plunge. Millian froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. The fact that you're Long Xiaotian's son alone is enough to make them up the ante. What's wrong, little Millie? Scared. Jiang Yu's voice was soft. I'm already on your ship. Do you think I can jump ship mid-voyage? I'm stuck sailing with you until it sinks. Jiang Yu lay on the bed. Rest assured. The only ones devouring every last chip will be us. The next day, Jiang Yu took another day off. Jiang Yu wore elevator insoles, a long robe concealing a full suit of armor beneath, and a bronze mask covering her face. Even if Shu Qianqin stood right before her, she might not recognize Jiang Yu. 1 o'clock in the morning. Torrential rain poured down as dark clouds hung low over the city. At the foot of the mountain, a mysterious figure in black robes stood, with Mylene Felix behind him. Little Millie, I am now an elder of the mysterious faction. You must show proper respect. Yes, elder. Million desperately wanted to roll her eyes but managed to hold back. These spoiled brats have lived in peace far too long, lacking even basic vigilance. Let this old man teach them a lesson. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yu's voice grew hoarse and weathered. Tianshishan Mountain is not open to the public under normal circumstances. I just don't get it. Why guard this mountain so fiercely? Could anyone actually try to break through? Impossible. It just doesn't make sense. Alright, enough complaining. Groups of people chatted and laughed. As expected. The unexpected happened. Bang! A blur streaked past. Before anyone could react, they were knocked to the ground by a powerful force. Everyone tensed, ready for battle. Millie and Felix? How dare you show your face? Shock spread across their faces, turning them ashen. Wanted posters for Million covered every corner of Huagua. Step back. An overwhelming sense of pressure descended upon them, as if a mountain had landed on their shoulders. A mysterious figure clad in black robes appeared before Million, who responded with a respectful expression. The moment the cloaked figure materialized, everyone present tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. The mysterious cloaked figure was like a black hole. Draped in a long black robe and wearing a bronze mask, only a pair of deep, piercing eyes were visible. Hearts pounded wildly in every chest. The oppressive aura of this mysterious arrival was overwhelming. Intruders! Someone actually dared to force their way in. It's all your fault, you jinx. Facing the enigmatic cloaked figure whose depths were unknown, the garrison squad grew cautious. May we ask who you are, sir? Why did you force your way in? You have no right to know my identity, ha ha ha. I shan't trouble you further. Just sleep peacefully. The raspy voice sent shivers down the spine. This kid's acting is spot on. Million was stunned. Jiang Yu's every move screamed villain, and not just any villain. He embodied the kind of prominent figure leading a criminal organization. This place isn't open to outsiders. If I'm not mistaken, you must be from the Xing sect. The Xing sect, the largest resistance organization, surviving since the Great Cataclysm. All major figures on the wanted list. Jiang Yu's response was deliberately ambiguous. You needn't know. As the crimson moon hung in the sky, a heavy weight settled upon everyone's hearts. Their eyelids grew too heavy to resist, and they collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Youth is wonderful, they can just drop off to sleep. Enough with the banter. With your soul power, putting them to sleep without drugs is already pushing it. Hurry up and find the inheritance. Little Millie, don't be so impatient. As the two reached the mountaintop, a crimson magic circle materialized around Million's body. Let's enter the water quickly, Million said, her impatience palpable. Jiang Yu stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. What are you waiting for? Jiang Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. Little Millie, the lake water has special powers. I can't handle it, so, carry me. Millie rolled her eyes. Still, she stepped forward, her curvaceous body pressing tightly against Jiang Yu. Splash! The two figures plunged into the lake, vanishing in an instant as the water returned to stillness. If anyone had seen them, they might have mistaken them for a young couple committing a double suicide. Holding Jiang Yu tightly, Million searched frantically underwater. Time ticked away, second by second. The entire lake is saturated with the aura of nightmares. I can't pinpoint the exact location of the inheritance. Are we really going to have to search inch by inch? Million couldn't help but feel anxious. Head left, then dive deeper. Jiang Yu's eyes shimmered as everything unfolding here became crystal clear to her. As they proceeded, the lake's color shifted to an eerie purple-pink hue. Countless bubbles, each a different hue, filled the water. That's the spot. Jiang Yu's facial muscles twitched. Million's slender body trembled, an unnatural flush spreading across her exquisite face. A pristine white skull floated at the lake's bottom, devoid of any flesh. A hole as thick as a thumb pierced its brow. Two horns protruded from the skull, clearly not human. From the eye sockets, milky white tears dripped continuously. Found it. Nightmare essence milk. Drink this, and I'll finally advance. Million stared at Jiang Yu with a strange look as he spoke to himself. You're barely 18, right? How do you know so much about our nightmare clan? Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously. Want to know? Millie nodded. Because I just turned 18. Jiang Yu raised her voice. Million shuddered, goosebumps rising all over her body. How disgusting. You're probably the first person to ever make a demon feel sick. They should be waking up soon. Let's get out of here fast. Jiang Yu stowed the skull into his storage ring. Minutes later, the pair leapt from the water. Little Millie, wake them up. Millie nodded, and the crimson moon vanished from the sky. Jiang Yu harbored too many secrets, and she had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Yu must have his reasons for doing this. The next day, headlines were flooded with a single story. Bold and reckless. The fugitive with a 4 billion yuan bounty dares to openly challenge us. Who is this mysterious figure? A fugitive with a 4 billion yuan bounty is willing to be their servant. Countless people buzzed with speculation. Jiang Yu glanced at the screen while brushing her teeth. Ha! Little Millie, we're on TV. The screen displayed only a photo of Jiang Yu clad in a black robe. Let me tell you, we should have killed them to silence them back then. Millie's voice echoed in her mind. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. No. This situation is exactly what I want. What do you mean? Ancient wisdom, build the road openly, cross the river secretly. Speak plainly? We'll send out a decoy up front to draw everyone's attention, then we'll raid the volcano prison. Right now, everyone's eyes are fixed on the mysterious figure. They're convinced he's still within the secret realm. That's precisely when we strike the volcano prison. That's what you call a surprise attack. The objective was agreed upon. Next came the detailed planning. Chapter 87, Infiltration. Lilith is locked up in the temporary prison at the volcano headquarters. The volcano temporary prison is heavily guarded. We need to plan carefully, or else we might get in but never get out alive. Besides, we don't necessarily have to break her out. We just need to see Lilith. So infiltration is best. Avoid conflict if possible. Miriam nodded in agreement. But let's agree on this beforehand. Jiang Yu's eyes held a rare look of solemnity. We only have one chance. If things go wrong, we cut our losses immediately and retreat. Millian fell silent. This is non-negotiable. Lilith knows the secrets of the Celestial War, but it's not worth risking our lives for. Jiang Yu's stance was unusually firm. Millian gazed at Jiang Yu's sharply defined features and suddenly burst into laughter. I don't know why, but I feel like as long as you're here, nothing is a problem. Jiang Yu turned her head. I hope so. Millie's eyes flickered. Jiang Yu was unlike any human she had ever met, shrouded in mystery, yet somehow bringing her an inexplicable sense of peace. Because you don't feel human at all. Fine, I'll take that as a compliment. Jiang Yu shrugged. Exhaling a cloud of warm breath, he didn't even notice his hands trembling slightly. Her heart pounded like a drum, beating wildly. To say she wasn't nervous. That would be a lie. Every examinee's heart pounds fiercely as they step into the exam hall. Jiang Yu wasn't heading to an exam hall, she was heading to an execution ground. Millie, if we make a mistake, we'll have to go to the repechage. Millie? Millie had grown accustomed to it. This wasn't the first time Jiang Yu had gone off the rails. The sky began to lighten at dawn. Inside the room, Jiang Yu opened her eyes, recharging her energy. Good morning. We're off to do something big. Despite meticulous planning, Jiang Yu still felt uneasy. At Volcano headquarters, an 8-star summoner held sway, backed by countless summoners forming a military formation. Their formidable defenses could easily hold off a 9-star summoner's assault. Noticing Jiang Yu's unease, Millian placed her delicate hand on his forehead. Are you afraid? A complex expression flashed across Jiang Yu's face. Unlike previous minor skirmishes, this mistake could truly cost her life. He grasped the hand resting on his forehead, feeling its cool, smooth warmth. Don't worry. Trust me, we'll succeed. The boy's dark pupils brimmed with unwavering certainty. Millian stared at the boy's face, her mind going blank. Without realizing it, she had grown dependent on this boy before her. She felt an inexplicable confidence in Jiang Yu. We will succeed. We absolutely will. Their eyes locked, their voices brimming with resolve. Now can you tell me why you're so determined to find Lilith? All I can say is that it concerns the Star War and a secret involving your father. After uttering these words, Millian fell silent. After all the twists and turns, another day dawned. At the foot of the mountain, a mysterious figure cloaked in black stood calmly, gazing upward. Beside him stood a peerless beauty, though 2 tails extended from her spine, swaying in the air. A pair of crimson horns adorned the woman's head. It was Millian. Cutting straight through these mountains leads directly to the Volcano headquarters. It's the shortest route. Jiang Yu spoke slowly. Most would choose to traverse the mountains by riding winged spirit beasts. Jiang Yu had no such intention. This journey wasn't a training expedition, it was a prison raid. Flying spirit beasts were far too conspicuous. Therefore, Jiang Yu planned to find a magical beast for transportation. For this operation, Jiang Yu had no intention of summoning Shana. After all, the one raiding the prison was a mysterious figure. What connection did that have to her? Jiang Yu retrieved the bronze mask and slipped it over her face. A thick, black cloak billowed wildly in the gale, flapping and rustling with every gust. Ha ha ha! The cloaked figure let out a laugh. Who was Jiang Yu? He didn't know. I am an elder of a mysterious faction. Ha ha ha! Wearing a bronze mask and clad in a black robe, he stood a full 5 centimeters taller than usual, a stark departure from Jiang Yu's typical appearance. Beside him stood none other than a notorious fugitive. Jiang Yu's demeanor was perfectly calibrated at this moment. To any outsider, he appeared undeniably like a high-ranking figure from a mysterious organization. I must say, you've pulled off this disguise so convincingly, even I couldn't recognize you. Keep it low-key. You should address me as elder now. You get into character pretty fast. Millian's aura spread out. The power unique to those of higher standing enveloped the entire mountain range. All the beasts trembled in fear, while those asleep were jolted awake. Upon sensing the aura of the superior being, they revealed expressions of utter terror. Some lower-tier beasts immediately feigned death. You're the one. Millian seized a unicorn to serve as her mount. The unicorn was pure white, its horn crowned with thunderous energy. Millian mounted the beast, with Jiang Yu following closely behind as they rode together. The unicorn let out a shrill neigh and galloped off. Dappled sunlight filtered through the forest canopy, dotting their bodies. Seated side by side on the single mount, their bodies pressed close together in intimate proximity. Millian felt the man's uniquely potent aura, causing her ears to flush crimson. Riding the unicorn, Jiang Yu frowned slightly. It was a bit uncomfortable on the rear. They charged for about 9 hours. They traversed a dense forest. Before them lay crimson sands stretching to the horizon, the entire sky dyed scarlet. Climbing over a hill, a crimson volcano came into view. Volcanic prison. Lava flowed down its slopes, while black smoke billowed from its crater. Stone steps were carved into the volcano, barely wide enough for 2 to pass side by side. Beyond the volcano lay an endless sea. Beyond the sea lay the realm of Brahma. Though the two nations lie far apart, I'd call it a case of water from different wells never mixes. As we drew nearer the volcano, a magnificent structure became visible beneath its summit. Volcano headquarters. An 8-star summoner, Yu Tianhao, was stationed here. His nephew, Ruan Fan, had been soundly beaten by Jiang Yu. His gaze gradually shifted downward, settling upon the molten lava. Beneath the magma's surface, man-made caverns hold captive all manner of dangerous beasts. Lilith, the Witch of the Night, was imprisoned within. Little Millie, we're already near the edge of the volcano headquarters. We can't go any further, we'll be detected. Got it. Millie nodded. She skillfully scooped up Jiang Yu, her body shrouded in a mist that vanished in an instant. The unicorn let out an excited neigh. Finally rid of these two big shots, it wasn't about to linger here. It kicked up its hooves and galloped away. Volcano headquarters. All summoners were undergoing basic training. Each man stood bare-chested, their skin a glossy black and deeply weathered. Not a word was spoken. They guarded the volcano, suppressing the surrounding area, and before they knew it, decades had passed. Yet not a single one regretted it. Chapter 88 Discovered. At the edge of the training ground stood a burly man. Standing over 1.9 meters tall and in his early 40s, the man was in the prime of his life. Behind him, the thunder tigers roared with each breath, their growls echoing like thunderclaps. He was none other than General Yu Tianhao, a household name throughout Hua Nation. A medal adorned his chest, a decoration bestowed upon a man of great merit. If Jiang Yu wanted to see Lilith, he would first have to get past General Yu. General Yu Tianhao, stationed at the volcano headquarters, had only made a brief appearance at the opening ceremony of the Superstar tournament before rushing back to Volcano. General Yu, according to the latest reports, the Superstar tournament has concluded. Tiandu Academy has claimed the championship. That Jiang Yu. She defeated your nephew. The man turned his head, picked up the screen to watch, and saw Jiang Yu and the others holding the trophy. A faint smile appeared on his face. The Superstar tournament was a nationally watched event. If not for his important position, he would have wanted to watch it live. On the large screen, Jiang Yu beamed as she shared the trophy with her two teammates. Though Ruan Fan lost, victory and defeat are common in warfare. In any case, the future holds promise. Exactly. Victory and defeat are common in warfare. In my opinion, in a few more years, Ruan Fan will truly become a champion. It's truly a case of the new generation surpassing the old. We're way ahead. The surrounding crowd chimed in with their opinions. Enough idle chatter. Is our training regimen insufficient? That kid Ruan Fan, don't think I haven't noticed. He acts all respectful on the surface, but deep down, he looks down on everyone. Now he's finally met his match. Yu Tianhao's expression remained impassive, but a faint smile flickered across his face when Ruan Fan's name was mentioned. Yu Tianhao had no children of his own. Ruan Fan was the son of his comrade in arms, hence calling him uncle. Learning that Ruan Fan had been selected by the cabinet filled Yu Tianhao with immense satisfaction. After dismissing the others, Yu Tianhao retrieved his phone once more. He stared at the screen, replaying Ruan Fan's battle against Jiang Yu over and over. These two, their talent is truly extraordinary. In just a few years, they'll become pillars of society. Whether Jiang Yu wants to join the military is none of my concern. Ruan Fan must inherit my legacy. Otherwise, I'll break his legs. The three branches of the Huagua military were the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Yu Tianhao belonged to the army, stationed at the volcano headquarters, with rare opportunities to return inland. Volcanic winds swept through, carrying intense heat. The man rolled up his sleeves, revealing arms covered in scars. Yu Tianhao felt conflicted. The army was a grueling assignment. He wanted Ruan Fan to carry on his legacy, yet feared the dangers his son might face. Forget it. Let the kid do what he wants. But I should warn him to stay away from the cabinet. The volcano's heat was intense. The man, bare-armed, scrolled through his phone. His gaze finally settled on Jiang Yu. Born lowly is no shame. The true man bends and stretches as needed. Well said. This kid comes from humble origins, but his talent is extraordinary. If we can recruit him into the army, he'll be another ace in our deck within a few years. Yu Tianhao never imagined this youth was already plotting an escape right under his nose. Volcano headquarters. Two figures materialized, moving stealthily like lizards. Is this the volcano headquarters? Jiang Yu murmured to herself, the air thick with a chilling, murderous atmosphere. Don't be nervous. Milian took a deep breath. Facing General Yu, the very man who had nearly caused her downfall, how could she not be tense? Jiang Yu clasped Milian's small hand. At that moment, Yu Tianhao stared at the screen, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Yu Tianhao. I saw him at the opening ceremony of the Superstar tournament. Jiang Yu's eyelid twitched violently as she lowered her voice. Little Millie, are you sure? Milian bit her lip. Yu Tianhao's strength has already reached that of a 9-star summoner, though he still publicly claims to be only an 8-star. With 2 more sun potions, you could still fight him using methods that stimulate soul power. After a moment's thought, Milian replied earnestly. And his Thunder Tiger, which commands purple gold lightning, possesses overwhelming countering power against dark attributes. We shouldn't engage him in direct conflict. Jiang Yu had no desire to engage in direct conflict with this general guarding the frontier. Volcano prison is impregnable. Are we really going to force our way in? Can we contact Lilith? Jiang Yu asked cautiously. I'll try. Milian closed her eyes, and a unique soul fluctuation emanated from her body. Such soul fluctuations were imperceptible to humans. I hope we can reach her. I'd rather not force our way in, nor do I wish to experience the might of Lei Hu. Lei Hu roared, instantly unleashing thunderous claps and fiery explosions. Jiang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The operation begins tonight at 8 p.m. Tonight at 8 p.m., Lilith will cooperate with us inside the volcanic prison to stir up a riot. Milian's eyes flashed with determination. Can Lilith be trusted? She has no choice. Jiang Yuto nodded. As a great man once said, time is like water in a sponge, squeeze it, and you'll always find some. The sky grew dark. All stood ready for battle, countless summoners patrolling the streets. A torrent of steel roared across the volcanic landscape. Volcano headquarters. Yu Tianhao couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Am I overthinking this? Just as he reached for his teacup, he noticed it trembling slightly. With Yu Tianhao's abilities, such a minor disruption should never occur. Oh no! The words had barely left his mouth. The entire volcano began to shake violently. Lava churned ceaselessly, forming a whirlwind. Lava rained down from the sky like a torrential downpour. This is bad. Someone's causing trouble. Old Yu, leave this minor disturbance to me. After staying with you for so long, it's time for me to stretch my legs. Screech! A blue phoenix let out a piercing cry. Its entire body engulfed in flames, strands of blue feathers drifted down. Perched on the phoenix's back stood a slouching man. He wore glasses, his features sharp and angular. His shirt was tucked into his pants, and he wore a military jacket over it. Yet no one dared to underestimate him. All present saluted in unison. This man was none other than General Bai Changgong of the military. He was also the principal of Nirvana Academy. The term Nirvana itself originated from the phoenix he had summoned. Thanks for your hard work, old Bai. Let's grab a couple of drinks later. We're old friends, no need for formalities. But sure, I'll join you for a drink. The two got along well. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. Volcano headquarters, two top generals. Milian bit her lip. What do we do now? The situation has changed. Should we just retreat? Jiang Yu shook her head. Retreat? It's probably too late. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to go all in. The volcano erupted. Lava rained down like a torrent, the entire ground trembling. No one could have imagined that someone would storm the volcano headquarters. And certainly no one imagined. With two generals commanding the fortress, who could be so audacious? Chapter 89, The Move. Lilith, do you really think we can kill you? From atop the phoenix, Bai Changgong's expression turned icy. Is that so? If you could kill me, why bother imprisoning me here? Black mist erupted from the volcano, coalescing into a colossal human face. The group dared not relax, staying on high alert. The closest warriors felt cold sweat trickle down their foreheads, soaking their backs. They had witnessed the terror of the Night Witch. Even imprisoned within the volcanic dungeon, her formidable power was sufficient to shake the world. Under the shroud of night, not a single star shone. Such a terrifying presence, even imprisoned, sent shivers down everyone's spine. Ha 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 ha. Secrets cannot remain buried forever. Don't you want to know what happened in the Celestial Star War? Why the cabinet would stop at nothing to conceal that chapter of history? There's a name you're all familiar with, isn't there? He's your savior. Lilith. You dare utter his name. Bai Changgong's expression darkened instantly. Is that so? Every word Lilith spoke stabbed at the hearts of the two men. Her words carried a hint of mockery. Their expressions flickered between anger and fear. Judging by their facial expressions, the matter was likely far more complex than it appeared. And at the core of it all was Long Xiaotian. Enough! Take her back immediately. The phoenix spat forth a jet of flame. The flames were scorching hot, causing the surrounding space itself to warp and distort. The phoenix's piercing cry rent the night sky. As expected, an unexpected turn occurred. Boom! Before anyone could react, they were engulfed by a hail of light arrows. Thick smoke billowed. Flames shot skyward. Finally showing your face? Who the hell are you? Both voices rang out simultaneously. The two generals unleashed their power. Thunder roared like a tiger, phoenixes screeched like birds. At that very moment, a figure clad in black robes stood suspended in midair, towering above them as they faced off. The cloaked figure was like a black hole, shrouded in mystery. Everyone felt as if facing a formidable enemy. The black-robed figure radiated an oppressive aura, overwhelmingly powerful, even surpassing the two generals. A bronze mask covered the figure's face, revealing only a pair of deep, piercing eyes. Those eyes were like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. Yu Tianhao seized the moment, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Yu. Who are you? Why are you forcing your way into the volcano headquarters? Facing this mysterious figure of unknown strength, Yu Tianhao's expression turned cautious. You are unworthy of knowing my identity. Jiang Yu's voice cracked hoarsely, like nails scraping a chalkboard. Everyone's hearts tightened. Jiang Yu's performance successfully intimidated everyone. He perfectly captured the aura of a high-ranking figure from a shadowy organization. You invaded volcano headquarters and aided Lilith, clearly opposing China. Since that's the case, there's no need for further pleasantries. Lei Hu roared in a deep, thunderous voice that shook the air. If I'm not mistaken, the mysterious figure is one of the Old Guard, right? Old Bai, that's my guess too. The Old Guard is shadowy organization. Little is known about them. Yet every member of the Old Guard is on the most wanted list. Each carries a bounty of 5 billion. In other words, they're all walking, talking vaults. Jiang Yu's high-profile emergence and covert alliance with Lilith inevitably raised suspicions about his ties to the Old Guard. As for who this old man is, you needn't concern yourselves. Today, I intend to take the witch away. You may try to stop me. Let me make this clear, those who stand in my way will die. Jiang Yu's arrogance perfectly matched his current persona. Lilith felt a pang of surprise. She couldn't fathom how she could possibly know such a person. Mirian, who exactly is he? He is my master. Millian's tone was complex. Master? Interesting. Lilith felt a strange unease. What she hadn't anticipated was that Millian had actually signed a contract with a human, becoming their servant. He really is different. Just know this, he can be trusted. I'll explain everything once we're out of here. Confined within the prison walls, Lilith wore loose-fitting prison garb. Even so, her well-proportioned figure was still discernible. If I'm not mistaken, this kid's soul power by human standards is only around 4 stars, right? I'm getting more and more curious. Jiang Yu murmured. You can call me Xiao Shuai. Take note, this young man goes by Xiao Shuai, and he's currently breaking out of prison. At that moment, over 1,000 summoners had formed a tight formation, completely surrounding Jiang Yu. Beyond them, 2 generals stood ready for battle. Whoever you are, if you dare breach the volcano headquarters, you will be killed without mercy. Capture him alive, and you'll be richly rewarded. Those who eliminate her shall be awarded first-class merit. Move out. At the command, all warriors summoned their spirit beasts. Beneath her mask, Jiang Yu's lips curved into a wicked smile as she crushed 2 pills between her molars. The pills dissolved within her stomach, transforming into pure medicinal energy that coursed through her entire body. Jiang Yu felt a sharp pain in his head as his soul power surged exponentially. You're asking for it. Don't blame this old man when you get what's coming to you. Jiang Yu was wildly arrogant and cool, pointing his left finger to the heavens and his right finger to the earth, proclaiming himself supreme above all. He was utterly over the top. Drugs might give you a temporary boost, but once the high wears off, you'll crash even harder. Little Millie, go all out. You know how long I can hold out. I know. 15 minutes. That's plenty. Alright. Lilith's eyes suddenly snapped open. Her crimson pupils revealed a rare look of astonishment. Her white hair cascaded to the floor, her body bound by several chains, her bare, pale feet slightly raised. This guy's soul power has suddenly multiplied several times over. How intriguing. A colossal battle erupted at the volcano headquarters. Jiang Yu's formidable soul loomed over everyone like a mountain. His black robes fluttered wildly in the air. He appeared as steady as an old dog, but inside, he was panicking like hell. At a single command, a barrage of attacks surged toward Jiang Yu. This was volcano headquarters, a gathering of summoners. Setting aside the 2 generals, the sheer number of summoners alone was enough to inspire despair. Even the ordinary warriors were 4-star and 5-star summoners. 6-star and 7-star summoners were countless. But even one of them alone could easily overwhelm Jiang Yu. And that was without counting the 2 generals commanding the forces. Even the Heavenly King himself wouldn't dare show off his might in front of the brigade commander. The crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, closing in on Jiang Yu. At the critical moment, a crimson moon enveloped the entire volcano. Scarlet mist spread out, engulfing the entire mountain. Sleep tight, my dears. I'll make sure you have sweet dreams. Millian's lips parted slightly. Most collapsed to the ground, their faces drained of color. Countless people fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. With a single move, she had taken out nearly 80% of them. Chapter 90, Lilith still has her charm. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, a crimson moon hanging overhead. The entire land fell into silence. Yu Tianhao's brows furrowed as he fixed his gaze on Millian. Mire Felix, her power seems to have grown stronger. Bai Changgong nodded. Judging by the aura she's emitting, she's only a half step away from advancing to the Morningstar rank. No. The purple gold lightning within her body seems to have vanished. What? Old Ju, you're not joking? Bai Chinggong's expression darkened. He knew all too well how troublesome Yu Tianhao's purple gold lightning was. Once it struck, it would lie dormant within the body until it electrocuted the victim into charcoal. What happened to Million after she escaped? Both pairs of eyes turned back to Zhang Yu. Whatever happened, it must be connected to this man. The terrifying aura emanating from the black-robed figure made them dare not take him lightly. Meanwhile, Million's power had surged dramatically. With Crimson Moon alone, she could render most opponents incapable of fighting. This guy is too dangerous, we can't let those two leave. That's exactly what I had in mind. Both knew that letting them escape would pose an endless threat to the entire nation. Boom! Boom! Thunderclaps lit up the sky, illuminating the volcano headquarters. Lei Hu roared, and purple lightning coiled around the cloaked figure like a prison cell, trapping him inside. Those who remained conscious breathed a collective sigh of relief, wiping sweat from their foreheads. Purple gold thunder seal. Truly, seeing is believing. The thunder becomes a prison, trapping the intruder with no escape. Truly worthy of the title Thunder God, General Yu. He dealt with the mysterious cloaked figure in one fell swoop. With two great generals commanding, the advantage is ours. We're far ahead. Dozens of thunderbolts as thick as water barrels struck the earth like thunderbolts, forming a terrifying prison. Like previous invaders, they were completely sealed within. The purple gold lightning proved unmatched in its destructive power. Dare to touch it, and you'd be torn to shreds, charred on the outside, tender within, crispy and delicious. Zhang Yu felt a flash before his eyes, suddenly finding himself amidst a sea of thunder. The sheer power of the purple gold lightning was enough to make anyone pale at the mere mention of it. Zhang Yu's brow furrowed. Mirian, can you break this prison? Millian nodded. The thunder tiger roared, its deafening roar echoing through the void. Thunderbolts rained down like a storm, flashing incessantly and weaving a vast net of lightning across the sky. Boom! 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 Thunder roared, bathing the entire volcano in lightning's glow. Is it over? Bai Changdong dared not be careless. Standing atop the phoenix's back, he cautiously inquired. Struck by the purple thunderbolt, even if they don't die, they'll lose a layer of skin. Even if that mysterious cloaked figure is powerful, breaking free from the thunder prison is impossible. Before Yu Tianhao could finish speaking, a crimson moon appeared, suspended in the sky, bathing the entire land in a scarlet glow. What is that? What's happening? In an instant, the entire volcano trembled. Crimson flames swirled around Million, creating a breathtaking spectacle beneath the crimson moon. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Yu Tianhao's face was etched with utter astonishment. Million's current power was truly terrifying. She had actually shattered the lightning prison outright. This isn't summoning at all. To break the lightning prison with a single strike, what on earth happened to her? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Looks like you're just a step away from the Morningstar rank. Bai Changdong murmured to himself. Both men looked up simultaneously, their gaze fixed on Zhang Yu, who stood motionless in the void above. Their eyes narrowed slightly, their expressions turning solemn. May I ask, who exactly are you? Yu Tianhao keenly sensed. The figure in the black cloak was likely not from his former subordinates. After all, years of open and covert struggles had left Yu Tianhao well aware of the capabilities of his old team. He was certain none of his former subordinates possessed such formidable strength. Even Million, whom he had severely wounded back then, had undergone a complete transformation and was now on the verge of advancing to the Morningstar rank. It was simply unbelievable. The mastermind behind all this was the mysterious cloaked figure before him. Who on earth was this person? Both men were filled with curiosity. Anyone possessing such formidable abilities was clearly no ordinary individual. If you refuse to answer, then so be it. We'll simply lock you away in the volcanic prison and interrogate you at our leisure. Bai Qingdong's eyes flashed with menace as he channeled his formidable soul power. He could call Yu Tianhao his brother. His strength had long since reached the 9-star level. And no 9-star summoner was a fraud. Screech! A phoenix cry pierced the air, and the tiny bird instantly transformed into a colossal creature that obscured the sky. Its immense wings blocked out the sun and sky, shrouding vast swaths of the heavens. Blue flames blazed across its body, radiating terrifying heat. The giant bird's wings obscured the sky, its azure flames scorching half the heavens. The surrounding mountains and rivers seemed insignificant before the colossal phoenix. Bai Chengdong stood atop the phoenix's back, his expression serene. I offer you one final chance, Bai Chengdong said coolly. Reveal your identity and state your purpose. Perhaps you may yet avoid imprisonment. Ha ha ha. My intentions? Well, old man here finds Lilith still quite charming. Is that reason enough for you too? At these words, the two men froze. Even Million's hands paused mid-motion, while Lilith's wide eyes brimmed with confusion. This fellow? Truly unlike ordinary humans. Bai Qingdong's expression darkened. He instinctively thought Jian Yu was toying with him. The phoenix's cry pierced the air. Even with Million's protection, blood trickled from Jiang Yu's nose and mouth beneath the black cloak. Little Millie, we can't linger here. We must get Lilith out immediately. The potion's effects are wearing off. I have to escape this place right now. Million's brows furrowed deeply. Yu Tianhao snorted coldly. Endless thunder spread out, engulfing the entire world in a terrifying realm of lightning that shook the very soul. A pincer movement. Jiang Yu was in grave danger. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Million faced attacks from both sides while shielding Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's soul power was depleted. If this dragged on, both of them would die. Tomorrow's headlines would read: shocking, the superstar tournament champion turns out to be a mysterious cloaked figure. Why did Jiang Yu invade volcano headquarters? The truth is, little Millie, do you trust me? Jiang Yu's voice echoed. Millie nodded, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Without realizing when, this little man had filled her heart. Good. Little Millie, drop your defenses now. Lowering defenses at a life or death moment, that was tantamount to suicide. Had Jiang Yu lost his mind? Lilith, observing everything, also wore a look of bewilderment. She realized she couldn't see through a human being. For the first time, Lilith felt intrigued by a human male. Miriam hesitated for a moment. She deactivated her shield and ceased struggling. In that life or death instant, Million still trusted Jiang Yu unconditionally. At that very moment, thunder erupted across the sky, pouring down like a torrential flood. Following closely behind was the azure phoenix fire. Heavenly thunder and earthly fire. Explosions echoed ceaselessly. Chapter 91, Outlaw. This was tantamount to courting death. Dismantle the shield. Cease struggling. In the next instant, the fury of heaven's thunder and earth's fire poured down upon Million. Explosions echoed without end as the entire volcano shook violently. Yu Tianhao's face betrayed astonishment. He couldn't fathom why Million wasn't resisting. Is this woman insane? To dare withstand the purple gold lightning with her bare flesh? Forget it. The purple gold lightning is overwhelmingly powerful. No one could possibly survive it. He knew the true power of the purple gold lightning all too well. No one could survive a direct hit from the might of heavenly thunder. All was settled. Truly worthy of General Yu's reputation, the power of the purple gold lightning is utterly terrifying. The mysterious man must be dead, right? The weight lifted from everyone's hearts. A flicker of awe passed through Bai Chenggong's eyes. At the epicenter of the explosion, a faint glow began to illuminate. The light grew increasingly blinding, eventually erupting like a flashbang grenade. Brother Yu. Be careful. That guy isn't dead. This can't be possible? What? Yu Tianhao's face also betrayed utter shock. The next moment, a fierce wind swept through, revealing Million's curvaceous figure. In the black-robed figure's hand, a blurred light flickered. The light flowed like water, forming a constantly shifting barrier before the two. What is this? This can't be possible? It's the power of time. How is this possible? Some collapsed among the ruins, their eyes wide with astonishment. Their expressions were utterly horrified. Controlling time and human perception, only deities could achieve such feats. Yet the enemy they now faced stood shoulder to shoulder with the gods. Primitive instincts overwhelmed most, filling them with utter terror. Around Jiang Yu, light swirled as everything seemed to rewind like a movie. This is the power of time. Who exactly are you, sir? Yu Tianhao's heart raced with horror. The power of time. The entire volcano began to shake violently. A dark veil enveloped the entire volcano. Million's body rose once more. A powerful force radiated outward, forming a hurricane that filled everyone with dread. Miriam shattered the lightning prison, her overwhelming aura spreading to terrifying levels. The hooded figure, masked, advanced step by step. Each step seemed to crush hearts beneath foot, inspiring terror and profound dread. Simultaneously, everyone grew even more curious just how sacred was this mysterious cloaked figure? Manipulating time. Bai Chenggong's pupils dilated in shock. Who might you be, sir? Jiang Yu held the Taiyin moon toad, which possessed the power to reverse time. Moments ago, Jiang Yu had reversed time on a small scale, restoring both their states. Million's eyes were filled with utter shock. Had Jiang Yu planned all this? Facing two great generals, she not only remained unflappable in crisis but turned the tables on them. Heaven and earth may overturn, yet his composure remains unshaken. Sun and moon may both fall, yet he alone shines bright. Too brilliant. Jiang Yu possesses the caliber of a 9-star summoner. Yet now, as the mysterious cloaked figure, the stronger she appears, the less likely the two generals will let her leave unharmed. Since you refuse to reveal your identity, it seems you are determined to oppose our Huagua. Kill. The entire thunder tiger roared once more, leaping into the void with thunder crackling around its body. Million swallowed a sun potion, her power surging. Boom! A torrent of immense power erupted, causing the entire volcanic terrain to collapse. Even the sea surface churned with towering waves. The immense force sent the thunder tiger flying backward, transforming into a streak of light in the void before vanishing in an instant. Yu Tianhao's face darkened. We're afraid we can't keep them here. Bai Chenggong sighed. Judging by the strength Million had displayed, even if the two of them attacked together, it would be futile. And then there was that mysterious cloaked figure. The awakening of numerous warriors had taken a tremendous toll on their spirits, leaving them looking pale. Yu Tianhao fell silent, his expression more grave than ever before. The power of time was too mysterious. Just like the mysterious cloaked figure before them. Lei Hu reappeared beside him, letting out a low growl. Anger and apprehension flickered within his enormous beastly eyes. A crimson glow emanated from Million's body. Like a crimson moon. Under the effects of the sun potion, Million had temporarily transcended her limits, reaching the morning star tier. Like a celestial star, she became awe-inspiring and unreachable. The morning star tier terrifying indeed. Merlin's power suppressed the two generals, exuding an aura reminiscent of a goddess descending to the mortal realm. Yet all of this was merely a bluff. Jiang Yu was nearing her limit, not just in soul power but also in physical stamina. Jiang Yu was merely a 4-star summoner. Even with special means allowing her to match an 8-star summoner. It could only be sustained for a short while. The strength gained from drugs was nothing but an illusion. The truly weakling Yu is the real Yu. Jiang Yu had already consumed 3 pills. 2 to sustain Million, 1 to reverse time. The last one still lay lodged between his molars. Beneath the mask, sweat drenched his handsome face. Snot and saliva streamed down his face, his eyes unfocused. The potion's effects hadn't yet faded, but the side effects had already begun. He was barely holding on. Take a gamble. Win, and he'd keep Lilith's lingering charm. Lose, and he'd be sold into slavery at Volcano Prison. And their reinforcements were arriving soon. So it seems you two wish to challenge this old man. Though his body was withered, his spirit remained fierce. Miriam nodded, and arrows of light rained down. A crimson moon rose once more, high in the heavens. Above the moon, a crimson eye opened, mesmerizing, gifting nightmares. Its pupil resembled an abyss, possessing an endless allure. Red beams of light, like a torrential downpour, traced sparkling trails across the night sky. From afar, it resembled a starry rain. In an instant, the world faded to colorless, everything rushing forward. Only a streak of crimson light remained, seeming to draw near. The two generals simultaneously unleashed their soul power. Thunder Tiger roared, while Phoenix Swan let out a piercing cry. Crimson flames swirled like a tornado, while thunderbolts pierced the heavens like spearheads. Boom! First came a flash of light, then blinding brightness, followed by a deafening explosion. Dust and debris erupted, rocks and earth scattered wildly. The sea surged back, resembling a scene of apocalyptic devastation. The blinding light illuminated the faces of the two generals. Cough cough. The magma was shattered and remained scattered for a long time. The underground prison was also empty. Lilith had been snatched away. Right under the noses of the two generals. Within the impregnable volcanic headquarters. By a mysterious figure cloaked in black. The two generals fell into an unusual silence. We're getting old, after all. How could we let them escape right under our noses? Sigh. Bai Changgong sighed as well. A sense of finality flickered in both their eyes. Carrying Lilith, her pale little feet dangled in the air. All this unfolded before her eyes, filled with utter disbelief. Left hand wanted criminal Million, right shoulder wanted criminal Lilith, and yours truly, the outlaw Jiang Yu. Congratulations. Chapter 92, turns out it was a female brat. In a small cave on a deserted island. Jiang Yu lay on the ground, his head splitting with pain. Last time, just 1 pill had kept her hospitalized for days. This time she'd taken 3 whole pills, enough to push Jiang Yu to the brink of death. Resting her head on Million's lap, she could still only see half the cave. Jiang Yu's face was deathly pale, her breath faint as a thread, as if she might pass away at any moment. Million clasped Jiang Yu's hand, her usually aloof face now filled with anxiety, her eyes red and moist. It was like a scene from a melodramatic tragedy. Did we succeed? Jiang Yu struggled to form a complete sentence. Yes, we succeeded. We escaped, and we rescued Lilith. Lilith is the witch of the night. With her covering for us, no one can find us. That's not something you should say, it's practically setting yourself up for disaster. Just getting her out is enough. Once we're back, I'll reward you properly, Jiang Yu said weakly. In my brief life, I discovered one thing: the harder one trains, the harder one summons, things often don't go as planned. Humans really do have their limits. Jiang Yu's voice grew fainter and fainter. She closed her eyes peacefully. Million's eyes welled up, her voice slightly choked as she clutched Jiang Yu's hand tightly. Wake up! Didn't you say you'd reward me? You can't sleep now. Wake up! Open your eyes. It's Million. After shouting for a long while, Jiang Yu showed no response. Forgive my bluntness, but that sounds more like a dying wish. From what I know, most people who say things like that never come back. Lilith's voice echoed. Petite and gracefully proportioned, her white hair trailing to her ankles, her crimson eyes fixed on Jiang Yu. Like a spirit in the night, she looked at Jiang Yu clinging to Million's leg, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Who would have thought? This kid actually pulled it off, storming the volcano headquarters. And there's a familiar scent about him. On a desolate island, the night was as black as ink. A cave on the island served as a perfect shelter. Inside, a campfire illuminated the faces of 3 figures. Millie sat on the ground. She gazed tenderly at Jiangyu, carefully smoothing the stray strands of hair from his forehead. Lilith propped her face in her hands, her gaze fixed on Jiangyu. I never thought you'd come to save me. I wanted to save you, but I needed the ability to do so. Thank Jiangyu instead. Without him, I couldn't have rescued you at all. Without Jiangyu, forget studying Lilith, even her own life would have been forfeit. A flicker of curiosity crossed Lilith's eyes. Who would have thought? The mighty nightmare princess, willingly submitting to a wet behind the ears child. What nightmare princess? She's nothing but utterly powerless. Weren't you captured by humans too? And kid, it's quite different from other humans. It can concoct all sorts of elixirs and handles things with great discretion. Unconsciously, Million found herself wanting to let a faint smile escape, gently caressing Jiangyu's cheek. Lilith's lips curved into a meaningful smile. Well, this kid really is different from the rest. Of course it is. Let me guess, you've taken a liking to him, haven't you? How amusing. The pure-heartedness of a nightmare princess is truly unexpected. Lilith grinned mischievously. Marion flushed crimson, glaring at Lilith through gritted teeth. Your personality is still as nasty as ever, huh? Oh no, are you getting flustered? Looks like I hit the nail on the head. Your little lover is about to meet his end. Little nightmare, you don't want your sweetheart to just die like that, do you? Her fists clenched. My fists are clenched. Water. Dazed and confused, Jiangyu struggled to open his mouth. Million's face lit up with delight as she picked up a banana leaf and held it to Jiangyu's lips. Water dripped from the banana leaf. Jiangyu remained unconscious, droplets of water trickling down her cheeks. Million felt anxious. She brought the banana leaf close to her cheek, then bent down and kissed Jiangyu. In the firelight, Million's cheeks flushed crimson. Jiangyu had been dreaming for a very long time. She felt a loach wriggling in her mouth, still stirring. The moment she awoke, the dream's contents were reduced to fragments. A strange ceiling? This time it wasn't a ceiling at all, it was a cave. An unfamiliar cave ceiling. Lilith felt a flood of emotions. Was this still the ruthless nightmare princess she knew? She actually initiated a kiss with a human. To care so deeply about a human's life or death. Though they had signed a contract, it was merely a fair one. Jiangyu was dead. At worst, Million would suffer backlash. Jiangyu dead meant Million was free. Lilith dared to assert. Their relationship was absolutely not just a simple contract, it had likely transcended the bonds of a contract. Their bond might even surpass friendship. Is there reproductive isolation between humans and nightmares? Lilith was lost in deep thought. Jiangyu felt the familiar softness beneath her head. Opening her eyes, she could only see half the cave. It was Million's lap. Jiangyu smacked her lips. It felt like a loach had wriggled through her mouth. What did you feed me? Why does my mouth taste like garlic again? Million's face, which had been flushed with color, instantly turned ashen. She yanked her leg free, her head hitting the ground with a sharp thud. Thud. Nice headshot. You couldn't even take the chance when it was offered? What a weakling, heh? Lilith sat atop a large boulder, clad only in a thin prison uniform, a single, flimsy garment covering her entire body. She crossed her legs, looking down on Jiangyu from above. Her pale, delicate skin stretched across her legs, and above that lay the forbidden territory of the law. White hair, red eyes, busty lowly, prison uniform in a cave, highly revealing. Life was complete. Whoa. Thanks for the hospitality. Lilith froze. This human was truly different from the others. How pathetic. Already done? Can't you hold out a little longer? You put on such a convincing act at the volcano headquarters. What a useless piece of trash. Lilith toyed with Jiangyu with her foot, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Jiangyu, don't mind her. She's always been like this, utterly hopeless. For some reason, a sense of foreboding rose in Million's heart. Oh. So it's the little female brat? My age surpasses the entire history of humanity. How dare you call me a brat? You are quite old. So you're the old hag, huh? Jiangyu's gaze drifted upward. Lilith's collar slipped off her shoulder, revealing the ample fruit hanging from her snow-white shoulder, making Jiangyu's head spin. A hint of smugness flickered in Lilith's crimson eyes. She then leapt down from the rock and crouched before Jiangyu. Fine, whatever you say. After all, I should be thanking you. After all, you saved me. Without you, I'd still be locked up in the volcano prison. You can do whatever you want with me. Chapter 93, The Cataclysm of 10,000 Eons. Anything at all? Jiangyu's interest was piqued. Of course. Jiangyu sat up, quick as a flash. Her nostrils flared as she panted, her gaze burning hot as she stared at Lilith. Million clenched her teeth. I was here first. I want you. The words hung heavy in the cave, silencing everything. Lilith hadn't expected Jiangyu to be so direct. A flicker of surprise flickered across her pale, delicate face. I want you to tell me the truth about the Celestial Star War. For some reason, both women felt a weight lift from their hearts. Let me think. The truth about the Starfall War? That was the day you call the Great Cataclysm. That was 200 years ago. It's nothing much, really. It's just that they're returning. It's been so long since the cataclysm. A human-like look of terror flashed in Lilith's eyes. The cataclysm of 10,000 eons? Jiang Yu's expression turned shocked. There's no harm in telling you. In ancient times, the gods carved out the world and established their respective divine realms. It's too complicated to explain. Just read this yourself. Lilith pulled out a scroll and tossed it directly to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu froze in place. Within its pages, the gods used stars as their children, the world as bait, and cosmic laws as stakes, launching a game of hunting all living beings. A towering deity merely flickered with thought, and a violet star descended upon a mountain peak. Mythical creatures sprang into existence, beasts transformed into monstrous beasts, and the great catastrophe began. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Hunting all living things. Is this merely a game to you? Yes. As you see, we have already destroyed countless worlds. This is the Celestial Star War. Isn't that purple star right on your body? Lilith said impassively. You mean that thing old man left me? As for the cataclysm of 10,000 eons, you are too weak now to deserve knowing. You need only understand this, it is an existence feared even by all the gods. Jiang Yu sank into recollection. The agony of hellfire seared into her bones, unforgettable. Everyone fought with every ounce of strength. Everyone staked everything on the line. All this is but a game played by the gods. Then I shall challenge the gods with mortal flesh. O gods! Have you ever felt powerless? As Jiang Yu stood lost in thought, Lilith gently tapped her shoulder. Where is my father? I don't know about that. I heard your father's disappearance is connected to an organization called the Cabinet. Lilith said indifferently. The Cabinet again? A shadow fell over Jiang Yu's eyes. No wonder her father left no trace, it was connected to the Cabinet. The current Huagua was practically in the Cabinet's hands, influencing every aspect of the nation. Long Xiaotian had assembled a group of elite summoners to venture into the summoning trial realm. The outcome? The Cabinet rapidly expanded its reach, seizing control over virtually every facet of Huagua within a remarkably short time frame. In the end, Long Xiaotian vanished mysteriously, and the Cabinet had been relentlessly pursuing him ever since. A sorrowful expression flickered across Jiang Yu's face. My father's disappearance is undoubtedly connected to the Cabinet. But I can assure you, he is definitely not dead. Jiang Yu snorted coldly, her eyes flashing with hatred. The Cabinet. Lilith gave her a faint glance before a smile touched her lips. That thing on you, it must have been passed down by Long Xiaotian. You can't sense it now simply because you're too weak. Once you reach the rank of a 9-star summoner, it should be possible. Jiang Yu nodded. Her rebirth and the vast expanse of history now seemed far from mere coincidence. As for the Cabinet, the powerful faction now controlling every facet of Huagua, it remained far beyond Jiang Yu's reach. But if the Cabinet discovered that thing was on her person, they'd likely tear off their masks in anger. Power. It all comes down to power. Jiang Yu's expression turned solemn. She was still far too weak. The cave fell into silence. Lilith, I wish to make a contract with you. Jiang Yu lifted her head. Me? I accept. Lilith agreed without hesitation. Jiang Yu froze. Ha? Aren't you going to resist? Why should I resist? I prefer to enjoy myself. Lilith licked her lips. You're my savior, and you're Long Xiaotian's son. Since Long Xiaotian gave you that thing, he must have his reasons. Lilith's gaze burned with desire, as if she could devour Jiang Yu whole. You trust Long Xiaotian that much? Million's gaze held a trace of doubt. We've worked together twice. He's shameless. Lilith pondered for a moment before turning her gaze back to Jiang Yu. When it comes to shamelessness, you take the cake. Jiang Yu shrugged. Jiang Yu was taken aback by Lilith's swift agreement. Are you truly the legendary Witch of the Night? Agreeing so readily? Beasts never serve as slaves. Where's your pride? Shouldn't you be saying, foolish humans, do you even deserve to bind yourselves to me? These days, everyone just plays by the script. Jiang Yu sighed, fully embodying the arrogance befitting a Morningstar-ranked being. Lilith's mouth twitched. Miriam's lips twitched. Miri leaned close to Jiang Yu's ear and whispered, if Lilith refuses to sign the contract, or even kills you outright, what will you do? A sharp gleam flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. Of course I have a backup plan. I'll rush straight to Volcano headquarters to report it, then sit back and wait to collect Lilith's bounty. A whopping 100 billion. That's a fortune. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. You're full of tricks, kid. Jiang Yu bit his middle finger, and beneath Lilith's jade-like feet, an 8-pointed star formation materialized. Lilith, from now on, I'll just call you Lily. It's catchy and easy to remember. Quack. Tying Moon popped out of Jiang Yu's pocket, her large eyes brimming with confusion. Jiang Yu, what do we do now? I bet you're on the military's most wanted list. Jiang Yu pulled out his phone. The headlines were filled with shocking news. Breaking, mysterious cloaked figure reappears, targeting volcano headquarters. The Qinqing-class demon beast imprisoned here 200 years ago has escaped. Night Witch Lilith. Total bounty, 30 billion. Mysterious black-robed figure, also known as the black-robed figure or the mysterious one, 30 billion bounty. Jiang Yu touched her chin, only to feel something cold. She'd forgotten she was wearing a mask. I'm worth a fortune, huh? But the military's wanted list is for the black-robed figure. I'm just a student. Little Millie, you're mistaken. The military is hunting the mysterious cloaked figure. What does that have to do with me, Jiang Yu? Millie couldn't wrap her head around it. The wanted person is the mysterious black-robed one. I'm just a student. What does the mysterious black-robed one have to do with me, Jiang Yu? Lilith's lips curled upward. Has she always been this dense? You'll get used to it. Chapter 94, All My Wings. On the silent island, immense power rippled outward. The surrounding waters churned as if swept by a raging storm, waves crashing ceaselessly. Million's eyes opened, like stars in the sky, captivating all who gazed upon them. The dark holy prayer has ended. The nightmare legacy of the morning star. I wonder where that little one got it from, Lilith mused. Million felt the transformation coursing through her body. Her wounds had completely healed. Are you ready? Jiang Yu's face bore a rare look of solemnity. The risks of advancement were immense. Everyone knew that. Though only one rank separated Legend and Morning Star, the difference between them was incomparable. Legends would one day fade away. The Morning Star, like the stars in the heavens, would forever hang high in the sky. I'm ready. Million would not abandon this chance to advance. Jiang Yu remained silent, head bowed. From her storage ring, she retrieved a white skull. From its eye sockets, milky white liquid dripped. This is your future. Drink it all, and you'll break through your limits. Jiang Yu roughly shoved the skull into Million's mouth. Caught off guard, Million choked. Millie shot Jiang Yu a withering glare. The strange taste in her mouth began to spread. This is the most crucial step now. A powerful force gathered relentlessly within her body. Million's body trembled uncontrollably, her face contorted in agony. Her face flushed crimson, her body burning hot. Ah, it's so hot. My body feels awful. Million's body trembled uncontrollably. Her two tails, covered in bone spurs, lashed through the air like whips, leaving trails of afterimages. Ah! Mireille cried out in agony, as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, or swarmed by countless ants gnawing at her flesh. A powerful force erupted from her body, filling the entire cave with an overwhelming aura of might. Jiang Yu stumbled back 2 steps, barely steadying herself. Hang in there, you can do it. In that instant, Million surpassed her limits. A powerful aura surged forth, piercing the sky like a rainbow. 2.5 hours passed. A stunningly beautiful woman, clad in tattered garments, stood barefoot in the cave, her lips occasionally licking her teeth. Behind her, 2 tails covered in bone spines swayed rhythmically. Tall and curvaceous, she was a veritable earthly beauty. 2 horns, like crimson jade, emerged from her flowing hair. Her eyes shone like stars. Success! Jiang Yu leapt to her feet. Million pounced straight at him, her body pressing down on Jiang Yu, her childlike face beaming with joy. Million, calm down. I'm a delicate flower. I can't withstand your rough handling. Though she said this, Jiang Yu turned her head away, her expression stubborn. Like a well-bred young man being bullied. Jiang Yu? Let me ask you something. You've got quite a few girls around you, right? Shana, Shu Qianqin, Yu Gulon, Hu Yaya, Lu Qingqing. You've even opened a crystal palace, and now there's Lilith too. What about me? If you had to choose one to marry, who would you pick? Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat. You're all my wings. A fierce wind arose, dark clouds pressed down upon the city, and torrential rain poured down. Jiang Yu felt a chill she hadn't experienced in a long time. As dawn approached, Jiang Yu returned to the hotel. She folded the bronze mask and black robe, placed them inside a cardboard box, and secured them deep within her pet ring. Jiang Yu flashed an innocent smile. No one could possibly connect Jiang Yu to the mysterious black-robed figure who had caused chaos at the volcano headquarters. Knock knock knock. Don't come in. I'm not wearing pants yet. I always sleep naked. Director Lu can vouch for that. The knocking came to an end as Lu Yiyan entered. A pair of long, slender legs, encased in black stockings and paired with knee-high boots, drew all eyes. Director Lu. He. Jiang Yu scratched his head and gave a silly chuckle. Jiang Yu, the sun's about to burn your butt. Why aren't you up? We're heading back to the academy today. Hurry up. Lu Yiyan stomped out in her high heels. Jiang Yu. Over here. After the downpour, the air felt slightly cool. Hu Yaya, clad in a hoodie and jeans, jumped up and waved at Jiang Yu. A faint smile touched Shu Qianqin's lips. This is strange. This isn't the waiting hall. Aren't we taking the train back? Jiang Yu's face showed confusion. He. We're not taking the train back this time. Director Lu has plenty of money. He chartered an entire plane. We're flying back. Plus, military personnel are traveling with us. They're giving the superstar competition champions the full VIP treatment, Shu Qianqin added. Rich lady. Jiang Yu clicked her tongue. People's joys and sorrows truly don't run parallel. Time's up. Board the plane. When Boyang boarded the aircraft. Take off. Through the clouds. Within the secret realm, beyond the cities, people typically traveled by winged spirit beasts. Planes only operated fixed routes between the 6 major bases. Jiang Yu sat by the window, gazing through the porthole at the charming, verdant mountains below. People laughed and joked around. Finally, we can go back. So much had happened in just a few short months. Jiang Yu still wanted to return to Baobin City. Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Above all, she wanted to revisit the old house on the familiar street. Father. Jiang Yu wanted to know about her rebirth and her stepfather. Jiang Yu. What are you thinking about? You look so deep in thought. Tell us and cheer everyone up. Hu Yeye slapped Jiang Yu's shoulder, while Shu Qianqin tilted her head. I'm thinking about their expressions when I return to the academy. I love how they can't stand me but can't do anything about it. Both of them. That Jiang Yu kid was still such a pain in the neck. Evening. As the group stepped out of the airport, a crowd lined the path to welcome them. The faculty and students of Tiandu Academy lined the path, chanting praises in unison. The 5 rings of Longdu model citizens flaunted their cameras and lenses with exaggerated flair. All that was missing was the cry. Welcome the Dragon King. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a crooked smile. Qianqin, Yu, this is when we should be wearing crooked grins. The two rolled their eyes in unison, long accustomed to Jiang Yu's daily antics. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. The greatest under heaven. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Cultivated in both scholarship and martial prowess. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Unify the world. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Unconquerable. Everyone chanted the slogans in perfect unison. Everyone watched the live stream of the Jiang Yu Superstar competition. Jiang Yu's popularity skyrocketed to number 1. The crowd erupted in cheers. Reporters pushed through the crowd, shoving microphones in Jiang Yu's face. Reporter, Jiang Yu, what are your thoughts on winning the Superstar competition? Jiang Yu, nothing much to say. This is routine. No need for further comment. Reporter, were any of your opponents particularly challenging this time? Jiang Yu, they were all strong. Too bad I'm stronger. Reporter, is it like the difference between a cup of water and an ocean? Jiang Yu, no. It's the difference between a single drop of water and the entire ocean. Chapter 95, Sister's Reward. The Superstar competition champion returns. Tiandu Academy stirred by new turmoil. Still worried about your child's grades? Frustrated by their playfulness? Jiang Yu wholeheartedly recommends no need to pay 998. In an instant, news of Jiang Yu's return flooded the entire website. Everyone was stunned. Major TV stations broadcast the news, and the entire city of Longdu was decked out in festive lights and decorations. Amidst the crowd, a disheveled figure huddled in a street corner. His hair was dry and matted, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the giant screen displaying Jiang Yu, crowned with countless honors. This person was very familiar to Jiang Yu. Back then, his father had been the renowned vice principal of Tiandu Academy, a man of immense prestige and high standing. That status lasted until Jiang Yu pulled off an incredible feat, defeating Li Zhang. Li Baoying was expelled from Tiandu Academy. Without his father's protection, he had become a complete outcast. To this day, Li Baoying remained unaware that Li Zhang had been killed by Jiang Yu's own hand. He naively believed Jiang Yu had merely assisted in the act. Jiang Yu. Li Baoying gritted his teeth. From being a high and mighty young master revered by all, he had become a beggar on the street. Anyone could trample him underfoot. The sheer magnitude of his fall over these past months was beyond imagination. Now Jiang Yu stood high above him, champion of the Superstar tournament, a young hero in the eyes of Huagua's people, the nation's future pillar of strength. As for Li Baoying, not only had he lost his student status, but he had also forfeited his summoner qualifications, reduced to a street beggar. The gap between them was like heaven and earth, a chasm as wide as the sky. Jiang Yu. Just as he was muttering Jiang Yu's name over and over, a man dressed in bizarre attire appeared. A flamboyant mask covered his face, casting shadows beneath the wide-brimmed hat. Above the mask, the light and shadow were distinctly defined. The man tapped Li Baoying on the shoulder, his eyes beneath the mask devoid of any emotion. Who are you? Li Baoying? Son of Li Zhang? Who are you? Do you know my father? The oddly dressed man did not answer Li Baoying. Instead, he cast a distant gaze toward the large screen displaying Jiang Yu, adorned with honors. Want to ruin his reputation? Want to defeat him? I do. Li Baoying clenched his fists. Don't worry. I can make all of this happen for you. When you're ready, come find me. In a daze, Li Baoying watched as the mysterious man vanished from the spot. Who was that? What does he want? The matter at hand. Li Baoying lowered her head. Upon clearly seeing the token in her hand, her pupils contracted violently. The token was ancient in design, bearing 2 large characters engraved upon it. Cabinet. Jiang Yu returned to the academy. Everyone was rushing about with urgent expressions. Even Jiang Yu could only manage to catch a few extra glances from them. Upon entering the classroom, when Boyan was droning on at the lectern, Jiang Yu strode in with deliberate swagger, utterly disregarding the classroom discipline. When Boyan, who normally tolerated no indiscipline, acted as if he hadn't noticed. Why isn't Director Wen scolding Jiang Yu? He deliberately arrives late and leaves early, snores through lectures, and even grinds his teeth. If you had Jiang Yu's talent and won another superstar competition championship, you could do it too. I was just saying. Students in the back, stop whispering and return to your seats immediately. A chalk piece landed precisely on both their heads. I know tomorrow's the start of break and everyone's excited, but even when you're excited, you still need to focus. Because the very first day back is midterm exams. Anyone who bombs it, well. The cold glint reflected off when Boyang's glasses. The entire class erupted in a murmur. Sweat broke out on their brows. Time flies. I swear school just started yesterday. Same here. Just hearing the word exam gives me a headache. I can't take it anymore. For today's students, the mere mention of exams triggers headaches, anxiety, and even insomnia. Collectively known as exam syndrome. This condition has no cure. It will cure itself after graduation. Exams consist of 2 parts, written tests and practical assessments. Soldiers who can't fight on the battlefield aren't good students. But Director Wen, we're not soldiers yet. One more word and you're out. The practical portion of the exam remains confidential for now. Just prepare yourselves thoroughly. As for safety, don't worry. We've specially hired the Foamling Guild. They'll step in if danger arises. When Boyang pushed his glasses up, his smile brimming with amusement. His smile held a hint of schadenfreude. A chill ran down everyone's spine. We're done for. Looks like this is a death sentence. Bad news. When Director Wen wears that look, it never means anything good. Jiang Yu looked up. The Foamling Guild? She pulled out her phone, composed a message to Yu Gulong, and hit send. Sis, heard your guild's handling the midterm practical exam for Tiandu Academy? Yep. Can't spill the details yet, but hey, there's a mystery guest. Care to guess who it is? Jiang Yu tapped her chin thoughtfully. A mystery guest? Oh, and, do you have time? Let's grab a bite. Lin Lei said he wants to thank you, and I want to thank you too. Didn't I tell you before? As long as you win the Superstar Competition Championship, I'll reward you handsomely? Yu Guling's tone was teasing. Sure enough, every white lotus flower turns black when cut open. Lin Lei and Jiang Yu had long since become close friends despite their age difference. Let's do it tomorrow. Alright. Jiang Yu put away her phone. When Boyang stood before him, he patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, his face radiating satisfaction. Here, this is for you. When Boyang produced a crystal core, fist-sized and glowing bright red like a light bulb, and held it out to Jiang Yu. What's this? A holy light-type beast crystal core. I believe it will be useful to you. The principal specifically instructed me to give it to you. Jiang Yu's mind drifted to the mysterious principal she had never met. Then thank you to the principal. The principal is very pleased that you helped Tiandu Academy win the championship. She specifically instructed me not to let you thank her. School's out soon. What are your plans for the next few days? Get some rest. This midterm exam was no walk in the park. When Boyang said earnestly. Thank you, Director Wen. I plan to visit the Yu family tomorrow, then return to Baobin City. Ding! The familiar bell rang, and everyone picked up their materials, their faces turning sour. Only Jiang Yu stood with his hands in his pockets, a broad smile lighting up his face. At that very moment, Jiang Yu's massive frame trembled as his gaze shot skyward. What is this? Such a familiar aura? Is it the power of time? Such a familiar power, almost like déjà vu. Jiang Yu looked up at the sky, where crimson evening clouds blended into a faint blush. 2 or 3 white doves flew through the bustling city streets. Tens of thousands of feet above, countless thorns encircled the stone cross. A man bore the cross-shaped stone monument upon his back, blood trickling down the thorns. Chapter 96, The Little Lowly Found by Chance. Jiang Yu lifted her eyes. I can't see anything, but I'm certain. The aura emanating from the man was like the great sun in the sky, with milky white holy flames burning around his body. He was actually a sunrise tier summoner. Beyond 6-star summoners, most ceased referring to them by star rating alone. Instead, they were ranked as Morningstar, Crimson Moon, Sunrise, or even King, Emperor, and Sovereign. The man wore a long linen robe, his hair slightly disheveled, blood streaking his face. Behind him stood a woman in black robes, her expression solemn and reverent. 6 pairs of jet black wings curled against her back. The man resembled a sharp sword in its scabbard, though its cold gleam was hidden, its edge remained unmatched when drawn. His face bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Yu, sharing 7 out of 10 features. The little one has discovered us, hasn't she? The woman nodded, her eyes concealed by a black cloth, her hands pressed together before her chest. Dark Sanctuary, the six-winged fallen angel. An existence that struck terror into the hearts of all who heard its name. Setting aside the Dark Sanctuary's collective might, these two alone could throw the entire nation of Huagui into utter chaos. The Tiandu Academy is below. He's inside the academy. Shall we go see him? A rare expression flickered across the man's face. He drew a deep breath, surveying the city from above as his gaze locked onto a youth within the academy grounds. At that very moment, Jiang Yu happened to be looking up at the sky. Ah! It's not the right time yet? The young one is growing swiftly. I believe the day we meet won't be long in coming. I believe in my lord, I revere my lord, as I revere the divine, the six-winged fallen angel nun declared with pious devotion. Lilith has already bound the child to her contract. You sensed it too, didn't you? Yes, my lord. In an instant, she vanished into the depths of the mist, gone in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu withdrew her gaze, lost in silent contemplation. That familiar aura, I couldn't have misperceived it. It bears some resemblance to Lilith's. Is it the Dark Sanctuary? Why does it feel so familiar? Jiang Yu pushed the distracting thoughts aside. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Tiandu Academy, a crisp, childlike voice rang out. Jiang Yu has returned. I must see her myself. But your health? A mere shrinking and rejuvenation? It's nothing. The night passed without incident. Jiang Yu pressed her stomach inside. Whether it's the Dark Sanctuary or the Holy See, neither will stop me from eating. This hot pot place, here comes their walking advertisement. Jiang Yu stepped into a shop. Tap tap tap. The moment she crossed the threshold, hurried footsteps echoed behind her. Jiang Yu instinctively turned around, only to have a petite, soft figure collide straight into his arms. The little girl wore a dress and had her hair neatly tied in twin ponytails. She looked about 13 or 14, with a porcelain doll-like face. Jiang Yu couldn't resist giving her a couple of playful squeezes. Ahem. I'm really not a lolicon, I just like cute things. Big brother, I'm so sorry. Things at home are just too rough. I snuck out. I haven't eaten in days. Could you treat me to some spicy hot pot? Jiang Yu looked up, her little girl eyes clear and innocent. Sure thing. Jiang Yu wasn't good at saying no. Especially not to an adorable little girl. Standing about 5 feet tall, she was the epitome of a soft, adorable little girl, twin ponytails tied high, sweet and charming. She wore an elaborate, luxurious white dress and white thigh-high stockings that hugged her curves just right. Any lowly enthusiast would gladly risk breaking the law. I'd rather take a bullet than give up my lowly girlfriend. But Jiang Yu is no ordinary man, and certainly not a lowly con. As everyone knows, Jiang Yu isn't interested in women. He just can't stand seeing little girls suffer. Boss, 2 large bowls of spicy hot pot, please. Thanks, big brother. You're so kind. You're a student at Tiandu Academy, right? What a coincidence. Me too? The little girl took a sip of her milk tea. Is that so? I don't recall any little girls among this year's freshmen. There are 3 older sisters, though I know them all. But I'm not a student. Here's your spicy hot pot. It's been 2 minutes. Enjoy your meal, everyone. The little girl picked up a large bowl and buried her face in it. She looked just like a starving hamster. After she'd eaten her fill. So, what's your name? I can give you a ride back. My name is Yi Chen. The little girl's voice was clear and sweet. At these words, Jiang Yu's expression turned pensive. A teasing expression appeared on the little girl's face. Sounds like a boy's name. Doesn't really suit you, does it? Want me to give you a new one? How about Yi Papaya? Like attracts like papayas are good for bust enhancement. Pretty satisfied with that, huh? Yi Chen froze. Was this kid's way of thinking really this unconventional? This kid really is different from everyone else. What an amusing little fellow. Yi Chen lifted his head, his eyes slightly reddened. Big brother, please don't send me back. I finally managed to get out. I'll find my own way back. This? Jiang Yu instantly made her judgment and escaped rich girl. Jiang Yu had no intention of getting involved with the family behind this little girl. Big brother, please don't take me back. I can give you money, and these crystal cores too. Yi Chen opened his small bag, nearly blinding Jiang Yu with its contents. She's loaded. Jiang Yu's eyes widened like copper bells. If he served her well, he'd be showered with rare treasures. Alright. I was planning to explore today anyway. You can tag along. Just to be clear, I'm not some lecherous, money-grubbing person, I just love cute things. Ah, yes. I know, big brother is so noble and refined, definitely not vulgar at all. He. My dear little sister, let's go shopping. I'll introduce you to a big sister. Jiang Yu held the exquisite little lowly's hand, his face twisted into a lecherous grin. If not for his notorious reputation, passers-by might have called the police. They arrived at a lakeside, where the water brought a refreshing coolness. Sis, I'm here? Yu Guling turned around, her usually unruffled expression revealing a rare look of surprise, especially after clearly seeing the lowly Jiang Yu was holding hands with. Jiang Yu, you? What are you doing with the principal? What principal? There are only 3 of us here, you, me, and Yi Mugwa. Yu Guling's mouth twitched. This kid was the first to dare give an emperor tier summoner a nickname. And to come up with a nickname like that. No time to mourn Jiang Yu. He was a warrior. Sigh. Yi Yichen, haven't you realized yet? Realize what? Jiang Yu froze, turning to look at the obedient little lowly. Her face was now twisted into a mischievous grin. Jiang Yu, you're pretty impressive. You're the first person who dared to give me a nickname like that. Yi Mugwa, like cures like papaya for breast enhancement, had. She held a grudge. Sure enough. All Lolas turn black when cut open. The innocent little girls you encounter aren't necessarily spoiled rich kids, they might just be hiding big shots. About the little girl I met who turned out to be a hidden powerhouse. Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat. Yu Gulong beamed with delight. Chapter 97, dude, are you that brave? Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat. Yu Gulong shot him an admiring glance. The headmaster of Tiandu Academy, a figure as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only by its head, and an 8-star summoner to boot. Daring to joke with such a figure, Jiang Yu was likely the first to do so. Jiang Yu, you don't want me to punish you, do you? The little girl's face broke into an innocent smile. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. He. Meanwhile, Shu Qianshu stood there grinning like an idiot, a vegetable basket in hand. My little sister won. I'll cook something delicious, gotta treat her right. Papaya, grab some of that and get some milk too. Oh, and Dad's coming back today. Tomorrow, we'll invite Jiang Yu too so Dad can see her. Shu Qianshu muttered to herself. Her mind was filled entirely with thoughts of her younger sister. Jiang Yu and her group, 2 women and 1 man, appeared on the street. Handsome men and beautiful women, they drew plenty of attention. Especially Jiang Yu, who was a household name. Congratulations on winning the championship. Yu Gulong offered a faint smile. It's no big deal, just be humble. Jiang Yu smiled modestly. The 3 sat in the milk tea shop, chatting and laughing, filling the place with a cheerful atmosphere. Guests, would you like 3 scoops of sugar in your bubble tea? No way. Absolutely no 3 scoops of sugar. Jiang Yu slammed the table and shot to her feet. The 2 women, what's wrong? Because 3 scoops of sugar is utterly disgusting. If you add 3 scoops of sugar to bubble tea, it ruins the entire drink, even its very soul. Jiang Yu looked utterly serious. At that moment, Shu Qianshu happened to be passing by the milk tea shop. He spotted a familiar figure. That kid, is that Jiang Yu? And Yu Gulong? Who's the little girl beside him? Alarm bells rang in Shu Qianshu's mind. For his little sister's sake, he had to get to the bottom of this. Shu Qianshu lurked furtively by the door. That kid calls Yu Gulong's sister. As far as I know, Yu Gulong and Jiang Yu aren't related by blood. Could it be? Fine. So Jiang Yu wants to build himself a crystal palace? Shu Qianshu gave a cold laugh. His instincts were right, Jiang Yu was no good. My sister absolutely mustn't fall into the hands of someone like this. He pulled out his phone and snapped a few photos. Then she sent them to Shu Qianshin. Sis, you absolutely must not fall for Jiang Yu. That guy's no good. Speaking from experience, I can tell you for sure there's no such thing as pure friendship between guys and girls. Shu Qianshin lay in the bathtub, foam floating out to cover her private parts. She stretched out her arm, her fair skin glistening with droplets of water. Seeing Jiang Yu chatting and laughing with the 2 girls, an inexplicable irritation welled up inside her. Especially Jiang Yu, the more she looked at him, the more he annoyed her. Shu Qianshin was puffed up with anger, like a little dolphin. Hey sis, did you even hear me? I'm speaking from experience. That Jiang Yu kid is no good. You must stay away from him. Your big brother bought milk and papaya. Shu Qianshu sent a long string of text. This is so annoying. Don't bother coming back. You can sleep on the street tonight. Shu Qianshin tossed her phone aside, feeling even more irritated. Shu Qian was stunned. It's about time. Let's go. Jiang Yu, are you coming too? Where to? Jiang Yu asked in confusion. It's an exchange gathering. Young summoners from all the major families of Huadwo will be attending. Items up for exchange include rare treasures, beast cores, and more. After Yu Gulong finished explaining, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. It sounded like a prime opportunity to snag some bargains. Jiang Yu was intrigued. Let's go. Yu Gulong suddenly grabbed Jiang Yu's hand. Her hand felt icy cold. Ha? Didn't we make a deal before? If you won the Superstar Tournament Championship, I'd reward you. Yu Gulong blinked. At the exchange event, there should be something you like. Just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you right away. Consider it the promised reward. Jiang Yu suddenly felt utterly deflated. Shu Qianshu followed behind, snapping photos in rapid succession. She sent the series of photos to Shu Qianshin. Hey sis, did you see? They're holding hands. I just heard they're going to the exchange event, and Yu Gulong is even giving Jiang Yu a gift. It's a token of their affection. Shu Qianqin rose, her small feet leaving a trail of water droplets on the floor. Her brows furrowed. For some reason, seeing Jiang Yu and Shu Qianqin holding hands made her chest feel tight. Especially after reading those 4 words, token of affection. She'd never found those 4 characters so unbearably irritating before. Hey, listen to me? Failed to send. A large exclamation mark appeared on Shu Qianqu's phone. You're not even her friend. Shu Qianqu? Shu Qianqin wore a white dress with faint floral prints. The exchange meeting. She murmured to herself, a resolute gleam flashing in her eyes. An antique-style courtyard, appearing simple to this day, yet the entire structure was crafted from golden thread nanmo wood. Beneath its unassuming exterior lay extreme luxury. Luxury cars and spirit beasts were parked at the entrance. Windwing eagle kings, crimson-tailed golden tigers. Jiang Yu was drawn westward by the spectacle before her. Only those of high standing are permitted to enter the courtyard. Will Shu Qianqin and the others be coming too? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Shu Qianqin has never shown any interest in these gatherings, so she's never attended one. Besides, with her looks and background, coming here, she'd just get harassed. Oh. For some reason, Jiang Yu felt relieved. She kept feeling like someone was watching her. The little girl walking ahead, silent all along, glanced across the street and flashed a meaningful smile. Please, come in. Entering the courtyard, a subtle fragrance filled the air. Several handsome men and beautiful women chatted among themselves. The moment the 3 appeared, they drew everyone's attention. One man, dressed extravagantly and behaving crudely. Upon seeing Yu Gulong, a lecherous grin instantly spread across his face. This chick's hot. The others quietly moved away from the man. His expression darkened instantly upon seeing Yu Gulong holding Jiang Yu's hand. Yu Gulong was indifferent by nature. She had no desire to engage with the man and turned to head upstairs. The man, however, stuck to her like glue, trailing behind. Several men in black behind him instinctively blocked the staircase entrance. Yu Gulong's brow furrowed. Ha. What a gorgeous little thing. That icy aura of hers, you couldn't buy it with all the money in the world. I wonder, ha. Hey, girl, that little punk by your side, does he even have a shred of my swagger? My father's in the cabinet. Ever heard of the Tang clan in the cabinet? The man's gaze settled on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was tall and handsome, with a touch of roguish charm, exactly the type of guy good girls fell for. He was holding Yu Guling's hand, with a petite beauty trailing behind him. The man seethed with jealousy and rage inside. A tall, middle-aged man with a scar across his face approached the man with a submissive posture, his expression eager to please. He was Li Feng, the steward of the Lu household. Young Master Lu, I've looked into it. This kid is Jiang Yu, the champion of the Superstar tournament. Chapter 98, I'm not lustful, I just appreciate beauty. Jiang Yu was, after all, a household name. Information about him was easy to come by. Jiang Yu, huh? He's the most famous kid around, but he's just a 4-star summoner. No power, no connections, just a poor kid from a small town. Lu Li narrowed his eyes. As for the 2 girls beside him, no information was found. Likely not from any prominent families. A look of contempt immediately flashed across Lu Li's face. So that's who it is, just a little punk. What's so great about being the Superstar tournament champion? Hey, girl, this kid's got no power or connections, not even fully grown yet. Or are you into that sort of thing? Yu Gulong frowned, about to speak, when Jiang Yu stepped forward. Oh? Buddy, you're that brave? Leave her to me. People like this don't deserve any rewards. Staring intently at Jiang Yu, Lu Li issued a direct threat. Kid, I've got my eye on both the girls by your side. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out now. Otherwise. Lu Li's father was a cabinet member and a member of the Tang clan within the cabinet. With that status, he was accustomed to acting tyrannically. As for Yu Gulong, her inherent nature prevented her from revealing her identity proactively. Jiang Yu flashed a gentle smile, appearing harmless as a lamb. And if I don't know my place? Lu Li stepped forward, brimming with arrogance. You insolent brat. How dare you speak to young Master Lu like that? Believe me, one word from him and you won't have a place to stand. This group, operating under the cabinet's banner, had long been running amok, stirring widespread discontent. But constrained by the cabinet's influence, people dared not speak out. After all, no one wanted to antagonize the cabinet. Lu Li's lecherous gaze swept over the 2 women with ill intent. My father is a member of the Tang faction within the cabinet. Following me won't be a waste of your talents. Tomorrow happens to be an auspicious day, perfect for welcoming the 9th concubine. Jiang Yu listened, her gaze fixed on the man with pity. How audacious. Did he even know who these 2 women were? One was an 8-star summoner who had reverted to youth. The other, the Yu family's heiress. Forget a cabinet member, even a cabinet elder would have to tuck their tail between their legs. Let me give you some advice. Seriously, if you apologize to these 2 ladies right now, maybe they'll let you off like a fart. You little brat, you dare insult me? You're asking for it. Lu Li was used to bullying others, no one dared defy him. Ha! I'm just telling it like it is. Don't let your little head control your big head. But given how your little head controls your big head, you'd be better off going to the pigsty to get laid. You're so brave, does your dad know? Who gave you the guts? Jiang Yu spoke casually, yet every word cut like a knife. Lu Li felt a tightness in his chest, his eyes reddening. Ha ha. Did you see that? Lu Li's about to cry. Jiang Yu's right. He leans on his dad's name to bully men and women, lord it over everyone, and this is all he's got in the end. If Lu Li didn't have a father who hit the jackpot, he wouldn't even be here. Oof. What cabinet Tang sect member? His father was nothing but a gatekeeper. The cabinet recruits only the elite, cultivates only the strong. How dare a lowly nobody like his father even think of joining? The cacophony of whispers echoed throughout the courtyard. Among these voices were heirs from prominent families who knew the truth. The so-called cabinet Tang sect affiliation was pure self-aggrandizement. The Lu family possessed exceptional skills in raising pigs, which caught the eye of a cabinet elder who brought them in to cultivate spirit beasts. It was through this connection that the Lu family gained their power and influence. The small guild couldn't afford to offend them, thinking it best to back down and endure for the time being, which only emboldened the Lu family's tyranny. I see it now, this Lu Li is nothing but a nouveau riche upstart. What cabinet Tang sect? He's just a pig farmer. All that fancy talk, hey? Others chimed in one after another, their voices echoing in unison. Lu Li's tyranny hadn't started overnight. He could easily ignore the smaller guilds. But among those speaking out were many major guilds. Lu Li felt utterly humiliated, completely unable to save face. His face turned green with rage. Damn Jiang Yu, I'll break every bone in your body. Raging beyond control, Lu Li blamed everything on Jiang Yu. In an instant, the entire courtyard was tense and charged, the atmosphere thick and heavy. At that very moment, a leisurely voice echoed throughout the courtyard. Combat is forbidden during the exchange meeting. If you have personal grievances, please settle them outside. The speaker had yet to appear. The voice arrived. Sound possesses a unique magic that brings inner peace. Jiang Yu, driven by curiosity, looked toward the source of the sound. The crowd parted, making way. A woman in classical attire, cradling a pipa, emerged from the inner courtyard. With each step, petals fell, as if she were treading upon water. Her posture was graceful, her figure exquisite. Her steps were light and graceful, like falling blossoms, like dancing butterflies. A glance that felt like a lifetime. Here she comes, here she comes. The host of the exchange event has arrived. Madame Lu truly lives up to her reputation as the most beautiful woman. She is breathtakingly gorgeous. Her eyes like stars, her hands like delicate shoots, her figure swaying, truly an unparalleled beauty in this world. A marvelous woman, truly a marvelous beauty. This classical beauty is none other than Lu Roer, the organizer of this exchange event. What? Staring like that? Yu Guling poked Jiang Yu's cheek playfully and said with a grin. I'm not being lustful, I simply enjoy appreciating beauty. Flowers in full bloom, yet no one to admire them? That's truly lacking in romance. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. Yu Guling rolled her eyes. The little girl let out a sound of disgust. Men are all the same, they can't walk straight when they see a pretty girl. Glancing at Lu Roer, with her curvaceous figure, the little girl lowered her head and saw her own face reflected in her leather shoes. She couldn't help but pout. Brother Jiang Yu is truly amusing. No wonder my Qingqing can't stop talking about you. Flattery, flattery. The others were speechless. Jiang Yu remained impassive, though a flicker of light danced in his eyes. His gaze fixed on the figure behind Lu Roer, where several fluffy tails were swaying in the air. Beastmen? The ability to completely conceal beastman traits signified that Lu Roer possessed considerable strength, at least surpassing that of a 6-star summoner. At the same time, Lu Roer's gaze also landed on Jiang Yu, a flicker of surprise passing through her pupils. Lu Li's arrogant demeanor finally began to wane. Ms. Lu, please forgive any offense I may have caused. Lu Roer offered a faint smile, ignoring Lu Li entirely. Nor did she dismiss him. Everyone is here. Let's begin the exchange meeting. An antique-looking maid carried small stools, placing them one by one behind the attendees. The young maid was fair-skinned and beautiful, petite and delicate, utterly charming. Jiang Yu admired her while silently critiquing her appearance. Both women's faces simultaneously twisted with disdain. TSK. How vulgar. Chapter 99, Xinqin's Jealousy. Everyone stared at each other for several minutes. Then one of the girls produced a crystal stone, entirely crimson in color. Since everyone's holding back, I'll make the first move. This fire attribute magic crystal stone in exchange for the spirit medicine. The dazed crowd snapped back to attention. A fire attribute magic crystal? Rare indeed. My fire elemental spirit bird needs this very crystal. I have a heavenly cloud herb brewed into soup, it clears toxins and sharpens the mind. Will you trade? Tianyun grass holds greater value than a fire attribute magic crystal. I'll make up the difference with the rest. You're a straight shooter, miss. With the first item successfully exchanged, others began pulling out their unused goods. Jiang Yu watched with keen interest. The following items have been consigned to me for auction. Feel free to bid as you wish. Lu Roer smiled, her every movement captivating. All eyes were drawn to Lu Roer. Jiang Yu's gaze also settled on Lu Roer. He couldn't shake the feeling that this woman was far from simple, especially considering she was of the Beast clan. This Lu Roer was definitely not as straightforward as she appeared. Lu Roer's charm proved overwhelming, driving prices for items at the exchange meeting artificially high. An hour passed, and Lu Roer had already earned a small fortune. At the same time, a white-haired beauty in a floral sundress walked through the main entrance. So this is what the exchange meeting is like? Her crisp voice, like the tinkling of silver bells, echoed throughout the courtyard. Everyone looked up. There stood a white-haired girl, her curious gaze sweeping the surroundings as if searching for someone. It must be the Shu family, right? That's right. Only the Shu family has hair like that. But Shu Qianqin has never shown interest in such matters. Why would she come here on her own this time? Whispers rippled through the crowd. The girl's white hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her lively eyes sparkled like starlight. She resembled a delicate porcelain doll. Though not yet fully matured, her beauty rivaled Lu Roer's. In a few more years, she'll be another femme fatale. Whoa! Look, Miss Shu seems to be searching for someone? Shu Qianqin scanned her surroundings. Lu Li immediately stood up, striking what he thought was a dashing pose as he strode toward Shu Qianqin. Miss Shu, you are truly a heavenly beauty. I am Lu Li, son of Lu Ying of the Tang clan in the imperial cabinet. Lu Li beamed, extending his right hand toward Shu Qianqin. Confidence radiated from Lu Li based on years of experience. He knew young ladies like this were the easiest to charm. Once he won her over, leveraging the Shu family's influence, the Lu clan could leap to become one of Hua Nation's foremost summoner clans. Shu Qianqin remained silent, her gaze still sweeping the crowd. Finally, her eyes fell upon Jiang Yu, seated in a corner, chatting and laughing with Yu Gulong. Instantly, her face lit up with joy. Jiang Yu. She jogged over, hooked her arm through Jiang Yu's, her face radiant with joy. Whoa! Caught off guard, Jiang Yu sucked in a sharp breath. Feeling the softness of her arm. You wouldn't know it from looking at her usually, but she's got a great figure. Though Shu Qianqin's behavior was somewhat unusual, why pass up a free ride? The stairs around them seemed ready to tear Jiang Yu to shreds. Lu Li stood frozen in place, watching the crowd of beauties surrounding Jiang Yu. He felt like a complete fool. His face burned fiercely, as if he'd been slapped. Li Feng stood beside him, murmuring lowly. Young Master Lu, shall we wait until the exchange meeting ends? I'll gather a few men and teach that brat a lesson? Oomph. Why wait to teach him a lesson? I have my own ways. After. The two whispered, their faces twisted into vicious grins. Miss Shu, you're quite the rare guest. You've never attended my exchange meeting before. What made you change your mind this time? Lu Roer said, covering her mouth with a teasing tone. Lu Roer's figure was graceful and elegant, her ancient attire fitting her perfectly, like a plum blossom blooming in the cold snow. Shu Qianqin, with her snow-white hair and heroic spirit radiating from her brow, resembled a martial heroine. Her printed dress added an air of nobility. Yu Gulong, naturally cool and aloof, resembled a moon goddess descended from the heavens. Even seated, she commanded attention. Now, with all three beauties standing before Jiang Yu, they naturally drew countless gazes. Jiang Yu's gaze, against his will, was drawn to Lu Roer. TSK. I really must say, this Lu Roer truly is a heavenly beauty. Yu Gulong smiled and slowly approached Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, let me ask you something. Do you prefer girls like Lu Roer, or this type, or maybe Shu Qianqiu? Jiang Yu felt a chill run through him. This was a death question, a complete death question. Sis, you're my own sister. Me too. Me too. The usually silent little girl raised her hand and joined the clamor. What are you cheering for? Who would like a little girl like you? In some world, liking you would get you shot. Jiang Yu's heart sank. I'm quite curious too. I wonder what brother Jiang Yu's answer will be. Lu Roer covered her mouth and giggled. Ha ha. Of course I like Yu Gulong. She's my sister family. I also like Qianqin, we're teammates, after all. Pure and simple. As for Boss Lu, she's breathtakingly beautiful, anyone would like her. Except you. Jiang Yu looked at the scheming little girl and sighed before speaking slowly. Liking you will get you shot. Tisk. Put. Disgusting. Ha ha. You pervert, you can't walk straight when you see a pretty girl. Shu Qianqin said with a look of disgust. Pervert? I don't think so. If the flowers are in full bloom and I don't take a moment to appreciate them, that's just being unromantic. The women froze. Everyone froze. That's Jiang Yu for you, achieving effortlessly what we couldn't manage. TSK. That guy's such a smooth talker, clearly a real pig-footed bastard. Exactly. Their voices dripped with bitterness as they committed Jiang Yu's words to memory, planning to dissect them word by word once they returned. Lu Li's face twisted in fury. What gives this kid the right? Miss Shu, this lad is clearly a scoundrel. You may not have noticed, so allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Luli, my father is. Miss Shu, you are the most beautiful woman in the world. For you, I would gladly divorce all 9 of my concubines. Shu Qianqin frowned, growing increasingly annoyed by his relentless pestering. The next item is from my personal collection, a holy light attributed magic core. Lu Roer began her introduction. On the tray, a golden magic core shimmered with dazzling light. The others showed little interest. Holy light type cores were extremely rare, and even if purchased, they would have no practical use. This holy light type magic core. Jiang Yu frowned. This holy light type magic core emitted scattered starlight, countless points of light tracing out a vast celestial map. What is this? Stellar spirit power? Jiang Yu was certain this magic core was far more than it appeared on the surface. Chapter 100, a token of love, right? Found something you like? Yu Gulong sensed Jiang Yu's thoughts. Jiang Yu nodded. Alright, I'll buy it for you. Jiang Yu, free lunch is sweet. This sacred attribute magic core 10 million. The price was reasonable. Holy light attributes were inherently rare, and summoners capable of invoking holy light aligned spirit beasts were few and far between. This one is holy light attributed, and moreover, this magic core contains starlight energy. Jiang Yu was determined to secure it. Though it's not particularly useful, for the sake of Mr. Lu's face, I'll offer 12 million. I'll go 14 million. I'll take this magic core for 16 million. All eyes turned to Shu Qianqin. Whispers filled the room, yet no one else bid. None of the attendees possessed a holy light type spirit beast. Continuing to bid just to win a smile from the beauty simply wasn't worth it. At the critical moment. I'll give 18 million. Luli declared triumphantly, his face beaming with satisfaction. Beside him, Li Feng wore a lecherous grin. Luli? I don't recall him having a holy light type spirit beast. Is this malicious bidding? Shu Qianqin lifted her head, her gaze landing on Luli, cold as ice. She's looking at me. She's looking at me. Luli acted like a monkey performing an impromptu show, waving his arms excitedly. Why pay for this magic core yourself? Wait for me to win it, and I'll gift it to you. I remember now Jiang Yu summoned a holy light elemental spirit. This holy light magic core must be for her, right? Seems about right. What a freeloader. That kid is unbelievable. Shu Qianqin's expression grew even colder. This Luli, could he be a scheming genius? 20 million. Luli smiled proudly. 30 million. For a moment, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Ha ha. This Luli must be a fool, bidding against Shu Qianqin and expecting Miss Shu to take a liking to him. What was he thinking? If I'm not mistaken, this holy light type magic core is meant for Jiang Yu, right? My place has been too dark lately. I'm buying a holy light magic core to use as a light bulb. See that look on your face? Still not convinced? I'm coming over. I'm coming over again. I'm going to bid. If you've got the guts, hit me. Idiot. Shu Qianqin continued to raise the bid. Jiang Yu reached out and covered her mouth with his hand. Hold off on bidding for now. Moving swiftly to Lu Li's side, Jiang Yu held out both hands. Learning without thinking is meaningless, thinking without learning is dangerous. Do you know what that means? What? Smack. The sharp crack of the slap echoed piercingly throughout the courtyard. Lu Li stumbled backward, landing on the ground. His cheeks swelled red, his eyes filled with utter bewilderment. How dare you hit me? Lu Li trembled all over, his face pale. Jiang Yu sneered with contempt. Did everyone hear that? He asked for it himself. He begged me to hit him. I've never seen a request like that in my entire life. My left palm is called learning without thinking, and my right palm is called thinking without learning. Got it now? Lu Li clutched his face, snarling with a hideous expression as saliva flew from his mouth. Jiang Yu. How dare you strike me? My father is. Smack. What about your father? Smack. Even if your dad shows up, I'll still beat you up. Smack. The cabinet, huh? Smack. The Tang clan cabinet, huh? Smack. 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 Jiang Yu struck left and right, like 36 firecrackers on New Year's Eve. Everyone exchanged stunned glances, most falling silent as crickets. Jiang Yu shook out her wrists, then wiped the cold sweat from her forehead as she faced Lu Li, whose face was now swollen like a pig's head. Lu Li's face was now swollen like a pig's head, bearing clear, crisscrossing marks from slaps. Oomph. Ah. Jiang Yu, you dare hit me? Lu Li let out a pained cry as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. In just over 10 seconds, she had delivered dozens of slaps to Lu Li. Each blow was delivered with force from her lower abdomen, heavy and powerful, both vicious and brutal. Jiang Yu. How dare you hit me? Mr. Lu, kick Jiang Yu out immediately. He violated the rules and assaulted me. Lu Li's voice even carried a hint of grievance. But you just said you wanted me to hit you, didn't you? Honestly, I've never seen a request like this in my entire life. But Boss Lu, I thoroughly enjoyed beating this scumbag. If it violates the rules, feel free to kick me out. The crowd nodded in agreement, their voices brimming with amusement. That's right. Lu Li asked Jiang Yu to hit him himself just now. Honestly, I've never encountered such a perverted request in my entire life. Voluntarily asking to be beaten isn't a fight. It shouldn't break Mr. Lu's rules, right? Lu Roer covered her mouth and giggled. Her beautiful eyes fell upon Jiang Yu. He truly was different from other men. Voluntarily asking to be hit certainly doesn't break the rules. This rule exists precisely because this humble maiden is weak and powerless. Alright, Chen Qin, you may continue bidding. Jiang Yu turned back, his handsome face radiant with a smile. Shu Qianqin's pent-up frustration instantly vanished. All eyes turned to Lu Li. Lu Li ducked his head. For no other reason than fear of getting beaten. Given Lu Li's malicious bidding practices, this holy light-type magic core shall be sold for 16 million. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Lu Roer had actually lowered her price, an unprecedented move. Across the entire dragon capital, those who could elicit concessions from Lu Roer were few and far between, each one a prominent figure of considerable stature. All eyes turned to Jiang Yu, filled with utter disbelief. Miracles always seemed to happen around Jiang Yu. The holy light-type magic core was presented in a gift box. Shu Qianqin held the box, presenting it to Jiang Yu with both hands, her smile radiant and captivating. Jiang Yu, this is for you. Without you, we wouldn't have won the superstar tournament. Looks like I won't need to send you off after all, Yu Gulong remarked with a faint smile. Jiang Yu accepted the box, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Since it's from Qianqin, I'll definitely treasure it. Can I take this as a token of affection from Qianqin? Whatever you say. Shu Qianqin turned her head away. Everyone gazed at Jiang Yu with envy, knowing they could never take her place. I'm so jealous. Who isn't? Wah. If I had a girlfriend like Shu Qianqin, I'd gladly live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. Hey, kid, making wishes here? Lu Li's face stung, and what little self-respect he had left was utterly crushed by Jiang Yu. He felt like nothing more than a monkey wearing a clown mask. Young master, the bruises on your face are rather unsightly. Would you like us to cover them up? Li Feng helped Lu Li up from the ground and spoke cautiously. Cover it up? With what? Lu Li slurred. Li Feng pondered for a moment, then looked at Lu Li earnestly and whispered, I have a clown mask here. Chapter 101, Old Since Childhood. Who dares strike my son? A resonant voice boomed from outside the courtyard. A large crowd surged into the courtyard, led by a middle-aged man with a thick cigar clenched between his teeth and a slight upward curve at the corners of his eyes. Every gesture of the man radiated an air of regal authority. Upon seeing him, nearly everyone present wore expressions of disgust save for a handful. You dare strike my son? You seek death. This man was Lu Jia, Lu Li's father. A medal adorned with 7 stars hung from his chest. Clearly, he was a 7-star summoner. Daddy, wada wah wah. In an instant, Lu Li's pent-up grievances dissolved into tears. Wah. Lu Li wept uncontrollably, sobbing like a 200-pound child. My son turned into a pig's head? Lu Jia looked around, staring at the tearful Lu Li, utterly incredulous. Dad? Only then did Lu Jia realize that the pig-headed creature before him was indeed his own son. And all of this was because of Jiang Yu. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. TSK, TSK, TSK. You're quite the father, still recognize him even after beating him like that. Jiang Yu remarked with a sigh. At these words, peculiar expressions spread across everyone's faces. This kid really has a mouth that begs for trouble. Ha ha. Lu Roer stifled a laugh, glancing at Jiang Yu with a smile so radiant it could topple kingdoms. At Jiang Yu's words, Lu Li flew into a rage, flopping onto the ground and throwing a tantrum, sobbing uncontrollably. Dad! It's this kid! Lu Jia had been destitute in his youth, and the goddess he adored had been stolen away by that yellow-haired punk. Now he'd made a huge turnaround, marrying over a dozen wives. But his excessive needlework in his youth had left him physically weak. Despite his many wives, he had only one son, Lu Li. Naturally, he doted on this sole heir. You're Jiang Yu? How dare you beat my son like this? You're asking for death. Jiang Yu remained impassive, shaking his hand. Lu Li was scared out of his wits, scrambling to hide behind Lu Jia. Ouch! My wrist is killing me. A mischievous smile touched the corner of Jiang Yu's lips. I heard that before the Great Cataclysm, a scientist conducted an experiment. He locked a dog in a cage and rang a bell every time he fed it. I've heard of that experiment too. Eventually, just ringing the bell even without food would trigger a stress response in the dogs. How fascinating. Whispers carried through the crowd. Everyone struggled to stifle their laughter. How could they possibly hear the unspoken meaning? Lu Jia's mouth twitched. Kid, you dare hit my son? You've signed your own death warrant. A powerful aura of intimidation enveloped the entire courtyard. Chairman Lu, your son started this bullying. Jiang Yu is not to blame. Exactly. Several others spoke up in his defense. You young upstarts, I'll let this slide for your elders' sake. Now move aside. The group exchanged nervous glances. If it came to blows, they knew they were no match for this old man. Meanwhile, the crowd's impression of the Lu family father and son grew even worse. How could parents be so shameless over a conflict between their young ones? Lu Roer stood to the side, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. She remained uninvolved, wanting to see how Jiang Yu would handle the situation. Meanwhile, Li Feng leaned close to explain the entire situation to Lu Jia. A flicker of shock crossed Lu Jia's eyes. Jiang Yu, champion of the superstar tournament. Oof. Jiang Yu, is it? A genius, no doubt. But such sharp edges inevitably cut their own hands. You harmed my son, you've chosen your own path to destruction. Jiang Yu remained impassive, blowing on her wrist. Ouch, Sister Roer, someone's breaking your rules. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted directly to Lu Roer, simultaneously transmitting a telepathic message through his soul power. Sis Roer, you wouldn't want others to discover the matter of your bloodline drying up, would you? At these words, Lu Roer, who had been calm and composed, froze in place. The others were utterly baffled, completely at a loss. What's with this kid? Does he want Boss Lu to take his side? The crowd was utterly perplexed. Oomph. My son has spent over 100 million here. For my sake, could Boss Lu please let me teach this arrogant brat a lesson? Kid, don't waste your breath. Mr. Lu won't help you. I don't care who you are. The hand that struck my son just now, it's going to be the last hand you ever use. A cold, vicious glint flashed in Lu Jia's eyes. Jiang Yu, you dare offend me? You're dead. My father said, break the hand that struck me. Lu, I absolutely won't help you. You're just a lowly punt from the sticks. What gives you the right to expect Boss Lu's support? Everyone, every single one of you, look at me. If Boss Lu helps you, I'll clean the latrine with my tongue. Lu Li felt utterly triumphant, a hideous grin spreading across his swollen, pig-like face. The crowd trailing behind Lu Roer instinctively halted. To others, Lu Roer was the epitome of an ancient beauty. But to Jiang Yu, those 9 fox tails were impossible to hide. What did you say? How did you see that? Lu Roer's voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Secret. Sister Roer, you only need to know one thing, I can cure it. But I'm about to have both my hands broken. Even if I wanted to help in the future, I won't be able to. Lu Roer gritted her teeth. This kid really is no pushover. At the same time, he fixed his gaze on Lu Li, flashing an innocent smile. Shu Qianqin and Yu Gulong sighed inwardly. Their eyes fixed on Lu Li with pity. Whenever Jiang Yu wore that expression, it meant she was holding back a major outburst. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Lu Roer glided over to Jiang Yu with graceful steps. Lu Jia, Jiang Yu is my dear friend and my honored guest. You dare not lay a finger on her. Lu Roer's words left everyone speechless. Since when? What's going on here? After all, the line of people hoping to curry favor with Lu Roer could circle Longdu 3 times over. Countless influential figures would lie awake at night, thrilled at the mere prospect of exchanging a single word with Lu Roer. Shu Qianqin's smile froze on her face. Jiang Yu. When did you become such good friends with Boss Lu? Shu Qianqin's voice cracked with sharp intensity. Jiang Yu responded with a mysterious smile. Just a moment ago. Everyone's mouths twitched. Are you burning newspapers at a grave to fool ghosts? But curiosity still burned brighter. What trick had Jiang Yu pulled to make Lu Roer so eager? At that moment, everyone could no longer contain themselves. They all shot Lu Li mocking glances. Lu Li's already pained face burned with an even fiercer sting. In broad daylight, with so many people watching, no one's going to back out now, right? Jiang Yu delivered the final blow at just the right moment. Chapter 102, I'll bet a buck. Everyone stifled their laughter. Lu Li's expression became utterly priceless, like an abandoned puppy looking pitifully at Lu Jia. Lu Jia's mouth twitched. Mr. Lu? Are you really going to help Jiang Yu? My son has spent over 100 million here. My apologies, but I don't tolerate disputes here. As for Lu Li, he got exactly what he deserved. No one else is to blame. Lu Roer fanned herself, her smile radiant. Fine. If I, Lu Jia, can't touch Jiang Yu, what about the cabinet? Lu Jia sneered coldly, producing a wooden token. Engraved upon it was the character Tang. The expressions of those present shifted. Even Lu Roer was no exception. The Tang sect of the cabinet, one of the 3 major factions within the cabinet. Madam Lu, I'm giving you face, but the cabinet might not. Today, I'm determined to kill Jiang Yu. No one can stop me. I said it. I have no desire to oppose you, Madam Lu. But my son is so pitiful. Everyone present grew solemn. Even Shu Qianqin's face betrayed a hint of solemnity. Who would have thought Lu Jia would use the cabinet's Tang sect to pressure Boss Lu? It seems his hatred for Jiang Yu runs deep. The cabinet acts with utter tyranny, and the Tang clan within it is especially unreasonable. It seems Jiang Yu is doomed this time. When mentioning the Tang sect of the cabinet, everyone's faces betrayed a look of disgust. However, the cabinet still held considerable weight. Lu Roer remained impassive, though her eyes betrayed her disgust. Still, she spoke softly. Since it's the cabinet's decision, this humble maiden shall accept it. My earlier words stemmed solely from Jiang Yu being my dear friend. It would be unwise to antagonize the Tang clan of the cabinet over a promise whose truthfulness was uncertain. Madame Lu is so reasonable. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. That fox spirit had neatly absolved herself of any blame. Lu Roer's eyes fixed on Jiang Yu with curiosity. She wondered what Jiang Yu would do next. Yu Gulan simply watched silently. With matters having reached this point, Jiang Yu found herself in a desperate predicament. Lu Roer had no intention of intervening further. Jiang Yu stretched lazily, holding up one finger toward Lu Jia. I'll bet $1 that in the next second, you'll voluntarily stick your face out for me to hit. At these words, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, staring at Jiang Yu as if she were a complete fool. Still talking big with death staring you in the face? I'll be damned if I don't see. Lu Jia raised his hand and brought it down hard against Jiang Yu's face. But Jiang Yu remained calm. He pulled a document from his storage ring. The document bore the official seal of the military headquarters. The 3 characters on the cover instantly drained the color from Lu Jia's face. Oh dear. This invitation seems to be from the marshal himself, saying that seeing this document is like seeing the marshal in person. I wonder if it's genuine or not. Luli hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation, watching as Lu Jia's hand froze mid-air. The invitations for the other 2 bore only the military headquarters official seal. Only Jiang Yu's invitation featured both the marshal's personal signature and his official seal. Dad, you better beat the crap out of this kid. Hit him. Lu Jia's hand froze mid-air, then swung down with a sharp turn, landing heavily on Lu Jia's face. Smack! The sound rang out clearly. Lu Jia clutched his face, utterly stunned. He never dreamed his own father would strike him. Holding his face, he stammered, eyes brimming with tears, utterly aggrieved. The next moment, the entire crowd was stunned. The once arrogant and domineering Lu Jia now trembled in fear, bowing his head submissively before Jiang Yu. The crowd was baffled until their eyes fell upon the document in Jiang Yu's hand. A collective gasp erupted. A document from the marshal. No mistake. It bears the military headquarters official seal and the marshal's own signature. Holy crap! It really is a document from the 3 armies. A military document. Seeing it was like seeing the marshal himself. As everyone knows, the entire Huashan nation is governed by the cabinet. Within the cabinet, 3 major factions hold sway: the Tang clan, the military headquarters, and the Guild Alliance. A 3-way balance of power. The Yu and Shu families both belong to the military headquarters. They are under the command of the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. This explains why everyone wore solemn expressions when Lu Jia produced the Tang sect token. Among the 3 pillars, the military department is the most formidable, boasting countless powerful figures and the marshal himself at its helm. This marshal periodically issues warnings to the other 2 factions as a deterrent. Even the head of the Tang sect dared not act presumptuously in the marshal's presence. Much less Lu Jia, merely an outer circle member of the Tang sect. No one dared show disrespect to the marshal. To see his documents was as if seeing the marshal himself. Upon seeing the official document, everyone bowed in respect, none daring to be negligent, as if the marshal himself stood before them. At that moment, Lu Jia's clothes were soaked through with cold sweat, his expression filled with utter terror. Oh dear, that slap earlier left my wrist a bit sore. And now, I've accidentally torn a bit of this document. What a predicament. Lu Jia? You agree, right? A proud 7-star summoner, an outer member of the Tang sect cabinet, now stood before an 18-year-old youth, meek and submissive, his back nearly bent at a 90-degree angle. Lu Jia's eyes were bloodshot. Jiang Yu shook his hand. Lu Jia leaned his face forward. A heavy slap landed. Smack! The sound was crisp and identical. Like father, like son. Does getting slapped by me feel unfair? After all, you were the one who tried to break both my arms earlier. Jiang Yu, thoroughly amused, said with a smile. Smack! Another slap. Lu Jia cried out in pain, yet still offered his face forward. No! Unfair! Unfair! I'm not the one being unfair, it's General Jiang Yu who's being unfair. It's my face that's hurting General Jiang Yu's hand. Lu Jia's face was paler than a corpse 3 days dead. He forced a smile onto his face, his voice trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror. The document was merely a piece of paper. But bearing the marshal's official seal and his own signature, its intrinsic value was beyond monetary measure. To be favored by the marshal, it wasn't just Lu Jia. Even high-ranking generals, Tang sect elders, and guild leaders would greet him with smiles. Dad? Why are you hitting me? Did you take the wrong medicine? I checked, Jiang Yu doesn't have any connections. The entire crowd fell silent. Luli, still confused, clutched his stinging cheek and protested indignantly. Shut up. Lu Jia turned, his eyes bloodshot. Dad, you. Lu Li instinctively took a step back. You good-for-nothing brat. Shut your mouth. Smack. A loud crack echoed as Lu Li fell to the ground. His left cheek swelled up like a balloon, tears welling up instantly. Several large teeth lay by his mouth, glaringly visible. Dad, why did you hit me? I'm your son. His speech was slightly slurred without his front teeth. You fool. I don't have such a stupid son. For the first time, Lu Jie felt the weight of family misfortune. Lu Lizao finally sensed something was wrong and quickly ducked his head like a quail. Chapter 103, Escorting the Young Master to Dinner. Ignoring the pain in his face, Lu Jie forced down the rage boiling in his heart. It's my fault. I ruined young General Jiang Yu's mood. There's 300 million in this card. What are you doing? I have no interest in money. Jiang Yu's lips curved into an innocent smile. Lu Roer covered her mouth and giggled softly. Ms. Lu, what are you laughing at? Jiang Yu deliberately emphasized his tone. Lu Roer's face betrayed a hint of exasperation. This kid sure holds a grudge. Mr. Jiang, we've undergone professional training, we don't laugh. Please rest assured. As for the 300 million, all expenses here will be covered by Lu Jie. Jiang Yu's gaze held a hint of amusement as he gave Lu Jie a light pat on the shoulder, causing Lu Jie's body to go limp. As Lieutenant General Jiang Yu says, all expenses here will be charged to my account. Lu Jie couldn't spare a thought for the financial sting. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. Though Jiang Yu hadn't collected the money, it had still been spent. This meant there was still a chance for things to turn around. My apologies for today's offense. I shall personally come to apologize another day. It's getting late, I must return to feed my spirit beast. Lu Jie shot a glance around. The others scrambled to lift Lu Li off the floor. Wait. The moment they stepped out of the courtyard, Jiang Yu's icy voice cut through the air. Her gaze bypassed Lu Jie and locked onto Lu Li. I didn't say you could leave. I recall Lu Jie promising to clean every toilet in this courtyard with his tongue. How can one break their word so easily? Lu Li's face turned deathly pale as he thrashed wildly, writhing like a maggot caught by its tail. We all exchanged stunned glances, feeling our limbs go weak. This Jiang Yu was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Jiang Yu wore an innocent smile on his face. What could Jiang Yu possibly be plotting? He was just worried the toilets weren't clean. The men who had been carrying Lu Li. You lot, escort the young master to his meal. This? As a father, Lu Jie gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. Young General Jiang Yu, please calm down. Calm down? Lu Jie threatened to break my limbs. Is this one request of mine unreasonable? Especially since he brought it up himself? Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his gaze as sharp as a blade, making Lu Jie unable to meet his eyes. Two paths. The choice is yours. The consequences are yours to bear. Jiang Yu's tone was already laced with murderous intent. Lu Jie fell silent for 2 seconds before roaring in fury. Are you deaf? Take the young master to dinner. The men exchanged glances, but eventually lifted Lu Li and carried him toward the restroom. Dad, I'm your own flesh and blood son. I'm your only son. Dad. A scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed throughout the courtyard. A flicker of heartache crossed Lu Jie's eyes as he glared at Jiang Yu, his gaze bloodshot. Young General Jiang Yu, are you satisfied now? Jiang Yu's expression remained calm as she nodded. Lu Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Make my son. Get out. Lu Jie felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Not a trace of resentment lingered in his heart, only relief. Relieved that Jiang Yu had calmed down so easily, he'd been prepared for the worst, even expecting to lose limbs. If Jiang Yu pursued the matter, the consequences would be unimaginable. In Huadhua, the weight of a marshal of the three armies was like a mountain of gold. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Jie forced a smile, the slap on his face glaring all the more. Then we'll be on our way. He then turned to the group he had brought and shouted at them. Who said you could leave? Didn't you hear what Junior General Jiang Yu said? Get out of here. Lu Jie's entourage froze instantly. Exchanging bewildered glances, they dropped to the ground, curling into tight balls as they rolled toward the school gate. Even Lu Jie, a figure of some importance, rolled away in a heap. Just as the group rolled out the gate, Jiang Yu spoke again. Wait. Lu Jie jolted upright and rolled back in, the others scrambling to follow his lead. What further instructions does Junior General Jiang Yu have for us? Lu Jie, covered in dust and grime, plastered on a smile, showing not a trace of impatience. Remember that 1 yuan bet we made? You still owe me that $1. Lu Jie's eyelid twitched. He quickly pulled out a 100 yuan note from his pocket, laid it flat in his hands, and respectfully handed it to Jiang Yu. You're making this awkward for me. We bet 1 yuan, right? Lu Jie shuddered. He searched his entire body but found no change. He grabbed Li Feng nearby, rummaged through his wallet, and pulled out a 1 yuan coin from the inner compartment. He placed it in both hands and once again respectfully handed it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took the coin, her expression calm. Alright, you're free to go now. Get out. Got it. The group crawled back to the floor, huddling together as they rolled toward the exit. As for the women beside Jiang Yu, he couldn't shake the feeling they looked familiar. Awe-inspiring. The moon hung high in the sky, and Jiang Yu's languid figure was etched firmly in everyone's minds. Qianqin, snap out of it. Jiang Yu extended her hand and waved it before her eyes. Shu Qianqin stared in disbelief, instinctively looking at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, is that document in your hand real? It's an invitation to the special training camp, right? Yes? My invitation only has the military headquarters official seal and the general's signature. There's no marshal's signature or seal at all. Could it be that you forged it? Shu Qianqin's expression turned frantic. Jiang Yu. Forging the marshal's seal and his signature is a capital offense. In that split second, Shu Qianqin had already figured out exactly how to pressure Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu tapped Shu Qianqin on the head. He couldn't figure out what this girl was thinking. This seal was issued by the military headquarters. You were present when it happened. As for why it bears the marshal's signature and seal? Maybe he's just a narcissistic old man. At this remark, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Wow, what a joke about the marshal. This kid's got some real guts. Behave yourself. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Fine, fine. Maybe it's because I'm so handsome. Young Master Jiang Yu, I wonder if you might have time to visit this young lady in her boudoir for a little fun? Lu Roer, graceful and elegant, drifted over to Jiang Yu with a waft of perfume, covering her mouth with a soft laugh. Shu Qianqin's alarm bells instantly went off, instinctively shielding Jiang Yu. After all, brother Jiang Yu is this maiden's intimate confidant. I have several questions to ask, and whether I go or not depends entirely on brother Jiang Yu. Lu Roer emphasized the words confidant with deliberate emphasis. When a beauty extends an invitation, one naturally must accept. Lu Roer's beautiful eyes rested on Jiang Yu like two pools of spring water. Let me make this clear beforehand, I'm not a lecher. It's just that when the flowers bloom so beautifully and no one appreciates them, that's what you call being unromantic. Lu Roer covered her mouth and giggled softly. A large crowd shot jealous glances at Jiang Yu. One couldn't help but admire her. After all, every gesture and smile from Lu Roer radiated the grace of a classical beauty. Those longing for a glimpse of her charm could form a line 6 times around the summit of Tianding Mountain. Jiang Yu, why are you squeezing that girl's hand so hard? Let go of her immediately. Shu Qianqin's shrill voice rang out once more. Chapter 104, Confidences Between Women. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a man and a woman entered the innermost room of the courtyard, one ahead, one behind. The room was antique and elegant, filled with various musical instruments: pipa, guzheng, guqin, eru. Let's get straight to the point. How did you figure it out? Lu Roer's usually gentle voice had taken on a sharp edge, every movement radiating an alluring charm. Simultaneously, 2 fluffy ears perked up on her head, while 9 tails swayed continuously behind her. In the blink of an eye, an elegantly beautiful woman. Her figure became even more exaggerated, her garments stretched taut, revealing expanses of snow-white skin. Her figure became even more voluptuous, her dress stretched taut, revealing expanses of snow-white skin. A pair of stunning legs peeked through the slit in her skirt, impossible to look away from. Wow, what legs! Lu Roer rolled her eyes, exuding a seductive charm. Men are all fickle radishes, aren't they? You've got quite a few girls around you. My little Qingqing, and that Shu family girl outside. Oh right, and there's also you Gulang. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious. She nodded. You're absolutely right. Lu Roer fell silent instantly. Seeing the fox stumped, Jiang Yu finally spoke up. Beastkin. A 9-tailed celestial fox. I never imagined you'd be bold enough to venture deep into human territory. Aren't you afraid of being captured by some expert and turned into a bedwarmer? This humble maiden dares venture deep into human territory because I have my advantages. While I possess no other skills, I do have a few tricks up my sleeve when it comes to hiding. Or could it be, brother Jiang Yu, that you wish this humble maiden to warm your bed? Lu Roer licked her lips and slowly drew closer to Jiang Yu's chest. I said I'd like to. But would you really be warm? Aren't you curious how I saw through your depleted bloodline? He. Brother Jiang Yu, you're quite the character. I'm all ears. Roer, didn't you once consign an item for auction? A dried-up bloodline crystal. If we could reactivate that crystal. Lu Roer was struck as if by lightning. She stared at Jiang Yu in utter disbelief. Bloodline crystals of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan only function for members of that clan. To other races, they're nothing more than ordinary stones. Not to mention a bloodline crystal that had already fallen silent. Even a 9-star summoner couldn't detect a trace. Jiang Yu was only a 4-star summoner. How did he manage it? Don't ask how I did it just yet. What I'm telling you is I can activate the bloodline crystal. To be precise, not me now, but me in the future. Lu Roer bit her lip, hesitation etched across her face. You don't have to answer right away. I'll give you time to think it over, but make up your mind, I won't wait forever. In this world, only I possess the means to activate a dormant bloodline crystal. Once this opportunity passes, it won't come again. Lu Roer's heart pounded violently. She stared at Jiang Yu in disbelief. How could someone so young know so many secrets about the nine-tailed celestial fox clan? Jiang Yu pressed his advantage. You ventured deep into human territory, even joining the Lu family trading guild, all to find a way to activate the bloodline crystal, right? No need for further words. The entire room fell silent. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over her, from head to toe and back again. Whoa! Exotic charm. That chest, that waist, those legs, and those jade-like feet. Truly beautiful. The silence stretched for several minutes. Lu Roer lifted her head, her gaze burning as she fixed it on Jiang Yu. Why did you help me? Jiang Yu shrugged. Because I like the look of you. If I really can help you, how will you repay me? If you really can do it, I'll gladly be your servant, washing your feet, changing your clothes, warming your bed, anything you want. Washing feet and changing clothes? Not necessary. Warming the bed? That'll do. Jiang Yu said with a sly grin. Fine. I believe you. Lu Roer rose, planted a kiss on Jiang Yu's forehead, and left a trail of fragrant air. When you truly accomplish it, this humble maiden will warm your bed for you. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a smirk, radiating an aura of wild arrogance and cool dominance. Lowering her voice, she whispered, Fox, you're playing with fire. Ha! It's been nearly 20 minutes. Your little girlfriend must be waiting impatiently. Lu Roer said with a smile. Jiang Yu's face flushed crimson. Oh, come on. What, little girlfriend? We're just friends. Oomph. Lu Roer rolled her eyes. As the two stepped out of the room, Shu Qianqin fixed them with a suspicious stare. She pulled Jiang Yu close to her side. Roer, goodbye. Young Master Jiang Yu, this maiden has had a most delightful evening, Lu Roer murmured softly, covering her mouth. The others all glared at Jiang Yu with envy. Not only did he have Yu Gulon, that cool and aloof beauty, by his side, but also had Shu Qianqin by his side. Now he'd even become close confidants with Lu Roer. And he had a little lowly trailing after him. It was simply outrageous. It was as if heaven itself had no eyes. Truly, a role model for us all. The others lingered reluctantly, glancing back at Lu Roer with every step as they reluctantly left the courtyard. In the courtyard, only Lu Roer remained. She closed her eyes and opened them again. They had transformed into beastly eyes. 9 fox tails swayed behind her in the air. Fluffy ears stood erect atop her head. Within her gaze, it seemed as though destinies were intertwined. All members of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan possessed the prophetic gift, able to glimpse fragments of the future. In one future she glimpsed, a youth stood with his back to the masses, drawing his sword to point it at the gods. Is he the youth foretold in the prophecy? The 9-tailed celestial fox clan had sacrificed too much for this prophecy. I fear I am the sole survivor of the entire 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Lu Roer pressed her lips together in a bitter smile. She stared blankly at the spot where Jiang Yu had vanished. Jiang Yu? What's wrong? Amidst the bustling street, Jiang Yu suddenly halted and looked up at the sky. Above, the moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, while crows flew southward. Lu Roer, huh? She's definitely not as simple as she seems. And the 9-tailed celestial fox clan has been extinct for decades. Jiang Yu also noticed that when Lu Jia produced the Tang Sec token, Lu Roer reacted differently from the others. Instead of shock or fear, her expression betrayed a hint of hatred. The same was true when dealing with the military department clerk. Not a trace of shock or fear crossed her face, only a hint of hatred. Yet here she was, appearing in the heartland of humanity, utterly defying logic. In an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead, thunder roared, and a cold wind swept through. The weather was about to change. The stars that had filled the sky moments before were now obscured by the gathering storm clouds. Jiang Yu, are you listening? Shu Qianqin's expression turned slightly displeased. Ha? What? Jiang Yu, are you coming over for dinner tomorrow? Sure. Free food and drinks? Of course I'll come. Oh, and my dad will be there too. He wants to meet you. It's up to you whether you come or not. No sooner had she spoken than Shu Qianqin hurried away. Under the night sky, the girl's ears flushed crimson. Chapter 105, Tangled Wings. Inside a towering skyscraper, dozens of people stood crowded together, all looking disheveled and weary. Even the man dressed in expensive clothes, radiating talent, looked no different. This was the group led by Jia, who had just been formally expelled from the courtyard. Recalling the events that had just unfolded, they exchanged glances, each feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Thankfully, Jiang Yu hadn't pressed the matter. Otherwise, every single one of them. At this thought, Lu Jia shuddered, overcome with lingering dread. Dad. Lu Li's face darkened. He could only watch as his son endured the humiliation. Regardless of the reason, he was still the father. Sigh. Everyone, leave now. One more thing, if anyone dares to spread word about today's events, don't blame me for not showing mercy. A flicker of alarm crossed Lu Jia's eyes as the crowd dispersed in a rush. The entire building was left with only the father and son. Lu Jie pulled out a cigar, trembling as he lit it. Smoke curled upward, obscuring his eyes. Then he let out a long sigh. As an 8-star summoner, he seemed to age significantly in an instant, his shoulders trembling slightly. Sigh. Don't go looking for trouble with Jiang Yu, and don't let anyone else go looking for trouble with her, understand? Lu Li's face was filled with displeasure. Dad, I'm your own son. Jiang Yu is an outsider. He bullied me like that, why won't you avenge me? Lu Jie sighed. His son was perfect in every way except for one small flaw: he wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed. Simply put, he just wasn't very bright. Dad, say something. Jiang Yu just won the superstar competition. He's just a poor student, what's there to be afraid of? With your skills, you could crush him with one hand. Lu Li muttered discontentedly. You're such a blockhead. I got where I am today by knowing how to play the game. How did I end up with a son as thick as you? Don't you get it yet? Lu Li still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. It's just a piece of paper. The Tang clan isn't any weaker than the military department. Lu Jie could barely contain his frustration. Seeing Lu Li's face swollen like a pig's head, he raised his hand only to slowly lower it again. His shoulders slumped slightly, like a child's deflated balloon. Talking to you is like playing the violin to a cow. Just understand this, Jiang Yu carries far more weight than both of us combined. Behind Jiang Yu stands the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies. Lu Li's expression froze, disbelief washing over his face. That can't be. Sigh. In a while, I'll arrange for you to transfer to a subordinate city. We should be grateful Jiang Yu didn't pursue this further. If Jiang Yu insists on making a big deal out of this, forget about licking the toilet. Even if he ordered you to swallow the entire thing, you'd have no choice but to obey. And not only that, I'd be implicated too. Lu Li bit his lip tightly, a complex mix of emotions churning within him. Dad, are we just going to let this slide? You fool, don't you get it? I made myself perfectly clear. Jiang Yu is someone the commander-in-chief has taken under his wing. If you dare touch him, the only outcome is death. But Dad, I can't swallow this humiliation. The memory of the cold, metallic toilet seat and the faintly sweet sour water stirred an endless rage within him. The searing humiliation felt like being stripped naked, bound in the center of a stadium filled with tens of thousands, subjected to the glaring stares of everyone present. You must swallow this humiliation. We cannot afford to offend Jiang Yu. Lu Jie's tone was unyielding. Given Lu Jie's abilities, he was far from qualified to join the Tang clan's inner circle. Yet his skill in cultivating spirit beasts meant he possessed keen insight. He knew very well that Jiang Yu was not someone to be offended. The waters here ran deep. He couldn't control himself. Listen to Dad. From now on, steer clear of Jiang Yu whenever you see her. All you have to do is clean the toilet, at least your life is spared. Let me make this clear from the start. If you insist on causing trouble for Jiang Yu, don't blame me for breaking your legs. At these words, Lu Li's eyes whitened like copper bells. The fury in his gaze instantly shifted to utter bewilderment. No! I will have my revenge. I absolutely must have my revenge. You pig-brained. Lu Jie was furious. If not for his own predicament, he'd have cursed him out loud. He couldn't believe Lu Li still didn't get it after saying it so plainly. Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow I'll arrange for someone to send you to a subordinate city. Don't even think about provoking Jiang Yu, we can't afford to mess with her. Lu Jie took a deep drag on his cigar, cast one last glance at Lu Li, his face swollen like a pig's head, then stormed out of the room without looking back. Dad! I'm your only son. You can't just abandon me. Wah. I don't want to go to a subordinate city. What about my 8 concubines? Dad! Wah. Lu Li's tears could no longer be held back. He burst into loud sobs. Through his sobs, he kept glancing toward the door, checking if Lu Jie had returned. Several minutes passed. The sound of his sobbing still echoed throughout the entire building. No one entered the door. In that moment, Lu Li's emotions truly erupted. He shoved over the large decorative vase. Jiang Yu. It's all your fault. It's all your fault for making me lick the toilet. It's all your fault I got yelled at by my dad. In that instant, Lu Li revealed his true nature as a giant baby. Jiang Yu. I'll get my revenge. Beep. Uncle Air? Wah. I got beaten up. Lu Li clutched the phone, sobbing uncontrollably. Lu Jie, just stepping out of the elevator, felt a chill run down his spine. A storm raged through the night, yet sleep came undisturbed. Jiang Yu slept soundly until a sudden weight pressed down on her chest. Opening her eyes, she found a pair of crimson eyes staring intently at her face, white hair cascading down the quilt. Lilith? Jiang Yu blinked sleepily, discovering Lilith sprawled across her lower abdomen. Her loose-fitting clothes had slipped off her shoulders, revealing pale, fragrant shoulders and a large portion of her arm. Lilith? What are you doing straddling my stomach? Let me tell you, when a guy's got a raging temper, it's easy to lose control. Of course I'm checking your body. You're such a freak. Holy light power and hellish power both converging in your soul sea without exploding you to death? It's nothing short of a miracle. Lilith sat up from Jiang Yu's body, her tone tinged with surprise. You figured it out? Jiang Yu's eyes widened in surprise. The power of holy light, that force of hypocrites. Even separated by two worlds, I can smell it clearly. Lilith's face, now pressed against Jiang Yu's neck, twitched her delicate little nose. It's time you two met. Come out, Shauna. A blue-haired girl emerged from the holy light, her figure curvaceous and her skin flawless. Several pairs of wings folded against her back. She was the very picture of an otherworldly beauty. Master, you finally came for Shauna? Shauna lifted her head, her twilight green eyes appearing sickly. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. She'd been too busy lately to summon Shauna. Shauna seemed to be a Yandere type. Her wings were tangled. Chapter 106, Shauna's disappearance. Evening. Though autumn approached, the heat remained scorching, and the cicadas still chirped incessantly. Deep within a dense forest, a man and a woman moved stealthily. Numerous small creatures stared at them with curiosity. Autumn was approaching. But isn't it spring? The season of growth has long passed. Deep within the dense forest, the two struggled on. Shauna. Your posture is wrong. Move forward a bit more, push harder. It's okay. That's it. The force is there, now it's about endurance. You're doing great. Keep the rhythm steady and watch for the release point. That's it. Deep within the dense forest, the two were training intensely. Jiang Yu channeled his soul power, while Shauna unleashed wave after wave of sacred light judgment. Battle synergy requires long-term refinement. Take a break. Jiang Yu plopped down onto the ground, and Shauna obediently sat behind her. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, accompanied by the rhythmic chirping of cicadas. Jiang Yu gulped down water, droplets trickling from the corner of her mouth. She then handed the water flask to Shauna. Battle. Awesome. Jiang Yu handed over the water bottle, which was instantly gripped tightly. Though his face maintained a smile, the corners of his mouth grew increasingly thin. Ha ha ha. This was the master's drink. You must be tired after all that training, Shauna. Have some water. Satsuki's lips traced a circle around the rim with her small tongue. Then, Master, Shauna will drink now. Satsuki leaned down, her lips slowly approaching Jiang Yu's face. The droplets trickling from the corner of her mouth were captured by Shauna's kiss, gently lapped up. Master's water tastes so good. Shan Sha blinked her eyes. Jiang Yu touched her own lips. What could she say? Shauna truly lived up to her name, achieving in an instant what others couldn't accomplish in a lifetime. Shatua's exquisite features appeared even more sculpted. Within the sea of consciousness, Million clenched her jaw tightly. In a moment of carelessness, her base had been stolen. She had kissed Jiang Yu's forehead herself. In that instant, a bitter taste filled her heart. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She'd finally managed to placate him. What kind of summoner was so pathetic? Several hours earlier, when her wings became tangled, Jiang Yu had a sudden idea. She took the gift Shu Qianqin had given her, box and all, and handed it over to Shauna. Admittedly, it was a bit of a jerk move. But heaven knows, I, Jiang Yu, have no interest in women. Besides, inside that gift box was precisely that holy light attributed magic core. It was meant for Shauna all along. Since Shauna belongs to the holy light system, giving it to her was perfectly appropriate. As everyone knows, the nation's foremost prodigy summoned a fair-skinned, beautiful elemental spirit, a rare holy light type at that. She's destined to be a pillar of the nation. They could never have imagined that Jiang Yu was also a brazen outlaw beyond the law. And the infamous black-robed mysterious figure. The outlaw who orchestrated the prison break at Volcano headquarters. However, the mysterious black-robed figure in the prison. What connection could he possibly have to Jiang Yu, the model student, Hua Nation's most gifted prodigy, and the most talented soul master? As the setting sun melted into gold, a golden glow bathed Jiang Yu's face. Shikana, have you opened the gift I sent you yet? Not yet. Then open it and take a look. Shan Na excitedly unwrapped the gift box. Inside lay a magic core adorned with starlight, seemingly imprinted with a celestial map. Currently, Shauna's strength was at the 4-star level, and her talent was at the Morningstar tier. This meant she was just one step away from the highest achievement, the Morningstar tier. This magic core contains the power of the stars. It can help the summoned one break through their innate talent limit. Countless stars converging around a crimson moon signifies crimson moon rank. This magic core can help Shauna shatter her talent ceiling and reach crimson moon rank. Talent determines one's ceiling. Jiang Yu's strength will only grow stronger until the day comes when she surpasses Shauna, leaving Shauna unable to aid her. Are you ready? Shatuan nodded. After using this demon core, you may experience physical discomfort. If you can't endure it, stop immediately. Understood? I won't tolerate you pushing yourself beyond your limits. Jiang Yu's expression was solemn. With a sweet smile, Shauna nodded. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with complete trust in Jiang Yu, tinged with a hint of possessiveness. Shauna placed the magic core into her mouth. In an instant, powerful light elements surged outward like a tidal wave, spreading in all directions. After a single breath, it gathered back toward Shauna like a crowd rushing to a market. It's begun. The two had signed a contract, their hearts truly in sync. Jiang Yu could sense a tremendous power erupting within Shauna's body. His 6 pairs of wings emitted blinding light, while countless hymns and prayers emerged from the void, solemn, majestic, and filled with tender compassion. Millions of little angels, each holding various instruments, played a harmonious symphony in midair. Simultaneously, stars began to light up one after another in the celestial expanse above. They resonated in perfect harmony with the intricate, troubled star map within the Sea of Souls. Shauna's body was overcome by intense discomfort, enveloped entirely in light like a luminous human sculpture. Countless spiderweb-like cracks crisscrossed the surface of his skin. From these fissures surged immense power, toppling trees and sending rocks and earth flying wherever it touched. The cracks on Shauna's body multiplied relentlessly, growing unstoppable. At their widest points, they were as thick as a pinky finger. Blinding light erupted from his nostrils, mouth, eyes, and ears. No! The power is too overwhelming. Shatana, you must stop. Jiang Yu's heart raced with panic, feeling as though her own heart was shattering along with Shauna's. Jiang Yu prepared to interrupt this advancement. Even if it meant wasting a single sacred light attribute magic core, one that concealed the power of the stars. But at this moment, Jiang Yu could no longer afford to care about such things. Her greater concern was the safety of the girl before her. The pain and pressure she endured had reached its limit. Her body was already shattered beyond repair. Shaking, she raised her head and mustered her last ounce of strength to stop Jiang Yu's action. Sha Na. The next instant, Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body jolting. Through their bond, Shauna conveyed her resolve. I can do it. Her voice was faint as a thread, yet her expression was unwaveringly resolute. As she was about to vanish, encountering Jiang Yu granted her a chance at rebirth. In that instant, Shauna seemed to grasp the meaning of death itself. Jiang Yu felt a pang of emotion welling up in her throat. All right. I believe in you. Elements surged forth. Holy light sang like a melody, sacred sounds wept like lamentations. In this fleeting instant, only one step remained to complete the ascension. Yet it was also but a single step away from the abyss. Now! Jiang Yu uttered not a word, only murmuring silently. Simultaneously, Shauna shot upward like a spear of light piercing the heavens, transforming into a streak of light streaking across the horizon. All sounds ceased. As if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Shattered. Shattered? Jiang Yu's heart ached, her mind reeling, her eyes crawling with crisscrossing bloodshot veins. Shauna? It's my fault. I shouldn't have been so impatient. Jiang Yu's voice trembled slightly. Her vision blurred. Chapter 107, The Certificate. Meanwhile, night had just fallen. Countless multicolored shooting stars streaked across the sky, their reflections shimmering on the lake's surface. The sky and water merged into one hue. One star among them grew ever brighter. Countless specks of light danced in the wind, enveloping Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes and looked up, only to see countless specks of light coalesce, eventually forming a familiar figure. Shatua? The girl's body threw herself into his embrace beneath the shower of countless shooting stars. At this moment, Shauna's already fair skin seemed to shimmer with starlight. Her figure seemed to grow more graceful. He could feel it in his embrace. Did it work? In this instant, harnessing the power of the starry sky alongside her innate holy light attribute proved utterly transcendent. Jiang Yu felt a weight lift from her heart. This advancement had been a roller coaster of highs and lows. His innate talent had now reached Crimson Moon tier, and he himself had even broken through to Epic tier. That was 2 tiers higher than Jiang Yu. Ahem. Shauna, put your clothes back on first. It wouldn't look good if someone saw you. Even if no one sees you, it wouldn't be good if the little animals saw you. And even if there are no little animals, there are still flowers and plants around. Though Shauna was an elemental spirit, she possessed human physical characteristics just like any human. Facing such a fragrant beauty, completely unclothed, it was truly impossible to maintain composure without some self-control. Whoa! Speaking of which, Shauna, your figure seems even better than before. Jiang Yu hinted suggestively. The feel of her body had changed. Shatana felt a surge of secret delight. Or did something go wrong with your advancement, causing swelling? Want me to treat it for you? Sana was fine, and Jiang Yu returned to her usual self. Ding ding ding. Jiang Yu's phone rang at the worst possible moment. She pulled it out to see it was Shu Qianqin calling. Hello? Qianqin, what's up? Oh, your dad's back? I'll be right over. What am I doing? Of course I'm training. A girl's voice? There's no girl here. Qianqin, you must have misheard. I'll be right there. Alright, bye. Jiang Yu hung up the phone. I remember Shu Qianqin saying yesterday that today was my turn, or rather, she was the one who invited you to dinner. Sigh. I really am a man of deep sin. Especially when I think about how I behaved at Volcano Prison, a textbook example of a lawless rogue. Visiting the home of a military general always made me feel a bit uneasy. And this counts as meeting the parents, I suppose. If Shu Qianqin found out I'd just been hugging and kissing Shana here, he'd be turned into a dried-up husk. Maybe he should call? Say he had a stomachache and couldn't make it. Lost in thought, Jiang Yu walked down the street. A ridiculously flashy car suddenly pulled up right in front of him. Hey, hey, hey! What are you doing? Watch out, I might fall asleep on the ground. Jiang Yu took a step back. Jiang Yu, right? How amusing. The young lady ordered that even if we have to tie you up, we must bring you to the mansion. Please get in the car, Jiang Yu. Dozens of identical vehicles approached the man in a suit and tie in perfect formation. They formed 2 rows and bowed in unison. Jiang Yu found herself sandwiched between them, her scalp prickling with unease. By all logic, I should be flashing my signature crooked smile right now. Jiang Yu's lips twitched, but no smile emerged. Jiang Yu got into the car anyway. The car, as flashy and domineering as ever, climbed steadily along the highway before finally stopping at the entrance of an estate. Jiang Yu instinctively looked up to see a gilded vermilion gate towering several people high. The stone lions flanking the entrance seemed to possess a spirit of their own, radiating an inexplicable aura of authority. Above the gate, on a massive plaque, 2 gilded characters were engraved. The Shu family. This estate was a testament to their distinguished military service, a reward bestowed by the military headquarters. It covered nearly half a mountain, its grounds vast and expansive. Upon entering, the interior struck one as excessively plain. Aside from the estate's inherent decor, there was little else to be seen. Is that Jiang Yu? A crisp voice echoed from the kitchen. That's perfect. Once I finish stir-frying this dish, we can eat. Shu Qianqiu stood nearby, gazing at Jiang Yu with a look of deep and complex emotion. A few minutes later, the dining table was laden with food. It wasn't extravagant, just a slightly more substantial meal for an ordinary family. Compared to the Shu family's status, this meal seemed far too simple. Brother Qianqiu, we've met several times now. Must you keep that sour look on your face the moment I arrive? Shu Qianqiu's lips curled slightly, his tone tinged with bitterness. And you're the one talking? You know what? All these years, my cousin hasn't even cooked a single meal for her own brother. Upon learning this, Shu Qianqiu took a long time to process it, his heart churning like 1,000 waves stirred by a single stone. Father's been away from home for years. I've cooked for over a decade, yet he's never once cooked a single meal for me, his own brother. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a gentle smile emerged from the kitchen. He scrutinized Jiang Yu with the same intense gaze. Ahem. Junior Jiang Yu greets Senior Shu. I've long heard of your magnificent achievements and have always admired them immensely. Flattery will get you everywhere. Shu Huai smiled as he studied the young man before him. Young man, I've heard tales of your exploits at Tiandu Academy, fiery and reckless by nature. Now that I see you in person. Jiang Yu chuckled. What do you think, senior? Shan Zi also gave a mysterious smile. They weren't exaggerating after all. You flatter me, senior, you flatter me. Shu Qianqiu's mouth twitched. Everyone, sit down and eat. Try the dishes Qianqin and I prepared. Stop calling me senior all the time. Just call me uncle. Try this braised pork. Eat. Eat a big bowlful. Thank you, uncle. You're so kind. Jiang Yu and Shu Qianqin sat side by side, facing Shu Huai and Shu Qianqiu. Jiang Yu ate heartily, when suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a wall in the inner room. Several black and white photographs hung there, all subjects clad in military uniforms, radiating an aura of iron discipline. Their ages varied widely, the youngest barely over 20, the oldest barely 16. The only common thread was the faint resemblance between each face. Beneath the photographs was a certificate of merit. It read in bold letters. Congratulations to Shu Qianqiu for winning first prize in the elementary school essay contest. Awarded for the essay titled My General Brother, Father, and Grandfather. Jiang Yu's hands froze mid-motion. Shu Huai noticed too. Following Jiang Yu's gaze, a look of deep remembrance appeared in his eyes. This kid was a handful as a child, never applied himself in his academic studies. But when he won first prize in an essay contest, they came back from the military headquarters. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but this kid's academic performance has always been poor. That was the only award he ever won. Jiang Yu felt a heavy weight in her heart. Years ago, during a massive beast uprising, the Shu family suppressed the rebellion. It was then that Shu Qianqiu's elder brother and grandfather fell in battle. The entire Shu family line was a lineage of loyal martyrs. Shu Qianqiu's award was earned through this sacrifice. Chapter 108, Returning Home. A black line appeared on Shu Qianqiu's forehead as his lips twitched awkwardly. Dad, could you please stop? Your son has some pride too. Oh. You still care about your reputation? Your school days are legendary throughout Longdu City. Who doesn't know about them? This kid's been acting strange lately. Doesn't say a word, just strutting around like some big shot. Can't string 2 words together, not a drop of knowledge in his head. As he spoke, Shu Huai's gaze drifted back to Jiang Yu. Nothing like you, Jiang Yu. During the superstar competition, you recited that line from the white-haired Taishan scripture. It was just what we needed. Did you write that yourself? Truly extraordinary literary talent, right? Jiang Yu quickly sat up straight, adopting the posture of a master. Uncle has excellent discernment. You're quite right, it was indeed penned by yours truly. Jiang Yu's lips curved upward, forming a perfect checkmark. My apologies, Li Bai. But since your works have vanished from circulation, I suppose I'm merely helping to spread them. 10 paces, one slain 1,000 miles, no trace left. Sleeves swept, robes brushed, he departs hiding both body and fame. Leisurely past Xinling's feast, sword drawn, across his knees laid. Who could right beneath your seat, the white-haired master's Tai Xian Jing? TSK TSK TSK. Your thick skin, lad, is just like my daughter's, even the spear of Longinus couldn't pierce it. Shu Huaik burst into laughter. Jiang Yu, what are your plans? After the break, it'll be midterm exams. Shu Qianqin propped her chin, blinking curiously at Jiang Yu. Me? Of course I'm going back. You mean Baobin City? But as far as I know, you have no family left there. Your only sister vanished into thin air after you enrolled at Tiandu Academy. Jiang Yu's expression turned wistful. This time, I'm going back for one reason only, and that is. Jiang Yu spoke mysteriously, simultaneously reaching into his pocket and casually rummaging around. Jiang Yu. If you dare grope yourself in front of my sister, I'll chop you to pieces. Shu Qianshu instantly exploded. Brother Shu, calm down. Shu Huaik flashed a fatherly smile. His two children had certainly given him plenty to worry about over the years. All these years of raising them, cleaning up after them, being both father and mother. Both siblings were extremely reclusive, rarely interacting with outsiders. Years ago, during the suppression of the beast tide, their mother had fallen in battle right before their eyes. The agony of witnessing their own blood relatives fall one after another before their eyes was unimaginable. By the time he arrived, he barely managed to rescue the siblings. The ordeal turned all three of their hair white overnight. Shu Qianqin grew even more reclusive, even I could only exchange a few words with her. This Jiang Yu really has some skills. Shu Huaik watched Jiang Yu with growing satisfaction. Like the heavenly general Tianping admiring a beauty. Like an old mother-in-law eyeing her son-in-law. A monkey spotting peaches. Meanwhile, Shu Qianqin suddenly became quite talkative, even taking the initiative to ask questions. You little rascal, tell me, has your sister changed lately? Nothing much. She's still that emotionless girl, won't say a word unless spoken to, and can't even hold a conversation. Oh, and there's a new addition lately, Jiang Yu. My little sister's been especially tolerant of the big guy. Shu Huaik had seen a lot in his life, yet even so, his heart ached. Tolerant? Could it be? Oh no! The house has been robbed. Shu Huaik cleared his throat and began studying Jiang Yu again. If his earlier gaze had been that of an admiring elder toward a promising junior, then now it was the cautious scrutiny of a father eyeing his daughter's future. Jiang Yu, is there anyone else in your family besides you? How old are you this year? How's her health? Has she had any genetic testing done? Has she had her circumcision? Have you ever been to places where minors aren't allowed? Did your ancestors ever run any businesses? Shu Huaik fired off a dozen questions in rapid succession. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Dad! Your old habit is back? What kind of questions are these? Shu Qianqin frowned. Then let's change the subject. What are your plans for the future, Jiang Yu? After rummaging in his pocket for a while, Jiang Yu pulled out a red envelope adorned with gold-powdered calligraphy. Didn't I already tell you? I need to go back. Jiang Yu hadn't finished speaking. Shu Huaik nearly jumped off the table. This is a red envelope? For a wedding? Who's getting married? He scrutinized Jiang Yu from head to toe. Jiang Yu, you're getting married? Shu Qianshu set down his chopsticks and stopped eating. His words were blunt and startling. Shu Qianqin eyed Jiang Yu suspiciously, her gaze lingering. Jiang Yu nearly choked. Cough cough. Does this entire family think in such bizarre ways? I want to get married too. But who would I marry? I just turned 18, I'm not even of legal age yet. This is indeed a red envelope, my neighbor's aunt specially mailed it to me. Her daughter is getting married and invited me back for the wedding. That's it? That's it. Besides, I'm now a top student at Tiandu Academy and the champion of the superstar competition. As the ancient saying goes, return home in glory when you've made it. The others froze. So all that setup was just to go back and show off? Jiang Yu extended both index fingers, pulling them apart slowly and deliberately like an accordion. Everyone knows I'm not one for putting on airs. Shu Huaik sighed again. Even another shot from the gun of destiny wouldn't pierce this kid's thick skin. Oh, I see. What was the wedding like? Was it fun? Shu Qianqin asked curiously. You didn't attend? No. Since I was 1 year old, I've been cultivating my soul power. I've only heard about it. That's insane. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. What did you say? Nothing. Just describing the wedding scene. How to put it? A procession of red bridal attire stretching for miles, an 8-man palanquin, embroidered mandarin duck cups, and red candles illuminating the night. They'd beat drums and set off firecrackers, hand out wedding candies. Oh, and the bride wore a huge red veil while the groom sported a big red flower. Shu Qianqin propped her chin on her hand. The girl awaited vibrant eye makeup, yet what met her gaze was a soul-piercing pitch black. I still can't picture it. It is hard to imagine such a scene. Come with me back home, you've never seen it, right? This is the perfect chance to witness it. Jiang Yu slapped her forehead in sudden realization. The air fell silent in an instant. Father and son Shu Huaike froze simultaneously. Then their eyes locked onto Shu Qianqin. Good. Shu Huaike exhaled deeply, feeling an inexplicable emptiness in his heart, a sense of loss mixed with gain. Shu Qianqiu was even more stunned, nearly jumping out of his skin. Going back together? Meet the parents? Or a date? A man and a woman traveling alone together, if that's not a date, what is it? Shu Qianqiu's gaze grew sharper. Brother Shu, tone it down. Your stare is about to burn a hole through me. I'm coming too. I've never seen it either. He couldn't help but worry, so he sent his younger sister out with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 109, Blackmailing the General. We leave tomorrow? Should I start packing now? Shu Qianqin jumped up and trotted into her room. Little sis, let me help you. As a seasoned sister-obsessed brother, Shu Qianqiu followed right behind. Watching Shu Qianqin's jubilant excitement, a smile touched Shu Qianqiu's lips. But the thought of Jiang Yu filled his heart with inexplicable irritation. Should he take advantage of the dark, moonless night to eliminate that brat Jiang Yu? For a moment, only Shu Huaike and Jiang Yu remained at the table, staring at each other in silence. Jiang Yu felt a pang of unease. He had just asked out the girl right in front of her father. What if this formidable general turned on him? Jiang Yu was a delicate flower, he couldn't withstand such cruelty. Ahem. Uncle, the weather's lovely tonight, isn't it? It certainly is. Uncle, are you married? Yes. What about you? Not yet. The atmosphere between them fell silent once more. After a moment, Shu Huaike spoke first. It's getting late. Jiang Yu can sleep here. The estate has plenty of rooms, they're just sitting empty. I told you to come over here. This estate is great in every way, except it's just too big. It's not that cleaning is troublesome, but the rooms are so far apart. What kind of pretentious nonsense is this? Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Well then, I'll humbly accept your kind offer, Jiang Yu said with a shy smile. Shu Huaike arranged for someone to escort Jiang Yu to the guest quarters. By the fireplace, Shu Huaike pulled out his pocket watch, his expression tinged with an indescribable nostalgia. Opening the pocket watch, he revealed a photograph inside. The woman in the photograph had an ordinary appearance, yet her smile was radiant. Beside her stood a little boy, his face scowling as he stubbornly turned his head away. At the same time, the woman held an infant in her arms. The photograph had yellowed with age. Shu Huaike's eyes grew moist as he lit a cigarette. Remember how you said when our daughter gets married, you want a 10-mile red procession and a palanquin carried by 8 men? The next morning, Jiang Yu rose early and began stretching. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Jiang Yu yawned. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the air was cool. Meanwhile, Shu Qianqiu stood on the estate's cliff, arms crossed, not uttering a word, pretending to be a master. Jiang Yu hadn't wanted to rise early, but upon opening her eyes, a white-haired man stood by her bedside, his face etched with worry. And he was holding a sword in his hand. Brother Shu? Why are you standing at my bedside? I'm considering whether to finish you off with a single sword stroke. Such an exasperating conversation, so utterly infuriating. Shu Qianqin stepped out the front door. The young woman wore a white skirt, her delicate feet encased in fine brown leather shoes, and a chestnut-colored cap perched on her head. Sunrise. Golden light bathed her face, as if she walked upon rays of sunshine. Shu Qianqin's beauty was undeniable, though she usually sported a more androgynous, knight-errant style. Now dressed in civilian clothes, she was utterly breathtaking. Her sharp, heroic spirit intertwined with the grace of a young girl. Jiang Yu was transfixed. Shu Qianqin glided over to Jiang Yu with light steps, a teasing smile playing on her lips. She extended her slender jade-like hand and gently poked Jiang Yu's cheek. Hey, hey, hey! You've gone dumb. Jiang Yu snapped back to her senses. This scene was witnessed by Shu Qianqiu, who immediately lost his composure. He stormed over in 2 strides, roughly separating the two. Jiang Yu, take your hands off her. I should have dealt with you this morning. This morning? Shu Qianqin's small head was filled with a huge question mark. Nothing. It's about time. Let's hurry and get going, or we'll miss the train. Jiang Yu cleared his throat. We're taking the train? Shu Qianqiu looked incredulous. My dear young master, of course we are. Baobin City isn't one of the 6 major base cities, it's just a subordinate city. There are no flights, no flying spirit beasts. We have no choice but to take the train through the wilderness. Jiang Yu explained. To Shu Qianqin, whether it was winged spirit beasts or trains, it didn't matter. Have some breakfast, then I'll drive you to the station. Shu Huai, draped in a coat, looked every inch the gentleman. Jiang Yu picked out some fruit. Then she turned her head toward Shu Qianqin. Your dad is a full general, right? Driving us to the station? Is that okay? Jiang Yu still vividly recalled yesterday's scene, a procession of luxury cars leading the way, dozens of people lined up on both sides, sandwiching her in the middle as they bowed in unison. Jiang Yu's toes were already digging into the floor. No problem. I'll keep an eye on things this time. My dad has a bit of a misunderstanding about young people. I've told him countless times to cut back on watching those elite soldiers, rich kids, and war gods. A distinguished general obsessed with short dramas? What a disgrace. It's like the heavens have turned upside down. After breakfast, Shu Huai drove, with 3 people seated in the back seat. Shu Qianshu sat between them. Originally, Jiang Yu and Shu Qianqin were seated together in the back. But Shu Qianshu insisted on squeezing between them. This left the passenger seat completely empty. 3 people were crammed into the back seat. A glint of cunning flashed in Shu Huai's eyes. This time, Shu Huai had been ordered to return to Longdu. First, to investigate the identity of the mysterious cloaked figure. Second, the military headquarters was preparing a major operation, a classic case of repairing the road openly while secretly crossing the river. The greater the action, the more essential it was to appear relaxed, a tactic that could also confuse the enemy. And Shu Huai was the military headquarters' relaxed front. The station lay underground. Jiang Yu, uncle won't be coming in. You two hurry up and get in the car. Jiang Yu lingered, reluctant to get out. What's wrong? Shu Huai was a bit baffled. Uncle, there's something we need to discuss properly. This trip was supposed to be just me, but now there are 2 more people. Jiang Yu rubbed her fingers together. Shu Huai finally understood, his eyes widening in disbelief. So all this time, the kid had been trying to get money out of him. You little rascal. So you came here to ask me for money? Shu Huai felt both amused and exasperated, but he feigned anger, his expression darkening. You Jiang Yu. Not only did you kidnap my daughter, but now you're asking me for money? This time, Jiang Yu wore an innocent expression. I'm innocent. Completely innocent. I've got no money and no connections, I even walk everywhere. And I've never bought any soul potions. Heaven knows, uncle, I'm broke. I was never well off to begin with, and now with 2 more mouths to feed, it's just adding insult to injury. Fine. Shu Huai was thoroughly defeated. How much do you need, kid? Jiang Yu held up one finger. Shu Huai looked puzzled. 10,000? Jiang Yu shook his head and flashed a bright smile. No. 1 million. Shu Huai froze again, glancing around the car. Uncle, what are you looking for? I'm looking for the sword. Shu Qianqin spread her arms wide, shielding Jiang Yu. Shu Huai gritted his teeth. You're quite the one, aren't you? Fine, consider it charity. Think of it as Qianqin's future dowry, so my daughter won't have to suffer. Chapter 110, The City Rejoices. 1,000,000 yuan was nothing to Shu Huai, barely a drop in the bucket. Shu Huai patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder, his expression warm and kind. The train whistle blew as Jiang Yu and the others settled into their seats. Jiang Yu, the people there must live very hard lives, right? Shu Qianshu remarked softly. Jiang Yu nodded. Ever since the Great Cataclysm, the subordinate cities differ from the base city. They lack powerful protective arrays, and summoners are exceedingly rare. People fulfill their respective duties, their sole purpose being to carry on. Fortunately, the military clears the surrounding beasts annually, so the city remains relatively safe. This journey filled Shu Qianqin with wonder. At some point, her life ceased to be monotonous. Perhaps it was because of him. The expressions of those in the carriage were uneasy. Sunset. The evening sun outside the window. Jiang Yu and her companions stepped out of the station. Surveying the surroundings, Jiang Yu felt deeply moved. Brother Shu, Qianqin, I'm home. Baobin City was a subordinate city where summoners were extremely rare, unlike Longdu, where they were everywhere. The architecture couldn't be called high-end. The siblings possessed an extraordinary aura, drawing considerable attention. This is Baobin City? Shu Qianshu was somewhat surprised. This is Baobin City, but it's not where I live. You should know I'm poor. This is downtown, property prices are sky high. I could never afford to live here before. Come on, Aunt Wang is over here. Jiang Yu beckoned to the 2 and they got into a taxi. An old street lined with red brick houses, where elderly men sat cooling off in the shade. Meanwhile, the media wasn't idle either. Jiang Yu was Baobin City's sole prodigy, recruited by Tiandu Academy. The kind where green smoke swirled from the ancestral graves. The health supplements for Aunt Wan, even though she has a sharp tongue, she's always looked out for us. This liquor is for old Manly. Since drinking isn't good for his health, I'll have Auntie Lee keep it. She can check on him daily and help curb his cravings. These skincare products are for Sister Lu. And these game consoles? Let's give them to those foster sons. These snacks. Jiang Yu muttered incessantly. Her hands were full of large and small bags. Bro, did you hear Jiang Yu muttering? I heard him. It sounds like he's prepared gifts for everyone. Shu Qianchu's tone was tinged with complexity. He'd seen too many so-called golden children who, once they achieved fame and fortune, wanted nothing to do with their past. Jiang Yu was a rare exception. That kid Jiang Yu is different from the rest. His character is actually decent. At least I won't have to worry about him ditching my little sister after messing with her. Put. What am I saying? If that Jiang Yu kid dares to bully my little sister, I'll take him out tonight. Jiang Yu shot a suspicious glance at Shu Qianchu, only to feel an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Jiang Yu bought gifts for everyone but didn't buy one for himself, Shu Qianqin murmured to herself. At that moment, Jiang Yu pulled two enormous paper-folded stars from his backpack. Brother Shu, Qianqin, as good brothers, how could I possibly forget you? The two picked them up and recognized the paper. It was from the earlier gift boxes. Damn it! You swindled $1 million from my dad and try to fool us with this? Just watch my unmatched swordplay. Brother Shu, calm down. My sword isn't exactly blunt either. If you don't like paper stars, I've got origami cranes too. Calm down. Qianqin, talk some sense into your brother. I have other plans for that money. The sky was azure blue, and outside the window, 1,000 paper cranes fluttered. Oomph. If you don't have a proper use for that money, I'll show you my sharp sword skills. Shu Qianchu snorted coldly. Continuing forward, the cement road became pitted and uneven. Weeds grew thickly along both sides of the road. They arrived at a red brick house. Aunt Wang was sweeping the yard, her face now lined with wrinkles, even her hair graying a bit. In the backyard, a small fence had been built. Jiang Yu's back? Did you suffer out there? Doubt it, you're a crafty little devil. What about the rest? Uncle Li, here's a bottle of liquor for you. I told Auntie to check on you every day. You little rascal. The old man nearly spit out his dentures. Aunt Wang, I'm back. Here are some health supplements for you. Guaranteed to make you feel 18 again. The woman stood up, glanced at Jiang Yu, and casually tossed the broom her way. You little brat, think you've grown wings now? Daring to tease me? When you were a kid running around naked, I was the one changing your diapers. The siblings giggled. Jiang Yu's face flushed crimson. You must be friends with this brat Jiang Yu. Don't be fooled by his innocent looks, he's a real troublemaker. When he was little, he played sandbag toss with my daughter and deliberately swapped the sand inside the bag for small stones. He'd suck on candy and then tell the little girl his mouth was sweet. Jiang Yu dug his toes into the ground, carving out a 3-bedroom apartment, and took up residence there. Every word from the middle-aged woman plunged Jiang Yu, the future great hero of Huagua, the revered young general, into a state of perpetual social death. Hey! It's Jiang Yu. Want to join your uncle for a drink tonight? Ever since you went to Tiandu Academy, your uncle's been drinking alone and nearly dying of loneliness. Outside the door, a burly man wearing a hard hat gave Jiang Yu's shoulder a hard slap. A deafening roar erupted. What are you drinking? Jiang Yu was still a student. Aunt Wang shouted. Both women were loud-mouthed, their voices booming. Come inside quickly. Your guests, how could we let guests stand out on the street? Aunt Wang took the items, and the three entered the house. The house was simple but spotlessly clean, radiating a warm, lived-in feel. She even offered a plate of dried persimmons, handing it to Shu Qianchu and his sister. You must be from the big city, right? I've lived here my whole life and never seen such a beautiful girl. Shu Qianqin picked up a persimmon, took a small bite, and her eyes lit up. Like a hamster, she cradled the persimmon in both hands, nibbling it in tiny bites. My name is Shu Qianchu. My sister is Shu Qianqin. We're friends of Jiang Yu. Shu Qianchu still kept his arms crossed, but his tone softened considerably. Within mere minutes, the entire old street was completely blocked off, packed tight with people. Media outlets from all over, major families in Baobin City, everyone worth mentioning stood packed along the street. Xiao Liang touched his cheek, feeling a lingering sting. Who would have thought that the once scrawny kid would leap to become the superstar tournament champion? If only they'd known, they never would have picked a fight with him. Now he stood there, unable to move forward or retreat. Shocking. Champion returns home in triumph. Accompanied by mysterious man and woman. Jiang Yu stays true to his roots, returning to this place once more. We should all follow his example. Heard Jiang Yu's back? Hurry over to soak up some good fortune, who knows, maybe our family will produce a summoner too. Chapter 111, Each Other's Wings. Jiang Yu, give me an autograph. Jiang Yu, I love you. Like a mouse loves rice. Jiang Yu's performance at the Superstar tournament had cemented the chattering crowd's admiration. The youth before them had become a national idol. He was the undisputed center of attention, riding a wave of immense popularity. Even inside his room, Jiang Yu could hear the future's clamor. A sea of people. Drums and gongs resounded. Firecrackers crackled in unison. Shu Qianqin's gaze fell upon Jiang Yu. The youth's figure appeared slightly frail. Yet he radiated immense strength. Big brother Jiangyu, can I have your autograph? A little girl pressed her face against the window, her eyes brimming with admiration. Let her. At that moment, a team of bodyguards roughly pushed the girl aside, making way for a man who stepped forward with an intensely fawning expression. Is Jiangyu here? The voice came from outside the door. All eyes turned. It was a pot-bellied middle-aged man. It's the mayor. Looks like he's here to see Jiangyu? The crowd murmured in unison. I don't like that guy, Shu Qianxin frowned. He gives off a foul odor. Shu Qianxu nodded in agreement. Jiangyu rose and stepped out of the room. The man's face immediately broke into a smile as he reached out to greet her. Jiangyu, you didn't even tell me you were coming back. I could have sent someone to pick you up. But Jiangyu walked straight past him, crouching down before the little girl with a smile. The man awkwardly withdrew his hand and scratched his nose. What's your name? Want an autograph? No problem. Big brother Jiangyu, I'm Yuan. Can I become a summoner like you someday? The little girl asked in a clear, sweet voice. Of course. Really? Her eyes lit up with delight. But Yuan is poor. Being a summoner costs a lot of money. The girl's clothes, though a bit worn, were very clean. Jiangyu sighed. For ordinary people, the path of a summoner was nothing short of a money pit. But that's precisely why I've returned this time. Jiangyu turned her gaze to the middle-aged man. Mayor Zhang, it's been ages, Jiangyu said with a smile, shaking his hand. They exchanged a few pleasantries. Jiangyu stepped out of the room. The brother and sister followed behind. Everyone's here? The alleyway was already packed with people, surrounding the house so tightly there wasn't room to breathe. Jiangyu had anticipated such a scene. Since everyone is here, I'll say a few words. Jiangyu is the pride of our entire Baobin city. Returning home to visit his relatives now shows his deep affection and loyalty. Now, let's hear a few words from our classmate, Jiangyu. The middle-aged man proved himself a seasoned veteran, his flattery skills truly extraordinary. Jiangyu cleared her throat. Since you've asked me to say a few words, I'll say a few words. I believe these 2 sentences will definitely be better than the previous ones. Everyone, ? Just kidding. Through the changing seasons over the past decade, I owe my success entirely to my own hard work. Tisk. A disdainful snort echoed through the crowd, yet the venue remained immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Alright, enough with the jokes. The path of a summoner is incredibly arduous. My achievements today wouldn't be possible without everyone's hard work. So, I have an announcement to make. Everyone, please direct your attention to me. I've decided to establish a foundation with my own funds, dedicated to supporting children with innate summoner talent. This foundation shall be called Wings of Each Other, for you are all my wings. Jiangyu's lips curved upward into a perfect V shape. Is this real? Mayor Zhang was stunned, his eyes welling up. He'd stood there for ages, buttering her up and trying to get close all for a bit of resources, right? With resources, he could train more summoners. He summons a spirit serpent, I summon an ancient general. Together, we'd lead Baobin City step by step, growing stronger and stronger, forging new glories. You must put this funding to good use. Absolutely. The man nodded his head like a chick pecking at grain. Then he cautiously inquired again. May I ask, Jiangyu, how much is this funding in total? Jiangyu slowly held up her fingers. 100,000? Jiangyu shook her head. 1 million? Jiangyu nodded. Disappointment flickered in the man's eyes. 1 million wasn't a small sum. This 1 million. General Xu Huai gave it to me. Upon hearing I was returning home, he specifically entrusted it to me. At these words, everyone present froze in shock. General Xu Huai, the white-haired sword god of Huagua. One man, one gate, guarding the heavens. Purge demons, usher in peace. Moreover, the entire Xu family was renowned for their loyalty and valor. Beloved by the people. The siblings now stood tall, shoulders squared. The 2 long swords had yet to leave their scabbards. This is too precious. Mayor Zhang's hand trembled slightly. It's not over yet. I'll add another 9 million to make it a round number. At these words, the entire venue fell silent once more. A full 10 million yuan if used wisely, it could cover all expenses for children with summoner talent in Baobin City until they entered the academy. At that moment, Jiangyu's shoulders seemed to bear the weight of the world. Whoa! A full 10 million? That doesn't sound like the you I know, Millie teased. So, little Millie, what kind of person do you think I am? Arrogant, conceited, full of yourself, and stingy as hell. Jiangyu's lips curled in a slight sneer. Little Millie, that's slander. I never skimped on you. You're just jealous of my noble and upright image. Tisk. Millian fell silent. Shu Qianxin clutched the paper crane, watching Jiangyu surrounded by the crowd. This guy really isn't his usual self. He's usually so stingy and greedy, yet he's willing to fork over 10 million for Baobin City. Wings for each other? Hey, bro, isn't this the very wings Jiangyu keeps going on and on about? Shu Qianxin lifted her head, meeting nothing but smiling faces. The tender part of the young girl's heart was utterly stirred. But who protects him? Let's protect each other, big bro. Let's be each other's wings. Shu Qianshu opened his palm, revealing a paper-folded star. Wings for each other? What kind of wings are triangular? Could it be because triangles are stable? Shu Qianshu remarked with a deadpan expression. Bro, you've gotten good at telling dry jokes. Shu Qianqin smiled sweetly. Fortunately, everyone was immersed in the revelry, and no one noticed. Otherwise, it would have left quite a few people dumbfounded. Shu Qianshu froze. No, it's actually you who've changed. Alright, go play. Study hard, and someday someone riding a rainbow cloud will come to fetch you. John Yu casually made up nonsense as usual. Really? Of course it's true. Ask the big brother next to you if you don't believe me. The little girl turned her head, staring at Shu Qianshu with hopeful eyes. Tricking a child like this is just plain boring. Chapter 112, Brother, you smell so good. The crowd dispersed. A few people returned to the room. John Yu has really grown up. Remember when I was changing your diaper? I looked away for a second, and you grabbed the used one in your mouth, chewing it happily. No one could get you to let go. John Yu, who had just regained his composure, suddenly paled. He glared at the woman with a look of resentment. After basking in the spotlight, John Yu once again found himself in an utterly mortifying situation. Shu Qianqin chuckled delightedly. Little girl, let me tell you something. This boy was such a handful when he was little. Once he pinned down the big white pig in the backyard. When I asked him why, guess what he said? The curiosity of both men was successfully piqued. Getting to hear their best friend's embarrassing past stories was way more thrilling than scoring a goal. This was just too exciting. What did he say? This kid said, everyone else has a mom, why don't I have one? I need to adopt a mom. And Wang. Give me some dignity. Jiang Yu shrieked. Shu Qianshu patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, his expression solemn. It's fine. From now on, you can think of me as your dad. Jiang Yu. Shu Qianqin glanced around. Where's that lady? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a woman in a simple dress pushed open the door and entered. The woman gave Jiang Yu a once-over before shifting her gaze to Shu Qianqin and her brother. A warm smile spread across her face. Jiang Yu. Long time no see. You've grown taller, kid. The pest is here. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. The woman was plain-looking, her palms slightly rough. Who are you calling a nuisance? You were the little brat who used to follow me around everywhere when we were kids. Pest. The two exchanged a glance and burst into hearty laughter simultaneously. Their gaze shifted to the large and small bags scattered on the table. They froze instantly, their pupils trembling. Jiang Yu, have you lost your mind? All this stuff must cost tens of thousands. Did you rob a bank or something? Jiang Yu shook his head. Oh my gosh, you silly brother. Even nude loans won't cut it. Cross-dressing can get you caught. Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. What kind of twisted logic was this? The last time Jiang Yu felt this speechless was the time before last. So, do you want it or not? Wang Lanlan glanced at Jiang Yu, then at Shu Qianqin, a knowing smile spreading across her lips. You little rascal, going after both siblings. I knew it. Wang Lanlan, I'm warning you, stop right there. Jiang Yu instantly recalled that embarrassing past incident. Quickly, she leapt up from her chair. You guys are this kid's friends, right? Well, let me tell you, he's a real troublemaker. When we were little, he deliberately filled sandbags with rocks and threw them at me. I heard about it from Auntie, Shu Qianqin said, sitting back down obediently. And that was all because you tricked me into wearing girls' clothes? Jiang Yu instantly bristled. Given his temperament, he'd likely insist on airing these matters out in the open. Dress? Jiang Yu? Shu Qianshu nearly spit out his tea. Fiery flames blazed in Shu Qianqin's eyes. I've got photos right here. Take a look. Wang Lanlan pulled out her flip phone, revealing several low-resolution photos. Jiang Yu was only half her current height, her little face dark, wearing a blue dress and hugging a huge stuffed animal. Pretty adorable, right? The epitome of a world-weary little girl, right? Two pairs of teasing eyes fixed on Jiang Yu without the slightest pretense. Shu Qianqin, is she here? Why's she wearing a little dress? Shu Qianshu, bro, you smell amazing. Jiang Yu lowered her head, scanning the floor back and forth. What are you looking for? I'm looking for the 3-bedroom apartment I just dug out with my toes. That's where I live now. Jiang Yu no longer cared. The moon set, crows cried. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars. The meal stretched late into the night. Jiang Yu picked up a can of beer. Thump 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 thump. Bitter wine burns my throat, my heart aches yet you know not my sorrow. Clink, 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 clink. How delightful. How delightful. Jiang Yu sat on the sofa. Everyone rolled their eyes. You haven't seen this kid like this before, have you? He can't hold his liquor, he can't even keep up with his own sister. Jiang Yu. Are you even awake? That's just pathetic. Look, it's barely more than a bottle. Shu Qianqin shared a room with Wang Lanlan, while Jiang Yu shared a room with Shu Qianshu. Why do I have to babysit this kid? Shu Qianshu tossed Jiang Yu onto the bed. He. Lolas are the best, but mature women are also wonderful. As the ancients said, punishment. Mature women are also delightful, black stockings even more charming. I'm quite fond of this. Indeed. The world knows I, Jiang Yu, have no interest in women. Cross-dressing? He. Brother Shu, you smell so good. Shu Qianshu turned pale with shock. Oh no. This is aimed at me. His long sword slid from its sheath as he stood beside Jiang Yu, radiating murderous intent. TSK. Such people should be dealt with on the spot. Keeping him alive only drives up the price of rice. Jiang Yu opened his eyes to see the familiar scene once more. Shu Qianshu stood by the bed, sword in hand, his face dark. Brother Shu, put down that big sword in your hand. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Oomph. Then don't sleep at all. Shu Qianshu placed the sword on the bedside and lay down on his side. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. Then he drifted back into a deep sleep. In the room, only moonlight filtered through the window, casting a glow upon the curtains. A deep azure hue. Sister, do you like Zhuohua? Shu Qianqin lay on the bed, asking with a hint of curiosity. He's okay, I guess. Huh? I don't know. I know all this happened too fast. I wasn't ready, and now I'm getting married. As for Zhuohua, I actually feel pretty good about him. I know. It's called pre-wedding anxiety. Before the Great Cataclysm, quite a few people suffered from it. You know so much. You like Jiang Yu, don't you? Look at the way you gaze at him, you're practically drooling. I don't know. Shu Qianqin's heart began pounding violently. Placing her hand over her chest, she could feel the intense thumping of her heart inside. Ha! That stubborn, irritating Jiang Yu. Let's not talk about him. A warm smile touched the corners of Wang Lanlan's lips. That little brat from back then has grown up, hasn't he? 2:30 a.m. A light rain began to fall, bringing a long-awaited coolness. Raindrops danced on the rooftop, creating a rhythmic drumbeat. Thunder roared. Amidst the flashes of lightning, it seemed as though a pair of blood-red eyes were fixed, staring intently at this small city. To overturn this city, I bet the Huagua cabinet is looking pretty grim right now. And you, Jiang Yu. Everything I am today, I owe it all to you. Ha. Boom. A flash of lightning illuminated the face beneath the crimson eyes. Madness consumed the expression, a direct mark of blasphemy etched upon it. Had Jiang Yu been present, she would have recognized this face instantly. Li Baoying. Former member of Tiandu Academy. His father was Li Zheng, the academy's deputy director, who died at the hands of Million. Chapter 113, The Demon. At the same time, torrential rain poured down like a river from the heavens. It's pouring. Don't get your clothes wet. Aunt Wang muttered. She pulled out a crimson outfit. The entire ensemble was a deep crimson, embroidered with brocade threads, both splendid and precious. She also placed a square red veil on the bed. Though the ensemble appeared splendid, it was not extravagant. It bore no precious metal embellishments, yet it was immensely valuable. This was the wedding gown Aunt Wang had spent nearly a year preparing for her daughter. Little one, how do you like my handiwork? Shu Qianqin nodded her little head beside her. It's beautiful. You're just trying to make me happy. Unlike our little one at home, if she doesn't drive me crazy every day, I'd be burning incense in gratitude. You're from the big city, you've surely seen prettier dresses than this. A complex smile spread across Aunt Wang's face. Mom, I'm your daughter. Wang Lanlan pouted. I'm sorry. Shu Qianqin said weakly. Ah, Qianqin, we were just joking. No need to apologize. Wang Lanlan fumbled nervously. Once dressed, Wang Lanlan sat demurely on the bed and gave Shu Qianqin a wink. So, what do you think, Qianqin? Do I look pretty? Wang Lanlan's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked expectantly at Shu Qianqin, her voice tinged with hope. You look gorgeous. Shu Qianqin nodded in agreement. Wang Lanlan's features were ordinary, her palms slightly rough, hardly what one would call beautiful. Yet dressed in red, the girl waiting by the bedside became a breathtaking sight. Such simplicity was utterly captivating, and such pure beauty stirred the heart even more. By the way, have you figured it out yet? Wang Lanlan flushed and rolled her eyes at Shu Qianqin. Ugh, you still remember that? I was just joking last night. I actually still like Zhuohua. Wang Lanlan spoke, revealing a rare blush of shyness. The shoulders need adjusting. Don't move yet. Aunt Wang brought over the sewing kit. Mom, couldn't you have complimented me first? Beautiful, beautiful. The bride waited at home for the groom to come and fetch her. Jiang Yu and Shu Qianshu had already set out. Jiang Yu waded through the water. Wading through the water. This rain is really heavy. Shu Qianshu nodded in agreement. Zhuohua held a bracelet in his hand, turning it over and over. Crafted from metal, it bore intricate engraved patterns. Jiang Yu, do you think Lan Lan will like it? He had spent half a year's wages to buy this bracelet at the nearest base. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. You've asked me dozens of times already. Your mouth hasn't grown calluses yet, but my ears are about to. Go ask him yourself if you want to know. How am I supposed to ask him? Jiang Yu pursed her lips, teasing with a comical tone. Who'd have thought? The pretty boy actually married the jock. Put. Like you could ever beat her when you were kids. Zhuahua was also an orphan, but unlike Jiang Yu, he possessed no summoner talent. Jiang Yu had only a younger sister, while Lanlan had only a mother, but Zhuahua had neither. The three had known each other since childhood. Hey, Jiang Yu? That bracelet you mentioned, is it pretty? Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Great, here we go again. Why do I have to endure your long-distance lovey-dovey banter? Brother Shu, I'm seriously fed up with him. Why don't you answer? Shu Qianshu crossed his arms, his expression forbidding and his white hair adding to the sense of distance. So that's... He was about to say it was fine, but then Shu Qianshu walked over. He examined the bracelet closely. Not bad. Solid craftsmanship, quite good. I think she'll like it. He. Zhuahua grinned foolishly again. Meanwhile, a violent storm raged, thunder rolling incessantly. A figure hovered mid-air. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the city below as he licked his parched lips. Baobin City, Jiang Yu's hometown. Destroying it will surely put a smile on Jiang Yu's face. Ha. His body twisted and contorted, the blasphemous symbols on his face shifting and flowing. He tore off a chunk of flesh, only for it to begin regrowing in bizarre patterns. Eventually, it coalesced into a portal formed from a massive sword of flesh and blood. On the other side of the gate stood a dense mass of shadowy figures. These figures were not human, they were demons. An entire demonic legion, led by a great demon. The demon at the head bore an utterly grotesque appearance. Towering in stature, it possessed a form resembling a human body, yet its face was skeletal, with flames blazing fiercely within. At the very top of its head, two twisted horns curved upward. It emitted an aura that enveloped the entire space, where countless bones roared and hellfire blazed. In an instant, the air thickened with the pungent stench of sulfur. Jiang Yu? Did you not rest well? You look terrible. Shu Qianshu's gaze fell upon Jiang Yu. Ever since earlier, Jiang Yu had worn a worried expression, as if troubled by something, not uttering a single word. Nothing. Probably just my imagination. Jiang Yu felt a slight dizziness in her mind. Boom! The heavens shattered, the earth trembled, and mountains shook. Dust swirled high into the sky. A flesh and blood portal appeared in the sky. Countless pitch-black tentacles surged and flailed out from within. Simultaneously, the entire sky above Baobin City emitted a crisp cracking sound. Black fissures spread relentlessly across the sky, radiating outward in all directions. The city became a living hell. Buildings collapsed, cars blared their horns, a scene straight out of the apocalypse. The air thickened with chaos, saturated with the stench of blood. Hellfire blazed, and demons erupted in savage, bloodthirsty laughter. What's happening? Zhuahua snapped back to reality, gripping his bracelet tightly as terror washed over him. Shu Qianshu and Jiang Yu's expressions darkened completely. Their icy tones carried an endless aura of murderous intent. It's the Hell Legion. They've invaded. The stench of hellfire, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. Zhuahua's face was frozen in shock. What should we do now? Jiang Yu's expression turned grave. Zhuahua. Hurry and find Sister Lanlan. You're responsible for protecting her. Leave this place to us. But... Zhuahua's face showed hesitation. Go now. Jiang Yu is right, she needs you more than ever at this moment. By Shu Qianshu's side, a scroll and a sword materialized. Within the scroll lay a sword. Within the scroll lay a house of gold. Jiang Yu wasn't idle either. In an instant, she appeared overhead. Gentle holy light cascaded down, and the weak demon emitted a puff of white smoke as its agonized screams faded. Watch out. Zhuahua steeled his resolve, summoned his courage, and charged toward the edge of the street. At this moment, even if demons surged like a tidal wave and heaven and earth were overturned, he would reach his beloved. To place this bracelet on her wrist with his own hands. Brother Shu. Now it's our turn, slaughter every last one of these scum. Jiang Yu's tone was eerily calm. Beneath that surface of calm lay fury pushed to its absolute limit. Of course. No need to tell me. Chapter 114, I can do nothing. The entire street had become a sea of flames, thick with the stench of blood. Amidst this world turned upside down, the once festive wedding procession now appeared utterly pale and powerless. The crowd wept bitterly, the world stripped of color. Only a single streak of red, amidst the ruins and jagged stones, appeared utterly fragile. Roar! A colossal demon let out a deafening roar. Within the procession, a little girl in a red vest, her hair tied in a bun, stood with tear-streaked marks across her delicate face. The demon's roar sent a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. The girl stumbled, falling back to the ground. Her forehead was torn open, blood gushing forth instantly. A high-ranking demon from Beelzebub's hell. I'm scared. Mommy. A flash of crimson flared in Shu Qianshu's eyes. In her memory, a woman had fallen before her eyes just like this. At that time, Shu Qianshu was still young and helpless. Now. Strike! The little girl covered her eyes, sobbing silently, unable to utter a sound. She could only sense the impending death approaching. In that moment of peril, the sword drew from its scabbard, its blade gleaming like frost. Within its icy chill, warmth shone through. Slash! The high-ranking demon revealed a human-like expression of terror, retreating step by step. The voice was icy, belonging to the white-haired youth. Like a gate to the heavens, he stood firmly before the little girl. A long sword gripped in his hand. Behind him, a scroll cast its glow. The sword's glow was like frost, its light piercing through to the very marrow. This sliver of sword light descended upon the demon with the force of thunder. Simultaneously, the blade's radiance intensified, stretching several zhang in length by the time it reached the demon's head. In that first instant, it swiftly wrapped its wings tightly around itself. Not only did the demon possess remarkable intelligence, but its strength far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. And this was no ordinary demon, it was a high-ranking demon. Even so, it still showed terror when facing this sword strike. The sword's aura descended, piercing to the bone. The demon's body lay shattered and broken, crashing heavily to the ground. One strike. With a single strike, a high-ranking demon was utterly annihilated. The demon's corpse dissolved into a black mist, vanishing into the sky. Little girl, are you all right? Jiang Yu helped the little girl to her feet. This place is dangerous. Stay close to the white-haired big brother beside you. The little girl nodded. White-haired brother, thank you. You're so kind. Shu Qianshu. Jiang Yu wasn't idle either. Under the holy light, the little girl's injuries began to heal. That's amazing. The little girl's face lit up with admiration. Witnessing their actions, a seed began to sprout in her heart. She wanted to become a summoner. Shu Qianxin struck again with her sword. The demon horde continued to swell, unleashing countless tragedies within mere hours. Boom! In the sky, the portal of the flesh and blood sword continued to turn slowly. Hundreds upon hundreds of demons poured through the portal, descending upon the mortal realm. A foul stench filled the air. Whispers of corruption echoed incessantly in their ears. Many suffered fleshly deformities, emitting frenzied cries. Finally, clusters of blood flies erupted from their mouths and nostrils. Jiang Yu looked up. For some reason, the aura emanating from the flesh portal felt strangely familiar. Thud. 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 A series of dull thuds echoed around them. A projection of a great demon gradually solidified, eventually enveloping the sky. It's a great demon. He's preparing to descend into reality. Beelzebub, the hellish great demon, wields dominion over his own realm. Once he descends into this world, he will drag this entire city into the depths of hell. Then all living souls would be devoured by blood flies, their spirits consumed by hellfire. The only solution is to destroy the portal above their heads. At the same time, the colossal sky-piercing instrument at the military headquarters in Base City emitted a blinding light. Highest danger. Class A. Class A? A man clad in armor wore an expression of utter disbelief. Class A corresponded to a Crimson Moon-level invasion. Do we have any Imperial-class summoners? Numerous strategists. None. The highest-ranking officer stationed here is only Minister class, that would be you, General. Is that so? The man nodded, then a roar erupted. All forces, advance. Everyone swiftly gathered their belongings, moving with perfect synchrony. Not a single one showed fear. For behind them stood countless blood brothers and sisters. The army marched forth. Hordes of demons roared, their primal lust stirred by the scent of human blood. A howling gale swept through, pouring torrential rain mingled with the foul stench of hell. They're about to attack. We need to move fast, Shu Qianshu said with a touch of solemnity. Boom! A massive explosion echoed. Countless blood flies, darkening the sky, burst forth from every corpse. They coalesced midair, forming a hideous demon of their own. It's the blood fly demon. With so many of them, its power must be terrifying. Ah! A piercing scream echoed from the distance. Amidst the flapping of wings and the sound of chewing, the scream abruptly ceased. Damn it! He's still creating more of his kind. Bloodfly demons are a swarm-type demon whose strength depends entirely on their numbers. Countless blood flies coalesced into a massive face, gazing down upon the crowd with utter disdain. At that moment, most people closed their eyes in despair. Shu Qianshu's face was cold. His palms were drenched in sweat. At the same time, hordes of demons breached the defenses and surged into the city center. Jiang Yu lowered her head, fidgeting with her hands in her pockets. Shu Qianshu raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Brother Shu, take them to the shelter in the city center and protect the citizens. Leave this place to me. Jiang Yu looked up, several pills appearing in his hand. Are you sure you can handle this? Of course. A man never says he can't. Little sister, you must follow this white-haired big brother closely. Jiang Yu flashed a gentle smile. The little girl nodded. Take care of yourself. I've already notified my father, he's on his way. Shu Qianqiu wasn't afraid of death, but tens of thousands of people were still in the city center. The weight of life is not measured in tons. Shu Qianqiu had no choice, nor did Jiang Yu. Haoren scroll. Everyone stay close. The scroll Shu Qianqiu summoned formed a barrier, enveloping the group within. At the same time, Wang Lanlan gazed expectantly out the window at the pouring rain. Boom! The heavens seemed to overturn, and before her eyes stretched a sea of crimson. Her eyes widened in disbelief as the sky cracked like shattered glass. Boiling blood poured down from the fissures. Countless blood flies flapped their wings, transforming the entire city of Baobin into a living hell. Mom! Wang Lanlan stumbled, letting out an instinctive scream. Aunt Wang's face was frozen in terror. She was just an ordinary woman. Oh no! It's the aura of hell. An invasion. Shu Qianqin immediately summoned the Thunder Kirin. Its terrifying thunderous power swept away the blood flies swarming overhead. At the same time, pale spirit flames began to burn all around. Due to Jiang Yu's actions yesterday, most of Baobin City's residents had gathered around the old alley. With Shu Qianqin intervening, casualties were not severe. Chapter 115, I Can Do Anything. What is this? Help! The crowd erupted in shrill screams. Among them stood a demon over 6 stories tall, its blood-red skin crawling with countless rats and blood flies. A lord-level demon. Shu Qianqin raised her gaze. The demon's crimson eyes burned with savage, murderous intent. Lord-level demons wielded the power to manipulate blood, their bodies radiating deadly venom. Approach them, and you'd dissolve into a pool of blood. Shu Qianqin recalled the knowledge imparted by the academy. Her expression remained composed, though her palms were already damp with sweat. A lord-level demon required a 6-star summoner to confront. Among all those present, there was not a single 6-star summoner. Shu Qianqin had only recently broken through to 5 stars right after returning. Facing a lord-level demon was truly a stretch. A cruel smile curled the demon's lips. The scent of human despair intoxicated him. Human souls were, after all, the finest nourishment. Shu Qianqin summoned the Thunder Qilin and the Pale Spirit Fire Bat to confront the demon. Everyone, find cover. Stay safe and keep your distance from the demons, their bodies radiate deadly poison. The Thunder Qilin let out a piercing cry, soaring skyward like a swift swallow. Wherever it landed, a thunder scythe flower bloomed. The skeletal bats, burning with pale spirit flames, unleashed a torrential rain of fire across the sky. Thunder Guardian descends. Fire rain. This was Shu Qianqin's signature move, the innate dominance of thunder's power over hell. Caught off guard, the demonic heroine shrieked as her limbs were bound by thunder chains. A torrential downpour of fire rained down. The pale spirit flames carried no intense heat, instead, they consumed emotions and souls. For demons whose power stemmed from emotion, it was nothing short of a nemesis. The demon's skin burned with the pale spirit fire, while the thunderous force seared into her flesh, creating horrific wounds that refused to heal. Isn't this the little girl who came with Jiang Yu? How could she be so formidable? Judging by her age, she's not even an adult yet. Whispers filled the air, but Shu Qianqin's expression darkened. The demon was healing too quickly, the damage inflicted by the thunder was already beginning to mend. At that moment, an unfamiliar face broke into an eerie grin. Had Shu Qianqin had time to observe, she would have noticed that this man was merely a layer of human skin. Beneath it, countless rats and blood flies swelled it up. If it were to explode among the crowd, the consequences would be unimaginable. Through the blood-red flies' countless compound eyes, Li Baoying clearly witnessed the scene before him. Who would have thought both siblings from the Shu family would show up here? I only intended to kill Jiang Yu, ha ha ha. But now, right before your eyes, I'll slaughter the one you claim to protect. Just thinking about it thrills me. I'm so excited I can hardly contain myself. Thank you, Master, for granting me this power. Ha ha ha. Li Baoying laughed exaggeratedly, his skin torn open, the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. Countless blood flies swarmed and bit at the exposed flesh, while the hollows of his abdomen echoed with the squeaks of rats. From the void, Li Baoying emitted a twisted laugh. Kill! The lord-level demon roared to the heavens, filling the air with the stench of blood. From its body poured forth countless rats and blood flies. Blood surged like a tidal wave, forming a profane throne. Upon the throne stood a towering figure, commanding legions of rats beneath its banner. Beelzebub! Shu Qianqin's heart tightened. The fearsome reputation of this hellish sovereign had echoed throughout the mortal realm for centuries. The demon lord's hands were crawling with rats, while his trident, swarming with blood flies. It radiated a terrifying aura. Shu Qianqin channeled every ounce of her soul power. Beneath the torrential downpour, a cage formed from the power of thunder enveloped the surrounding area for miles. Boom! With a single strike, the entire thunder cage burst like a punctured balloon. The Thunder Qilin let out a pained cry as it crashed heavily to the ground. The bats, burning with pale flames, spread their wings at that moment, shielding Shu Qianqin within their protection. A scene of utter devastation unfolded. Half the houses along the street had collapsed. Yuan wept, her body shielding an elderly woman. Two people lay nearby the northern man cradled in her arms. The man had ceased to breathe while the woman's arm twisted into a grotesque contortion, dripping blood continuously. Dad! Mom! One strike and the rain ceased. Then the sky grew murky. Boom! Rain droplets within miles were shattered into mist by the immense force. Heaven and earth fell silent. The crowd held their breath. Only the squeaks of rats and the buzzing of blood flies remained. Daddy! Mommy! Yuan's wails erupted. It was the only human voice in this vast expanse. Cough cough. Shu Qianqin coughed up stale air from her chest. She was merely disheveled, not injured. At that moment, the demon disguised as a human finally bared its claws and fangs. The blood flies swiftly descended upon Yuan. These blood flies were embodiments of hellish power. Ordinary people who came into contact with them would be plunged into endless torment, let alone a little girl. Shu Qianqin's eyes burned red. She recalled the woman who had collapsed before her and her brother years ago. Damn it! Too far away. There's nothing I can do. At that moment, an ancient warrior wielding twin axes swung them down with a thunderous crash toward the blood flies. I am a summoner too. Every citizen bears responsibility for the rise and fall of their homeland. The attacker was a man dressed in a suit. Jiang Yu recognized him immediately. It was Xiao Liang. Then, thunderous power swept away all the blood flies in the vicinity. Then, countless individuals summoned their blades, spears, swords, halberds, spirit beasts, and war generals. Though their strength was meager, their resolve remained unshakable. Sister? Let's call you that for now. We may not be strong, but we are summoners. We can't just stand by and watch our homeland be invaded. Exactly. My name is Shu Qianshu. My sister is Shu Qianqin. My father is Shu Huaik. Shu Qianshu's voice rang out. Everyone turned to see a white-haired youth, one hand gripping a long sword, the other holding a scroll. Behind him stood thousands of ordinary people. Along the way, Shu Qianshu had done his utmost to rescue. No wonder he looked familiar. He's General Shu's son. So he must be the young general? When the crowd mentioned Shu Huaik, astonishment spread across every face. The Shu family was renowned for its loyalty and valor. Big brother? Why are you here? Where's Jiang Yu? Shu Qianqin's face showed confusion. Jiang Yu, hold off the other demon lord for me while I rush to the city center first. Once I've dealt with this beast, I'll come for you, Jiang Yu. Don't worry. Good people don't live long, but scourges endure for millennia. Jiang Yu will be a scourge for 10,000 years. Shu Qianshu reassured him. All right. Shu Qianqin flashed a resolute smile. Because they were here, her brother, Jiang Yu, and all of them. This time. I can do anything. Chapter 116, the black-robed figure reappears. Wang Lanlan's gaze swept back and forth through the crowd. Not seeing Zhuahua, her heart leapt to her throat. She whispered to Shu Qianshu, excuse me, have you seen Zhuahua? Shu Qianshu shook his head. The incident had been sudden. Wang Lanlan sighed, her bright eyes dimming. At the same moment, Jiang Yu's lips curved upward. Gazing at the flesh and blood portal above, a golden light flashed in her eyes. Thousands of blood flies emitted a deafening roar. As if mocking Jiang Yu's overreach. The bloodfly demon now approached the rank of a great overlord, the level of a morning star. Human. You truly have the audacity to confront this demon head-on. You're quite right about that. My courage has always been immense. Jiang Yu showed no fear. Humans, born in the morning and dead by nightfall, always indulging in futile pursuits. Perhaps that is precisely why your souls taste so delicious. Jiang Yu swallowed a pill, and his soul power surged wildly. Her eyes grew increasingly luminous. Little Millie, are you confident? Absolutely. Though we're nearing the Great Lord's level, we're still not quite there yet. Million's confident voice echoed. Only after stepping into this realm did she truly grasp its terrifying depth. Good. Jiang Yu nodded. But once I act, your identity will be exposed. With careful investigation, it won't be hard to uncover you as the mysterious cloaked figure. Are you truly certain? Millian asked with genuine concern. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a standard smirk. Little Millie, why don't you get it? The tentacle user is the mysterious cloaked figure. What does that have to do with me, Jiang Yu? But the mysterious cloaked figure, isn't that you? Millian asked blankly. Not necessarily. Little Millie, why don't you take a guess? A reward awaits if you're correct. Millie rolled her eyes. The foul sound of blood flies echoed in her ears as she saw a towering mountain of rats piled sky high. They crawled over each other like a black tide. Simultaneously, hellfire blazed all around, while whispers of filth and blasphemy murmured in the air. The blood flies in midair gathered like rain, forming an oceanic expanse. The next moment, a violent storm erupted. The seductive whispers of hell tempting one to fall, the squeaks of rats, and the flapping of blood-soaked fly wings wove together a blasphemous dirge of self-execution. The entire scene was bloody yet beautiful, filthy yet cursed. A single glance would plunge any mortal soul into endless damnation. Boom! A thunderous crash engulfed Jiang Yu. Like a droplet falling into the ocean. Buzz. The entire world fell silent, save for the fluttering of the blood fly's wings. Finally, even that faint hum faded away. A crimson moon hung overhead, bathing the land in its glow. Upon the crimson moon, it seemed as though a single pupil stared intently down upon everything below. Beams of light shot forth, reflecting and spreading within the crimson moon's domain, eventually converging like a torrential downpour. Nearly half of the blood flies were killed or mortally wounded by this single strike. Before their demise, most fell into an endless slumber. The power of nightmares. A glimpse of its power. The bloodfly demon, a fiend nearing the rank of archlord, had broken free from the dream, but it was too late. The light arrows sliced through the air like a triumphant hymn. Yet this melody became the bloodfly demon's dirge. Die. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. Million's forehead glistened with sweat. She shot Jiang Yu a look of unfulfilled desire. His soul power was too meager to satisfy her consumption. You are Million? Princess of the Nightmare Clan? Who would have thought you'd be bound to a human? The bloodfly emitted a shrill sound. Mind your own business. Million snapped indignantly. Her gaze shifted toward the warped flesh forming a portal high in the sky. Sevenfold plague. Sevenfold blessing. Sevenfold calamity. Sevenfold immortality. In the 9 circles of hell, Beelzebub's sacred number is 7. Great demon of my lord. Your servant humbly beseeches your summoning. The remaining blood flies began to explode, transforming into a crimson mist that drifted toward the portal. The portal seemed to have consumed a potent elixir. Countless tentacles sprouted from it, crawling with rats whose tails were linked together, eventually forming a large sphere. Each sphere fused tightly together, jelly-like, spreading across the portal's perimeter. The entire flesh and blood portal now resembled a blasphemous tower, the constant buzzing of bloodfly wings echoing within. No! He's summoning his master. Million's face darkened. The great demons of hell, also known as demon princes. They were trusted by their masters, beings who ruled over their own domains. Ha ha ha! Humble servant, I, the plague demon, the blood-stained one, answer your call. A voice of utter blasphemy echoed from the portal. A great demon composed entirely of flesh, with wings dripping ceaselessly with blood, forced its way out of the portal with brutal force. Its body was covered in wounds, and putrid, foul-smelling blood poured continuously from the lacerations. Wherever it passed, blood flies swarmed and rats squealed with delight. A paradise of pestilence. Human! In the name of the gods, I command you to bow. I shall bestow upon you 7 plagues. 7 blessings. 7 calamities. 7 eternal lives. The blood-stained archfiend wielded a greatsword entirely woven from twisted, corrupted flesh. Countless veins coiled around the hilt, as if a heartbeat within it. Jiang Yu's expression grew intensely solemn. The great demon of hell could not yet fully descend into the mortal realm. The current blood-stained great demon was merely its projection in this world. A cacophony of noise filled Jiang Yu's ears. The blood-wrought archfiend's immense power directly obliterated Crimson Moon's realm of silence, leaving Million's face drained of color. The forced dissolution of the domain also inflicted significant backlash. Jiang Yu collapsed onto the ground, showing no sign of resistance. If you don't act now, I'll die. Jiang Yu cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and shouted toward the sky. Mireille froze. This kid? What's he up to? Ha ha ha. You've got keen eyes, kid. When did you spot this old man? A figure clad in black robes, his face concealed by a bronze mask, materialized out of thin air. The mysterious cloaked figure wore a mask so hideously grotesque it defied description. The mysterious cloaked figure was none other than the outlaw on Hua Nation's most wanted list. The ruthless criminal who dared to raid the volcano headquarters. Million froze. This cloaked figure? She knew him well enough. Wasn't this Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu was sitting right here, who was the one who attacked that day? Every gesture of the cloaked figure radiated the aura of a formidable powerhouse, proclaiming to the world, I am a master from a mysterious faction. Jiang Yu? What's going on here? Jiang Yu's lips curved into a smile. Ha ha. Didn't I tell you before? What possible connection could a mysterious cloaked figure have with me, Jiang Yu? Millie's CPU overheated. Chapter 117, Luring the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Above the heavens, the mysterious cloaked figure radiated an overwhelming aura that obscured the sky. Yet, every movement carried a distinctly feminine grace. Lilith? Million finally realized. The moment they appeared in the hellish portal, Jiang Yu had instructed Lilith to operate in the shadows. With Lilith's power, she could easily expel the blood-wrought archfiend. At that point, no one would suspect Jiang Yu. This sentence is far from perfect. Who are you? The blood-stained archfiend's crimson eyes flickered with astonishment. He had failed to notice the neural network on the mysterious black robe earlier. The blood-stained great demon was a being who commanded a domain. Though only a projection had descended at this moment, its power still surpassed that of a star-ranked being. Yet the cloaked figure had appeared without a sound. Just who was this mysterious figure? Moreover, there was a familiar aura emanating from the cloaked figure. Who I am? You needn't know. You hellspawn are truly noisy. A cold gleam flickered in the mysterious cloaked figure's eyes, hidden beneath the mask. Oomph. Whoever you are, you shall bow before the might of my master. Sevenfold plague. Sevenfold blessing. Sevenfold calamity. Sevenfold immortality. 7 beams of light crowned him. The flesh and blood greatsword in the hands of the blood-stained great demon pulsed like a living thing, swarming with rats and swarmed by blood flies. Receive the blessing. The flesh and blood blade in the great demon's grasp crashed down, unleashing 7 sword-like blades. Crimson light illuminated the entire sky. Wherever it touched, decay and distortion spread, ultimately transforming into crimson blood that flowed across the earth. Like the veins of the earth. Flowing ceaselessly, it branched into countless filaments. From above, the entire ground appeared shrouded in a crimson spiderweb. Crimson blood flowed from these veins, swarmed by blood flies, while rats surged like a tidal wave. A vision straight from hell. Plague. Catastrophe. A domain? With such meager skills, you dare show your face and embarrass yourself. Lilith, shrouded in a mysterious black cloak above, sneered with disdain. With a wave of her gloved hand, eternal night descended. Jiang Yu's face drained of color. Lilith's mere appearance had drained most of his soul power. He could only dig a pill from between his molars with his tongue, crush it between his teeth, and swallow it once more. Lord of Eternal Night. Lilith sensed Jiang Yu's weakened state and resolved to end this swiftly. Her crimson eyes turned pitch black. Simultaneously, boundless darkness enveloped the surroundings, swallowing everything whole. Go back and tell your master. This place is forbidden ground. Lilith, playing the role of the mysterious cloaked figure, embodied 3 parts icy coldness, 3 parts domineering authority, and 4 parts utter nonchalance. Every gesture and movement perfectly embodied the bearing of a powerful figure. The power of the Eternal Night? What is your relationship with Lilith? The great demon of the bloodless spoke with a voice like 2 pieces of dry pork rubbing together. The sound was unbearably harsh. A crimson blade's edge plunged into the shroud of darkness. Colossal power erupted from within. In an instant, everything advanced together. Even the raging storm ceased in that moment. The entire world was left with only the crimson blade and the pitch-black curtain. Everyone lost their sight. After a long while, the wind and rain began to fall rhythmically, like drumbeats, landing on the ground. Millian witnessed it all. Her heart raced with anxiety. Jiang Yu was merely a 4-star summoner. Even if she forced her soul power to rise, it would be difficult to sustain Lilith's demands. Blocking all this was already pushing her to the limit. Blood began seeping from Jiang Yu's nose and mouth. Her hands never ceased their movements. Senior. Banishing a great demon alone will be difficult. Shatan will lend you a hand. Shana nodded, spreading her 6 wings as a powerful holy light enveloped the area. Ha. You're quite to my liking, boy. Lilith, disguised as the mysterious cloaked figure, spoke with feigned profundity. Satsuki. Sacred drawl. Milky white holy flames ignited around Shana's body. As she drew back her arms, an exquisite sacred bow materialized in her hands. Composed entirely of light elements, the blazing holy flames coalesced into an arrow. As she gathered power, countless points of light spiraled and converged upon the arrow's sharp tip. The power of holy light? Is this Mount Yahweh? Don't even think about it. The great demon swung its flesh and blood greatsword, unleashing several more slashing blows. At the same moment, black chains had already coiled around the archfiend. You show me no respect whatsoever. Ahahaha. Yet the blood-stained demon lord erupted in deafening laughter, crimson light flickering within his scarlet eyes. The power of the Eternal Night? The bonds of darkness? I know who you are now. You survived too. The Witch of the Eternal Night. Lilith. My humble servant has prepared the descent ritual. This projection is yours as a gift. The great demon offered no resistance, still bound by the chains of darkness. Simultaneously, a holy light arrow flew forth, piercing his heart clean through. For demons, the heart is their fatal weakness. Thud. Flesh pulsed violently. Spanning hundreds of miles, a vast pool of dark red blood resembled a small mountain, upon which various lesser demons dwelt. Blood flies swarmed overhead, while rat-tailed towers littered the ground. Only a vast crater remained where the great demon had stood, its form vanished without a trace. Li. Senior. Destroy the portal. Jiang Yu shouted. Lilith, disguised in black robes, nodded. Dark chains pulled into the portal, then with a sudden burst of force, the entire flesh and blood portal was torn into several chunks of flesh. In an instant, holy flames descended, reducing it to ashes. Jiang Yu was in a very bad state at that moment. His face turned pale, his soul power drained, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. It seemed as though he might breathe his last at any moment. Jiang Yu. Open your eyes. Wake up. Don't you dare sleep. A mocking expression flickered across Jiang Yu's face. You care about me? I'm gravely injured. I won't recover without a pillow for my head. As long as you don't pass out, I'll pillow your head for you every day. Milian hadn't yet grasped the problem at hand. Fine. Jiang Yu's face lit up instantly. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she looked as lively as ever, showing no sign of impending death. Jiang Yu? You? Million's CPU overheated again. Jiang Yu had looked like death warmed over just moments ago. Perched on Jiang Yu's shoulder was a silver white toad. Its entire body gleamed like solid silver. The moment it appeared, a potent moonlight energy enveloped Jiang Yu. The power of time. A Taiyin moon toad? This Taiyin moon toad possessed the rare power of time, capable of reversing a person's time forward by a small interval. Jiang Yu was fully restored. Thud. Milian rose to her feet as Jiang Yu's head made intimate contact with the ground. A crisp sound echoed. Ouch. My apologies for interrupting your little moment. I didn't expel the blood-stained one. He voluntarily abandoned this projection. Lilith's voice echoed within her mind. Jiang Yu froze. A diversion tactic? Or a show of force? Chapter 118, Sibling Crisis. And he recognized my true identity. The great demon of the blood-stained isn't someone to be trifled with. The fact that he voluntarily abandoned this projection proves he has a larger scheme in motion. Lilith continued. Jiang Yu abruptly turned to face the city center, his expression darkening. When did demons start using their brains? Their target is the city center. Hurry! The blood-better archfiend mentioned earlier that the minions have prepared the descent ritual. Which means this descent from hell. Who could it be? Lilith. You continue maintaining your identity as the cloaked figure. Jiang Yu's gaze was filled with unwavering resolve. Her every move bore no resemblance to that of a mere youth. Rather, like a general with far-reaching strategies. No room for argument. Jiang Yu wasted no time, holding Milian close as he sped toward the city center. The demon lord, wielding a filthy trident, raised it high toward the heavens. Its tip seemed to pierce another world as torrents of blood poured down like rain. A sea of corpses and blood spread before them. Though it was the first time the siblings had witnessed such a gruesome battlefield, not a trace of fear or cowardice appeared on their faces. Brother, let's fight. Shu Qianshu spoke no unnecessary words. Kill. Though descendants of a general, they carried no air of superiority. The entire Shu family was renowned for loyalty and valor. When duty called, they considered themselves to belong to the nation, not to themselves. The crowd was deeply moved. With their prowess, breaking through the lines would pose no difficulty. Yet they chose to protect the people. The Shu family truly was a lineage of tiger generals. Who says women are inferior to men? Shu Qianqin's presence was the anchor of steadfastness in the hearts of all the women present. In the next instant, Shu Qianqin charged toward the demon lord wielding a trident atop her thunderous qilin. Blinding lightning flared like a meteor streaking backward through the cold, rainy night. At the same time, Shu Qianshu was faster still. A blade's edge had already struck the demon's skull. Thunder's might shook 300 Li sword qi, frost-like, carved floating pagodas. Outnumbered and outmatched, the two charged like shooting stars flying against the current, facing an endless horde of demonic forces. Kill. In Baobin City, summoners too though few in number charged toward the overwhelming demon horde under Shu Qianqin's leadership. I'm their teacher, how could I let my students charge ahead? A portly man wore a carefree smile. He was the principal of Baobin City First High School, Jiang Yu's alma mater. Behind him stood a student in the throes of adolescence, his face covered in a faint blue stubble. Using his voice in the throes of puberty, he roared with all his might. All hands on deck. So be it. Shu Qianqin's thunderous qilin formed a dense thunder prison, pouring down pale spirit flames. Within the book lies the divine mountain. Shu Qianshu pointed at the scroll in his hand, and a majestic divine mountain descended. Shu Qianshu summoned a sword technique manual unmatched in its artistry, yet within its pages lay a universe unto itself. Of course, this did not affect his poor academic performance. Beads of sweat glistened on Shu Qianshu's forehead. Summoning this divine mountain placed a heavy burden upon him. The sword at his side began to tremble. The demon lord, wielding his trident with all his might, found even the slightest movement impossible beneath the flying moth-like divine mountain. He could only rage helplessly. The mountain's power could only be sustained for a moment. Shu Qianshu's body began to tremble. Sis. The job of harvesting this beast is yours. Shu Qianqin's white hair fluttered in the wind, and a rare look of fury flashed across her exquisite face. She thrust both hands forward, grasping something in the void before smashing it down with all her might. At the same moment, thunder coiled around her hands, flames blazing. Heaven's thunder, earth's fire. Destroy. Boom. The immense force jolted every nerve of the demon lord. His twisted features contorted as he let out a wail of despair. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their ears, as if 1,000 cacophonous sounds assaulted them. A single roar of the qilin cleared their ears. At that very moment, heavenly thunder and earthly fire erupted. The overwhelming force was sufficient to obliterate everything. The demon lord roared, blaspheming the trident as it shattered inch by inch. Shu Qianqin's breath came in gasps, her ears glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. Her chest heaved violently. Did it work? It worked. The demon dissolved into a cloud of black mist. The demon lord they had slain was one for the history books. Bang! 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 Beep! The melodious sound of trumpets mingled with the ominous beat of war drums echoed all around. The crowd looked up to see a troop of soldiers in military uniforms marching swiftly. It's the base garrison. At these words, a look of relief spread across every face. Icy rain pelted the soldiers' armor, shattering into fine mist. Thunder and lightning raged, with vivid flashes of lightning tearing across the entire sky. The entire city of Baobin was plunged into utter darkness, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Amidst the rain-washed ruins, blood flowed freely, corpses buried beneath the rubble. Report! The demons have entered the city. We're too late. The man in command, clad in a general's armor, clenched his jaw tightly, his hands trembling slightly. Kill! Slaughter every last one of these demons. To honor the souls of the departed. Bang! 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 The war drums thundered. I know him. He's the garrison commander of the base division, General Chen Shiguang. Shu Qianshu took 2 vials of medicine and his complexion improved slightly. Shu Qianqin breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Shiguang saluted the two. Thank you both for your assistance. We'll take it from here. We leave it to you, General Chen. Meanwhile, another headline broke. Baobin City under demon attack. General Chen Shiguang has mobilized his forces. May all be well. General Chen Shiguang has arrived in Baobin City. The Lord-level demon has been slain by the combined efforts of Shu Qianshu and Shu Qianqin. The situation is now under control. Zhang Yu, acting alone, engaged another Lord-class demon and remains missing to this day. Everyone's hearts clenched tightly. In Baobin City, Wang Lalan's crimson attire was already soaked through by the rain. Under the torrential downpour, the temperature plummeted. Her crimson veil was now stained with blood, its color darkened to a deep crimson. Mom? Zhuahua. Amidst the remaining crowd, it felt as though the world held only him. I'm here. A young man's voice rang out. Wang Lanlan turned to see him limping his way through the crowd. Where have you been? Do you know how scared I was? Wang Lalan threw herself into Zhuahua's arms, tears the size of beans falling in a steady stream. I dropped the bracelet I bought for you, then picked it back up. He. Zhuahua said shyly, his arms suspended in midair, hesitating to embrace her. It's just a bracelet, you idiot. Wang Lanlan's voice trailed off, drowning into quiet sobs. Hold me. The two embraced, leaving the crowd bewildered, the world around them fading to colorless. My mission. Complete. My lord, please descend. 7-fold plague. 7-fold blessing. 7-fold calamity. 7-fold immortality. I shall savor your delicious souls in hell. The demon lord, now with only half a head, let out a deafening roar. At that moment, the sky above was once again shrouded in a rain of blood. Chapter 119, The Loyal General's Bones. This blood rain carried a corrosive property. A single drop would cause flesh to rot and death to follow. No! That beast is binding me. How did he manage it? I didn't notice a thing. Chen Shiguang's face was etched with shock. Protect the civilians immediately. He immediately summoned an elemental giant, which crouched down, enveloping most of the people within its protective form. Boom! The two looked up to see a sky filled with a rain of blood. A flicker of disbelief crossed Wang Lalan's eyes. Watch out! Shu Qianqin rushed closer. Zhuahua spun around, shielding Wang Lalan behind him. Facing the torrent of blood, Zhuahua's frame seemed frail. A moment of shock. Zhuahua! Thud! Shu Qianqin's thunderous strike vaporized a small patch of the blood rain. Zhuahua's body fell straight to the ground. Shu Qianqin stared blankly at her hands, lifting her head as if to speak, but found her throat tightening, unable to utter a word. Wispy black smoke began to rise from Zhuahua's body. His gaze was vacant as he reached out to embrace the beloved in his eyes. But he could no longer lift his arms. He stared blankly, biting his lip as he lowered his head, while Shu Qianqin remained silent. Before the word could leave his lips, his body went limp. Wang Lanlan instinctively embraced Zhuahua, his skin already slightly cold. Yet warm. You're okay. Zhuahua's voice carried immense relief. I'm fine. Hang on. I'll go find Zhang Yu right now. He's a genius. He's always been full of clever ideas since he was a kid. He'll definitely be able to save you. Beads of tears the size of beans fell once more onto Zhuahua's face, sliding down his cheeks and onto the floor. Zhang Yu, he stopped another powerful demon. What's wrong with me? It hurts so much, it hurts so badly. Ugh. It really hurts. Wang Lalan's sobs could no longer be contained, her cries drowning out all other sounds. Half of Zhuahua, whom she held in her arms, had already vanished. Blood seeped continuously, dripping from the hem of his clothes and staining the remaining red veil. At that moment, the once dull red veil blazed crimson once more. Sleep. Sleep and the pain will fade. You're such a coward. Sleep now. When you wake, it will be our first day as husband and wife. Wang Lalan whispered softly, though her voice was slightly hoarse, trying to lull her beloved to sleep. Zhuahua closed his eyes. He fell asleep. Until the black mist obscured her vision, leaving only a bracelet in her arms. The bracelet remained perfectly preserved, even glistening. Wang Lanlan slipped the bracelet onto her wrist. As if she had made up her mind. Cold rain poured down once more, drenching the city in an eerie, dim light. Above, lightning flashed across the sky. Meanwhile, at the site where the demon lord had perished, countless flesh and blood fragments fused together, visibly growing at an alarming rate. No! It's the second portal. Shu Qianshu recalled the scene from moments ago, his expression turning grim. Moments later, a flesh and blood portal formed once more. Bright red blood flowed continuously from within. Accompanying it were the buzzing of blood flies and the shrill screeches of the veteran. Within the portal stood a colossal figure. His body was composed of countless decaying flesh and blood, with wings dripping blood growing from his back. In his hand, he held a great sword crawling with rats. At the hilt, something pulsed faintly like a heart. A swarm of blood flies, darkening the sky, buzzed within his body. Countless demons descended once more into the mortal realm through the portal. With cacophonous voices. With blasphemous words. They screamed. Sevenfold plague. Sevenfold blessings. Sevenfold calamity. Sevenfold immortality. Protect the civilians. We're moving in. Chen Shiguan launched the attack first. A flesh demon over 100 meters tall, its body covered in rotting flesh where rats ran rampant. Blocked Chen Shiguang's path. Another Lord-class demon. And there were a full 7 such demons. Boom! The deafening sound of war drums resounded. The elemental giant rose from the ground, directly blocking the strike. The clash between the two was like a great star crashing to earth. The flesh demon stumbled back several paces, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Chen Shiguang, however, was panting heavily. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 flesh demons closed in on him. General! There are too many demons. We've lost many brothers. Hold your ground. Chen Shiguang's voice was weak, yet it carried unwavering resolve and decisiveness. He rose to his feet and glanced back. Behind him stood tens of thousands of civilians. We cannot retreat. Retreat 1 step and 1,000 will die. Retreat 2 steps and 10,000 will perish. Should we fall, this entire city will become a living hell. Chen Shiguang would not retreat. From the moment he joined the military, he had prepared to lay his bones on the green hills. Beat the war drums. Transmit the military order. Not a single step back. Not a single voice raised in protest. They silently prepared their potions, readying themselves for the final assault. Lu Zhengqi. Present. A young man stepped forward from the ranks beside him. Protect General Shu's children at all costs. The situation is hopeless, but he refuses to leave. We cannot afford to lose General Shu again. But... A look of reluctance flashed across the young man's face. Obey orders. The young man gritted his teeth. Yes. Chen Shiguang nodded with satisfaction. Comrades, we cannot retreat a single step. Since joining the military over 30 years ago, most of our peers have perished. Today, it seems my turn has come. Wherever the green hills lie, they will not refuse to bury loyal bones. I, your commander, have failed. My incompetence has brought disaster upon the entire army, dragging you all to meet death together. I must rely on your lives and blood. If there is a next life, I shall repay you. The men clenched their teeth. Cold steel glinted in their hands, eyes reddened by fervor. Why live a few more years? Let our bones rest in the green mountains, true sons of the land. Facing the 6 demonic lords, Chen Shiguang remained undaunted. A blinding light flared around his body. Elemental giants, crimson dragon lizards, infernal wolves. I shall go first. All men heed my command. After my death, the deputy commander shall take charge. Should the deputy fall, the highest ranking officer shall assume command. The generals saluted. Charge. Chen Shiguang charged alone toward the 6 demon lords. The remaining commanders and soldiers charged toward the masses of ordinary demons. Old friends, it seems you'll be buried here with me today. Chen Shiguang murmured to the beasts beside him. The beasts roared to the heavens. Feeling their comrades resolve to fight to the death, they too embraced the reason to die. All right. Let's slaughter these bastards. Chen Shiguang pulled out a bottle of crimson potion, swallowed it, and spat out the shattered glass fragments. The aura emanating from his body surged rapidly. He's taken the soul burning potion. It's igniting his sea of souls to gain power for the battle. Sis, go tell Dad I didn't disgrace him. Shu Qianshu charged toward one of the demon lords. If anyone's telling him, it's you. Shu Qianxi mounted her thunder qilin and soared into the sky. You too? Chen Shiguang froze. General Chen, you forgot to turn off the mic when you were plotting so loudly. Chapter 120, Turning Point. Shu Qianshu swung his long sword, unleashing a barrage of slashing energy. The blade sliced through the rain curtain, targeting one of the demon lords. The sword's glow was as cold as frost. The thunder qilin let out a piercing roar, unleashing its thunder prison. Both of them targeted the nearest overlord demon. Resembling a mountain of flesh, the overlord demon bore not a single shred of skin, its filthy blood trailing behind. In its hands, it either rattled a bell or wielded a trident. A howling gale swept through. Thunder roared. Chen Shiguang summoned the elemental giant, whose body rapidly expanded until it became a colossus that obscured the sky. In the void, the giant swung its arms, and a fearsome hammer materialized in its grasp. Crash! The hammer came crashing down, flattening the swarm of low-tiered demons beneath its feet into pancakes. The Flesh Mountain demon met the hammer head-on with its bell. Boom! The deafening clang reverberated through the rain-drenched crowd, faces now smeared with blood. Both possessed 6-star strength. The Flesh Mountain demon staggered back 2 steps, causing the ground itself to tremble. The remaining 4 lord demons seized the opening to charge forward. The Crimson Dragon Lizard opened its gaping maw, spewing orange-yellow, scorching flames. The Inferno Wolf let out a howl, charging like a shadow. Chen Shiguang stood firm as a pine tree, gasping for breath. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, instantly washed clean by the torrential downpour. Beneath the lightning, only a pallid face could be seen. The entire Third Army is wiped out. Not a single survivor. Above, the messenger soldier cried out in anguish. Advance! Replace the Third Army. We cannot let these scum break through our defenses. Amid the downpour, the deputy commander's voice rang out hoarse yet resolute. Chen Shiguang glanced back. Amid the downpour, the figures stood like towering mountains. Despite their overwhelming numerical superiority, the demons couldn't break through the formidable resilience of the defenders. Chen Shiguang's face darkened. This battle pits the few against the many. Unless the portal in the sky is destroyed, demons will keep pouring in. A battle of utter despair, yet even so, we fought to the very end. Blood still flowed through our veins, and breath still lingered within our chests. Boom! Thunder roared, and blinding lightning streaked across the still pitch-black battlefield. All fell silent. All witnessed countless corpses strewn across the field, first staining the rain red before merging into the earth, turning the soil a rusty brown. Not a single soul retreated. Wind! Great wind! One of the warriors commanded his giant wolf to tear a demon apart. Spitting blood, he roared hoarsely. Wind! Gale! The cry echoed in unison, every voice hoarse. Bang! 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 The war drums sounded again, slow and resolute. A young sergeant swung his drumsticks, striking the war drum with deliberate force. Morale soared. The spirit of the army remains undying. Ha ha ha. Generals entrust their lives, soldiers pledge their souls. Even against overwhelming odds, we shall fight until the heavens reveal their true face. Why bury loyal bones in native soil? Every green hill is a mountain. Scum! All of you shall burn in hell. Chen Shiguang's aura swelled like an inflated balloon. Ethereal flames danced around his form. Flame monument. The elemental giant roared, its featureless face venting unprecedented fury. Massive stone blocks trapped the 6 demon lords within, while the shadow-like energy of the infernal realm steadily drained their vitality. For a moment, the 6 demon lords could not break free. Amidst the rain, a blazing sun appeared. All looked up to see the crimson dragon lizard's body glowing red-hot, radiating a blinding light. General Chen intends to. A hint of sorrow flickered across Shu Qianxin's face. Shu Qianxu felt the same. The crimson dragon lizard plunged straight down, like a blazing sun crashing to earth. In the open field, it formed a spherical inferno spanning half a li. Then, terrifying force erupted, spewing flames like spears that pierced straight into the sky. Boom! The immense force rippled through the air like water waves, spreading out in all directions. Wherever it touched, weaker demons were instantly reduced to ash. Even the stronger demons screamed in agony. It's not over yet. Another explosion erupted, unleashing a tidal wave of elemental energy that engulfed the remaining demons. Following closely behind was the power of shadows, spreading out in all directions like sharp blades. In a daze, Chen Shiguang glimpsed the fallen soldiers strewn across the battlefield. Outside, everyone gritted their teeth, hearts overwhelmed by immense sorrow. General Chen Shiguang had fallen heroically. Single-handedly, he drove away 2 demon lords and severely wounded the other 4. Countless high-ranking demons and lesser fiends were annihilated. Shu Qianxu's eyes were bloodshot as he stood at the very front. Beneath the mountain of flesh that was the demon, he seemed utterly insignificant. His sword pointed at the demons as a storm of attacks poured forth. Farewell, General Chen. As long as we draw breath, we shall not retreat a single step. A bolt of thunder erupted as Shu Qianxin stepped forward to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Alongside them, countless soldiers and ordinary summoners advanced together. Wind! Shu Qianxu performed the military salute, deeply moving the assembled soldiers. After a moment's pause, they shouted in unison as the war drums thundered. Wind! Great wind! Why must loyal bones be buried in native soil? Every green hill is a mountain. Shu Qianxu roared wildly, gripping his long sword tightly as he channeled his dwindling soul power. The blade erupted in blinding light, its sword energy piercing the heavens. He brought it down upon the slowly writhing mountain of flesh before him. The entire curtain of rain seemed to be cleaved apart by this strike, scattering the countless weak demons beneath it. All eyes were fixed solely on that single strike. Heaven and earth fell silent. The great blade cleaved the flesh mountain demon clean in two, then endless sword chi spread out, reducing it to dust. The sword energy spread for miles, leaving the ground scarred with gullies. The sword light faded. Amidst the rain curtain, a starry white light shone. One strike. A lord-class demon was banished. Though partly due to another lord-level demon being gravely wounded, morale soared nonetheless. Heavy footsteps echoed as three more lord-level demons, wielding various weapons, advanced toward Shu Qianshu. Shu Qianxin, entangled by numerous demons, was unable to provide immediate support. Damn it! Is this the end? Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Shu Qianshu sneered coldly. These beasts actually resorted to tactics. They'd sent a large force to tie up Shu Qianxin, aiming to eliminate Shu Qianshu. Should Shu Qianshu fall in battle? It would deal a fatal blow to the confidence they had just built. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous dragon's roar pierced the battlefield's silence. Am I hearing things? Only the Long family and that kid Jiang Yu can summon divine dragons. Brother Shu, I haven't even entered the fray yet. Who told you to utter such a dashing last statement? Dragon breath lotus fire. Golden dragon breath crashed down like a celestial waterfall, smashing into the demon horde. Then, an illusory lotus of fire bloomed, layer upon layer. Chapter 121, Reinforcements. The golden dragon's breath lotus blazed like sunlight piercing the gloom. One of the demon lords was struck squarely, shrieking as it dissolved into black smoke. With a single strike, a demon lord was vanquished. Morale soared among the troops. Upon the golden divine dragon, Jiang Yu stood with hands behind his back, his immense dragon form spanning the entire battlefield sky. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed once more, and to everyone's astonishment, they felt their souls slowly beginning to recover. The auspicious blessing of the divine dragon. Blessings for all who witness it. The dragon's roar naturally possessed the power to empower allies. Shakuna. Sacred protection. Shana beside him nodded, and a halo of holy light descended, healing some of the physical wounds. My wounds are healed? My soul power has returned too. That's wonderful. Across the vast battlefield, identical voices echoed. If they had previously been fighting with their backs against the wall, they now possessed the confidence to turn the tide in their dire situation. The restorative power of the holy light system was nothing short of miraculous. And with the divine dragon's blessing, their attacks now carried its power perfectly suited to vanquishing such demonic evils. Jiang Yu. Destroy the portal immediately, or these demons will descend again. Shu Qianshu urged anxiously. I'll slay them. Not merely banish them. Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously as the dragon breath lotus blossomed, incinerating everything in its path. The flesh mountain demon screamed in agony, its true demonic name incinerated into nothingness. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Without a proper countermeasure, demons could only be banished only to return once they regained their strength. Yet Jiang Yu had managed to annihilate the demon outright. The shock in everyone's hearts was beyond words. If it had been a great general, they might not have been so astonished. But who was Jiang Yu? Merely a student at Tendu Academy. A 4-star summoner. The vast majority present were older and more powerful than Jiang Yu. Amidst the stunned silence, the blood-soaked deputy commander bellowed, "Charge! Don't let a junior look down on us. Charge! We can't let ourselves be outdone by youngsters. With the divine dragon's power upon us, let's utterly annihilate these demons. My talent may not match Jiang Yu's, but my battle experience is something a greenhorn can't compare to." At that moment, the entire army surged with fervor, their morale reaching a fever pitch. A new wave of slaughter commenced. The torrential rain gradually subsided, and the demons' offensive was pushed back. Within the blood-soaked domain, blood flowed against all logic, surging upward, forming a tower of solitary grandeur. The tower was encircled by a crimson mist, countless rat tails intertwined, swirling around it like a tidal vortex, surging ceaselessly. Upon a throne fashioned from putrid flesh, a great demon rose, its wings spreading a storm of blood and carnage behind it. Within the pool of blood at its feet lay a great sword forged from decaying flesh. Through the portal, the archfiend observed Jiang Yu and his companions. The power of the divine dragon. His name is Jiang Yu, correct? Li Baoying, trembling beside him, bowed his head in fear as he watched the scene within the portal, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes. Yes. After prolonged siege, I even lost several demon lords. The great demon's voice was utterly flat, yet Li Baoying trembled in terror, his body shaking. My lord, this is merely a minor setback on the path to great triumph. The losses are insignificant. The blood altar is prepared. You may descend at any moment. With their strength, they cannot possibly withstand your might. The great demon's power poured unrestrained into the blood-soaked domain. Li Baoying's flesh tore apart, revealing the nest of rats within. 6 demon lords and countless common demons, yet they still cannot drag this small city into my domain. Li Baoying dared not utter another word, bowing his head in terror. That Jiang Yu, however, is a rather special human. The reason the main assault failed is also because of this Jiang Yu. Have you schemed so tirelessly for this Jiang Yu? The meaningless vengeance of humans. A hint of amusement flickered in the great demon's eyes. Li Baoying grew even more reserved, daring not to utter another word. Before the great demon standing before him, he was but an ant. If he displeased this demon lord, he would become nothing more than a rat or a bloodfly in this domain. Go prepare. It has been a long time since I last visited the human world. With a wave of his hand, the great demon summoned a massive sword forged from incubating flesh, which landed in his grasp. Overwhelming power surged forth, erasing time and warping space into twisted patterns. The domain of blood trembled. The torrential rain gradually subsided. Hold on a little longer, everyone. General Shu will arrive in half an hour. That's right. Don't give up, everyone. Relief washed over the faces of the crowd. Jiang Yu scanned the scene. Wang Lanlan's expression was sorrowful. The brick house that had once stood there was now reduced to rubble. The streets they once knew no longer existed. Aunt Li wept softly as she dug relentlessly through the rubble, trying to rescue her husband buried beneath it. Even with blood streaming from her hands, she showed no sign of stopping. Beside her lay the body of old man Li, freshly dug from the rubble. Uncle Li, who loved to drink, never got to take a single sip. Yuan remained quiet and still, allowing her mother to lead her by the hand. The woman's remaining hand was roughly bandaged over the wound. Tuanchuan's father lay buried in the rubble nearby. When danger struck, he had made what he believed to be the right choice. From the collapsed rubble, Aunt Wang's arm protruded, still clutching a needle and thread. Aunt Wang. Jiang Yu's heart trembled, a lump rising in her throat. More debris fell from the rubble. That keyboard-obsessed woman. The one who loved to gossip about others' dark pasts. Now, her mouth was shut forever. Jiang Yu, at this moment, actually wanted to hear Aunt Wang talk about some childhood stories. But Aunt Wang never spoke. Everyone, be careful. Something is about to emerge from the portal. Everyone looked up, staring intently at the portal. At that moment, Li Baoying's figure emerged from the portal. His body was now covered in wounds, blood dripping incessantly from them. His mouth stretched wide, revealing countless flesh-colored buds writhing within. Through the wounds in his body, one could see rats nesting inside. Jiang Yu, you've done me such a terrible wrong. How does it feel to lose everything? Do you even recognize me anymore? Li Baoying raised his head. Large patches of skin had peeled away from his face, yet one could still discern his original, rough features. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. It was almost unbelievable. Li Baoying? It's me. You made me lose everything, turning me into a complete laughingstock. Now I'm here to strip you of everything. I've returned from hell. You did all this? Jiang Yu's tone turned icy cold. Chapter 122, Despair. I did it. Li Baoying grinned, admitting it openly. Then I can finish you off completely. I won't give you a chance to return to your master. Beneath Jiang Yu's calm exterior, rage had reached its boiling point. Li Baoying? Li Erjiang's son. After Li Erjiang met his end, he vanished without a trace. Who would have thought he'd become a lackey of hell? Shu Qianshu sighed. You go destroy the portal. Leave Li Baoying to me. Before the other could respond, Jiang Yu's figure vanished into thin air. To be honest, I admire you. Hell, just from the name alone, you can tell it's no place for the living. Shatter. Sacred blade. The long sword in Shana's hand sliced through the sky. Li Baoying's body was cleaved clean in two. On Shu Qianshu's side, a towering divine mountain materialized amidst the foliage. Meanwhile, Shu Qianqin channeled thunderous energy like a spear, striking the still active portal mid-air. Boom! The portal erupted with a deafening roar. It began to violently distort, eventually shattering into several chunks of flesh that fell to the ground. Simultaneously, all the demons were swept up by the force generated from the portal's collapse. Were dragged back into the depths of hell. Everyone froze, feeling a sense of unreality. The portal's been destroyed? Looks like your master isn't planning to save you. Jiang Yu said calmly. Aya. Li Baoying's body was cleaved clean in two by the holy blade. He screamed in agony, clutching the severed halves together, yet blood poured relentlessly from the wound. We won? We held the line. Is this really victory? It feels unreal. The sky rumbled as thunderstorms poured down once more. The sky, which had briefly cleared, was now shrouded in dark clouds once more. Ha. Jiang Yu, don't you think this all went a bit too smoothly? Aren't you curious? Why did I appear right before you? Li Baoying panted heavily, his expression twisted with fury. What are you implying? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding rising within him. It's this, I've prepared everything. I appeared in person to witness your destruction. Great demon of my lord, your humble servant summons your descent once more. Your will shall be fulfilled, your power shall be revealed. Sevenfold plague. Sevenfold blessing. Sevenfold calamity. Sevenfold immortality. Jiang Yu's eyelid twitched. No. He's summoning the archfiend to descend upon this world. All the blood began flowing in a rhythmic pattern, ultimately coalescing around Li Baoying to form a vast, filthy ritual array. The entire sky began to rumble with its foul echoes, while the blood continued to gather, eventually forming a vast pool of crimson. The rain, which had briefly ceased, once again poured down upon the earth. Torrential rain poured down like a waterfall. But this time, the rain fell crimson as blood, accompanied by the flapping of wings and the gnawing sounds of rats. A terrifying atmosphere enveloped the entire sky, causing everyone to feel their breath catch. What is this? This is terrifying. It's the aura of a hellish demon. Everyone, be careful. The deputy commander, seasoned by years on the battlefield, possessed keen instincts and immediately issued a warning. But it was already too late. A crimson rain of blood poured down, dragging the surrounding space into hell itself. Endless blood, endless curses. Most covered their ears, yet the whispers remained unbearable. Everyone screamed in agony as blood poured from their 7 orifices, and blood flies crawled out one after another. No! Quickly seal it with your soul power. Jiang Yu frowned. These foul sounds had little effect on those with strong wills, but many present were ordinary people. Ahahaha. I love seeing this look on your face. I've always wanted to see this look on your face. That look of utter helplessness. Ahahaha. I'm just so damn excited. Li Baoying's mouth, barely recognizable as such, opened and closed incessantly. Shut up. Roar. The divine dragon let out a mighty roar, cleansing the air of all filth. Divine protection. Simultaneously, holy light descended, forming a barrier of sacred radiance around everyone. You want to see this look on my face, huh? You want to see me rage fail, huh? Let me tell you, you succeeded. Jiang Yu gritted her teeth, digging a wooden stick from the rubble still studded with iron nails. Using my fists to hit you would be too dirty for my hands. You wanted to see me helpless? Today, you'll see all you can handle. Jiang Yu gripped the wooden stick with both hands, suddenly drawing power from her waist. Each blow landed with force, her energy centered in her lower abdomen, striking with all her might. Even if Li Baoying had defected to hell, his power wasn't particularly formidable, only at the level of a 3-star summoner. After all, those with excessive power couldn't descend into the mortal realm. With each blow from Jiang Yu's staff, flesh and blood spattered, leaving splattered marks on the ground. Like bursting ketchup packets. Li Baoying writhed like a maggot impaled mid-air, desperately attempting sit-ups. Jiang Yu. The urgent matter now is. I know. Jiang Yu tossed aside the wooden stick in her hand. At that moment, a small portion of the great demon's colossal body had already passed through the teleportation array. Panic spread through the crowd, etching bone-deep terror onto every face. Lightning flashed, and a torrent of blood rained down. It was as if a colossal shadow loomed overhead, surveying everything below. Jiang Yu. We meet again. The great demon's voice echoed once more, his crimson gaze fixed on Jiang Yu with palpable amusement. Jiang Yu? You know him? Shu Qianshu looked puzzled. After parting ways with you, I encountered this fellow's projection. He is Beelzebub, the great demon of hell, the blood-stained one. At these words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Jiang Yu with eyes reserved for monsters. For a 4-star summoner to escape from the minion of a hellish demon lord's projection was nothing short of a fairy tale. And judging by the other party's demeanor, he'd even suffered a setback at Jiang Yu's hands. I couldn't have done it alone. Defeating the hellish demon's projection was only possible because a senior intervened. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu thought to himself, I couldn't defeat the projection of the great demon of hell, but the mysterious cloaked figure could. But what does that mysterious cloaked figure have to do with me, Jiang Yu? What about that senior? Shu Qianshu's eyes lit up. I know what you're thinking, but I truly have no idea where that senior went. After all, that person is on the wanted list. How could I dare say more? Shu Qianshu froze. Ah. Shu Qianqin bit her lip tightly. Damn it, is there really no way? Lilith? Can you stop the teleportation array? Jiang Yu murmured under his breath. Such cross-dimensional teleportation arrays are extremely complex to prepare. Once formed, however, they were extremely difficult to destroy. This was precisely why Li Baoying dared to appear openly. Chapter 123, Reinforcements. 7 layers of profane halos appeared in the sky, nesting like Russian dolls. A towering yet twisted figure was passing through the portal. Even the most resilient humans found it difficult to suppress the fear welling up in their hearts when faced with a true deity. Every face turned pale. As the portal slowly rotated, the blood-stained archfiend crouched low, forcing part of its form through the opening first. Simultaneously, one arm thrust a greatsword forged from incubating flesh deep into the ground. In an instant, a crimson domain engulfed the area, and countless rats surged forth like a raging tide. The very colors of heaven and earth shifted. The might of the demon prince was laid bare. Ha 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 ha. Human, we meet again. 2 crimson eyes seemed to pierce through the world, locking gazes with Jiang Yu. Amidst the chaos, Li Baoying's twisted, maniacal laughter echoed in their ears. Thunder prison. The thunder Qilin roared, unleashing a torrent of thunder around its body. Boom! Lightning flashed, illuminating the hellish battlefield. With every inch the blood-corrupted archfiend's body emerged from the portal, the surrounding blasphemous chants grew louder. The entire world was drenched in crimson. Under the domain of blood, all beings decayed, and all things fell silent. Thunder? Bang! A sword edge was casually hurled through the void, its terrifying force sending the thunder kirin flying, crashing heavily into the city walls. The great demon's flesh and blood sword, planted deep in the ground, revealed a heart beating in steady rhythm. Blood flowed backward ceaselessly, eventually forming an irregular tower. Rotten rats swirled around the tower, racing like whirlpools in the blood. Through the portal, half of the blood-corrupted great demon's body had already passed through. At that moment, everyone fell into a deathly silence. All witnessed the thunderbolt that had struck the Qilin finally crash into the ruins. It carved a deep gash through the defensive line the crowd had formed. Everyone turned to look back. The defensive line, held for hours at the cost of lives, had been breached. The thunder kirin spat blood from its nostrils. The absolute disparity in power brought absolute annihilation. It was nothing short of a dimensional strike. With a single wave of its hand, it had severely wounded Shu Qianqin. On the other side, Shu Qianqu was drenched in sweat, having fought through the entire night until his soul was utterly drained. Damned beast! Filthy bastard! Lowly creature of hell! I'll kill you! Shu Qianqu's eyes burned crimson. The bond between siblings ran deep. With his blood relative's fates unknown, he was unusually enraged. He feared no sacrifice, having prepared since childhood to die for his country. But he refused to lose any more, not his grandfather, his mother, his elder brother, and now, not even his own sister. He had been losing, yet never gaining. When he finally looked back to cherish what he had, he found himself utterly alone. God, whether you exist or not. For the first time, I pray to you, let Shu Qianqin live on, carrying our memories with her, living well and long. Shu Qianqu drew the sword in his hand, and its resonant hum filled the air. Humans, always doing such meaningless things. The blood-corrupted great demon grinned cruelly. The blood-corrupted archfiend reached through the portal with one hand, grasping the sword forged from putrid flesh. With a flick of his wrist, the blade shot forth like a breath of air. The crimson blade, like the deepest malice of hell, shattered the sword image Shu Qianqu had summoned like a bubble. The sword in Shu Qianqu's hand snapped clean in two, shattering into fragments. 6 more blades followed in swift succession. Shu Qianqu! Danger! The blade struck the ground, carving 6 deep, unseeable canyons. The stench of hell seeped out relentlessly. The surrounding earth and rocks began to rot, oozing blood-red water. Countless blood flies hatched from the liquid. The great demon's crimson eyes fixed intently on the spot. Brother Shu, you're pulling this cool line behind my back again. Instant elementalization. Countless points of light converged, and the two figures materialized intact in the same spot. Only Jiang Yu's expression darkened, his hands bearing several crimson brands. Corrupting power emanated from the marks. The great demon's attack carried the corrupting power of hell. Elementalization could only shield against physical damage, the corrupting force could only be slowly expelled. Jiang Yu. A 4-star summoner achieving this level. The great demon of septicemia muttered to himself. This child must not be spared. Otherwise, she will surely interfere with my master's return. Crimson eyes spanned 2 worlds, locking firmly onto Jiang Yu. The heart atop the corrupted greatsword beat with renewed fervor. The entire sky was dyed crimson, while a tower formed from blood flowing against the current emitted blasphemous, twisted curses. Without a word, Jiang Yu hoisted Shu Qianqu onto his back and sprinted forward at breakneck speed. His heart pounded violently, as if targeted by an existence of extreme peril. Jiang Yu knew the danger emanated from the tower. Father won't arrive for a while yet. Jiang Yu, you and Shu Qianqin must run as far as you possibly can. A glint flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he gazed toward the ruins. Your sister is fine. She just fainted from exhaustion. Lilith's voice echoed in his mind. These portals draw on life force to sustain their operation. Once there's no more life force to draw from, it naturally ceases to function. It was both difficult and simple. Baobin City housed over 100,000 people. The combined vitality of that many souls was immense. Even a 9-star summoner would struggle to instantly transport all these people away. Unless one could devise a way to isolate their life force. A flicker of understanding flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. Lilith? Could your power of eternal night isolate their life force? It is possible, but with your current strength, you won't be able to make me block life force on a large scale. A confident smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. You can rest assured. Endless blood began to boil, its surface swirling with countless malevolent gazes. Countless demons used the boiling blood to surge toward Jiang Yu. There was no escape. A torrential downpour of blood fell from the sky, as if the heavens themselves had fallen silent. Everyone felt a sharp pain in their ears, their hearts racing to their throats. Jiang Yu. A giant hand formed from blood seized the two figures, placing them upon the portal. On the other side of the portal, a vast, crimson eye scrutinized them, or more accurately, scrutinized Jiang Yu. Human, you intrigue me. Ha! Well, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'm not the least bit interested in you. At the same time, Jiang Yu's face broke into an exceptionally radiant smile. Human, I'm curious how can you still manage to smile? The smile on Jiang Yu's face wasn't forced or composed, it came from the heart. Because, backup has arrived. Chapter 124, Joining Forces. A piercing sword cry tore open a gap in the blood-soaked realm, letting long-absent sunlight pour through. The white-haired man stood hurriedly in the sky, locking gazes with the blood-corrupted great demon. 10 steps, one slain 1,000 miles, no trace left. Sleeves swept, robes fluttered as he departed, hiding both body and name. Leisurely past Xinling's wine, sword drawn, laid across his knees. Who could write beneath you, the white-haired master of the great mystery? The spirit of the knight-errant, the greatest of heroes, fights for country and people. Shu Huaik enters the fray. Heavenly sword slays demons. With a thought, Shu Huaik summoned a colossal sword that descended from the heavens. It crashed down upon the blood-stained hands gripping the two figures below. Shu Huaik pointed his sword, remotely confronting the great demon. Sunlight poured down from the heavens, as if a savior had descended. The blood-corrupted great demon, its true form unable to pass through the portal. Upon the tower, only an arm and a great sword remained visible. Shu Huaika's immense power caused the entire pool of blood to boil, surging like a tidal wave, making the entire blood-soaked domain tremble. The giant hand formed from blood was mercilessly dissolved into droplets, which then fell back into the ceaselessly boiling sea of blood. All eyes turned skyward. The great hero has arrived. Thank goodness, General Shu has arrived. Thank heavens, Baobin City is saved. Truly worthy of General Shu. Excitement lit up every face. Jiang Yu felt a flash before his eyes, then a sudden tightness around his neck. Shu Huai grabbed both men by the back of their collars, hoisting them up effortlessly. You little bastard, you've got some nerve still being alive. Jiang Yu rubbed his neck. It was a familiar face. Unlike the gentle voice before departure, Shu Huai now radiated the battle-hardened aura of a seasoned warrior. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Jiang Yu retorted. You little brat. When will you finally learn to sacrifice yourself? If anyone should fall first, it should be me. You're hopeless at academics, but when it comes to reciting poetry, you've got all the right lines. Why bury loyal bones in the soil? Every green hill is a mountain. Beneath Shu Huaika's rugged exterior, his voice trembled slightly. A military commander, a national hero. Shu Huaik. Shu Qianshu said nothing, merely raising his hand in a military salute. Shu Huaika's expression was filled with deep emotion. Reporting to General Shu. The garrison at Base City successfully held their ground for 3 hours. Mission accomplished. Commander Qin Shiguan, Deputy Commander Li Su, and Inspector Zhao Biao have fallen in battle. Captain Qian Xiong reporting. From among the soldiers stepped a man clad in military attire, his face as hard as steel. Bloodstained from head to toe, his eyes shone brightly. Well done, everyone. You've all fought valiantly. There are no surrendered generals, only those who died in battle. They are all heroes. Shu Huaik returned the military salute. Every soldier stood tall, their faces radiating pride. Every frontier of Huagui required a general to garrison it. Mobilizing a general to come to their aid was no small feat. Both the soldiers and the citizens within the city felt profoundly reassured by the presence of this great general. Shu Huaik raised his hand, unleashing a surge of immense power. Simultaneously, a silver river descended from the horizon. Upon closer inspection, the river was filled with divine swords, as numerous as the sands of the sea, appearing from afar like a vast river. The heavenly sword river summoned by Shu Huaik radiated a murderous intent, its offensive power peerless. The river of blades cleansed the sky. The entire sky resounded with a continuous clanging of blades. Countless swords, like missiles, pierced each demon with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, the demon's howls reverberated throughout the entire space. One after another, demon corpses plummeted from the heavens, piling up into mountains of fallen fiends. A sea of corpses and blood. This was no mere description. This was the might of a military general, a 9-star summoner capable of turning the tide of battle. General Shu, as long as the teleportation array remains intact, slaying countless demons will be futile. And there's a colossal threat lurking behind them. Humph. Leave the portal to this old man. Above the sky, a dark mist swirled, from which emerged a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes and wearing a bronze mask. His voice was aged and hoarse, the eyes beneath the mask shrouded in utter darkness. You have finally revealed yourself. Shu Huaik said calmly. It seems you've been aware of this old man for quite some time. The cloaked figure spoke indifferently, every gesture radiating effortless ease. Assaulting the garrison squad at Tianjing Mountain, raiding the volcano headquarters prison, and abducting the condemned prisoner Lilith, how could I not know your illustrious name? Given the critical circumstances, Shu Huaik had no desire to clash with this formidable, mysterious cloaked figure. The fact that he had escaped unscathed from under the noses of 2 military generals spoke volumes about his terrifying strength. Since you know my name, do you still intend to obstruct me? Shu Huaik shook his head. Since you're willing to lend your strength, that's most welcome indeed. The The great demon of hell had already stepped into the realm of the divine. Even the strongest 9-star summoner was merely human. Once the opponent fully descended, the battle of the heavenly star would likely be reenacted. At this thought, a complex expression flickered in Shu Huika's eyes. If that man were still here, he too might have reached that realm. Very well. In that case, I shall go destroy the portal. This fellow is yours to handle. A cloud of black mist spread out. Jiang Yu, positioned at the rear, let the corners of his mouth curl upward. No matter how hard the others racked their brains, they would never discover that Jiang Yu was the mysterious cloaked figure. Kill! The clamor of battle erupted anew as all charged forward. Shu Qianqin restored her soul power, and the pale spirit flames once again blazed around her body. As for the tower, Shu Huika's gaze fixed on the blood-stained great demon with a complex expression. Without a word, a powerful soul force erupted from within him, and the colossal sword in the sky crashed down like a meteor. The entire sea of blood boiled, the entire blood-soaked domain trembled. Each colossal sword descended like divine retribution. As countless swords crashed down, the blood rain that had been pouring downward began to flow upward. A blood-fleshed hand reached out from the portal, grasping the corrupted greatsword embedded nearby. At its wrist, horrific wounds gaped open. The flesh buds at the wounds twitched incessantly. 9-star summoner, you do have some skill after all. The great demon's muffled voice echoed from within the portal. With only one arm, it was no match for Shu Huika. Yet his true form still could not descend. Shu Huika's face was cold as ice. In less than half a minute, my true form will arrive. I will crush your skull with my own hands. Shu Huika offered no rebuttal. The opponent truly possessed that capability. After all, he was one of Beelzebub's great demons, commanding an endless legion of fiends. At the same time, something terrifying squeezed its way out from within the portal. The laughter of the blood-wrought archfiend echoed across the entire world. The tower standing amidst the blood remained steadfast and unshaken. The stench of blood is overwhelming, far stronger than before. The rats around here have multiplied too. Chapter 125, The Healer. A storm of blood and carnage swept across the battlefield. 7 blasphemous halos still hung unbroken in the sky. Hell! I'm seeing visions of hell. This is too terrifying. At that moment, not a single ray of sunlight could be seen in the sky, only the spectacle of another world. The filth, profanity, and twisted horrors far exceeded the limits of human comprehension. It was the vision of hell. The projection of hell descended upon Baobin City, as if it were about to plunge the entire city into a bloody inferno. Boom! At the center of the scene stood a colossal demonic figure. He intends to force open the passage. To descend in person. A tower formed by blood flowing backward, covered in blasphemous patterns. Shu Huika's expression grew grave. Who gave you permission to descend? Eternal night. The mysterious cloaked figure raised both hands high, then slammed them down with tremendous force. As if a curtain of night had been torn apart, it crashed heavily to the ground. Under the shroud of darkness, not a single star shone. Everything was dragged into the void. The still functioning teleportation array halted in that instant. Thank you for your intervention, sir. I shall report this truthfully to the military headquarters and consider revoking the bounty on your head. Seizing the opportunity, Shu Huika swung his massive sword repeatedly, cleaving the entire teleportation gate in two. Before the eyes of all, a massive sword pierced through the portal. Then, a blinding light erupted, like a great star crashing to earth. The portal had been carved from Li Baoying's body. His head sat atop the portal, his torso and limbs twisted into the massive gateway. The moment the sword pierced him, the smug expression on his face twisted into sheer terror. Boom! Flesh and blood scattered, pooling into a sea of blood that began to violently tremble. Starting from the center, it rapidly expanded outward, dissipating at a visible speed. Excellent, the portal is destroyed. They won't be able to cross now. General Shu Huika is awesome. The mysterious cloaked figure is awesome. Relief washed over every face like survivors emerging from a catastrophe. With the portal collapsed, the entire scene fell into a deathly silence. This silence lasted for a moment before being shattered by the clang of swords. As the portal shattered, an invisible force dragged the demons back into hell. All eyes watched as the endless sea of blood, the bloodflies flapping their wings, and the squeaking rats were all dragged back into the depths of hell. Even the tower standing at the center of the blood began to shake violently before being dragged back into the depths of hell. In an instant, the sky cleared. The blood-stained archfiend screamed as the portal severed the half of its body that had descended. The demon's roar echoed throughout the blood realm. Very well, humans. I remember you, the blood-stained archfiend screamed. A colossal force roared throughout the entire space. 7 blasphemous halos flared once more in the air. Simultaneously, blood poured relentlessly from within them. No! He's sacrificing half his body just to force this half into existence. A small portion of the great demon's body vanished within the portal. What terrifying pressure! Is this the power of the demon Qin King? The severed body parts began to writhe, reassembling the scattered flesh and blood into a complete form. Wings unfurled from its back, casting a shadow that darkened the sky. Endless blood once again spread, engulfing the entire scene in a storm of blood and carnage. Sacrificing half your body for a chance to descend? Once you've descended, there's no going back. Shu Huaik snorted coldly as the Milky Way sword descended once more. What had once been merely an arm passing through the portal now manifested as 1/3 of its entire body descending. Shu Huaika's expression grew grave. All units, fall back 10 kilometers. The descended demon raised its head, its eyes blazing with savagery. In its grasp was a greatsword formed from rotting flesh, its hilt pulsing with a beating heart. Endless blood surged upward as the demon spread its wings. You've cost me half my body, human. You've succeeded. I shall savor your soul. Ahahaha. The demon's mountainous form stood upon the ground, roaring with maniacal laughter. The domain of blood descended once more. This time, it faced not just one arm of the great demon, but half its entire body. All units, heed my command. Withdraw to the inner city walls. This battle is beyond your capabilities. Shu Huaik exhaled deeply. Though the great demon before him was not whole, its power remained formidable and could not be underestimated. General Shu, a commander in the field is not bound by orders. You ask me to desert? I cannot do it. Right. We'll fight alongside you. Even if we die on the battlefield, we will not desert. General Shu Huaik, should I survive this battle, I shall willingly submit to military justice. The entire army stood fearless. The sky had now become a sea of blood, from which countless demons crawled forth. The great demon shrieked. Blood surged like tidal waves across the land. Sword energy pierced the heavens as Shu Huaik summoned the celestial sword river. Endless hordes of demons surged like a tidal wave. Beneath the mighty sword's edge, all was reduced to nothingness. Despair washed over the crowd. I shall use human blood to reshape my body, drag this city into my domain, and offer a magnificent tribute for my master's return. Human. I acknowledge your strength, but what can you truly protect? The tens of thousands within these walls are my sustenance. You cannot stop me. Human souls are always so exquisite. Shu Huaik now found himself in a dilemma. Hordes of demons besieged the city, including many demon lords. Shu Huaik recalled a battle from over a decade ago, how eerily similar it all felt. Jiang Yu sat up straight. General Shu Huaik could hold back the great demon. But the rest of us? We're no match for so many demons, especially with several demon lords among them. Even if General Shu Huaik ultimately drove away the great demon, Baobin City would be left without a single living soul. Gazing at the unconscious Shu Qianqin, a bold thought took root in his mind. In an instant. Holy light envelopes. Shu Huaik recalled a cold downpour from over a decade ago. The invasion of the beasts, blood spilled everywhere, how eerily similar to today's scene. Human, by the look on your face, have you remembered something? In the depths of hell, the other half of the blood-stained archfiend's body used a torrent of blood, swarmed by countless blood flies feasting on the exposed wound. Though only half my body has descended, and my power is greatly diminished, it will all be worth it if I can drag Baobin City into my domain. My soon-to-return master, let me offer the flesh and blood of humanity as a glorious tribute to you. At that moment, under the radiance of holy light, all present began to recover at a visible pace. A shield of holy light formed before them. The wounded Thunder Qilin rose once more, and Shu Qianqin opened her eyes. Shu Qianqu's soul power was restored. The healing power of the holy light system was nothing short of miraculous. General Shu, I've got your back. Chapter 126, I'll lead you into battle. Hordes of demons launched their final charge, all howling in unison. Some couldn't dodge in time. In the close quarters melee, blood spattered everywhere. Jiang Yu nodded. In an instant, like a shooting star, she soared toward the heavens, slipping directly beneath the canopy of light wings that showered the sky with radiant brilliance. Sparkling like countless stars, the points of light radiated divine power. Amidst the rain-soaked battlefield, she descended like a goddess. All eyes looked up. They saw the scattered points of holy light swirling around their bodies, dancing like fireflies. One person reached out, and a speck landed on their hand. The weariness in their body vanished instantly, and they let out a sigh of relief. Ah, bliss. All eyes turned to the man who had uttered the sigh, their gazes filled with bewilderment. Under such scrutiny, even the thick-skinned basket-faced man couldn't help but flush slightly. What are you staring at? Try it yourselves. My injuries have healed. Not only that, but my whole body feels like it's soaking in a hot spring. At his words, the others reached out as well. A swarm of light points, like fireflies, swiftly descended into their bodies. A chorus of moans rose from the group. Shu Qianqin watched with curiosity, her eyes widening in astonishment. Truly the power of holy light, utterly astonishing. This restorative force. The others were utterly astonished. How could they possibly fight against a mobile spring? The Thunder Qilin was instantly restored to full health. The others' conditions had also recovered to a great extent. Above the 6 wings of light, countless hymns of holy prayer swirled around the light elemental spirit. Innumerable little angels, each holding an instrument, emitted sacred praises. A protective barrier formed around each person. Upon these shields, a constellation seemed to form. The constellation of the Holy Angel. Above the heavens, countless stars echoed in harmony, ultimately coalescing into the form of a multi-winged archangel. All starlight converged into a beam, descending upon Shana. Upon everyone's holy light shields, the illusory form of the Holy Angel stood tall. An upgrade to the divine protection. The blessing of the Holy Angel. Not only could it purify curses and grant immunity to negative effects, but it also enhanced recovery capabilities. At the same time, a thunderous dragon's roar once again rent the heavens, and beneath the countless stars, a golden dragon soared across the sky. A dragon-shaped aura once again enveloped everyone. Divine Dragon Blessing. The divine dragon is an auspicious sign. Those who behold it gain great fortune. Empowered by the divine dragon's might, it also possessed demon-slaying properties. In short, both these attributes function as demon-specific attacks. At this moment, the buffs reached their peak. Life recovery and immunity to control effects. Divine dragon power and demon-specific attacks. Plus the protection of the Holy Angel. Each one was a walking fountain of health while dealing devastating damage. If ordinary demons could speak, they'd be cursing up a storm. Holy Jiang Yu, is it? Well done. Xian, on behalf of the remaining soldiers, salutes you. Shu Huai glanced at Jiang Yu, his satisfaction growing. It felt like having a son-in-law was like having half a son. This kid wasn't particularly strong. Everyone present was at least a 5-star summoner, while he was the only 4-star. Yet it was precisely this 4-star summoner who had made an indelible impact on the battlefield. Without Jiang Yu, Baobin City would have been erased from Huagua's map long ago. Especially with the blessings of the Divine Dragon's power and the Holy Light's power. The effect achieved far exceeded the sum of its parts. This kid, he really is a prodigy. Shu Huai exclaimed. Shu Qianqin rolled her eyes, recalling their first meeting. This guy was a complete scoundrel. He'd herd a horde of beasts right at you, then strike when you were battered and bruised. And several others had been stripped down to their underwear by Jiang Yu. The image was not exactly pleasant. What genius! Just a backstabber. Qianqin, we're friends who've been through thick and thin together. I'm no good at fighting, and you're no good at healing. Jiang Yu had plenty of time to shoot her mouth off. Jiang Yu knew full well that even summoning Million would only last a mere 10 minutes or so. If it were Lilith instead, that 10 minutes would be halved. So she left the fighting to others. Her job was to farm safely. Jiang Yu's lips now curved into a wildly cool and stylish grin. Her eyes held 3 parts coldness, 3 parts resolve, and 4 parts utter indifference. She watched the demons one by one. He finally uttered slowly, W. D. N. M. D. Big brother, don't say bad words. Tuanchuan's little face was tense, tear streaks visible. Jiang Yu bent down and wiped the tears from Tuanchuan's face. Big brother didn't swear. I just abbreviated it. Meaning I'll lead you in the fight. Everyone. The divine dragon in the sky unleashed another fiery breath. Dragon breath lotus fire. Layers upon layers of flame bloomed like a lotus, petals unfurling downward as the demons vanished without a trace. Unify the script. Standardize the chariot tracks. Disobedient descendants, let your own blood bear witness to the ancestral dragon. Imperial aura descended from the heavens. A figure clad in dark robes, crowned with an imperial diadem, materialized from the void, commanding a chariot. The majesty of an emperor and the power of a sovereign's rule stilled the entire world, clearing the heavens. What demon dares to run amok upon the land of Huaxia? You unfilial descendants! Why did you not summon me sooner? The emperor's voice brimmed with accusation, his tone dripping with displeasure. This junior is incompetent. Enough. It cannot be blamed upon you. Your strength is too weak. You are utterly unworthy to bear my presence. Standing atop his chariot, the ancestral dragon gazed into the distance. The moment his eyes fell upon the rivers of blood and fields strewn with corpses, terrifying thunder erupted around his body. It's the ancestor. Jiang Yu has actually summoned this ancient ancestor once more. Ancestor, your descendants have failed you, allowing foreign demons to set foot upon this land. Everyone knew full well who this was: the legendary first emperor. The undisputed founding ancestor of Huagua. You warriors have demonstrated our nation's might through your valor. Reward shall be given according to your deeds. You shall be honored as heroes. The first emperor's words thundered across the land, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Every man stood tall, chest thrust forward, spine straight. These demons! I shall slay them all. The sword in the first emperor's hand radiated the boundless majesty of an emperor. The emperor's might was like the vast will of heaven, and like the hearts of all his people. With power akin to the gods, had Jiang Yu not been so weak, the single sword strike alone would have been enough to wipe out every demon present. In Jiang Yu's mind, an illusory river flowed. At the river's bottom lay a purple crystal stone, refracting myriad rays of light. Within it flowed the laws of the universe, its surface etched with the passage of time. Jiang Yu's thoughts returned to Lilith, replaying the scene of the celestial star battle. That terrifying deity hurled a purple meteor toward Blue Star. Thus began the great cataclysm of Blue Star. I forgot to tell you this thing is called a divine essence. As for what authority this divine essence holds, I cannot say. Your entire summoner system was born because of this divine essence. Lilith's voice echoed. Chapter 127, The Great Demon's Defense Breached. Jian Yu's pupils contracted. Jian Yu's ability to summon historical sages also stemmed from this divine essence. Above the 9-star summoner. Jian Yu murmured to herself again. It's too early to dwell on this now. The urgent task at hand is to expel the hellish scum. At that moment, the imperial majesty emanating from the primordial dragon resonated through the void as if tangible. The emperor's wrath unleashed, his sword cleaving through demonic foes. A single glance swept over the nearest demon lord. All eyes were fixed on him. The power of that single glance was utterly unimaginable. The demon lord, mid-swing with its tentacles, was struck once sliced clean in two. The crimson tentacles fell to the ground, writhing ceaselessly. When I burned most of thee and crushed countless, it was precisely to prevent the land of Huaxia. At that very moment, the tentacle-covered demon lord's body began to fuse once more. The first emperor's hand never paused. Boy! Can you still hold on? A confident smile spread across Jian Yu's lips. This junior still has strength remaining. Please, venerable ancestor, slay the demonic forces. He unleashed a series of sword strikes, each blow powerful enough to shake mountains and rivers, striking fear into the hearts of all who witnessed it. A hint of satisfaction flickered across the ancestral dragon's lips. I am the emperor of the ages. The first emperor. Demons, begone. The vast imperial might descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire city. No demonic forces could invade, no laws could penetrate, no gods could be shaken. Everyone became like dragons. The glory of 1,000 autumns is revealed today. At that very moment, 2 golden characters coalesce in the heavens. Imperial edict. Demons who defy this decree and trespass into Huaxia shall be slain without mercy. All hearts surged with emotion, for these 2 words carried the weight of divine wrath. The emperor's decree, slay without mercy. The imperial edict thundered down. Several demon lords bore spiderweb like cracks bursting from their flesh. Beside the first emperor, Jian Yu's smile grew ever brighter. An imperial aura enveloped him, making him appear like a young sovereign. Bang! Execute without mercy. Jian Yu murmured softly. Boom! A formidable imperial aura descended from the heavens, crashing heavily into the midst of the demons. These words carried the weight of divine wrath, causing every demon to avert their gaze in terror. Under the vast imperial decree, all demons wore expressions of terror, retreating backward like a receding tide. The scene unfolded like an epic masterpiece. When the light finally faded, people snapped back to reality, their gazes turning toward Jian Yu. Above the void, the imperial shadow remained fixed upon the mortal realm. All the demon lords were slain by a single imperial decree. With just 3 words, no mercy. Do not let the corpses of countless demons sink here. The majesty of the emperor. A glimpse of its might. Did I see correctly? Merely a few words, and several demon lords were slain? The power of this ancient ancestor is simply overwhelming. Even more astonishing is Jian Yu. Can his soul power withstand this? This guy is nothing short of a prodigy. Enough with the talk, let's kill these demons. The tide had turned. Our morale soared, each of us itching to flay the demons and use their hides as bedsheets. Meanwhile, the heavenly sword river summoned by Shu Huai carved countless wounds into the great demon's body. Jian Yu's gaze fixed on the great demon in the distance. It was time to settle the score. Go take a dump and talk. At that moment, Jian Yu crushed another pill between his molars. An unprecedented surge surged through her soul. Beneath Lilith's mask, crimson pupils flashed with a twisted thrill. After centuries of confinement, she could finally stretch her limbs. Just as she prepared to act, Jian Yu's voice echoed in her mind. Lilith, don't move. Little Mealy, go. No choice. Jian Yu was too weak. Lilith consumed vast amounts of energy. Merely sealing the portal with the power of eternal night had drained Jian Yu dry. In comparison, little Millie was so considerate, always mindful of her master's well-being. You don't care about me at all. Little Millie's so much better, she knows how to look out for her big brother. Millie rolled her eyes. Though her expression was dismissive, her heart wasn't. A faint smile slipped onto her lips. Lilith shook her head. She couldn't fathom what kind of magic this boy possessed. He could charm the little princess of the Nightmare Clan into pouting. Crimson eyes scanned Jian Yu's body. They lingered on his lower abdominal muscles. Her gaze drifted downward, reaching the forbidden zone. Jian Yu felt a chill run through her body. Like peeing against a wall, only to be caught by a passerby as the cold wind swept by. Several sword blades struck down, leaving a faint trace of blood at the corner of Shu Huai's mouth. Bang! A crimson beam of light pierced through several sword blades and slammed heavily into the great demon's body. Who? The great demon instinctively looked up, only to see a figure in black robes standing in midair, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. The woman bore massive twin horns atop her head and two spiked tails covered in bone spines extended from her spine. Military fugitive. Million Felix. And the mysterious cloaked figure? Suspicions had long swirled that the cloaked figure had made a pact with Million, but no proof existed. Now that the two appeared together, the outcome was clear. Surprise flashed in Shu Huai's eyes. He hadn't expected the mysterious cloaked figure to intervene. After all, the shadowy figure who raided the volcano headquarters was a lawless outlaw through and through. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu in the rear grew grim-faced. Even after swallowing 2 pills, the effect would only last about 10 minutes. Nightmare power? We're both demons, why aid humans? Ha! Because you've made my master very displeased. As Million spoke, a crimson moon enveloped the surroundings. Countless stars twinkled around the crimson orb. How dare you! Daemo swung his sword down, shattering Million's form. Boom! Before anyone could react, the great demon's form was sent flying backward. Ah! The great demon lay in a pit, black chains coiled around his body. What about me? Little Millie said it herself, you've really pissed me off. The mysterious cloaked figure let out a cold laugh. His demeanor was perfectly poised. Dark confinement, crimson domain. Chaos gripped the archfiend's heart. At her peak, Lilith was closest to divinity. Even 10 of him would not stand a chance against her. The crimson domain could only be wielded by the Nightmare clan, passed down through the prince's lineage. And now Shu Huai alert, waiting for his chance. Dishonorable. You dare gang up on me? Ha! The crowd reacted as if they'd heard the most laughable thing imaginable. Demons know what cowardly means? Jiang Yu sneered disdainfully. The rules of the underworld call for one-on-one fights, but those rules are for those who follow them. When dealing with a demon like you, joining forces is the best strategy. This is seeking battle to secure victory in advance. I believe it was an ancient military strategist who said that. Mysterious Elder and General Shu, forget duels, let's gang up on him and beat the crap out of him. Jiang Yu. The great demon roared, screamed, and finally lost his composure. For the first time, the great demon witnessed the treacherous nature of humanity and Jiang Yu's shameless audacity. Chapter 128, Roundhouse Kick to the Great Demon. At that moment, an imperial aura descended. Like an imperial decree from the heavens, each word cut like a sword. The blood-corrupted great demon roared, then flew backward with tremendous force. His body, as massive as a small mountain, slammed into the ground. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, the shockwave reaching the heavens. What kind of power is this? From the deep pit in the distance, the great demon struggled to his feet, the wound on his chest gaping wide enough to reveal bone. Golden imperial aura swirled within the wound, blazing like flames within its depths. The blood-corrupted great demon, facing the imperial phantom, was seized by panic. This golden force could actually suppress the power of hell. His power had been bestowed by Beelzebub, the demon god of hell. No one but a god could ever expel such power. He raised his massive head, his gaze fixed upon the city walls. Upon the figure enveloped in imperial aura. Jiang Yu, in every gesture and movement, radiated the bearing of a youthful sovereign. Moreover, the imperial phantom before him was no ordinary ruler, possessing power that rivaled the gods. At this thought, a flicker of terror flickered in the great demon's eyes. Long before the arrival of the 10,000-year cataclysm, across the land of Huagua, numerous deities roamed the land. These deities were led by a supreme being. Together, they governed the 3 realms, the 5 elements, and the 6 paths. The land of Huagua endured through endless cycles of creation and destruction. Back then, the land of Huagua was their forbidden territory. You are that first emperor? Are you too returning? The great demon seemed to recall something terrifying. Not a trace of arrogance remained in his crimson pupils. Execute without mercy. The first emperor did not answer. Instead, he uttered 3 words, each as light as a feather. Yet they carried the weight of a divine mountain. I shall not ascend to the ranks of immortals. I am no deity, but merely a man. With his monumental achievements, the first emperor could easily have ascended to godhood and taken his place among the immortals. Yet for him, neither deity nor immortal status held any appeal. He would trade the name of a tyrant for an age of lasting peace after his death. The great demon of blood poison instinctively took a step back. An indescribable dread swept in from all directions. The great demon was filled with profound regret. He had intended to use this descent to channel the power of hell into a sharp blade, plunging it deep into the heartland of China. Instead, he had struck an iron plate. Having descended with only half a body, leaving now would mean abandoning that half body, guaranteeing severe damage. And the instigator of all this was a mere 4-star summoner. In that brief instant, the great demon resolved to kill Jiang Yu. Boom! Just as the great demon's attack was about to strike Jiang Yu, Shu Huai summoned the heavenly sword river, interposing it between the two. I am your opponent. Simultaneously, Shu Huai unleashed a sword strike. Vast swordlight rained down like a torrential downpour. With a roar, countless swordlights pierced through its heart, trailing a string of blood beads. Even so, the great demon's body showed no sign of stopping, continuously regenerating. What a nuisance! Without knowing the great demon's true name, there's no way to banish him. He's truly hard to kill. Jiang Yu sighed. Her power was still too weak. Had she been just a bit stronger, the dragon blessing and archangel's protection would have been effective against the demon lord. At that moment, the woman beside the cloaked figure drew a longbow. She drew back the string and a beam of light formed. Bang! The bowstring vibrated. The great demon roared, swinging his massive sword forged from rotting flesh to meet the light arrow. The light arrow shot forward with lightning speed, dodging the blade like a serpent and piercing the heart at the sword hilt. The great sword trembled violently, its heart at the hilt beating faster and faster. All eyes were fixed on the scene. The entire greatsword swelled like an inflated balloon, bulging high. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending a mushroom cloud billowing upward from the spot. The great demon's face contorted in utter horror. He closed in on Jiang Yu with blinding speed, sacrificing his weapon to gain proximity to Jiang Yu. It was clear he harbored a deep, seething hatred for Jiang Yu, a 4-star summoner so deeply targeted by a great demon. Jiang Yu was the first. Don't move! I have other plans. Just as Lilith was about to move, Jiang Yu's voice echoed within her soul. She halted immediately, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu with confusion. Human! Witness hell! Jiang Yu opened her eyes again, only to find herself submerged in a pool of blood. Within my domain. No one can leave. Not even me. I will slice your soul into 1,000 pieces and savor every bit. A faint smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. You mean, no one can leave? Including you? Scared, human? Prepare to see true hell. The crimson gaze fixed on Jiang Yu. A flood of memories rushed through Jiang Yu's mind. Little Millie, we've both signed the contract. What's yours is mine. Don't be so stingy. Sun elixir? Of course I have a way. Lilith? Witch of the night? Ha! Just a female brat. Human fear stems from the deepest recesses of their own souls. The great demon watched with relish. In the depths of Jiang Yu's soul, he saw a vast, ethereal river. At the river's bottom lay a purple crystal. The vision abruptly ended. Peering into my memories. Enjoying the show? Bang! The lantern shattered completely. Jiang Yu reappeared on the blood-soaked ground. That thing, you actually obtained it? Not only that. You also made a contract with Million and Lilith, the Witch of the Night. A 4-star summoner? By reading Jiang Yu's memories, the Archmage understood everything. You've uncovered my deepest secret. Then I'll have to ask you to perish. Ancestor. I entrust this to you. Jiang Yu's lips were like blades, her tone filled with icy coldness. The figure of the first emperor stood atop a pool of blood. Not only that, but a Taoist priest stood beside him, his every movement radiating the brilliance of the sun. Ancient sages from all walks of life were summoned forth by Jiang Yu. Thanks to the unique properties of the blood domain, Jiang Yu summoned these sages without expending much soul energy. Dozens of ethereal forms of sages filled the sky, each radiating an unmatched aura of authority. Young Jiang, it's been an age. One of the Taoists drew the long sword in his hand. His aura locked onto the great demon, the pure young sword intent blazing like the radiant sun. Flee. That was the only thought in the great demon's mind. These 10 sages were all beings who had stepped into the realm of the divine. Even if his true form were present, he could only flee with his tail between his legs. Much less with only half his being present. Boom! The great demon halted midair, as if colliding with something solid, emitting a dull thud. Can't get out? The great demon's face turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. He'd shot himself in the foot. Within the blood domain, no one could escape. A sun rose within the blood domain. As the sun descended, the entire expanse of blood began to boil. My turn. Next should be me. The ancient sages, acting like children, bickered over who would be next to act. Snap. Jiang Yu snapped her fingers. How about we all go together? Chapter 129, Victory. Mushroom clouds bloomed one after another within the blood-soaked domain. The ancient sages, punching and kicking in unison, surrounded the great demon. They crushed and battered it at will. Blood nearly dripped from the great demon's hideous face. His crimson eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. Having been a demon for thousands of years, when had it ever suffered such indignity? Enough! I am. What are you? Another punch sent stars dancing before the demon's eyes. We're both stepping into the realm of the gods. Can't you show a little respect? What realms? What respect? Another punch. You think you can offend the abbot and just walk away? The great demon felt like crying. Who's the real demon here? Jiang Yu secretly wondered if these venerable sages had simply grown restless from idleness. Finally getting a chance to let loose, they were bound to vent their frustrations. It was like beating a child on a rainy day. They were bored, after all. My true demonic name is Lionel Sari. Exorcise me already. The great demon could hold back no longer. As the true name was revealed, the entire blood domain began to tremble. With a thunderous crash, the blood realm shattered. The great demon's body blazed fiercely within the flames. Yet his enormous eyes betrayed a glimmer of relief at having survived the ordeal. Jiang Yu snapped her fingers. General Shu. Shu Huai held nothing back. A colossal sword plummeted from the heavens like a meteorite. Thunderclouds swirled around the blade in spirals. The spectacle was terrifying. You dared to invade our nation, slaughter our people, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Shu Huai's gaze was razor-sharp, like a blade itself. Excellent. At last, I can escape China forever. I'll never set foot outside this hell again. Lionel, sorry, crawl back to your hellhole. The great demon emitted a shrill, excited chirp. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on? Why are you being expelled, yet you look so excited? The colossal sword descended like the wrath of heaven. The earth trembled, leaving a bottomless abyss at the city's center. Thud. The sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. The great demon's head rolled off its neck, crashing onto the ground. It rolled forward like a soccer ball. One sword strike. The great demon was beheaded. Jiang Yu extended her foot, crushing the rolling head beneath her heel. His calm eyes met the demon's bloodshot gaze. Oh, right. Forgot to tell you. Those slain by me cannot return to hell. Therefore, I invite you to perish. Jiang Yu spoke slowly. Once more, she summoned the divine dragon, its colossal form spanning the sky. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of golden dragon's breath that poured down at an angle. Boom! Upon the earth, a fiery lotus blossomed once more, its petals layered upon layers. Roar! The divine dragon roared, its body spanning the heavens, sacred and inviolable. Sorry, trapped within the sea of flames, glared with eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Humans are indeed treacherous. Under the scorching dragon's breath, the great demon's head was reduced to a sky-filling cloud of ash. The great demon's headless corpse lay motionless on the ground. Where its neck had been severed, a deep chasm gaped, the mark of the great sword's descent. Jiang Yu raised the military banner. He roared. Wind! Gale! Those who invade Huagua, those who slaughter our compatriots, none shall be spared. First came deathly silence. Roar! The divine dragon roared. The first emperor nodded, casting one last lingering glance at Jiang Yu before fading into the profound void. Along with him vanished countless ancient sages. Moments later, the crowd erupted in cheers. Wind! Great wind! Those who invade Huagua, those who slaughter our kin, they shall be beheaded without mercy. We've won. We've driven out the great demon. The sacrifices were not in vain. Joy surged through their hearts, tears streaming down their faces. Dusty and disheveled, each person wept tears of joy. After the wild euphoria came an endless void. Even the hearts of ordinary people were filled with a bitter ache. This victory had cost far too much. Half of the garrison in the base city had been lost. General Chen and many other commanders had paid for this victory with their flesh and blood. Shu Huai kept his hands in his pockets. What? You want to challenge this old man too? The figure in black robes behind him croaked. He appeared as steady as an old dog, but inside, he was panicking like hell. Jiang Yu had long since wilted. Lilith was putting on an act. You're a wanted criminal by the military. If you just walk away like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to account for it. Shu Huai spoke casually, a blade of grass between his teeth. Ha! The cloaked figure took a step forward. Shu Huai exaggeratedly clutched his stomach, gasping for breath. What a formidable, mysterious cloaked figure. Merely facing you has caused my stomach to ache like a knife cut. Such terrifying soul pressure, it seems I cannot stop you. Mysterious black-robed figure. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. That was way too over the top. Your acting is way too over the top. How do you use a soul force shockwave? Shu Huai, doesn't this make you look more powerful? You're a military fugitive and I'm a high-ranking general. If I let you go like this, I'll likely face punishment back at headquarters. I never let you go. I'm simply outmatched. If you could break through two generals' blockade at Volcano headquarters, dealing with me should be a piece of cake. Shu Huai silently applauded his own wit. The mysterious cloaked figure nodded, his body shrouded in a layer of black mist. Who exactly are you? There's no such powerhouse in Huagua. Shu Huai murmured to himself. Ha. I never imagined General Shu would be curious about this old man's identity. Since you ask with such sincerity, I shall graciously enlighten you. This old man is the mysterious one. Ha. Shu Huai. The last time Shu Huai had been this speechless was when he encountered that brat Jiang Yu. After a moment's contemplation, a bitter taste rose in his mouth. Put. He spat out the straw in his mouth. Whoever it is, it's none of my concern anymore. Leave it to the marshal to worry about. This war ultimately exacted a terrible toll, but victory was won. The entire nation of Huagua was deeply moved. Unexpected reinforcements at a terrible cost. Victory is ours at last. But who are these mysterious cloaked figures? Friend or foe? General Xu Huaik slays the great demon of hell. The most formidable support, stacking the most powerful buffs, enduring the most brutal blows. The contribution of Jiang Yu from Tiandu Academy. May General Chen rest in peace. His radiance illuminates the land. May all fallen soldiers find eternal rest. With heavy hearts, the cleanup of the battlefield began. The bodies of comrades, the loved ones of each, were inescapable realities we must confront. Xu Huaik sighed. He drew a pocket watch from his breast pocket, lifting the lid to reveal a photograph of a woman. She cradled an infant in her arms, while a young boy stood beside her. The image had yellowed slightly with age. General Xu, may I enlist? A woman's voice reached his ears. Her clothes were tattered, but she wore a bracelet on her wrist. The bracelet shone brilliantly, brighter than anything else in the world. Have you thought it through? I have. For myself, and for that fool. You're doing this for countless others like me, and countless others like that fool. Her face was set with unwavering resolve. Xu Huaik put away his pocket watch. Very well. Chapter 130, Heart and Soul. The strongest support, Jiang Yu. A genius who excels in 10 disciplines, who truly is the unsung hero behind this war? The Xu family is a lineage of loyal martyrs, the bloodline of tigers and dragons. Rest in peace, General Chen. News of this demonic invasion spread like wildfire, too numerous to count. However, the nation's attention was focused entirely on Xu Huaik and the mysterious figure. Beyond that, all eyes were on news about Jiang Yu. Whenever the media mentioned her, everyone had nothing but praise for Jiang Yu. Without Jiang Yu, Baobin City would never have held out until Xu Huaik arrived. Beyond that, the most discussed topic was the Xu Qianshu siblings. Night fell. The makeshift hospital remained brightly lit. Massive resources poured in, with Xu Huaik personally overseeing operations to prevent any sabotage. Most of these resources came from the Lu family trading house. Jiang Yu, I'm different this time. I won't rush to your side, but I'll support you through my actions. Lu Qingqing signed her name on the documents in her hands. The Lu family merchants guild mobilized, sending large quantities of supplies to Baobin City. Auntie, I'll leave these in your capable hands. An elegantly dressed beauty approached with graceful steps, took the documents, and glanced through them casually. Oh dear. Silly girl, does he even know you're doing all this? Lu Qingqing shook her head, then nodded. He doesn't know yet, but he will. The woman sighed, her thoughts drifting to the extraordinary young man in the courtyard. Her jade-like hands rested on the diamond-shaped gemstone of the necklace around her neck. Bloodline crystal. Does he truly have a way? General Xu, thank you for intervening. You saved my life. Thank you, General Xu, for saving my life. All witnessed the colossal sword descending from the heavens, cleaving the great demon's head from its body. Every soul present was overcome with gratitude toward Xu Huaik. Ah! General Chen, we've won. A man wrapped head to toe in bandages, with only his eyes visible, sighed wistfully as he reached into his pocket only to find it empty. Want a cigarette? Xu Huaik offered a cigarette to the man. The man turned and recognized Xu Huaik, letting out a bitter laugh. Better not. Still, thank you for stepping in. No need to thank me, Brother Qian. Besides, I wasn't the one who did the real work in this fight, Xu Huaik said meaningfully. Qianjin instantly understood, and the image of a young boy flashed through his mind. Are you referring to Jiang Yu? Xu Huaik nodded. Without knowing the true name of a great demon, one could only seal it away, never truly banish it. Yet, while no one else knew the method to grind and prove, Jiang Yu had called out the demon's true name. Moreover, being slain by Jiang Yu wasn't merely banishment, it was complete annihilation. While others capable of slaying a great demon existed, they were truly the ultimate trump cards. They were beings transcending the realm of 9-star summoners. Yet Jiang Yu, merely a 4-star summoner, had achieved it. No need for further words. Qianjin's heart trembled with shock. General Xu, Jiang Yu is in a private room on the 2nd floor. Would you like to go see her? Xu Huaik nodded. Inside the hospital room, Jiang Yu's complexion was grim. Her sea of souls was nearly depleted. Doctor? What's going on? How did Jiang Yu sustain such severe injuries? Xu Qianshu asked anxiously, while Xu Qianqin felt deeply troubled inside. I honestly don't know. Logically speaking, it's just soul energy depletion. Proper rest should allow her to recover. The doctor was equally perplexed. Jiang Yu's condition was indeed rare. Alright, I'm aware of Jiang Yu's condition. Let's not trouble the doctor further. Xu Huaik stepped into the room. Behind him followed a middle-aged man. The man wore a long robe, and a badge bearing the military department's seal adorned his chest. Military guard. Everyone exchanged glances. You must be Jiang Yu? I've heard of you. To defeat Ruanfan, you're truly exceptional. And now you've sacrificed yourself to protect your homeland. Such ferocity, the marshal truly didn't misjudge you. The Shaowei are a special unit within the military headquarters, answering only to the marshal's orders. Each Shaowei possesses the authority to act first and report later. Even generals dare not provoke them lightly. You fought with blood and sweat, rewards are due. At these words, all present bowed in salute, regarding the Xiaowei as the vanguard of the entire army. Thank you for the reward. Dad, look at Jiang Yu. Xu Huaik nodded and addressed the man beside him. Jiang Yu is gravely wounded. Ordinary medicine will be of no use. I am aware of that. My visit here is by the marshal's command. At these words, everyone sucked in a sharp breath. That such a young boy could attract the marshal's attention. Enough. Give this to the boy. He produced a small vial containing a flowing liquid. As the bottle opened, a delicate fragrance wafted out. What is this? The water of life? A unique aura emanated from the bottle's opening, revealing within it a rich vitality that shimmered like starlight. The water of life, a first-rate healing elixir. As long as a single breath remained, it could pull someone back from the brink of death. Its preciousness goes without saying. Even high-ranking generals in the army received it only through strict rationing. It never circulated on the open market. That the military headquarters would specifically allocate a portion of the water of life for Jiang Yu speaks volumes about how highly they regard her. As the water of life touched his lips, Jiang Yu's eyes regained their sparkle. You fool, this is the elixir of life. You've hit the jackpot, Xu Huaik remarked. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then fixed a grateful gaze upon the man. No need to thank me. This was the marshal's decision. Just don't disappoint his investment in you going forward. This visit isn't just about the elixir of life, I'm also here to bestow a seal upon you. The moment those words left his mouth, the entire hospital room fell deathly silent. Not only did Xinjin freeze in shock, but even Xu Huaik, a man who'd seen it all, doubted his own ears. This was conferring a seal. Only those who had achieved remarkable military feats had the chance to receive one. For Jiang Yu to be granted it at her age was unprecedented, a feat unmatched in history. After you graduate, you will join the Xiao Guard. The room froze once more. Late at night, Jiang Yu sat on her bed, feeling her body refreshed and rejuvenated. Truly the water of life. Jiang Yu murmured in admiration, her expression suddenly stiffening. It seemed the essential requirement for cultivating the life seed was indeed the water of life. Jiang Yu retrieved a flower pot from her storage ring. Little flower, I'm your master now. Don't you dare reject me. But. Jiang Yu's face was filled with emotion. Few people could successfully cultivate a life seed. It was truly a labor of love. Her throat was parched. Ugh. Keep going before the life water gets digested. In the dead of night, the sound of painstaking effort echoed through Jiang Yu's hospital room. Chapter 131, The Jockey's Ancestral Extermination. The youngest seal-bearer, Jiang Yu's life of modesty. The youth's achievements, Jiang Yu's impact in Baobin City. The youngest seal-bearer. Jiang Yu. After a day of anticipation, everyone knew Jiang Yu was to be granted the seal. The conferral of an official seal was an honor reserved for those who had made extraordinary contributions. The seal itself was square and made of no precious material. Yet the meaning it conveyed was immeasurably precious. Those worthy of receiving the seal were invariably high-ranking generals in the military, formidable figures commanding entire regions. To receive the seal at such a young age was unprecedented throughout the entire Huagua. It is highly likely that Jiang Yu will join the Xiao Guard, a special agency within the military headquarters. Answering only to the marshal. The next day, all media outlets aimed their cameras at Jiang Yu. Having consumed the elixir of life, Jiang Yu was now out of danger. This is an insignia conferment. The last time one was bestowed was during the previous Beast Tide, when Shu Tian was honored posthumously. Exactly. That was over a decade ago. The seal being conferred isn't just any ordinary seal, it's a symbol of honor. Even many generals in the military command haven't received this honor. Whispers filled the air, shock evident in every voice. Moreover, the seal itself was no ordinary object. Without matching power, one could not bear its weight. A massive platform rose like a pyramid. At its very summit sat a table. Above the table lay the square seal. All eyes were fixed upon it. To wear the crown, you must bear its weight. The same held true for the conferral of the seal. Though made of ordinary material, to the incompetent, it felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Merely glancing at it could strike fear into one's heart, let alone daring to pick it up. The seal was not large, about the size of a thumb, placed neatly on the table. As the crowd murmured in speculation, the sun gradually rose. The appointed hour had arrived, yet Jiang Yu remained conspicuously absent. What's going on? Did that kid oversleep? Quite possible. As the murmurs swirled, Xu Huaika's lips twitched. He suspected Jiang Yu was still asleep. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu lay sprawled out on his bed. Suddenly, the quilt tightened around him. A chill swept over her body. Jiang Yu jolted awake, opening her eyes to see a little girl tugging at her blanket with both hands. Yu Gulong stood nearby. Principal. The blanket's falling off. I always sleep naked. The little girl stopped tugging, glaring at Jiang Yu with disdain while planting one foot firmly on his lower abdomen. Her toes were plump and jade-like, her calves curved beautifully. Her delicate white stockings glistened like ice cream. Ah! Jiang Yu let out a strange cry. The sound resembled stepping on a deflated doll. Heaven knows, Jiang Yu swore she hadn't done it on purpose. Put. You pervert, I've seen it all. Just a little mishap, my body shrunk, that's all. Jiang Yu, got it. Still a legit loli. Yi Chen spoke, a hint of teasing flashing in his eyes. His small hand tugged at the corner of the blanket, then twisted it with force. Morning sunlight spilled over Jiang Yu. Yi Chen gaped, covering her eyes with her small hand. But the gaps between her fingers were a bit too wide. Ah! A naked man sleeping. Yi Chen's face flushed crimson. Because. At this moment, Jiang Yu had matured. Vigorous vitality, all things bursting forth. Jiang Yu instantly covered Yi Chen's mouth. Yi papaya. Are you trying to get me killed? If anyone outside had seen the commotion in the room, that person would really be asking for a bullet. Officer, Yi Chen is an adult now. She's my principal. Officer, go on. Jiang Yu could already picture it. Tomorrow's headline. Shocking. Nationally renowned genius has such a kink. A naked man with an underage girl, no matter how you look at it, that's against the law. Yi Chen pursed his lips, looking like a bullied little girl. From Jiang Yu's hands, he could still distinctly sense the scent unique to a man. Let go. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy your own lineage? Isn't it because you were screaming so loudly? Maybe you should just shut up? Jiang Yu only made things worse. Jiang Yu silently pulled the corner of the blanket over himself, lips pressed together, looking like a shy, wronged young wife. Silently pulling on her underwear, Jiang Yu glanced out the window. The sun was already high in the sky in every sense of the phrase. Yi Mugua, what time is it? Jiang Yu froze, not waiting for a reply. Jiang Yu sprang up like a carp and dashed out of the room. The scene of the seal conferring ceremony. Shu Qianchu and his sister stood atop the high platform, like two sharp swords. Jiang Yu was the one receiving the seal, but the siblings were also being honored. Where is Jiang Yu? Maybe she overslept. Didn't the principal go to fetch Jiang Yu? Why haven't either of them returned? No sooner had the words left their lips than Jiang Yu descended from the sky. Jiang Yu was caught mid-air and swept into his arms. This kid sure has a unique way of making an entrance. He's got so many beautiful girls around him. Yeah, if only I could have one too. Please, heavens above, grant me a beautiful girl, I'd do anything for it. You're such a person. Your mind is filled with others. Everyone stared at him, and Jiang Yu's face turned as thick as a city wall. Jiang Yu, ahem, your entrance was a bit unique. Keep it low-key. You know me, I'm not really into women. Shu Qianchu's mouth twitched. Damn it, I shouldn't have asked. Now this kid's got me all worked up again. At that very moment, a phoenix in the heavens let out a cry. Phoenix wings darkened the sky, truly worthy of being the king of birds. Around its body, flames blazed with dazzling, flowing light. Following behind it were multicolored phoenixes, 100 birds singing in unison, 100 flowers blooming. The scene was utterly magnificent. From the phoenix pattern quilt emerged a dark-haired woman with an authoritative presence. She wore short hair, clad in silver armor, her figure curvaceous and well-defined. Her snow-white waistline was strikingly eye-catching. Nirvana divine fire blazed around her body. It's the headmistress of Tiandu Academy. The legendary 9-star summoner? So dashing. The phoenix divine bird radiated an aura of supreme majesty. General Shu, it's been ages. Principal Yi, it's been ages. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Two 9-star powerhouses of Huagua gathered here, drawing everyone's rapt attention. Shu Huaikan needed no introduction, while Yi Chen was as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only in passing. Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes. That stunningly fit, over-the-top mature beauty, is that Yi Mogu? Jiang Yu's peculiar reaction caught Shu Qianqin's attention. Jiang Yu, what's wrong? Nothing. Just thought I'd gone blind. Everyone. As for Shu Qianqin, she was already used to it. Jiang Yu's thought process. Chapter 132, Transforming at Will. Meanwhile, the phoenix that had been so majestic moments ago let out a cry. Then, vibrant flames began to burn around its body. The enormous phoenix shrank at a visible pace, eventually transforming into an egg the size of a fist. The eggshell began to shake violently, eventually cracking open completely. From within emerged a phoenix chick with dazzling feathers. Though only basketball-sized, the phoenix let out a cry not lacking the divine might of before, but rather sounding rather babyish. Damn it, this took less time than I anticipated. Is that so strange? I'm the headmaster of Tiandu Academy. When students receive their seals, of course I'm here. Nirvana flames ignited on Yi Chen's body, causing him to visibly shrink in size as a voice of discontent echoed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into an utterly adorable little girl of 15 or 16. Everyone stared in stunned silence. One thing cried out and flew onto Yi Chen's shoulder. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Except for Shu Huaikan and Jiang Yu, everyone else's mouths could fit a light bulb. Random size shifting? A stunning older woman transformed into a loli? The principal of Tendu Academy was actually a legally recognized loli who could change her size at will. Ahem. Principal Yi still radiates the same charm as ever. Shu Huai cleared his throat, though a faint smile slipped through. Looking at you like this, people wouldn't believe you're my age. They'd think you're this kid's little sister. You look younger than my own daughter. Yi Chen face darkened, but paired with his adorable features, it held no intimidation whatsoever. Yi Chen extended her tiny hand, pointing it at Shu Huai like a pistol, her little mouth forming the onomatopoeic sound. Bang! Had she been a mature woman, it might have carried some weight. But Yi Chen, in this moment, held no menace whatsoever, only a peculiar kind of cuteness. Ah, I'm dead. So cute. I've been shot. I'm dying. I'm Yi Chen's dog. I'm starting a Yi Chen solo shipping group right now. Long live legal Lolas. A whole crowd of people with special interests clutched their hearts. Yi Chen's face darkened further. Shu Huai's smile grew even brighter. As for Shu Qianshu and Shu Qianxin, the shock on their faces was no less than anyone else's. Shu Qianshu quietly edged closer. Zhang Yu, did you know about this all along? Zhang Yu nodded, her expression as lonely as snow. Ah. I didn't want to know, but Yi Mugua deliberately orchestrated these coincidences. The moment those words left her lips, all eyes turned back to Zhang Yu once more. The jealousy in their stares was enough to set Zhang Yu ablaze. What does that kid even have going for him? He's got Lu Qingqing and Shu Qianqin by his side, isn't that enough? Shu Huai's mouth twitched. Yi Mugua? Is Zhang Yu that bold? Shu Qianqin couldn't wrap her head around it, tilting her head in a slightly dazed expression. Yi Mugua? Why? Zhang Yu's gaze began to scrutinize Shu Qianqin, scanning her from head to toe and then back again. It must be said, she truly was a beauty. But those who embrace the world must embrace the world. And Shu Qianqin had no capital to embrace the world. There's an old saying, I don't know if you've heard it, about using similar forms to supplement each other. Papaya is said to enhance the bust. Everyone gaped at Zhang Yu in disbelief. This kid is a talent. In every sense of the word. The entire scene fell into dead silence. The silence was deafening. Zhang Yu spoke, his hands dramatically spread wide across his chest. Shu Qianqin froze, her mouth slightly agape. The look she gave Zhang Yu afterward was like staring at trash on the street. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Shu Qianqin and Yi Chen both let out a sound of contempt. As for the third sound, it came from Lilith. Zhang Yu. You're dead meat. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Shu Huai wisely cut himself off. He stared at Zhang Yu with a complex look. This kid sure knows how to stir things up. As the saying goes, without ample bosom, how can one win hearts? Qianqin, don't be sad. You're still young and have room to develop. I happen to know some ancient massage techniques that can help with breast enhancement and beauty. Would you like me to? Whoa! What are you doing? Ah, brother Shu, don't draw your sword. I was just joking. Daring to flirt with my sister right in front of me? Is it that you've gotten too big for your britches, or that my sword has lost its edge? Shu Qianshu's face darkened further. Zhang Yu felt a chill run down her spine. Shu Qianqin watched the two bickering, her slender hand resting on her chest. Just one hand could encircle it. This scene played out before the crowd's eyes, and everyone let out agonized cries. Their hearts were breaking. Is Zhang Yu even speaking human language? What ancient massage technique? Young master, you mustn't fall for this. Wha? Young master, what are you doing? That damned Zhang Yu. Young master, you absolutely must not fall for Zhang Yu. So what if she's flat-chested? Did she eat his family's rice? Zhang Yu, what did you just say? Papaya what? What kind of heart? Yi Chen's soft voice echoed from behind him. Seeing Yi Chen's face dark with anger, a strange smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Ha ha! What lovely weather we have today. It is indeed. Zhang Yu, if you don't give me an explanation today, heh. Yi Chen leaned closer to Zhang Yu, whispering softly in her ear. Good heavens, we've already been completely open with each other. This is unnecessary. Zhang Yu was drenched in sweat. Who said we were being honest with each other? Mentioning it only fueled Yi Chen's rage further. I'll kill that brat Zhang Yu 1,000 times over. To marry someone as strong and gorgeous as Yi Chen? Even if it meant driving a Bentley and living in a mansion, I'd gladly take it. I'm so jealous of Zhang Yu. My romance ended before it even began. Come to think of it, that Zhang Yu really is a winner in life. Surrounded by gorgeous women, blessed with incredible talent, and even granted the seal. Compared to him, my life feels like it's been wasted on a dog. Wha? Stop talking. I have a friend, just a friend who's about to lose it. To the onlookers, it sounded like intimate whispers. Everyone's back teeth were grinding to dust. Marrying Yi Chen meant marrying both a mature woman and a forever young girl. Yi Chen was only in his early 30s, a 9-star summoner and the youngest of his kind. He had once been eligible for the summoner trials, but a battle left him with a crippling injury, forcing him to maintain his lowly form. That's different. Without ample bosom, how can one win hearts? He also said, without level breasts, how can one level the world? Principal Yi Ichen clearly belongs to the level the world type. Yi Ichen's expression darkened further. Watching the livestream, when Boyang and the others couldn't help but rub their heads. This kid is truly something else. Shut up right now. After the seal conferring ceremony, you'll get what's coming to you. Chapter 133, the third of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nodded. Standing atop the high platform, under the gaze of the crowd. Every pair of eyes was fixed intently on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stood atop the platform, her smile fading as her gaze grew deep. The great bell tolled once. Streamers flew, and ceremonial cannons boomed. The great bell tolled twice. Everyone rose to their feet as the ceremonial spirit beasts let out a loud, prolonged roar. The great bell tolled a third time. Yi Ichen and Xu Huai bowed in unison. Facing imminent peril, stepping forward to act a humble effort can turn the tide, a small frame can bear mountains. Zhang Yu demonstrated exceptional valor in the Baobin battle. Hereby, the seal is bestowed. Zhang Yu placed his right fist over his heart, then opened his palm. All eyes were fixed on him. The tension was palpable, as if a giant hand had clamped down. The tension reached its peak, yet the atmosphere grew so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yi Ichen nodded, secretly observing Zhang Yu. This kid actually looked quite proper when he was being serious. When she took the seal in her hand, intending to place it upon Zhang Yu, she discovered a pitiful truth. She tiptoed, barely reaching Zhang Yu's chest. In short, she wasn't tall enough. Yi Ichen fell silent. In full view of everyone. Some eyes flickered with confusion. Why isn't Yi Ichen doing anything? Exactly. The atmosphere froze. Yi Mugwa, you don't want to fail the sealing ceremony, do you? A faint smile played at Zhang Yu's lips. Yi Ichen's heart skipped a beat. This kid was definitely up to no good. What are you up to? Nothing much. Just wondering if even the esteemed principal would want the seal conferring ceremony to get stuck like this? Spit it out. Get it over with. Before Yi Ichen could finish his sentence, he let out a startled cry. Everyone froze in place, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb. Zhang Yu bent down and, in full view of everyone, picked Yi Ichen up in her arms. This 9-star summoner, the elusive principal of Tendu Academy, the nation's beloved goddess, was now being carried by Zhang Yu in a manner utterly devoid of dignity. Zhang Yu. You. We'll be there in no time. Zhang Yu declared with deadpan seriousness. Yi Ichen gritted her teeth. She could swear this kid was doing it on purpose. Yi Ichen would stake her entire life of flat-chestedness on it. Oh. As expected of Zhang Yu, achieving in a snap what we could never accomplish. This kid is a genius. This method really does work for sealing the mark. Just pick her up, got it. When it comes to picking up girls, I'd call Zhang Yu a master. Everyone's hearts trembled. They felt both envy and jealousy toward Zhang Yu. There was no other reason. It was mainly because this guy was just too outstanding. Being outstanding was one thing, but he also had so many beautiful girls around him. A woman with a stunning figure watched Zhang Yu coldly from below the stage. Tall and slender, her long, shapely legs were encased in black stockings, drawing all eyes. Zhang Yu. I was planning to reward him, but now I'll have to reconsider. Under the envious gazes of everyone present, Zhang Yu completed the entire seal conferring ceremony while embracing Yi Ichen. Countless stares nearly pierced through him during the proceedings. Yet Zhang Yu remained cheerful and chatty. Everyone reached a conclusion. If this kid uses his thick skin as a shield, then no artifact in the world could pierce it. Years later, a 5-star general of the White Eagle, drenched in sweat, declared, "If God asked me to confront Zhang Yu's thick skin, I'd rather face God himself." As the ceremony concluded, the media swarmed around him. Cameras and microphones pointed at Zhang Yu. Mr. Zhang Yu, when facing the great demon of hell, are you afraid? What's there to fear? My teammates are all god tier. It's 2 against 1, the advantage is clearly mine. The other player Zhang Yu referred to was, of course, the mysterious cloaked figure. Don't you feel guilty about outnumbering them? Guilty? Of course not. Tell me, is a hell demon even human? G remembered, shaking his head. Then that settles it. Rules are made for humans. If something isn't human, it can't be bound by human rules. Why fight one-on-one when you can gang up? The crowd fell silent. It sounded like it made sense. A confident smile touched Zhang Yu's lips. Sunlight spilled down, illuminating the radiant youth atop his steed. Seeking battle, desiring victory? Didn't you say those words during combat, Zhang Yu? What exactly did you mean by that? One of the reporters glanced at Zhang Yu holding Yi Ichen in her arms and chose to ignore it. The meaning of this sentence is quite simple. You need to understand it in conjunction with what I said earlier. Learning without thinking is futile, thinking without learning is dangerous? Zhang Yu nodded. Exactly. After mastering my skills and internalizing my philosophy, the enemy knows before the fight even begins that they cannot defeat me. This is called seeking battle while first seeking victory. Understand? Everyone gasped. All the reporters froze. So that was the solution. Seek battle, but first seek victory. Holding Yi Yichen, Jiang Yu spoke with great eloquence. Once the reporters dispersed, Jiang Yu wiped a non-existent bead of sweat from his forehead. These reporters really do love digging deep, don't they? That's just how journalists are, their job is to dig deep. But the ones being interviewed have a lot more to consider. Also, did you find it comfortable being held by the esteemed principal? Her voice was gentle, her tone sweet, yet tinged with a hint of boldness. Just by the voice alone, one could tell she was undoubtedly a beauty. Comfortable. Tiny, soft, fragrant, with an especially supple waist. Jiang Yu replied without hesitation. Shu Qianshu looked utterly speechless. Poof. Jiang Yu shuddered. Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw Shu Qianqin, who was grinning dangerously. Qianqin. Here are 2 amusement park tickets. With 2 days left of vacation, it seems you won't need them. Shu Qianqin stuffed the tickets back into her pocket. Jiang Yu, I came to see if you were hurt, but you look as lively as ever. A mature woman approached with graceful steps, carrying a faint scent of wine. Director Liu. What brings you here? What? Not welcome? Your exploits have spread across the entire nation. Can't I come see my student? You did exceptionally well this time, I'm very pleased. Remember the reward we agreed upon? Lu Yan flashed a seductive smile, causing Jiang Yu's heart to skip 2 beats against her will. Jiang Yu, you did brilliantly. You crushed those hellspawn hard, I should have joined you guys. A brown-haired girl with twin ponytails popped her head out from behind Lu Yan. Jiang Yu ignored her, his gaze fixed on Lu Yan's legs, drawn to the alluring stockings. Calm down. Calm down. Jiang Yu struggled to stay composed, feeling a rush of blood to his lower body. What's this? An amusement park ticket? Wanna tag along with Big Sis? The amusement park. Jiang Yu, you have to come with me. We agreed on this before. Shu Qianqin was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Sure. Jiang Yu will accompany me. Yi Yichen blinked his big eyes innocently, looking as harmless as could be. Chapter 134, Striking the Lust Demon in the Heart. Jiang Yu spun around instantly, staring at the pitiful little girl nestled in his arms. Her heart raced wildly. You disgust me. This is absolutely deliberate. Why are you getting involved? Hu Yeye shook her head. Jiang Yu, split into 3 equal parts. 3 gazes, like 3 sharp swords, seemed poised to slice the ginger yam into 3 pieces. The other 2 gazes were uncertain, but the one in her arms definitely meant it. This little girl cutting it open would definitely reveal blackness. Principal Yi. You're a good person. Yi Yichen? Because good people have flat chests their whole lives. Jiang Yu released her grip. Maybe we should head back to the academy first. The amusement park is fun, but given the current situation, it just doesn't seem possible. Hu Yeye chimed in at just the right moment. Baobin City had suffered severe damage. Forget the amusement park, you couldn't even find a single intact building. With only 1 day left until the midterm assessment, there was no way they could go to the amusement park now. Jiang Yu felt a quiet sense of relief. Women, such troublesome creatures. TSK. If anyone had overheard Jiang Yu's inner thoughts, they'd be in for a beating with a black stick in the middle of the night. Shu Huaik arranged for vehicles to evacuate the disaster victims. As Jiang Yu and her group boarded the train, everyone's eyes brimmed with reluctance. Jiang Yu, study hard. One day, you'll wipe out every last one of those bastards who tormented you. Don't worry about Baobin City, General Shu is here. Everyone waved goodbye, and a faint smile touched Jiang Yu's face. Shu Qianqin looked at him curiously. You're leaving already? Aren't you sad, Jiang Yu? This might be a permanent farewell. Jiang Yu nodded, then shook his head. Don't speak ill omens. If we bid a grand farewell only to meet again in an instant, wouldn't that be terribly awkward? The seal on Jiang Yu's chest was fastened to his neck with a crimson sash. The sash was like blood, the seal like a mountain. On the platform, a one-armed woman held the hand of a little girl dressed in clean clothes. Though the little girl had endured great hardship, stars still shone in her eyes. Big brother Jiang Yu. I want to become a summoner too. There are no heroes riding on auspicious clouds in this world. I will become my own hero, and my mom's hero, and my dad's hero, and everyone's hero. Great. We agree, first become your own hero, then go be everyone's hero. Jiang Yu smiled. Everyone smiled. Jiang Yu's gaze swept across the crowd, spotting a familiar figure. She no longer wore red robes, but instead stood clad in military-issue armor. It was Wang Lanlan. Wang Lanlan's eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve as she saluted Jiang Yu. As straight as a pine tree. All bloom vanished instantly. The skies finally cleared. What is it now? Jiang Yu shook his head. Her mind went blank. The train started moving, and Jiang Yu's eyelids began to droop. This closing of her eyelids. Vaguely, Jiang Yu caught a whiff of a fragrance. The softness beneath her head brought her a sense of calm. A good night's sleep. Ah! Jiang Yu sneezed, feeling an itch in her nose. Opening her eyes, she saw the train's metal ceiling. Yi Yichen was crouched in front of her, poking her nostrils with his hair. Principal. Could you please stop being so boring? You're scolding me? Where did I? You're being mean to me. Jiang Yu felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. She lifted her head to meet a resolute face, the jawline outlined by faint stubble. Jiang Yu froze. Brother Shu? How is it you? Shu Qianshu gave a cold laugh, his eyes narrowing in disdain. Oomph. You've been resting your head on my thigh the whole way, and now you're ashamed? Jiang Yu's neck stiffened. This wasn't what she'd expected. Shouldn't it be Shu Qianxin? So the one whose leg I'd been leaning on the whole way was Shu Qianshu? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Mark my words, kid, as long as I've got a breath left in me, you won't get your hands on my sister. Jiang Yu jolted awake, sitting up abruptly as his neck felt stiff. He turned to see Yi Yichen smirking. Who was the instigator? Even a fool could guess. Yi Yichen. Yi Papaya. Can you please stop being so ridiculous? You're the principal of Tiandu Academy. My glorious impression of the principals of the 4 great academies is shattered to pieces. Yi Yichen's lips tightened. He looked pitifully helpless. You're being mean to me. His voice even carried a hint of tears, trembling slightly. The gazes of the other passengers on the train turned toward them, laced with scrutiny. Jiang Yu sighed, forget it, whatever. Shu Qianxin and the others covered their mouths to stifle their giggles. The train slowed to a crawl, and the surrounding noise grew increasingly chaotic. Tiandu Academy. Back again. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, so much had happened. Jiang Yu stepped off the train first and was stunned by the scene before her. A sea of people. Gongs and drums blared. Firecrackers crackled in unison. Flowers were being showered everywhere. The eye could see nothing but the uniforms of the 4 major academies, and countless young faces gazed at Jiang Yu with admiration. They all knew of Jiang Yu's achievements. For Jiang Yu, they had only one verdict: he was simply too incredible. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. China's #1. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Gifted beyond compare. Surveying the scene before him, Jiang Yu nodded with satisfaction, hands clasped behind his back in a manner reminiscent of an old-school official. My heart is deeply satisfied. Despite his youth, Jiang Yu carried himself with the weight of years. Jiang Yu, shake my hand, I'll never wash this one again. Jiang Yu, need a personal maid? The kind you can cuddle with, you know? Brother Jiang Yu, do you like Xiao Nanliang? I could be. The crowd froze, then erupted in disapproval. Guys, don't compete with us girls. What's wrong with this generation? Not only do they compete with girls, but now they compete with boys too. Teachers like Wen Boyong could only smile bitterly. This was Jiang Yu's 18th birthday. Thinking back to their own 18th birthdays, better not to mention it. Meanwhile, a tall, sophisticated woman in black shorts and stockings stepped slowly off the train. Jiang Yu, good work. Come to my room tonight. I'll treat you to dinner. Lu Yan brushed past, her breath fragrant yet tinged with alcohol as she whispered into Jiang Yu's ear. Jiang Yu was completely dumbfounded. Lu Yan was the epitome of a tall, sophisticated woman, her dark purple hair cascading like a waterfall, her legs stunningly beautiful. For anyone else, the chance to get close to her would have them grinning from ear to ear. Treat me to dinner? I have a bad feeling about this. She can't possibly be. But Jiang Yu crossed her arms, adopting the posture of a virtuous woman feeling wronged. Director Lu, it's just the 2 of us alone, and it's nighttime. That might not be appropriate, right? What's inappropriate about it? Or are you saying you don't want your reward? Reward? Jiang Yu's thoughts drifted back to one night after the superstar competition. A pair of eyes lingered on Lu Yan's long, beautiful legs, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Was this the end of her journey as a sorcerer's apprentice? Jiang Yu, oh Jiang Yu. Pull yourself together. Don't let your little head control your big head. You must defeat the lust demon within. Ah, this. Alright, I'll definitely be there tonight. Jiang Yu replied with a laugh. Don't ask. The answer is the lust demon is too strong, I couldn't defeat it. Chapter 135, Midterm Assessment. The sun sank below the western mountains. The sky hung with gold. Jiang Yu arrived at an apartment complex with a heavy heart. The apartment complex boasted an exquisite environment: flowers, birds, fish, insects, lakes, and wells. It was 10 times better than the apartment where Jiang Yu lived. Bang! Thud! She knocked on the door, swallowing hard. That woman Lu Yan, is she trying to pull some under-the-table deal on me? Should I resist or not? Jiang Yu's mind began to wander. Come in. A crisp, jade-like voice echoed from within. Then Director Lu, I'll be going in now. Jiang Yu pushed open the door and stepped inside. His eyes fell upon an enormous wine cabinet, filled to the brim with countless bottles of expensive, luxurious spirits. On the exquisite sofa, Lu Yan sat with her legs crossed. Her exquisitely proportioned figure was revealed to perfection beneath her minimal clothing. Jiang Yu froze in place, momentarily at a loss. Seeing Jiang Yu hesitate, Lu Yan urged her. What are you thinking about? Come sit down. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu blurted out, I want to see your legs. Lu Yiyan. Put. Jiang Yu's remark stunned the entire room. Shu Qianxu, who had just taken a sip, spit it all out. Shu Qianqin's gaze darkened. The others stared at Jiang Yu as if she were a complete fool. Jiang Yu turned around to find Shu Qianxu when Boyang, Wu Yueguan, Shu Qianqin, Lu Qingqing, and several other classmates she wasn't very familiar with. Brother Shu? How come everyone's here? Isn't this a bit awkward with so many people? The crowd froze again, their mouths gaping wide enough to swallow a light bulb whole. When Boyang shook his head with a wry smile. What was this kid thinking about all day? Is it just about eating and, well, you know? Lu Yian's face darkened further. Shu Qianqin's gaze toward Jiang Yu was filled with disgust, as if she were looking at something utterly filthy. Everyone fell into an unusual silence. Only Lu Qingqing wore a radiant smile as she walked briskly over to Jiang Yu, gave him a gentle push on the back, and settled him onto the sofa. Lu Qingqing's behavior stood in stark contrast to the others. Or maybe I've just gotten used to it. Anyway, Jiang Yu is always right. Qingqing, don't you think Jiang Yu is a bit pathetic? Hu Yueguan couldn't hold back any longer and whispered the question. Lu Qingqing shook her head, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched Jiang Yu, her fists clenched tightly. Jiang Yu must have his reasons for doing this. Everyone gritted their teeth, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. What a black heart. What kind of love potion did Jiang Yu feed Lu Qingqing? How could she be so utterly devoted? Jiang Yu deserves to die. Jiang Yu became even more glaring in everyone's eyes. Want to see my legs? Lu Yiyan leaned forward, her red lips brushing against Jiang Yu's ear. She stared at him, her face dark enough to drip water. Jiang Yu began to defend himself. No. You have to believe me, I'm not interested in women. Director Lu asked me first. Brother Shu, please help me explain. Qianqin can't just stand by and watch me drown. Director Wen, I was your discovery. Everyone kept their eyes downcast, minds focused inward, not uttering a word. Jiang Yu shifted his gaze to the others. Hey. What did you say? My signal's cutting out here. I just remembered I left the gas on at home. What am I gonna do? Oh no, now that you mention it, I remembered too. Seeing everyone's exaggerated acting. Jiang Yu felt like crying. Bro, your excuse is way too lame. You're holding your phone upside down. Apartments strictly prohibit open flames. Where'd the gas come from? Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I called you all here for serious business. Midterm evaluations are coming up. If any of you score below an S grade, well, a dangerous curve formed at the corner of Lu Yian's mouth. Everyone immediately pledged their commitment. Rest assured, we won't let the director down. Of course. Those who perform well will receive rewards, Lu Yian added. She knew well the art of offering a carrot after the stick. Seeing most of them perked up at the mention of rewards, Lu Yian nodded. The goal of this midterm assessment is to hunt beasts in the wasteland city. Director Wen will explain the details to you later. When Boyang cleared his throat, he pulled out his laptop and projected the screen onto the wall. Everyone, take your seats. You're the worst group I've ever taught. Director Wen, you've said that line 1,000 times. I've heard it so often it's worn a callus on my ears. And it's still vacation time, for crying out loud. Ahem, habit. When Boyang adjusted his black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and cleared his throat again, Jiang Yu froze. No wonder it felt familiar, turns out it was a last-minute extra class. The first round is a written exam. I trust you'll all pass. The content won't exceed the syllabus. As long as you paid attention in class, you should breeze through it. The second session is the field test. The objective is Wasteland City, where you'll engage in combat against magical beasts. No tardiness tomorrow. Got it? Wasteland City is a vital transportation hub connecting over 100 subordinate cities. It's anything but insignificant. When Boyang gestured at the PowerPoint slides on the wall as he spoke, the projection revealed the harsh environment of the Wasteland City. Jagged rocks stood like sentinels, tangled vines sprawled everywhere. At a glance, the dense grassland seemed capable of burying anything. Indeed, Wasteland City lay amidst this grassland, with marshes and ponds scattered everywhere. The danger was self-evident. A scene of utter wilderness, hence the name Wasteland City. For this midterm assessment, you will board a train bound for the Wasteland City. Departing from the academy, your route will traverse the Five Bones Mountain, the Shadowless Land, and the Little Void Abyss. These 3 locations. The 3 locations were highlighted on the PowerPoint slide. Beasts will emerge from these 3 locations and attack the train. A bespectacled girl asked softly. Then, Director Wen, what are the levels of these beasts? When Boyang cleared his throat. There's a chance 6-star monsters will appear. And leader monsters. At this, the others paled. This wasn't an assessment, it was a death sentence. 6-star monsters required 6-star summoners to handle them. When Boyang gave a mysterious smile. Their reactions were exactly what he had anticipated. No need to worry, everyone. General Yuan's troops will be accompanying you on this mission. Should you encounter challenges beyond your capabilities, they will intervene. Your students, this is about gaining experience, not throwing your lives away. Only then did the group breathe a sigh of relief. General Yuan's troops, among the military's elite, guaranteed their strength. But don't get too comfortable. General Yuan's troops will only intervene when you face enemies beyond your capabilities. Your performance in this midterm assessment still depends on your own efforts. Jiang Yu stroked his chin. Brother Yuan's troops might run into some familiar faces. Though called a midterm assessment, it's really about students gaining real-world experience. There shouldn't be too much danger. Chapter 136, Jiang Yu stays behind. The previous ease vanished without a trace. Most war-worried expressions. Students are like that. Teachers only need to assign tasks, but students have to consider so much more. Seeing everyone's gloomy expressions, Lu Yan gave a mysterious smile. I know you're feeling uncertain. I specially reserved several tables at Tianju Pavilion. You've all worked hard studying, so relax and enjoy yourselves tonight. I'll arrange for someone to send you back later. Carefree smiles returned to everyone's faces. Long live Director Lu. Long live Director Lu. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their slightly youthful faces beaming with unbridled joy. Am I really that old? Lu Yan said with a mix of laughter and exasperation. Students are like that, they just need to focus on completing their teacher's assignments. But being a teacher involves so much more to consider. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. Each found the other noisy. During dinner, a chicken drumstick landed precisely in Jiang Yu's bowl. Jiang Yu looked up. It was Lu Yan herself who picked up a chicken drumstick and placed it in Jiang Yu's bowl. So, how about it? Confident about the midterm assessment? Director Lu, rest assured, Jiang Yu said, extending both hands for Lu Yan to see. What does this mean? Jiang Yu's mouth twisted into a smile, the corners curling up to her ears, forming a perfect V shape. Midterm exams? Just get your hands on it. Everyone rolled their eyes. That kid was at it again. Damn it. Jiang Yu popped a chicken drumstick into his mouth, and another large shrimp appeared in his bowl. Lu Qingqing sat beside him, propping her face up with her hand, gazing at him tenderly as she helped herself to more food. Jiang Yu swallowed a bite of chicken. You can't just eat meat. Have some vegetables too. A piece of broccoli landed precisely in Jiang Yu's bowl. It was Shu Qianqin. In that moment, Jiang Yu became the center of attention. Everyone gritted their teeth and took 2 fierce bites of their food. Mum. Aha. That Jiang Yu kid, I'm so jealous, my eyes are practically popping out of my head. Who isn't? I wish Director Lu would serve me food too. Same 9 years of compulsory education, yet he's so much better. We all went through 9 years of compulsory education, so why is this kid so outstanding? Before the moonlight of everyone's dreams could even reach their hearts, Jiang Yu had already snatched it away. Watching the crowd groan in pain when Boyang shook his head. Young people are just young. Alright, stop envying Jiang Yu. If you were as outstanding as him, girls would be lining up to treat you to extra dishes. Wang Boyang said, placing a meatball onto the plate of one student who was clutching his chest, looking utterly dejected. Aha! I want a beautiful girl to serve me food. Mentor Wen, you can forget it. The smile froze on Wen Boyang's face. These little rascals. Looking for a beating, are you? Chaos erupted. After 5 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Wen Boyang stood up. Has everyone had their fill? If so, head back and get some rest. Anyone late for tomorrow's assessment? Don't worry, Director 1. I might forget my own wedding day, but I'd never forget the assessment. Exactly. That's you chatterbox. When Boyang's expression darkened. It was this kid who had just complained about him serving food. Everyone rose and headed toward the door. Jiang Yu was among them. Just then, a lazy voice echoed in their ears. Jiang Yu, stay behind. The moment those words were spoken, every pair of eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu, their expressions utterly captivating. The speaker was none other than Lu Yan. The hearts they had collectively pieced back together shattered once more. Lu Yan had actually taken the initiative to keep a man. And it was Jiang Yu she chose. Don't stop me? I'm going to fight this guy to the death. Wah? Director Lu, I want to be kept by your big sister too. Jiang Yu. I want to kill him 1,000 times over. 1,000 times wouldn't be enough. Damn it. My molars are grinding to dust. I'm so jealous of that kid Jiang Yu. Even if it's punishment, I'd gladly take it. Being punished by a big sister like Director Lu is practically a reward in itself. Question mark. Surprised glances shot his way from the crowd. Something's off with you, kid. As the crowd dispersed, under the cover of night and dim lighting, only a man and a woman remained. Jiang Yu sat stiffly on the sofa, looking like a wronged young wife. Lu Yan rested her legs on the table, her red lips lightly sipping from a wine glass. Have you had your fill of my legs? Lu Yan's voice carried a hint of allure. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over her legs without a trace of hesitation, smooth, shapely, and perfectly proportioned. Enveloped in a pair of stockings, they radiated an air of mystery. Jiang Yu felt a surge of blood rush to his lower body. Is that all it takes to satisfy you? I haven't even given you the real reward yet. Her sharp intellect, regaining the upper hand, nearly slipped. Director Lu, what you're doing is criminal. Lu Yan walked over, sat beside Jiang Yu, and placed her legs back on the desk. Lu Yan bent down, slowly peeling the stockings off her legs. Before Jiang Yu's eyes, a pair of smooth, milky white legs emerged. Do you like them? This is your reward. If you can get an S grade in the assessment, you won't just get to look, you can touch them too. This. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. Jiang Yu gave a shy smile. Stop playing dumb, kid. Do you want to touch them or not? I do. I really do. Jiang Yu cleared her throat lightly. Let me clarify up front, it's not that I, Jiang Yu, am lustful. It's just that something dirty has stuck to your leg, Director Lu. I'll wipe it off for you. The S-rank assessment I mentioned isn't the midterm exam, it's the military's S-rank evaluation. Complete it, and you can touch my leg. That's my condition. Jiang Yu froze. Inside his storage ring, a token began to glow. All right. Jiang Yu agreed with surprising alacrity, leaving Lu Yan momentarily taken aback. So this is the power of that? Jiang Yu returned to the apartment arranged by the school. She collapsed heavily onto the bed. A light flashed within the room. The moment arrived. Jiang Yu hadn't summoned it. Satsuki gazed at Jiang Yu with wide eyes, hesitation evident on her face. Shan Na? Is something wrong? Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. I'm considering whether to lock Master in the room forever, never letting him out. That way, Master would always belong to Shana. Shatana covered her face, her tone tinged with inexplicable excitement. Danger. An unprecedented threat. Senka, your thoughts are dangerous. Jiang Yu was drenched in sweat. On the bed, Jiang Yu tried desperately to clear his mind. Beside her lay an elemental maiden. If you can still sleep, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Shatana may seem small on the surface, but she's packed with substance, the kind that can rally people's hearts. Jiang Yu, oh Jiang Yu. You must stay composed. Don't let your lower instincts take control. You must conquer the lust demon within. Jiang Yu endured the agony and made it through the night. This night brought Jiang Yu profound insights. As she opened her eyes, a hint of disappointment flickered in her darkened gaze. Is it the Master? Is there something you cannot speak of? Chapter 137, Before Departure. Beside the train. When Boyang delivered his final pep talk. Listen up, everyone. Safety comes first. Running away when things get tough isn't shameful, you can always fight your way back later. Wasting your life for nothing is the real foolishness. When Boyang felt his throat go dry, he finally fell silent, pulling out his phone to check the time. 7:40. The train would depart at 8 o'clock. Where the hell was that kid Jiang Yu? Where the hell is Jiang Yu? He got held back by Director Lu yesterday. What happened? Bro? Are you really clueless or just pretending? What else could it be? Did Jiang Yu spend the night holding a beautiful girl and not do anything? Stop it. Just stop it. My friend's about to lose it. Wah? The crowd buzzed with chatter, the world bustling with noise. Just as everyone was discussing, a whistling sound cut through the air. Everyone looked up to see Jiang Yu being carried in a princess carry, 6 pairs of wings unfurling in an instant, radiating a gentle, sacred light. Silence fell over the crowd. This kid sure had a unique way of making an entrance. Reaching a height of 1 meter, Shoten suddenly let go, sending Jiang Yu crashing straight down to the ground. Ouch! My poor back. Shana, you're so cruel. Jiang Yu, your entrance was a bit unique. Did you treat Shatsa unfairly? The crowd murmured in discussion. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched as he weakly said, enough talk. Someone help me up. Several people scrambled to help her up. Jiang Yu, sporting enormous dark circles under her eyes, looked instantly haggard. TSK. Jiang Yu, why do you look so worn out? Did you fail the assessment? Jiang Yu responded with a bright smile. Only he knows what he was up to last night, Shu Qianqin remarked coolly. Qianqin, you can't just slander someone's reputation like that. I'm still a pure young man, you know. Tisk. Disdainful murmurs rippled through the crowd. Everyone knew Director Lu had kept Jiang Yu behind last night. Who'd believe that? Director Lu was such a stunning beauty, you really weren't tempted at all? Jiang Yu's thoughts drifted to those legs. What nonsense! You know me well, I'm not interested in women at all. Then why are you blushing? It's just a healthy glow. Why did you turn yellow again? It's wax to ward off monsters. Jiang Yu lied through his teeth, leaving everyone utterly speechless. Jiang Yu, then why did you get a nosebleed? No way. Jiang Yu instinctively touched her nose, no blood at all. The expressions on everyone's faces grew even more complicated. A few disdainful glances mingled among them. From Shu Qianqin and Shu Qianshu. Director Wen. Could you please settle this? When Boyang cleared his throat. Kids, this isn't funny. The plane waved its giant hand. Everyone board the train. The train whistle blew just 1 minute left before departure. The entire class waved goodbye to Wen Boyang on the platform. Due to the midterm assessment, Wen Boyang had to avoid any appearance of impropriety and couldn't join them. Jiang Yu, you little rascal, are you really confident? This exam isn't exactly a walk in the park. Wen Boyang's words carried a hidden meaning. Jiang Yu instantly understood. He still held out both hands toward Wen Boyang. Wen Boyang was at a loss for words. Director Wen, if I pass with flying colors, you'll have to show your appreciation, right? Sure. You're trying to blackmail me, aren't you? Go ahead, name your price. Wen Boyang scolded with a laugh. Ahem. I heard you have a sword in your collection that can channel soul power, granting summoners combat strength too. Jiang Yu said casually. The look on Wen Boyang's face was as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. Great. I knew you weren't up to any good. Turns out you've got your eye on my Xian crystal sword. That's my nest egg. Director 1, you're almost 35. You're a grand mage now, what do you need a nest egg for? Jiang Yu said with a face that practically begged to be slapped. You brat. Wen Boyang's beard bristled and his eyes bulged. Jiang Yu took off like a shot, dashing straight into the train. Kid. You passed the test with flying colors. Keep dreaming about my mystic crystal sword, but forget about it. Director Wen, just wait until you give me a wife. Jiang Yu shouted from the window. You little rascal. Wen Boyang scolded with a laugh. One more thing. Jiang Yu looked surprised. What? Life comes first. Jiang Yu made a gesture, her smile radiant. Wen Boyang stood on the platform, feeling an inexplicable chill. He glanced at his phone, whose wallpaper featured several young men and women. One of them held a purple longsword, bearing a striking resemblance to Wen Boyang save for the absence of wrinkles. This is just an assessment. It should be fine, right? That kid may seem unreliable, but he never takes risks without a solid plan. Wen Boyang slipped his phone back into his pocket and turned to leave the platform. The train began to move. The atmosphere grew solemn. The wasteland city was a real battlefield, unlike the minor skirmishes of other assessments. Jiang Yu held several amusement park tickets in her hand. She'd bought them on purpose for the return trip. Jiang Yu, why are you clutching amusement park tickets? None of your business. The entire carriage was spacious, piled high with supplies. A large contingent of soldiers clad in armor sat in place, radiating waves of bloodthirsty aura. At the very front, a burly man bared a row of white teeth. Greetings, students. I am a captain under General Yuan. We will not intervene during this assessment unless you face an insurmountable danger. The burly man wore armor, and beside him sat a lion whose roar thundered like rolling thunder. Is this Lin Lei? The military officer from headquarters? A 6-star summoner? What terrifying killing intent! Whispers rippled through the crowd. General Yuan was renowned, and his troops were famously fierce and skilled idols to everyone. Lin Lei's gaze swept across the crowd, finally settling on Jiang Yu. He gave a faint, grim nod. The last figure, a tall, slender man, fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu felt an uncanny sense of familiarity with the basket, as if she had seen it somewhere before. The man was Lu Xin, Lu Jie's second uncle. The green hornet he summoned not only flew at incredible speeds but also shared its vision, making it the perfect scout. He was responsible for planning the route for this assessment. So this kid is Jiang Yu? Doesn't look like much. Since he's crossed my nephew, I suppose it's time to teach him a little lesson. Everyone, please note, this entire train is loaded with supplies, making it a prime target for monster attacks. The train is divided into 3 sections. The front cars carry the least supplies, yet they're the most dangerous because the beasts will attack the locomotive first. Lu Xin chattered on incessantly. Everyone strained their ears, listening intently. From the moment they stepped onto the train, the assessment had begun. Lin Lei would evaluate each person's performance and assign a score. Chapter 138, The Onslaught. The front of the train was the most dangerous, so the rear wheels commanded the highest scores. Only a handful chose the front of the train. Most opted for the safer middle section. As for the rear of the train, some also chose that section. My dad promised me that if I get an A in this assessment, he'll buy me a psychic-type spirit beast to contract with. So I'm going all out. My life comes first. I'll stick to the middle section of the train. The crowd buzzed with discussion. People always seek compromise. Compared to losing one's life, Lu Yan's punishment seemed trivial. 5 minutes passed. Only a handful chose the front of the train. Are you sure you've made up your minds? Choosing the front of the train? The few nodded. The assessment roster was randomly selected. So after Jiang Yu boarded, she was separated from Lu Qingqing, Shu Qianqin, and the others. Jiang Yu, Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and others chose the front cars. Jiang Yu knew a few of them, though they weren't exactly close. Back at the start of the semester, she'd even swindled them out of a bunch of exchange points. Heh. Long time no see, everyone. Nice weather today. Jiang Yu scratched his nose, feeling a bit guilty. The others were speechless. Dark clouds filled the sky outside. Where was this nice weather? This kid's talent for blatant lies remained as outrageous as ever. Their expressions remained tense. Monster attacks on the carriage could happen at any moment along the route, leaving them no room for relaxation. Relax a bit. Monsters won't attack the carriage at this hour. And who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and avoid any monster attacks the whole way. Lin Lei couldn't help but roll his eyes at the group's tense expressions. Students of Tendu Academy, not a single one lacked talent. They just hadn't been tempered by experience yet. As for Jiang Yu, that kid was an anomaly. He couldn't be compared to the others. At that moment, Lin Lei slapped Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Brother Jiang Yu, have you ever been to the Wasteland City? Jiang Yu shook his head. Never been. Let me tell you, brother, the Wasteland City is covered in grass as far as the eye can see. But hidden within that grass is a type of eel absolutely delicious. Once we get to the Wasteland City, you and I will have a proper drink together. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Bro, I'm here for the assessment, not to drink. Plus, we need to keep up appearances. Leaving a bad impression on these kids wouldn't be good. What's the big deal? At that moment, several others gathered around, their faces lit with friendly smiles. Hey, Jiang Yu, your potion was amazing. Never got a chance to thank you properly. Once we get there, we'll definitely have a proper drink. Exactly. Lin Lei is our brother. Saving him was like saving all of us. Wasteland City is a major transportation hub. Though remote, it never lacks good food or entertainment. I'll cover the tab, just enjoy yourself. Jiang Yu also held the rank of Soul Master, and his reputation had long spread throughout Yuanxiang's troops, though most had never seen him in person. No problem, no problem. I won't hold back when the time comes. That's the spirit. There's also a tribe of beastmen in Wasteland City, quite a sight to behold. Ahem. Jiang Yu cleared her throat. This conversation was getting way off track. Watching Jiang Yu converse so effortlessly with the military's top brass, everyone present couldn't help but feel astonished. What kind of social butterfly is this? I recall we came here for the midterm assessment, didn't we? Chen Liang said uncertainly. We are here for the assessment, but this kid is always making connections. Wu Hu chimed in with a complaint. Lunchtime arrived, and all examinees headed to the central carriage for their meal. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup, all visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious. The braised pork even had a caramelized glaze. The journey passed without incident, but most candidates remained anxious. Even faced with such a tempting lunch, they couldn't bring themselves to eat. Their minds were consumed by fears of monster ambushes. Lin Lei observed this scene, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Yu, however, appeared relaxed, shoveling rice into her mouth by the spoonful. Yet her vigilant gaze compensated for any loss of composure. Chen Liang, aren't you going to eat this braised pork? It's not that I'm greedy, but this braised pork is just too delicious, Jiang Yu said to Chen Liang. Before Chen Liang could respond, Jiang Yu had already reached out to grab it. I haven't eaten yet. Who said I wasn't eating it? Chen Liang instantly flew into a rage, shielding the plate with his arms. Jiang Yu turned her gaze to the others. The lunch they had all eaten. Anxious unease still lingered in their hearts, each person as jumpy as a bird startled by a bowstring. Jiang Yu gazed outside the vehicle, his expression growing increasingly wary. Brother Lin, there's a beast ambush ahead. We're in for a rough time. At these words, all eyes turned to Jiang Yu. Some turned pale. Jiang Yu? Are you serious? Jiang Yu, you're not joking? Jiang Yu's expression was solemn. Rest assured, I wouldn't joke about something like this. The group exchanged glances. Though Jiang Yu possessed remarkable talent, Lin Lei hadn't spoken up, leaving them momentarily unsure how to proceed. The relaxed purple hue faded from Lin Lei's face. His gaze turned grave as he fixed it on Jiang Yu. You're not joking? Jiang Yu nodded. At such a young age, already learning to spout nonsense to grab attention, Lu Xun muttered discontentedly as the compartment fell silent. He, the designated scout, hadn't spoken, yet Jiang Yu had stolen the spotlight, a development that deeply annoyed him. Everyone, there's no need to worry. We're about to pass through 5 Bones Mountain. Based on my reconnaissance, there are no traces of magical beasts around the train. You can all rest assured. Lu Xun stepped forward, his words ringing with conviction. For a moment, the crowd didn't know whom to believe. Don't think your talent gives you the right to be so arrogant. My Qingfeng saw nothing, absolutely no magical beasts around Wugashan. Where did these beasts you speak of come from? Did they just materialize out of thin air? Captain Lin, Jiang Yu is just seeking attention. He'll bring us all down sooner or later. Lu Xun continued to rant incessantly. Silence fell over the group, most eyes turning toward Jiang Yu. Lin Lei's gaze also fixed on Jiang Yu. It wasn't that he didn't believe Jiang Yu, but the stakes were too high for him not to be cautious. Jiang Yu remained composed, showing no trace of panic. He stepped forward calmly. Is that so? Are you that certain? Care to wager on it? If there are no beasts in Wugashan, I'll voluntarily withdraw from this assessment and leave the academy. But if it turns out as I say, If it turns out as you say, if beasts lie in ambush on the mountain, I'll be your human ladder when we disembark. Tension thickened like gunpowder in the carriage. A flash of ferocity flickered in Lucian's eyes. He'd been looking for an opportunity to teach Jiang Yu a lesson, and now she'd walked right into it. Lin Lei tried to speak again, but Jiang Yu cut him off. Relax, brother Lin, I've got this covered. Chen Liang and Wu Hu quietly approached Jiang Yu and whispered, Brother Jiang Yu, are there really beasts lurking in the mountains? Do you trust me? Chen Liang and Wu Hu exchanged a glance. We do. The train would enter Wugeshan within 10 minutes. Chapter 139, Disembarking. Everyone visibly tensed up. Outside the windows, 5 mountain peaks soared into the clouds, their white rock formations resembling bones. The train entered the mountains. All was peaceful. 1 minute. 2 minutes passed. No monsters appeared. Everyone's taut nerves relaxed involuntarily. I told you this kid was just putting on airs to grab attention. What a cheeky youngster, talking big like that. Lucian sneered, his tone dripping with contempt. What's going on? No beasts at all? Could Jiang Yu really be just seeking attention? Jiang Yu's gotten too big for his britches lately. Looks like fame's gone to his head. The crowd murmured in confusion. Their words carried a mix of complex emotions. Lucian's face wore the smug expression of a petty victor. Jiang Yu, a man of honor, remembers what he just said, right? At these words, all eyes turned once more to Jiang Yu. Everyone had heard the earlier wager loud and clear. Jiang Yu. Don't pay attention to Lucian. He's just joking. Why take it so seriously? Chen Liang and Wu Hu approached Jiang Yu, speaking with concern. Jiang Yu sat in his seat, his gaze still fixed outside the window. No. That wasn't a joke just now. Lucian, right? Do you keep your word? Of course. But where is this beast you mentioned? Does it just fall from the sky? A smug look spread across Lucian's face. I had Qingfeng scout the area earlier, not a trace of any magical beast. Lucian remained relentless. If there really is a demon beast, I'll sever ties with Captain Lin, pay unilateral compensation for breach of contract, and call your dad? Everyone froze. This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and the others exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with disgust. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. I hope you won't regret this. Still talking tough when death is upon you. Seeing Jiang Yu's confident demeanor, Lin Lei's expression darkened with worry. For even Lin Lei hadn't detected any signs of beasts nearby. Everyone exchanged glances. Thump, thump, thump. A faint sound came from the roof. Thump, thump, thump. This time, everyone heard it clearly. What's that sound? The tapping grew louder and clearer, eventually erupting into a series of thunderous thuds. The group's expressions changed. Oh no! It's a beast ambush. What's going on? Didn't Lucian say there were no beasts around here? What nonsense! Did these beasts just fall from the sky? Everyone instinctively summoned their spirit mounts. Lucian's smug expression froze instantly, replaced by utter disbelief. This can't be possible. Lin Lei had no time to dwell on this. He swiftly commanded the group to begin fending off the beasts. Damn it! There are far too many beasts this time, more than any previous encounter. A massive white ape thrust its enormous paw deep into the carriage. Its arm flailed wildly inside the compartment while its body hung outside, the entire scene resembling someone rummaging through a crate. It's a white-eyed giant ape. Everyone, be careful. Lin Lei didn't intervene. A white-eyed giant ape was merely a 5-star demon beast, far from being an opponent he couldn't handle. Chen Liang summoned the bronze giant. The bronze giant's arms, like massive city walls, closed together to form a gate. Woohoo! Wu Hu nodded beside him. He touched his brow, and a pale blue flower blossomed beneath his feet. In an instant, it blossomed into a vast sea of flowers. This was Wu Hu's spirit beast, the frost rose. As the roses grew, countless sharp thorns rained down like a storm toward the white-eyed giant ape. Infused with frigid power, they inflicted slowing frostbite. The white-eyed giant ape let out a pained scream, half its body turning an icy blue. Die! The bronze giant's fist descended like a meteorite. Its frozen body shattered into pieces with a horrifying crack. Victory in the first battle. Simultaneously, a relentless roar echoed throughout the entire mountain range. Peering out from the carriage, a white giant ape stood atop the boulder field, letting out a deafening roar. Sounds like there are at least 100 of them. No time for talk now, everyone, hurry up. Jiang Yu locked onto one. Instant. Starlight soared. A flash of starlight. The holy light and constellations behind Shana shimmered. Before they could react, dozens of giant apes were decapitated. Jiang Yu raised her hand, and dozens of crystal cores landed neatly in her palm. All eyes turned to him. In that instant, he stood tall, head held high. A look of pride spread across his face. Is this a holy light elemental spirit? How come it possesses stellar power too? Lin Lei had heard rumors that Jiang Yu had contracted a holy light elemental spirit. Yet that starlight power in the earlier attack was undeniable. Logically speaking, most elemental spirits possessed only one attribute. He smiled faintly, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke calmly. It's simple. Just let it undergo instant evolution. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone erupted in furious complaints. Easy for you to say. Shakuna fluttered her wings, and holy light descended. Divine protection. A barrier of holy light materialized before each person. Jiang Yu's performance officially began. At that very moment, the entire train shook violently as a massive white ape leapt onto its roof. The white ape stood dozens of meters tall, its blood-red eyes scanning every person present. Holy crap! What kind of monster is this? How can it have 8 arms? It's the leader of these apes. How can we possibly defeat this thing? 8 arms gripped the train as the ape roared incessantly. We have to stop the train. If this keeps up, it'll derail. Lin Lei made an immediate decision. Everyone off the train. The group disembarked and saw the multitude of giant apes, their expressions turning grim. How could there be so many? I recall white-eyed giant apes inhabiting Wugashan, but their numbers weren't this terrifying. What the hell is going on? Lucian, you better give me an explanation. Jiang Yu spoke calmly. It's precisely because their numbers have grown that they chose to attack the train. Otherwise, come winter, without sufficient nutritional reserves, most of these white-eyed giant apes would perish. Everyone suddenly understood. Right. For the sake of their clan's survival, they chose to ambush trains traveling along the tracks. Jiang Yu nodded again. White-eyed giant apes aren't stupid. Outwitting the green hornets is child's play for them, especially with a leader among them. Silence fell over the group. Numerous white giant apes, their blood-red pupils fixed intently on the group, drool dripping like raindrops from the corners of their mouths. The 8-armed ape at the front displayed a distinctly human-like bloodlust. In the 8-armed ape's eyes, the little ones who had stepped out of the vehicle were nothing but food. Its long tongue licked its lips, revealing an expression of anticipation. Like a child about to open a can of food. Chapter 140, Provocation. Some people got off the vehicle, trembling with fear. The overwhelming stench hit them like a wave, and a few covered their mouths and noses. Several turned deathly pale, their textbook knowledge instantly forgotten. Lin Lei did not force them. After all, safety was paramount during the midterm assessment. As long as they mustered the courage to confront the beasts, they would receive decent scores. The 8-armed giant ape roared to the heavens, its 8 arms pounding thunderously against its chest. I'll handle this leader. The rest is up to you, Lin Lei declared loudly. Got it. Jiang Yu nodded. Having the students take on the 8-armed giant ape was truly beyond their capabilities. Suddenly, the lion behind him let out a roar. The white lion charged forward swiftly, clad in black armor and flames dancing beneath its feet. By the time it reached the 8-armed giant ape, it loomed like a small mountain. Everyone's hearts trembled. Was this the world of the strong? Power capable of shaking the earth. Jiang Yu withdrew his gaze. Surveying the trembling crowd. He licked his lips and said, Now, it's our turn. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to give up. I want to go back to that car. Some, cowardly even before the battle began, were barely teenagers. Facing a horde of beasts for the first time, their fear was only natural. All of this was exactly as Jiang Yu had anticipated. You really intend to run? Cowards before the fight even begins? You want to be deserters? Jiang Yu's tone carried 3 parts mockery, 3 parts contempt, and 4 parts condescension. Being barely teenagers, they flared up at the taunt. We're not running away, just retreating. It's easy for you to say that. You're gifted, but I. And what about me? Turning tail on my first battle against the beasts? Jiang Yu surveyed the surroundings. A full step back is retreat, half a step is retreat. A momentary deserter becomes a lifelong deserter. Once a deserter, always a deserter. Got it? A hint of contempt flickered across Jiang Yu's face. Think about your own actions. Do they live up to the title of summoner? Do you want to be heroes, or be laughed at? The speaker's face flushed crimson. He tried to retort but found his throat tightening, unable to utter a word. We're not deserters. A soft, timid voice spoke up. It belonged to a girl who usually went unnoticed in class. She summoned her spirit companion. A 3-tailed spirit fox, its body coiled with lightning. Lightning struck out, and a giant white-eyed ape let out a pained howl, its chest charred black. Me? The girl stared blankly at the scene before her. You did it. It's simple. These beasts are just mindless creatures. What's there to fear? Jiang Yu's voice rang out at just the right moment. Simultaneously, more people summoned their spirit beasts. Lin Lei, observing it all, wore a look of admiration. A classic case of reverse psychology. Jiang Yu had managed to rally these greenhorns so swiftly, far more capable than he'd anticipated. He had thought Jiang Yu was merely exceptionally talented, but it seemed she also possessed astonishing leadership abilities. Once they took that step from within their hearts, fear was cast behind them. Everyone summoned their spirit beasts. Facing the beast horde, Jiang Yu pointed and commanded. Kill! Everyone's fighting spirit surged. At that very moment, a fleeting barrier of holy light descended upon them all. Charge, everyone! Jian Yu buffed us! Get moving! Get moving! Use the flame fist on him! Frost rose spread across a wide area, slowing the beast's speed with its chill. The bronze giant took charge of defense, drawing aggro. A satisfied smile touched Jian Yu's lips. Starfall! The holy sword in Xia Xia's hand began to gather starlight and radiant holy power. Jian Yu's ultimate is charging again. Can everyone hold them off? Frost rose. Mystic spider's web. The frost rose bloomed while a shadow spider plunged down, weaving a dark attribute web. The entire beast horde's movements were hindered. This created a perfect opportunity for an all-out attack. Have you ever witnessed the sight of stars falling from the sky? Jian Yu stood with hands behind his back. A streak of starlight flickered across the battlefield. As the star plummeted, the earth shook violently. A dazzling cross, accompanied by scattered starlight, erupted amidst the horde. Infused with stellar power, the instantaneous attack grew even more devastating. Above the sky, the dazzling cross of stars shimmered, as magnificent as the night sky itself. Everyone stared in disbelief, the air still lingering with traces of starlight energy. Holy crap! That move was insane. This move is like a celestial demon slayer descending from the heavens, a divine force upon the mortal realm. Cut the fancy talk. One word sums it up: Jian Yu is awesome. As the starlight faded, dozens of white-eyed giant apes lay stiffly on the ground. Moments later, like snow exposed to the sun, they vanished without a trace, leaving only a field of crystal cores behind. Before anyone could react, Jian Yu cleared his throat softly. Alright, everyone, focus your attention on me. I have an announcement to make. That is great job, everyone. If you hadn't held back the beast horde, I wouldn't have had the chance to reap the battlefield's rewards. Your power exceeds your wildest imagination. Everyone stood tall. After this trial, only the untested would fear battle. Well said. Let those bastards come at us. Battle's on. Meanwhile, more white-eyed giant apes began gathering around. They roared incessantly, their bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the group. Lin Lei and his group were engaged in battle with the 8-on giant ape, yet they kept a watchful eye on this side as well. Damn, these greenhorns are performing way better than I expected. Yeah, whether it's their coordination or morale, they haven't crumbled. The group murmured among themselves. Lin Lei fixed his gaze on Jian Yu. That kid Jian Yu always manages to pull off miracles. But more than that, Jian Yu's leadership is exceptional. Such command presence at such a young age. Had he been born into the Zhengzi Academy, he'd easily earn the title of Junior General. Exactly. Though Jian Yu probably wouldn't care for the title of Junior General. That kid is the youngest seal bearer ever. At this remark, the room fell silent. Every gaze turned to Jian Yu, filled with awe. There was no other explanation. Jian Yu was simply too extraordinary. At that very moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Clearly visible to all, a mound rose from the earth. The mound was writhing like an earthworm, rapidly slithering toward Jian Yu and his companions. What's happening? What on earth is going on? Something underground. Everyone, be careful. Amidst the terrified stares of the crowd, a colossal earth dragon burst forth from the ground. Its body was several times larger than the train beside it. Brown scales covered its entire body. Its double eyelids parted, revealing golden pupils within. The crowd gasped in horror, their hearts filled with dread at the sight of this colossal beast. This was a scaled earth dragon. Chapter 141, Halting the Dragon Train. The entire beast was encased in hard scales, its vertical golden pupils brimming with savage, bloodthirsty intent. Though called a scaled earth dragon, it resembled a frog covered in scales, except for an extra pair of withered, shriveled wings. Trouble. The scaled earth dragon can burrow into the ground and launch a deadly strike. And judging by its size, it's no weaker than that Barbary giant ape we faced earlier. The assembled scholars were all exceptional students. The moment this demon beast appeared, they recognized it instantly. Not only did the scaled earth dragon possess formidable defenses, but it could also spew lava to create advantageous terrain, burrow through it, and then launch its attack. For everyone present, this was their first battle against a demon beast. Such a formidable foe was simply overwhelming. No! There's a second one. A look of anxiety flashed across Lin Lei's face. Oh no, Jian Yu and the others won't stand a chance against it. This is bad. But we can't spare any hands either. What are we supposed to do now? The 8-armed giant ape suddenly roared to the heavens. Veins bulged across its body, its skin turning a dark crimson. Even the roots of its white fur took on a faint reddish hue. The beast has gone berserk. Everything happened too suddenly. Lin Lei and his group were tied up and couldn't come to Jian Yu's aid in time. In the blink of an eye, the scaled earth dragon had thrust most of its body above ground. Lava dripped incessantly from its jaws, and its golden vertical pupils gleamed with savage intent. Everyone watched as the colossal form of the scaled earth dragon loomed over them, its thick earthy stench mingling with waves of scorching heat that washed over them. Its towering form, as tall as a skyscraper, sent shivers down everyone's spine. The dragon opened its gaping maw. If nothing changed, it would devour them all in the next instant. Faced with such a colossal beast, many found it impossible to muster any will to resist. Shall I intervene? Million's lazy voice echoed in his mind. Just watch. A confident smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. Little Millie, have you ever witnessed a star falling? With Million's power, she could slay the scaled earth dragon with a mere flick of her finger. At the same time, the scaled earth dragon opened its massive jaws, revealing razor-sharp teeth and a scorching heat wave emanating from its mouth. Everyone's minds went blank. Shen Liang and Wu, who were both on the verge of tears. Jiang Yu, use your unmatched momentary power. Think of a way. Have you ever seen the stars falling from the sky? Jiang Yu channeled immense soul power. Around Sishan, stars began to ignite, eventually forming a vast celestial map. Amidst the celestial path, a holy angel descended, wings spread over the mortal realm. Countless starlight flickered. Star after star was torn from the celestial map, crashing down onto the ground with terrifying force. Oh no! Jiang Yu was about to unleash that technique. Everyone, get away quickly! Only then did the others react, recalling the earlier cross of starlight that had instantly slaughtered dozens of white-eyed giant apes. Their eyelids twitched violently. But now, the falling starlight wasn't just a single beam, there were over a dozen of them. They certainly didn't want to experience the scene of stars falling from the sky firsthand. The dazzling cross-shaped stars flickered. Everyone froze. Along with their stunned expressions, their common sense froze. Under the frozen stares of all present, the scaled earth dragon let out an agonized roar. It charged straight toward Jiang Yu, its gaping maw spewing molten lava. Dragon chariot. It's the dragon chariot. Everyone felt their scalps tingle. The earth dragon's charge was utterly unstoppable. Its power was terrifying. Jiang Yu stood with hands behind his back, his expression utterly unflinching. In full view of everyone, Jiang Yu actually turned his back on the scaled earth dragon. Before the crowd could process what was happening, they could only watch as the scaled earth dragon, still several meters away from Jiang Yu, crashed heavily to the ground and slid forward a considerable distance. Its golden pupils held not a trace of life. Jiang Yu had halted the scaled earth dragon's charge. As the starlight faded, everyone snapped back to reality. Was that a star map just now? It was a colossal star map, a holy angel. The crowd savored the memory, each face reflecting profound awe at the celestial map they had witnessed. As if in the heavens, countless stars shone in harmony, tracing the constellation of the holy angel. The crowd was profoundly shaken, every one of them feeling their hair stand on end. Such a terrifying celestial realm, powerful enough to communicate with the stars and form the constellation of the holy angel, what mind-boggling potential. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. Jiang Yu is beyond extraordinary. Exactly. Shen Liang and Wu, who were utterly stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. As for Lin Lei and his companions, the shock in their hearts was too complex for words. Fortunately, they still didn't know that Shana could also communicate with Heavenly Mountain. Otherwise, they would surely have been kicking themselves in frustration. Mastering either of these powers alone would be enviable enough, yet Shana had mastered both. Jiang Yu. Damn impressive. Jiang Yu. You're awesome. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted once more. Shen Liang and Wu, who struggled to calm themselves. Jiang Yu was too godlike, not human at all. The power of the stars, that was genuine S-class potential. On par with it were the power of holy light, the power of hell. Every spirit tamer possesses their own elemental affinity. Wind, earth, lightning, fire, and so on. More unique ones include necromancy, abyss, hell, elemental, and spatial. These unique attributes are rare and hard to come by. And stellar power is one of them. Most summoners call forth spirits with ordinary attributes. Those capable of awakening special attributes are truly 1 in a million. Thus, special attributes are often rated as S-tier potential. Moreover, they grow increasingly powerful as the spirit's strength increases. After the initial shock came utter disbelief. Gazing at the colossal carcass of the scaled earth dragon, the crowd felt a sense of unreality. Could such a colossal beast truly have been so effortlessly slain by Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu beckoned, and in an instant, the crystal core offered itself. She ran her fingers through Shana's blue hair, long, silky strands cascading like a waterfall, and Shana's eyes narrowed in contentment. Jiang Yu, once a scaled earth dragon charges, it's nearly unstoppable. That's why it's nicknamed the Dragon Chariot. How did you manage to halt the Dragon Chariot? Shen Liang couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked aloud. Stopping the Dragon Chariot? That's quite fitting. It's quite simple. The scaled earth dragon has one weak spot in its scales. Attack that specific scale, and you can shatter its brain directly. The others couldn't help but grimace. Dragons possess a forbidden scale, touch it, and they rage. Even pure-blooded dragons might not know this, but the scaled earth dragon truly possessed such a scale. Even so, landing a precise strike was no easy feat. The scaled earth dragon bore no fewer than 10,000 scales. Then how did you manage to strike the dragon's reverse scale? Shen Liang pressed again. Jiang Yu slowly extended a hand, pointing toward the massive corpse of the scaled earth dragon lying on the ground. Have you ever heard of anticipation? Chapter 142, I said anticipation, do you believe it? At that moment, a flicker of admiration crossed Lin Lei's eyes. The 8-armed giant ape now displayed a distinctly human-like expression of terror. Its crimson fur began to fade. This beast's berserk phase is nearly over. Let's finish it off together. The group nodded in unison, their coordination seamless. Under their coordinated assault, 7 of the 8-armed giant ape's arms were severed, leaving it clinging to life with a single remaining limb. The colossal lion pounced directly onto the ape, sinking its teeth deep into its throat. The thick, pungent scent of blood filled the air. Meanwhile, the remaining members swiftly extracted the crystal cores. The remaining white-eyed apes scattered like frightened birds. We did it! This is incredible! Senior Lin Lei truly lives up to his reputation as a military elite. To take down the 8-armed giant ape in such a short time. When will we ever be that formidable? None of that matters. In my opinion, Jiang Yu is the one who truly stands out. She stopped the dragon carriage outright. Whoa! Recalling the scene once more, everyone sucked in a cold breath. This kid is terrifying. Lin Lei stowed away the crystal core and immediately gave the order. Everyone aboard. Do not linger here. The group boarded the vehicle in an orderly fashion. The train started moving again. Relief washed over every face. Except for Lu Xun. Lu Xun, you better explain this. Didn't you scout the area? There wasn't a single beast around. So where did this 8-armed giant ape come from? Did it just fall from the sky? Lin Lei's tone was displeased, his gaze sharp as a sword as he confronted Lu Xun. Lu Xun stammered, his eyes darting nervously. I don't know. Ah. You don't know? Everyone glared at him. Lu Xun's eyes darted nervously. Oomph. Considering your diligence and meticulousness in handling affairs, I won't sever our partnership this time. But if there's a next time, ha! Lin Lei gave a cold laugh, his meaning crystal clear. I shouldn't meddle in what comes next. Brother Jiang Yu, it's up to you how to handle this. At these words, Lu Xun's face drained of color. The others gloated, having heard the earlier wager with Jiang Yu loud and clear. Sigh. Is every one of you so eager to be my son? The crowd roared with laughter. As they teased Lu Xun, Jiang Yu's smile was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Lu Xun's face turned as sour as a fly caught in jam. Come on, call me. Who was it who said a man's word is as good as gold? Exactly. Don't make us look down on you. Lu Xun's muscles tensed as if he'd made some resolution, his violent twitching resembling a stroke. Daddy! A faint, mosquito-like murmur escaped his lips. Jiang Yu impatiently scratched his ear. Didn't you hear the mosquitoes buzzing? Speak up. You sound so lifeless. That quiet? And you expect me to believe you're sorry? Lu Xun nearly lost his composure. His face flushed crimson, sweat poured down his forehead, and his fists clenched tightly. Dad! The voice boomed, full of strength and conviction. Everyone froze, stunned that Lu Xun could shout with such intensity. Ouch! I don't have a son as big as you. Jiang Yu's voice trailed off slowly. Lu Xun kept his head bowed, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Even so, he could clearly feel their piercing stares. He wished he could crawl into the train's crevices. Lu Xun couldn't bear to stay a moment longer. He turned and walked out of the carriage. At the train's connecting point, he glared at Jiang Yu with hatred. Ha 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 ha. That Lu Xun always acts like he's better than everyone. Finally got him a taste of his own medicine. You're absolutely right, especially that Dad, he sure did shout it loud and clear. Ha ha ha. Inside the carriage, waves of light-hearted laughter rippled through the air. Lu Xun clenched his jaw. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello? Who is this? Lu Xun answered the call. Uncle Lu, did you hear me scolding Jiang Yu? My dad won't help me anymore. You have to help me. Lu Li's wailing voice came through on the other end. Lu Xun's expression darkened completely. You good for nothing. How dare you call me? Lu Li froze for a moment, then burst into tears on the other end of the line. Second uncle, you can't just ignore me. Jiang Yu's bullying me so badly you have to stand up for me. A flicker of hatred flickered in Lu Xun's eyes. It's all your fault. Jiang Yu, you've made me lose face. And Lin Lei, you don't even have a shred of old affection left? Since you showed no mercy first, don't blame me for being unkind. Rest assured, I'll make sure Jiang Yu rots in the belly of a monster beast. Thank you, second uncle. You're so kind. Lu Li wiped away his tears and forced a smile. Brother Jiang Yu, tell me honestly, how did you spot the beasts lying in ambush? Are you even human? What did they feed you growing up? Lin Lei walked over and asked curiously. Jiang Yu gave a shy smile and scratched his nose. You flatter me, brother. Even Lu Xun didn't spot the beasts. How did you manage it? As far as I know, you don't have a spirit beast skilled in detection, do you? Meanwhile, everyone stared intently at Jiang Yu. Have you heard of predictive judgment? Everyone, ? I just did it on a whim. Beast habitats usually have traces of beasts, but Wugeshan was too clean. But that alone wouldn't be enough to confirm monsters lurking around Wugashan, right? Of course not. Jiang Yu nodded. Then how did you come to that conclusion? A mysterious smile spread across Jiang Yu's face. Her index fingers on both hands slowly spread apart like an accordion. Would you believe me if I said it was all about anticipation? TSK. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Are you burning newspapers at a grave to fool ghosts? Prediction? Why didn't Lucian predict one? If he didn't want to say it, he wouldn't. Jiang Yu couldn't bring himself to explain. He couldn't very well tell them it was Million who had told him. Jiang Yu would bet her life on it. The moment those words left her mouth, she'd be front-page news. Shock, China's renowned prodigy, the youngest seal-bearer, champion of the Superstar tournament has been linked to a female fugitive. The world's gone mad. There'd be no place left for Jiang Yu in all of China. Though everyone was curious, he didn't elaborate further. After all, everyone has their secrets. Moreover, this midterm assessment was far from as straightforward as it appeared. Within Jiang Yu's storage ring, the tasks on the token had refreshed. It was the bounty mission the military department had opened for every member of the Superstar tournament. This was the real reason why Xu Qianqin and Hu Yeya hadn't traveled with Jiang Yu. Upon the token, a line of small text appeared in bold. S-rank mission, investigate and resolve the cause of the monster uprising surrounding the wasteland city. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes inwardly. They really thought highly of her. The wilderness around the desolate city was entirely dominated by beasts. Taking this mission was like an old man eating arsenic. He must be tired of living. Chapter 143, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Jiang Yu, the train is about to pass through Absolute Shadowland and Little Hollow Abyss. As its name suggests, Absolute Shadowland is teeming with undead-type beasts. Yeah, undead beasts are like ghosts. They're highly immune to physical damage and can unleash psychic blasts. This is my first time seeing them. Ugh, now you've got me all pee-stained. I need to hit the bathroom. Now that you mention it, I need to go too. Let's go together. Chen Liang and Wu Hu left their seats and headed toward the train car's restroom. Jiang Yu emerged from the opposite direction, one hand holding her phone, the other clutching a roll of paper. Jiang Yu, what's this? Jiang Yu remained impassive. I'm playing a shooting game? The two froze. Guani looked at Jiang Yu, then glanced at her phone, sharing a knowing smile. Take it easy, okay? The absolute zone is just ahead. Don't shoot all your ammo, Chen Liang teased. Don't worry, I'll let the bullets fly for a while. Undead beasts were notoriously troublesome, possessing extremely high physical immunity. They could also unleash psychic blasts. One careless hit could leave you with headaches for months at best, or turn you into a fool on the spot at worst. Jiang Yu was well aware of this. After all, Xu Qianqin's bats belonged to the rare undead category. The absolute Shadowland resembled a labyrinth, shrouded in mist and surrounded by endless mountains. Countless towering trees stood tall, their dense foliage blocking out the sunlight. Everyone, pay attention. We'll be entering the Absolute land in just a few minutes. Be extremely cautious. Lucian, keep your eyes peeled. Lin Lei issued the command. Everyone's faces grew solemn. Based on past experience, the Absolute Shadow Realm will definitely be attacked by demonic beasts. Everyone must remain vigilant. The group nodded in unison. I've already sent Qingfeng out to scout. A flicker of murderous intent flickered in Lucian's eyes. Within the Absolute land dwelled a type of undead demon beast capable of disguising itself as a loved one, its memories and appearance indistinguishable from the real thing. Jiang Yu is still just a greenhorn. What good is his talent? Lucian chuckled inwardly. Report. I need to pee. At that moment, a straggling student felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Hurry up and come back. The man nodded and headed to the restroom alone. Just as he pulled down his pants to relieve himself, a shrill scream pierced his ears. He felt his head grow heavy, and then consciousness faded. As he stepped out of the restroom, his features were stiff, and he walked with awkward, uncoordinated movements, as if still unaccustomed to this new body. After taking a few steps, he regained his usual composure. His gaze, like a venomous snake in the shadows, fixed on everyone in the car with ruthless intensity. At that very moment, a wailing, ghostly howl erupted. A massive serpent, composed entirely of white bones, began convulsing violently. Two flames burned fiercely at the serpent's head. A bitter cold wind swept around its body. Everyone's faces paled. It's the white bone spirit serpent. Undead type. Beware its roar. Look at the serpent's head, it has something resembling a crown. It's the leader of the bone spirit serpents. Everyone summoned their spirit guardians. Frost rose burst forth, causing the temperature inside the carriage to plummet suddenly. But it had little effect. The bronze giant raised his fist, hesitating to strike. Undead beasts were nearly immune to physical attacks. A rash assault might backfire. The others surrounded the serpent as well. Damn it, this is too stubborn. After so many attacks, it should at least react. There's nothing we can do. Undead beasts are naturally immune to most physical attacks. Watch out. It's about to roar. The skeletal serpent let out a roar, opening its gaping maw. The group scrambled awkwardly, drenched in cold sweat, scrambling to dodge. At the same time, several bizarre undead beasts emitted bell-like chimes from their mouths. They resembled skeletal snakes, yet each bore a heavy turtle shell upon its back. Should we make our move? I can't shake the feeling these undead beasts are just too numerous. Lin Lei shook his head. Let's hold off for now. See how Jiang Yu handles this first. So some of them went back on guard. Clink. Clink. A bell-like sound grew louder and louder. It's the soul summoning snakes. They're summoning more undead beasts. Jiang Yu, what should we do? Jiang Yu, what are you doing? Chen Liang and Wu Hu turned to see Jiang Yu staring at her phone screen. This was a book Chen Liang had seen before. Curvy figures, solid artistic skill. It had garnered widespread acclaim among the younger generation. What? You want to see it too? Jiang Yu scratched his cheek and asked the two. We're all men, so having special preferences is understandable, but there's a time and place for everything. We're under attack by undead beasts right now, and there are plenty of summoned snakes lurking around. Chen Liang's mouth twitched. He had to admit Jiang Yu was impressive surrounded by undead beasts yet still so engrossed. If it were him, he'd have lost his nerve long ago. Jiang Yu stowed her phone back into her storage ring. I already have a solution for the situation at hand. What is it? Everyone's hearts leapt into their throats. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Yu had become their anchor. Jiang Yu slowly extended a finger. No need to rush, let the bullets fly for a while. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Simultaneously, a blinding light erupted from the white-bone spirit snake. Jiang Yu channeled her soul power, igniting white sacred flames that burned around them. Simultaneously, 6 wings of light descended, enveloping everyone in protective shields. What is this? When did Jiang Yu's spirit guardian intervene? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yu wore a mysterious smile. Anticipation. Sacred blade. Jiang Yu murmured softly. Everyone was stunned. Such sharp combat instincts. If this were a battle-hardened veteran summoner, the crowd might not have reacted so intensely. But Jiang Yu was far too young. Stellar energy, accompanied by holy light, coalesced into countless blades. Like a torrential downpour, they descended upon the horde of undead beasts. Simultaneously, she raised the holy sword aloft. Dazzling light continuously gathered, ultimately coalescing into a single, tangible holy blade. The holy blade descended upon the skeletal serpent like a rainbow piercing the sun. Dust and rocks flew everywhere, winds swept away the clouds. Under the stunned gazes of all present, the dense forest of the absolute inland was cleaved open by this single strike, revealing a massive gaping wound. The light spread to the pond behind, splitting it in two, causing the water's surface to boil for a long time. The entire white-bone spirit serpent was beheaded in one stroke, its enormous head's burning soul flame extinguished. One strike, then another. Jiang Yu flipped over and retrieved the crystal core. Behind her, holy blades rained down like a storm. Hordes of undead beasts screamed in agony, the soul-summoning snakes no exception. Even Lin Lei's face was etched with utter shock. Jiang Yu, tell me honestly, how did you do that? Don't tell me it was just another prediction? Jiang Yu wore an expression as lonely as snow. I told you before, let the bullets fly for a while. Chapter 144, Reflection. Everyone stood speechless, stunned for a long moment, their hearts trembling with shock. Chen Liang and Wu Hu were especially filled with regret. So Jiang Yu's mention of shooting was actually a preemptive defense. I thought it was. How shallow of me. I was blind. The two exchanged a glance, finding that very sentiment reflected in each other's eyes. Such youthful age, yet possessing such keen combat instincts, truly rare. And what's even more astonishing is that they could eliminate all undead-type beasts with a single strike. Jiang Yu hasn't even graduated yet. This kid is truly extraordinary. It seems the title of China's top genius isn't an exaggeration at all. Lin Lei murmured in disbelief. The others looked at Jiang Yu with a hint of admiration. They came from the military and had seen their share of so-called geniuses. But someone like Jiang Yu? They'd never seen his equal. By my count, Jiang Yu has already slain 2 leaders, right? According to past assessment rules, merely participating in combat qualifies one for passing. Killing 1 demon beast earns an A grade, and slaying 2 leaders should be more than enough to secure an S grade early, correct? The group nodded in unison. They had witnessed both of Jiang Yu's strikes firsthand. Both his combat intelligence and raw power were beyond reproach. After all, halting the dragon-stopping chariot was a feat few could achieve. Compared to Jiang Yu, I feel like a curly-haired baboon. My spirit beast is just a larger version of that same curly-haired baboon. Whoa! Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. Same here. Same here. Lucian remained impassive, glaring at Jiang Yu with suppressed fury. Laugh all you want. Laugh your heart out. You won't be laughing for long. I need to use the restroom again. Didn't you just go? I've got an upset stomach. If you don't get moving soon, you won't even get a B grade. Lin Lei kindly reminded them at that moment. Everyone froze. Jiang was moving too fast, the undead beasts around them were nearly wiped out. What was the point of this market assessment now? They all began to act. Jiang, how did you manage that? Jiang, could you spare me a few of the extra ones you killed? It was like the proverb, the dry die of thirst, the flooded die of water. Unbelievable. How did Jiang pull this off? It's beyond comprehension. Yeah, I struggled to take down even one. How did Jiang manage so many at once, including a beast leader? All I can say is, people's physical abilities vary greatly. Even the top performers, pushing themselves to the limit and sweating buckets, managed to kill only 7 or 8. Compared to Jiang's impressive tally, they fell far short. There's no denying it, Jiang is simply too strong. Human physiques vary greatly, just as human physiques vary greatly. Some could feed a single monster with a single slide tackle, while others could feed 2. Jiang, how on earth did you manage that? The girl from earlier asked timidly. Jiang slowly extended her hand. What do you mean? Everyone froze, puzzled. Doesn't this just require hands? Jiang deliberately waved his hand. Everyone gritted their teeth. Was this even human speech? That brat pulled it off again. Just having hands is enough, huh? Damn it. Just having hands is enough, huh? Then are my 2 hands pig trotters? Same here. Don't slander pig trotters. At least they're edible. Can you eat your own claws? Damn it, that kid's pulling one over on us again. What can you do? The kid's got the chops to pull it off. Jiang smiled. Is it that hard? It's always been like this. Reflect on yourselves. Have you studied hard? Have you meditated diligently? Think about it, okay? Everyone was nearly laughing in exasperation. So infuriating. How could this kid be so obnoxious? If they could beat him, they'd give him a proper lesson. Chen Liang, once we reach Wasteland City, we'll haul this brat up and give him a proper flag raising. Wu Hu nodded. Agreed. The flag raising they referred to was a unique form of male bonding. Lifting the other guy up, spreading his legs wide to form a big character, then rubbing him against a tree trunk. The longer the rubbing, the stronger the bond. Jiang shuddered. A sudden chill ran down his spine. Who's thinking of me? Director Lu? Lu Qingqing? Or Shu Qianqin? Could it be Hu Yeye, or perhaps Yi Mugua? Jiang muttered to himself. Countless people gritted their teeth in frustration, most of them male. Damn it! His molars were grinding so hard they felt like they might shatter. The crowd boarded the train, visibly relieved. Several hours later, the train passed through Xiaokangjiwen. Though the journey had lasted less than half a day, everyone was already physically and mentally exhausted. Jiang was the last to board. He paused, glancing back at the clearing with a slight arch of his brow. I can't shake the feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. The train slowly began to move, pulling out of the shadowless land. Light flooded in instantly. The surrounding trees gradually thinned out. At first, a few large trees could still be seen, but later they gave way to scattered saplings. Now, it was an endless plain stretching before them. At the edge of the plain lay a narrow, deep gorge. The tracks ran through it, the canyon like a razor blade plunging into the sky. This was the final destination of the journey, the Little Abyss. It earned its name because the sheer height of its walls made it impassable even for birds, resembling an abyss in the sky. It is not called the Abyss of Heaven, for there is already one such place of utter desolation bearing that name. Thus, this place could only be called the Little Abyss. Along both cliffs dwell numerous dark attribute beasts, adept at lurking by day and emerging by night. Among them, the night demon bats are the most representative. It is said that within the night demon bat swarm dwells a night demon bat emperor. As the train continued its journey, the scenery outside the windows receded rapidly, and the weeds on both sides grew increasingly lush. They were nearly obscuring the entire train. Along the canyon walls, 2 enormous dead trees stood, their branches sprawling wildly like 2 giants standing guard. Within the canyon, a deep, quiet darkness prevailed, broken only by the scattered glow of fireflies. Upon the ground, clusters of pale blue flowers bloomed, emitting a faint, dim glow. The canyon was utterly silent. Attention, everyone! In half an hour, we will enter the Little Abyss. This place is infested with dark attribute beasts and sees no sunlight year-round. Every plant, tree, and even rock here carries a deadly poison. Be extremely cautious. Lin Lei issued the safety precautions. Gazing into the eerily dark abyss, an indescribable dread began to stir within the group. Since sunlight never reaches the valley, the tracks may be obstructed. We must disembark to inspect them. Those who feel uneasy may remain on board. This will not affect your assessment scores. Lin Lei and his team were already geared up and ready to go. The large group of examinees exchanged nervous glances. My abilities aren't up to par. Going down there would only be a hindrance. I'll stay on the train. Chapter 145, Targeted. You're right. It's pitch black out there. I'll stay on the train too. Some chose to stay in the vehicle, and Lin Lei didn't reprimand them. After getting out, he didn't close the door. The dark canyon loomed like a monster waiting to devour its prey. Jiang Yu, hands tucked into his pockets, followed closely behind. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and Li Yi followed Jiang Yu. Li Yi was the girl who, besides Jiang Yu, had summoned her spirit beast first earlier. Usually soft and delicate, she could unleash unexpectedly powerful strength. Jiang Yu stood in the valley, surrounded by eerie wails and countless shadowy figures darting about, faintly visible in the dim light. Jiang Yu took 2 steps. Then stopped. Because Jiang Yu realized she was being targeted. Since when? A roar, almost human, echoed in Jiang Yu's ears. One by one, dark night bats revealed their crimson eyes in the darkness. A smug smile of triumph spread across Lu Xun's lips. Why are there so many dark night demonic bats around? What's going on, Lu Xun? Before the others could react, the bats swarmed forward. Jiang Yu summoned Shana once more. The holy light blade materialized again, slicing through the surrounding Nightstalker bats like cutting through butter. At the same time, more Nightstalker bats closed in. At the same time, a sharp pain pierced his ears. From the darkness, a colossal figure emerged. Its immense wings spread like a canopy across the sky. 2 crimson pupils opened, followed by several more 6 blood-red orbs glaring savagely at everyone. Roar! A single roar echoed, and all the Nightbat Emperors joined in. The cries rose and fell, relentless and unending. In an instant, the entire canyon echoed with the roars of the Dark Night Demon Bats. No! The Dark Night Bat Emperors. This is their lair. Seeing those 2 eyes, Lin Lei instantly realized. Where's Lu Xun? Lu Xun's gone. Only then did everyone realize that Lu Xun had vanished without a trace. Why can't I see him anymore? What's going on? Where are we? Panic began to spread through the crowd. It must be Lu Xun. Embarrassed by losing face, he deliberately led us into the Dark Night Demon Bat's lair. The only one with scouting abilities is Lu Xun's Green Hornet. Lin Lei's expression darkened completely. Though Lu Xun often overstepped boundaries, his diligence had earned leniency until now. Where's Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu was nowhere to be found in the crowd. Meanwhile, deep within the lair. Little Millie, can you pinpoint the location? Millian shook her head. Little Tian Yuan was enveloped by a peculiar force, and even Millian couldn't pinpoint its approximate location. A sharp whistling sound cut through the air. Jiang Yu reacted with lightning speed, swiftly dodging out of the way. A white bone arrow slammed into the ground where Jiang Yu had been standing. Had Jiang Yu been half a beat slower, that bone arrow would have pierced his heart. Jiang Yu looked up to see a green bee flapping its wings. Lu Xun? I never thought you could dodge that move. Lu Xun, concealed in the darkness, exclaimed in surprise. Thanks for the compliment. Jiang Yu replied indifferently. Aren't you curious why I led you deep into the heart of the beast's lair? Now it was Lu Xun's turn to be curious. What's so hard to guess? You lost our bet, felt humiliated, and now you're trying to make a quick fortune to save face. Even a fool could figure that out. Jiang Yu shrugged. Oomph. You sharp-tongued brat, that's only part of it. You also have the nerve to offend my nephew. Your nephew? Jiang Yu froze for a moment before suddenly realizing. You mean that pig Lu Li? Shut up. Lu Xun seemed stung to the quick. TSK. Logically speaking, he's just your nephew. You shouldn't be reacting this strongly. Or could it be that your relationship with Lu Li isn't merely that of uncle and nephew? Jiang Yu stroked his chin. Lu Xun, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, erupted into a torrent of curses. You little bastard, how dare you slander me? Judging by your reaction, your circle is a real mess. Jiang Yu remarked with a playful tone. If you looked closely, Lu Xun bore a striking resemblance to Lu Li 7 parts alike. Combined with Lu Jia's inexpressible predicament. TSK. Oomph. I won't waste my breath arguing with you. Just stay here and wait for death. Lu Xun composed himself and said viciously. At that moment, a colossal roar erupted, the source of the successive howls. The entire valley echoed with the roars of the night demon bats. The colossal form of the Nightbat Emperor loomed overhead, its 6 pairs of blood-red eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. The earlier commotion must have drawn the Dark Nightbat King's attention. Though his expression grew grave, Jiang Yu showed no surprise, as if he had anticipated this very scene. The Nightbat Emperor spread its wings, a faint crimson glow emanating from them, filling the air with a palpable aura of death. A 6-star demon beast, the Dark Nightbat Emperor was infinitely close to reaching 7 stars. Even Lin Lei wouldn't have absolute confidence in defeating it. Jiang Yu showed no panic, only a furrowed brow. Summoning Million or Lilith would have resolved this effortlessly. But doing so would reveal her identity as the mysterious cloaked figure. Lin Lei and his group were positioned on the opposite side of the beast's lair. The mysterious cloaked figure was Jiang Yu's deepest kept secret. The Nightbat Emperor roared, its massive claws shrouded in black mist as it brought them down with crushing force toward Jiang Yu. Wherever the black mist touched, the air itself seemed to emit a sound of corrosion. Jiang Yu's scalp prickled with dread. Without access to his major summon, he was only marginally stronger than an ordinary 4-star summoner. Facing a Nightbat Emperor that was infinitely close to reaching 7 stars, he felt utterly vulnerable. Jiang Yu had no choice but to charge deeper into the beast's lair. Simultaneously, the dark night bats deep within the lair swarmed toward the unwelcome intruder. Minutes later, Jiang Yuto collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. The Nightbat Emperor folded its wings and approached at a leisurely pace. Like a cat toying with a mouse. Jiang Yu had now reached the deepest part of the Nightstalker bat lair. In that instant, clutching the sacred sword, she knelt on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Corrosion marks covered her armor, revealing large patches of pale skin. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, drenched in sweat. This was the power of level suppression. Pure, raw power suppression. No matter how much talent one possessed, without growth, it remained nothing but a mirage. If he didn't summon Million and Lilith soon, Jiang Yu would remain just an ordinary summoner barely stronger than the average one. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, preparing to summon Million. Even if it meant revealing her identity, it was better than losing her life. Wait, deep within the lair lies the night dew. At that moment, Million's shocked voice echoed in her mind. Chapter 146, Slandering. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted sharply, her breathing quickening involuntarily. All that was needed for the life seed within the storage ring to sprout was the night dew. No wonder a dark night dew had emerged among the dark night bats. At the same moment, a piercing whistle cut through the air. A deep gash, bone exposing, appeared on Jiang Yu's back, accompanied by billowing black smoke. Jiang Yu's entire body trembled, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The deepest recesses of the little abyss were pitch black, so dark that even the Nightbat Emperor never ventured there. The dark Nightbat Emperor's mouth twisted into a grimace, often revealing a strangely human-like smile. The dark Nightbat Emperor possessed considerable intelligence, and the death throes of its prey most effectively stirred its desires. The dark Nightbat Emperor licked its lips, its 6 crimson pupils gleaming with lust. Over the years, the dark Nightbat Emperor had captured numerous magical beasts, torturing them in its lair, with a particular fondness for human males. Yet these victims all displayed identical behavior in their final moments, greatly diminishing the dark Nightbat Emperor's interest. In contrast, Jiang Yu's face was both delicate and resolute. His pure black pupils held only seasoned composure, not a trace of panic. The dark Nightbat Emperor's cloaca began to writhe. Simultaneously, a massive hand reached out to grab Jiang Yu. The Nightbat Emperor stood as tall as 3 adults. Jiang Yu's muscles tensed as her body darted backward. Instant. Elemental eyes. A flash of light erupted, and Jiang Yu's body vanished like a speck of light into the deep ravine. The Nightbat Emperor froze, its 6 eyes revealing a human-like look of confusion. Moments later, it roared with deafening fury. 6 crimson eyes fixed on the deepest recesses of the little abyss, yet dared not take a single step inward. Simultaneously, an intense wave of dizziness washed over him. Jiang Yu felt the world spinning around her. On the other side, a group of people fought off the Dark Night Demon Bats. Chen Liang and Wu Hu scanned their surroundings with intense focus. They were searching for Jiang Yu's whereabouts. Along the way, Chen Liang and Wu Hu had received no small amount of help from Jiang Yu. Though the kid did put on a bit of an act. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu is missing. After searching high and low for a long while, they still couldn't find Jiang Yu. This is strange. Jiang Yu is stronger than both of us. How could he just vanish? Lin Lei approached. What's going on? Still no sign of Jiang Yu? The two nodded. As time passed, the crowd gradually gathered together. Li Yi, Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and others. Only Jiang Yu was missing. By all logic, with Jiang Yu's strength, these Dark Night Demon Bats shouldn't be able to stop him. Why is he missing? Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and Li Yi all wore worried expressions. We might have to face the worst-case scenario. Lucian deliberately led us into the beast's lair, and his main target was definitely Jiang Yu. What puzzles me even more is that the Dark Night Demon Bats never attacked us. Chen Liang remarked thoughtfully. The others immediately caught on. You mean Jiang Yu? Did the Nightbat Emperor go after Jiang Yu? Li Yi clenched her fists. As much as I hate to admit it, that's exactly what happened. The Nightbat Emperor is a 6-star beast. Even Uncle Lin Lei would find it difficult to take on, and Jiang Yu was only a 4-star summoner. Silence fell over the group. Even if Jiang Yu was defying the heavens, it was impossible for a 4-star summoner to slay a 6-star demon beast. The air thickened, growing cold and heavy. Lin Lei's expression darkened considerably. You few, come with me. We're going to find Jiang Yu. Lin Lei led several people deeper into the Dark Night Demon Bat's lair. We're coming too. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and Li Yi followed closely behind. Deep within the lair, the stench of demon beast excrement, the remains of various demon beasts, and human corpses was unbearable. There's blood here, leading all the way into the depths of the beast's lair, Li Yi observed keenly. There's a fragment of the academy uniform here, stuck on this rock wall. Looks like it got caught during the fight. Chen Liang examined the fabric remnants and reached his conclusion. All were deeply moved, their eyes lowering. Li Yi's eyes reddened slightly. Venturing alone into the depths of the beast lair, the outcome was all too predictable. Moreover, judging by the bloodstains on the clothing, Jiang Yu was likely injured. It was said that any creature captured by the Nightmare Emperor would suffer inhuman torment. Just then, the glow sticks flickered out, plunging the area into darkness. The expressions on everyone's faces were swallowed by the shadows. A heavy silence fell over the group. Let's return to the train. I trust Jiang Yu, he won't die so easily. Chen Liang spoke first. The others nodded in agreement. Staying in the deep alley meant facing countless night demon bats and the threat of a 6-star demon beast, the Night Demon Emperor. An ancient saying goes, good people don't live long, but scourges endure for millennia. Jiang Yu looks every bit the kind who could plague us for 10,000 years. I refuse to believe he's gone so easily. Despite the danger of staying in the little abyss, no one voiced any objection. Their stance was unanimous, they would not leave until Jiang Yu was found. In less than a day, Jiang Yu had become the anchor holding everyone together. Lin Lei sighed. Outside the little abyss, he would have been confident in handling the Night Bat Emperor. But trapped within the Dark Night Demon Bat's lair, it was a different story. Hundreds upon hundreds of these creatures could easily wear down even an exceptional summoner. Meanwhile, in the wasteland city, Lucian's face was etched with panic. It's bad. While passing through the little abyss, Jiang Yu's stubbornness led to the entire team's annihilation. I only escaped thanks to Qingfeng's scouting abilities. Yuan Xiong, standing in formation at the city gate, froze in place. What did you say? Lucian silently applauded his own cleverness, feigning regret. Earlier, when we passed Wugeshan, I detected a massive ambush of demonic beasts. But Jiang Yu swore up and down, betting me there wasn't a single beast around. That's how we got caught in that brutal fight. I simply couldn't stop Jiang Yu. Relying on his extraordinary talent, he insisted on leading the team through the little abyss, only to stumble into a demon beast lair and suffer total annihilation. Alas! Jiang Yu Tian is strong, but he's too arrogant. I did my best. Yuan Xiong fell silent, eyeing Lucian suspiciously. Though Jiang Yu appeared frivolous on the surface, he never took unnecessary risks. Something was definitely amiss here. Understood. I'll immediately assemble a search and rescue team. Thank you for your efforts. You may retire for the night. Better to placate Lucian for now. Wait for Jiang Yu's return before making further plans. Lucian hurriedly thanked him. As he brushed past Yuan Xiong, a look of contempt flashed across his face. What's so special about Jiang Yu? Some so-called genius? I just used a little trick and sent him to his death in the little abyss. General Yuan Xiong? Ha! I fooled him with just a few words. What a bunch of brainless fools. Chapter 147, Public Opinion. The cold moonlight poured down, draping the earth in a thin veil of gauze. Yet within the small heavenly abyss, it remained pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Observe these petals, translucent and faintly golden, visible only to the eye. Fireflies flickered within the space, appearing serene and mysterious. Yet within the darkness lurked dangers too profound to fully grasp. Everyone followed the lead train. It had been several hours since they entered the small abyss, and the sky had gradually grown dim. Damn it! If it weren't for Lucian, how would we be trapped here? Even Jiang Yu has gone missing. Lin Lei seethed with anger, his face twisted with regret. It's my fault too. If only I'd noticed Lucian's odd behavior sooner. Brother Lin, you can't blame yourself. Who could have imagined that a comrade in arms would stab us in the back? Yeah, blame that scoundrel Lucian. If only we could reach the wasteland city. Chen Liang and Wu Hu chimed in. Meanwhile, a headline story was being reported by major media outlets. Shocking. Was it arrogance or hubris? Genius or mere superficiality? Jiang Yu's stubborn insistence led to the annihilation of the entire army. Jiang Yu is missing. When Boyong curled his lip. These media outlets really pounce on every opportunity. They've latched onto Lucian's one-sided account as gospel truth. Oof. Lu Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, her expression unreadable. That kid's a menace. He won't go down that easily. I'm more worried about Chen Liang and Wu Hu. Meanwhile, public opinion across the entire nation erupted. I knew it. Jiang Yu has always been arrogant, relying on his exceptional talent to meddle in matters beyond his expertise. So what if he's gifted? Young people are just too young. Relying on a bit of talent, he's made a huge mistake. Yi Chen sat in a tall chair, her stocking-clad feet dangling and swinging in the air. His adorable little face puckered, his brow furrowing. These damn media outlets only care about grabbing attention. They never report the facts. Studying journalism, what a joke. Xu Qianshu of Tiandu Academy hunted 15 beasts, including 1 beast leader. Rating, S. Zhao Xiaoxiao of Nirvana Academy, 9 beasts slain, grade A. Xu Qianshu stepped out of the assessment grounds, the sound of voices ringing incessantly in his ears. His gaze swept around the area, but he detected no familiar voices. Yet a faint smile did appear at the corners of his mouth. With my little sister's skills, she'll definitely get an S. And that kid Jiang Yu too. That kid usually loves to show off, but I haven't seen him pull any big stunts this time. It's really strange. Regardless, I still want to give my dad a call. Shu Qianshu pulled out his phone. The headline news on the screen made his pupils contract. His gaze shifted to the sky. Jian Yu was missing? Shu Qianqin and Lu Qingqing stood back to back, hunting monsters. They remained completely unaware of Jian Yu's disappearance. In the deepest recesses of the little abyss, boundless dark energy corroded Jian Yu's body. A layer of black mist shrouded her form. The dark elemental energy within the little abyss dissipated into nothingness the moment it touched the black mist. Simultaneously, the black mist weakened slightly. After resisting for about 10 minutes, Jian Yu's body bore visible wounds. Jian Yu, your soul power won't sustain this for much longer. Lilith's indifferent voice echoed in her mind. As the Witch of Darkness and the Witch of Eternal Night, Lilith naturally had no trouble resisting these dark attribute attacks. However, everything was sustained by Jian Yu's soul power alone. Jian Yu's soul power was too weak. Even with Lilith's immense abilities, she couldn't exert a single bit of it. Such overwhelming dark power. No wonder the Nightbat Emperor dared not venture here. Not even 100 of them could make a difference. Ha! My lowly master, my lowly summoner, this is your limit, Lilith's infuriating voice chimed in. Jian Yu ignored her. After all this time together, she'd long since grown immune to the little female demon's antics. Ha! If you find Jian Yu's torment unbearable, you're free to leave. Why can't you bring yourself to go? Looks like you're enjoying this too. The familiar phrasing made Jian Yu pause. The speaker, of course, was Million. Lilith froze. Jian Yu could already picture her gnashing her teeth in frustration. Good job, Millie. I'll reward you once we're out. Jian Yu mentally gave Millie a thumbs up. Millian annihilated the female imp. Jian Yu could feel her body growing increasingly numb. Jian Yu, retreat now and you won't suffer too severe damage, Lilith said with concern. You care about me? Who cares about you? Lilith retorted dismissively. If you admit you care about me, I'll consider backing out. Jian Yu showed no sign of panic, instead radiating confidence. You. Admit it or not. Bang! A surge of dark energy pierced through the black mist's defenses, striking Jian Yu. The sound of flesh being corroded echoed, accompanied by a cloud of black smoke. Gah! Jian Yu grimaced in pain. Fine, fine. I admit defeat. I care about you, you can't die here. Lilith sulked, pouting like a wronged little wife. A faint smile returned to Jian Yu's lips. If I retreat, will you admit you were looking out for me? But I refuse. You. Lilith was stunned. The dark energy continued to corrode, the black mist gradually fading. Jian Yu's expression remained resolute as she stared at the small pond less than 50 meters away. The pitch-black darkness of Tansheng County, dotted with starlight, held the dark night dew within it. Yet those 50 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross. If you wish to die here, then die here. Lilith's voice faded. Jian Yu's body grew numb, his eyelids beginning to droop. Jian Yu. Shatter, you're a light elemental spirit. This place gathers elements, you should return first. Millian appeared, swiftly supporting Jian Yu. Shauna stubbornly lifted her small face and clung tightly to one of Jian Yu's arms. Lilith watched the scene unfold, her lips twitching. This kid, even on the brink of death, still had two stunning beauties fussing over him. One fiery older sister type, one pure angelic beauty. What did this kid ever do to deserve this? Lilith, I'll ask you one more time, are you really not going to intervene? Jian Yu's lips curled into a provoking smirk. Lilith gritted her teeth. Ever since learning that Thing was on Jian Yu's person, Lilith had harbored complex feelings toward him. Especially after Jian Yu rescued her from the volcano headquarters, those feelings reached their peak. Consider it a debt I owe you. Perpetual Night Curtain. Chapter 148, Abnormal. Lilith's petite form materialized beside Jian Yu, clad in an oversized shirt. Her two snow-white legs glowed faintly, and her 10 delicate toes were as round and jade-like as pearls. Her white hair cascaded down to her ankles, and her crimson pupils hinted at a touch of wickedness. Her small mouth parted slightly. As night descended, Jian Yu felt her body grow light. Her left hand was held by Millian, her right by Shauna. Lilith turned her face away. Her tone was slightly awkward. Seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Jian Yu lifted her head, her dark pupils fixed intently on Lilith as she spoke solemnly. No. You've come at the perfect time. I knew Lilith wouldn't stand by and watch her beloved master and summoner suffer. Give me a hug. Jian Yu spread her arms wide, but Lilith merely curled her lip. Who said you could hug me? You're just a low-level master and a low-level summoner. Lilith took a step back, avoiding Jian Yu's embrace. He. We've signed a summoner contract, just like a marriage certificate. We're practically old married couple. And I bet you'll be begging for a hug in the next second. Jian Yu said mysteriously. Lilith chuckled lightly, shooting Jian Yu a dismissive look. My low-level master, I'm afraid you're imagining things. Is that so? Jian Yu pulled two teeth from his storage ring. The teeth were pure white, radiating a sacred aura. The surrounding dark elemental energy, upon touching the teeth, actually displayed an obedient posture. Lilith's crimson pupils widened with profound shock. Cain's teeth. The teeth of the vampire progenitor. How did you obtain them? Shouldn't these be in the possession of the Dark Church? Lilith was utterly stunned. Jiang Yu wore a mysterious smile. He held the tooth in his hand, casually tossing it up and catching it. These two teeth must be incredibly important to a certain night witch, yet here they are in my possession. They're utterly useless to me. Damn it, this kid is so annoying. Lilith's delicate face twisted with hurt as she glared at Jiang Yu. What do you want? Jiang Yu opened his arms wide. A hint of human-like resentment flickered in Lilith's crimson pupils as she reluctantly shuffled her tiny feet forward, approaching Jiang Yu. Hug! Lilith was practically dripping with moisture. No one could have imagined that deep within the little abyss, Jiang Yu was actually holding three beautiful girls at the same time. Nice, feel much better than Yi Mugua's figure. Jiang Yu marveled with a smirk. When dealing with female little devils, one should slaughter them mercilessly. Lilith wore a loose white shirt over nothing but her undergarments. The soft texture was palpable even through the thin fabric. Unlike Yi Mugua, Ping Tianxia possessed a figure. Though both were lowless, Lilith possessed assets that could captivate hearts. How can one conquer the world with a flat chest? How can one win hearts without ample bosom? Jiang Yu managed to gather both of them, truly a rare feat. After merely embracing her, Jiang Yu made no further advances, much to Lilith's relief. Jiang Yu. Where are Cain's teeth? Jiang Yu gave a mysterious smile. We're practically old married couple now. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. I'll just keep them safe for you. Ouch, don't bite me. Jiang Yu, you shameless. Lilith, furious, sank her teeth into Jiang Yu's neck, leaving a deep crimson mark. Given their height difference, it actually resembled a lover's kiss. Milian and Shauna exchanged envious glances. Damn it, why wasn't it me? Using Cain's teeth to deceive Lilith, you really outdid yourself, Jiang Yu. Is this the night dew? Jiang Yu gazed at the fist-sized pool, its light as vast as the night sky, murmuring in wonder. Dark night dew was a priceless treasure. Feeding it to dark attribute spirit beasts could accelerate their evolution and grant them mastery over shadow power. How peculiar, she murmured. The conditions here aren't conducive to forming night dew, yet someone managed to place it here. Lilith mused silently. Jiang Yu shook her head. Never mind that. Whoever left it here, it's mine now. Jiang Yu reached out to touch the dark night dew. Her pupils dilated, and she collapsed straight to the ground. In her mind's eye, a man bearing a cross appeared. Black thorns encircled him, blood dripping ceaselessly. Surrounding his body were countless pale-skinned, beautiful dark-winged angels with willowy waists and pert hips. The man gave Jiang Yu a sense of familiarity. Jiang Yu strained to see his face clearly, only to find a layer of mist perpetually obscuring his features. Yet Jiang Yu could sense that the man was also watching her. The time is not yet right. The man's voice sounded faintly. Jiang Yu's consciousness instantly blurred. Meanwhile, outside. Why did Jiang Yu faint? Placing Jiang Yu's head on her lap and adjusting her into a comfortable position, Milian asked anxiously. Lilith's crimson eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu, the light within them tracing the outline of a complex magical array. He's fine. His consciousness was pulled into another space, but its master holds no ill will. Lilith spoke. Then why hasn't Jiang Yu woken up yet? Shauna asked with concern. It's because Jiang Yu's soul power is too weak. Summoning me to use the power of the eternal night to protect him from the dark attributes here has already consumed a great deal. If I hadn't sacrificed a thread of my essence, Jiang Yu wouldn't have even made it this far. Now, being dragged into another space by that mysterious entity has left him unconscious. Lilith stared at Jiang Yu with curiosity. It was hard to imagine that such an earth-shattering act had been performed by a mere 4-star summoner, a kid who hadn't even grown any hair yet. What do we do now? A mischievous grin spread across Lilith's face. Do you want Jiang Yu to recover quickly? The two nodded. SSS-grade bodily fluids possess potent restorative properties that can accelerate Jiang Yu's recovery. At these words, their expressions changed. Milian's face flushed crimson. Shatana, meanwhile, looked sickly. To have our master drink Shauna's bodily fluid, it's simply wonderful. Fluid. That's just too embarrassing. Milian's tail curled up tightly, unable to bring herself to glance toward where Jiang Yu lay. Wait. Who are you? I have questions. Why do I feel like I know you? Jiang Yu opened her eyes, still seeing half the sky. Right, I passed out after touching the night dew. As for that mysterious man, overthinking it won't help. With the night dew, I can make the life seed sprout. Now all I need is the bodily fluid of a morning star level magical beast. Jiang Yu rubbed her forehead and sat up. Can I have some of your bodily fluids? Creep 3. Only then did Jiang Yu realize something was terribly wrong. Chapter 149, One-Sided. Milian's cheeks flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, glaring at Jiang Yu with fury. Shauna covered her face, peering through her fingers with two clear pupils. her gaze fixed on Jiang Yu, brimming with possessiveness. Lilith looked equally astonished. Say something. Jiang Yu felt the atmosphere freeze. Pervert! The group exclaimed in unison. Jiang Yu froze. You have to believe me. I'm really not a pervert. I need your bodily fluids for legitimate reasons. Even Jiang Yu didn't believe his own words. But it was the truth. According to reports from the front lines, Jiang Yu has been confirmed missing. Also missing are fellow examinees from the same train and a squad from the Suppression Military Department. Meanwhile, across the entire nation, headlines flooded every screen. Turkey-flavored rice cracker, I knew it. Jiang Yu was just relying on her talent. Milky snowflake, yeah right. Why didn't you say that before Jiang Yu went missing? Turtle's black head, exactly. The entire nation plunged once more into a whirlwind of public opinion. Most voices, however, were condemning Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, Yuan Xion's gaze settled on Lu Xun, as if deep in thought. At that moment, Lu Xun stood before the media. He stood with an air of righteous indignation. He pounded his chest, wailed in anguish, and sighed deeply. It's all my fault. I should have stopped Jiang Yu. He was so stubborn, and Lin Lei trusted him too much. That's why the whole team got lost in the little abyss. As a longtime friend who's worked with him for years, I'm utterly heartbroken. While youthful ambition is understandable, his reckless pursuit of glory. Lu Xun's performance was utterly convincing, complete with a few crocodile tears. Deep within his eyes, however, lay a well-concealed glint of savagery and contempt. What a load of crap about the youngest seal-bearer, the future pillar of Huagua. He was nothing but a pawn in my scheme, and he died in the little abyss. As for this bunch of journalists, I see them as nothing but good-for-nothings. As for General Yuan Xiong, he's all talk and no action, nothing but a brute now, heh. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu's reputation took a nosedive. I always thought Jiang Yu was blowing his own horn way too much. They even gave him the seal of authority. Am I the only one who thinks he's just plain ordinary? As someone who values objectivity, I have to speak up. Jiang Yu is probably exaggerating by a mile. Regardless of Jiang Yu's abilities, let's be fair. We've never witnessed a hell demon invasion before. How much he actually contributed in Baobin City remains questionable. Hu Yaya was furious. She had completed her midterm assessment hours ago. Then she learned Jiang Yu had gone missing. After seeing the overwhelming mockery flooding in, her face flushed crimson with fury. They're all talking bull, especially that Lu Xun. He's definitely spouting nonsense. Jiang Yu is the superstar tournament champion, the youngest seal-bearer in the military, and she's fought off hellish demons. Where were these trolls when Jiang Yu was doing all that? Why didn't they dare say a word? Now that she's gone missing, they all crawl out of the woodwork, pretending to be objective. Them. Hu Ye's words resonated with a large crowd, most of whom were Jiang Yu's classmates. Granted, that kid Jiang Yu could be a bit infuriating. Bull. I'm a survivor of Baobin City's hell demon battlefield. No exaggeration, without Jiang Yu, we never would have driven that demon back. If you're so tough, why not shout the name of that blood-stained demon 3 times right here? If you can, I'll respect you as a real man. Otherwise, shut your damn mouth. You. Amidst the crowd's jeers, the original post was voluntarily deleted. Put. Hu Yeye spat in disgust. You don't even have the guts to say the name of that hellish scum, yet you dare to strut around. A large hand rested on Hu Yeye's shoulder. Turning around, she found it was Lu Yin, followed by Wen Boyang. Director Lu, Director Wen, these people have gone too far. Jiang Yu, though usually scatterbrained and a bit of a flirt, proved dependable when it mattered. At that very moment, the smile on Shu Qinchu's face froze completely. His eyes betrayed not a flicker of emotion. That troublemaker Jiang Yu, don't you dare die. And don't get me wrong, it's not that I'd miss you if you did. It's just that if you die, my sister will be heartbroken. And if you make my sister sad, I won't let you off the hook. Deep within the little heavenly abyss, Jiang Yu had to explain at length before the 3 finally half believed he wasn't a pervert. Jiang Yu produced the life seed, 2 tender green leaves that fluttered gently. A faint blue glow emanated from them, accompanied by a refreshingly sweet fragrance. Milian stared at it curiously. Would blood work? Jiang Yu nodded. Of course it can. Blood is a bodily fluid too. Unless little Milian was planning to. Jiang Yu's expression held a hint of amusement. Millie's cheeks flushed instantly. Jiang Yu. Whoa! This nightmare creature is unexpectedly innocent. Jiang Yu's lips curved into a faint smile. Milian bit her finger, a drop of crimson blood falling. 2 tender buds began to dance joyfully. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the flower pot shattered, revealing a white blossom blooming in exquisite beauty. A milky white glow radiated from the flower's entire body. Jiang Yu picked up a crystal core and hurled it toward the flower. The crystal core was instantly engulfed by the milky white light. The flower trembled joyfully, as if devouring and chewing. As the milky light faded, the crystal core turned grayish-white, its surface covered in cracks. So this is the 9 transformation soul body flower? Jiang Yu's face lit up with delight. Simultaneously, a complex contract materialized before Jiang Yu. As the light faded, the contract was sealed. Jiang Yu opened her eyes. Her face was filled with a radiant smile. The 9 transformation soul body flower could devour the remnant souls of demon beast crystal cores, brewing the 9 transformation soul body dew. Consuming it could enhance soul power and repair soul wounds. It was genuine life-giving water. Water of life was a general term, and the 9 transformation soul essence dew naturally fell under this category. As it absorbed more residual souls, the 9-turn soul body flower would form a demon-piercing light at its pistil, possessing immense lethality against demons. The 9 transformation soul body flower nuzzled affectionately against Jiang Yu before transforming into a vine adorned with tiny blossoms, twining itself around her waist. Like a belt. Jiang Yu's lips twitched. She couldn't exactly lift her clothes and untie her belt during a fight. That would be a bit of a blow to her glorious image. At the same time, a crystal-clear dewdrop floated up from Jiang Yu's crotch. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. The 9-turn soul essence dew was undoubtedly a valuable substance. But for some reason, dripping out from this particular spot felt downright awful. In an instant, a small tongue deftly licked around, gazing at Jiang Yu's crotch. The atmosphere fell silent. Chapter 150, Revenge. The darkness within the little heavenly abyss was as inky as ink. Yet now, a faint blue glow cut through it. The 9-turn soul essence dew, with a whoosh, traced an arc of light through the darkness and landed upon Jiang Yu's brow. Instantly, the entire sea of souls erupted in towering waves, a colossal vortex continuously forming within its depths. Her soul power surged like a rising tide, filling the sea with boundless energy. After so many battles, Jiang Yu's soul power had long been teetering on the brink of breakthrough. She was but a step away from breaking through. From 1-star to 9-star summoners, they continuously expanded the soul sea within their minds to bear greater soul power. As Jiang Yu's sea of souls boiled and her soul power reached its zenith, she heard a thunderous boom. Around her body, hurricanes composed of pure soul power spread out in all directions. What is this? The expansion of the soul sea? Jiang Yu, are you about to break through? Lilith exclaimed in astonishment as the whirlwinds of soul energy swept across her body, revealing vast swaths of her smooth, pale skin. Each tier of summoner ranks comprised 10 levels. Levels 1 through 3 were collectively known as the junior tier, levels 4 through 6 as the intermediate tier, levels 7 through 9 as the senior tier, and level 10 as the perfection tier. Jiang Yu was a 4-star consummate summoner. He hasn't stopped yet. Could he be attempting another breakthrough? At this possibility, a hint of astonishment flickered in Lilith's voice. Boom! An even more powerful storm of soul energy radiated outward from Jiang Yu's center. Within Jiang Yu's sea of souls, the immense vortex showed no signs of abating. Lilith's white hair swayed relentlessly within the soul force storm. Her loose white robes were being torn apart by the soul force storm, shredding into pieces. A crimson light flared in her eyes. A look of shock spread across her delicate face, her lips parting slightly. Another powerful surge of soul force erupted from Jiang Yu's body. This kid is nothing short of a freak. Lilith murmured softly. A 5-star, tier 3 summoner. That advancement speed is terrifying. But Jiang Yu has reached his limit. Even with his extraordinary talent, breaking through to 5-star, tier 4 will still require considerable time and training. Lilith's eyes widened, her train of thought abruptly halted. Her crimson gaze brimmed with utter disbelief. Behind Jiang Yu, his sea of souls poured forth like a celestial river, cascading downward. Jiang Yu's sea of souls rapidly expanded outward 100 li, 200 li, 300 li, until it reached a staggering 500 li. For other 5-star summoners, possessing a soul sea of 50 li was already considered exceptionally gifted. Jiang Yu was truly an anomaly. Her soul power reserves were 10 times that of an ordinary 5-star summoner. In the blink of an eye, the sea of souls vanished. As if everything that had just happened was nothing but an illusion. He actually advanced to a 5-star intermediate summoner. That kid really is a freak. What's wrong? Shocked by me? Jiang Yu opened her eyes, a perfect smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Oomph. That's all you can do? Weakling. Lilith sneered disdainfully. So sad. Jiang Yu patted his chest, feigning just the right amount of disappointment. Lilith rolled her eyes. You can pound your own chest, but could you please not pound mine? Jiang Yu withdrew her hand, offering an awkward smile. Habit. Just a habit. Oh, and Lilith, you're showing. Jiang Yu pointed. Lilith looked down. The earlier soul force storm had torn her thin clothing into shreds, exposing large patches of pale skin. My lowly spirit companion is such a pitiful virgin. Can't handle this? Don't you want to touch it? Lilith's face twisted into a wicked grin. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Thanks. Already touched it. Works fine on sensitive skin. The kid loves it, eats it up like candy. Lilith was flabbergasted. For the first time, she witnessed just how shameless humans could be. Master, what should we do now? Shatu obediently walked over and clung tightly to Jiang Yu's arm. Jiang Yu's expression froze completely. A terrifying coldness flickered in her eyes. Lu Xun. Ha! The skies have cleared. The rain has stopped. It's time to bankrupt the Lu family. Jiang Yu's eyes held 3 parts of icy coldness, 3 parts of resolute determination, and 7 parts of utter ruthlessness. A splendid fan-shaped bar chart. Spin my archangel's throne. In that instant, little stars flashed in his eyes. Simultaneously, within a Gothic edifice, a man lay collapsed, bearing a cross upon his back. Blood dripped on the thorns, making the black thorns dance more wildly. The man's gaze seemed to traverse infinite space, locking with the youth's. My lord, why do you value him so highly, even forsaking the night dew? A fallen angel, clad in a nun's habit yet revealing vast swaths of skin, bearing the mark of sacrilege, asked with deep devotion. All things shall come to pass. The man uttered a cryptic remark before closing his eyes once more. Countless profane nuns and fallen angels surrounding him resumed their prayers. Jiang Yu? The dark energy here has finally reached its peak. If it comes into contact with light energy, it might explode instantly. Are you truly confident? Lilith asked with concern. Jiang Yu remained silent, offering only a mysterious smile. She lifted her skirt before everyone and reached her hands toward her pants. Jiang Yu? Question mark. Like it. Lilith's lips twitched. Jiang Yu. I know you're eager, but hold your horses. Now is clearly not the time to let off steam. Million's face flushed, yet she didn't look away. Satsuki's eyes sparkled. In a physical sense. Light elemental energy surged from her eyes, like 2 glowing bulbs. Wake up. It's time for you to work. Jiang Yu drew the 9-turn soul body flower from her waist. The powerful dark energy surrounding them seemed to pause, though the stasis lasted less than a minute. Then it surged forth like the Yangtze River flowing into the sea, ceaselessly pouring into the 9-turn soul body flower. Jiang Yu felt a sudden chill in her mind, a wave of coolness spreading through every bone and muscle. Such dense dark energy did not cause Jiang Yu the slightest discomfort. Instead, she felt utterly at home within it. Like a sovereign in the dark night. The dark energy within the small heavenly abyss was intertwined with remnant souls, making it a potent elixir for the 9-transformation soul body flower. Jiang Yu's gaze swept toward the distance. There lay the lair of the night demon bats. Jiang Yu had always won people over through virtue, reason, integrity, and martial prowess. He never let grudges linger overnight. Revenge was best served fresh. If immediate retribution proved impossible, then remember, what goes around comes around. In short, she kept her enemies perpetually on edge. It's not that vengeance won't come, the time hasn't come yet. Chapter 151, The Convergence. Beside the train, the group panted heavily, their soul power severely depleted. Their gazes turned toward the depths of darkness, their eyes filled with hope. At that moment, the frost rose bloomed, piercing several nightstalker bats. They hung in the air, blood dripping from their bodies. Damn it, there are far too many of them. At that moment, the Night Bat Emperor roared, and countless night demon bats swarmed out of the darkness. Lin Lei summoned his lion. Fierce flames blazed around the lion, illuminating the area for miles. The group looked on as countless dark night demonic bats lurked in the shadows, revealing only their crimson pupils. Kill! The white lion roared, taking a step forward as a fierce wind howled and flames blazed. Simultaneously, countless dark shadows lunged toward everyone. The group's faces turned pale. Chen Liang and Wu Hu exchanged bitter smiles. Li Yi's face was ashen, beads of sweat dripping onto the ground. The three formed a triangular formation, bracing against the lurking danger. Wu Hu, how much soul power do you have left? Wu Hu shook his head. Not much. The frost rose won't hold out much longer. What about you two? Release the last 2 foxtail thunderbolts now, Li Yi said. I'm almost out too. Despair spread across all 3 faces. Could it be that our first battle against the beasts will be our last? Li Yi said bitterly. Regretting it now? Chen Liang forced a smile as he asked. Li shook her head. I'd never abandon my comrades and retreat alone. It's just, I can't help feeling this sense of injustice. Her bright eyes dimmed. Everyone fell silent. Just as the atmosphere fell into complete stillness, a commotion erupted from the darkness. Divine Sanctuary. Holy Angel's Throne. I'll lead the charge. Boom. A soft glow descended, forming a shield of holy light before each person. Simultaneously, hundreds of Nightstalker bats let out agonized screeches. Simultaneously, a shadow shot swiftly toward the Nightbat Emperor. The Nightbat Emperor's 6 pupils glowed crimson. The dark Nightbat Emperor clasped his arms together as the shadow slammed violently into him. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. The dark Nightbat Emperor froze for a moment before letting out a furious roar. Only then did the crowd see clearly that the shadow was composed of countless eggs, each as large as a train car. Inside, at least 1,000 dark night demon bats were incubating. Snap! Jiang Yu snapped her fingers lightly. A dazzling light erupted from the densely packed eggs. The cross-shaped starlight shone like a monument, illuminating the entire little abyss. It illuminated the Nightbat Emperor's hideous visage. The Nightbat Emperor shrieked, its 6 crimson eyes fixed intently on Jiang Yu. Well, how do you like the gift I gave you? Steady, rhythmic footsteps echoed from the depths of darkness. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound. Every breath was held, hearts pounding wildly, as if each step echoed directly within their chests. Thud! A crisp footstep landed, causing hearts to skip a beat before racing even faster. A figure appeared before them, slightly lean, yet strikingly upright. Li Yi rubbed her eyes, while Chen Liang and Wu Hu flashed bright smiles. "Everyone, haven't seen you in a few days, did you miss me?" Jiang Yu stepped out of the darkness, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As the group looked on, Jiang Yu's upright form tore open a corner of the darkness within the small heavenly abyss. As Jiang Yu drew nearer with each step, his form grew increasingly luminous. All eyes were fixed on her. Her garments moved without wind, her jet-black hair flowing freely. A splendid figure on a spirited steed. This youth here. Yes. Jiang Yu. I never imagined Jiang Yu was still alive. He must be alive. Of course. Have you heard the saying? Good people don't live long, but scoundrels endure for millennia. Jiang Yu will surely plague us for 10,000 years. The three men rejoiced, their hearts finally settling back into their chests. Brother Jiang Yu. Lin Lei was overjoyed, his rough eyes suddenly reddened. It was indeed the vanished Jiang Yu, the very Jiang Yu who had been driven into the depths of the little heavenly abyss. All the waiting, all the perseverance, had finally paid off. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and Li Yi all wore expressions of profound relief. Li Yi's eyes even glistened with moisture. Thank you all for your trust. Leave it to me from here on out. Jiang Yu flashed a smile at the group. At the same time, her gaze fixed on the Nightbat Emperor. I've also sent you a special gift. Go check your lair later. The Dark Nightbat King wasn't stupid. His 6 crimson eyes flashed with a human-like look of confusion. Boom! With a violent tremor, the Dark Nightbat King's lair erupted into a sea of flames. Layers upon layers of flames spread like a golden lotus in full bloom. Petals drifted down, accompanied by waves of foul stench. The Dark Nightbat Emperor let out a piercing roar. Everyone froze in shock. Jiang Yu just blew up the Dark Knight Demon Bat's nest? Jiang Yu nailed it. Jiang Yu is awesome. At that moment, a blade formed entirely of holy light sliced toward the Dark Knight Demon Bat. The Dark Knight Demon Bat roared in fury. This human before it not only showed no fear but dared to attack and insult beyond measure. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu launched forward like an arrow released from its string. His immense soul power surged forth like an oceanic tide, causing even the active dark attribute energies around him to freeze solid under its overwhelming might. The Nightbat Emperor roared, gathering dark energy around itself. The entire space became filled with fangs formed from dark energy. These fangs closed like the jaws of a ferocious beast, enveloping Jiang Yu within. Jiang Yu, has he ascended? With such immense soul power, is he still just a 5-star summoner? People's constitutions vary greatly. Jiang Yu is simply an anomaly. The crowd nodded in agreement. They stared intently at the sky above. But, will Jiang Yu win? Their concern was not without reason. No matter how gifted Jiang Yu was, he remained only a 5-star summoner. Even Lin Lei would struggle to defeat the Nightbat Emperor, and that was under normal circumstances. Especially within the little abyss, where the power of darkness was intensely concentrated. It provided a significant boost to dark attribute beasts. She will win. Lin Lei pounded his chest. Jiang Yu always managed to pull off the impossible. She creates miracles. Boom! A dense swarm of dark element fangs slammed down with tremendous force, striking precisely where Jiang Yu stood. A trace of mockery flashed in the Dark Nightbat Emperor's eyes. Before anyone could react, a light, floating voice echoed behind it. Light of magic shattering. Before the astonished crowd. Jiang Yu undid his pants, a faint glow emanating from his waist. Li Yi and the other girls flushed, instinctively covering their eyes with their hands, though 2 bright eyes peeked through the gaps between their fingers. Jiang Yu's dick is huge? A purple beam erupted from his crotch, striking the Dark Nightbat Emperor with devastating force. Chapter 152, Unbelievable. To everyone watching, it appeared as though Jiang Yu had simply dropped his pants before unleashing an incredible attack. A flash of light erupted from the crotch area. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed like a bolt from the blue. A pillar of light shot straight into the sky, as if piercing the darkness within the small abyss. Before the astonished crowd, a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Everyone could distinctly feel the ground beneath their feet tremble slightly under the immense force. The shockwave from the violent blast radiated outward in all directions. The resulting gale sent earth and rocks flying throughout the small abyss. Such overwhelming power left every face etched with utter disbelief. Chen Liang and Wu Hu's pupils dilated with shock. Watching Jiang Yu stroll as if taking a leisurely walk, his expression serene and carefree, a terrifying thought formed in his mind. Jiang Yu has grown even stronger. The moment those words left his lips, everyone's mouths dropped open, instinctively gasping in shock. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of gasps rose and fell in waves, causing the temperature throughout the entire little heavenly abyss to soar several degrees in an instant. Jiang Yu looked at the crowd with suspicion. If she didn't know them inside out, Jiang Yu would suspect this group had transformed from rattlesnakes. Even Lin Lei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Yu had only been a 4-star summoner before she went missing. To have advanced to 5 stars in such a short time, and not only that, but to gain the upper hand against the Nightbat Emperor in combat. The entire process seemed as effortless as a leisurely stroll through a garden, as easy as plucking a flower from a bush. Such terrifying talent sent a chill down Lin Lei's spine, even though he was no stranger to geniuses. Jiang Yu silently reattached the pouch to his pants. The unassuming vine glowed with a dark silver light. Whoa! Chen Liang, you were right, Jiang Yu is seriously insane. Wu Hu muttered, utterly speechless. Li Yi's face flushed slightly as she shot both of them a disapproving look. Meanwhile, the Nightbat Emperor struggled to its feet, its massive wings flapping as it swiftly closed in on Jiang Yu. All eyes were fixed on the scene, watching intently. Hearts pounded violently. Jiang Yu stood with his back to the Dark Nightbat Emperor, hands in his pockets, facing his opponent. Seeing this, everyone wore expressions of bewilderment. Jiang Yu, hurry up and do something. The Dark Nightbat Emperor's attacks aren't something to mess around with. What is Jiang Yu doing? Quickly unleash another strike from your legendary crotch. Jiang Yu simply extended his hand and shrugged indifferently. Actually, the Dark Nightbat Emperor is already dead. What? The crowd gasped in shock, their faces filled with utter bewilderment. Jiang Yu's face broke into a mysterious smile. You know why I turned my back on the Dark Nightbat Emperor? Because real men never look back at explosions. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dark Nightbat Emperor's body swelled up like a balloon filled with air. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed once more. Under everyone's gaze, the Dark Nightbat Emperor, smoke billowing from his body, crashed heavily to the ground. Bruises and contusions covered him, patches of blue and purple, scattered here and there, a patch of yours, a patch of mine. The Dark Nightbat Emperor was killed by Jiang Yu? The crowd could scarcely believe it. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and the Dark Nightbat Emperor's demon core appeared in his palm, emitting a deep, eerie glow. Jiang Yu raised the core high, and only then did everyone confirm that the Dark Nightbat Emperor had truly been slain by her. Everyone exchanged stunned glances. Some even swallowed hard in disbelief. This was simply too unbelievable. Did you all see clearly how Jiang Yu killed the Dark Nightbat Emperor? The crowd shook their heads. And what's even more terrifying is that Jiang Yu only used one move. I didn't even see what he summoned. At this remark, the expressions on everyone's faces grew even more complex. Jiang Yu is seriously insane. After a long moment of contemplation, Chen Liang twitched his lips and exclaimed with admiration. Everyone nodded in agreement. At that very moment, the Nightbat Emperor has been slain by Jiang Yu. These demon spawn are ours to deal with now. Wu Hu roared, causing the frozen rose to tremble as the temperature plummeted. The three-tailed thunder fox, its body crackling with electricity, charged relentlessly through the darkness. One by one, the Dark Knight demon bats were reduced to sparkling demon cores. The bronze giant raised both arms, charging like a meteorite. This allowed them to summon their spirit guardians and launch a full-scale counterattack. Lin Lei crept closer and suddenly slapped Jiang Yu's shoulder. I knew you wouldn't get into trouble that easily, kid. You're something else. That move you pulled earlier was pretty unique. Others didn't see it, but I got a clear look. Taking off your pants mid-battle? You're the first one I've ever seen do that. Jiang Yu's face twisted in misery. I didn't want it to happen either. But who could blame him? The nine-turned soul body flower, clearly a flower, insisted on acting like a rope. Using the demon-shattering light made it look like I was taking off my pants. I, Jiang Yu, am a man of integrity. As everyone knows, Jiang Yu isn't interested in women. I get it. I get it. If it weren't for all the pretty girls around you, little bro, I'd totally believe you. Lin Lei winked and nudged him. Jiang Yu was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, in a tavern within the desolate city, Lucian wore a smug expression as he sat across from a burly young man. A displeased smile spread across the young man's face. Second uncle, you're truly formidable. With just a few words, you've ruined Jiang Yu's reputation. I'll raise a toast to you. The man's face lit up with pleasure, though deep in his eyes lay a profound tenderness. He summoned the green hornet, which buzzed around him. Of course. What good is talent if it ends up as bee stung? Lear, don't worry. If your father won't avenge you, come find your second uncle. The man's expression grew complex. But the young man before him was too busy grinning foolishly to notice. Meanwhile, news of Jiang Yu's disappearance was spreading like wildfire across the entire Huawei internet. At the Yuan general's residence, a golden paper was presented before him. Yuan Xiong picked up the paper and his face lit up with surprise and delight. The muscles at the corners of his mouth gradually curled upward. I knew that kid wasn't one to go down without a fight. He wouldn't have died so easily. A hint of obscure affection flickered in his eyes. Now it's time for the clowns to put on a proper show. Lucian, the Lu family. Ha! Yuan Xiong gave a cold laugh. The Lu family had been pocketing empty salaries and kickbacks for years. Relying on their positions to enrich themselves, he usually turned a blind eye. But this time, Lucian dared to smear Jiang Yu with their filth. Did he really think Yuan Xiong was made of clay? Inger, go placate Lu Xin and Lu Li. Under no circumstances must they suspect anything. A tall, handsome youth emerged from the shadows. Emerging from the shadows, he nodded calmly before vanishing back into the darkness. This was indeed Yuan Ing, known as the Young General. Chapter 153, The Gifted Attacker. Meanwhile, public opinion was stirring nationwide. Yellow caution tape had been strung around the perimeter of the Little Abyss. A military unit was stationed at the outer perimeter of the small heavenly abyss. The man in charge was broad-shouldered and sturdy, his coat flapping in the strong wind. Jiang Yu had been missing for over a night. Latest update, still no sign of Jiang Yu and Zai Oceanian. It's been a whole night. She's probably long gone. Zai Oceanian's danger level is second only to the major perilous zones. The train only passes along the edges, it doesn't go through the deepest parts. Most of the crowd sighed. Despite the search, every inch of the outer perimeter of the Little Abyss remained unexplored. After searching all night without seeing a single trace, everyone's spirits sank to rock bottom. Send me more men. I want the living brought back or the dead accounted for. Is that clear? Understood. The search party grew larger, including many summoners who had volunteered. In just one night, Jiang Yu's popularity not only failed to wane but surged even higher. Now everyone knew, a prodigy had vanished into the Little Heavenly Abyss. What's that? Am I seeing things? There seems to be a light in the Little Abyss? The words fell, and the previously noisy environment instantly fell silent. A startled voice followed, echoing in everyone's ears. There really seems to be a light. What's that sound? Sounds like a train starting up. All eyes turned toward the pitch-black depths of the Little Abyss. When everyone saw that faint glow, expressions of utter shock spread across their faces. Within the small garden, a cross-shaped light spread out, resembling stars in the sky. The light grew from faint to intense, eventually blazing like the sun itself. Instinctively, everyone squinted their eyes. What's happening? The Little Abyss is filled with dark elemental energy. It never sees daylight. How could light appear here? Exactly. For all these years, the Little Abyss has been saturated with dense dark energy. Outside, the open space erupted in commotion. Countless people looked up as the light drew ever closer. Oh no! Get out of the way. Some people scrambled to dodge as a blinding beam of light erupted from the small abyss like a pillar of light. Immediately after, a train unleashed the small heavenly abyss before the astonished crowd. As it sped past, the powerful gust of wind whipped at the clothing of those nearby. My apologies. I didn't see ahead. The youth's slightly apologetic voice struck like a heavy hammer lodged in their hearts, planting an unbelievable thought in everyone's mind. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes converged on the source of the sound. Simultaneously, a figure stepped off the train, strolling leisurely down the platform. Everyone froze, then rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Before them stood a youth, seemingly not yet of age, his face perpetually adorned with a smile, appearing humble and gentle. This youth was none other than Jiang Yu, emerging from the Little Heavenly Abyss. Jiang Yu waved his hand, and in an instant, he leapt down from the locomotive, landing obediently behind him. All eyes were now fixed on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, however, wore an expression that seemed to say, "Why are you all still here?" It's Jiang Yu. He's not dead. He emerged from the Little Heavenly Abyss. Unbelievable. That kid is a genius. Simultaneously, a swarm of media outlets closed in, completely surrounding Jiang Yu. Facing the barrage of cameras and microphones, Jiang Yu seemed completely at ease. Reporter, Mr. Jiang Yu, regarding the entire vehicle being controlled by the Little Heavenly Abyss, do you have any comments? Jiang Yu shrugged. It was nothing major. I just moved my hands a little, and that was already the limit of the Little Heavenly Abyss. Shen Liang, Wu Hu, and others who had just stepped out of the car nearly slipped. Reporter, Jiang Yu, according to Lu Xin, you repeatedly ignored him, relying on your extraordinary talent, which led to this disaster. What's your take on that? Jiang Yu froze, scratching her cheek. Did you get one thing wrong? I am exceptionally gifted, but can the Little Heavenly Abyss truly be called a disaster? Didn't we already discuss this? Even my slightest intervention pushed Zio Oceanuan to its absolute limit. At this remark, everyone froze in shock. Wait, dude, how's this fair? We've seen attack talents before. But never someone who uses their talent to attack others. At the same time, Jiang Yu whistled softly. Beneath his handsome features lay a mix of 3 parts amusement, and 7 parts utter boredom, his entire face resembling a pie chart. At that very moment, the entire Little Heavenly Abyss echoed with blood-curdling screams. Everyone's faces paled. One of the 4-star summoners stammered nervously. The Little Abyss ultimately harbors countless night demon bats. If they break out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Quite right. And there's also a Nightbat Emperor. Do we have any 6-star summoners among us? The group exchanged glances, some turning deathly pale. I heard the Nightbat Emperor is female and takes pleasure in tormenting males of other species. At this remark, the group's expressions darkened further, particularly among the more effeminate members like Wu Yanzu. Just then, Jiang Yu made a crisp sound and stepped forward. The fan-shaped statistics on her face transformed into a line of text. Finally, it's my turn to show off. Are you all truly worried about the Dark Knight Demon Bat? I'm afraid your concerns are unfounded. At these words, everyone froze in shock. Then what was that commotion in the little heavenly abyss? Ahem. Jiang Yu cleared his throat and continued, no need to worry, everyone. The Dark Knight Demon Bats are merely fleeing. We just accidentally killed a few more than intended. They were utterly petrified, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit a light bulb inside. Pointing the camera toward the little abyss, all they could see was a mountain-like mass of Dark Knight Demon Bats flying toward the other side of the abyss at unimaginable speed. How many did he kill? What could terrify such bloodthirsty beasts? Is Jiang Yu even human anymore? Everyone was utterly speechless. This kid was just too damn powerful. But, Jiang Yu, what about the Night Bat Emperor? You've slaughtered so many of its offspring. The words died on their lips as they met Lin Lei and the others' complex gazes. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Whoa! Jiang Yu couldn't have even taken down the Dark Night Bat Emperor. Everyone's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu nodded and pulled a crystal core from his pants pocket. The crystal core radiated a potent dark energy, flickering with a sinister blue glow. That's right. I blew the Night Bat Emperor to smithereens too. Everyone slowly exhaled the breath they'd held in. Then they sucked in another sharp breath. Is Jiang Yu even human? How is he so freaking twisted? How did he pull that off? A barrage of questions flooded everyone's minds. Li shook her head. She began to pity these people. Poor souls, so naive. Remember during the first academy assessment? Jiang Yu sent a whole pack of beasts scattering in all directions. Chapter 154, The Colossus Clears the Way, the high esteem for Jiang Yu. Night had not yet passed, yet the news of Jiang Yu flooded everyone's feeds. Here some rejoiced, others grieved. Lucian's expression darkened to the extreme. The thought of his exposed schemes and the consequences awaiting him made him shudder. Lucian felt his knees buckle. He nearly bowed his head to Lu Li in front of him. Uncle Lu, what's wrong? Did you not eat well? Bring 2 more dishes. Let's drink until we're satisfied today. We'll need your help more often in the future. Yu Weiniang waved his hand generously, ordering 2 more dishes and a pot of fine wine, a specialty of Huangchang. Lucian's face was more grim than if he were crying. The ones rejoicing, of course, were Hu Yaya, Wen Boyan, and their group. Jiang Yu scanned the surroundings. One individual, acting suspiciously, spotted her gaze and immediately turned tail and fled. The badge on his chest bore a large, prominent character, Lu. Jiang Yu swept her hand forward, unleashing a surge of powerful soul energy that felt almost tangible. Thud! Under the impact of the soul force, the man's running body suddenly halted, then crashed heavily to the ground. A member of the Lu family? Why are you running? The man's nose slammed into the ground, blood gushing forth instantly. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, why did you run upon seeing us? Acting so guilty unless you have something to hide? Jiang Yu looked down at him, speaking in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. So you're one of Lucian's men, huh? He led us deep into the beast lair. We'll settle this score with him. Lin Lei said coldly. The man clutching his nose shrieked loudly, like a man whose toes had been stepped on. Why did you make me do it? I was just hunting beasts. This is bullying an honest man. Jiang Yu's face darkened completely. Bullying honest folk, huh? Hunting beasts, huh? Jiang Yu towered over him, stomping heavily on the man's chest. The man fell backward, face up. Honest? Are you honest? Was Lucian an honest man? At these words, everyone froze. What's going on here? Isn't it just as Lucian said? Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Yu, seeing their reactions, couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Look at Lucian, he hasn't been idle these past few days. Chen Liang and Wu Hu glared at him with fury. That beast Lucian. Just because he lost a bet with Jiang Yu, he deliberately veered off course and led us deep into the heart of the beast's lair. Li Yi shot the man a contemptuous look. Only then did the others realize the truth might not align with Lucian's account. Did you see the news? That kid Jiang Yu didn't die. Of course I did. Not only is he alive, but he came back completely unharmed. That kid isn't human. Especially when they saw Jiang Yu's utterly outrageous move, it made their vision go black. Just as Jiang Yu's arrogant remarks became the talk of the town. Another piece of news surged to the top of the trending list. Shocking. The truth may be reversed. Lucian is the mastermind behind the entire affair. Public opinion erupted once more, sending shockwaves through the internet. At that very moment, the ground began to tremble violently. With each colossal step, the War Colossus left massive craters in its wake. The War Colossus embodied raw power. It was also a strategic weapon. The very foundation upon which the desolate city stood unshaken. Yet now, at a glance, hundreds of war colossi marched toward Xia Oceanian with steps that crushed everything in their path. Everyone's eyelids twitched violently. These colossal war machines were summoned by countless summoners through contracted formations, becoming weapons of war. Any enemy caught beneath their treads would be utterly annihilated. A single colossus possessed the power to annihilate minor nations, let alone hundreds of them. Even the white-headed eagle across the ocean would break out in a cold sweat. Over 100 war colossi were the very embodiment of Huagua's supreme power, the incarnation of martial virtue since ancient times. Across the entire northern theater, only General Yuan possessed the authority to mobilize such a colossal force. General Yuan, what's going on? Why activate the Colossus battle formation? Are we actually going to fight the beasts? A battle formation of colossi for mere beasts? The group exchanged bewildered glances. Hundreds of war colossi marched forward, each step leaving massive craters in the ground as the earth trembled beneath them. Each colossal war golem towered skyward, requiring an array of summoners to maintain its operation. Now, over 100 colossi stood before them, their presence overwhelming in both scale and aura. Everything in their path was reduced to dust. Anyone daring to obstruct them was deemed an enemy. Under the watchful eyes of all, the colossi formed a disciplined line. Brother Jiangyu, I hope I'm not too late. A resonant voice boomed down from the heavens. Upon the foremost colossus, Yuan Xiong stood clad in full armor, his face turned skyward as he let out a mighty roar. Behind him stood over 100 war colossi in silent formation. Sigh. Brother Yuan, really? You had to make such a grand spectacle. It looks like you're trying to show off. Jiangyu shook his head. Everyone was utterly envious. They were green with envy. These were war colossi, China's most advanced military weapons, and they were being used to clear a path for Jiangyu. What does grand display even mean? This was the ultimate display of grandeur. All eyes gazed upward as hundreds of war colossi obscured the sky. Each step they took sent the earth rumbling, while the shockwaves they generated raged like a violent storm. A pale blue glow emanated from the colossal forms. The colossi emitted a roar-like sound. Fiery flames surged skyward. Rainbow beams pierced the sun. The spectacle was utterly terrifying. Everyone was utterly moved, the intense visual impact sending shockwaves deep into their souls. Holy! Is that really a war colossus? Not just that, it's an entire colossus battle formation. Never imagined I'd witness this in my lifetime. I've heard there are so many colossi. The crowd was left speechless, utterly overwhelmed. No one had imagined Jiangyu could command the colossal elephants to clear the path. This display was simply too grand. Complex gazes swept over the crowd, murmurs of astonishment filling the air. Let's be honest, if I had that kind of presence, I'd be smiling in my sleep. Who wouldn't? Everyone's emotions were incredibly complex. Li Yi clenched her fists tightly. The shockwaves from the war colossus were something no one could escape. Holy crap, I need a smoke to calm my nerves. Chen Liang pulled out a cigarette and stuffed it into his mouth with trembling hands. Jiangyu, wanna have one too? He patted Jiangyu on the shoulder. Jiangyu shook her head. Nah, I'm sticking with Huazi. Other brands make me cough. Plus, you've got your cigarette in backwards. Heart racing, hands trembling. Jiangyu. I believe it now. Geniuses really do exist in this world, and you're one of them. Jiangyu shook his head instead. It's only 99% talent. No need to be so surprised. Chapter 155, The Host's Seat at the Banquet. Under the watchful eyes of all, hundreds of colossal war statues marched in perfect unison. The great bell tolled incessantly, its aura of slaughter sweeping through the air as the colossi's warlike presence reached the heavens. Brother, please. Yuan Xiong bowed, followed by all the summoners of the military headquarters, who bowed in unison. The war colossi roared in response. Jiangyu solemnly nodded, the seal pinned to his chest glowing crimson. To the cold stars, I offer my blood in sacrifice to Xian Yuan. The crimson seal weighed as heavily as Mount Tai. Jiangyu returned the salute. Yuan Xiong's gaze grew increasingly satisfied. Everyone was stunned. Jiangyu had actually commanded the war colossus to clear the way. How could Yuan Xiong hold him in such high regard? Chen Liang, Wu Hu, Li Yi, and the others felt their hearts surge with emotion. Their hearts trembled violently, their excitement palpable. Beneath 100 colossal war statues, the youth's slender form stood as straight and tall as a pillar of heaven. The two saluted in military fashion, their presence shaking the heavens. All young men, naturally brimming with fervor. All eyes were fixed on Jiangyu. This is how we must be. Within, we bring peace like spring rain, without, we strike like thunder to shake the wicked. Unbeknownst to them, Jiangyu had become the backbone of the younger generation. At noon, the sun hung directly overhead. At the Yuan general's residence, a grand banquet was already in full swing to welcome the guests. Given the guests' long journey, Yuan Xiong, as host, sought to extend every courtesy. At the banquet table, the candidates sat together. Initially, there was some stiffness in the air, but only a little. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and others cast their eyes toward the head of the table. Those seated there were undoubtedly important figures. Yuan Xiong and others. Among them sat an unexpected figure. Brother Jiangyu, I never got to thank you for that potion last time. Let me buy you a few rounds. Brother, you're too kind. The two clinked glasses and drained them in one gulp. Amidst the group of burly men, Jiangyu stood out like a sore thumb. Jiangyu had no background, only extraordinary talent. Yet his seat among the leaders proved his standing. Chen Liang muttered under his breath that Jiangyu was something else. Never would have guessed he's so tight with Yuan Xiong, even invited him to the VIP table. And that's not all. That kid Jiangyu's got an incredible track record with women. Let me count them off: Lu Qingqing, Xu Qianqin, Lu Yan, and then there's Yu Gulong. Wu Hu listed them off on his fingers. You've probably forgotten Director Lu and our esteemed principal. Li Yi chimed in at just the right moment. The group froze again. Holy crap, we're running out of fingers to count. That Jiangyu's popularity with women is borderline excessive. More than just excessive, he's a total scumbag. Keep your voices down. Jiangyu's got a bit of a chip on his shoulder. If I could land just one of them, I'd gladly eat gourmet meals every day and live in a villa forever. Thanks to his powerful soul force, every word of their conversation reached Jiangyu's ears without missing a single syllable. Jiangyu sighed. Yuan Xiong glanced over curiously. What's with all the sighing, Jiangyu? Jiangyu stood with his hands behind his back, his expression as lonely as snow. I sigh for this world, no one understands me. Everyone, ? Everyone assumes I'm obsessed with women, surrounded by cute lolas, cool older sisters, and energetic girls. But my heart? You've never truly known it. The crowd rolled their eyes, especially Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and Li Yi. After spending time with Jiangyu, they knew him inside out. Yeah, right. Jiangyu struck a pose like a master, his hands clasped behind his back, perfectly embodying the phrase lonely as snow. Sigh. They say I possess extraordinary talent, unmatched in all of Huagua. That much is true. But on one point, you've all misunderstood me. Though I am surrounded by adorable lolas, cool older sisters, and energetic girls, I am not obsessed with women. The moment these words left his mouth, the contempt on everyone's faces thickened to the point of solidity. Not interested in women? Ah, right. Not interested in women? Jiangyu. Jiangyu's smile grew even brighter. Above the chairman's seat, Yuan Xiong froze for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Brother Jiangyu, you're quite the character. Come, let's have a couple more cups. Putting his arm around Jiangyu's shoulder, Yuan Xiong downed 3 cups in quick succession. By the way, we've been so caught up in our own merriment that I forgot to introduce you all. The young man beside me, don't underestimate him just because of his age. He's the most formidable soul master I've ever seen, no contest. Remember, no contest. Remember that parasitic species that tormented us for so long? Brother Jiangyu was the one who eliminated it. He's my dear friend, despite our age difference. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Yuan Xiong declared, his face beaming with pride. At these words, the others also cast approving glances his way. Jiangyu is so young, yet he possesses such extraordinary talent in the way of soul masters. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. Well said. His talent even extends to summoning arts. I'll raise a toast to Jiangyu. Well said. He is a pillar of the future, a treasure of the nation. I'll raise a glass to Jiangyu as well. Count me in too. Me too. In any era, geniuses command respect. With Jiangyu's formidable soul master skills, even without being a summoner, he would still be the object of everyone's admiration. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. This is actually still my weakest stage, Jiangyu said modestly. The crowd fell silent once more. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and the others were utterly speechless. Holy crap, I'll say it, holy crap. Ha 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 ha. That's the spirit. That's how a young man should be. Brother Jiangyu, you're actually my savior. Without you, that parasite would have plagued me for much longer. I haven't even properly thanked you yet. In his drunken euphoria, Yuan Xiong abruptly stood up, simultaneously hoisting Jiangyu from his seat. Brother Jiangyu, please take the seat of honor. In full view of everyone, he ceded the seat of honor directly to Jiangyu. Everyone was stunned. Sitting at the main table during a banquet was one thing, but sitting in the seat of honor? This was simply outrageous. All eyes converged on Jiangyu. Jiangyu's lips curved upward, forming a perfect V shape. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 courses of food, Jiangyu's gaze drifted toward the doorway. The sky had cleared, the rain had stopped. It was time to get down to business. Yuan Xiong clapped his hands. Lucian was brought in. Following behind him was another man, tall and sturdy yet timid as a quail, none other than Lu Li. Lucian trembled with fear. When he saw Jiangyu's cold, indifferent eyes, he panicked and fell to his knees. Is there anything else you wish to say? Yuan Xiong sneered. Not only did he betray his comrades, but he also had the audacity to slander Jiangyu, playing the victim. Such a person deserves to be killed outright. Quite right. Keeping him alive only makes things more expensive. Chapter 156, Settling Accounts. After autumn, Tang Clan arrives. Under everyone's gaze, Lucian's face flushed crimson as he knelt on the ground, head bowed toward Jiangyu. This scene was shared by numerous reporters. Everyone glared at Lu Xun, their teeth clenched. In my opinion, even a quick execution would be too lenient. He should be made to kneel outside the city gates until he dies. Whoa! That's vicious, but I like it. Huagua has always valued martial prowess, and naturally holds no leniency for those who betray their oaths. Those who had doubted Jiang Yu now fell silent. When it came to matters of great righteousness, who dared utter another word? Huagua's countless swords would trace his family lineage. You stand accused of 3 crimes. First crime, betrayal. You deliberately led us into the lair of the demon beasts. Do you know your crime? Second offense, distorting the truth. You slandered Jiang Yu by smearing him with false accusations. Humph. Third crime, abuse of power. Exploiting loopholes, pocketing kickbacks. Beside Yuan Xiong stood a man clad in black robes, 2 long swords slung at his waist. His official title in the army was Inspector General, though the people preferred to call him the disciplinary squad. One charge after another fell. Lu Xun's face flushed crimson, his toes digging into the ground so fiercely they could have carved out a 3-bedroom apartment. I am guilty. General Yuan, considering my years of hard work if not for merit, then at least for toil, please spare me this once. You cannot be so heartless. Yuan Xiong's expression remained as cold as iron. Seeing Yuan Xiong unmoved, he turned his gaze to Lin Lei. Brother Lin Lei, old friend Lin Lei, please speak a word in my defense. For the sake of our long acquaintance. Lin Lei remained silent, his face cold. Lu Li hadn't yet processed the situation. Second uncle, why did you kneel before him? It's just that Jiang Yu came out alive. At worst, I'll call father to protect us. Lu Li still spoke with childlike innocence. Lu Xun's face twitched. For the first time, he realized just how foolish Lu Li could be. Someone understood. Lin Lei instantly grasped Yuan Xiong's intent. He lunged forward in a single stride, kicking Lu Xun to the ground while simultaneously ripping the pale blue badge from his chest. This signified that Lu Xun's collaboration with the military headquarters was officially terminated. No. Please, no. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. Please give me another chance. Struggling to rise, he tried to snatch the badge back, only to be kicked back to the ground. Lu Xun pleaded desperately, hoping Yuan Xiong would show mercy for old time's sake. Yuan Xiong stared at him coldly, his voice icy. Give you another chance? So you can frame our military officers again? I've overlooked your past misdeeds, but you've grown increasingly ungrateful. 2 years ago, you exploited your position to conduct an illegal transaction exceeding 20 million. A year ago, exploiting your ability to survey terrain, you jacked up prices by 40%. Last month, Yuan Xiong listed each offense one by one. The entire network broadcasted live, with everyone watching. The crowd was stunned. Though initially skeptical, the public erupted in fury as Yuan Xiong laid out each offense. Damn it, I never imagined Lu Xun was such a scoundrel. And here I was worrying if I'd gotten the wrong guy. At first I was puzzled why Lu Xun acted like a defeated prisoner. If things were as he claimed, even if Jiang Yu returned, he wouldn't behave this way. Turns out there's more to the story. A traitor like this deserves to be dragged out for lynching, flayed alive, and castrated. The entire internet was boiling with rage. Not only had he framed Jiang Yu, but he'd also smeared her reputation. He deserves worse than death. Lu Xun's eyes went vacant as his body slumped limp. With matters having reached this point, Lu Xun had no chance of escaping unscathed. Jiang Yu approached, her gaze cold as ice. She looked down from above at Lu Xun, who lay on the ground like a beaten dog. All because you lost a bet with me? Never mind the bet. Even if you had one, given your character and moral fiber, you would have ended up like this sooner or later. Lu Xun collapsed completely. Madness flashed in his eyes. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he suddenly lunged forward. A flash of green light shot swiftly from his sleeve. The green hornet not only flew with blinding speed but also possessed a venomous stinger. A single sting could render its victim a fool at best, or kill them instantly at worst. Just as the blue light close to within 0.01 centimeters of Jiang Yu, he instantly blocked her path, swinging his holy blade. A flash of holy light erupted, and the green beam shattered. The green hornet was cleaved in two, and its master, Lu Xun, immediately suffered backlash. His eyes bulged wildly as blood spurted from his mouth and nose. You're asking for death. Yuan Xiong was enraged, daring to attack in his presence. Yuan Xiong delivered a brutal kick straight to Lu Xun's chest. With a piercing scream, Lu Xun collapsed backward, spitting blood as he fell. His mouth filled with blood, his clothes stained crimson, he lay in utter disarray. Jiang Yu, why won't you just die? Why did you insist on leaving the little abyss? This is all your fault. Just you wait. My brother is from the Tang clan. This won't end here. You still have a sister. A chill flashed through Jiang Yu's eyes. With a single thought, the sacred sword in her hand swung out in an instant. Dragons have their vulnerable scales. And so do humans. For Jiang Yu, family was that forbidden territory. Lu Xun let out a wretched scream. In that instant, Shana severed every tendon in Lu Xun's limbs. Lu Xun was utterly crippled. Yuan Xiong froze in shock. Surprised by Jiang Yu's decisiveness, he then broke into a satisfied smile. Cut the grass at its roots. Eliminate all potential threats. Well done. Jiang Yu's expression remained icy. Even if Lu Xun hadn't deliberately provoked him, Jiang Yu would never have spared him. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Once was enough. Lu Li trembled yet forced himself to remain composed. Jiang Yu. You crippled my uncle. I'll tell my father right now. My father is a member of the Tang clan. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering across his face. Go ahead. You'd better call your father right now. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and Li Yi quietly approached Jiang Yu, their voices tinged with concern. Jiang Yu. Lu Li's father is under the Tang sect elders. This might not be good. Meanwhile, an arrogant youth looked down upon the desolate city with a sneer of contempt. Young Master Tang, I entrust my son to your care, Lu Jie said, bowing low behind him. What a bunch of useless trash. They actually had to call me in? Fine, I'll just treat it as completing a task. Beside the youth stood Zhao Xiaoxiao, her face plastered with sycophantic flattery. Jiang Yu. This time you're dead meat. A look of hatred flashed across Zhao Xiaoxiao's face. By decree of the Tang clan, Lu Xun and Lu Li are granted amnesty. Let's see who dares defy the Tang clan's decree. The youth, with his blue hair and light blue robe, carried himself with an air of arrogance. The 3 blue mystic fire marks between his eyebrows added an air of nobility. Chapter 157, Military Support. Every gesture radiated an indescribable arrogance. Standing atop an aerial chariot, a blue dragon coiled at his side. Clad in a blue robe, crowned with a purple gold jade diadem, and cinched at the waist by a jade sash, the mark of mystical fire between his brows made him appear like a divine king among mortals. Beneath the youth's feet, 9 magnificent steeds strained together to pull the chariot. Each horse radiated an aura that sent shivers down the spine. In his hand, he held a banner bearing ancient, solemn characters that radiated immense authority. Behind the youth stood a girl of passable beauty. Her expression was dark as she stared at Jiang Yu lying on the ground, a trace of venomous hatred flickering in her eyes. That's Jiang Yu. Brother Tang, teach him a lesson. The young man's face hardened with certainty. He shot Jiang Yu a dismissive glance, his arrogance palpable. Rest assured, no one dares defy the Tang clan's decree. Holy crap, he's one of the Tang clan's 13 elite. That mystic flame between his brows, riding the 9-horse chariot of swiftness, and he's only in his 20s, already a 6-star summoner. Who'd have thought they'd send one of the Tang clan's 13 heroes? No wonder Lu Li looked so confident. I heard these 13 are all top prodigies, each a 7-star summoner, and none even 30 years old. The Tang sect's 13 elite are the 13 prodigies cultivated by the sect, each possessing unparalleled talent and extraordinary strength. From the surrounding murmurs, Jiang Yu learned that the youth in the sky was one of the Tang sect's 13 elite, a 6-star summoner standing but a step away from becoming a 7-star summoner. Such talent was unparalleled even across the entire Yu kingdom. This is the command of the Tang sect. Who dares defy it? The youth's tone was supremely domineering as he looked down upon the crowd. Simultaneously, a token appeared in his hand. Everyone exchanged glances. Zhao Xiaoxiao, standing beside the youth, held her head high, gazing at the crowd with disdain. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yu, not daring to breathe a word. This was clearly a provocation. If Jiang Yu let Lu Xun and Lu Li off the hook now, it would be seen as a sign of weakness. But was Jiang Yu the type to show weakness? Everyone was intensely curious how would Jiang Yu choose? Meanwhile, a man anxiously supported Lu Li, his face etched with concern. That man was Lu Jie. Dad, it was Jiang Yu who tried to hit me. The man glared at Lu Li with disappointment, but as his son, he had to defend him. Thank you, young Master Tang, for stepping in. The Lu family will surely reward you handsomely. Tang Tianyu nodded. Rest assured, with me here, no one will dare touch a hair on your head. His gaze shifted to Jiang Yu. Brother Jiang Yu, this man is Tang Tianyu. He can summon the purple fire lotus and has contracted a purple fire dragon. His temper is unpredictable. Confronting him is not a wise choice. Yuan Xiong whispered to himself. Jiang Yu's expression remained calm as he countered, so you're suggesting I avoid confrontation? Yuan Xiong nodded. This man's strength is formidable. He's already a 7-star summoner. The purple fire lotus can incinerate anything. Your talent is unmatched, but your strength. Moreover, Tang Tianyu possesses the Tang clan's command. The others chimed in agreement. Yes, yes. Better safe than sorry. Tang Tianyu is no pushover. Biding our time won't hurt. Tang Tianyu, around 25 or 26, was notoriously domineering, a fact well known to all. Jiang Yu gave a cold laugh. Just because he's powerful, I should give him face? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yu made his move. Countless stars ignited in the sky above as the constellation of the Holy Angel descended. In an instant, the blade in her hand flashed. Before Lu Li could react, he let out a piercing scream as his severed limbs' nerves were severed. The blade pointed skyward, fixed on the arrogant youth. Jiang Yu's face remained utterly calm. Everyone froze in shock. Jiang Yu was clearly refusing to give Tang Tianyu any face. Tang Tianyu licked his lips, his expression darkening to the extreme. He hadn't expected Jiang Yu to refuse him any face at all. Recalling his earlier promise to Zhao Xiaoxiao, his face burned with embarrassment. So you're Jiang Yu. Who'd have thought a genius could emerge from a small county town? Ha! You've got some nerve, defying the Tang clan's orders. Jiang Yu impatiently scratched her ear. Why do you have to talk so much? Is the Tang clan really that great? Zhao Xiaoxiao looked down on Jiang Yu with even greater condescension. Brother Tang promised me he'd teach Jiang Yu a lesson. Zhao Xiaoxiao clearly hadn't forgotten being thoroughly defeated by Jiang Yu at the Superstar tournament. Rest assured, anyone who dares to insult my Tang clan will pay the price. A venomous glint flashed in Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes. Jiang Yu, you're finished. The crowd was utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Luli collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony and screaming in pain. Everyone stared in disbelief. Jiang Yu had defied the Tang clan's orders and attacked right in front of Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu's face burned with humiliation, as if he'd been slapped across the face. Stop dragging the Tang clan into this. You're Tang Tianyu, right? Are you even a man? Why must you involve the clan in personal grudges? Or is it that without the Tang clan, you're nothing but a helpless, crying infant? Tang Tianyu's expression turned completely cold. He looked down at Jiang Yu with disdain. As for the others, they were utterly dumbfounded. Simple yet profound, speaking his mind. Oof. Jiang Yu, you're a genius, no doubt. But you're not the only genius in this world. Tang Tianyu's anger flared, and he let out a cold laugh. The purple mystic fire mark between his eyebrows emitted a violet glow, causing the surrounding temperature to rise several degrees in an instant. The entire venue fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. A faint smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. I'll bet you won't last half a quarter of an hour before you're begging for forgiveness. Everyone froze in shock. Even Tang Tianyu froze, then snorted as if hearing some ridiculous joke. Jiang Yu, you've truly angered me. How dare you humiliate me time and again? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll take your surname. Tang Tianyu's eyes blazed with fury and heroic resolve as he stared down at Jiang Yu, enunciating each word with deliberate force. As the final syllable left his lips, an immense surge of heat erupted from between his eyebrows. A purple flame swirled around him, coalescing into a fiery lotus that encircled him. The purple lotus blossom guarded him as 9 galloping steeds roared, resembling a divine king descended from the heavens. Tang Tianyu snapped his fingers again. The coiled purple dragon serpent instantly transformed into a colossal dragon, stretching for miles. Its momentum, as imposing as a mountain, surged toward Jiang Yu on the ground, crushing down with overwhelming force. Yuan Xiong stepped forward, blocking Jiang Yu's path. Hold your ground. General Yuan, this is Tang Men business. You'd best step aside. Jiang Yu gave a mysterious smile and patted Yuan Xiong on the shoulder. Old brother Yuan, step aside for now. Chapter 158, Apology. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Jiang Yu retrieved an ancient-looking token from her storage ring. Not a trace of fear crossed Jiang Yu's face. Clatter! Jiang Yu put on a dramatic show as the token clattered to the ground, landing precisely at Tang Tianyu's feet. Whoa! That really startled me. I dropped my things. Jiang Yu feigned surprise, her acting utterly amateurish. Tang Tianyu glanced down, his gaze sweeping over the token, and his expression froze instantly. The token had an ancient design and emitted a faint glow. But that wasn't the point. The point was, how did Jiang Yu have this token in her hands? Tang Tianyu's expression turned as sour as if he'd swallowed a fly. His hands froze mid-motion, his haughty demeanor completely shifting to terror. Hurry up and teach Jiang Yu a lesson. Didn't you promise me? Zhao Xiaoxiao's face was filled with hurt. She threw herself into Tang Tianyu's arms. But Tang Tianyu paused his movements, his tone tinged with displeasure. Ever since she'd been mercilessly crushed by Jiang Yu in the Superstar tournament, she'd harbored a deep grudge. Finally latching onto a powerful ally through the Superstar bounty mission, she naturally wouldn't let Jiang Yu off easily. As for Lu Xin and Lu Li, they were just collateral damage. If not for Lu Jia running up to beg pitifully, she wouldn't have bothered with this mess at all. Lu Li also wore a look of surprise. Brother Tang, why aren't you doing anything? Jiang Yu is humiliating you like this. I can't even bear to watch. Zhao Xiaoxiao whined in his arms. That damn green tea. The others curled their lips in disdain, their eyes flashing with contempt. They couldn't stand Zhao Xiaoxiao's insincere words and her green tea behavior either. Yet what met Zhao Xiaoxiao was a resounding slap. Smack! Are you trying to get me killed? Tang Tianyu was filled with regret at that moment. If it weren't for Lu Jia's repeated pleas, he never would have intervened. His presence here was solely to fulfill the Superstar bounty. Setting aside Jiang Yu's talent, the military's high regard for her alone meant he couldn't afford to provoke them. And that token alone proved everything. Zhao Xiaoxiao was utterly stunned. Clutching her other burning cheek, she stared at Tang Tianyu in disbelief. Tang Tianyu's expression was dark and grim, his eyes cold and unyielding. You hit me? Zhao Xiaoxiao felt as if she were in a dream. At that moment, Tang Tianyu flashed a faint smile as he leaped down from the chariot drawn by 8 magnificent steeds. In full view of the crowd, he performed an astonishing act. Tang Tianyu knelt halfway to the ground, picked up the fallen token, and carefully wiped the dust off it with his precious robe. Then, as if performing a sacred ritual, he presented it to Zhang Yu, who wore an amused expression. Only then did the crowd get a clear look at the token. Xiao Wei. A gasp rippled through the crowd. A dragon's head on the front, a dragon's tail on the back. It really is Xiao Wei. Holy. It really is. The Xiao Wei military special unit, answering only to the marshal. Truly second only to the marshal himself. To see Xiao Wei was to see the marshal himself. The weight of his authority is evident. Everyone stood up and instinctively saluted. Zhao Xiaoxiao was utterly stunned. Tang Tianyu trembled as he held the token in both hands and handed it to Zhang Yu. His former arrogance vanished, replaced entirely by sheer terror. "Thank you so much, young Master Tang, for picking it up for me," Zhang Yu said with a cheerful smile. "Classmate Zhang Yu, what are you saying? It's only my duty." Tang Tianyu remained prostrate, not daring to straighten his back, as if the token in his hands weighed 1,000 pounds. The crowd stared in stunned disbelief. One of the Tang clan's 13 prodigies, a brilliant talent nurtured by the clan, was now groveling. Before Zhang Yu, they resembled children who had done something wrong, not even daring to stand up straight. A mischievous smile flickered across Zhang Yu's face. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and Li Yi, those who knew Zhang Yu well, all rolled their eyes inwardly. Zhang Yu was up to her mischievous tricks again. Oh dear. My apologies, my hand just slipped. Zhang Yu picked up the token, then deliberately let go, causing it to fall to the ground again. Clack. The crisp sound kicked up a speck of dust. Tang Tianyu's face dared not show the slightest hint of displeasure. "It's not the young general's fault, it's mine for not holding it steady. It's all on me." Tang Tianyu's face had turned as red as a pig's liver, yet he forced a smile. "All my fault, all my fault." This time, Tang Tianyu placed the token directly into Zhang Yu's hands with utmost respect. The token itself was of ordinary craftsmanship, containing only a simple array inside that could transmit messages remotely. But the token represented the Xiao Wei, the most mysterious organization within the military headquarters, the confidant of the supreme commander of the 3 armies. Seeing Xiao Wei was like seeing the commander himself. "Classmate Zhang Yu, you're here for the superstar bounty mission too, right?" Zhang Yu nodded. "To be honest, I'm here for a mission 2 and a level 1. Tang Tianyu said, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I've long heard of Zhang Yu's name. Your performance in the superstar tournament is still etched in my memory. It's just that I never had the chance to meet you before. I was deceived into targeting you, so I suppose we're acquainted through conflict now," Tang Tianyu said with a laugh. Zhang Yu frowned. "Huh? That doesn't make sense." Zhang Yu's eye twitched. By all logic, shouldn't Tang Tianyu be stubbornly fighting to the end for the sake of his pride? Then she could calmly step in, defeat him, displaying the protagonist's true flair. Why wasn't this kid playing by the rules? Seeing Zhang Yu's frown deepen, Tang Tianyu's mouth twitched. He'd heard plenty about Zhang Yu's petty nature. He gritted his teeth and retrieved a crystal from his storage ring. "Classmate Zhang Yu, these are a few prophecy crystals I happened to acquire. They can foresee future dangers. I've already used one. Therefore, they hold no use for me. Please accept this crystal as an apology, Zhang Yu." The prophecy crystal. Zhang Yu's heart skipped a beat. True to its name, the prophecy crystal could foretell impending danger. Though each person could only use one in their lifetime. It was a priceless treasure. What a treasure! Zhang Yu's eyes lit up as he snatched the crystal, beaming with delight. "You're too kind. From this day forward, Brother Tang, your family my dearest brother." Tang Tianyu raised an eyebrow. "I might not be human, but you're a real dog." The prophecy crystal was priceless. Only through the Tang clan's connections had Tang Tianyu managed to obtain 2 pieces. Giving one away like this felt like his heart was bleeding. Lu Jia's face turned ashen. "Tang Tianyu, you accepted our payment and promised to protect us. You can't go back on your word now. This must be fake. How could Zhang Yu possibly be a Xiao Wei? He's clearly just a penniless kid with no connections." Tang Tianyu's gaze darkened completely as he raised his hand and delivered another slap. In full view of everyone, Tang Tianyu struck him repeatedly with both hands. Everyone around them wore expressions of utter shock. Chapter 159, The Clown is Always Yourself. Smack! 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 Over a dozen slaps landed on Zhao Xiaoxiao's face, causing it to swell up like a pig's head. Everyone's expressions turned to utter astonishment. Tang Tianyu usually doted on Zhao Xiaoxiao. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Tang Tianyu observed secretly, noticing Zhang Yu remained utterly unmoved. His heart sank as his gaze fell upon Lu Li. A powerful surge of soul energy poured forth like a tidal wave. Lu Jia and the others instantly paled. "Young Master Tang? What do you mean by this? Before the latter could finish speaking, the entire Lu family knelt in unison. You kneel too. Admitting fault requires the proper posture. Tang Tianyu commanded. Zhao Xiaoxiao froze, struck dumb as if by lightning. Apologizing to Zhang Yu in front of everyone was more painful than death. Resentment flashed across her face. If she truly apologized to Zhang Yu, what face would she have left to stay here? Unwilling? Tang Tianyu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Zhao Xiaoxiao's heart raced with dread. At the same time, a flattering smile appeared on Tang Tianyu's face. It's all my fault for not investigating properly and believing those liars' nonsense, leading me to offend Zhang Yu. From this moment onward, the entire Lu family is expelled from the Tang clan. They shall be at the mercy of brother Zhang Yu. As for Zhao Xiaoxiao, this is due to my failure to discipline her properly. She shall receive severe punishment. As Tang Tianyu spoke, a flexible whip appeared in his hand, lashing out at Zhao Xiaoxiao. A crimson trail appeared on her snow-white back, blood dripping steadily. Confess your mistake. Tang Tianyu lashed out again. Deep humiliation filled Zhao Xiaoxiao's eyes. Today's humiliation would be impossible for her to forget. She couldn't comprehend it. Zhang Yu was just a penniless young man with no connections. Was he really worth Tang Tianyu treating with such solemnity? Tang Tianyu was one of the Tang clan's 13 elite. At the same time, she bit her lip, her face flushing with deep humiliation. Zhang Yu, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Tang Tianyu's gaze fell upon Zhang Yu once more. I was wrong. I was wrong. Lu Li shat and pissed himself, wriggling backward like a maggot pinned by its tail, making its final desperate struggle. All eyes turned to Zhang Yu in unison. A breeze stirred. His bangs obscured his face, preventing anyone from seeing his expression. Zhang Yu's lips curled upward. Zhang Yu's gaze settled on Lu Li. You're not mistaken. You just know you're going to die. Don't be afraid. I'm no devil who kills on a whim. At worst, I'll just leave you penniless. At these words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. At the same time, the Lu family's assets were seized. Lu Li was utterly stunned. Without the Lu family, he was nothing but a complete failure. This pain felt worse than death itself. Whoa! Did you catch the news? The Lu family was exposed for abusing their power for personal gain. Their partnerships have been terminated. Yu family released the announcement. Not only that, but dozens of criminal charges have been exposed. Tiandu Academy has also announced the termination of all collaborations with Lu Jia. The spokesperson was Yi Yichen. The Long family stated they would never let any traitor off the hook. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and Lu Li's face turned ashen. Lu Jia slumped into a seat, his years of toil vanishing into thin air. Even Tang Tianyu, removing the Tang clan insignia from his clothing, went unnoticed. Lu Li lifted his head. The two figures on the screen seemed vaguely familiar. Wait! Aren't those the two beauties who were with Zhang Yu in the courtyard? Lu Li finally caught on, his realization slow to dawn. He glanced at Zhang Yu, whose expression remained utterly emotionless. In Zhang Yu's eyes, he had always been nothing more than a clown. The clown has always been me. Lu Li felt darkness envelop his vision as a glob of phlegm lodged in his throat, then he burst into loud laughter. You! Great, I'm hooked. The clown has always been me. The crowd watched Lu Li's deranged behavior and shook their heads. He's gone mad. The blow was too much. Lu Jia looked pained. But no one felt pity for Lu Li. Ha ha ha. Why so formal? We're all brothers here. Zhang Yu put his arm around Tang Tianyu's shoulder with a familiar smile. Tang Tianyu's face twitched. He'd long heard of Zhang Yu's thick skin truly impervious to criticism. It was indeed true. Respect. Respect. We're practically brothers now, aren't we? From today on, Zhang Yu is my buddy. We're all brothers here, no need to be so formal. The two slung their arms around each other's shoulders, thick as thieves. Not a trace of the earlier tension remained. Let's grab a drink. Don't hold back on me. I won't hold back. The two slung their arms around each other's shoulders. Zhao Xiaoxiao knelt on the ground, burying her face in her chest. Her face was deathly pale. The mocking stares around her felt like blades, piercing the few shreds of dignity she had left. Watching the two figures walk away, the pain on her face slowly transformed into venom. Zhang Yu. It's all your fault. All your fault. How dare a poor kid from a small town with no connections reject me? How dare he defeat me? And Tang Tianyu too. Zhao Xiaoxiao's expression kept shifting. A summer insect cannot comprehend ice. It perfectly illustrated the narrowness of her perspective. Right, the absolute pride project. As long as other nations learn of Zhang Yu's existence. Zhao Xiaoxiao knew deep down that the only way to deal with Zhang Yu was to use others as her weapons. Just you wait. Zhang Yu. Tang Tianyu. And you, Shu Qinqin, you. I'll make you all pay. Zhao Xiaoxiao fled in disarray, hair disheveled. This disheveled scene was captured by onlookers and uploaded to Douyin. It instantly caused a huge stir. Who knows what Zhao Xiaoxiao was thinking? Her talent isn't bad though, not on par with Jiang Yu, the Tang clan's 13 heroes, or the military's young generals. She still belongs to the second tier. Instead of focusing on improving her strength, she just wants to latch onto powerful people. I saw her performance at the Superstar tournament. The devouring demon flame can consume anything, but it's a shame. What's regrettable about it? She's always been petty. Ever since losing to Shu Qianxin in a childhood duel, she's held a grudge. This move doesn't surprise me at all. My verdict is this. When Yin Dao connects with your brain, thinking becomes an orgasm. The post above just killed it. The post above just ended the competition. At a barbecue stall, two people sat down, devouring skewers with gusto. They say the grilled meat in Wasteland City is legendary. You absolutely must try it. Tang Tianyu declared, taking a big bite and chewing heartily. He glanced at Jiang Yu, feeling both stunned and secretly impressed. To be chosen by the marshal, she must possess extraordinary talent. Jiang Yu, just how many can you summon? Jiang Yu gave a mysterious smile. She held up one finger. Tang Tianyu's heart raced. Could it be true, as Jiang Yu claimed, that as long as his soul power held out, he could keep summoning? That would be utterly unnatural. Chapter 160, Soul Power Showdown. For ordinary summoners, the number they could summon depended not only on soul power but also on innate talent. Soul power sets the minimum limit, while talent determines the maximum limit. When summoning, ordinary summoners would sign a summoning contract. Within the Sea of Souls, a summoning mark is formed. When needed, they simply activate the summoning mark with their soul power to complete the summoning. As a 6-star summoner, Tang Tianyu had only contracted 4 spirit guardians. Jiang Yu merely smiled without speaking. He feared that speaking up might frighten the young man before him. Jiang Yu silently counted on his fingers. Currently, only the following had formed summoning marks through contracts. Xin Shi Huang, Lu Dongbin, Erlang Xiancheng Jinjuan, Shana, Million, Lilith, Taiyin Chan. Only 7 so far. Seeing Jiang Yu's delayed reaction, he patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. To complete the superstar bounty, we need to cover each other's backs. I can summon 4 Purple Fire Lotus, Crystal Cloud Dragon, Firewood Willow, and Silver Griffin. Tang Tianyu said, pulling a token from his pocket. He had accepted a superstar bounty, albeit only an A-grade one. Jiang Yu gave a mysterious smile. That's not much either, you can only summon 7. At those words, Tang Tianyu froze completely. He looked at Jiang Yu suspiciously, wondering if she was exaggerating. Yet he also fell into self-doubt. If she really was bragging, how could the military have taken notice of her? After much deliberation, he concluded it all boiled down to Jiang Yu not wanting to reveal her trump card. As for Jiang Yu's claim of being able to summon 7 beings, Tang Tianyu didn't believe it for a second. Not even a 5-star summoner could summon 7 beings, let alone a 7-star summoner. At this thought, Tang Tianyu's eyes flickered. Having failed to glean any useful information, he saw no point in lingering. He rose immediately, bowing his hands. In that case, I must return to my duties. I bid you farewell for now. Until we meet again. Having lost both his wife and his army, and still failing to uncover any useful information, Tang Tianyu decided it was time to leave. Jiang Yu swallowed the last piece of meat. A look of resignation crossed her face. These days, no one believed the truth anymore. Whether he believed it or not was his business. She certainly couldn't reveal the 7 summoning marks to him. Wait. Just as Tang Tianyu rose to his feet, Jiang Yu's voice called out. Jiang Yu, you. Tang Tianyu's mouth twitched. He instinctively thought Jiang Yu was being greedy, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Ahem. Ouch. What are you doing? I know what you're worried about, Brother Tang. Am I that kind of person? Jiang Yu cleared her throat lightly. Tang Tianyu's mouth twitched slightly. Don't you know it in your heart? As one of the Tang clan's 13 elite, Brother Tang must be exceptionally gifted. Since I embarked on the path of summoning, I've never encountered a worthy opponent. None present here could withstand even a single strike. Finally meeting Brother Tang truly warms my heart. Shall we spar? Jiang Yu said with a smile. At these words, Tang Tianyu froze. Jiang Yu possessed extraordinary talent beyond measure, but she had just turned 18. He himself was already 25 or 26. A sparring match would feel like bullying a child. Moreover, even if he won against an 18-year-old, it wouldn't be honorable. If he were to injure Jiang Yu and anger that person, he couldn't bear the consequences. Tang Tianyu refused outright. Oh, come on, it's just a friendly sparring match. We're not going all out, just testing our soul power. No one's going to get hurt, Jiang Yu insisted. Ah, well. Tang Tianyu wavered. Having been swindled out of a hefty sum by Jiang Yu, the memory still stung. To say he didn't want to teach her a proper lesson would be a lie. Now that Jiang Yu had brought it up herself, refusing would make him seem unreasonable. Fine. Since it's just a friendly spar, and I'm older, if you win, it won't be anything to brag about. And if you lose, don't let it get to you. Of course, Jiang Yu replied, his face calm and composed. The two walked together into the center of the square. The vast plaza was filled with summoners of all kinds. The crowd watched their approach with obvious puzzlement. The crowd perfectly embodied the Chinese love for a good spectacle. Whispers spread through the crowd as heads craned to get a better look. What's going on? Didn't they reconcile? Why are they back at the square? Are they about to fight? No, look at them, all smiles and handshakes. They're clearly just sparring. Oh. So they're not fighting after all. They're fighting. They're fighting. Some spectators relished the drama. Alright, dear viewers, all eyes on me. In the frame is China's top prodigy, Jiang Yu, and facing him is the dashing young man Tang Tianyu, one of the Tang clan's 13 elite. These two handsome rivals stand in a standoff. To find out what happens next, viewers, hit that follow button. Those with business acumen have already started live streaming. Because Jiang Yu, the youngest seal bearer with boundless potential and extraordinary talent, and Tang Tianyu, one of the Tang clan's 13 geniuses, are prodigies who rose to fame early. While I'm quite optimistic about Jiang Yu, he's still younger than me, right? Tang Tianyu is already 26. This advantage isn't on Jiang Yu's side. Exactly. They're not even in the same league. Jiang Yu is only a 5-star summoner, having just broken through recently. Tang Tianyu is already a 6-star summoner, just one step away from breaking through to 7 stars. The gap between them is like a father beating his son. If Jiang Yu can last a few more moves, that'll be impressive enough. 3 moves? I bet Jiang Yu can only last 3 moves. I say 4. Hearing the surrounding murmurs, Tang Tianyu's lips curled slightly, a quiet satisfaction spreading through him. Though he'd sacrificed a prophecy crystal and bled heavily, it seemed he could now pull off the act and dampen Jiang Yu's spirit. The thought alone made the corners of Tang Tianyu's mouth nearly split open. He was absolutely overjoyed. He felt like singing a song of triumph. Jiang Yu, be careful. My soul power is formidable. You must endure. If you can't hold on, just shout out, there's no shame in it. As Tang Tianyu spoke, his formidable soul power surged forth like a tidal wave, manifesting the illusory form of his soul sea above his head. As far as the eye could see, it resembled the waters of the Milky Way pouring downward. Upon the sea of souls, where summoning marks radiated an unmatched aura, like 4 resplendent suns. Witnessing this, everyone couldn't help but marvel. What an immense sea of souls! It must span dozens of miles by now. Truly worthy of the Tang clan's 13 elite. Though he's only a 6-star summoner, his soul sea rivals that of a 7-star summoner. Jiang Yu's defeat was well deserved. Jiang Yu looked up. Brother Tang, beware, for my sea of souls is vast as well. Bring it on with everything you've got. Tang Tianyu dismissed the warning. How powerful could Jiang Yu's sea of souls possibly be? Stronger than his own? Chapter 161, so you really are that bad. Tang Tianyu spoke with a look of confidence on his face. Jiang Yu nodded. Mine is immense. Brace yourself. Immediately, soul force gathered overhead like a storm. The crowd stared at the storm formed entirely of soul power, some wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Above the sky, Jiang Yu's sea of soul spread out like the waters of the Milky Way, vast and boundless. Enveloping the entire city, those who looked up witnessed Jiang Yu's sea of soul pouring down like the Milky Way itself. Their eyelids twitched violently. Just how vast is this thing? I thought Jiang Yu was exaggerating when he said his sea of soul was vast. Who could have imagined? Oh no! Before the eyes of all, Jiang Yu's sea of consciousness continued to expand outward. 10 li. 50 li. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yu's sea of consciousness kept expanding. Tang Tianyu's eyelids twitched violently. The prickling sensation on his scalp made it painfully clear he was in grave danger. This is insane. Jiang Yu cursed inwardly. 100-mile soul sea? That was outrageous. Even a 7-star summoner wouldn't possess such an extravagant soul sea. Even Yuan Xiang's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment. Holy crap! 70 miles already. And it shows no sign of stopping? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Yu's soul sea spanned 100 li. 100 li soul sea? For a 5-star summoner to possess such an expansive soul sea is truly unprecedented, unmatched in history. Gazing upon the 100-mile expanse, the crowd fell silent. Hearts pounded wildly against their chests. One by one, they stared in disbelief. They had imagined Jiang Yu's soul sea would be extraordinary. But they never imagined it would be this extraordinary. This was no longer merely extravagant, it was downright monstrous. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Good heavens! Even Tangman's foremost prodigy, at the 5-star summoner stage, only possessed a soul sea spanning 88 li. Jiang Yu has already reached 5-star summoner. Exactly. Even Yu Gulong, hailed as the heavenly genius goddess, only had a soul sea spanning 90-odd miles. Whispers spread through the crowd. Jiang Yu stood there, hands in his pockets. For nothing else, it was all as expected. Back then, with hands in pockets, he had no equal under heaven. Truly, the path of the master is as lonely as snow. Jiang Yu sighed. Tang Tianyu's mouth twitched. That kid was at it again. With things having come to this, Tang Tianyu had no choice but to grit his teeth and face the challenge. Within his sea of souls, 5 summoning marks flashed consecutively. His soul force coalesced into a terrifying storm, surging toward Jiang Yu. Though Jiang Yu's soul sea is vast, she's still one rank below me. In terms of soul power quality, she shouldn't be my match. It was precisely this conviction that kept Tang Tianyu from halting the soul force contest. Jiang Yu nodded, then whistled softly with his hands behind his back. In an instant, the soul sea erupted in violent waves. Like a giant bird striking the water, pillars of heaven crumbled. Even the surrounding space seemed to warp. A colossal surge of soul power coalesced within the void, like a towering tidal wave. Feeling this overwhelming soul force, Tang Tianyu's expression changed drastically. He tried to pull back, but it was too late. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Everyone felt their minds go blank. Tang Tianyu's body shot backward like a kite whose string had snapped. The sudden turn of events left everyone horrified. What just happened? Yuan Xiong nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't misjudged the man after all. Chen Liang and Wu Hu exchanged wry smiles. Even if they exhausted their entire lives, they could never catch up to Jiang Yu's hem. People truly cannot be judged by the same standard. Ahem. Tang Tianyu stood up, covered in dust and dirt, his blue robe now torn in several places. His arms trembled slightly, his eyes filled with shock. Such overwhelming soul power, not only did its quantity far surpass his own, but its quality did as well. Was he truly a 5-star summoner? Jiang Yu was also somewhat taken aback. A trace of confusion flashed across her face. This was one of the Tang Sect's 13 elite? They should be formidable, yet they seem rather weak? Is this all they've got? Whoa! Brother Tang, did you really go all out? After a long moment, Jiang Yu finally asked in confusion. You weren't holding back on me, were you? The moment those words left his mouth, Tang Tianyu felt so frustrated he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Tang Tianyu felt bitter inside. But Tang Tianyu couldn't say it. He swore to the heavens that he hadn't been holding back for Jiang Yu. Tang Tianyu is one of the Tang clan's 13 elite, after all. Even if he's the lowest ranked among them, he's still a 6-star summoner. This shouldn't be happening, right? It must be that Tang Tianyu was holding back for Jiang Yu. After much deliberation, it seemed this was the only plausible explanation. Purple Fire Lotus, Crystal Cloud Dragon, Firewood Willow, Silver Griffin. The summoning marks within Tang Tianyu's sea of consciousness emitted intense radiance, like 4 pillars of light piercing straight into the heavens. 4 colossal illusory forms materialized mid-air. A purple lotus flower, surrounded by blazing flames, swayed ceaselessly within the sea of fire. A dragon, entirely purple and crystalline, roared toward the heavens, circular shockwaves radiating from its mouth. A colossal willow tree, likewise engulfed in flames, shot skyward in an instant. A silver griffin, its entire body resembling metal, perched before Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu unleashed his signature move. Then I'll summon mine too. Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously. 7 summoning seals radiated an ancient, weighty aura. Among them, a sword seal blazed like the radiant sun, its power beyond measure. Yet within the markings lay an imperial seal. Mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. These 8 simple words carried a divine might. Even a single glance at one of the 3-eyed war gods could overwhelm one with boundless martial intent. These ethereal figures. They were Qin Shi Huang, Erlang Xianchang Jinjuan, and Lu Dongbin of Chongyang. Suppress. An imperial aura emanated from Jiang Yu, making him appear like an emperor. He uttered sacred words. 2 simple words. As if dictated by heaven's will. The spirit shadow summoned by Tang Tianyu was instantly suppressed by these 2 words, dissolving into a scattering of light points. Jiang Yu struck again. The faceless imperial shadow in the sky brought down a single palm strike. Tang Tianyu's expression turned ashen. The 4 spirit guardian illusions he had summoned erupted in deafening explosions, while the summoning markings within his sea of souls faded into colorless obscurity. Boom! Tang Tianyu scrambled to defend himself. After the thunderous crash, Tang Tianyu's figure was sent flying backward once more, slamming into a wall and embedding himself into it. The real deal. He was embedded in the wall so tightly, you couldn't even pry him loose. Spectators' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. This wasn't even the first move? Tang Tianyu lost already? And so thoroughly? Was he really one of the Tang clan's 13 elite? Jiang Yu stepped forward, helped him off the wall, and said apologetically. Sorry, I had no idea you were this weak. Chapter 162, The Bounty. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances before their expressions shifted to sudden realization. So Tang Tianyu wasn't being modest, he really is that weak. The gap is just too huge. A battle of soul power, though not a life or death struggle, still reflected one's true strength. Summoner contracts. Typically, there are 2 types. One is a blind box style summoning, where the summoned entities are mostly ancient sages, though they could also be deities, demons. The other involves directly binding a contract with the beast's true form, summoning the creature itself. Jiang Yu summons Qin Shi Huang, Erlang Xianchang Jinjuan, Lu Dongbin of Chongyang all fall under the first type, unable to fully manifest in the mortal realm. Shatter, Million, and Lilith, however, fall under the category of contracts signed with the entities themselves. When a spirit summoned through the first method is slain, it has little impact on the summoner. The relationship between the spirit and the summoner in the second type, however, is one of mutual prosperity and mutual destruction. Tang Tianyu looked disheveled and grimy, gazing at Jiang Yu as if she were a monster. Jiang Yu, however, wore a rare look of remorse. I'm truly sorry. I thought Brother Tang was deliberately holding back for me, so I went a bit heavy-handed. Turns out you were actually going all out. Hearing this, Tang Tianyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this even human speech? Jiang Yu, just listen to yourself. Tang Tianyu had a curse on the tip of his tongue, unsure if it was appropriate to utter. Seeing his face turn pale then crimson, Jiang Yu assumed he harbored resentment. Brother Tang, relax. As the saying goes, fortunes change over time. Never underestimate a young man's potential. With your talent and a few more years of hard work, you'll definitely catch up to me. Everyone was left speechless, torn between laughter and tears. Tang Tianyu rolled his eyes. Is that supposed to be comforting? Never underestimate the young and poor. How thoughtful. I really appreciate your kind words. Jiang Yu nodded. Look, he's even thanking us. Tang Tianyu's mouth twitched. He'd long heard rumors of Jiang Yu's thick skin legendary, practically impervious to injury. Today, he'd witnessed it firsthand. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Just moments ago, he'd been thinking not to touch her too roughly. What if he hurt Jiang Yu? But in the end, the fool turned out to be me. Not only had he ended up covered in dust and dirt, but his summoning mark had also been damaged. He'd have to wait until tomorrow to summon again. Brother Jiang Yu's talent truly makes him the foremost in Huaxia. Among the Tang clan's 13 heroes, I rank last, called the least hero. Those above me are no pushovers. Jiang Yu nodded. So you really are the last one. No wonder you're so weak. A grimace twisted Tang Tianyu's face into a smile uglier than crying. Having lost face today, he saw no point in staying any longer. Oh, right. For this superstar bounty mission, they might make a move. Tang Tianyu mused inwardly. What a freak of nature. Barely 18 and already this strong. By the time he reaches my age, could he become a general? The onlookers around them were equally stunned, their jaws dropping in astonishment. This battle of soul power was being broadcast live across the entire network. This meant Jiang Yu would once again dominate the trending topics. Having only recently broken through a little heavenly abyss, Jiang Yu was already making another major splash. Those who had previously doubted him now fell silent, utterly bowled over by his prowess. Ah! Jiang Yu, I love you. So handsome and young, that's exactly my type. Who does this greenhorn think he is? Doesn't he see the beautiful girls swarming around Jiang Yu? Didn't Jiang Yu say he's not into women? Looks like the guys have a chance. Tang Tianyu came to his senses. He kept replaying the battle in his mind. That emperor truly was peerless under heaven. It must be an imperial tier spirit. Brother Jiang Yu has a bright future ahead. In a few years, you'll surely become a pillar of the nation. I offer my congratulations in advance. Jiang Yu shrugged and replied solemnly. Then do you want to know the secret behind my extraordinary talent? Tang Tianyu's mouth twitched, recalling Jiang Yu's earlier remark that cultivating soul power was akin to practicing Kegel exercises. Don't tell me it's Kegel exercises. Jiang Yu cleared his throat. While prolonged sitting is crucial for cultivating soul power, and Kegel exercises are important too, that's not my secret. Jiang Yu placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking with an air of mystery. Truth be told, I'm actually on my second life cycle. In my previous existence, I perished in the flames of Satan. Now reborn, I must expel foreign enemies and unify the cosmos. Give me 50 V-coins now. Once I've unified the cosmos, I'll make you my vanguard. Tang Tianyu rolled his eyes. You're pulling my leg. Goodbye, Jiang Yu. Without looking back, Tang Tianyu shook off Jiang Yu's arm and strode toward the prearranged residence. All he wanted now was to retreat into seclusion and cultivate. He didn't want to see Jiang Yu again. Jiang Yu's face fell with resignation. These days, no one believes the truth anymore. People just aren't what they used to be. Jiang Yu then turned her gaze toward Yuan Xiong. Brother Yuan, do you believe me? Yuan Xiong. Attendant. Long Du. Within the Yu family residence. Mother and daughter sat down, sharing a cup of clear tea. The move is made. Yu Shihua remarked calmly. The young girl before her lifted her head, her cool gaze reflecting the brilliance of a full moon. For the first time in her life, Yu Gulong felt her mind drifting elsewhere. Mother, can Jiang Yu truly accomplish this? That place is an ancient battlefield, where countless souls lie buried. Whoever enters will be torn to shreds. Yu Shihue remained impassive. Do you trust Jiang Yu? Yu Gulong froze. From the moment she first met Jiang Yu, she sensed something extraordinary about him. And now, it seemed she was right. Seeing Yu Guling's prolonged silence, Yu Shihue furrowed her brow. A chilling coldness flickered in her eyes. Are you worried about Jiang Yu? Do you care about her? Would the moon goddess within you approve? Yu Guling's face remained expressionless, but beneath her sleeves, her delicate fists clenched tightly. Her nails dug into her palms, drawing a trickle of blood. I understand. Yu Guling's voice remained as icy as ever, yet a hint of bitterness tinged her words. Even a goddess revered by all harbors secrets she dares not reveal. Rest assured, Jiang Yu won't die. Yu Gulang released her grip, a flicker of tenderness appearing in her eyes. A profound silence descended upon the vast palace. Yu Shihui picked up a chess piece and placed it on a corner of the board. Jiang Yu, whether you succeed or not depends entirely on you. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, while crows flew southward. The grassy fields echoed with the faint chirping of insects. The pure moonlight was draped over the earth like a veil. Jiang Yu returned to her room, carefully retrieving a token and a sheet of paper. The paper was ancient and weathered, its characters faint yet still legible. The paper was made from some kind of magical beast hide, impervious to water and fire, resistant to blades and arrows. The token held a bounty mission. And this map was UCC's handiwork. Chapter 163, Gathering of Geniuses. In the vast plaza, the war colossus roared toward the heavens. Jiang Yu frowned. War colossi didn't deploy lightly. If it was merely clearing a path for her, it could be recalled now. But unexpectedly, the war colossus did not withdraw. Instead, it formed a battle array across the boundless grasslands. I have this terrible feeling this bounty mission might not be as straightforward as it seems. A beast uprising? If it were that straightforward, why would they deploy the war colossi? At that moment, a piercing sound echoed overhead. The group looked up to see a massive void warship gleaming with metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its angular form was trailing a deep blue exhaust plume that stretched for miles across the sky. What is this? Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. A brilliant blue magical formation illuminated the massive warship, while countless summoners skilled in aerial combat surrounded the deck. The Air Force Throne. An imperial-class warship. Everyone grew alert. At that moment, a female commander in military attire stood on the deck, a gray eagle perched upon her shoulder. Tall and imposing, her overwhelming soul power radiated outward like a tidal wave. This superstar bounty event is pulling out all the stops. They've even deployed an Air Force throne. The crowd exchanged stunned glances. Simultaneously, the military headquarters announced that this superstar bounty mission would be broadcast live across all networks. The crowd erupted in excitement. Two imposing figures descended from the Air Force throne, clad in robes identical to Tang Tianyu's, though far more ornate and intricate. Everyone was stunned once more. Two more members of the Tang clan's 13 elite had appeared. Ranked 9th and 6th respectively, these prodigies had already attained the rank of 7-star summoner before turning 30. Simultaneously, a beautiful figure descended from the aerial throne. Her hair was as white as snow, her skin as smooth as jade. Though exquisitely beautiful, she lacked the frailty of ordinary women, instead radiating a powerful, heroic spirit. It was Shu Qianqin. A faint smile played at the corners of her lips. She had only learned afterward that Jiang Yu had become lost within the little heavenly abyss, though thankfully, Jiang Yu was unharmed. Accompanying Shu Qianqin was a vibrant young girl in a dress, radiant and lively. The girl looked around left and right, but did not spot Jiang Yu. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. All eyes in the room were fixed on the two beautiful young women. One radiated a heroic spirit, like a young warrior maiden. The other, vibrant and lively, pure and charmingly lovely. But what did these two beauties have to do with them? Where's Jiang Yu? No idea. Probably still asleep. Shu Qianqin replied. The moment she heard Jiang Yu was missing, the world seemed to darken. Jiang Yu meant more to her than she'd ever imagined. Qianqin, should we go look for Jiang Yu? I heard that every 10 years, there's a meteor shower in Huangcheng. Lu Qingqing turned her head, her smile as radiant as a flower. For some reason, Shu Qianqin felt a tightening in her chest, as if an invisible hand had seized her heart. No, you go. I'm not interested in meteor showers. Shu Qianqin couldn't explain what had come over her. She didn't dislike Lu Qingqing, on the contrary, they got along quite well privately. Shu Qianqin could stay by Jiang Yu's side. She could also stay by Lu Qingqing's side. But for some reason, she could only bear to be near Jiang Yu alongside Lu Qingqing. Stop obsessing. Her heart belongs entirely to that kid Jiang Yu. One of the men remarked with a sour tone. Sigh. It's truly frustrating to compare oneself to others. With such a beautiful girl, just dating one would make you a winner in life. But how can that kid Jiang Yu have so many around him? I just don't get it. When is that Jiang Yu going to kick the bucket already? A crowd of people clutched their hearts, the sound of shattered hearts echoing throughout the scene. At the same time, Tang Tianyu also made an appearance. He bowed to the two men. Senior brothers, are you here for the ancient sacred artifact as well? The two men halted their steps, casting a faint glance at Tang Tianyu. The older man had a square jaw, but his narrow eyes gave off an unsettling chill. Don't tell me you're not here for the ancient holy weapon? Tang Tianyu touched his forehead, a self-deprecating smile playing on his lips. With my meager abilities, seeking out ancient sacred weapons would only be courting humiliation. True enough. The man who had remained silent until now spoke with disdain. The man had long purple hair, neatly secured with an exquisite hairpin. His voice was icy cold, and his skin was fairer than that of many women. You! A flash of irritation crossed Tang Tianyu's face. What's wrong with what I said? Tang Tianyu's expression shifted several times. He understood perfectly well the underlying meaning behind the other's words. It was undoubtedly about yesterday's contest of soul power with Jiang Yu, where he had been defeated in a single move. Tang Tianyu gave a cold laugh. Jiang Yu defies conventional judgment. Even Yu Lot wouldn't necessarily win against her in a pure soul power contest. Disdain flickered in both their eyes. Jiang Yu stood with his hands in his pockets, blending into the crowd, looking like he was just there to watch the spectacle. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, Jiang Yu turned around. A youth stood before him. Jiang Yu's face broke into a bright smile. Hey! Isn't this my nephew? Yuan Ying's expression darkened instantly. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. Behind Yuan Ying stood two other boys. Coincidentally, they were about the same age as Jiang Yu. Even more coincidentally, both had been beaten up by Jiang Yu before. Isn't this Crybaby? And Ruan Fan? The two exchanged glances. Lin Mo instinctively covered his face. He was still traumatized by Jiang Yu's beating. Ruan Fan also looked awkward. His opponent from yesterday had become his teammate. By the way, where's your Zhao Xiao Xiao? After I beat her and her sidekick yesterday, she vanished. The two looked equally puzzled. I have no idea. All I know is Zhao Xiao Xiao withdrew from school and dropped out of this bounty mission. Lin Mo spoke cautiously. Jiang Yu raised his hand, and Lin Mo instinctively dodged. Everyone froze, their puzzled gazes turning toward Lin Mo. Yuan Xiang and Ruan Fan exchanged glances, both seeing embarrassment in each other's eyes. Hey, Crybaby, Jiang Yu teased, I'm not some monster. Is there really a need to be so scared? Jiang Yu flashed a mischievous grin. Lin Mo nodded at first, then shook his head wildly. Everyone was utterly speechless. He's already a bit slow, and you're just teasing him. What's going on? Why isn't anyone saying anything? Shu Qianqin approached, her wide eyes brimming with confusion. Lu Qingqing was even more baffled. Jiang Yu, I'm not much of a talker. It's just my nature. Me neither. I'm not one to smile much either. Me neither. Shu Qianqin and Lu Qingqing exchanged a glance. Divine Gold. Chapter 164, Dissatisfaction. Jiang Yu? Lu Qingqing leaned close to her ear. Jiang Yu lifted her head, her face filled with confusion. What's wrong? A mysterious smile played at Lu Qingqing's lips. Nothing. He. The girl let out a silver bell-like laugh. Jiang Yu rolled her eyes. Xin Jin is nothing but a crazy girl. If I recall correctly, you didn't participate in the Superstar tournament either. How did you get in? Lu Qingqing flashed a sly smile, like a fox that had successfully stolen a morsel of meat. It wasn't difficult at all. Just a little money, and they agreed to let me come along. At those words, Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. Damn rich. Damn pay-to-win player. Seeing the two of them so cozy together, like an old married couple. Shu Qianqin felt a tightness in her chest. She snorted coldly and called out loudly. Jiang Yu. What is it? Jiang Yu jumped in fright, and with her, everyone around them turned their gaze toward Shu Qianqin. Good heavens, could you keep your voice down? Lin Mo muttered under his breath. Yuan Ying wore an expression that seemed to say, bring on the drama. Ruan Fan glanced at Lu Qingqing, then at the puffed-up Shu Qianqin, flashing a knowing, amused smile. Ahem. Did you beat up the Tang Clan's 13 heroes? Shu Qianqin snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing slightly. Jiang Yu finally caught on. Yeah. What's so great about the Tang sect's 13 heroes? I've never liked him anyway. I just gave him a little taste of my power, and that was his limit. Qianqin, I only tell you this because I consider you a brother. Jiang Yu wore a smug expression as he chattered on. Everyone looked at Jiang Yu with mixed expressions. A girl takes the initiative to chat with you, and this is how you respond? Ruan Fan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his eyes rolling so hard they nearly popped out of their sockets. Jiang Yu, though surrounded by aloof older women, innocent young girls, and energetic teens, was at his core a man of steel, a man of iron. Such a character, in common parlance, is often called a steel-straight man. Lin Mo seethed with envy. The heavens must be blind, how could such a man attract so many beautiful girls? At that very moment, a figure descended from the Air Force throne. Yuan Xiang and Ruan Fan instantly grew solemn. Both possessed formidable talent, yet to be treated with such solemnity by them could only mean the arrival of an even greater genius. A youth clad in silver battle armor, his expression cold and haughty, appeared in the center of the crowd. His square-jawed face and aloof demeanor were accentuated by the scar across his cheek, adding a layer of icy sharpness to his aura. His gaze seemed to contain boundless thunder, sparks of lightning flashing from his eyes with every blink. It's actually him? I never expected him to come too. Many eyes turned to the youth, their expressions growing grave. Even the Tang Sect's 13 elite displayed caution. Among them, a younger man murmured, "Who would have thought? He's here too." Li Sun, son of the military strategist of Huagua. Li Sun was the son of the military strategist and also hailed from one of Hua Nation's great summoner clans. Yet Li Sun himself was steeped in legend. Abandoned by the Li family as a child, he summoned a thunder god and rose to prominence. Both the Li family and the Tang sect had extended olive branches to him, only to be rejected each time. Li Sun's gaze swept disdainfully around the room. Finally settling on Shu Qianqin, a smile immediately spread across his face. "Qianqin? Long time no see." Li Sun's smile was as warm as spring sunshine. He took 3 steps in 2, closing the distance swiftly. Shu Qianqin's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a look of impatience. She paid Li Sun no mind. Li Sun stood frozen in place, while the crowd watched with expressions of amusement. Everyone knew Li Sun had been pursuing Shu Qianqin relentlessly. But judging by the current scene, Shu Qianqin seemed quite disgusted by Li Sun. "Who is this guy? Why is he calling your name?" "None of your business," Shu Qianqin retorted with evident distaste. Li Sun was utterly stunned. As the son of the military strategist, he was second only to the ruler himself, commanding respect from all. Even the so-called young generals and the Tang clan's 13 elite would show him deference. Yet Shu Qianqin showed him not a shred of deference. Especially after Shu Qianqin uttered those words, the crowd erupted in laughter. Everyone stared at Li Sun with strange, mocking eyes. Li Sun felt like a complete fool. What's more, he had long considered Shu Qianqin his prize. Now she was chatting and laughing with Jiang Yu. Li Sun felt bitter inside. It felt like he'd swallowed a fly. His gaze fixed on Jiang Yu with an air of dominance. "Jiang Yu, do you know who I am? Why did you not bow upon seeing me?" Li Sun put on airs. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched the corners of Jiang Yu's lips. Tang Tianyu was overcome with excitement. Finally, someone else had shown themselves to be as blind as he was. What was Jiang Yu's background? "And what about yours?" Tang Tianyu's lips curled into a high, triumphant smile. In this moment, he felt like the protagonist. The other two glanced sideways. Jiang Yu impatiently scratched his ear. "You're Li Sun? Are you dead or something?" The words hung in the air, freezing everyone in place. Jiang Yu's mouth was as sharp as ever. At the same time, everyone felt a secret thrill. Though abandoned by his clan at birth, Li Sun never learned humility. After summoning the thunder god, he returned to his clan. He only grew more arrogant and arrogant, treating everyone with utter contempt. People like him were commonly called dogs. "What do you mean?" Li Sun asked, puzzled. Jiang Yu slowly extended a finger and spoke deliberately, "Because I only bow to the dead." Thrilling. Everyone felt exhilarated. Simple yet profound, straight from the heart. Simple, foul-mouthed. Pure bliss. "How dare you?" Li Sun's gaze held the crackle of lightning. Complex patterns traced beneath his eyes. An ordinary summoner who met his gaze would have their summoning mark shattered by thunder. This tactic never failed. A dark light flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes, as if an entire river of history flowed within them. The two locked gazes. Boom! Li Sun felt a sharp pain in his brain, his eyes stinging unbearably. What was that? What did I just see? Why does my heart feel like it's racing? Li Sun's expression twisted in agony as the stinging pain in his eyes intensified. Even summoning the thunder god's mark filled him with dread. Li Sun frowned, thoroughly disliking this sensation. To make matters worse, Shu Qianqin was giving him the cold shoulder. She was lavishing attention on Jiang Yu instead. At least, that's how it appeared to Li Sun. It nearly pushed Li Sun over the edge. "Wait, what did you just say? Why wouldn't you bow to me? Do you recognize this seal?" Jiang Yu retrieved the seal granted by the military headquarters from her storage ring. Holding it aloft, she raised it high, the crimson ribbon fluttering in the breeze. Everyone fell silent in reverence, instinctively bowing. Li Sun started to bow, but then remembered his earlier words. For a moment, he couldn't bend his waist, nor could he stand straight. The awkwardness was palpable. Chapter 165, The Dignity of the Strong. The once lively atmosphere turned strangely tense. Everyone stared at Li Sun in stunned silence. Tang Tianyu's face broke into a wide grin. "Yes. That's exactly it." Tang Tianyu exclaimed loudly. All eyes turned back to Tang Tianyu. Tang Tianyu's expression changed, revealing a trace of embarrassment as he gave an awkward smile. "I have nothing but the utmost respect for Jiang Yu." Li Sun's expression darkened to the extreme. He didn't know whether to bow or not. After this minor incident, Yu and Xion looked at the latter with a mix of laughter and tears. "Brother Jiang Yu, you really do make yourself hated. How long has it been, and you've already gotten on another person's nerves?" Jiang Yu wore an expression of helpless resignation. "Brother Yuan, you know me well, I've always kept a low profile." Hearing Jiang Yu say this, the few people beside him nearly rolled their eyes so hard they'd pop out. At that very moment, a messenger hurried toward Yu and Xiong. Reporting to the general, all preparations are complete. The withered barrier can be deployed at any moment. Yuan Xiong nodded, a solemn expression crossing his face. Wasteland City was a vital transportation hub connecting several subordinate cities and base cities. Naturally, it was protected by an array. The withered barrier was precisely the formation safeguarding Wasteland City. Alright. Brothers and sisters, all eyes on me. The military headquarters is ready to act. The withered barrier is about to be deactivated. Who will claim the superstar bounty this time? From the Air Force throne, a young man delivered the announcement. Expectation lit up the faces of the crowd. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and others clenched their fists in silence. Zhang Yu, Yu Wening, and the others exchanged glances. They understood each other without words. For ordinary geniuses, this was just a routine midterm assessment. But for Zhang Yu and his group, it was far from simple. Wasteland City was not merely a transportation hub, it was also a crucial node in the secret realm network. That was precisely why such heavy forces were stationed here. The Barrier of Decay served not only as a protective formation for the Wasteland City but also as the gateway to the secret realm. Each year, an endless tide of restless spirits surges forth from the secret realm. A phoenix cry pierced the sky. Its wings obscured the sun and moon, while azure flames blazed around it. A disheveled man with greasy hair let down from the phoenix's back. Zhang Yu's eyes narrowed. The man was none other than Bai Changdong, the headmaster of Nirvana Academy. Old Bai, you still make such a grand entrance. A teasing voice rang out. A deafening tiger's roar, thunderous as a bolt of lightning, erupted as a colossal thunder tiger, radiating pale blue lightning, surged forth from the earth. Tiger Roar Plains. Bai Changdong rolled his eyes. Don't just pick on me, your entrance is no less flashy than mine. The two bantered. Phoenixes soared in the sky, tigers roared across the plains. Every heart in the crowd surged with excitement. Both were among the foremost powerhouses in Huagua. They stood at the pinnacle of countless summons. Three great generals gathered together, what a magnificent sight. Yet, a lingering doubt stirred in everyone's hearts. Wasn't the military's reaction this time a bit excessive? Enough with the banter, Yu Tianhao interjected. Since everyone is here, let us proceed directly. Yuan Xiong stepped forward. The other two nodded solemnly in agreement. Activating the withered barrier was no trivial matter, it demanded utmost caution. Simultaneously, Yuan Xiong produced the military token in his hand. One of the other two produced a military token, while the other presented a seal. Powerful soul energy surged forth from the three like a tidal wave. The figures, once diminutive, now loomed like towering mountains, vast, majestic, and overwhelmingly imposing. Colored lights flared in their hands, while the soul powers surrounding their bodies solidified into tangible form. Their formidable spiritual power stood like towering divine mountains, while black vortexes simultaneously appeared around them. Open! Yuan Xiong barked the command. His hand shot out, violently flinging the black vortex downward. The black vortexes, like black holes in the starry sky, stood silently on the square below, spinning ceaselessly. Is this the Barrier of Decay? Legend says opening the Barrier of Decay requires 3 great generals to personally attend. It seems the tale holds true after all. But I can't shake the feeling, there's something inside. The crowd murmured in discussion. The three gazed at the black vortex, their expressions growing grave. Has it deteriorated to this extent? Sigh, if it comes to that, we'll have to retreat. We'll have to abandon the Wasteland City. From within the secret realm, wails and howls echoed like ghostly cries. Anyone who dared to enter would be torn apart by the lurking undead. Indeed, the Barrier of Decay served to seal away the undead. A black vortex swirled slowly at the center of the square. A cold, obscure aura emanated from its depths. Within this vortex lies the ancient battlefield ruins. I must warn you, the ruins are divided into 4 zones: outer, middle, inner, and core. Under no circumstances venture into the inner or core zones. If you do, no one will be able to save you. Yuan Xiong stated solemnly. A heavy weight settled in everyone's hearts. If even a general wore such a look, the danger within was unimaginable. As for you lot, if you fear danger, you may abandon this bounty mission. Otherwise, if you lose your lives in there, you'll regret it. Yet, hope shone in every face, not a trace of retreat. Yuan Xiong nodded inwardly with satisfaction. Then, with a sweeping gesture of his hand, a voice as resonant as a great bell echoed throughout the crowd. Very well. This general hereby declares the bounty mission officially commences. As the words fell, the 2 Tang sect leaders at the front instantly blurred into streaks of motion, plunging headlong into the black vortex. Tang Tianyu followed closely behind, flashing a friendly smile as he passed Zhang Yu. Let's move out too. Chen Liang, Wu Hu, and Li Yi all showed signs of excitement. Nodding to Zhang Yu, they vanished into the black vortex. We should go in too. You've offended Li Sun, so he'll likely target you. More people mean more strength. Exactly. The ancient battlefield ruins are fraught with danger. It's best we stick together. Zhang Yu shrugged. It didn't matter to him anymore. Fine. The figures of several people vanished into the black vortex. Within about 10 minutes, everyone had entered the black vortex. Simultaneously, within the Air Force throne, a massive light screen projected. Countless names scrolled across the vast screen. Some were covered in lava, others in vast oceans, some battered by storms, and most were ruins and rubble. The crowd felt a sense of wonder. I wonder what the secret realm looks like inside. I've heard these souls are guarding a sacred artifact. At the same moment, Lee Sun let out a cold laugh. The ring on his finger projected a light screen, identical to the one projected by the Air Force throne, only in a smaller version. He stared at the name Jian Yu displayed upon it. He smiled coldly. Chapter 166, Hunting the Big Dragon in the Secret Realm. Jian Yu. You'd better pray I don't catch you. Lee Sun said coldly. In an instant, the group found themselves transported to a vast desert. Endless dunes of yellow sand stretched out in every direction, layered upon each other in a breathtakingly majestic display. The sun overhead blazed like a furnace, radiating scorching heat as twisted heat waves rose continuously from the desert sands. The group rubbed their eyes. This is the inner realm? We're supposed to complete the bounty mission here? Nothing but sand as far as the eye can see. Forget completing the mission, just getting out alive would be a miracle, one fan said with a sigh. Jian Yu remained silent, glancing around the room and then at the assembled crowd. Seeing everyone made her feel uneasy. Hey, Jian Yu, let's team up for now. There's no way we can complete this bounty mission alone. Several people looked at Jian Yu. This secret realm feels off somehow. Lilith, Millie, do you two have any clues? Millian shook her head, her eyes reflecting a clear-eyed innocence. Stop overthinking it. I know exactly what's going on with this secret realm. Suddenly, Lilith's voice echoed in Jian Yu's mind. Spill it. Tell me everything. Jian Yu's curiosity was piqued. Want to know? I won't tell you. My poor, insignificant master. You scratch your head and claw at your ears, desperate for the truth, yet it remains beyond your grasp. How pitiful. Lilith's infuriating voice rang out once more. Jian Yu's forehead creased with exasperation. Her fists clenched. She was nothing but a little brat. Well, since my pitiful master is so desperate, I'll tell you. This secret realm is actually a prison, Lilith said disdainfully, her tone dripping with mockery. A prison? What the hell is this? Jian Yu muttered, stunned. A space this vast, and it's just a prison? How powerful must whatever's locked inside be? Lilith? Lilith's voice suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, she continued, I've suddenly lost interest in talking. Watching a low-level master get all worked up is rather amusing. Jian Yu's face darkened. Is this the Witch of the Night? An ancient mythological being? She's nothing but a female imp. After teasing Jian Yu, Lilith fell silent. No matter how much Jian Yu tried to placate her with kind words, she remained utterly quiet. What the hell is this thing doing? Before Jian Yu could recover, the nine-turned soul flower tied to his waist began trembling incessantly, revealing a look of desperate longing. Jian Yu immediately began fumbling in his pants. At the same time, the crotch area of Jian Yu's pants kept twitching. Everyone stared in disbelief. Ruan Fan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. It was hard to imagine what kind of person he'd lost to. Yuan Ying's face darkened as he slipped into the shadows. Lin Mo trembled uncontrollably nearby. Shu Qianqin's cheeks flushed crimson, wisps of steam rising from her head. Ruan Fan took a deep breath. He had to rely on himself. Without him, this team would disband sooner or later. Jian Yu. I know you're anxious, but hold your horses. Our top priority is finding a way out. Jian Yu, shut up. I'm trying to take down the dragon. Ruan Fan was utterly numb. Using the term big dragon was actually quite fitting, but was that really the point? Holy crap. Under his astonished gaze, Jian Yu flashed a suggestive smile. Her last hand reached into her waistband, and with a forceful tug, a vine as thick as a finger wrapped itself around Jian Yu's arm. This is my newly summoned plant-type spirit beast. I named him Dragon. Jian Yu declared proudly. So it's this alone. I thought it was. Ruan Fan cleared his throat twice. The name was too suggestive, making Ruan Fan's mind wander. What did you think it was? Jian Yu asked with genuine curiosity. Ruan Fan's face darkened, and he cleared his throat again. None of that matters. Our top priority now is finding a way out. Otherwise, before half a day passes, there'll be a few more dried human corpses here. Jian Yu patted his chest, his face beaming with pride. This is easy peasy. Leave it to my mighty dragon. Great. Let's get moving then. Though he harbored doubts about Jian Yu's big dragon, Ruan Fan didn't want to dwell on the topic any longer. Seeing Ruan Fan quicken his pace, a meaningful smile spread across his face. One day without self-pleasure builds virtue, 2 days without builds even more virtue. Young people these days. Ruan Fan's face darkened like ink. Thankfully, no one else was around, otherwise, the young general's reputation would be utterly ruined. Yuan Ying looked at him with pity and patted Ruan Fan's shoulder. That feeling. He understood. Having once been persecuted by Jian Yu, he'd endured nationwide, sustainable social humiliation. Lin Mo wore an expression of shared suffering. If only he could beat that brat Jiang Yu, he'd show him why the flowers are so red. The great dragon could devour fragmented souls, and the ancient battlefield ruins were overflowing with them. Meanwhile, Li Sun held a map, his smug grin growing ever more arrogant. Jiang Yu. Shu Qianqin. Once I get my hands on that sacred artifact inside, I'll make you wish you were dead. He pulled out a map, marked with a red pen at one location. This map had been given to him by the current military strategist, detailing some of the safer paths within the secret realm. Jiang Yu. I'll let you squirm around for a couple more days. Getting the sacred artifact is the priority. With this secret realm map in hand, I can avoid countless detours. What do you have to fight me with? He ceased his attention on Jiang Yu, and simultaneously, the light point representing Jiang Yu began darting about with rapid movement. The core of the ancient battlefield was piled high with countless bones, forming a mountain-like structure. Upon its summit, a throne cast entirely from gold bore a man clad in golden armor, a long sword in hand. His form was ethereal, yet his immense power suppressed the endless souls beneath the golden throne. Beneath the golden throne, countless souls wailed like ghosts. Among them, one soul revealed blood-red eyes, staring intently upward at the golden figure. How long can you suppress me? Your soul has already dissipated. As long as I can suppress you, I will. The golden armored man's voice echoed. The crimson gaze, once shielded by the multitude of souls, vanished. When your soul finally vanishes, I shall unleash my legions of the dead to shatter this barrier. I will overturn the earth, flood the seas, and destroy every city beyond these walls. The undead figure was covered in dense scales, a pitch-black trident resting by its side. The man upon the golden throne remained silent. The light surrounding his body grew ever more dazzling, like a beacon rising from the sea. Chapter 167, Soul Illusion. Compared to Jiang Yu, in the land of endless yellow sand, the two from the Tang sect were undoubtedly far luckier. Their surroundings were filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. Ha 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 ha. Who'd have thought we'd be this lucky? We've teleported deep into the outer reaches of the ancient battlefield ruins, not far from the central area either. Let's move quickly, the ancient sacred artifact is ours for the taking. Both nodded in agreement. Li Sun wasted no time either. All eyes outside converged on the aerial throne, fixed upon the projected light screen. Among them, Jiang Yu's group and Li Sun were heading toward the exact same location. Who would have thought? Jiang Yu and Li Sun are about to clash. This should be interesting. Jiang Yu humiliated Li Sun badly before he'll definitely seek revenge. Within the ancient battlefield ruins, even the strongest face inexplicable suppression. This time, no one will back Jiang Yu. The crowd murmured in astonishment. Only the three generals of the military headquarters felt an immense weight on their hearts. Within the ancient battlefield ruins, countless souls lingered. Among these spirits, many possessed formidable power. When the ancient battlefield ruins were first discovered, the seal already bore cracks. Over the years, the secret realm has grown increasingly fragile. The ancient battlefield ruins could only withstand summoners up to 6-star rank. Should this limit be exceeded, the entire secret realm would collapse. Then, souls darkening the sky would unleash a terrifying natural disaster. Not only that, but seawater would flood in, transforming the desolate city into a vast ocean. For the sacred artifact within the ancient battlefield ruins not only restrains the souls but also seals the ocean eye. To prevent this catastrophe, someone must reach the core of the ancient battlefield ruins and earn the sacred artifact's recognition. Who do you think could gain the artifact's recognition? Bai Chenggong asked curiously. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously fixed upon the light screen. The light points representing each individual moved constantly across the screen. I heard those 2 prodigies from the Tang sect climbed several spots on the superstar ranking again, now at 23rd and 21st place, Yu Tianhao remarked suggestively. The superstar rankings listed the geniuses who participated in the annual superstar tournament. Anyone who has participated in the competition and is under 30 years old remains on the list. There were 30 spots in total, each occupied by one of Huagua's most exceptional geniuses. There are only 2 ways to climb the superstar rankings: completing the military department's superstar bounty missions, or participating in the challenge tournament. Jiang Yu and Shu Qianqin were also on the list. However, as first-time participants in the superstar tournament, they are merely listed on the roster for now. If they fail to complete superstar bounty missions or participate in challenge tournaments, they will be replaced by next year's superstars tournament contestants. A classic elimination system. Ah, the time is still too short. Everyone nodded in agreement. China wasn't lacking in talent, it was lacking time. With only a few short years left until the martial arts tournament, I wonder how far these geniuses on the superstar rankings will advance in that time, Yu Tianhao sighed. The group fell completely silent. Compared to the simplified summoner trial space competition, the martial arts tournament was merely a contest for the younger generation. Huagua had finished last for 3 consecutive years. Following the Celestial Star War, the summoner trial space emerged out of nowhere. Each nation's finest summoners would summon for their country. The victor claimed everything. The losers have nothing. It resembles a gamble. It has persisted for centuries. Yet the Huagua civilization has suffered such a profound rupture that it has reached a state where no summoner remains. Within the summoning trial space, the situation was equally grim. Though the higher-ups tried their best to suppress these reports, a heavy atmosphere shrouded the entire Huagua. It's not that there's no chance if he were still here, Yuan Xiong remarked suggestively. The expressions on several faces froze completely. Finally, someone let out a long sigh. The summoning trial space not only breaks the limitations of 9-star summoners but also enables communication with the deities of their respective nations. It held the potential to bring the gods back into the mortal realm. At this thought, everyone's breathing grew heavy. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and her companions raced across the endless expanse of yellow sand. The vine in Jiang Yu's hand seemed to function like a compass. Jiang Yu, this desert stretches endlessly. We've been running for half a day now, yet we haven't seen a single soul or even a building, Lin Mo murmured in complaint. The trio had been running for over half a day, yet all they saw were layer upon layer of sand dunes. Even the sun overhead seemed frozen in place. Unconsciously, their brows furrowed. Something felt terribly off. Jiang Yu took a few steps forward before halting. The 9-turned soul body flower spun in place like a dog chasing its tail. Da Long? Are you sure this is the place? A confirmation echoed in his mind. Jiang Yu? Ruan Fan was puzzled. A mysterious smile touched Jiang Yu's lips. We've already left the desert. Jiang Yu? Have you lost your mind? There's nothing but sand everywhere. Yuan Ying echoed the confusion. Jiang Yu shook her head, her expression unwavering. Have any of you heard of the soul illusion? At these words, the expressions of the others changed dramatically. Soul illusion? My father did mention it traps people inside, making them walk in circles no matter how far they go. Shu Qianqin's words sent shockwaves through the others. Ruan Fan crouched down, pinched a handful of fine sand, then opened his palm. The grains trickled through his fingers. You mean all this? It's just an illusion? But it's so incredibly realistic. Jiang Yu stood frozen in place. She remained silent. A flash of holy light erupted, and in an instant, a figure materialized beside them. Shattered. Attacked directly at his feet. No sooner had Jiang Yu spoken. Shan Na's twin swords converged, tracing a cross-shaped blade of light. The sword light slammed heavily into the ground. Boom! A dull thud echoed, sending a jolt through Jiang Yu's feet. Simultaneously, an even greater force rebounded back. Shatua's body recoiled backward in midair. What immense power! Jiang Yu felt a heavy pressure in her mind as 1/10 of her soul power was drained. Shan Na's strike rivals that of some 6-star beasts, yet it failed to shatter the soul illusion. Ruan Fan was equally stunned. Let me try. Golden armored heavenly general. Wield your weapons. Ruan Fan summoned a colossal golden armored heavenly general, filling half the sky. The celestial being descended, wielding a halberd, and brought it crashing down toward the ground. Everyone, attack together. Shu Qianqin gave a sharp command. A torrent of pale fire rained down. Shadow assault. Time domain. Across the entire desert, earth-shaking roars echoed as immense power transformed into shockwaves, radiating outward in all directions. Crack. A crisp sound rang out, followed by the entire space shattering like a broken mirror, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. The group looked up, curiosity in their eyes. They had only ever seen soul illusions in textbooks, and the sound of shattering echoed endlessly. Chapter 168, Are you picking a fight? Under their expectant gazes, the entire space seemed to freeze, the spiderweb-like cracks spreading relentlessly across it. Then came a deafening crash. The entire sky shattered completely, its fragments falling like raindrops. Before they could fully reach the ground, they vanished entirely. Everything blurred before their eyes, and they found themselves amidst ruins. Is this truly a soul illusion? The group snapped back to reality, their faces lighting up with delight. The ruins were overgrown with medicinal herbs of various attributes. They held immense benefits for cultivating spirit control. No wonder it's an ancient battlefield ruin. The treasures inside are truly abundant. So many attribute-enhancing herbs. Lin Mo exclaimed in disbelief. He picked up a medicinal herb. Its crimson surface radiated a scorching heat. Fire attribute, water attribute, wind attribute. Yuan Ying was equally astonished. He had never seen such a variety of elemental herbs before. After all, a single elemental herb could evolve an ordinary spirit beast. We should divide them up. Without Jiang Yu, the soul illusion alone will be enough trouble for us. I suggest giving 60% to Jiang Yu, Ruan Fan proposed. Yuan Ying, who had ample resources himself, had no objections. Lin Mo dared not voice any objections. Shu Qianqin was practically inseparable from Jiang Yu. Why would she object? Great. So I'm the only broke guy here. Ruan Fan's mouth twitched. Jiang Yu? How did you discover the soul illusion realm? You're a genius, kid. Ruan Fan marveled once more. Jiang Yu folded his arms. Fair enough. I admit you have a point. But there's one thing you got wrong. I am a genius, no doubt about it. But my awesomeness isn't just because I'm a genius. It's 99% innate talent, combined with 1% hard work, coupled with unyielding perseverance and humility, that made me who I am today. Ruan Fan rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Damn it, I shouldn't have complimented you. Jiang Yu. Look. It's actually a light attribute medicinal herb. Shu Qianqin beamed like a child. A light attribute medicinal herb? Does eating it make you blow? Jiang Yu asked curiously. Shun Jin. Shu Qianqin rolled her big eyes dramatically, the gesture unmistakably exaggerated. The others were utterly speechless. How could picking herbs turn into a lovey-dovey scene? Yuaning sighed deeply, feeling a touch of envy toward Jiang Yu. Yuaning, look, this is a dark attribute herb. Ruan Fan pointed at the plant. Ning Weiniang's face darkened further. Within about an hour, all the elemental herbs in the vicinity had been completely stripped clean. This stone gate. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It kinda resembles that black vortex we fought together with the 3 generals. The great dragon in Jiang Yu's hand kept sending out messages of longing. Jiang Yu curiously scanned the surroundings. Before them stood a massive stone gate, its sides adorned with intricate, complex patterns. You want to go inside? The dragon nodded in a human-like manner. We're finally here. It took some effort, but this is definitely the place. Li Sun nodded, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Thanks to the map advantage, it took only an hour to locate the boundary marker portal. He didn't believe anyone could have beaten him to it. According to the map, this area should be shrouded in a soul illusion, but I don't sense anything at all? Li Sun voiced his confusion. Never mind that for now. The map shows the boundary marker portal ahead. There are also quite a few attribute herbs growing around it, Li Sun said with a smile. The further he advanced, the more uneasy Li Sun felt. Could someone have beaten us here? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This map came from the military strategist himself. No one could possibly have gotten here before us. Li Sun declared with unwavering confidence. Before he could finish speaking, his expression froze completely. He stared in disbelief at the figures ahead, feeling his face burn with embarrassment. How could this be? Li Sun refused to believe anyone could have arrived before him. Yet there they were, Jiang Yu and his group staring wide-eyed at 2 spiral-shaped stone pillars. Li Sun's face darkened to the extreme as he repeatedly tried to console himself. It's Jiang Yu again. Don't let small setbacks ruin the big plan. They're just attribute herbs, might as well feed them to the dogs. Inside the cave, a man sat cross-legged. Beside him, a ghostly figure with a long, protruding tongue and a deathly pale face gradually solidified. The contract is sealed. From this moment on, you are my spirit servant. A satisfied expression flickered across the man's deathly pale face, his eyes cold and menacing. Congratulations, ninth brother, on binding another spirit, a rare ghost-type one at that. A soft chuckle echoed as a youth clad in blue robes spoke with envy. With this, the ancient sacred artifact is ours for the taking. All our efforts to suppress our soul power and purify ourselves as 7-star summoners have not been in vain. The rest are just a bunch of weaklings, Jiang Yu, Yuaning, Ruan Fan, Shu Qianqin, and the like. While their talents aren't bad, their strength is too weak. A bunch of 5-star summoners? They're no match for us. As long as we keep Li Sun in our sights, the ancient sacred artifact is as good as ours. 2 6-star summoners poised to break through to 7 stars, plus 1 6-star master, the advantage is clearly ours. Outside, Tang Tianyu sneered inwardly. Opening champagne at halftime? Don't blow it, we'll see who ends up embarrassed. The pale-faced man flashed a confident smile, a sharp gleam darting through his eyes. Li Sun is no threat. I'm more concerned about that Jiang Yu fellow. Is that Jiang Yu? And that one is Li Sun? What's with them staring at each other like that? What staring contest? Li Sun is clearly staring at Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu is staring at the pillar? Shen Liang, Wu Hu, Li Yi, and the others had finally made their way here. The moment they entered, they saw Li Sun gnashing his teeth, his expression filled with resentment as he glared at Jiang Yu, looking every bit the part of a wronged woman. Jiang Yu, however, looked utterly bewildered, like a faithless lover. Ruan Fan and the others glanced at Li Sun, noticing his face had turned ashen, and only then did they realize. Turns out they'd accidentally caused Li Sun to lose a sure thing. Realizing this, they exchanged knowing glances and grinned. Their expressions turned to schadenfreude. Everyone's here, huh? Hey, isn't that Li Sun? Why does he look like he's constipated? I heard there's a magical beast that loves digging mud and burrowing holes, maybe it's a miracle cure for constipation. Jiang Yu said with feigned concern, as if genuinely caring for the others' well-being. Everyone stifled their laughter. This kid's mouth is like it's been blessed. Too mean. So mean. Both cheeky and cutting. Having an opponent like Jiang Yu is pure bad luck Li Sun must have earned in a past life. Li Sun had managed to hold his ground until now. But Jiang Yu's remark shattered his defenses completely. He'd been telling himself it was just some attribute-boosting herbs, no big deal if he lost them. But the moment Jiang Yu opened her mouth, his defenses crumbled. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Was this really about attribute herbs? This wasn't about attribute herbs at all.